After serving 8 years in prison for your wife, you did not receive her gratitude upon release, but instead received a divorce agreement. Mr. Yi, this is a divorce agreement between you and Ms. Gao Qingyue. The agreement states that you will have ownership of the house where you used to live, and Ms. Gao Qingyue will gift you 2 storefront houses located in the bustling downtown area, as well as pay you 5 million in cash. Please sign. 3 people in formal attire placed the agreement on the table. You picked up the divorce agreement on the table and asked, "The only option I have is divorce, right? If you have any other opinions, you can also raise them. We are the lawyers of the group, and we will convey any opinions." You directly threw the divorce agreement on the table. "I can sign. Let Gao Qingyue come and talk to me in person. I don't want a penny. Notify her." After speaking, you went straight back to the room. 10 minutes later, the door was knocked on. "Mr. Yi, the president has arrived." You opened the door and saw Gao Qingyue sitting on the sofa. At this moment, she was wearing a black long dress with jewelry, stunningly beautiful, but her face showed only coldness and indifference. Stranger, only a stranger, no longer the familiar feeling once. "I'm here. Sign it," Gao Qingyue said coldly, without any extra words, not even a greeting. Gao Qingyue just coldly uttered these few words. You walked up to her and sat down, chuckling softly. "Our relationship ultimately couldn't match up to you because of my imprisonment." Gao Chang nodded. "If you want to understand it that way, it's fine. After all, we are no longer who we used to be. Let's part on good terms." "Yi Cheng, consider it my apology to you." You sighed as you held the divorce agreement. "Indeed, you have wronged me. After 8 years of imprisonment, do you think you can buy it back with just a few $1,000,000? You are now the chairman of Qingyue Group, a female billionaire worth tens of billions, a stunning and aloof iceberg president. This is who you are now, high and mighty. So, I am not worthy, am I?" Gao Qingyue sighed and slowly got up. "Yi Cheng, if you only want to mock me when you see me, then there is no need for that. You don't have to sign this document, but the divorce is already settled. I will have a lawyer handle it, and we shouldn't meet again in the future." After saying that, Gao Qingyue was about to leave, and you picked up the brush and signed your name directly, then threw the agreement to her best friend and assistant, Lin Shi. "I have already signed the divorce papers, and I will not ask for any of your property. As you said, from now on, we have no more ties." Upon hearing Gao Qing's words, her body trembled slightly for some reason, but in the end, she left without looking back. You sit alone on the hotel sofa, watching the clouds outside the window roll and unfold, with only bitterness and sorrow on your face. Ding-ling-ling, the phone ringtone sounds. You looked at the unfamiliar number, with a slight frown on your face. You had just been released from prison, and you knew that not many people had this phone number. Who could be looking for you at this time? Answering the phone. "Mr. Yi, please help my father. I will agree to any conditions and requests from you. I know you are low-key. It was Mr. Chen who gave me your number. Please give me a chance." When you hear the name of Chen Lao, your brow slightly furrows, and you sigh. "I can make a move, but I can't guarantee that I can save the person." Having received your promise, Wan Haixin, the chairman of the Wanshur Group, the richest man in Jiangcheng, was already trembling with excitement on the phone. "Okay, as long as you can come, everything is fine." "Mr. Yi, where are you now? I will send someone to pick you up. I have some things to take care of in the next few days. Send me the address, and I will come in person within 3 days." At this time, Gao Hingji and Linji have already left the hotel. In the car, Gao Hingyu looked at Linji and said, "Linji, did I do something wrong?" Linji shook her head. "You are not wrong. You don't owe him anything. Blame him for being too mediocre, just becoming an obstacle to you." Gao Ching sighed softly. "Yi Ching and I are no longer people of the same world. His presence will only hold me back, and even damage my image." And at this moment, Gao Hengyu's younger brother called. "Sis, have you already divorced that criminal? Is his kid still bothering you and trying to get more of your assets? Don't worry, your little brother here has the ability to protect you. I will make him know how tough I am." Gao Cheng frowned slightly. "Yi Ching has already signed. Don't mess around. I know you are following Uncle Nine from the Wan family in the underground world. Don't cause trouble for me." When Gao Qingshu heard that Yi Ching had signed the divorce papers, he was initially happy, but then he said somewhat discontentedly, "Sister, did you give Yi Ching a large sum of compensation? I don't agree. These are all our family's wealth. I will never allow it to fall into the hands of that idiot Yi Ching. I will definitely make Yi Ching honestly spit it out to me." After you left the hotel, you returned to the home you and Gao Qingyue used to live in. The house is not big. 3 rooms and 1 hall. More than 100 square feet only, but it is very cozy, carrying many once good memories. Only, when I look at it again today, it's not the same. Looking at the dust scattered on the furniture, I know that high-definition moon has been a long time, did not come back. It is also a successful, wealthy female president, and how will live in this kind of broken house? Not to mention, it's with a place where a criminal used to live. However, what HD Moon discarded as if it were her own, was what Yi Qing cherished extraordinarily. Picking up the rag, Yi Qing began to clean up the room. This was his home, even if it was dirty, broken and small, it was his harbor. Only, these once beautiful memories had now turned into real stinging pains, making even Yi Qing a little bitter and sour. And at this time, Yi Qing did not know that his extremely beloved brother-in-law back then, Gao Changshu, was now a changed person, and was on his way to find him in trouble. The Green Park Villa area is considered a high-end neighborhood in Jiangcheng City, and every house is worth more than $10 million, and Gao Changshu and his parents live here. The house is a year ago, high-definition moon bought, gifted to parents live. Mom, my sister has already met this waste of a man Yi Qing. However, it seems that she has given Yi Qing a large amount of compensation. It's estimated that it won't be less than $10 million. Gao Changshu sat on the sofa, looking at the middle-aged woman dressed in gold and silver, a picture of a noble woman's dress, and opened his mouth with some dissatisfaction. And when Gao's mother heard this, her eyes glared and she said loudly, "What? $10 million compensation? Are you kidding me? This criminal deserves so much money from our family? If I see it, giving him 100,000 or 80,000 is enough. A dime more is a waste. No, I'll call Chongyu. It's just nonsense." This acerbic face of Gao's mother was something Yi Qing had always known, but had rarely seen. The reason is very simple. At the beginning, HD Moon family not only is no money, can even be described as poverty. To put it bluntly, the family cannot even eat a few meals of meat a year. In this era, perhaps some people think it is alarmist, but it is the case. This is the truth. It was them who met Yi Qing, whose lives changed radically. It could be said that Yi Qing, alone, had raised their entire family and allowed them to live with dignity. And that was the truth. Therefore, in the face of Yi Qing, the High Mother once, not to say that it is extremely close to the bowing, but it is also similar. However, 3 years have passed, and now, it is already a different thing. I don't know when Yi Qing saw that Gao mother was this expression. It would be, how a mood. Gao Changshu looked at Gao mother, directly stopped, said, "Mom, don't call my sister. Just leave this matter to me to solve. Yi Qing this wimp, I want to deal with him. That's not a handful. When the time comes, give him 10 guts. He wouldn't dare to take my sister's money." Gao mother sniffed, nodded and said, "That's right, son, you go and scare him. Yi Qing, this bastard, used to be a wifey, soft persimmon, the kind that wouldn't dare to talk back even if you smacked him in the face. Go, you can scare him to death by casually bringing in a couple of people now." Gao Changshu heard Gao mother say so, very proudly stood up his chest, said, "That's not true. Now your son, in Jiangcheng City, that is also a number 1 character." "Mom, okay, I don't talk to you more. I'm going to go first. You'll be at home waiting for my good news on the line." After saying that, Gao Changshu directly went out the door. While outside the house in the business car, there were 4 or 5 other people already waiting. "Gao Shao, are we leaving now to clean up that brother-in-law of yours?" Gao Changshu sniffed and sneered. "Brother-in-law? He's just a loser. It's just a loser. Go, follow me to teach this ungrateful bastard a lesson. When I'm done with my business, at night at the brilliant nightclub, I'll treat you all to a big drink." The few little yellow hairs who said a few words, all cheered happily, and from their names, it was also evident that they all knew Gao Changshu's bottom line. Only, I'm afraid they wouldn't have imagined that the current high and mighty young Master Gao was once an honest child who couldn't even afford to wear new pants. In 10 minutes' time, Gao Changshu and the others arrived at Yi Qing's house. "Later you guys just look at my face. When I say hit me hard. Don't worry about anything else. I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong." After saying that, Gao Changshu led the people directly up the stairs, came to the door of the room, pressed the doorbell, did not even bother to press, directly tapped hard, "Open the door. Yi Qing, hurry up and open the door for me. I know you're home. Don't try to hide from me. Open the door." Yi Qing had just finished cleaning the house at the moment, and hadn't even had time to sit down and take a break when he heard a tap on the door. The tone was impulsive, but the voice was familiar to him. It was Gao Changshu, this brother-in-law who once liked to pester him, shouting brother-in-law after brother-in-law. Getting up, after opening the door to his room, Yi Qing smiled and spoke, "Xing Shu, haven't seen you in 3 years, you've grown taller and fatter. It seems like you've had a good life. Looking at Yi Qing, who was giving himself a polite greeting, Gao Changshu didn't even have a good face and directly pushed Yi Qing away and entered the room. A few other juniors also followed Gao Changshu into the room, but they didn't sit down, but stood behind Gao Changshu, very much a picture of juniors escorting a big brother. Yi Qing, don't give me the benefit of the doubt. You and my sister are already divorced. Do you think you're still my brother-in-law? Looking at Gao Changshu's appearance, Yi Qing frowned slightly, but did not say anything more. Well, your sister and I did get divorced, so you came to see me, just to meet me? Ashiki, I remember once, you weren't like this. How did you become like this now? Yi Qing's words seemed to have pricked Gao Changshu's nerves, directly causing Gao Changshu to storm up. Yi Qing, cut the crap. You think I'm still the same weak and pathetic Gao Changshu I once was? Let me tell you, I changed a long time ago. I'm no longer that person who can be bullied by anyone. Also, don't mention the past to me again. Just with you, you are also worthy of replacing my Gao Changshu's past? You are looking for death. Let me tell you, from now on, don't say that you know me. And even more so, don't let me hear anything about the past from other people's mouths, or else, I'll cut out your tongue. Believe it or not, Gao Changshu was like a chicken cub that had its tail stepped on, bouncing around at this moment, as if the past life, for him, was a black history that could not be mentioned. And in fact, it was true. Gao Changshu never mentioned the past, always created the persona of a rich son. Everything in the past, for him, as if it was taboo, as if it was disgusting and could not be mentioned. Just as many people forget their roots when they get rich, Gao Changshu only forgets more cleanly. As for Yi Qing, looking at the stormy Gao Changshu, his eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, cut out my tongue? Gao Changshu, is this how you treat me? Oh, really give you face? Brother-in-law is not called. Brother is not called, but also specially bring people to the door to provoke. What do you want to do? Since you said we don't know each other, then why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and get lost. I, Yi Qing, am not in the mood to accompany a stranger to play around. Get lost. Chapter 4, Beaten into a Pig's Head. Yi Qing never intended to spoil people who gave their faces away. Everyone in the Gao Changshu family felt that Yi Qing was a wimp and good at bullying. But, if Yi Qing was really that good at bullying, then he wouldn't be Yi Qing anymore. There were some things that Yi Qing just didn't want people to know. Otherwise, it would scare a lot of people to death. And see, Yi Qing even dared to let himself roll. Gao Changshu was angry at that time. In these years, Gao Changshu mixed with the wind and water. The whole Jiangqing city people, no matter whether it is in the face of the ninth uncle, or in the face of HD Moon, more or less will give him a few points of face. Where has he ever suffered from this kind of wimpy gas? So immediately, Gao Changshu directly slapped the table, stood up, pointed at Yi Qing's nose, and angrily said, Yi Qing, you really aren't afraid of death. You really think that I don't dare to move you, do you? Sitting in jail for a few years, you're sitting stupid, not to mention that it's not what it used to be. Even if it is, you, Yi Qing, are just trash, not to mention beating you. I'll kill you. So what? Yi Qing looked at this finger that was pointing at his nose and revealed a cold smile, directly pinching Gao Changshu's finger with one hand and then breaking it with force. The intense pain immediately caused Gao Changshu to scream miserably, and his entire body bent over. It hurts. It hurts. Yi Qing, you're looking for death. Let go of me. As for Gao Changshu's several little brothers, when they saw that Gao Changshu had suffered a loss, then each one of their faces immediately changed, pointing at Yi Qing and started to curse bitterly. Yi Qing, let go of young Master Gao or I'll break your legs. Quickly let go of Gao Xiao and apologize to Gao Xiao, or else I'll make you walk out of this door. And at this moment, Gao Changshu couldn't help but roar, give me a beating, kill this asshole. After that, several of Gao Changshu's men directly rushed towards Yi Qing, and Yi Qing himself had a belly full of anger. And at this moment, he had finally found a chance to vent it. The left hand still pinched Gao Changshu's fingers. The right hand, a direct heavy punch smashed on the bridge of the nose of the yellow hair who rushed up. Immediately this yellow hair hit the mouth and nose bleeding, squatting on the ground, unable to stand up in pain. And then, Yi Qing did not have half a pause. Directly a heavy kick out, and kicked a yellow hair fell to the ground. And this is not over. In the other yellow hair rushed up, Yi Qing with very fast speed to avoid their attacks. And then, a punch one, directly put them all down. The ruthlessness of the strike was so great and the power was so great that no one could have a single strike under Yi Qing's hand. And this scene, also watched Gao Changshu was a bit dumbfounded. How could he not expect that Yi Qing would have such combat power? Was it still the same Yi Qing who had groveled before his sister, agreeing to everything he said and promised? Is it still the same? Wearing an apron, wiping the table, sweeping the floor, washing clothes, cooking, like a Yi Qing who has no temper at all and only serves people? This is clearly a ferocious bandit, and without waiting for Gao Qingshu to react, Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingshu's neck and lifted him up, angrily saying, "It seems that between us, there is only hatred." After saying that, Yi Qing heavily slapped Gao Qingshu's face, saying, "This slap teaches you to be a human being." With a slap, Gao Qingshu's face, 5 fingerprints were immediately revealed. Teeth are a little loose from the beating. To be honest, looking at the ferocious Yi Qing at this moment, Gao Qingshu was indeed a bit intimidated. However, as soon as he thought that he was actually afraid of Yi Qing, Gao Qingshu felt that he had simply lost his face. It was, simply, a strange shame. Covering his face, Gao Qingshu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Fine, fine, Yi Qing, you're great. You dare to hit me. Fine, today's matter is not over. I swear, I won't be able to spare you." Looking at Gao Qingshu who still dared to clamor with himself, Yi Qing's eyes glared and said in a cold voice, "These 3 years, I didn't control you, and as a result, I let you turn into what you are now? Okay, then I will. Today, discipline you." After saying his words, Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingshu, then swung his right hand and slapped Gao Qingshu's face with another heavy slap. "If that slap just now didn't teach you a lesson, then with this slap, I'll teach you that in the future. When you talk, don't be too crazy." As the words fell, a second slap followed. This is a slap for being ungrateful and vain. After the fight, Yi Qing's right hand was once again raised high, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. This third slap, "I smacked you for your parents, your sister, worked hard to raise you up, just to let you run amok and do wrong?" 3 slaps down, originally on the red face. At this moment, swollen as a pig's head, almost cannot see the original appearance, and 3 teeth, but also directly from the mouth of Gao Qingshu spat out, full of blood, looks miserable, and right at this moment, a roar with anger in its eagerness reached Yi Qing's ears. "Stop, Yi Qing, you asshole, you dare to treat Qingshu like this. You're crazy you." The visitor was no other than Lin Qi, this HD Moon's good best friend plus assistant. At this moment, finally rushed over according to HD Moon's order. She originally wanted to come to persuade Gao Qingshu not to find Yi Qing in trouble, but at this moment, she was shocked by this scene in front of her eyes. At this moment, Lin Qi regretted. She actually has been to a moment, but she thought, to give Yi Qing a lesson is also okay. After all, this 10 million property, not so good to take. Also let Gao Qingshu lesson Yi Qing. Let him know no. Now the high family is not at all Yi Qing cannot climb up. More not can be offended. That way, Yi Qing would be honest. But how could she not have expected things to come to this? Yi Qing looked at Lin Ji and casually loosened the hand that was choking Gao Qingshu's neck, causing Gao Qingshu to directly collapse to the ground like a puddle of mud. Only then did he speak faintly. "What a coincidence that you're here. Tell me, what do you want when you come running here one after the other?" Lin Ji glared fiercely at Yi Qing, then hurriedly ran to Gao Qingshu's side and helped Gao Qingshu up. "Aoki, are you okay? Aoki, don't scare me. Call an ambulance, call an ambulance." Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingshu's little brother who was also injured and immediately glared and roared. "These minions, in a hurry, called the ambulance." And Lin Ji, then she looked at Yi Qing and said angrily, "Yi Qing, you're crazy. You're really crazy. You dare to treat Qingshu like this. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're done for. This last bit of affection, there's no more between you and Qingyu. You'd better think about it. What should you explain next? Account for it?" Yi Qing smiled. "There should be an explanation. But shouldn't it be you guys that give me Yi Qing an explanation? From the time I got out of jail until now. First you bring your lawyers to threaten me with divorce. Well, I agree. I've already signed the papers. And then, as a result, you guys come to my house and cause trouble? What's the matter? I, Yi Qing, deserve to die. Deserve to be bullied by you guys? Lin Ji, I'm telling you, this explanation today, it's really going to be finalized. But it's not you guys who are going to ask for an explanation for me. It's me, Yi Qing. If I don't see an explanation, I'm not done with you guys." After saying his words, Yi Qing pushed Lin Ji away, then directly stomped on Gao Qingshu's face, and said in a cold voice, "Today, if you don't give me an explanation, no one will be able to leave." Chapter 5, The Gao Family's Current Power. At this moment, Lin Ji was dumbfounded. It wasn't that she hadn't seen Yi Qing before, but she hadn't seen such a mixed-up Yi Qing. It's 3 years in prison. The whole thing's changed. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. Beating people is not enough. Now even let people not go. Not only that, but also directly trampled Gao Qingshu under the foot. This is also too humiliating. Yi Cheng, you bastard. You're crazy. Let go of Qingshu. Lin Ji was so anxious that she started yelling at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng sniffed. His eyes slightly narrowed. Looking at Lin Ji, coldly said, I generally don't beat up women. But it doesn't mean that I won't beat up women. Lin Ji, how much did you get involved in the middle of the divorce between HD Moon and I? Although I don't know. But to say that you don't have anything at all to do with it, I don't believe it. I don't care about you right now. And you'd better not mess with me either, or I'll give you a big earful. That's a mouthful. And it pissed Lin Ji off. Not only did Yi Cheng beat up Gao Qingshu, but now, he even wanted to beat himself up? Fine. Then fight. Let's see if he has the guts. Yi Cheng, fine. You want to hit me, right? Come. I'll let you hit. You hit. You bastard. Selfish. Taking Qingyu's brother to vent your frustration. That's all you're capable of, isn't it? But you're in pain today. Have you thought about tomorrow? You're dead, Yi Cheng. I'm telling you, you're dead. Yi Cheng looked at Lin Ji, who was clamoring with himself, and let out a cold smile, saying, Gao family? What a bullish Gao family. Jiang Chang, in my absence these past 3 years, a 6 family, ungrateful Gao family has risen. But, so what? With just this, you dare to be arrogant and domineering in front of me. Yi Cheng, on what grounds? On the basis that the Gao family is rich, powerful, or on the basis that she, HD Moon, is cold-blooded, heartless and ungrateful? No matter what your credentials are, if you want to come and provoke me, you have to think about the consequences. Now, if you want to take someone away, you can. Have HD Moon personally come over and apologize to me? Then lead the way. Otherwise, I won't release anyone who comes. The name of the Gao family might be able to scare a lot of people, but it was impossible to scare Yi Cheng, let alone the fact that Yi Cheng was not an ordinary person at all. And even if he was, so what? Should he be bullied by the Gao family? Stepping in the mud, not to mention spitting in his face? It's downright deceptive. But now, in Lin Ji's eyes, the one who bullied people too much, who did things excessively, who simply acted in a haphazard manner, was not Gao Qingshu, nor was it HD Moon, but him, Yi Cheng. In her opinion, Yi Cheng should have honestly accepted his fate, should have been bullied, and should have remained silent. But now, Yi Cheng dared to resist? This was simply the opposite of heaven. Lin Ji took a deep breath, looked at Yi Cheng, suddenly laughed and said, Good the fox's tail, finally revealed. Yi Cheng, after all is said and done, you still can't forget about Qingyu, right? That's why you use this way, to get Qingyu's attention, so that she can see that you're not the same soft persimmon that you once were. You're still quite capable of fighting, a little bit of a skill, right? Oh, it's just ridiculous. Do you know, you now, is simply a jumping clown. That small mind, don't mention how disgusting, how clumsy. Let Qingyu come, see this scene, she accept more hate you, simply will not have half a point to change your mind. Yi Cheng, you still don't understand? You right now, you simply don't deserve Qingyu, you don't deserve her. Words poke the heart, obviously ungrateful, thinly veiled, as a result, but said they are the sky is the truth. Others, are little cute, the same. Yi Cheng only wanted to laugh. People, how could they be so shameless, turning black and white upside down, confusing right and wrong? Is this what people have to be like when they are rich and powerful? Lin Ji, what's the point of talking more nonsense? Since you all think that I'm not worthy and that I'm deliberately picking a fight, let's pretend that I'm deliberately picking a fight. Go on, inform High Definition Moon that if you want to take her brother, come and collect him in person. Lin Ji saw that after she had said so much, Yi Cheng still wouldn't take in the oil and salt, so she immediately became anxious, pointing at Gao Qingshu and sneering, Yi Cheng, you think I'm mocking you, but you don't know that I'm trying to save you. Do you know who it is who is now being humiliated under your feet? Do you think that he's still just HD Moon's brother now? Or the same kid he once was? No, let me tell you, he is now the famous young master in the underground world of Jiangqing City, and the big brother behind him is the ninth uncle who can influence the pattern of the underground world of Jiangqing City. Until who is the ninth uncle? That's a big man in the underground world who will have hundreds of minions running over to work for him if he just waves his hand. To put it bluntly, even if you were slaughtered and thrown into the river with this small body, you wouldn't even make a little splash. Do you understand? Oh, if you don't understand who Ninth Uncle is, then let me tell you, the backer behind Ninth Uncle is even the biggest giant in Jiangqing City, Wan Haixin of the richest Wan family. Now, you know the enemy you will be facing, who it is. Lin Ji had uttered a series of names just to highlight that the current Gao Qingshu, was no longer the Gao Qingshu that he once was. This was to elevate Gao Qingshu's status, and at the same time, it was also to tell Yi Qing that if he offended Gao Qingshu, the entire city of Jiangcheng would not have a place for him to stay. But she didn't see that when she talked about ninth uncle, about Wan Haixin. Yi Qing's eyebrows raised a little, as if a little surprised, and a little ridiculous. And if Lin Ji knew that just before they came, the so-called Wan Haixin personally called Yi Qing, groveling and begging for help, I'm afraid she would be at a loss for words. And if Lin Ji and the others knew that Elder Chen, who even Wan Haixin didn't dare to mess with, was respectful to Yi Qing and owed favors and even owed his life, perhaps, if they wanted to cry, they couldn't even cry. That's a lot of crap, saying all that just to try and scare me, isn't it? Yi Qing waved his hand and said indifferently, you've succeeded. I'm so scared. Now, I can let HD Moon come and give me an explanation. If you dare to talk another word of nonsense, I'll whip you. If you don't believe me, just try it. Lin Shi saw that she said half a day. Yi Qing was not even moved. Immediately became a little angry. This phone call, she did not want to play. After all, Gao Qingshu accident, she did not persuade, more or less is also some responsibility. Yi Qing, you don't know what's good for you. After a sentence was uttered, Lin Shi instantly regretted it, because she saw that Yi Qing was actually walking directly towards her, and in his eyes, he was filled with danger. What are you doing? Yi Qing, what do you want to do? Are you crazy? Are you even dare to hit me? Don't dare? Yi Qing didn't even bother to say any unnecessary nonsense, and directly slapped Lin Ji with a heavy slap on this exquisite face, which was instantly a red palm print. The pain was still secondary. Lin Ji was directly struck dumb. Yi Qing actually dared to really strike, and moreover, hit a woman. I warned you that if you said one more word, I would whip you. And, as I said, in my eyes, as soon as a woman becomes an enemy, then, regardless of gender, old or young, if she should be beaten, she should be beaten, and if she should be killed, she should be killed. Now, if you dare to say one more word of nonsense, I'll break your legs. If you don't believe me, try it. Chapter 6, Get Out. Get out now. At this moment, everyone in the room, all of them were honest. Yi Qing was more than ruthless. It was simply 6 relatives, no matter how they were going to retaliate against Yi Qing afterward. But right now, none of them dared to say anything. They could only stay honest. Lin Ji covered her face, couldn't take it anymore, and directly dialed HD Moon's phone, and told a whole lot about the miserable situation here, including how Yi Qing bullied her brother, and how he threw himself a slap. These words, listening to HD Moon did not believe at all. However, the facts were right in front of them. It was not HD Moon's turn to be skeptical. Yi Qing watched as Lin Ji sat on the sofa after making the call, poured herself a cup of water, and said blandly, then wait for her to come and claim her. Lin Ji still wanted to say some more hard words, but, thinking of the fiery palm print on her face, she was half afraid to say anything. The current Yi Qing was a madman who had lost all hope and had fallen into despair. It was broken, at least, in Lin's opinion. At this moment, HD Moon was inside the group's office, and after learning about the situation here, her entire body was in a state of furious rage. Picking up the phone on the table, HD Moon immediately roared, gather all the bodyguards and security for me and meet me downstairs. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Looking at the divorce agreement on the table that hadn't been put up yet, HD Moon snarled in a low voice, Yi Qing, originally, I wanted to give you a few points of face, so that we can get together, but now it seems that you're simply being stubborn and intensifying your actions. Alright, even my brother you dare to beat up, even Lin Ji, this woman you dare to make a move. Good. It seems that during these 3 years in prison, you have learned nothing but to be brave and fight. Then I'll let you understand once and for all that you, Yi Qing, are nothing. After venting, HD Moon directly huffed and puffed her way out the door, and at this moment, her bodyguards and the group's 20 security guards were already all waiting downstairs. When HD Moon arrived, a group of people immediately drove in a fleet of cars towards Yi Qing's home. When they arrived, high-definition Moon originally thought that Lin Ji would not be slightly exaggerated, but when she saw the palm prints on Lin Ji's face, and saw her own brother, who was practically unrecognizable, lying on the ground, not even daring to get up, high-definition Moon was completely enraged, especially when she saw Yi Qing, who had done all this, but was blandly sipping tea on the sofa. Her anger, she simply couldn't control it halfway. Yi Qing, you asshole. High-definition Moon walked to Yi Qing's front and directly slapped the teacup in Yi Qing's hand, pointing at Yi Qing and started to roar. I know you're in a bad mood because you're divorcing me, but how dare you hit my brother like that? You're just an inhuman asshole. Asshole? Yi Ching looked expressionlessly at HD Moon, who came up and accused himself, a sadness in his heart. This woman with a fierce face, like a furious tigress, is she really the woman she once loved so much that she was even willing to go to jail for her? 3 years, not too long, not too short, but, how can one person turn into a complete stranger to another? Just a change in time? Or is it when a person, with money and power, changes radically? Yi Ching didn't know, but he knew that HD Moon, perhaps it really wasn't the HD Moon that it once was anymore. Slowly getting up, looking at the more than 20 security guards that came along with HD Moon, Yi Ching did not have any fear in his heart, but looking at HD Moon's face that was so furious that she wanted to kill herself, in his heart, there was sadness. HD Moon, you better figure out where this is first. I'm in a bad mood to beat your brother? If you have some eyes, you can see that it's your brother who brought people to find me in trouble. What's the matter? I, Yi Ching, should just fold my hands and let your brother beat and scold me? Right? The truth will be obvious to anyone who reads it. This was Yi Ching's home, and it was Gao Changshu who had run here looking for trouble, and that was the truth. But what the truth was, HD Moon wouldn't care. She only cared that her own brother was seriously injured by Yi Ching, and that was what made her the most angry. That's her brother, the real one. Yi Ching, even if there is something wrong with Ching Shu, it's not your turn to discipline him. Who do you think you are? What do you think you are? I gave you face. Are you shameless? Watching HD Moon speak harder and harder, Yi Ching's eyes, slowly, filled with anger. Really good a high definition moon, good a high green tree, good a family he Yi Ching, for them to pay everything, as a result, but ended up in such a situation now. Really, sad, pathetic HD Moon, won't you regret it when you become the way you are now? Confusing black and white, right and wrong, ungrateful. Do you still have any semblance of the HD Moon you once were? Without waiting for Yi Ching to finish, HD Moon directly said angrily, what is there about the once HD Moon that is worth keeping? Yi Ching, you went to jail for being a fool. People, they all become. Once upon a time, HD Moon was poor, cowardly, incompetent. What else was left but kindness? That kind of HD Moon will never come back. If you want to be nostalgic, go hide yourself away and be nostalgic. We don't have half a penny to do with each other now. Yi Ching, don't let me see you again. This is the last chance I'll give you. You say I'm ungrateful. Well, then today, I'll completely and utterly break with you. You'd better move away as soon as possible. Leave Jiangchang. Today, I can let you go. But, my brother won't let you go. And my family won't let you go either. Get the hell out of here. And consider it all I owe you for everything I've ever done. Also, my money and real estate. What I originally promised to give you in the divorce. You don't want to get a single penny. You no longer deserve half of what I have left and miss. You even less deserve to take my property. Keeping you alive would be the greatest favor I could give you. That alone. That's all. Get lost. Money. When it came to the end, HD Moon even talked about money with Yi Ching, which made Yi Ching couldn't help but feel pathetic and ridiculous. From the beginning to the end, has he, Yi Ching, ever opened his mouth to ask for a penny from HD Moon? Everything. It's just HD Moon's self-righteousness. And Yi Ching also said very clearly, he will not want HD Moon a little something. Why no one believe it? Oh, he Yi Ching, in their eyes, in the end counts for what Fine, then I'll see what you guys are capable of doing to me. Yi Ching, since I said you came and took your brother, then go. Yi Ching, live here. Whoever is not satisfied, just come. Now. HD Moon, I don't want to see you again. You make me sick, and it's time to get out of here. And it's you. This is my home. After saying that, Yi Ching pointed at the door and roared. Now. Immediately. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 7, Why don't you cherish him? High Definition Moon looked deeply at Yi Ching and suddenly smiled, saying, Yi Ching, perhaps, I really should let you open your eyes and see the world. Yi Ching didn't expect that from HD Moon's mouth. Such a sentence suddenly popped out, and immediately frowned, saying, what do you mean? HD Moon shook her head. After sending someone to help Gao Changshu up, she said, in these 2 days, I will make an appointment with you. If you have the guts, don't hide and not meet me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Of course, if you are afraid, you can also escape. After saying that, HD Moon directly left with her people. After walking downstairs, HD Moon sent Gao Changshu to the ambulance, and then took Lin Ji to follow in the car. Today Gao Changshu received such a serious injury, It was impossible for her to pretend she didn't know about it. It was even more impossible for her not to tell her mother. It's just that I'm afraid that after I tell my mother, even bigger trouble is coming. Lin Ji, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. Lin Ji herself had made some mistakes. How dare she ask HD Moon to make amends? Only, this breath, she was really holding her breath. Xing Yu, just let Yi Qing go? Even if you let it go, Xing Shu won't let it go. After he comes to his senses, he will definitely find Uncle Nine to complain. And at that time, Uncle Nine will definitely send someone to clean up Yi Qing. Also, you just said that you're going to ask Yi Qing out in a couple days? Do you, by any chance, regret it? Lin Ji is most afraid of this. She actually knows. Seemingly strong and determined HDU. In fact, the heart of the Yi Qing is holding some apologies and guilt. As for that, there is no feelings. Lin Ji dare not jump to conclusions. Perhaps, still residual a little. It may be, after all, Yi Qing at the time of the HDU, to the entire Gao family, are too good. Too good. High definition Moon heard Lin Ji's words, but she faintly shook her head. A trace of ice coldness appearing on her face. Regret? No. I just think that it's too cheap for Yi Qing. And also, it makes him not be able to tell the difference between him and me at all. Since he doesn't know, let him know. Do you know, Lindsay, what makes a person despair the most? Lin Chi sniffed, shook her head, and said, what? High definition Moon indifferently said, is once mutually matching even some gap between the two people, suddenly, became the difference between heaven and earth, whether values or worldview, whether habits, or living environment, all changed, which, only led a person, the most desperate, because he wanted to chase, but couldn't catch up no matter what, and in the end, could only mourn his own mediocrity and weakness, and from then on, never dared to even speak out loud, ever again. I just want Yi Qing to take a good look at how big the gap is between the current me and him. I want him to completely and utterly understand that he, Yi Qing, is just a mole in front of me, a mole that will never be able to catch up with my footsteps. Lin Ji heard this, and immediately her eyes lit up, nodding heavily, saying, I understand. You want Yi Qing to completely suffer from low self-esteem, and from now on, never be able to hold up his head and pick up his self-confidence again. Right. Good. This is good. This way, only then can you completely and utterly grind his self-confidence out from the inside out, so that from now on, he'll be living in remorse and misery, low self-esteem and despair. Great. Xing Yu, you're awesome. High definition Moon sniffed and revealed a smug smile. And just then, a call dialed in. Looking at the name of the person on the phone, High definition Moon frowned slightly, but still connected. By Ruoro, why did you remember to call me? Didn't you say that you were angry with me? In the middle of the phone, a female voice with a gentle voice reached HD Moon's ears. HD Moon, I'm angry with you, but today, I'm not talking to you about this. I want to ask, Yi Qing, is he out of jail? Did you really divorce him? Hearing by Ruoro's gentleness when she mentioned Yi Qing, for some reason, HD Moon just felt uncomfortable in her heart, as if someone was thinking about her beloved toy. What does Yi Qing being out of jail or not have to do with you? And also, whether he and I are divorced or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you either. By Ruo, if I remember correctly, you're already engaged, and now you're still thinking about another man. Aren't you afraid that, when people find out about it, they will say that you don't abide by the ways of women? After hearing HD Moon mention her engagement, Bai Ruoro on the phone was silent for a moment before saying with a somewhat grim voice, I know I'm not qualified. Not before. Not now. Nor now. But, HD Moon, I don't want you to hurt him. Yi Qing is the best man under the sky. If you miss him, you will really regret it, while there is still a chance. Xing Yu, listen to me. Don't do things that you will regret. Otherwise, you will cry later. Hearing that Bai Ruo was even in this situation, still advising herself and still infatuated with Yi Qing, HD Moon was a bit furious. Bai Ruo, I advise you to mind your own business. And, whether Yi Qing is a good man or not, it has nothing to do with you. You feel sorry for him, right? Fine. Heartache him, then you go to protect him. Just go to him. I've already divorced him. Go ahead. I'd like to see you. Bai Ruo. Dare to risk being found out to sympathize and care for Yi Qing. Don't forget what would happen if the Bai family knew what the Bai family's situation is now. If Xiao Tan really knew, not only would you be killed by Xiao Tan, the entire Bai family would suffer along with you. After saying that, HD Moon seemed to gamble as if she was angry, and directly told Bai Ruo's address and phone number, as if she wanted to see a she. Bai Ruo, really had the guts to care about Yi Ching. If she couldn't do it herself, what gives her the right to stand on the moral high ground with a lofty stance and despise what she, HD Moon, had done wrong? At this moment, at the other end of Jiangcheng City, a sweet-looking, gentle and generous-looking woman wearing a white dress, looking at the cell phone in her hand, was fuming, and in her eyes, in addition to the heartache, was the pain, as if, in her life, she was experiencing a great change. HD Moon, until now, I envy you for getting Yi Qing's love, but you, why don't you cherish it? I who obviously want to cherish so much, but I am no longer qualified to love Yi Qing. Perhaps, this is my sorrow. Bai Ruoruo gently lowered her head, and out of the corner of her eye, a tear slipped. She knew that she shouldn't go looking for Yi Qing if she wanted to be at peace with each other. But she wanted to go, especially wanted to go, to see this man she had loved for a long, long time, to see if he, after being abandoned, hurt. Chapter 8, Don't be sorry. Wakey wakey, why are you crying? A middle-aged woman, who appeared behind Bai Ruoruo, looked at Bai Ruoruo's tears and let out a soft sigh. Ruoruo, I know you're not willing to marry Tan Xiao. Mom is actually not willing either. That Tan Xiao is just a playboy. Apart from attracting bees and butterflies, he's simply useless. However, the current Bai family is only saved by the Tan family. Mom knows that. It's a commission for you. Bai Ruoruo looked at her mother, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and softly said, Mom, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I know what to do. This is my destiny. There is nothing I can do if I don't recognize it. The entire Bai family needs me to save it. I won't do anything to harm the Bai family even if I am reluctant. Don't worry. Sad to say, a white family in Jiangcheng is also a famous existence. But now, the result is to be reduced to relying on the marriage of children to save the family. The most crucial thing is that, knowing that the other party is not a good object of union, but even dare not refuse, let a person's heartache at the same time. Only helpless, Bai Ruoruo was resigned to her fate. But when her grandfather, who loved her the most, bent down and begged for her, when everyone in the entire Bai family bitterly begged for her to save the Bai family, she knew that in her own life, she was finished. Mom, I'm going out, so call me if you need anything. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo left the room. She still decided that she would go to see Yi Qing. Even though she was no longer qualified to love Yi Qing, she still couldn't let go, couldn't forget. Especially now at this time. Yi Qing has just been released from prison, but as a result, he suffered a divorce. This kind of thing. Inside, it must be very broken, very painful. She wants to go to see Yi Qing, even if can give Yi Qing a little comfort. For her, it is also worth it. And at this moment, the HD Moon who hung up Bai Ruoruo's phone, the whole person seemed to be like a volcano that was about to erupt, looking full of anger. This Bai Ruoruo, back then, she was ambiguous towards Yi Qing. Now, a few years have passed. I didn't expect to still be so shameless. It's simply abominable. Looking at the angry HD Moon, Lin she's sitting next to her side in her heart, always feeling that this shouldn't be the attitude that HD Moon should be showing right now. After all, HD Moon and Yi Qing have been divorced. Really, if someone is hooked up, then it can be a lot less trouble. But HD Moon's current appearance is clearly like a jealous woman. Qing Yu, at this time, you shouldn't be angry. You should be happy. Originally, you are going to cut ties with Yi Qing and never have anything to do with him again. Moreover, also afraid of Yi Qing's entanglement. If he really hooked up with Bai Ruoruo, then, it's not a bad thing. Hearing Lin Ji's words, HD Moon instantly exploded and said angrily, my divorce with Yi Qing is a matter between the two of us. Even if I'm thinking of breaking up with Yi Qing, it's not Bai Ruoruo's turn to say that I'm thin-skinned and unsympathetic here. Especially with her condescending, a picture of deep affection. I hate it when I look at her. Yi Qing used to be my husband. Now even if he's divorced, he's still an ex-husband. What does she? Bai Ruoruo. Count 4? Who is she to stand on the moral high ground to lecture me? Especially, she's the one who's shameless. Liking someone else's married husband and still thinking about it even now. Simply shameless. Lin she smiled helplessly and bitterly, not even knowing what to say at this moment. But she has a feeling. That is, high definition month. I'm afraid that deep down, is really not forget Yi Qing, even if do how determined, can, heart always, is there Yi Qing? It was just that HD Moon, perhaps herself, hadn't realized it yet. Thinking of this, Lin Ji's eyes revealed a hint of icy coldness. She absolutely would not allow HD Moon to have any chance of regret. Otherwise, if she really let HD Moon end up getting back together with Yi Qing again, then she would be a basket case. The promise given by the youngest master of the Shiman family in the eastern province. That was something that many people could only dream of wanting to get. Enough to make a person soar to the sky, soaring to great heights. This was Lin Ji's best chance, if not the only chance. She, absolutely, could not miss. That's why HD Moon must make a clean break with Yi Qing, or even become an enemy to do so. That's right, Bai Ruo is shameless, and always a picture of the high and mighty. Qing Yu, you remember, she is this person, the most hypocritical, because the family condition is good. When the three of us were together, she did not less to us to do some small favors. Do you think that she is kind? No, she is just trying to satisfy her own sense of vanity, for her own pride, and to us, she is simply in a mood of charity. She is a person, most detestable. Lin Ji followed the high-definition moon together with the white Ruo's various bad, but forgot that the hypocrisy in her mouth is more than once helped them in the beginning of the white Ruo. People, even thank you don't even want to, and even a lot of times to help them are careful, for fear of hurting their self-esteem. The results, which became pride, into the handouts? HD Moon sniffed and lowered her head, clenching her fists, her anger not subsiding at all. Lin Ji added fuel to the fire. If I say so, Qing Yu, you don't need to be angry. The most important thing to do now is not anything else, but we should let Bai Ruo go to see Yi Qing. At that time, no matter whether they have any relationship or not, how to talk, isn't it still up to us to say? What's more, with Xiao Tan's temper and persona, do you think, will you let Bai Ruo and Yi Qing go? When the time comes, Xiao Tan will definitely clean up Bai Ruo. If you don't want Yi Qing to be hurt, you can also appear as a savior, being able to move in and out. That's the best choice. High-definition Moon sniffed, looked deeply at Lin Ji, and said, you seem to, even more than me, hate Yi Qing, and hate Bai Ruo. Lin Ji sniffed, her heart trembled, smiled and shook her head. I'm not thinking from your point of view. It's not worth it for you. Qing Yu, I've watched how you've come step by step to today. Don't let Yi Qing ruin your future again, otherwise, it's really just too late for regrets. Moreover, Qing Yu, don't forget, young Master Shiman will be coming to Jiangcheng in a few days. If we don't press Yi Qing down at this time, and then make some trouble, if young Master Shiman really makes a move, then Yi Qing, he really won't be able to live. So, it's necessary to control Yi Qing, and even, if possible, sending him to prison for a few more days is the best way to do it. At the very least, it's a kind of protection for Yi Qing, right? High-definition Moon heard, after a moment of silence, said, I think about it, really cannot. It can only be done. I do this, but also in order to save Yi Qing's life. Who let him, is really too ordinary it, hey, I to Yi Qing, really is benevolent to the end. Only a pity, he and how to know. My a lot of painstakingly, he simply do not understand it. Good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. I guess behind my back, I may not know how to scold me, but let him be. Anyway, he and I no longer have a relationship, and I don't expect any thanks from him. I only hope that, in the future, he won't come back to pester me. After saying this, HD Moon sighed softly, as if she had done a great good deed and suffered a great grievance. What she was about to do next, however, was something that was simply going to be harmful. Chapter 9 Yi Qing, you've lost weight. At this moment, Yi Qing sat in the old house, looking at the room that had just been cleaned up but was in a mess, and sighed softly. It wasn't like the life he'd imagined, not by a long shot. He originally thought that after he was released from prison this time, what greeted him would be a sweet and happy life, or at the very least, a bland happiness, but the reality is that things often go against his wishes. HD Moon, can wealth and power really change a person so completely? Oh, that's really disappointing. Yi Qing shook his head and didn't say anything more. The time had already reached the evening, and at this point, he hadn't eaten. Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, the doorbell, once again, rang. This time, Yi Qing directly frowned and got a little angry. It's not over, is it? However, when he opened the door in a huff and saw that standing outside the door was a clean and kind girl in a white dress, the anger in his heart disappeared cleanly. Bai Ruo, it's you. Why are you here? The person who came was no other than Bai Ruo, who had previously made a phone call with HD Moon, and was also HD Moon and Lin Ji's former BFF. But of course, it was hard to say what the relationship was now. Looking at Yi Qing, Bai Ruo couldn't control a smile on her face. Being able to see Yi Qing get out of prison, she was truly happy from the bottom of her heart. Yi Qing, I haven't seen you in 3 years. You've lost weight. Yi Qing smiled at his words and said, it's not bad. The food in the prison isn't too good, but I do eat quite well. Come in and sit down. This point, Yi Ching did not deceive HD Moon, his treatment in prison, but it was not the same as ordinary criminals. Of course, saying this, Bai Ruo may not believe is. After entering the room, Bai Ruo looked at the room that Yi Ching hadn't had the time to clean and frowned slightly, saying, "Did Ching you come to cause trouble? Is it because of the thing that forced you to get a divorce?" Yi Ching sniffed and glanced at Bai Ruo, saying, "Aren't you and her bosom friends? Compared to that, you should already know about it, but there's no talk of making a mess. It's just some misunderstanding." Is it a misunderstanding? But the current Yi Ching, perhaps he could only say this, otherwise how would he say it? That he had been beaten to the door by his ex-brother-in-law? This was something that, when said, didn't make sense. Bai Ruo looked at Yi Ching and shook her head slightly. HD Moon and I haven't contacted each other for almost 3 years now, and our relationship, since you were imprisoned, has completely changed. Yi Ching, I already know what happened. Now, I'm tempted to ask you, do you still have no regrets? Hearing Bai Ruo speak like this, Yi Ching fell silent. Regret? Does he regret falling in love with HD Moon? Or does he regret being too good to HD Moon? Or perhaps, regretting going to jail for HD Moon? Or do you regret that you found so many people to help and protect HD Moon, so that her career developed rapidly, smooth sailing, and ultimately, anyway, turned into the present this kind of mean-spirited touch? Perhaps there is it, or perhaps not. But, Yi Ching is some feeling. To this point today, he is also considered to be self-inflicted. After all, if he was not so spoiled HD month, perhaps things will not develop to today. Ruo, what has already happened? There is no need to talk about regret or not. Right, not to chat about these unhappy. How about you? These years, how is it going? Married? Hearing this, Bai Ruo's face became a bit bitter, looking at Yi Ching, saying, "By now, you still want to ignore my feelings for you? Yi Ching, I really want to know, where exactly am I inferior to HD Moon, making you so disdainful? You clearly know that the person who loves you the most is me." Speaking here, Bai Ruo also seemed to realize that she was a bit out of line, and gently shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm a bit out of line. I'm just feeling unworthy for you." Bai Ruo likes himself. Yi Ching has actually always known, but his heart, from beginning to end, can only hold one person. In his love for HD Moon, never thought of betrayal, and Bai Ruo also keep a distance from himself. Between the two of them, it is restrained, but also stand up to anyone's check. But today, Bai Ruo seemed not to want to continue to endure. "Yi Ching, I came here today, just to see you. It's getting late. You haven't eaten yet. I'll treat you." Yi Ching sniffed and said with a smile, "It's all in my home. How can I let you treat me to dinner? Moreover, I don't really want to go out anymore. If you don't mind, how about I personally cook 2 dishes? But let's say it first, although I think I'm pretty good at my craft, but I don't know if you can get used to eating it." Bai Ruo sniffed and gave Yi Ching a deep look, saying, "Once upon a time, I've tasted your handiwork, and I can't forget it until today. But I didn't have the opportunity or reason to trouble you, and today, you're willing to cook yourself, so of course, I'm very happy about it." Speaking of this, Bai Ruo softly whispered, "A home-cooked meal to be able to eat with you, to be able to watch you personally cook for me, perhaps, would be considered to allow me to slightly make up for my regrets." Yi Ching didn't hear Bai Ruo's last whisper and spoke with a smile. "You sit and rest first. I'll go cook." After saying that, Yi Ching went straight to the kitchen. Although no one lived in this house anymore, when Yi Ching came back, he still bought a few dishes. Otherwise, it would really be the only way to go out to eat. Yi Ching's cooking is really good. Bai Ruo sitting in the living room, infatuated with the busy Yi Ching in the kitchen, eyes, without a moment to leave, as if, want to keep watching, until, in the future, can no longer watch until. "There's not a lot of stuff. I made a few simple ones. You'll see if you like them." After Yi Ching finished his work, he brought all the dishes to the table. Bai Ruo at this moment, with a happy smile on her face, looked at the dishes in front of her and laughed. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried yellow beef with small stir-fry. "Yi Ching, all of them are what I love to eat. Thank you for remembering." Yi Ching sniffed, shook his head and laughed. "You're the first person to genuinely come to see me after I was released from prison, so I should be the one to thank you. After all, you're the one who made me reintroduce myself to experiencing warmth." That's right. From the moment Yi Ching was released from prison, he was divorced, bullied, and beaten on the door, all of which seemed to have all changed, and all of what was once good has changed. and when he was disappointed and lost, it was by Ruoroa with a sweet smile and sincere eyes. Who came here to see him? Yi Ching was really touched and warm. Just as Yi Ching was about to move his chopsticks, Bai Ruoro took out a card from her hand and placed it on the table. Yi Ching, I know that you have a strong sense of self-esteem, and even more so, a pride that belongs to you, but please give me a chance to love you and help you. And don't reject me, okay? In this card, there's $3 million. It's my savings over the years. I know it may not be a lot of money, but you just got out of jail, and everything has to start over. So take it, even if it's just so that I don't have any regrets. Please take it, okay? Chapter 10, Ex-mother-in-law hits the door. Looking at the bank card on the table, Yi Ching fell silent. This card is not just about money. It's about, well, a lot of love. With Bai Ruoro's deep love and affection for himself, Yi Ching really didn't know how to face it. Sighing softly, Yi Ching pushed the card towards Bai Ruoro and shook his head. Ruoro, I appreciate the thought, but the money, I can't take it. And, don't worry, I've got the money. I won't starve. And what's more, I've got the hands and feet to feed myself. Yi Ching was unwilling to accept it, not only because of the problem of not lacking money, but most importantly, this friendship. He really did not know how to repay it. And when Bai Ruoro looked at the bank card that Yi Ching pushed back, her eyes instantly turned red, and her tears, even more so, snapped and fell. Yi Ching was instantly helpless, and hurriedly spoke. Ruoro, don't cry. I really don't lack money. I'm not lying to you, and I'm not rejecting your kindness to me. Just after half a day, Yi Ching did not say a word. He really did not know how to face it, and what to say. Bai Ruoro wiped her tears, looked at Yi Ching and choked. Yi Ching, I've never pestered you. Even if I love you very much, I've always loved you silently, and haven't bothered. I just, now want to help you. That's all. This card, just take it. Yi Ching, even if I beg you, okay? You just got out of jail. How much money can you have in your hands? And with your temperament, after divorcing HD Moon, you are bound to not accept any compensation given by her. But your pride, your self-esteem, won't allow you to keep on sinking. Consider it as the startup capital I gave you, okay? Consider it a loan from me, okay? Take this card. It's the last thing I can help you with. And in the future, I'm afraid, we won't see each other again. Speaking here, Bai Ruoro finally couldn't help but lose her voice and cry. And this crying, looking at Yi Ching, some heartache. What a wonderful girl. Whoever was able to marry such a woman was sure to be happy. But from the beginning of today's meeting, Yi Ching felt something different. Although Bai Ruoro's face has been hanging a smile, but her eyes, but full of sadness and pain, but also full of struggle and despair, as if she fell into a quagmire cannot be broken free. Around, but no one to save, can only be a person, silently struggling, sinking into the darkness. Yi Ching had wanted to ask, but always felt that it was inconvenient for him to inquire. But now, he couldn't care less. Wakey, I've been away for the past 3 years. And now, what's happened to you? Can you tell me? I can feel that you're in pain, struggling, and if you talk about it, maybe, I can help you too. Yi Ching didn't talk big. He genuinely wanted to help this kind, always silently loving girl. However, Bai Ruoro wiped her tears and shook her head, not intending to throw her question to Yi Ching. In her opinion, Yi Ching was already not easy, and shouldn't be bothered about her. And, besides the fact that it would invite a whole lot of trouble for Yi Ching couldn't help her much. And just as they were eating, there was a heavy tap on the door. Yi Ching, you asshole, open the door for me. Yi Ching was helpless. He knew who this voice was the moment he heard it. Looking at Bai Ruoro, Yi Ching softly said, sorry, I'm afraid that this meal is not going to be very pleasant. After saying that, Yi Ching opened the door of his room and looked at the middle-aged woman outside who was wearing gold and silver with an angry face, sighed and said, Mom, you're here. The person who came was no one else but the mother of HD Moon and Gao Chengshu. From the moment she knew that HD Moon and Yi Ching were divorced, Gao's mother was happier than anyone else. Moreover, it also indulged her own son to find Yi Ching's trouble. After all, in her opinion, the $10 million property, indeed, couldn't just be cheapened to Yi Ching for nothing. But what happened? What did she wait for? Surprisingly, she waited until the news that her son was beaten into the hospital by Yi Ching. This instant, Gao's mother directly exploded. Simply could not help it. Directly rushed over to find Yi Ching's trouble. Mom? Who are you calling mom? Who is your mom? You punk have divorced my daughter. Who are you to call me mom? Yi Ching's face was bland as he looked at Mother Gao and nodded lightly. And Auntie, you're right. Your daughter and I are already divorced, so why are you still looking for me? Yi Ching never expected Gao Mother to be here to explain. As Gao Mother's former son-in-law and a family member who had lived together for a period of time, he understood better than anyone else how acerbic Gao Mother was. This man, and how he resents the poor and the rich. Yi Ching, at the beginning, was able to change the life of Gao Mother's family, allowing them to have food to eat, a house to live in, and a very good life. So Gao Mother was all kinds of fawning over Yi Ching. However, after everything was slowly given to HD Moon by Yi Ching, and after HD Moon's life became better and better, everything slowly changed. Until now, HD Moon has become a beautiful president with a fortune of over $100 million, while she, herself, is nothing more than an ex-convict who has just been released from prison. What kind of attitude Gao Mother will have is already imaginable. Looking at Yi Ching, who dared to speak to herself with such an attitude, Gao Mother couldn't help it at once and directly slapped Yi Ching's face. You dog, still saying what I came to see you for. Tell me yourself, did you hit my son? You bastard. You have big guts. How dare you make a move on my son? I'm telling you, I can't spare you. Yi Ching covered his face. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge the slap, but, rather, he didn't think about dodging. This slap is considered to be a slap in the face of all the affection. All of it. However, before Yi Ching could say anything, Bai Ruo couldn't see Yi Ching being beaten and directly couldn't help but rush up. Auntie, how can you hit someone? Even if Yi Ching hit Gao Chang's shoe, you have to ask why he hit it. What kind of person is Yi Ching? Aren't you clear? He's never been one to initiate trouble, and if he did it, he must have had a reason. Moreover, as soon as I came, I saw this house in a mess. It was clearly Gao Chengshu who took the initiative to provoke the door. Why are you so indiscriminate? Gao Mother looked at the heartbroken Bai Ruo and immediately became angry. Good you Bai Ruo, you were a thief in the beginning, wanting to destroy Qing Yu's marriage. Now it's hard for you to find a chance, is it? So that you pair of dogs can have an affair here. And dinner? Is this the day all over? I'll let you eat. I'll see how you eat. After saying that, the High Mother directly came to the table. A table of food, all pushed down on the ground. The mouth is not clean, open cursing. You pair of dogs, you wait, I won't let it go with you. My son's revenge. I'm sure to avenge it. And you, Bai Ruo, you vixen, shameless, aren't you already engaged? Now you even go behind your fiancé's back and hook up with other men. You wait, I will definitely tell your fiancé, and when the time comes, let's see if he can beat you to death as a Thai fox. When these words came out, Bai Ruo's face instantly paled. Yi Ching's face, on the other hand, was becoming more and more ugly and angry. Chapter 11, Hold me, please. Enough, Auntie. I'm still addressing you as Auntie, so please behave yourself. Also, I no longer have any relationship with HD Moon. This is my home. Please leave. As for the matter of your son being beaten up, that's my doing. It has nothing to do with anyone else. And if you dare to insult my friends again, I'll be rude to you. Yi Ching has a good temper? Wrong. Yi Ching, perhaps once had a good temper. For love. For HD Moon. Able to put up with much more. But no one can bully him when he won't stand for it. As it was now, he could tolerate High Mother again and again. However, when he could tolerate no more, there was no need to tolerate anything. But Gao Mother was the one who didn't listen to advice. Looking at Yi Ching, who dared to yell and lose her temper at herself, she immediately became furious, pointing at Yi Ching's temper, and angrily said, You still dare to be impolite to me? Fine, come on, let's see how you can be impolite to me. You want to hit me, right? Come on, come on. Yi Ching gritted his teeth, pointed at the door, and said, Please go out. Mother Gao snorted coldly, looking at Yi Ching and Bai Ruo, and coldly said, Yi Ching, don't think that just because Bai Ruo has a good family background that she can protect you. I'm telling you, you're looking for the wrong person. The entire Bai family is having trouble protecting themselves, and they're about to marry Bai Ruo off to the Tan family's male son. And when that happens, she herself will have trouble protecting herself. So do you think she'll be able to protect you? Speaking here, Mother Gao looked at the miserable Bai Ruo and sneered. Bai Ruo, you are living your life here in private meeting with Yi Ching today. Just wait. When young Master Tan knows about this, not only will you not be able to avoid a beating, but your Bai family will also suffer along with you, as well as Yi Ching. As far as young Master Tan's bad temper is concerned, will he be able to let go of Yi Ching? Ha ha, I'll wait to see how you guys die. Also, you're a Thai fox. You're a real lowlife. Even an incompetent criminal can hook you up. You're disgusting and shameless. Yi Ching couldn't hold back any longer when he heard Gao's mother say these words, and directly slapped Gao's mother heavily in the face. One more word of nonsense and I'll smash your mouth. Gao mother at this moment, a face of shock and anger. How could she not expect? Yi Cheng really dared to make a move on herself. Actually, dared to slap herself. At this moment, Gao mother went crazy, like a shrew at Yi Cheng, scratching and clawing. Ah, you punk, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. I'll make sure you die. I swear, I won't let you go. You dog, how dare you hit me? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Looking at Gao mother who was splashing and rolling around, scratching and clawing at herself, Yi Cheng couldn't hold back any longer, and directly grabbed Gao mother's hand, and then left and right. It was 2 slaps on the face. Immediately, the high mother's face smacked a little red and swollen. I'll have the last word. Get out now or I don't mind breaking your mouth full of teeth. At this moment, Yi Cheng's eyes were cold and dangerous. Looking at the high mother, she was a bit dazed and scared. She had never seen such a fierce and icy eyes of Yi Cheng. At this moment, she had a feeling that if she didn't leave and continue to fool around, she was afraid that Yi Cheng would really come down hard on herself. Needless to say, at this moment, the high mother wimped out. Good, 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 you pair of dogs, you wait, I will not let you go. After saying that, Gao mother directly left in a huff. And after Gao mother left, Yi Cheng looked at the soulful and pale Bai Ruoro, and sighed softly, saying, I'm sorry for making you follow and suffer an undeserved disaster. Bai Ruoro shook her head. The tear tracks on her face, still not wiped off, looked pitiful. No, it's me who's sorry. Because of my irrationality, I'm afraid I will bring you some trouble. Yi Cheng, go away. Leave Jiangcheng first, go out and hide. Okay? In Bai Ruoro's opinion, it might have been okay if she hadn't been discovered by Gao's mother today, but was found by Gao mother, and Gao mother and so angry, will definitely spread this matter. At that time, Bai Ruoro himself how to suffer. Okay, but she does not want to involve Yi Cheng. In her opinion, Yi Cheng wouldn't be a match for young Tan, and with his temperament, young Tan would definitely strike out in retaliation, and at that time, Yi Cheng would definitely be injured, or even have his arms and legs broken, which wasn't an impossible thing. After all, it wasn't like Tan Xiao had done this kind of thing once or twice before. Yi Cheng gently sighed and said, Ruo, you are doing this for my own good. You are coming to see me and help me. How can it be your fault? Also, from the time you came, I could tell that your mood was not quite right. What was that engagement she just talked about? And this Tan Xiao, what's up with that? Are you, getting married? But I can't see that you're half as happy as you should be. Tell me, were you forced to do it? At the mention of this, Bai Ruoro could no longer control herself and sat directly on the sofa to cover her face, crying bitterly. She'd been pretending to be strong, but she was, well, just a weak woman. She can't change her fate. She can only brace herself for a future that may be hellish, but she, for real, will be in pain, sad and broken. Yet what could she do with all this vulnerability, even if she showed it to others? But she had, today, completely displayed her vulnerability in front of Yi Cheng. As for Yi Cheng, he looked at Bai Ruoro who was crying sadly and painfully. He sighed gently, took out a tissue and handed it to Bai Ruoro. If you don't want to, don't marry him. Marriage should be happy, for a lifetime. What kind of person is this Tan Xiao? I don't know. If he loves you and treats you well, maybe it's okay, but I can see that he seems not a good person. And also, he won't treat you well. In that case, why do you want to marry? For the sake of what is called compulsion? Happiness? It's in your hands to hold. There's no need for you to commit yourself for anyone. Anything. Ruo. This marriage. Just don't close it. Don't cry. Yi Cheng's words warmed Bai Ruoro's heart. However, it couldn't change anything. Bai Ruoro slowly stopped sobbing, forced herself to calm down, squeezed out a smile, and said, I'm sorry for letting you see my vulnerable side. Okay, it's okay, my thing. I can fix it. It's just that, Yi Cheng, I might really bring you trouble. Promise me that you'll leave Jiangcheng for a while first, okay? Take the money I'm giving you and go out and live for a while. Not just to avoid some mischief, but to, well, take a break, okay? Promise me you won't upset me or worry me, okay? Even me, please. Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Cheng with a deep look on her face, and was truly afraid that Yi Cheng, who was already living a miserable life, would be harmed by something he shouldn't be because of herself. Yi Cheng hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Bai Ruoro gritted her teeth and directly stepped forward and hugged Yi Cheng. Hold me, please, just this once. Chapter 12. Who did the old man give his shares to? Feeling the warmth in front of him, looking at Bai Ruoro who was hugging herself, but was constantly sobbing and wetting her chest with tears, Yi Qing could feel that during this period of time, Bai Ruoro had endured too much aggression and pressure. A girl who loves herself deeply and pays without regret. Now, but fell into this situation. Yi Qing cannot bear it, even as a good friend. Yi Qing felt that he had the need to help Bai Ruoro. At the very least, it was necessary to let her get free. Gently embracing Bai Ruoro, Yi Qing softly said, "The bank card. I left it behind. Even if it's your investment, it's enough for me to see you unhappy. Trouble, I'll help you out. Believe me." Bai Ruoro cried even louder when she heard Yi Qing's words of concern. It wasn't until, after a few minutes had passed, that Bai Ruoro slowly stopped choking, then looked at Yi Qing and said, "I'm sorry, I lost my temper. But Yi Qing, just for my sake, leave Zhongchang first, okay? Even if I'm begging you, leave. Even if you go out for a walk, please leave. You hid Gao Changshu today, and even Gao Changshu's mother. They won't let you go. HD Moon is not the HD Moon that once was. Gao Changshu is also in the underground world of Zhongchang. Behind is followed by the Wan family's ninth uncle. That is the real underground world, big brother. You can't fight them. Leave, okay?" Yi Qing knew that whatever he said now was useless, because Bai Ruoro would not believe that he was capable enough to solve the problem. However, and do not want to let Bai Ruoro worry, so Yi Qing can only first temporarily agreed, so as to comfort Bai Ruoro, so that she can rest assured. "Okay, wakey, I promise you, you don't have to worry about me. I'll protect myself. Moreover, if I tell you that, in fact, I'm not afraid of any Tan Shao, much less any ninth uncle of the Wan family. Are you not going to believe me? But the truth is, not only am I not afraid of them, they, in fact, have asked for it." The way this was said, Bai Ruoro felt that it wasn't funny at all. However, thinking of a man's face and dignity, Bai Ruoro didn't intend to expose Yi Qing. Anyway, as long as Yi Qing promised to leave and could guarantee safety, this was enough. "Okay, I know Yi Qing you're the best, but just for my sake, just go out for a walk and don't let me worry, okay? I know, you're not a pool animal. As long as you're willing, you'll definitely achieve something. I believe in you, and I'm waiting for you. Yi Qing, you're the best, always. No matter what HD Moon and the others say about you, please remember that in my heart, you, Yi Qing, are the best. No one can compare, and that's the truth." After saying that, Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Qing reluctantly, then looked at the rice scattered on the ground and said bitterly, "This meal, not eating it, is my regret, but seeing you well, seeing you safe, I'm happy. Yi Qing, goodbye." After saying that, Bai Ruoro didn't look back and left directly, as if, afraid that once she turned her head, she would never be able to leave again. As for Yi Qing, looking at Bai Ruoro's departing back and sobbing appearance, he gently sighed and said, "Ruoro, your piece of infatuation, how can I repay you? Perhaps, what I can do, is to help you solve your problem, and I, in turn, will show you with practical actions, that I'm really not afraid of these people. It's them who should be afraid." Vanguard, Uncle 9? Perhaps I should go ahead and make the trip. At the mention of ninth uncle and the Wan family, Yi Qing's eyes brightened slightly, and in his heart, he had a decision. At this time, within the small meeting room of the high levels of the Cloud Group, a giant group in Dacia with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets and spanning dozens of industries, a few high levels of the Cloud Group, or rather, a few brothers of the Cloud family, were sitting together, and were looking worried and angry. What does the old man mean? A letter saying that he has transferred his shares to a young man? It's simply outrageous. The Cloud End Group belongs to our Yun family. Others, what qualifications do they have to meddle? A middle-aged man with an angry face, as if his things had been stolen. And in fact, it is indeed similar. The Cloud Group is the Cloud Old Man single-handedly created. The development to the present has been decades, of course. The asset is to reach a staggering hundreds of billions of dollars. As a result, the old man without saying a word, the shares to someone else. This let who heard, cannot understand. This is the Cloud Group, a random 1% of the shares. That represents tens of billions of dollars of wealth. Not to mention, in the hands of Elder Yun, he still holds 30% of the shares. That is hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth. The most important thing is not this, but these shares can completely shake the current management of the Cloud End Group. If someone wants to intervene, the Cloud End Group will change the owner. Boss Yun's words caused all those present to be filled with righteous indignation and anger. It was our fault that the old man was in jail in the first place, but we weren't ungrateful. That couldn't be helped. What is this now? Revenge? No, this matter, absolutely not, belongs to our Yun family's property. Anyone, don't want to take it away. The old man is old and confused. What he said doesn't count. That's right. That what young man? I don't know how to fool the old man. However, it's not important. What's important is that this person find out. I would like to see. In the face of such a large amount of wealth, does he really dare to ask for it? I'm afraid that he has the life to ask for it, but not the life to spend it. Send someone to investigate and make everything clear. That young man who accepted the old man's shares. If he is sensible, give him 3 melons and 2 dates to let him transfer his shares. That's all. If he is not sensible, kill him. A few Yin family brothers sat down together, and soon, the matter was finalized. It was impossible for them to give up such a huge amount of wealth as the Cloud Group, much less let outsiders get their hands on it. And at this moment, Yi Cheng still does not know. He does not realize that he has a little more trouble wrapped around him, but even if he knows, he will not care. He cares more about Master Yun's heart's desire, whether it can be achieved or not. As for someone wanting to deal with themselves, come on, just that. If he was afraid, then he was not Yi Cheng, and it doesn't matter that he's not afraid. The point now is that the trouble really is a lot, especially the High Mother and Ran to make such a mess. His relationship with the High family, it is impossible to ease the relationship. Even Yi Cheng is not sleeping now, has been prepared for the month of HD. Once again on the door, who let herself slap her mother a few times. Chapter 13, They're cheating. Gao family. Gao mother sat at home, angrily dropping several teacups. To her, today was a strange shame. To be beaten by Yi Cheng, this was something that could not even be dreamed of. HD Moon soon returned home, and after learning what happened to Gao's mother, the whole person, too, was angry to the extreme. Yi Cheng, beating Gao Changshu, already made her unacceptable. Now, even beat her mother. Is there any king's law? Yes, she knew that her own brother and mother must have taken it upon themselves to take the initiative to come to the door to provoke. But no matter how provocative it was also her own mother and brother, and it was Yi Cheng's turn to come out and teach her a lesson? Asshole, simply outrageous. Mom, you leave it alone. This matter, I will definitely give you an explanation. Yi Cheng, I will make him pay a painful price. When Gao mother heard this, she nodded heavily and said, it doesn't matter about my old face, but he beat your brother like this. You can't just ignore it. I'm telling you, I've already asked someone to notify Ninth Uncle, and Ninth Uncle will go to the hospital very soon, and when that time comes, I want Yi Cheng to die. Upon hearing that Mother Gao had notified Uncle Nine, HD Moon immediately flinched, then frowned. Mom, what are you doing notifying Uncle Nine? It's not like you don't know Ninth Uncle's status and methods. If he were to make a move, it would really take a life. It's a big deal. It's going to affect me. It's going to affect my brother. You're being impulsive. Ninth Uncle's name was well known in the underground world of Jiangqing City. Even if HD Moon is now a beautiful president with over $100 million, when she sees Uncle Nine, she has to give 3 points of face. After all, people are not only the big brother of the underground world, but also the people of the Wan family. In the face of the Wan family, HD Moon, she can't be proud of it. Gao mother looked at HD Moon with some hesitation and scorn, and immediately shook her head. People have beaten your mother, your brother. At this time, why are you still worrying about whether or not he's dead? HD Moon, don't tell me that you still have feelings for Yi Cheng. Ah, I tell you, I will never allow it, not even if I die. Also, let me tell you, just die. This Yi Cheng is basically a human-faced beastly thing. He has a belly full of tricks. You have no idea. Guess what I saw? I saw Yi Cheng and Bai Ruo. Yes, that's your bosom friend Bai Ruo. The two of them were sitting in a room, eating a candlelight dinner, dating, in the middle of the night. This shameless pair of men and women were together openly like this. Do you dare to say that there's nothing going on between them? I'm afraid, between them, there have long been unspeakable things. HD Moon, you're confused. Now, you know why I'm so angry. When Gao mother said this, HD Moon flinched for a moment. She received a call from Bai Ruo, but she had already warned Bai Ruo. But she didn't expect that Bai Ruo really looked for it. Moreover, the two of them also had a candlelight dinner? For some reason, when she heard about this matter, HD Moon's anger, she couldn't control it, especially when she thought about that unbearable picture. HD Moon wanted to lift the table and hit someone. Mom, are you telling the truth? Bai Ruo and Yi Cheng, are they really having a candlelight dinner together? Gao mother sniffed, nodded heavily, and said, it's true. You say, this Yi Cheng and Bai Ruo haven't been hooking up for a long time. Otherwise, how could they be so bright and shameless after just getting divorced? You also Yi Cheng heart is guilty of it. maybe they are not long betrayed you. But daughter, you rest assured. This breath, mom to you out of the certainty. At this moment, high-definition Moon only felt a burning rage, as if she was really betrayed and abandoned like that spiteful woman. Looking at Gal mother leaping forward, HD Moon directly shook her head and said, "No, mom, you don't have to care about this matter. I'll deal with it personally. Beating them up is too cheap. I'll let them know what kind of price they'll pay for daring to go behind my back and do things to apologize to me. It's not that they can't figure out their own identity, can't tell what they count as, okay? Then I'll let them both realize that they, in the end, count as something." Looking at HD Moon's cold face and gritted teeth, Cal mother was happy in her heart. She seldom saw this side of HD Moon, but every time, as long as she saw it, it meant that HD Moon was really angry. Then, everything would be fine. "Daughter, that Yi Qing's property, you are not allowed to give it. Your brother has grown up. Give it to him, otherwise when looking for a girlfriend, there is no money to spend. It's also too humiliating. Point. You say right." Where did HD Moon care about this at this time? She immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I know, mom, then I'll leave first. Anyway, you don't have to care about these things. I'll take care of it." After saying that, HD Moon left the house in a huff. The way she acted, it was confusing to see who, exactly, had abandoned who, and who, again, had betrayed who. After leaving the house, HD Moon immediately called Yi Qing's cell phone. Soon the call was answered. "Yi Qing, tomorrow at noon. Let's find a time to meet. That's all." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qing to say anything, HD Moon directly hung up the phone. "Yi Qing, don't you not realize that you are a toad? Don't you still think you have a sense of superiority? Fine, then I'll show you how big the gap between you and me is now. I hope that when the time comes, you don't feel so inferior that you want to die." After saying that, HD Moon edited a text message and sent it to Tan Xiao. The content was simple. Bai Ruo cheated on her. Only after doing this did HD Moon drive back to the villa she was currently living in. And at this time, Yi Qing looked at his cell phone, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, not knowing what HD Moon was going to do again. However, no matter what moths HD month engage in, Yi Qing are not with the fear of pouring. However, at this moment, Tan Xiao, who was hugging left and right at the bar and teasing with a group of beautiful women, immediately, after seeing the text message on his cell phone, revealed an angry expression. "Bai Ruo, cheating? It's simply outrageous. In this world, is there anyone else who dares to cuckold him? Mr. Tan, especially Bai Ruo. He worked hard to chase for so many years. People are not half a good face to him. His patience has long been worn out. More no, Bai Ruo's heart, there has always been a person. Just these were enough to make him." Tan Xiao, hate to ruthlessly clean up Bai Ruo. Taking out his cell phone, Tan Xiao directly dialed Bai Ruo's number. "Now, immediately, come to the hotel and find me. Otherwise, our engagement will be cancelled, and my Tan family will unite with other forces to carve up your entire Bai family together. And when that happens, I'll make your entire family run out into the streets to beg for food." After saying that, Tan Xiao immediately left the bar drunkenly, drove directly, and went to his own long private room in the hotel. And Bai Ruo, at the moment is sitting on a street bench. After the phone hung up, she showed a bitter smile. Long ago guessed that there will not be a good result. This is not, the phone called well, but she, dare not go, because, the future of her whole family, depends on her. Chapter 14, The Beaten Bai Ruo. Maple Leaf Hotel. In front of Tam Xiao's long private room, Bai Ruo stood at the door, took a deep breath, and then, knocked on the door. After half a ring, the door to the room opened, and Tan Xiao looked at Bai Ruo with a drunken face. Then without saying a word, he directly pulled Bai Ruo's hand with one hand and pulled Bai Ruo into the room. Afterwards, Tan Xiao directly forcefully hugged Bai Ruo and just wanted to kiss her, while Bai Ruo desperately resisted and struggled violently, and finally kicked Tan Xiao fiercely before she was let go. Tan Xiao's expression grew more and more hideous as he looked at the panicked Bai Ruo. "Bitch, you are going to be engaged to me, and you are going to marry me in the future, and now you won't even let me touch it. You say, do you want to die? Don't let me touch it. What kind of white lotus flower are you pretending to be? Do you think I don't know what you've done and whether there's someone else in your heart? I'm ignoring you. You're still getting excited, right? I'm telling you, today, either you serve me well, or I'm going to beat you so much you can't get out of the door." After saying that, Tan Xiao once again rushed towards Bai Ruo, wanting to forcefully have sex with Bai Ruo. As for Bai Ruo, she was still fighting for her life, and her tears were pouring out. "Tan Xiao, what do you want? What do you really want? I beg you, Leave me some dignity, okay? Even if I beg you. Bai Ruoro violently pushed Tan Xiao away and choked, crouching in the corner and crying bitterly. Tan Xiao looked at the blood marks on his face scratched out by Bai Ruoro, and his expression grew angrier and angrier. Bitch, I touched you. You swore to die. But behind your back, you took the initiative to go to someone else's bed, and hooked up with someone else. You dry cuckolded me. You want to die. Your whole family wants to die. After saying that, Tan Xiao directly walked forward, grabbed Bai Ruoro's hair and yanked Bai Ruoro up. The pain made Bai Ruoro's tears flow down, and her hair was yanked out a lot. Bitch, who is that adulterer? Don't think I don't know. Can't find out. When I find him, I'll break both his legs and hands in front of you. By then, I'll see if you still look at him. You are so dirty. You are so dirty. Why don't you let me touch? Labor is not enough to love you? Is it not good enough for you? How dare you hurt me like this? Today, I let you know no. I Tan Xiao. In the end, what kind of person? You, in the future should be in front of me. How to do? After saying his words, Tan Xiao directly slapped Bai Ruoro's face heavily, and instantly made 5 clearly visible fingerprints on Bai Ruoro's white and tender little face. And that's not all. Tan Xiao does not seem to be relieved. Grabbed Bai Ruoro's hair, began to shoot left and right, constantly slapping, not a moment's effort, Bai Ruoro's entire face, all red and swollen, the corners of the mouth, but also the flow of blood. It looks extraordinarily miserable. Say, you will cut off your relationship with that adulterer in the future. Say, who is that adulterer? Now kneel in front of me, apologize and repent to me, tell me who he is, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death today. Bai Ruoro was beaten with a bleeding mouth and nose. Her nose was bruised and swollen. However, her mouth was firmly closed. She knew that as long as she told who Yi Qing was, Tan Xiao would not beat her anymore. However, with Tan Xiao's temper, he would immediately gather his men and go to Yi Qing's trouble. At that time, Yi Qing would really be in dire straits. Therefore, Bai Ruoro was definitely not going to say anything. She was definitely not going to watch something happen to Yi Qing, especially, or because of herself. Surname Tan, if you have the guts, just beat me to death. I've already said that I don't have any unsavory relationship with anyone else. It's you who's overthinking things. Also, in 2 days, we'll be engaged. You fight. You fight. You fight. Beat me can't see people. You Tan Xiao will have face. You can have an explanation? Oh, at that time, your Tan family's face will also have no light, right? Seeing that Bai Ruoro not only didn't open her mouth, but even dared to talk back, Tan Xiao was immediately enraged, and directly grabbing her hair, she slammed Bai Ruoro down hard on the ground, and then continuously kicked Bai Ruoro's body with her feet. This scene, anyone who sees it, will be chilled to the bone. Beating people like this is going to kill people. Beating an adult man, I'm afraid it will make people suffer, let alone, or Bai Ruoro such a delicate woman. But Tan Xiao did not care, constantly kicking and punching Bai Ruoro's body, until Bai Ruoro completely passed out. The whole body was beaten with a blue and purple piece. Tan Xiao is considered to have dissipated his anger. Get up. What are you pretending to be dead for me? If you dare to pretend to be dead in front of me again, I'll really beat you to death for good. Tan Xiao kicked Bai Ruoro, who was lying on the ground, with his foot, and as a result, Bai Ruoro didn't half react. Only then did Tan Xiao squat down somewhat nervously and used his hand to probe Bai Ruoro's nostrils. Feeling that Bai Ruoro was still breathing, Tan Xiao was relieved. If he really killed Bai Ruoro, not to mention whether or not he really couldn't let go, I'm afraid that this matter would not be easy to solve. In any case, the White family, or have a fight, hit the White Ruoro a meal, okay, but killed people, that is really torn face, into the enemy. At that time, their own certainly will not have good fruit to eat. Looking viciously at Bai Ruoro, Tan Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you think you can protect that man by not speaking? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Today, I'll let you off the hook for now, and when you're better, I'll let you see with your own eyes, in front of you, how I beat that adulterer to death." After saying that, Tan Xiao dialed 120, and then arranged for his men to immediately rush to the hotel, taking Bai Ruoro to the hospital together, and he Tan Xiao, actually lying directly on the bed hooting and hollering. Even the hospital are not willing to go to a trip, and at this moment, Jiangcheng City Hospital, VIP ward, the old man of the Wan family, because of the sudden aggravation of his condition, was rushed to the hospital. The head of the Wan family, Wan Haixin, was anxious at the moment, and the entire Wan family had almost filled the building. Looking at the chattering crowd, Wan Haixing couldn't help but burst into a rage. Shut up, all of you. What are you doing here to add to my mess? Go back, all of you. In the Wan family, Wan Haixing was the head of the family who said nothing. When he was angry, no one dared to go against him, especially when it was still a matter related to Elder Wan's health. Everyone had to be careful, because the Wan family lord was a filial son, the kind that could give everything or even his life for Elder Wan. At least, in Jiangchang and even the entire eastern province in various fields. As long as you know Wan Haixing people, say he is not good, say he is ruthless. In short, say what he has, but there is no one to say that he is not filial. Great filial son. It's recognized. When the crowd had all left, only the necessary people remained in the building. Wan Haixing looked at Ninth Uncle and couldn't hold back any longer. No, Ninth Uncle, we must call Divine Dr. Yi. 3 days is too long. The old man simply can't wait now. Chapter 15, to save him is to go against the heavens. Ninth Uncle, not surnamed Wan, was, however, a Wan family member closer than the Wan family. In the status of the entire Wan family, Ninth Uncle is only under one person, Wan Haixing, deep Wan Haixing's trust. Especially, Uncle Nine was also a big shot in the underground world, so even the first family of the Wan family had to be respectful when they saw Uncle Nine. Ninth Uncle looked at the anxious Wan Haixing and nodded heavily. That's right, there is an urgency to things, now that the old master's condition has changed. This matter needs to be made known to Divine Dr. Yi. Family Master, I'm afraid you still have to make this call yourself. Wan Haixing sniffed and immediately took out his cell phone. Only, looking at the early morning time displayed on his cell phone, Wan Haixing again hesitated a little. Ninth Uncle, at this point in time, will it disturb Divine Dr. Yi? This kind of strange person has a strange temper. If we offend him and he doesn't even make a move anymore, that would really be complete despair. The old man is now lying in the hospital emergency. At least still alive. There is a ray of hope, perhaps still be able to wait until the arrival of Yi Divine Doctor. But, if we Divine Doctor angry not come, then it is really hopeless. Wan Haixing was really a bit hesitant now. And yes, caring is messy. And when Uncle Nine heard this, he clenched his teeth and said, it won't be. In the beginning, since Divine Dr. Yi promised to come, it represents his commitment. And since he's a doctor, he knows very well that the patient's condition is changing all the time. He should have this kind of mental preparation. Family head, fight. If Divine Dr. Yi is displeased, we'll just go all out to make amends and apologize. Right now, there's nothing more important than the old man's life and safety. When Wan Haixing heard this, he immediately nodded his head and gritted his teeth. As long as Divine Dr. Yi can save the old man's life, even if I have to put my life on the line, I'll admit it. After saying that, Wan Haixing directly dialed Yi Qing's phone. After just a few seconds of the call, Wan Haixing's originally apprehensive face became overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, Wan Haixing looked at Ninth Uncle and said happily, Divine Dr. Yi is a good man, heavenly good man. After learning that the old master's condition had suddenly worsened and he was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, he didn't even say anything. He directly asked for the address and said that he would be rushing here now. Good man, really good man. I originally thought that Divine Dr. Yi would not be happy to disturb him so late in the evening, but I didn't expect that he would be so committed. And so good. Great. Just great. Watching Wan Haixing happy, Ninth Uncle was also relieved and nodded his head gently, saying, Family Master, we must treat Divine Dr. Yi well, no matter if he is Chen Lao's savior or not, and if there is no more where he came from, just based on the fact that he was able to save the old man, and is so sentimental and righteous, we have to treat him well. When Wan Haixing heard this, he nodded his head heavily, a glint of essence flashed in his eyes, and said, That's good. In the future, Dr. Ye's matter is my matter. Wan Haixing, as long as Dr. Yi has a word to say, if you want me to die, I'll give it all. In less than half an hour, Yi Qing arrived at the hospital. It was a matter of human life, and what had been promised to Yi Qing, it was a matter of keeping one's word. What's more, in his opinion, it was time for him and the Wan family to make contact. When he came to the entrance of the VIP ward, looking at the Wan family lord and Ninth Uncle who were anxiously hovering outside the ward, Yi Qing directly walked up and spoke indifferently. You are the Wan family lord, right? The wannabe family lord sniffed and glanced at Yi Qing, and was immediately flabbergasted. From the phone call, he could hear that Yi Qing was young. However, he could not have imagined that it would be so young. Obviously in his 20s. Would he be a miracle healer? You are? Yi Qing laughed and said, You called me and now you're asking who I am? Where's the old man? I'll go see. When the Wan family master heard this, he immediately opened his mouth and said, You are Divine Dr. Yi? I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young. Please come in, quickly. Although now the Wan family master because of Yi Qing's age some questions. But, after all, is Chen old man or recognized people? Is Inaon will not have a problem. At the very least, it was necessary to let Yi Qing see the disease first. The kind of fun that questions and then doesn't allow a cure because you're young. Wan Haixin won't do it. After Yi Qing entered the ward, he looked at the unconscious old man lying on the hospital bed, then directly sat beside the old man and began to take his pulse. The wannabe family had carefully said, "Divine Dr. Yi, the hospital's various test results and medical records have been prepared, so you can look at them anytime if you need to." Yi Qing didn't open his mouth. He just continued to take his pulse with all his heart. Until, after a while, Yi Qing looked at the Wan family lord and said, "The old man was suffering too much when he was young, which led to a deficiency in his body, and when he got older, he was too weak to be replenished, and to put it in a bad way, the old man is, right now, in a state of being out of oil, and this is something that the other doctors should have also said to you guys, right?" The wannabe clan master sniffed, nodded, and said with some sadness, "That's right, the other doctors said the same thing, so there's almost no cure except for resuscitation to save your life. But Divine Dr. Yi, I know that you are a person with great ability. Please, save my father. His old man's life, he has never enjoyed the blessings. A lifetime of suffering and suffering, it's not easy to wait for me to have the money." The whole person's body collapsed again. "Please, help." Yi Qing gently sighed, looked at the old man on the hospital bed, shook his head, and said, "Saving him now, although it's not considered to be bringing the dead back to life, but it's still snatching someone from the hands of the king of Hades. I, Yi Qing, think that my medical skills are not bad, but the problem is that this matter goes against the way of heaven. It's not good to do, and it can't be done. Family Master 1, it's not that I won't help you, but your father is nearing the end of his lifespan. What I can do now is to help you maintain the old man's lifespan for a few days, so that he can come to his senses. Other than that, I'm sorry that I can't help." The moment these words came out, Wan Haixin's entire body collapsed. However, hearing Yi Qing say that it wasn't that it couldn't be done, but that it couldn't be done, it wasn't good to do it, then that meant that, Yi Qing, there was still a way to do it. Wan Haixin hurriedly held Yi Qing's hand and choked. "Mr. Yi, I beg you, I know that you have a way, as long as you can save my father, no matter what request you have, I promise you, I beg you, save my father, please." After saying that, Wan Haixin was actually about to kneel down and beg. This scene also caused Yi Qing to frown slightly when he watched it, and at this time, Uncle Nine looked at Yi Qing and said softly, "Divine Dr. Yi, can you come out and talk alone for a while? And afterwards, no matter what, we won't blame you." After leading Yi Qing out of the door, Ninth Uncle sighed softly and said, "Divine Dr. Yi, if you can help, I beg you, please help." You see the Wan family master crying so sadly, but in reality, do you know? Master 1 is not the old master's own son. In fact, the old master has been helping people all his life, and has adopted many children. He has never married in his life. Afterwards, Ninth Uncle told Yi Qing about the old man's good deeds in his life, and Yi Qing, who was listening to it, was shaken and moved by it. Such a good man, who has done good deeds all his life, but has not enjoyed half a day's blessing. Poor, pathetic. Yi Qing sighed softly and said softly, "You're Uncle Nine, right? Don't say it. I know, people, I'll save, just by virtue of the old man's life of kindness. It's worth me acting against the heavens for once." As he spoke, Yi Qing was about to enter the ward when he saw that Bai Ruoro's family actually hurriedly rushed to the ward next door, with Bai Ruoro's name in his mouth. At this moment, Yi Qing's brows furrowed with a bad feeling. Chapter 16 Green Emperor's Skill of Eternal Life. Bai Ruoro had just approached herself today, and she had already learned that Bai Ruoro was going to marry a very bad man, and Gao Mother had even bumped into the incident, and as a result, she saw Bai Ruoro's family in the hospital at night. This to say that there is no relationship in it. Yi Qing also do not believe. Watching Bai Ruoro's family members enter the hospital room, Yi Qing could no longer hold back and directly walked over, and Uncle Nine was flabbergasted for a moment, then hurriedly followed Yi Qing. In the room, the beds were empty, and Yi Qing had just walked to the door of the room when he heard the doctor speak. Bai Ruo is doing surgery in the operating room. Although the patient has been badly beaten, but fortunately, it hasn't harmed the safety of life yet. As for the rest, we can only wait until the patient wakes up and then do the examination. Please ask the family members to wait here for a while. Bai Ruo, beaten into the hospital, into the operating room? In Yi Qing's eyes, a trace of anger flashed through. his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, in his mind, there was only Bai Ruo's gentle and kind side, only Bai Ruo's caring and warmth towards himself. Such a beautiful girl. Who is it that is so tolerant to lay such a cruel hand on her? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Uncle Nine could see the change in Yi Qing's mood, and at this moment, spoke cautiously. Divine Dr. Yi, is there anything I need to do? Yi Qing sniffed, took a deep breath, looked at the still empty hospital beds, then directly walked towards Elder Wan's hospital room. Ninth uncle, I'll treat Elder Wan now, and we'll talk about other things later. While Bai Ruoro is still in the operating room at this moment, Yi Qing just want to do what should be done quickly, and then, until Bai Ruoro awake, he will personally ask, in the end who dared to Bai Ruoro so cruel, and no matter who it was, he, Yi Qing, would never forgive. Never. After arriving at Elder Wan's hospital room, Yi Qing's face was clearly already a bit off. Get out, all of you, and no one, may come near without my orders. After saying that, Yi Qing directly took out a purple wooden box from his body, and within the box, there were 108 golden needles. Wan Haixin swallowed his saliva, even if he believed in Yi Qing's medical skills, but after all, it was related to his father's life and death. It was impossible not to be careful. Divine Dr. Yi, is there anything we need to do? Could it be that you are going to treat my father with acupuncture? Yi Qing glanced at Wan Haixin and said with an icy expression, your father is already in a state of powerlessness. If I save him now, it would be like acting against the heavens. Seeing as the old man has been kind all his life, I'm willing to make an exception and take the consequences. What? You still don't believe me? Wan Haixin waved his hands and said he didn't dare. Yi Qing waved his hand and said, get out. I heal. I don't like people watching. When Wan Haixin heard this, he didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly left the ward with ninth uncle. After leaving the hospital room, Wan Haixin looked at ninth uncle and said softly, ninth uncle, why do you feel that Divine Dr. Ye's mood is a bit off? Did something happen? Ninth uncle sniffed and pointed to Bai Ruo's ward, saying, just now, after Divine Dr. Yi saw those people outside the ward, his mood was off. I saw it. That's the Bai family's people. It seems to be their daughter, who was given a severe beating and sent to the hospital, and now she's still in the operating room, and I reckon it has something to do with this matter. When Wan Haixin heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, as long as it's Dr. Ye's business, it's my Wan family's business. That's what I've already said. Ninth uncle, go and inquire about the matter, and if we are needed to make a move, then we'll go all out. Ninth uncle sniffed, nodded heavily, and said, okay, I'll go now. And at this moment, in the middle of the hospital room, looking at Elder Wan, who was lying on the hospital bed, unconscious, Yi Qing took out his golden needle and said softly, Elder, you're a good person, and since I've come across it, I'll give you a hand. At the very least, 3 years of young life for you, so that you can enjoy a little bit of heavenly happiness. As the words fell, Yi Qing held the golden needle. The first needle stuck on Elder Wan's arm. Then, Yi Qing's hand speed was getting faster and faster, and there were even stumps, until, after all the 108 golden needles were stabbed into Elder Wan's body, Yi Qing was already so tired that sweat appeared on his forehead. This kind of needle application technique required several acupoints to be stabbed at the same time with extremely fast speed. It is an absolute test of the precision and speed of the person using the needle. Especially, these golden needles were not just golden needles. The moment each one of them was stabbed down, it would be used by Yi Qing to perform his own unique secret technique, transmitting internal energy, as a way to achieve a better effect. The process, which is exhausting and tiring, is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, sipping his tea, and watched as the 108 golden needles began to slowly emit white smoke, and knew that half of them had already been completed. For the next half, it would be necessary for Yi Qing to use his unique secret technique, the Green Emperor's everlasting life skill, to transform life for Elder Wan. In degrees, saving lives is not easy, especially to save a person who has run out of oil and light, and is already equivalent to a person who is about to be sentenced to death. That is even more fighting with heaven and earth for the chance of life, and the price to be paid is extremely high. The sky, getting brighter. Yi Qing's body had long been wet with sweat. The whole person did not look a few good spirits. It was only at this point, looking at Elder Wan, who was lying on the hospital bed, breathing steadily and starting to become rosy in color, that Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Opening the door, Master Wan and Uncle Nine had been waiting anxiously outside, but they didn't dare to disturb Yi Qing at all, until they saw Yi Qing's incomparably weak appearance. Although they didn't know exactly what Yi Qing had done, they also knew that Yi Qing, I'm afraid, had paid a great price. Divine Dr. Yi, are you alright? My father, is he okay? Yi Qing took a deep breath, slowly sat on a chair by the wall, waved his hand and said, don't worry, Elder Wan's life is saved. Not only that, today, without any accident, he will awaken. Moreover, his body will become healthy. Only, Master Wan, you have to be ready. 3 years, at most, 5 years of time, Elder Wan will die of longevity. What I can do is just to help him prolong his life for a few years at the same time, so that he can eat and walk and communicate normally in these few years. And you guys have to let the heavenly happiness that he enjoys in these few years, not to leave any regrets. It didn't sound like a very long time, but, for those who truly understood Elder Wan's physical condition, it was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Qing not only can make Master Wan's body recovered, but also said life extension 3 to 5 years of this kind of words. This is still a person? Where is this still what medical skills are? This is simply the immortal method is right The Wan family master and ninth uncle looked at each other, and both saw horror in the other's eyes. As for them, their respect for Yi Qing, at this moment, was even more extreme. Divine Dr. Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. In short, just one sentence. As long as you use my Wan family's place, you can just open your mouth, whether it's on the mountain of swords or under the sea of fire. Even if it's to ask for my Wan Haixin's life, I'll never say anything. Yi Qing nodded and said, don't call me Divine Dr. Yi. I don't like to flaunt it. Go and check on the old man. I'll have something else to do this time, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Qing looked towards Bai Ruoro's hospital room, then somewhat weakly stood up and walked towards Bai Ruoro's hospital room. As for Uncle Nine, he didn't dare to be slow, and directly walked to Yi Qing's side, reaching out to support him. Chapter 17, Parents Who Sell Their Daughters. Yi Qing waved his hand and shook his head. I'm fine. I'm just a little weak, not so weak that I can't walk. Uncle Nine sniffed and looked at Yi Qing respectfully, saying, Mr. Yi, I've already sent someone to inquire about the Bai family's matter while you were being treated, so let me report to you first. When Yi Qing heard this, he immediately stopped and looked at ninth uncle, saying, okay, tell me, what exactly happened? Ruo, by whom was she seriously injured? And what happened to her engagement? Tell me what you know. All of it. Bai Ruo died at that time refused to tell Yi Qing, is afraid that Yi Qing will be hurt? After all, in Bai Ruo view, Yi Qing is just an ordinary person, and just got out of prison. If in the event of something, it would be really big trouble, especially the Tan family, which had a lot of power, wanting to deal with a tiny Yi Qing. It was simply a matter of hand-to-hand, and it didn't even need the Tan family to step in. There were people who could get things done in order to please Tan Xiao. That was why Bai Ruoro insisted that Yi Qing leave Jiangcheng, so as to avoid any accidents. But she had underestimated Yi Qing, just as HD Moon and the rest of them had all underestimated Yi Qing. Ninth uncle had seen Yi Qing's means of bringing the dead back to life. This kind of character, how could he be an ordinary person? Especially, even without mentioning the medical skills. Let's just say that Chen Lao owed Yi Qing the grace of saving his life. This was enough to make Yi Qing walk horizontally across half of the eastern province again. And Uncle Nine had a hunch that what he had seen was, perhaps, just the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Yi, the Bai family has been poorly run over the years, and has encountered problems with capital turnover. Plus other business bigwigs are eyeing them. So the Bai family is on the verge of bankruptcy, and the Tan family is taking advantage of this timing, before they use the life and death of the Bai family to force, and allow Bai Ruo to marry that young master of the Tan family. And that's the reason why they're engaged. White Ruoro miss, is for the family, had to be, and that Tan Young, is a famous mixed not stingy, everywhere idle, dabbling in women's grass. Not to mention, temper is also very grumpy. White Ruoro miss, this time, is to be Tan Young to the beat. As for why it will be under such a cruel hand, I have not yet investigated the specific situation on this side, but it is reportedly said, seems to be because, White Ruoro miss, to the Tan Xiao to wear a cuckold. When he heard Uncle Nine say this, there was no need to check anymore. Yi Qing, already very clear, what exactly happened, and by Ruo, and why she was severely beaten. It's because of himself. It's because Bai Ruo came to see himself and was known by Tan Xiao. So Tan Xiao must have forced Bai Ruo to ask him, but Bai Ruo didn't say anything to protect herself. So that's why Tan Xiao was so furious and beat Bai Ruo so severely. Yi Qing had already guessed things. The more this happened, the guilt and anger in Yi Qing's heart at the moment grew stronger and stronger. Bai Ruo is in order to protect themselves, only to be beaten like this. and was beaten like this, still refused to put his name spit by Ruoro on their deep love and friendship, so that Yi Qing do not know how to repay. And Tam Xiao, damn it, how dare he beat Bai Ruoro so badly? He deserved to die. And the one who tipped off Tan Xiao, all deserve to die. All deserve to die. Mr. Yi, as long as you open your mouth, the Wan family and myself will be at your service anytime, anywhere, although the Tan family's strength is not weak. However, as long as it is what you, Mr. Yi, want to see, we will go all out to make them fall to the results you want to see. Ninth uncle immediately opened his mouth directly to state his position, and expressed his commitment in place of the Wan family lord as well. This wasn't just a thank you to Yi Qing, it was also, in practical action, trying to get Yi Qing's friendship. Yi Qing didn't intend to be polite either. It was naturally not a problem to let him personally catch Tan Xiao, but it was too much of a waste of time, having ready-made people to not use, but to seek farther away. This was not a reason for Yi Qing to be pretentious. Then I'll trouble Uncle Nine. Please help find young Tan's location and keep an eye on it at all times. Then just let me know. Ninth uncle had wanted to be saying something. However, looking at this cold and angry expression of Yi Qing, he immediately closed his mouth. In short, if Yi Qing wanted him to do something, then he would do it right. Mr. Yi, don't worry. I have, before, already arranged it. His location, I know it at all times. Yi Qing nodded, then walked towards Bai Ruoruo's hospital room. At this moment, in the hospital room, only Bai Ruoruo's parents were there, and Bai Ruoruo had already woken up from her coma. Only, the pain caused by her body's injuries made Bai Ruoruo's brow furrowed and sweating. Bai Ruoruo's mother was choking and crying at the moment, seemingly very distressed by her daughter. As for Bai Ruoruo's father, the head of the Bai family, at this moment, apart from sighing, there was only anger. However, what made it pathetic was that his anger was not towards the person who had injured his daughter, but, rather, towards Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo, the Tan family side has told me the matter. You say, in the end you did what shameless things. See what should not see the person. You are going to put my entire Bai family's face are disgraced, so that my entire Bai family, all of them all bankrupt to sleep on the street? I know you don't like Tan Xiao, but, no matter what, since you promised, you shouldn't have done anything to betray Tan Xiao. Bai Ruoruo, tell me who that person is. If it wasn't for protecting that person, you wouldn't have been beaten up like this now. But where is he? When something happens, besides hiding, he dares to come and see you? Not to mention helping you out. This kind of wimpy punk. What does he have that's worth protecting? Tell me who he is. And speak up. As a father, after his daughter was beaten, the first time, not to help his daughter to take revenge, but here to blame his daughter for doing things that should not be done, and forced to ask his own daughter. This kind of father, is also enough can be. Bai Ruoruo closed her teeth tightly and turned her head to the side as tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes, and Bai Ruoruo's mother, seeing this scene, was heartbroken. Looking at her husband, Bai Ruoruo's mother choked. Just don't push your daughter at this time, will you? You're going to force your daughter when she's already beaten like this? Give her some time. The Bai family master sniffed and immediately roared. I give her time? Then who's going to give me time? Whether or not Tan Xiao beat Bai Ruoruo was not to say, but our daughter did something wrong. How could she go to a private meeting with someone else and get caught by someone else? It's a disgrace to myself, and a greater disgrace to my Bai family. The Tan family won't stop at this. No, Bai Ruoruo, you have to tell me who that man is right now. Otherwise, not to mention that Tan Xiao won't be able to spare you. I, as a father, won't be able to spare you either. And just then, a cold, yet angry voice reached their ears. The man you're looking for, if that's right, would be me. Chapter 18, You're Nothing. With Yi Qing's appearance, the Bai family's parents were flabbergasted for a moment, as if they didn't expect that, at this time, someone would dare to come directly to their door, and, moreover, recognize this matter. However, after seeing Bai Ruoruo see Yi Qing and actually struggle to sit up, and the expression on her face was full of worry, the Bai family master immediately knew that this person in front of her, I'm afraid that he was really the man who secretly had a private meeting with Bai Ruoruo, and caused Bai Ruoruo to become the way she was now. Before the Bai family master could speak, Yi Qing had already directly crossed over them and walked to Bai Ruoruo's face. Looking at Bai Ruoruo's beaten and almost inhuman body, a bearish rage began to burn within Yi Qing's eyes. Yi Qing, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to leave? Behave. Yi Qing, I'm fine. Go away. Go away. The moment Bai Ruoruo saw Yi Qing, besides being happy, there was only worry left in her heart. Tan Xiao was a madman. Just by looking at the fact that he could beat himself up like this, he knew how ruthless Tan Xiao's heart was. Even a weak woman like himself could be dealt such a harsh hand by Tan Xiao. Then, what about Yi Qing? It was simply unimaginable if he was really caught by Xiao Tan. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, who had already become like this and was still worrying about herself non-stop. His heart was filled with emotion at this moment. Gently holding Bai Ruoruo's hand, Yi Qing squatted by the bedside and said gently, "I'm fine, and I won't leave. Ruoruo, it's because of me you're like this now. I'm going to avenge you. Don't worry, I'll make them pay." When Bai Ruoruo heard this, her face was horrified. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, no, Yi Qing, I beg you. I'm really begging you. Don't take revenge. You can't fight them. Go now. It's still not too late. Yi Qing, go now." And it was at this moment that the White Family Lord's angry voice finally came. From the moment he saw Yi Qing, he felt that there seemed to be some familiarity, and after hearing Yi Qing's name, he finally remembered who Yi Qing was. But this is not important. The important thing is that, seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo this loving look, the Bai family master is really burning with anger. What time is it? Still dare to hook up so blatantly? If this is known by Tan Xiao, their entire Bai family will have to follow along to eat hanging fall. But now it was good that Yi Qing had taken the initiative to appear. So the problem, then, was well solved. I said, who is it? So it's you, criminal. If I remember correctly, you're HD Moon's man, right? What's the matter? Out of jail, you scourge. HD Moon should have already divorced you, right? Now you think no one wants you, running over to hook up with my daughter? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Today, you can't even leave if you want to. Just wait. I'll inform Xiao Tan right now and tell him that I found you, the culprit, and when the time comes, you'll just wait to die. Hearing the Bai family master's words, Bai Ruoruo was almost about to go crazy. Tears flowed out directly, trying to struggle to get up, but the intense and severe pain made Bai Ruoruo's entire body in agony if she moved a little. No, Dad, I beg you, don't tell young Tan, don't hurt Yi Qing. I promise you guys, I'll marry young Tan. I swear, I won't even meet Yi Qing again. Please, let him go. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, crying, and said, Yi Qing, I beg you, go. Where to go? Can you walk? Yi Qing, it's because of you that my daughter was beaten up like this now. I'm telling you, even if Xiao Tan spares you, I won't let you go. At this moment, the Bai family lord seemed like a good father who was able to fight to the death for his daughter. However, what in fact, the White family lord's performance made Yi Qing feel sick. He had already learned from Uncle Nine's mouth the reason why Bai Ruoruo wanted to marry Tan Xiao, and now, having witnessed it with his own eyes, not only did the Bai family master not dare to avenge his daughter's death, but instead, he had to persuade his daughter to put up with it, and still felt that it was Bai Ruoruo's fault, not Tan Xiao's, which was something that a father should do. Yi Qing took a deep breath and looked at Bai Ruoruo, who still wanted to continue begging for mercy, and softly said, Ruoruo, do you trust me? Looking at Yi Qing suddenly saying these words so seriously, Bai Ruoruo nodded and said without hesitation, I believe in you. Yi Qing sniffed, laughed softly, gently patted Bai Ruoruo's forehead, and said, then don't say anything, everything, let me be the master. I guarantee that no one will be able to harm you. No one. After saying that, Yi Qing turned around, looked at the Bai family master who was glaring at him angrily, took a deep breath, suppressed his temper for a moment, and said in a cold voice, Bai family master, today, I don't want to take action against you for the sake of you being Bai Ruoruo's father, but if you dare to push me again, and if you dare to push Ruoruo again, I will let you know what kind of a thing you are. One, who doesn't even try to protect his own daughter, who can give up affection and everything for the sake of the so-called money and power. You, what are you? Watching your own daughter being severely beaten, and, as a result, not daring to say anything, only daring to flaunt yourself in front of your daughter, saying that your daughter doesn't abide by the ways of women, humiliating your own daughter. You don't deserve to be a father. From now on, Bai Ruoruo will be protected by me. Yi Qing, and his engagement with the surname Tan, is null and void, and of course, there's no need to get the surname Tan to agree to it, because he doesn't have that chance anymore. Looking at Yi Qing, who had an arrogant face and was actually lecturing himself, the Bai family master was so angry that he directly raised his hand and was about to slap Yi Qing. And right at this moment, without the need for Yi Qing to step in, Uncle Nine silently walked to Yi Qing's side, and then with one hand, he directly grabbed the Bai family master's arm, and said indifferently, Bai family master, so majestic, so domineering, But no matter how mighty and domineering you are, if you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi, I won't be able to spare you. It wasn't until this moment that the Bai family lord saw that Yi Qing didn't come alone. Beside him, there was also a middle-aged man, an Uncle Nine, as a well-known big brother in the underground world of Jiangchang, and a man of the Wan family, the Bai family master. How could he not recognize it? That is not just recognizing it, it is simply too high to climb. Ninth uncle? Why are you here? This is my family matter. Does ninth uncle want to intervene as well? Or is it that you, ninth uncle, and this Yi Qing, have some kind of relationship? The Bai family master felt that he was losing face, and with the fact that there was already a marriage contract with the Tan family, although he was afraid of the ninth uncle, he, nevertheless, dared to open his mouth and ask. Uncle Nine just looked at the Bai family master indifferently and said, Mr. Yi is the great benefactor of my entire Wan family? So you say, what qualifications do you have to disrespect Mr. Yi? Not to mention you, even if you and the Tan family are tied together. So what? Dare to offend Mr. Yi? My entire Wan family is to give up everything, but also to make you all suffer. Do you hear me? It was false to hear that he didn't understand. Only, no matter how much the Bai family master thought, he couldn't figure out how a criminal who had just been released from prison could suddenly become involved with the Wan family, and, moreover, still have such a deep relationship. But, whether he figured it out or not, he understood one thing, and that was, the Bai family and the Tan family together. I'm afraid, we're not the Wan family's rivals, and the Wan family's tactics, they simply didn't dare to appreciate. Chapter 19, The Heartbreaking by Ruoro. Yi Qing looked at ninth uncle and spoke indifferently. Ninth uncle, please ask them to go out. I will. I don't want to see them. With these words, the Bai family master immediately became a bit angry. This is his daughter's hospital room. As a result, Yi Qing came not only disrespecting them, but now, he also wants to drive them out? Simply outrageous. However, looking at the serious-faced ninth uncle, the Bai family lord was not daring to let out any more fire in his heart. Moreover, go out or not, so that there is a chance to be able to inquire with the ninth uncle. In the end, what is the relationship with Yi Qing? To save, more said more wrong. Wait until they're all gone. Yi Qing took Bai Ruoro's hand and said softly, it hurts, doesn't it? Can not hurt? Bai Ruoro's face had been beaten into a pig's head, and her whole body, almost all of it was bruised and purple, with bruises everywhere. Just by looking at it, she could feel it, not to mention, Bai Ruoro herself. Bai Ruoro wiped the sweat from her forehead and tenderly shook her head, saying, it's okay, it's just some superficial wounds, it'll be fine after a while. Yi Qing, you know ninth uncle? Related to the Wan family? If that's the case, then perhaps, Xiao Tan wouldn't dare to do anything to you, and I would be able to rest assured. Just, Yi Qing, is your relationship with the Wan family deep? If it's not deep enough, it's better to leave for a while. Anyway, with Uncle Nine's help today, it's not a problem to leave this place. All have come to the present. The whole person talking are painful sweating, but still keep thinking for Yi Qing. Consider, such a good girl. Yi Qing, how to bear to hurt. Gently shaking his head, Yi Qing spoke. I saved the life of Master Wan's father. In their eyes, I am their savior. So they will help me. Of course, even if they don't help me, you have to trust me. I can fix it. Ruoro, don't worry. This matter of your marriage contract, I will help you solve it. In short, I said that I won't let you marry someone you don't like, so I will definitely do what I said. Moreover, the harm that you suffered today, I will definitely help you to get justice. Surnamed Tan, I won't let it go. As he said this, Yi Qing's eyes exuded a strong killing intent. Yes, he hadn't moved to kill for a long time, but this moment, he moved. Bai Ruoro sniffed, looked at Yi Qing, and shook her head. No, don't trouble yourself for me. Without waiting for Bai Ruoro to finish, Yi Qing directly blocked Bai Ruoro's mouth with his finger and softly said, your matter, is my Yi Qing's matter? You are one of the best people in this world. To me, Ruoro, I won't let you get hurt. Moreover, didn't you just say that? You will trust me. Then, please trust me and let me help you solve everything. After saying that, Yi Qing smiled and spoke. Now, don't say anything, let me help you alleviate the pain. After that, Yi Qing directly took out his own golden needles, and then utilized the Green Emperor's longevity skill to directly stab 18 golden needles into Bai Ruoro's body. The moment the golden needle pierced in, Bai Ruoro only felt a warm breath that entered her body along with the golden needle, and then began to travel through her limbs and bones, and this breath, every time it arrived at a place, would ease her pain, and the effect was, simply, obvious. It wasn't until, after half an hour, Bai Ruoro's pain was almost gone, that Yi Ching put away the golden needles, and looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. I just stabbed you with 18 needles, and these can relieve your pain, and moreover, it will also speed up your recovery, so if nothing goes wrong, within 2 days, you'll be able to recover as good as new. At these words, Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Ching excitedly and said, Really? I can recover in 2 days? Saying that, Bai Ruoro cupped her face, her happy expression overflowing. In the end, she was a girl, and being beaten so much that she could barely see anyone was a painful thing for Bai Ruoro, especially when facing Yi Ching with this kind of face. She always wanted to hide, feeling that it was too ugly. She wanted to leave her most beautiful side to Yi Ching. Don't worry, when I say 2 days, it's 2 days, don't forget, I'm a miracle doctor. Even for someone on the verge of death like the Wan family's old man, I can save him. The injuries on your body are not a problem for me at all. However, even so, I will definitely not let you suffer this aggravation for nothing. Ruo, just wait, I will avenge you. When Bai Ruoro still wanted to persuade something, Yi Ching gently shook his head and said, Don't ask anything, don't care about anything, next, just rest, trust me, okay? Looking at Yi Ching protecting himself so gently but firmly, Bai Ruoro at this moment only felt so happy that she didn't want to say anything. Gently nodding her head, Bai Ruoro lay on the bed, looking at Yi Ching in a daze, and in her heart, all of it was warm and touched. Yi Ching accompanied Bai Ruoro for a while longer before getting up and leaving, out of the door of the ward. At this moment, not only was Uncle Nine waiting here, but the master of the Wan family was also at the door, while Bai Ruoro's parents, with their heads lowered, stood respectfully next to them, not daring to breathe. There was no way, when facing the ninth uncle, if they were still able to be slightly dignified. The moment the Wan family lord also personally stepped forward, they, apart from bowing their heads in submission, had no other choice. The difference, it's too big. Big as if they, the Bai family, were ordinary people with a few thousand monthly salaries, while they, the Wan family masters, were multi-millionaires who drove luxury cars and lived in mansions. The bottom line is that this multi-millionaire has the ability, at any time, to make them lose their homes and live on the streets, and is also able to easily get them a promotion and a raise to live happily ever after. Mr. Yi, I understand everything. Don't worry, we, the entire Wan family, are at your disposal. At this moment, the gaze of the Wan family lord as he looked at Yi Ching was filled with respect and even awe. This kind of medical skill had already surpassed the imagination of the Wan family lord, and Yi Ching, who possessed this kind of miraculous medical skill, even if he was a person in the ordinary, was not an existence that people could imagine. Being able to strike a good relationship with Yi Ching was not only because of the gift of saving his life, but also, being able to have a heavenly benefit to the Wan family, and if he was able to get Yi Ching's friendship, giving everything, was nothing. Chapter 20, Arrest at the Door. Looking at the master of the Wan family, Yi Ching nodded and said, I just told you all about the old master's situation, so next, it's up to you guys to do something about it. I'll trouble you for anything else, if I need to. When the Wan family master heard this, he nodded his head heavily and said, Please feel free to command anything, as long as you ask. The entire Wan family will definitely go all out. After saying that, the Wan family head took out a card from his pocket and said softly, Mr. Yi, I know you are a worldly person. You can't see this mundane thing, but I really don't know how to thank you for this. Please make sure that you accept this card. There are $20 million in the card. It's not much, but it's okay, as long as you have the need. I'm still the same. The Wan family up and down, no matter whether it's money or manpower, will all go all out for you. Yi Ching looked deeply at the Wan family lord. Without being polite, he directly accepted the bank card and said, The card? I'll take it, otherwise you won't feel at ease. Well, you guys go and take care of the old man. If there's anything, call me again. Seeing that Yi Ching had said so, the Wan family master didn't dare to stay longer and immediately left with ninth uncle. And after the Wan family lord left, Yi Ching's eyes immediately placed on the Bai family lord and his wife. At this moment, the Bai family master and his wife no longer had their previous overbearing appearance, and the entire group looked at Yi Ching cautiously, as if they were afraid that also please would take it out on them. It couldn't be helped. With the Wan family here to protect Yi Ching, how could they dare to say or do anything more? Yi, Mr. Yi, hello. The Bai family lord took the initiative to extend his hand, wanting to shake Yi Ching's hand. Yi Ching, however, just glanced at the Bai family master indifferently, then pointed at Bai Ruoro in the middle of the hospital room and said, Bai Ruoro, is your real daughter, right? The Bai family master immediately nodded heavily and said, Ruwa is our real daughter. This is definitely true. Really? Sure. Yi Qing sneered. Are parents who send their own daughters into the fire pit considered biological parents? Watching your own daughter being severely beaten like this, not only do you not think of taking revenge for your daughter's anger and revenge, but you also think of pleasing the murderer who beat her. You, the biological parents, are doing a really good job. As soon as these words came out, Mother Bai immediately wiped up her tears, while the Bai family head, with a face of embarrassment and helplessness, just when he wanted to open his mouth to explain something, Yi Qing directly waved his hand and said, there's no need to explain. I know what you all want to say, and I'm also clear on what difficulties your Bai family is facing. But this is not the reason for you to sell your daughter. Now, I do not want to say anything to you, only ask you a little. That is, to protect Bai Ruwa. If she has any longer, I will not let you go. At that time, I will not only let you basket, more will let you white family up and down all the people. Pay the price. Believe me, the price. You cannot afford it. Remember what I said. I, for one, do not want to see any more harm come to Bai Ruwa. Remember, any harm, including, mentally. After saying that, Yi Qing stared viciously at the Bai family master, with eyes that were almost murderous. The Bai family master swallowed his saliva, and immediately nodded heavily, saying, Mr. Yi, don't worry, we know what to do. Ruwa is also my own daughter. I also feel sorry for her. There was no way in the past. It's what we did that was wrong. We'll change it now. Yi Qing nodded. Then without saying anything else, he directly left. The Bai family master looked at Yi Qing's back, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was really scared. After all, in case Yi Qing said something, the Wan family would immediately make them eat their words. Mother Bai looked at the Bai family master and choked. Then what now? On the Tan family's side, what to explain? Upon hearing this, the Bai family lord's eyes glared and he roared in a low voice. Account for what? This dog thing, beating my daughter so severely, that is not putting us in our eyes at all. Before, we had to endure. What are we enduring now? Didn't you hear Yi Qing's words just now? He will avenge Ruwa's death. So this matter, there's no need for us to worry about anything anymore. With the Wan family helping Yi Qing, the Tan family, they can't protect themselves. Speaking of this, a look of excitement appeared on the White family lord's face. If Ruwa has such a backer, that's the same as my Bai family having such a backer as well. Good, really good. This is much better than the Tan family. So, the most important thing for us to do now is to listen to Yi Qing's instructions and take good care of our daughter, which in the future, can really be our baby bump? Ha ha ha. After the Bai family master finished speaking, with a smile on his face, he gently pushed open the door of the room and walked into the hospital room. And at this moment, Yi Qing walked out of the hospital, having not slept all night and having expended a lot of energy, making Yi Qing a little tired. However, at this moment, even if he was allowed to rest, he did not have the time or mood. By Ruoro's revenge, he wanted to avenge it now. At the entrance of the hospital, after Uncle Nine saw Yi Qing, he hurriedly opened the car door to welcome him. Mr. Yi, that young master of the Tan family, is resting in the long private room of the Maple Leaf Hotel at the moment. My people have already got him under control. What do you think? What next? Yi Qing directly got into the car and indifferently said, go to the hotel. I want to deal with it personally. Ninth uncle sniffed and sat on the passenger side, directly ordering the driver to drive. And at this moment, in Tan Xiao's long private room, 7 or 8 black-clothed hunks were standing in the room, while Tan Xiao and the 2 marvelous beauties, all of them unclothed, were filled with horror. Obviously, the scene in front of them had frightened them. Who are you people? Do you know who I am? Hurry up and let us go, or else I'll make you suffer. Oh, I beg you guys, do you want money or what? Say something. I'm Tan Xiao. My father is the head of the Tan family, so whatever you guys want, just say it, and don't hurt me, otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Tan Xiao was now begging and not begging, and these black-clothed men, each with an expressionless face, didn't care about Tan Xiao at all. It wasn't until, after Ninth Uncle respectfully led Yi Qing into the room, that these men in black, one by one, bowed their heads in greeting, and Tan Xiao knew immediately that it was the main man who had come. And how could Tan Xiao not know what an underground world bigwig like Ninth Uncle looked like? And once he saw that it was Ninth Uncle, Tan Xiao instantly put his heart down by a large margin. After all, no matter what, the Tan family and the Ninth Uncle, not to say there is no partnership, at least, there is no grudge is also true. And, like their status, as long as it is not a deep grudge, point to point, do not hurt people, is also a common thing. Ninth uncle. Your ninth uncle, right? I'm from the Tan family. This is a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding on ninth uncle. Ninth uncle. If I have offended you in any way, just feel free to ask. Please spare me. Don't worry. The Tan family will definitely not forget your kindness. Uncle 9, on the other hand, didn't even bother to look at Tan Xiao. Respectfully bowing his head, he looked at Yi Qing and said, Mr. Yi, this person, is the one from the Tan family. Chapter 21, Meaner than the Devil. Yi Qing looked at the two scared and unclothed women, frowned slightly, and said, take them out for interrogation, and if there's nothing wrong with them, let them go. Ninth uncle sniffed and immediately nodded his head, waved his hand, and immediately 4 black-clothed men came forward and took the 2 women away. Yi Qing, on the other hand, slowly walked up to Tan Xiao's body, condescendingly looking at the paralyzed and shivering Tan Xiao. By Ruoro, you did the hitting. In Yi Qing's voice, there was no anger, only icy coldness that made people feel a shiver when they heard it. Tan Xiao didn't know Yi Qing. However, hearing that it was for Bai Ruo's matter, he immediately spoke. Yes, that's right, I hit her, but I had a reason. Bai Ruo betrayed me, hooked up with another wild man behind my back, and cuckolded me. This brother, shouldn't I have hit her? The most important thing is that I beat her until she was dying, and she wouldn't even tell me who that wild man was, and we're both men, so if it were you couldn't recognize it. Although Tan Xiao sensed that perhaps he was being blocked here this time for Bai Ruo's matter. However, he felt that with his own family history, there should not be any big problem, and, the wrong, obviously not himself but he, guessed wrong. Everything he was proud of, Yi Qing, didn't care at all. That wild man you're talking about is me. I also don't want to say any more nonsense to you. Just tell you one thing. Next, you will pay a terrible price. A price that is enough to make you regret for the rest of your life. After saying that, Yi Qing directly took out the golden needles out of his own rescue, and then from the satchel he was carrying, he took out a small box. When the box was opened, inside, there were surprisingly all sorts of sharp tools, all sorts of things. There were no less than 20 kinds of knives alone. It's almost like there are more tools than in surgery. It seems, and it's more complicated. But on this occasion, it was a bit of a horror. Yi Qing took out 2 golden needles and looked at Tan Xiao, speaking faintly. After these 2 golden needles are pierced in, you will not be able to speak, and you will not be able to let out half a scream even if it hurts like hell. Likewise, you will temporarily lose the ability to move. No matter how intense the pain you endure, you will not be able to move. You can only endure in silence, and you can't even bite your tongue to kill yourself. After all, this is a public place. One always has to be careful. These words were said, extremely indifferent, but the shock given to people was far more terrifying than a hysterical roar. Look at the thin, sharp golden needles in front of you. Young Tan's cold sweat instantly ran down his face, and he immediately begged, this big brother, are you avenging Bai Ruo's death? Don't hurt me. It's just a Bai Ruo. You like it, I'll let you have it. Let's be friends. If you let me go, I promise to give you a surprise. It's just women. I have plenty of them. I'll give them all to you, okay? Don't come over. Don't come over. I'm Tan Xiao. I have money. You hurt me. My family won't let you go. Yi Qing simply ignored what Tan Xiao was howling about, and directly a golden needle, which came with the internal energy of the Green Emperor's eternal life skill, directly pierced onto Tan Xiao's body, while Tan Xiao's screams instantly came to an abrupt end. The whole man grew his mouth, trying to make a sound, but half a sound could not come out. This situation was exactly the same as what Yi Qing had said, and with just this one moment, it completely stunned Tan Xiao, and the entire person immediately stood up, wanting to escape. However, when he was about to move, another needle stabbed up, and Tan Xiao's entire body, as if he had been immobilized, could no longer move. And it was at this time that Yi Qing nodded, lifted Tan Xiao's right hand, and said softly, these are the hands that hit Ruo, right? After saying that, Yi Qing took out 10 gold needles, and one by one, they pierced in from the nail cracks of Tan Xiao, 10 fingers connected to the heart. If Tan Xiao was able to move at this moment, and was able to scream, I'm afraid, it would be a shocking and earth-shattering scream, but he couldn't move, couldn't scream. However, Ninth Uncle and the others were still watching in shock, just from Tan Xiao's eyes that were still able to rotate. They could tell that Tan Xiao was going crazy. 10 golden needles pierced into the cracks of fingernails was only just the beginning. When Yi Qing took out his own tools and the rare and strange tools, the next scene, see the 9 uncle and others, all vomited, scalp numb, doubt that they are not in hell. Each of these punishments, each of which made life worse than death, was thus used by Yi Qing on Tan Xiao. Although Tan Xiao's mouth could not speak, his body could not move, and he could not even pass out even if he wanted to. At this moment, ninth uncle, from the bottom of his heart, began to sympathize with Tan Xiao, and even more so, he was in awe of Yi Qing, which had reached its peak. This is a miracle doctor? It's a ghost doctor, a demon doctor, something like that. Yi, Mr. Yi, if this continues, I'm afraid young Tan won't be able to hold on and die. Ninth uncle held back the feeling of nausea, and cautiously opened his mouth to remind Yi Qing, who was on top of Tan Xiao, constantly executing him, that serious look, as if he was an artist, carving a perfect work of art. Yi Qing smiled lightly as he said, "Don't worry, he won't die. I've already taken away 10 years of his lifespan to stimulate his vitality, so he'll live." When these words came out, Uncle Nine didn't even know what expression should be on his face. Previously, Yi Qing's comment of extending Elder Wan's life by 5 years had already made people think that it was too scary. Now, Yi Qing added that taking away 10 years of Tan Xiao's lifespan and converting it into vitality potential to ensure that Tan Xiao would be able to stay awake and alive to receive his punishment. This was too unbelievable. Whether it was true or not, ninth uncle didn't know, but he knew that Yi Qing was too scary and horrible. It's almost over. After saying that, Yi Qing stabbed 36 needles on Tan Xiao's head, and then quickly pulled out the golden needles. The punishment, which lasted for more than an hour, came to an end. Yi Qing went to the bathroom and washed his hands, then looked at Tan Xiao, who had completely lost his human appearance, and laughed at Uncle Nine. In fact, I've always said that I'm not some kind of godly doctor, because, compared to being a godly doctor and being able to save people, what I'm best at is actually penalizing and killing people. This sentence, if it were before, ninth uncle would never believe it, but looking at the Tan Xiao in front of him, ninth uncle did not dare to disbelieve it. Mr. Yi, next, is there anything else we need to do? This man, let him live? Or, dispose of it? Yi Qing smiled and shook his head when he heard this, saying, "It's not necessary. I wouldn't have to do these things if I wanted him to die. From then on, he will fall into madness and wakefulness, which is the case with consciousness, and as for the body, I need not say anything about it. Ha, that's it, with a lifetime of misery, to atone for his sins, which is considered by me as a mercy to him." Once these words came out, whether it was Uncle Nine or so many of Uncle Nine's men, each and every one of them looked at Yi Qing as if they were looking at the devil. Is this mercy? I'm afraid that the words of the deepest, most terrifying, most ferocious evil spirits in hell, torturing people, would be nothing more than that. Chapter 22, You're so thin-skinned. Mr. Yi, on the Tan family's side, do you have any opinions on how to handle it? After getting someone's son into this situation, the Tan family, there's no way they're going to stand by and do nothing. However, Yi Qing didn't care and said indifferently, "There's a head for the grievances. There's a head for the debts. If the Tan family wants to retaliate, just let them come as they please. This matter, it's enough to stop here. Trouble you guys, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Ninth uncle sniffed and hurriedly sent Yi Qing out the door. After Yi Qing left, whether it was Uncle Nine or his men, they all sighed in relief. There was no way, after seeing Yi Qing's devilish tactics with their own eyes, no matter what, their hearts couldn't be still. Ninth uncle, where did this master emerge as a great god? This means, it's just too terrifying. It's simply unheard of, especially when he carries out the punishment. That look of indifference in his eyes, it's almost like he doesn't care about human life. No, more than that, it's as if life, in his eyes, is nothing at all. Ninth uncle took a deep breath, nodded and said, "All of you remember, his name, Yi Qing, belongs to the people who should never be messed with. When you see him, you must be respectful. Even if you let them kneel down, you must obey. Otherwise, if Mr. Yi spares you, I won't spare you. Do you all understand?" Many of Uncle Nine's men immediately nodded heavily. Jokingly, they didn't even need to be reminded by Uncle Nine regarding the picture they saw today, giving them 100 guts. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Yi Qing. Even if it was possible, they even hoped that they would never see Yi Qing again in their lives. All right, throw this man out on the street and then, just leave it alone and go away. Let him fend for himself. However, although Mr. Yi is not allowed to control the Tan family's affairs, but, we still need to take the initiative to help Mr. Yi solve some troubles. I will go and talk to the Wan family's master about today's situation first. You guys finish your work, go and have a good rest too. After all, Everyone has been frightened today. After saying that, Uncle Nine left, and Uncle Nine's men, forcibly holding back their nausea, threw this inhuman and ghostly Tan Shao directly on the street, letting him wail in pain and roam around at will to fend for himself. And at this time, Yi Qing had already arrived downstairs at the Clear Moon Group. He was a man who, since he had promised something, was sure to do it. HD Moon asked him out and he said yes, so he's definitely coming. As for whether or not HD Moon is going to retaliate against himself, that's something that doesn't matter. If you have the ability, let your horse come over. Soon, HD Moon appeared, not alone, but with 4 bodyguards dressed in black suits. After seeing Yi Qing, HD Moon said coldly, Yi Qing, beating up my brother doesn't count. I heard that. You even dared to beat up my mom? Yi Qing sniffed and nodded, saying, I beat up the person. As for an explanation, I think there is no need for that, and you don't need an explanation. If you called me here for revenge, then just feel free to let your horse come over. But with these few people behind you, I'm afraid that they are not enough to look at. High Definition Moon looked at Yi Qing, who still dared to speak loudly at this time, forcibly holding back the anger in her heart. She said, I do want to take revenge. That is after all my mother. No matter if she did it right or wrong, there is no way that she would allow other people to meddle in it. However, the matter of taking revenge, I can wait. I shouted for you to come here today because I want to let you understand thoroughly and completely how big the gap between you and me is. Only then can you clearly realize how mediocre and incompetent you are. Saving, you still keep pestering and not knowing how to die. After saying that, HD Moon directly got into the car, then left an empty seat at her side. Yi Qing, on the other hand, didn't hesitate much and similarly sat in the car. The vehicle started quickly. In the car, HD Moon looked at Yi Qing and laughed coldly. Yi Qing, do you know that you are a scourge? If I guessed correctly, you yesterday, did you meet by Rua Rua? Yi Qing nodded and said, not bad, I met Rua Rua. Wakey wakey? What a close call. At this moment, in HD Moon's heart, there was a nameless fire instantly burning. How could she not expect that Yi Qing, in front of her face, would call out by Rua Rua so intimately? It seems that the relationship between you two really is not simple. Are so close to call, I think, should do not do things, also long ago did it. Yi Qing sniffed and glanced faintly at HD Moon, not bothering to answer. And his gesture of not bothering to answer turned into, in HD Moon's eyes, being too weak-minded to answer. This, undoubtedly, made HD Moon more and more misunderstood, and the more so, HD Moon became more and more angry, feeling as if she was being cuckolded, as if her beloved toy was snatched away seemingly. Yi Qing, you're so shameless, thanks to which I thought you were such an honest person. Yi Qing just lightly glanced at HD Moon and said, if I remember correctly, it seems like you and I are already divorced. What I do, does it have anything to do with you? High Definition Moon was directly blocked by Yi Qing's words. After half a second, she angrily said, I don't care what you do. I'm just unworthy for Bai Rua Rua. You and her secretly have a private meeting. You're fine, but have you considered Bai Rua Rua's position? Have you considered her situation? I'm afraid not. So I'm afraid, you selfish little man, you don't know that your beloved Bai Rua Rua has been beaten and hospitalized. After saying these words, HD Moon stared at Yi Qing, wanting to see shock or heartache and other emotions on Yi Qing's expression. However, to her disappointment, Yi Qing's expression, from start to finish, was bland. Oh, it was just an oh-so-subtle sound that made even HD Moon freeze. Was it that Yi Qing didn't hear what he said clearly? Yi Qing, do you think I'm joking with you? I said, Bai Rua Rua has been hospitalized. Did you hear me clearly? She's in the hospital because she was sneaking around with you for a private meeting. Got it? It was you who caused her to be severely beaten. Yi Qing sniffed, still nodding faintly, just oh so slightly, indicating that he understood. HD Moon took a deep breath, and at this moment, she didn't know if she was happy or unhappy. However, she felt a little chilled, because Yi Qing was too cold. Yi Qing, I didn't expect you will be selfish to such a point. A girl, love you so much, in order to secretly private meeting with you, was caught by the fiancé, and then severely beaten up, and even went into the hospital. Yi Qing, do not say that you care about care, at least, also want to show a little bit of heartache, right? But what happened? You're so cold-blooded and unfeeling. Bai Rua Rua was blind to fall for you. You are not a person worth trusting at all. You are a thin-skinned, cowardly villain. In the face of HD Moon's accusation, Yi Qing just looked at HD Moon indifferently and said, what happened between Rua Rua and I got to do with you? I came here today to see what tricks you can pull off, not to listen to your sermons. Have to know, right? Then I'll tell you. I've already gone to see Ruo Ruo, also the people who bullied her, cleaned up. Now, are you satisfied? Chapter 23, a place I once dared not enter. Satisfied? Yi Qing's words made HD Moon even more dissatisfied, going to see by Ruoro if HD Moon could still understand it. Then, taking the person who bullied by Ruoro and cleaning up? This is pure nonsense. The one who poisoned by Ruo Ruo, that was Tan Xiao. Just like Yi Qing, being bullied by Tan Xiao was more like it. Bragging rights. Alright, Yi Qing, you just have a hard mouth is all. I'm not too lazy to say anything to you. I came here today to let you take a good look at the gap between us, just how big it is. As HD Moon spoke, they had arrived at the most luxurious and extravagant place in Zhengchang, where it was said that ordinary people would not dare to enter. Cloud City. High Definition Moon got out of the car, pointed at Cloud Inn City, and spoke indifferently. Yi Qing, if you're not having any problems with your brain, then you should still remember this place. Cloud City. Ah, how could I not remember? Cloud Group's high-level shopping mall, not to mention other things. Say Zhengchang this a Cloud City. The annual turnover are in tens of billions of dollars or more. A variety of luxury goods inside all kinds of everything. The hand does not load a few 100,000 on the million. Are not very dare to come in shopping kind of. Yi Qing looked at HD Moon and spoke faintly. What do you want to say? High Definition Moon laughed coldly and said, once upon a time, you and I came to Cloud Inn City more than once, but we didn't go in, not even once, because we have no money, low self-esteem, and we don't even have the courage to go in and hang out. Yi Qing, this was my life when I was with you, but today, we're here again, and I just want to tell you that the place that you and I could only look up to, and didn't even dare to step into, is still the same for you today, but for me, it's just an ordinary shopping trip. After saying that, High Definition Moon directly took a step and walked into Cloud Inn City, and Yi Qing looked at Yunduan City with a playful face, and thought of this Yunduan City's parent company, Yunduan Group. If he didn't remember wrongly, it seems that, in his own hands, he still owns a large amount of Yunduan Group stocks gifted by Yun Lao. In a sense, not to mention this Cloud Duan City, even the entire Cloud Duan Group was considered to be his own property. Yi Qing looked at HD Moon's back. He had to say, HD Moon walking with 4 bodyguards following. Anyone who looked at it, it was a picture of a successful person's style, while Yi Qing followed behind. It was like a follower. Yi Qing didn't bother and just followed behind. When she walked to a luxury bag store, HD Moon directly walked in. The attendant seemed to recognize HD Moon and immediately came forward to greet her with a smile on her face. Mr. Gao, you're here, please come in. HD Moon walked into the luxury bag store with a proud face, then looked at Yi Qing, smiled faintly and said, every bag here is priced above 5 figures. There are even hundreds of thousands or even millions of bags. Yi Qing, you are afraid. You can't understand it. Yi Qing casually shrugged his shoulders and said, in my opinion, a bag is just a bag. Selling it for a few $1 million is indeed incomprehensible to me. High Definition Moon sneered and said, of course you can't understand it, because it's a status symbol. After saying that, HD Moon picked up a random bag and said indifferently, this one. I'll take it. Wrap it up. The waiter sniffed and hurriedly wrapped it up for HD Moon, who directly took out a card and arrogantly said, swipe the card. Subsequently, after swiping the card, HD Moon said indifferently, this bag, worth $360,000. I can now buy it directly without blinking an eye. Yi Qing, can you? Yi Qing smiled faintly and didn't say anything. However, seeing this face of HD Moon now, he suddenly felt that it was very boring. Next, HD Moon took Yi Qing to shop for clothes, shoes, and accessory stores, until, when she wandered to a jewelry store, HD Moon's footsteps paused for a moment, seemingly wanting to go in, and seemingly some hesitation. At this moment, the 4 bodyguards had already taken a lot of big bags on their bodies. Yi Qing looked at HD Moon, let out a light laugh, and said, this store, you've looked at it 3 times, and you're more focused than when you look at any other store. You want to go in, so why don't you go in? It shouldn't be a problem for you. After all, spending today, it's already over $1 million. Indeed, HD Moon's consumption today alone exceeded 1 million. However, entering this jewelry store called Cloud Jewelry, HD Moon even hesitated. It was evident that the things in this store, the price, was really not expensive. Hearing Yi Qing's words, HD Moon let out a cold laugh and said, Yi Qing, I've already brought you to see the world today, letting you see a side that you will never be able to touch. And now, is it your turn to mock me? I didn't go in because Well, I was just afraid of completely hurting your pride. Okay, then go in and take a look. After saying that, HD Moon directly walked into the Cloud Jewelry store, and after entering the store, it was obvious that the service and decoration of this store was beyond the other stores. And this, moreover, is the Cloud Group's own jewelry store. Hello, feel free to look around for any jewelry you need. The waiter of this store didn't know HD Moon. However, looking at HD Moon's faction, he knew that this must be a rich lord, so he was very airy and polite in his hospitality. At the same time, the quality of the waiter was also very good, and to Yi Qing, there was no half-heartedness. HD Moon looked at a necklace and couldn't take her eyes off it. The waiter rushed forward to introduce it, saying, "This heart of roses is our main item this season, priced at around $8 million. $8 million? A necklace? Even if HD Moon is now worth over $100 million. However, wealth is just wealth. Assets are just assets. This does not mean that she will be able to easily come up with over $100 million in cash. To be honest, it would be hard enough for HD Moon to come up with tens of millions of dollars in cash right now. $8 million for a necklace. Obviously, HD Moon had the intention, but still couldn't afford to part with it. However, looking at Yi Qing's indifferent eyes, HD Moon always felt that she was being despised. Obviously, she was letting Yi Qing come to feel what is called the upper-class people, the rich people's life, so as to make Yi Qing feel inferior. As a result, she was despised by Yi Qing? This is simply outrageous. If Yi Qing knew about HD Moon's current mental activities, he would only find it laughable. He was just bored. What is the most expensive town treasure you have here right now? Bring it out and let me see it. High-definition Moon gritted her teeth. Since she had come, whether to buy or not to buy first, at least, let Yi Qing know that the gap, how big it was. The attendant guided HD Moon towards a separate display cabinet, then smiled and spoke, "Ma'am, this set contains earrings, necklaces, bracelets, brooches, rings, a 5-piece jewelry set, called White Crystal Love, using the most top-notch gemstones and by the most top-notch art masters to design and produce. Not for sale alone. The full set down, worth 99,999,000 yuan. Ma'am, you have a great eye for this set of White Crystal Love. All over the world, only one set." HD Moon looked at this set of White Crystal Love. Her eyes could not move. Women, the pursuit of beauty is innate. The love of beautiful things is also innate. HD Moon loved the White Crystal Love set. Look at it and want to own it. The price, however, was near death to her. That's 99,999,000,000. Almost, over 100 million. She, for one, can't get that much money. And just then, Yi Qing seemed to be attracted to this White Crystal Love set and took the initiative to walk forward to watch it. And this, for the first time since Yi Qing had entered Cloud End City, he had shown a look of interest. Chapter 24, Jewelry worth hundreds of millions. What? Interested? I thought you weren't interested in anything, but I didn't expect it. So it's because those things you looked at before didn't catch your eye. Yi Qing, I underestimated you. Your vision, it's really high. Yi Qing pretended not to hear the sarcasm in HD Moon's words and said indifferently, "Do you want to buy it?" That said, it pissed HD Moon off. How could she not want to buy it? Who wouldn't like something so pretty? But the price, it was too expensive. If it is more than 9 million, HD Moon bites the bullet. Also bought, even if it is more than 10 million, is not unbearable. But now, the price of this set of White Crystal Love, in 99,999,000,000. This is almost over $100 million. What does she use to buy? She didn't have that much cash in her hand even if she wanted to buy it. It's none of your business if I buy it or not. It's you. What are you looking at? Can you afford it? Yi Qing ignored high-definition Moon and just spoke faintly. Ladies first. If you want to buy it, I'll let you have it. High-definition Moon sniffed, covered her mouth and laughed. Let me? Come on. You don't let me have it either. You want to buy it? Then you buy it. I'd like to see. What do you use to buy it? It's really the brain that's stupid from doing jail time. You can't tell the difference between $90 million and $90,000 or so. Right. Yi Qing ignored HD Moon. Just from his pocket, he took out a card and handed it to the waiter without looking at it, saying, "Swipe the card." The waiter and HD Moon, who were watching this scene, were all stunned. What it means to throw money away without blinking an eye is, now, kind of obvious. More than $90 million. Not even return the counteroffer. Do not even ask a question. Directly buy. This with the rich and generous cannot even be described. And the most shocked is HD Moon. Yi Qing, where did the money come from? This pretense, also too exaggerated. If Yi Qing really can come up with more than 90 million in cash, themselves, as to still divorce him? But now, what's going on? This kind of lie that breaks at the first poke. Is Yi Ching crazy? Right at this moment, Yi Ching looked at HD Moon and said, I've already bought the stuff, so if you want to shop for anything, go ahead. If there's nothing else, I won't accompany you. At this moment, High Definition Moon was staring at Yi Ching with a deadly stare, as if, wanting to see all of Yi Ching's details clearly, and right at this moment, the waiter walked up to Yi Ching and spoke with a smile. I'm sorry sir, this bank card of yours, named by Ruoro, doesn't have enough money in it to pay for it. At these words, Yi Ching flinched for a moment, then carefully looked at the bank card in his hand, before revealing a bitter smile. He had forgotten that he was still holding by Ruoro's bank card on him. Otherwise, if he took out just any card, it would be enough to pay for it. Just as Yi Ching wanted to take the card out again, HD Moon was laughing like crazy at this moment. Yi Ching, I thought you had something, pretending to be something you're not, and saying that you'll let me leave first. You're afraid that I'll see how ugly you are right now, right? I know that you have low self-esteem, want to use this way, to deceive me, so as to make me regret. But, you should also find some methods with brains. This kind of a poke will break the rotten trick. You also take out? You're really not afraid of being laughed out of the room. Speaking of this, HD Moon's eyes became cold and, moreover, filled with teasing. Take or by Ruoro gave you the card. It seems, you met by Ruoro yesterday. You ate a soft meal. By Ruoro should have given you all the money that she had saved. Right. The result? She was beaten into the hospital. You do not hear. Not a little concern. Instead, here and I play a drama. Indeed, I did not look at you wrong. Selfish. Thinly veiled. Simply, disgusting. After saying that, HD Moon directly turned around and left the Cloud Jewelry store. As for Yi Ching, looking at HD Moon's back, he let out a cold smile. Without explaining anything, he directly took out another black card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter, saying, if I remember correctly, this card, you don't have to pay for consumption in all of Cloud Group's properties. I'll give you the address, and the stuff will be sent over to me. The waiter, originally, also wanted to laugh at Yi Ching somewhat, but after seeing this card with golden clouds engraved on it, he immediately gulped and hurriedly confirmed the authenticity of this card in front of the computer. When it was confirmed, the waiter even returned the card to Yi Ching with some shivering. Dear Mr. Yi, hello, don't worry, we'll be sure to deliver the stuff to your door personally on time. Look, is there anything else you need? Yi Ching shook his head and then also left the Cloud Jewelry. And when Yi Ching left, the other few waiters all came over. Really? What's going on? What kind of card is this? And you don't have to pay for it? I thought this handsome guy was a scammer. What's the big deal? Called Jinjin female waitress, at this moment, with a face of infatuation, looked at Yi Ching's back and said, all the employees of our Cloud Group, when training, have heard of a card. Right, that is the Cloud Card. Really do not have to pay, and can even directly from the Cloud Group of any one place, withdrawing funds within $1 billion of the card. This kind of card, it is said that there are only less than 3. I did not expect, but we actually saw one of them. And, the holder, is actually so young. By the way, I just paid special attention to the card number. This Cloud Card, is the number 1 card. It is said that only the founder of the Cloud Group, the chairman of the board of directors, can have the card. This Mr. Yi, it will not be our Cloud Group behind the scenes of the Big Brother it. When a few waiters were gossiping here, Yi Ching didn't hear them, and if he did, he wouldn't care. However, this scene of Yi Ching swiping his card to purchase the white crystal love, HD Moon really didn't see it. If she saw it, I'm afraid, her jaw would close in shock. High Definition Moon looked at Yi Ching who was following behind her. At this moment, her eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. Obviously, after that scene just now, it made her attitude towards Yi Ching reach another bad peak. Cloud Top Floor Rotating Restaurant, the best restaurant in the entire Jiangcheng. Yi Ching, today, this is the last meal I'll have with you, and it also lets you know completely and utterly, our gap. Where exactly is it? Sitting in the rotating restaurant on the top floor with an exceptionally beautiful view, HD Moon picked up the menu and directly started ordering, not even looking at Yi Ching, until, after all of them were ordered, HD Moon sneered and said, seeing that you haven't eaten these delicious food either, so, I'll take the lead and order for you. Yi Ching sat across from HD Moon, sighed softly, and said, HD Moon, what exactly is so superior about you? Just because you're rich now, you're able to afford expensive bags, drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and come here every now and then to have a pricey meal, right? But that, so what? And what business is it of mine? Just to make me feel inferior? To make me see how far apart we are? Is that it? So, I see. What is your purpose? To get me to stop pestering you from now on? Or, to make me break down in despair, and then beg you nicely so that you won't leave me? HD Moon, do you, in fact, want me to leave and never pester you again? Or do you want me to know that you're very powerful now, and that I shouldn't give up on you, that I should, instead, hold on to you firmly, and stay by your side even if I beg you? Perhaps that's what you're after? The moment these words came out, HD Moon's face instantly changed, as if she was seen through her heart. Yi Chang, you fart. Chapter 25, One Family's Charity Dinner. At this moment, high-definition Moon shouted out unimaginatively as if her tail had been stepped on. However, after shouting, noticing the environment here, HD Moon's face turned red. Only then did she lower her voice and angrily looked at Yi Ching, saying, Yi Chang, don't say anything shameless. You're feeling too good about yourself, right? And also I'm doing this so you don't leave me. Why don't you go to hell? Just like you who wants nothing. Mediocre to the core waste. Who do you think will care about you? Also, Bairuoro's matter has made me see more clearly that you are a selfish, thin-skinned villain. A man like you, a dog wouldn't even want you. Hurry up and get lost. I'm doing this for the sole purpose of getting you to recognize reality so you can stay away from me. Do you hear me? Also, I, HD Moon, have people to like, and people to like. You, Yi Chang, will never, ever be worthy of being with me. Get lost. Listening to these words of HD Moon, Yi Ching just smiled faintly, then slowly got up, looked at HD Moon, and coldly laughed. Then, I wish you happiness. In the future, don't contact me again. We're already divorced. Please keep this in mind, and I've seen everything you and your family have done. So don't worry, I'll never forgive you in this life. And likewise, please, in this life, don't regret it. After saying that, looking at the table full of expensive ingredients, Yi Ching shook his head and said, a table full of expensive and delicious food can, perhaps, give you a sense of spiritual superiority, but, are you really happy eating it? Compared to these, I still like to eat $8 a bowl of noodles on the snack street, drinking $1 of mineral water, eating all kinds of. You now can't even look at the snacks. But, that's the happiness I want. I like the feeling. Do you? Do you really like the present life? The present you? HD Moon, be good. After saying that, Yi Ching directly turned his head and left, walking away crisply and completely. As for HD Moon, she sat in place, staring blankly at Yi Ching's back, and at this moment, her fists were clenched white. Yi Chang, you will only talk tough. You, in fact, are just making excuses for your incompetence and mediocrity. You bastard who eats women's soft rice but is still thin-skinned. Just wait, I will definitely not let you have a good ending. With that said, HD Moon was about to start ruthlessly turning her anger into an appetite. However, just then, Lin Ji's phone called in. HD Moon answered the phone without a good mood and said, what for? Lin Ji heard the unkindness of HD Moon's tone, and hurriedly said, Mr. Gao, it's like this. The Wan family has decided to hold a charity dinner tomorrow night. Firstly, to celebrate Elder Wan's physical recovery, and secondly, also for the purpose of accumulating virtues and praying for blessings. So I've specially sent an invitation to you as well. Do you think that you'll want to go? At these words, HD Moon flinched for a moment. Then, nodding, she said, Elder Wan's health has recovered? This is truly a miracle. However, the Wan family's charity dinner must still be attended. Not to mention that our Qingyu group has a lot of business that needs the Wan family's help. Let's just say that my younger brother, Xing Shu, also follows the Wan family's ninth uncle, so he must also show his support. Okay, tell the Vanguard family that I'll be on time. Speaking of this, HD Moon thought for a moment and said, Young Master Shiman, can I make it tomorrow? Or, will I arrive in Jiangqing only in the next 2 days? If I can go to the Wan family with young Master Shiman, then, it will be of great benefit to me. Lin Ji sniffed and immediately said, for this, I'm afraid it will be up to you and young Master Shiman to personally communicate. However, it is said that Elder Shiman's big birthday is around the corner, so I'm afraid that young Master Shiman will be very busy as well. But young Master Shiman has always been fond of you, so for your sake, perhaps he will find the time to do so. Hearing this, HD Moon shook her head and said, that's better. Master Shiman's big birthday is more important. On young Master Shiman's side, I'll contact him and express my blessings. After saying that, HD Moon clenched her teeth and said, there's one more thing. Lin Ji, Yi Qing's problem, can be put on the agenda. People like him don't deserve to live in this world. Notify Cheng Shu. Tell him to tell the people on ninth uncle's side in the next couple of days, you can lay hands on Yi Qing. Dares to beat up my younger brother, dares to beat up my mother, and dares to mock me. I want to let him know that he is just a mole cricket. Obviously, HD Moon was infuriated by Yi Qing today, and at this moment, it was all about finding someone to deal with Yi Qing, and Linz, gladly, claimed the task. On the contrary, Yi Qing, after leaving Cloud End City, didn't care what HD Moon thought, but he knew that perhaps his peace would be broken to the contrary, because the appearance of that Cloud 1 card used to purchase White Crystal Love would surely cause an uproar. It's just that whether it's a good thing or a bad thing remains to be seen for now. And just as Yi Qing thought, from the moment the Cloud 1 card was activated on the system, the entire top echelon of the Cloud group, all of them got excited, because this card represents Yun Lao, and now, everyone knows that Yun Lao won't use this card for the time being, so, the person who uses this card, what kind of person, is worth playing with, but, no matter who uses this card, it represents one thing, that is, the current owner of this card, must know the whereabouts of Cloud Elder, and at the same time, the owner of this card, I'm afraid, is the person who Cloud Elder gifted the shares to, almost, the owner of half of the Cloud group, the one who can truly sway the future of the Cloud group. This person, finally appeared, who could not remain motionless and calm. Inside the Cloud group, a patriarch's office, a dozen or so Cloud group executives were gathered at the moment, generally not young in age, all of them in Cloud Elder's direct lineage. At this moment, an old man with somewhat white hair, but still in good spirits, spoke excitedly. The appearance of the Cloud No. 1 card, that means, Yun Lao's successor has appeared. I will now arrange to go to Jiangchang, to look for this young man. You guys at the headquarters, you have to guard Yun Lao's foundation. Remember, don't let anyone else take advantage of the situation. When the others heard this, they nodded heavily and said, Elder Gu, don't worry, with us here, those unfilial sons of the Yun family will not be able to take away Elder Yun's heart and soul. We'll wait for you to come back. Gu old man heard, nodded, said that the matter should not be delayed. I will set off now. However, this news, since we know, the Cloud families those, must also know, I am afraid, they will also have some action. In short, you remember, the group, it is good that the Cloud family, but it is even more the Cloud old man's, the old man's words, is what we have to listen to, the other, do not have to pay attention to it. After saying that, Gulao waved his hand and dispersed the meeting, then immediately took the group's private jet and flew to the eastern province. And just as Elder Yun had predicted, the people of the Yun family, too, began to send people to Jiangcheng, looking for Yi Qing. Their purposes, only, were very different. Elder Gu was there to pay a visit to Yi Qing and support him, while the people from the Yun family were there to take back the shares and bully them. Chapter 26 Yi Qing's Men and Friends. After leaving from Cloud End City, Yi Qing returned home, and at this moment, there were two young men, waiting right in front of Yi Qing's house. One wore glasses, was all bookish and looked, well, svelte, while the other, with long hair, looked a little fierce. Both were people Yi Qing had met in prison and had given them no small amount of help, so these people, dead set on following Yi Qing. The young man with glasses looked at the young man with long hair and shoulders and said, Tiger's Teeth, it's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Yi. Excited? Tiger's Teeth sniffed and revealed a bright smile, saying, Four Eyes, aren't you excited? Mr. Yi is our lifesaver, and even more so, he has the grace of rebuilding us. I have dreamed of seeing Mr. Yi again, and now that I have finally reached my wish, I can't wait to be happy. I just hope that some of the accomplishments we've made in this year's time will still satisfy Mr. Yi. When he said this, Tiger's Teeth was a little apprehensive, like a student who was about to have his homework checked by the teacher, afraid of getting a bad grade and disappointing the teacher. And Four Eyes looked at Tiger's Teeth, smiled, and said, It won't be. This year, you and a few of them have made a huge name for yourself in the Eastern continent, and have staked out a great territory. This is something for all to see. Mr. Yi won't say anything. On the contrary, it's me, taking the great killing weapon given by Mr. Yi, but as a result, the progress is slow. Really can't face Mr. Yi's cultivation. Tiger Teeth heard, immediately shook his head, said, Four Eyes, do not be presumptuous, you so steady and steady is right. The myth of the group was established only just more than a year, but the assets have broken tens of billions of dollars, and this, or dilute the plate of the life of the spirit of the water has not been launched on the market. In the case of the market, if you really launched the market, then, the assets will skyrocket by 10 times. 100 times are not a problem. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, will understand. Yes, 4 eyes or tiger's teeth may seem a bit bland, however, in fact, their achievements, far beyond the imagination of the onlookers. Let's start with tiger's tooth. Now it was already a famous underground world big shot in the eastern continent. In just over a year's time, it had developed and grown to be able to fight against the old strengths. This kind of speed was enough to prove tiger's tooth's strength they had. And this, or there is no backing support in the case. Otherwise, now the entire eastern province, I'm afraid, will be swept away by the tiger's teeth at least half of their boundaries. Even so, in Jiangcheng, tiger's tooth is a big name. The strength, not weaker than ninth uncle, and 4 eyes, not to mention, relying on a life spirit water that was only used in the rich and powerful class, managed to make the group step into the $10 billion asset mark. And moreover, almost all of them were cash flow of this kind, which could be called the king of cash. With this kind of strength, who dares to say it's weak, regardless of whether it was 4 eyes or tiger's tooth? Those were big shots that no one else could even see, but they, however, stood respectfully and excitedly at Yi Qing's door, waiting for Yi Qing's summons. If an onlooker were to see this scene, I'm afraid, they would be horrified. However, was this the true strength of Yi Qing? No, even 4 eyes and tiger's tooth only knew the area they were in charge of. The rest, they, too, could not feel it clearly. They only knew that Yi Qing's strength far exceeded their imagination. The key thing was that none of this mattered. What mattered was that this person, Yi Qing, was the most frightening, terrifying, and inscrutable existence. As time passed, the legs of 4 eyes and tiger's teeth were standing a little numb, before Yi Qing slowly returned. After seeing 4 eyes and tiger's tooth, Yi Qing flinched for a moment, then revealed a smiling face and said, 4 eyes, tiger's tooth, you guys came quite quickly. After 4 eyes and tiger tooth saw Yi Qing, their eyes were directly filled with tears of excitement. Mr. Yi, it's nice to finally meet you. Mr. Yi, it's been a long time, I really missed you. At this moment, there was nothing messed up in the minds of 4 eyes and tiger's teeth. Only excitement. Only excitement. Yi Qing, in their hearts, that position, is indescribable existence. To put it mildly, that is like their regenerative parents. To Yi Qing, they are willing to pay even if they die. Yi Qing patted the shoulders of the 2 men and laughed lightly. How old are they? Still crying. Come on in. Yi Qing opened the door and then let the 2 walk in. After entering the room, Yi Qing personally poured 2 cups of tea for the 2 people. This moment's mood, also a lot better. After all, saw an old friend. The mood, how bad. I originally thought that it would be Red Pupil and the others who would find their way here first, but I didn't expect that it would be you two. Oh, that's right. You two would have been on this side of the eastern province, and it's only right that you would come quickly. Hearing Yi Qing mention the Red Pupil, the eyes of the 2 people, 4 eyes and tiger's teeth, could not help but show a hint of fear. Although, we are all friends, but, facing the Red Pupil, they are really half relaxed. That was a devil without feelings. But on the contrary, it was a strong and terrifying kind of existence. Except for Yi Qing, no one was convinced. Except for Yi Qing, no one could restrain it. And, flip-flopping like a book, 6 relatives up, say kill. That's really kill ah. Red Pupil. It seems like he is not in Dasha for the recent period of time. I don't know where he has gone. You also know that he is a person, with a weird character, and we don't dare to ask more questions. Tigress gave a dry laugh, not feeling the least bit ashamed that she was afraid of the Red Pupil. Yi Qing smiled lightly and said, don't mention the Red Pupil. He is just a bit of a bad character. People are still quite good and understanding. It's fine. Anyway, I've already come out. In the future there will be an opportunity. I'll slowly teach him is all. With these words, Tiger's teeth and 4 eyes could do nothing but dryly laugh. In the entire underground world, have set off a bloody storm, kill the 8 parties, shivering existence. Only in the side of Yi Qing, is the so-called quite good, quite understand the bar. If the others heard this, I'm afraid, one could only look at each other in disbelief. Tiger Teeth looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, let's give you a report on what we have accomplished in the past year or so that you can accept it. And if there is anything you're not satisfied with, you say so, and we'll definitely do our best to correct it. At this moment, 4 Eye's face also became serious, and he nodded his head heavily, saying, Yes, Mr. Yi, according to your orders, we have done what we should do. However, we are not you. We are just a mere mortal, so perhaps it is not up to your standards, but please believe us, we will do our best to satisfy you. The 2 were extremely serious. And as Yi Qing listened, he smiled. Sit down. All sit down. No need to make it so serious. Moreover, I said in the beginning, just to let you have something to do. And what about turning back, so that all of you also have the opportunity to honor your ancestors? Not so much to ask. What's more, I'm sure that you won't let me down. Since you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. So I can hear what these two good brothers of mine have accomplished in the past year or so that I can follow along and be happy. Yi Qing at this moment did not have any frame at all, and what he said was even more completely treating them as brothers and friends, which made Tiger's Teeth and Four Eyes tense, at the same time, could not help but relax a little, and more, happy. Chapter 27, Achievements and the Life Essence. Tiger Tooth looked at Yi Qing and spoke respectfully. Mr. Yi, after Dog Hua and I were released from prison, we took the path of the underground world. After all, we didn't have any other skills, so we thought of making a name for ourselves in the underground world. Over the past year or so, we have made quite a name for ourselves in the eastern continent, and have our own piece of turf, and in the eastern province, the Fierce Beasts organization, which is also considered to be a little famous, directly and indirectly controls around 3,000 men, and operates a few bars, casinos, nightclubs, and so on. As for me, I've brought you the ledger so you can look at it. Without looking at the ledger, Yi Qing knew that Tiger Tooth was modest. Directly and indirectly, his men are around 3,000. This is definitely not a small force. Not to mention other things, let's say that ninth uncle in Jiangqing side, although it is a big name, but his men are only around 1,000. And for Tiger to have 3,000 people as henchmen, and that's only a year's worth of results, is pretty good, as you can imagine. Four Eyes pushed his glasses and laughed. Mr. Yi, Tiger's Tooth is being modest. Now the entire eastern province underground world. Who doesn't know the great name of the Fierce Beast organization? Who doesn't know the name of this big brother of the Tiger's Tooth? Although there is still a distance with the four giants of the underground world in the eastern province, but as long as there is enough time, Tiger's Tooth to take its place is not a problem. Yi Qing sniffed, nodded gently, then frowned, saying, going down the road of the underground world, I don't have a problem with it. However, there is one thing that I have to make clear in advance, and that is, bullying of good people, and forcing good people to become prostitutes are not permitted. And these 2 points are the bottom line, do you understand? Also, on the matter of gambling, I know that gambling can bring huge profits, and you have numerous men to support, but, among the yellow gambling and drugs, gambling, like drugs, can make people change their character and lose all their money? These 2 points, don't dabble in them, and if the money isn't enough, I can subsidize it for you. As soon as Tiger Tooth heard this, he immediately stood up and nodded his head. Mr. Yi, don't worry, the money is enough. Moreover, the matter of poison is something that we will never dip. I firmly remembered your teachings. Anyone who is dipped in poison that we come across, without the need for anyone else to do it, I will personally take action to solve them. As for the casino, turn off can also, you can rest assured, your will is the highest will of the entire Ferocious Beast organization. We all listen to you. Yi Qing sniffed, waved his hand, signaling Tiger's Teeth to sit down, before speaking faintly, people, there are things to do and things not to do. Even in the underground world, there are equally reasoned. There are principles and a bottom line to speak of. Do a good job, as long as you don't violate the bottom line. If there's anything that you need, I'll do my best to support you. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Four Eyes and laughed. Seeing that you're in a spring mood, Myth Group, it's developing well. Four Eyes sniffed and immediately pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose and laughed. The Mythic Group is now valued at more than $10 billion, and is known as a true myth. However, everyone knows that the Mythic Group's value is much more than that, and all of this is not my doing. It's all due to the original life liquid you provided me with when I was released from prison. And with this miraculous treasure, anyone could have made it this far. The original liquid of life was provided by Yi Qing to Four Eyes. Its main effect, it could make people inhibit aging, and even become young. Moreover, it could change their physique and make them energetic. In short, the wonderful use was infinite, and whoever used it could immediately feel the change. It was a good treasure that could truly be called a miracle. The words original life are true to their name. Mr. Yi, I remember your teachings. The real role of the life essence, money is rather secondary. The real big role is its ability to bring the horror of the network nowadays. But all know the value of the life essence of the people. Almost everyone door to door to buy a life essence, as the relationship between the big network has been woven to the entire 5 provinces of the southeast. And this, or I deliberately suppressed the results. Next, How the mythic group will move down the road will depend on your arrangements. My plan is to dilute 10 and 100 times the original liquid of life and put it on the market, thus rapidly allowing the mythic group to undergo expansion and absorb a sufficiently huge amount of money. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Yi Ching sniffed, resting his chin, and after a moment of silence, he nodded and said, the matter of the life original liquid. It's fine for you to handle it, since the mythic group has been given to you to be in charge of. Then I'm too lazy to intervene. I have my own things that I want to do. All in all, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. This kind of trust is the most rare and precious thing. And Four Eyes was instantly moved almost to tears. After all, this is the myth group. And this is, well, the original liquid of life. This is to say that it is worth trillions of dollars of wealth. In fact, are not too much. And Yi Ching, so simple, full power to himself. This is how much trust. Four Eyes' reddened as he looked at Yi Ching and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, in this life, I will do my utmost for you and die. If there is any betrayal, the heavens and the earth will be destroyed, and the gods and the people will be outraged. This is where the poisonous oaths of loyalty begin. Yi Ching smiled and shook his head, saying, all right, let's not talk about this. They are all brothers. I believe in you. Well, after the business is done, next, then let's talk about other things. For example, drinking. How can a good brother meet and not drink? Yi Ching then took Tiger and Four Eyes and found a ground stall, ate barbecue and drank beer. As Yi Ching told HD Moon today, compared to those extravagant and delicious dishes, Yi Ching preferred this earthly fireworks. And while they were eating, drinking and chatting, Tan Xiao, who had been left outside the hotel by ninth uncle, was finally found by the Tan family and then sent to the hospital for resuscitation. Don't look at the fact that Tan Xiao was now inhuman and ghostly, but when Yi Ching said that he could keep Tan Xiao alive, then Tan Xiao couldn't die. What's more, Yi Ching had taken away 10 years of Tan Xiao's lifespan to give him the potential to increase his life, so if he wanted to die, it would be even more difficult. The Tan family Lord and Mrs. Tan were directly furious and about to pass out after seeing the appearance of young Tan. So, still their son? A whole monster. Just one look. They were scared to death. They simply couldn't imagine, Tan Xiao, just how much torture and pain he had endured. And coincidentally, Tan Xiao resuscitated hospital, on the side of the hospital where Bai Ruo lived, and Bai Ruo is the same floor ward building. So, at the first time, Bai Ruo's parents, too, saw Tan Xiao's miserable appearance. The two men immediately looked at each other in disbelief, gulped, and fear flooded their hearts. We didn't see it wrong. Right, that monster that doesn't have a single inch of good skin on its entire body and can't even be seen in human form. Is that Tan Xiao? The Bai family master pulled Mrs. Bai and cautiously opened his mouth to inquire, and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 28, The Tan Family's Wrath. It wasn't that the Bai family lord was timid. It was really, this scene in front of him was too shocking. That was the Tan family that they all had to rush up to flatter. And Tan Xiao, moreover, had almost become their son-in-law. None of this matters now. What matters is that Tan Xiao is the one who put their daughter in the hospital. But now, Tan Xiao is being tortured like a human being, not a ghost. In his heart, he had some guesses, but yet, he couldn't believe it. Mrs. Bai looked at the Bai family head, clenched her teeth, and said, who else could it be if it wasn't Tan Xiao? He deserved it. Whoever made him so inhumane and beat our daughter so badly, he deserved to die. This is his retribution. When the Bai family master heard this, he was so scared that he hurriedly covered Mrs. Bai's mouth and said, shhhh, keep your voice down. The people of the Tan family are still here. Why are you saying such things at this time? I mean, this can't really be Yi Ching's doing, right? Don't forget, before Yi Ching said that he would take revenge for Ruo. As a result, at night, Tan Xiao was sent in like this. If this is to say it wasn't Yi Ching, no one would believe it. Mrs. Bai sniffed and nodded. That would be Yi Ching. I just didn't expect that this Yi Ching would be so ruthless, but it's fine. Anyway, it's revenge for our daughter. I'm happy. The Bai family lord immediately laughed bitterly. Happy but happy, just afraid, involving their heads off. And right at this moment, the Tan family master seemed to have seen the Bai family master and his wife, and immediately frowned as he walked over. The Bai family lord was immediately nervous. Master Tan, what brings you here in the middle of the night? I just saw you guys take someone into surgery. Who was it? Did something happen? With a cold expression, the Tan family lord looked at the Bai family lord and said, it's my son. What? Don't you guys see it? Also, do you, by any chance, know something about Inuyasha being beaten up like this? When the Bai family master heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, "No, no, how could we know? This whole day, we were in the hospital with our daughter. We didn't go anywhere." That was true, but it would be impossible to reassure the Tan family lord. The Tan family lord looked at Bai Ruoro lying in the hospital room and let out a cold smile as he said, "Bai family lord, Bai Ruoro's injuries, if that's correct, it should have been the canine son who beat him up. This is something that I'm sure you guys are aware of as well. And I'll admit that the canine son isn't mature enough to have done this kind of thing. It's simply asshole-ish. But, no matter how asshole, that is also my son. What hatred, what resentment. I, as a father, should cover for him, even if it's a lesson. I should also be the one to teach it. Never allow others to beat my child so severely. Bai family master. My mood. You can understand it." The Bai family master smiled dryly as he said, "I can understand, Family Master Tan. But this, really, has nothing to do with us." The Tan family lord looked deeply at the Bai family lord and said, "Okay, since you said it's okay, then I'll believe you. Ha, Bai Ruoro was just hospitalized after a painful beating, and then subsequently my son was cleaned up like this. It's quite a coincidence. A beating is also a beating, but now my son tortured people, not human ghost. This means, really ruthless. This matter, I will be strictly investigated to the end. Don't let me know who it is. Once let me find out, no matter who it is, I will give up everything to avenge my son." After saying that, the Tan family lord let out a cold snort and directly twisted his head and left. However, that look, that tone of voice, was clearly a warning to the Bai family master, and simply did not believe that this matter had nothing to do with the Bai family master. This looked at the Bai family master. Again, a fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. There was no way. He was really a little afraid of the Tan family master. What's more, this matter, it really was related to them. After watching the Tan family master leave, the Bai family master and his wife hurriedly entered the hospital room, afraid of having to deal with the Tan family master in any way. And at this time, Bai Ruoro had already woken up. Not only woke up, the whole person's injuries has begun to improve substantially. Even the swelling on the face have been close to completely invisible. This speed of recovery made the doctors feel like it was a miracle, but they didn't know what the reason was. They could only say that Bai Ruoro's physique was amazingly good. Only Bai Ruoro knew that all of this was brought about by Yi Qing giving her acupuncture, and this magical change made Bai Ruoro suddenly feel that Yi Qing seemed to be getting more and more mysterious. "Dad, Mom, what's going on out there? Just now, I seem to have heard the Tan family's master talking to you guys. Is it the Tan family's people who are still unwilling to let me go? So they've come to cause trouble?" The Bai family master sniffed, immediately shook his head and whispered, "It's the Tan family master, but it's not here to cause trouble. Ruoro, it's Tan Xiao. Tan Xiao has been beaten into the hospital. Moreover, I just looked at it from afar, and I've watched it with fear and trepidation. This Tan Xiao, all over his body, there's almost no point of good place. The torture he's been subjected to, just looking at it, it's able to frighten a person to death. Your revenge, it's avenged." When Bai Ruoro heard this, her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Is it Yi Qing?" The Bai family master sniffed, and quickly shook his head. "I don't know, but, Ruo, even if it is really Yi Qing who helped you to take revenge, you should treat it as if you don't know. Otherwise, it will invite trouble for Yi Qing." The Tan family master is now crazy. He just gritted his teeth and swore to find the person who did it, and not to rest until they are dead. We don't dare to take it on ourselves, or else, it will be a real problem. And right at this moment, Uncle Nine pushed open the door, walked in and said with a smile, "Something happened? I'd like to see who dares to let something happen to Mr. Yi, Bai family master. You, are being overly concerned." After seeing the ninth uncle, this heart of the White family lord was sort of put down. Just now when he faced the Tan family lord alone, he was really afraid, but when the ninth uncle came, everything was different. "Ninth uncle, you're here, please have a seat." Ninth uncle smiled and shook his head, saying, "I won't sit down. What about my coming this time?" "It's to send invitations to the Bai family master and also Miss Ruo. To send invitations, because the old master's condition has recovered. The family master is very happy, so he has decided to organize a charity dinner tomorrow night to help some people in need. Bai family master, Miss Ruo, when the time comes, please enjoy your time." When the Bai family master heard this, he immediately accepted the invitation with both hands and spoke with a smile. "Don't worry, ninth uncle, we will definitely arrive on time. This kind of charity, the one family master is kind-hearted, and we, too, will fully support it. It's just that with Ruo's body, I don't know if I'll be able to participate by then. And when Bai Ruoro heard that, she shook her head and said, my body is fine. I should be able to recover more or less by tomorrow night if I get there. Ninth uncle, will Yi Qing be there too? Ninth uncle smiled and nodded, saying, Mr. Yi is a great contributor to curing the old man and saving his life, so we will naturally invite him in person. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoro immediately revealed a smiling face, as if being able to see Yi Qing one more time was the happiest thing for her. Don't worry Uncle Nine, I'll be there. Speaking here, Bai Ruoro looked at Ninth uncle with some hesitation and said, Ninth uncle, just now, listening to you, you seem to know about the beating of Tan Xiao, so, was it really Yi Qing who did it? If so, he won't be alright. After mentioning this matter, in Ninth uncle's eyes, a hint of awe flashed, as if, thinking of that image, still made him feel a little less comfortable, or even, physically chilled. Chapter 29, The Jewelry You Can't Forget. Uncle Nine took a deep breath, looked at Bai Ruoro and the Bai family master in them, gently nodded his head and said, that's right, it was Mr. Yi who personally laid his hands on them, and throughout the whole process, I was watching from the sidelines. Ninth uncle had thought about whether or not to hide it for Yi Qing. After all, with such a vicious hand, don't scare people, but when he thought about the faces of the Bai family master and his wife, plus the fact that Yi Qing didn't have any intention to hide it, so he still said it directly and plainly. In this way, it could also prove that Yi Qing was extremely attentive to Bai Ruoro. Don't think that Mr. Yi is being merciful if he hasn't killed this Tan Xiao. To tell you the truth, Mr. Ye's methods, ghostly and unimaginable. Tan Xiao's life won't be in danger this time. Of course, although it looks like it's already miserable, but he's even more miserable. In the back, in the future, Tan Xiao, even if he recovers, he will switch back and forth between sobriety and insanity. And from then on, life is worse than death. Inhuman. And this is what Mr. Yi will do to take revenge for the sake of you, Miss Ruoro. When these words came out, the Bai family master and his wife glanced at each other and gulped, not daring to say anything more. As for Bai Ruoro, her eyes let out a fine light. She didn't care what Tan Xiao had become. She only remembered that all of this was what Yi Qing had done for her. Ninth uncle, Yi Qing, there won't be any danger, right? If the Tan family knows, they will definitely make a move. Ninth uncle smiled and looked at Bai Ruoro and laughed. Don't worry, the Tan family's matter. We, the Wan family, will solve it. It's just that we haven't gotten Mr. Ye's clear meaning yet, so we won't make a move for now. With Uncle Nine's words, Bai Ruoro had nothing more to say. After all, the strength was here. Wait until Uncle Nine leaves. The Bai family lord looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. Ruoro, this Yi Qing has done so much for you. He really has feelings for you. When you are well, you can be sure to thank Yi Qing and have more contact with him. This is nothing bad for you, and for our Bai family. Bai Ruoro naturally wanted to have more contact with Yi Qing. This point, from the beginning to the end, never changed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to find Yi Qing. But now, hearing her own father say that made her feel uncomfortable. Dad, whatever my relationship with Yi Qing is, I don't want you guys to be thinking about using him. You guys have seen Yi Qing's temper. If you really upset him, don't say I didn't warn you. Hearing Bai Ruoro's words, the Bai family head nodded with a smile on his face and said, I know, Ruoro, don't worry. In short, we won't intervene in your future dealings with Yi Qing. It's just that, after all, our family is facing difficulties, so if it's possible, it's still better to ask Yi Qing to help out. Even if it's just to help with a couple of good words, that will solve our family's crisis. This is something that you don't really disregard. Don't ask. Bai Ruoro was helpless. But, what the Bai family lord said was also true. And now, she could only nod her head and agree for the time being. And at this moment, Yi Qing and Four Eyes and Tiger's Tooth were drinking at the ground stall. This wine, drinking is very painful, and did not encounter any annoying people and things. The three people directly drink to the middle of the night, are a little drunk when the Tiger's Teeth and the Four Eyes, only to return to the hotel to live. And the next day after waking up, they will leave. As for Yi Qing, he returned to his small house to sleep. Yi Qing woke up at noon the next day, thinking that there was still the Wan family's charity dinner tonight. Yi Qing shook his head before he started looking for clothes to wear in the closet. However, because Yi Qing didn't like suits, so the entire closet, in addition to the set of suits worth more than $3,000 that he had worn when he got married, there was really nothing else to wear. Yi Qing put that suit on, looked in the mirror. The body did not change, but better, wear up, more erect and sturdy, looks like tailored seam. After putting on his suit, Yi Ching opened the white crystal love worth over $100 million that was specially escorted to his door by the people from Cloud City last night. Looking at the set of jewelry contained in the box, Yi Ching's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. It's perfect for Ruo Ruo. I think she'll like it. After saying that, Yi Ching just casually took this white crystal love set and went out to take a taxi, heading towards the hospital. With this relaxed look, I'm afraid that no one would have thought that what Yi Ching was holding was jewelry worth over $100 million. And at this time, in HD Moon's villa, HD Moon was picking out the right dress and jewelry. Lin Ji was beside her, looking at the beautiful and radiant HD Moon. She said with an envious face, "Ching Yu, you're really beautiful. If you attend the dinner party in such a white dress today, you'll definitely be the most eye-catching one in the whole venue." A proud look appeared on HD Moon's face as she lightly laughed. "Lin Ji, take a picture of me and send it over to young Master Shiman. There's no way for him to come over today, but I also want to show him my outfit today." Lin Ji sniffed, and immediately took out her cell phone and smiled as she took a picture of HD Moon. However, in her eyes, a hint of jealousy flashed. "Ching Yu, if you send this beautiful photo of you, young Master Shiman won't be mesmerized. I'm afraid he can't wait to take a plane and come over here directly to look for you." Hearing this, HD Moon covered her mouth and laughed, then looked at the jewelry around her neck, sighed, and said with some reluctance, "I was strolling around Cloud City yesterday, and I fell in love with a set of jewelry, named White Crystal Love. It's beautiful, and one can't get enough of it, but unfortunately, it's just too expensive. Or else, paired with this outfit of mine today, it's definitely capable of blinding everyone's eyes." At the mention of White Crystal Love, HD Moon's eyes were all infatuated. Obviously, she really liked that set of jewelry and wanted it especially. Even, in HD Moon's opinion, that set of White Crystal Love could only be matched by her. However, jewelry worth hundreds of millions of dollars, she could not, right now, really afford it. Lin Ji sniffed and looked at HD Moon and laughed. "It's not just a set of jewelry. As long as you want it, you can definitely get it. It's just a matter of one day earlier, one day later. Moreover, you don't even need to buy it yourself." When young Master Shiman found out about this news, he bought it for you the first time to please you. HD Moon proudly smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right. Although that White Crystal Love set is worth nearly $100 million, I, HD Moon, will be able to own it sooner or later." Lin Ji heard that this jewelry is actually worth nearly $100 million. The face immediately showed a staggering expression. No wonder, HD Month did not buy it, combined with cannot afford otherwise, with HD Moon's character, where would he wait until now? He would definitely have already made a move to take it down. 100 million is nothing. With young Master Shiman's family background and his feelings for you, not to mention 100 million, even if it's 200 million, or 300 million, as long as it makes you happy, he won't hesitate to give it out. "Ching Yu, you're really so happy." Lin Ji was now constantly speaking up for young Master Shiman, so she naturally had her benefits and purpose. As for HD Moon, she smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "You don't know yet, right? Because of this White Crystal Love, Yi Ching even gave me a pretense. Thinking about that scene, I feel ridiculous now. Really, it's just too ridiculous." With that said, HD Moon covered her stomach and laughed as if, really, it was ridiculous. Chapter 30, How Ridiculous Yi Ching Is. Lin Ji knew that Yi Ching had followed HD Moon to visit Cloud City, but she really wasn't clear about what exactly happened. However, High Definition Moon and Yi Ching were definitely not going to talk about love. That was guaranteed. "What's going on? Tell me." High Definition Moon smiled and opened her mouth. "Let's not talk about other jokes. Let's talk about this set of White Crystal Love. That's the treasure of the town store in Yunwan City. I, High Definition Moon, can only look at it. I can't afford to buy the treasure. Do you know what Yi Ching has done?" Lin Ji quickly revealed a curious expression and said, "It can't be. Yi Ching said he could afford it, right?" High Definition Moon sniffed, nodded heavily and said, "I really let you guess right. This Yi Ching, pretending to me, but even if you want to pretend, you have to pretend like it. Do you know what he has done? He said that if I couldn't afford it, I should go out and shop on my own first, and he would buy it, and then, you pulled out a card and handed it to the waiter, and it turned out that you definitely didn't have enough money to do that, which is a no-brainer. But do you know who the card belonged to?" Lin Ji shook her head, not really able to guess who the card belonged to. HD Moon laughed. "It's by Ruoro's. After this by Ruoro met Yi Ching, she gave him a card, and Yi Ching, he's just pretending with this card. People waiter said that the money is not enough." Yi Ching's face changed. "Really funny. Want to stimulate me, the result of their own touch a nose. You say, this Yi Qing's brain is not out of what is wrong. Locked up in prison. Locked up stupid? Such a ridiculous lie. Opening his mouth, and eating up by Ruoro's soft rice. He really makes me feel so ridiculous. The mouth said that Yi Qing was ridiculous, but in HD Moon's eyes, there was a flash of coldness and anger, as if, by accepting by Ruoro's bank card, Yi Qing was again betraying her. Lin Shi sniffed, looked at HD Moon, and frowned. Yi Qing, even accepted by Ruoro's bank card. I thought how ambitious he was, but as a result, this? Still really a villain who has one thing in front of people and one thing behind them. Qing Yu, leaving him is the most accurate choice you've ever made in your life. This Yi Qing is simply a villain. High Definition Moon sniffed, nodded heavily, and said, then you know, what's even more villainous about him, is that he's even more villainous? Lindsay shook her head. HD Moon laughed coldly, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, saying, Bai Ruoroa secretly went to see Yi Qing. This matter is known to Tan Xiao. Then, Bai Ruoroa was beaten into the hospital. I told Yi Qing about this matter, but do you know what Yi Qing said? He was, surprisingly, just oh so quiet and didn't react at all. Pity her. Bai Ruoroa to Yi Qing a piece of love. The result? In order to Yi Qing suffered serious injuries and went into the hospital. Not to mention, Yi Qing did not even half care about it. It is simply a timid as a mouse. Selfish and self-serving villain. This kind of person, it is simply a scourge. Although HD Moon hated that Bai Ruoroa had too much contact with Yi Qing. However, after seeing Yi Qing's indifference and ruthlessness towards Bai Ruoroa, HD Moon was really upset and felt that Yi Qing was an irresponsible, thin-skinned person. There wasn't much guilt left for Yi Qing, but her contempt for Yi Qing was growing. Lin Ji was even more furious and directly cursed angrily. Simply abominable. Well, although I also hate Bai Ruoroa, think this is not a good woman, but not only gave Yi Qing money to spend, but also for Yi Qing hospitalized and beaten. But the result is that Yi Qing is unheard of. Indifferent. Villain. Simply a complete villain. This Yi Qing, damn it. I used to think that he was more or less manly, but as a result, it's all a lie. HD Moon sneered and said, it's just a fake. Fortunately I divorced him. Otherwise, I don't know how long I have to be kept in the dark by him. This thin-skinned villain. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Just wait. Tan Xiao will clean him up sooner or later. At that time, I'll see if he's still pretending. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon's exasperated appearance, and hurriedly walked to HD Moon's side, holding HD Moon's arm, and laughed. Okay, let's not mention this villain. It's just a piece of trash that can't be helped up. What's the point of mentioning him? Tonight you still have to go to the charity dinner in a beautiful way. It's only right to be happy. Qing Yu, can I go with you? When the time comes, I can still take care of you. For the charity dinner held by the Wan family, all the participants were either rich or noble, and Lin Ji, naturally, wanted to attend it beautifully, and get to know some more rich young masters, which would do her no harm. HD Moon sniffed, nodded, said, this is nothing. You also choose a set of dress. When the time comes, follow me together is. However, first said do not run around and move. More cannot talk nonsense. This dinner party, participate in the celebrities and tycoons, but quite a lot. Do not invite trouble. Lin Shi sniffed and immediately happily thanked HD Moon. However, turning her back, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. When the high definition of the Moon's family is not as good as her Linjiat, and even, sometimes dinner is still Linji please. The result is now, high definition of the Moon. This is what words, completely is the words outside the words. Look down on her Linji, think she has not seen the world well. However, now the truth is so, Lin Ji, really is the distance from the high definition Moon is getting farther and farther. But for Lin Ji, she is thinking, sooner or later, one day, to surpass the high definition Moon. After all, the looks, she also has, why, she cannot do it. At this moment, Yi Qing, who had been misunderstood and looked down upon by them, was already wearing a suit and had arrived at this side of the hospital. After seeing Yi Qing, the Tan family master hurriedly pulled Yi Qing into the room and said cautiously, Mr. Yi, why are you here? But be careful, the Tan family's people, they are also in the ward next to you. If they know about it, they will be unfavorable to you. When Yi Qing heard this, he immediately laughed and said, I left their son alive, so it's fine if they don't thank me, but they still want to disadvantage me? That's fine, just let them come as they please. Big deal, clean it up together. With these words, the Bai family lord was truly unable to pick up. People were different from each other, and now after knowing Yi Qing's ruthless methods, the Bai family lord was also more and more fearful of Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing in a suit, but it was an old style from many years ago, and, at a glance, the value was not expensive, at most a few $1,000s. This point of insight, the Bai family lord still has, after all, even how to encounter difficulties. The Bai family was once a tens of millions of dollars worth of rich people, but seeing it was seeing it, but he didn't dare to taunt Yi Qing to his face. Mr. Yi, dressed like this, are you going to the Wan family's charity dinner? Yi Qing nodded and said, not bad, it's exactly where I'm going, so, I've come to pick up Ruo together. Hearing this, the Bai family master said with some delight, good, please quickly, Ruo's body has almost recovered. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Yi Qing smiled. After entering the ward, he saw Bai Ruo standing by the window. He had to say, Bai Ruo at this moment, her injuries were almost not visible much anymore. However, her body was still a little weak, especially her face. It was a little pale, but instead, it added a soft beauty, so that when people saw it, they couldn't help but rise a desire to protect. Chapter 31, A Gift for You. Yi Qing, you're here. After seeing Yi Qing, Bai Ruo smiled and walked to Yi Qing, her eyes full of love. Yi Qing smiled faintly and nodded. I know you'll be bored if you stay in the ward, so I'll take you along to the Wan family's dinner. How about it? Do you want to go? Bai Ruo sniffed, gently nodded, and said, as long as I can be with you, I'm happy wherever I go. That was, really, a bit ambiguous, and at this time, the Bai family head smiled and spoke. Mr. Yi, our side was just thinking about preparing a dress for Ruo. Look, do you want to change one as well, so that it will match a bit better? The Bai family master was not daring to directly open his mouth and say that Yi Qing's clothes were too cheap, so he could only use this way to try and help Yi Qing find a more expensive outfit. Yi Qing, however, shook his head and laughed. Clothes and stuff, I don't really care. This suit, it fits quite well, so I won't change it. All you need to do is prepare the clothes for Wakey. When Bai Ruo heard this, she quickly looked at her parents and said, Dad, Mom, just prepare a simple white long dress for me. Not too flashy. I don't like it. The Bai family master didn't say anything. Simple and plain. It's good. Anyway, Yi Qing likes it on the line. And at this time, Yi Qing took out the jewelry box and handed it to Bai Ruo with a smile, saying, Nah, a gift for you. Once Bai Ruo heard that this was actually a gift from Yi Qing, she immediately covered her chest with a happy face. Is it for me? Whatever it is, I like it. Finished speaking, White Ruo opened the jewelry box, and the jewelry box in the opening of the moment, white crystal love immediately reflected in the eyes of all present. Immediately, let's see the people. Cannot move their eyes. It's beautiful. It's just stunning. Oh my god. This is so beautiful. No, this must be expensive. I can't have it. Which girl does not like beautiful things? Bai Ruo is no exception. From the first sight of this white crystal love, she deeply liked this jewelry set, but she, too, knew that such beautiful jewelry was definitely expensive. Bai family master and Mrs. Bai saw this scene, also swallowed their saliva. Compared to Bai Ruo, they are a little more insightful. This set of jewelry, at a glance, it is not a mortal product. Yi Qing, really give up what's expensive or not. As long as you like it, it's fine. Besides, this is the first time I've ever given you a gift. Are you going to refuse? Don't forget, I didn't even say no when you, at the time, gave me your bank card and risked your life to come to me. And, this set of jewelry is not expensive at all. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Don't look at the beautifully made. That's the master's good craftsmanship, not any real gemstones. And, this set of jewelry also has a name. It's called, Bai Ruo Love. Look, this should be yours. Don't you want it? Yi Qing had really gone to great lengths to make Bai Ruo accept this set of jewelry without any psychological pressure. Not only did they say it was a knockoff and fake, they even changed the name. After saying that it wasn't too much, Yi Qing took the jewelry box again and shook it and laughed. If it's really something very expensive, I wouldn't just simply hold it in my hand and flaunt it. You say, right? What's more, Ruo, whatever it is, shouldn't it be my heart? That counts? What money or not? Expensive or not? Really, does it matter? Looking at Yi Qing's gaze, Bai Ruo at this moment, her heart was only full of sweetness and emotion. You're right. Your heart. The most important thing. The rest. Nothing else. This is the white Wakefield love you gave me, representing your heart and mine, and I accept it. After saying that, Bai Ruo happily accepted the white crystal love that was worth over $100 million, but was described by Yi Qing as tens of thousands of dollars. Just at that moment, the Tan family master suddenly pushed the door and walked in. the Bai family Lord and Mrs. Bai flinched for a moment and hurriedly went forward to greet them. At this time, they couldn't afford to make a scene. The Tan family Lord didn't even look at the Bai family Lord and directly looked at Yi Ching and Bai Ruorua. I said, why did someone just report to me that a young man in a suit with jewelry came into this room? And now it seems to be true. Bai family master, won't you give me an explanation? These two, what is their relationship? When the Bai family master just wanted to speak, Bai Ruorua directly looked at the Tan family master and said, Tan family master, is it necessary for my parents to give you any explanation? I and your Tan family never had anything to do with each other. The so-called engagement before was just talk and didn't come true. What's more, I couldn't look at that son of yours from the beginning to the end. And now, you're running to my hospital room to question what? Bai Ruorua opened her mouth nonchalantly. She was doing this to draw attention to herself, saving that, after the Tan family master knew about Yi Ching, he would be unfavorable to him. In Bai Ruorua's heart, Yi Ching's weight was really heavy, even if she knew that Yi Ching was not an ordinary person. And even more so, she had the protection of the Wan family. But, she still subconsciously didn't want to let Yi Ching face this kind of dangerous scene. Especially, the Tan family lord had gone a little crazy because of his son's matter. And at a time like this, knowing that it was Yi Ching who had hit him, I'm afraid, he wouldn't care about anything. The Tan family lord looked at Bai Ruorua, revealing a cold smile and said, what a smooth-talking girl. This is knowing that something has happened to my son and doesn't want to marry him. Is it? I'm still telling you, it's impossible. My son, you're bound to marry. Otherwise, I'll not only let your entire Bai family be buried with you, I'll also make your life worse than death. After saying that, the Tan family lord directly pointed at Yi Ching, sneering, don't tell me that what you like is this little white boy, a poor man who is all dressed up, dressed in an unorthodox and cheap way. Bai Ruorua, is that all you have? And you, Bai family masters, you parents, you just watch your own daughters fooling around and don't even think to control it? Or is it that you guys are also like Bai Ruorua, planning to give up the entire Bai family and go out on the street together to beg for food? In the face of the Tan family lord's threat, the White family lord was now also furious. At least he was the head of the honorable Bai family, so he was being threatened by someone pointing his nose like this. Didn't he want to lose face? In the beginning, he could not want it. That was out of the question. But now, the Tan family had the Wan family as an enemy. How much better could it end up? What was he afraid of? Master Tan, this is my daughter's hospital room. You came here to spread your wildness. I'm asking you to show some self-respect. Moreover, my daughter is right. Our Bai family, and your Tan family, have no relationship at all. What qualifications do you have to run here and cause trouble? You are not welcome here. Hurry up and get out. How could the Tan family master not expect that the Bai family master would say such words? Immediately laughed back in anger and said in a cold voice, well, really? Eat the bear heart and leopard's gall. This is really to see that my Tan family is good at bullying. Is it a person who wants to step on a foot? After saying that, the Tan family lord looked at Yi Ching and said in a cold voice, little white boy, it is said that the reason my son poisoned Bai Ruorua was to go catch an adulterer. So you are the adulterer who had a private meeting with Bai Ruorua? Tell me, is it you? Chapter 32, Dragged Away by the Hair. Today Yi Ching was in a good mood. After meeting Tiger and Four Eyes yesterday, he was in a much happier mood. If Tiger and Four Eyes hadn't left, just based on these two words spoken by the Tan family master, I'm afraid, by now, they would have had their limbs broken and been thrown out from the upper floors. However, with or without them, it's all the same. Yi Ching, his own strength, not weaker than anyone else, and his temper, also never said, just how good. Otherwise, Tan Xiao would not be so worse than death. Just as Yi Ching wanted to speak, Bai Ruorua, however, directly walked to Yi Ching's body, and then opened her hands to protect Yi Ching like a calf. Master Tan, if you have anything to say, just talk to me. Don't try to find trouble with my friend. When the Tan family lord saw this scene, in his eyes, anger burned as he sneered, so domineering. Bai Ruorua, I didn't see it. You're quite powerful. How dare you stop me for a wild man? Do you really think I won't do anything to you? I'll tell you the truth. If it wasn't for my son, you and your Bai family, I would have already made a move to clean up. But now it seems that you guys are giving your faces away. Alright, Bai Ruorua, since you can't behave, I'll teach you well how to behave. Also, I'll tell you honestly, my son, you're married for sure. No matter if he's a human or a ghost, what kind of person he turns out to be, with a woman as beautiful as you accompanying him, I think he'll be quite happy too. Now, I'm going to give you one last chance to get the hell out of here, or else I'll whip you to death. After saying that, the Tan family master directly raised his large hand and was about to whip it at Bai Ruoro. And at this moment, Yi Qing sighed, gently holding Bai Ruoro's shoulders, his face close to Bai Ruoro's ear, and softly said, Ruoro, didn't I tell you, I have the ability to protect myself, and I also have the ability to protect you. So, trust me, okay? When Bai Ruoro heard this, her face immediately turned a little red, and she didn't know if it was because of Yi Qing's love words, or because Yi Qing was too close, and the hot air that was exhaled made her feel itchy at the root of her ears. Yi Qing then pulled Bai Ruoro behind himself. Then, looking at the furious-looking Tan family lord, he gave a disdainful laugh and said, so majestic, so domineering, at this point in time, you don't know how to repent, but instead, you've become more aggressive. Tan family lord, you're really looking for death. The Tan family lord looked at Yi Qing and laughed coldly. The one who seeks death is you who is right. Okay, kid, you have guts. I thought you were going to keep hiding behind a woman's back, not daring to show your head. I didn't expect that, but you still dared to come out. Now, go away immediately and kneel in front of my son to repent, and I'll still be able to keep your little life. Otherwise, I'll let you have it today. Yi Qing sniffed, nodded, and laughed. All right, I was wanting to go and see this Tan Shao, even though I was packed up by me at that time, but I always felt that it wasn't enough of an addiction. Since you guys hurriedly came to the door, then, come along. When these words came out, the Tan family lord immediately flashed a bearish fury in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qing and said angrily, it was you? You're the one who made my son like this? Damn it, you damned bastard. Today, I'm going to kill you and avenge my son. After saying that, the Tan family master directly threw a punch, heavily hitting Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He just slowly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist that the Tan family master had struck. Then with a slight force, the sound of bones breaking was heard. In the next second, it was seen that the Tan family lord's entire right hand, which showed an irregular twist, was, in fact, directly broken by Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing, at this time, he slowly walked towards the front of the wailing Tan family head, then grabbed the Tan family head's hair and dragged and started walking out. This is Ruo Ruo's hospital room. Don't disturb Ruo Ruo's rest. Let's go to your son's hospital room and talk slowly. After saying that, Yi Qing turned back, looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. You take a good rest first. I'll come back to accompany you after I finish solving this little matter. Afterward, Yi Qing opened the door of the ward and dragged the Tan family head out like a dead dog. After Yi Qing dragged the Tan family lord out, the Bai family lord and the others looked at each other in dismay. They only saw the miserable appearance of Tan Shao. But, exactly how Yi Qing struck out, how ruthless. They could only think about it again in their heads. But just now, Yi Qing shot out in front of them, directly breaking the arm of the Tan family head, and then, with a smile on his face, he just grabbed the Tan family head's hair, dragging the Tan family head out the door like a dead dog. This appearance, when it was really scary to the extreme awe. Only Bai Ruoro was not concerned about how ruthless Yi Qing was, but rather worried about Yi Qing's situation. Dad, Mom, Yi Qing, there won't be anything wrong. No way. Or I'd better go check it out. Saying that, Bai Ruoro was about to chase after Yi Qing. Bai family master quickly stopped Bai Ruoro, said with a bitter smile on his face, my little ancestor you still can't see it. This Yi Qing is the big devil that can't be messed with? The Tan family master is the one that has a lot of bad luck? You still worry about him. It would be better to worry about worrying about it. This Yi Qing will use what means to deal with the Tan family master And, don't worry. I always feel that Yi Qing is not just acting like this because of the one family's power. On the contrary, I feel that Yi Qing is the real uncomplicated Ruoro. If you really want to be good with Yi Qing, Mom and Dad won't object. This Yi Qing is not an ordinary person. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's face was red, and she said with a shy face, Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Qing and we haven't reached that step yet. We are just friends. After saying that, Bai Ruoro twisted her head and sat on the bed, holding the white crystal love, which was named Bai Ruoro's love by Yi Qing, lovingly, as if she was holding a supreme treasure. The white family lord looked in his eyes and just smiled, not saying anything, but in his eyes, he was thinking about something else. And at this moment, when Yi Qing dragged the Tan family lord, and walked down the corridor, the miserable screams of the Tan family lord, caused many people to pay attention. However, seeing that it was the Tan family lord who was being bullied in this way, other people also didn't dare to voice anything. After all, those who were able to bully the Tan family lord, obviously, were definitely not characters to be messed with as well. only Mrs. Tan and the Tan family's bodyguards, seeing this scene, all rushed up and surrounded Yi Qing. That posture had the intention of directly striking at the slightest word. You bastard! What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of my husband. And all of you, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and beat him to death. Yi Qing looked at Mrs. Tan, and the several bodyguards who were about to rush up, smiled faintly, pointed at the door of young Tan's hospital room, and said, if there's anything you want to say, let's go in and talk about it, and don't disturb the others. Of course, if you guys aren't afraid of losing face, then it's okay to settle it here. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Tan, after looking around at the onlookers, gritted her teeth, and said, okay, you come in. Yi Qing sniffed and directly loosened his grip on the Tan family lord's hair, then blew the hair on his hand and strutted into young Tan's hospital room. The bodyguards of the Tan family, on the other hand, instantly rushed into the hospital room, with the Tan family's master and Mrs. Tan following close behind. Only, when they walked into the ward, they saw that Yi Qing had already walked in front of young Master Tan, smiled faintly and said, young Master Tan, don't pretend to be asleep. We meet again. Chapter 33, your son, I beat him up. Stop, what are you doing? Get away from our young master. Asshole, what do you want with my son? Do you want to die? Seeing this scene, the master of the Tan family and the bodyguards were immediately shocked and immediately opened their mouths to warn Yi Qing, as if they were afraid that Yi Qing would be unfavorable to the unconscious Tan Xiao. Yi Qing turned back, looked at them and laughed. Don't be anxious, let's slowly settle the score. But first, let's let this young Master Tan of your family wake up. After saying that, directly under the shock of the crowd, Yi Qing slapped Tan Xiao hard on his bandage-covered face. This slap carried the internal breath of the Green Emperor's everlasting skill, and directly knocked Tan Xiao out of his unconscious state. And at this time, the Tan family master could no longer hold back, pointing at Yi Qing and roaring, Yi Qing, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Go, all of you. What are you waiting for? Kill him, kill him. The four bodyguards of the Tan family all rushed towards Yi Qing at this moment, while Yi Qing, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, just stood still, as if he didn't think that these bodyguards were able to cause harm to him. The result, however, was a surprise. These bodyguards, who had just rushed towards Yi Qing with all their strength, as a result, before each of them could take 2 steps, they all collapsed to the ground with aching bones, as if they had cartilage disease. The Tan family lord directly froze and looked at Yi Qing, his face full of shock. You, what did you do? What sorcery did you use? Why did they all fall down? Yi Qing slightly smiled, pointing at these fallen bodyguards, faintly spoke, it's not a demonic spell, they are merely poisoned. I'm too lazy to fight with them. So, from the moment I came into the room, I've poisoned them. Of course, don't worry, this kind of poison won't jeopardize your life, only that it will make one's bones soften temporarily, and lose their strength. Poisoning? When the Tan family master heard this, his face changed, saying, impossible, we just didn't see you poison. Moreover, how do you poison someone to turn them into this? Yi Qing, you're talking nonsense. Yi Qing revealed a disdainful expression and said, nonsense? You guys are nothing but frogs in the bottom of a well. What can you know? I advise you to be less agitated and stand there honestly. Otherwise, not only will your bones be sore and weak and you will have no strength, but it will also make your whole body itch and be in pain. After saying that, Yi Qing looked back at Tan Xiao, who was lying on the bed, and smiled. It's time to wake up. As if responding to Yi Qing's call, at this moment, Tan Xiao actually did slowly open his eyes. However, in the next second, Tan Xiao let out a terrifying scream, as if seeing some absolute troll. No, don't come over, please, don't come over. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. Please, leave me alone. I beg you. At this moment, Tan Xiao seemed to have forgotten about the pain in his body, and even directly knelt down on the bed, turning to Yi Qing, and kept opening his mouth to beg for forgiveness. All the backbone and dignity has long disappeared, as if a mangy dog. Seeing this scene, the Tan family lord was heartbroken and said angrily, son, what are you doing? When Tan Xiao heard the voice of the Tan family lord, he flinched for a moment, but then he said miserably, Dad, please, let me go. I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Please, help me beg for mercy. His own son, what a nasty person he was. The Tan family lord was more or less clear about it. However, his own son, no matter what, shouldn't be so undignified. And even after seeing himself, he was even still like that. Then it could only mean one thing. Yi Qing had completely and utterly terrified Tan Xiao. Otherwise, It would never have been like this. Yi Cheng, what have you done to my son? What have you done to my son? The Tan family lord looked at the child Tan Xiao in front of him, who was like rotten mud, and finally couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. As for Yi Cheng, with his hands behind his back, he indifferently looked at the Tan family master and said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that all the injuries on his body were all done by me personally." "What's wrong? Doesn't the Tan family master want to thank me for leaving him alive, but instead wants to blame me? That would really be saddening." This said, let Tan family master almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, hurt his son into such, almost become crazy, rotten mud, the result, but also want to thank him for not killing this world. There is such a reason. Yi Cheng looked at the Tan family lord and laughed coldly. Heartbroken for your own son? Then, have you ever thought about how many people your son has bullied? Those people, who also have parents and children. As a result, they were packed by your son who is not human. Don't tell me, you don't know that he did all these things. But, you know it clearly, and still condone him. Have you ever put other people's lives in your eyes? Your guilt, therefore, is greater. Yi Cheng looked at Tan Xiao and spoke faintly. If I don't kill you, you'll want to die on your own in the future but won't be able to. This is the punishment I'm giving you. Yi Cheng then walked directly in front of the Tan family master and directly punched the Tan family master in the stomach, sending the Tan family master to sit on the ground in pain. Subsequently, there was another kick, which directly and heavily kicked the Tan family master in the face, immediately causing the Tan family master to bleed from his mouth and nose, lying on the ground and wailing. This is the lesson I'm giving you, and the punishment you deserve. Don't you guys think you're rich, so you can do whatever you want, and don't take other people's lives and dignity seriously? Well, then I'll let you guys completely and utterly run out of money and dignity, and let's see if you guys are able to take it. After saying that, Yi Cheng crouched down on the ground, looking at the Tan family lord whose eyes were all filled with hatred, and sneered, "Don't think that I can't do it. Within 3 days, I'll let the whole of your Tan family roll out onto the street to beg for food. I, Yi Cheng, am true to my word. At that time, I'll make you all beg for your lives and beg for your deaths. This is the punishment I'll give you, and also the justice I'll seek for those who have been bullied by you in their place." After saying that, Yi Cheng slowly got up, pushed open the door of the ward, and directly turned his head to leave. He didn't intend to personally punish the Tan family lord, because there was no need for that, and the best punishment for them would be to lose everything they relied on, and from then on, be reduced to a street rat. After returning to Bai Ruoro's hospital room, Yi Cheng looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. The matter has been resolved, and from now on, the people of the Tan family will never, and will not dare to, look for trouble from you. Looking at Yi Cheng who returned unharmed, looking at the warm smile on Yi Cheng's face, Bai Ruoro couldn't hold back any longer, and directly rushed up, with both hands, and hugged Yi Cheng. Chapter 34, Prince of the Wan Family. Seeing this cozy scene, the Bai family lord and Mrs. Bai hurriedly and carefully exited the room. They didn't dare to disturb Yi Cheng, much less break up Yi Cheng, now that they understood Yi Cheng's strength. To them, Yi Cheng was simply the best son-in-law given to them from heaven. Bai Ruoro hugged Yi Cheng for a long time, unwilling to let go. Yi Cheng smiled and spoke. "Alright, I'm fine, but if you continue to hug me like this, I'm going to have some difficulty breathing." Hearing Yi Cheng's words, Bai Ruoro then hastily let go of her hand, a face that was red as an apple. "Yi Cheng, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have already stepped into hell and would not be allowed to turn around." This is true. If not for Yi Cheng, Bai Ruoro will be forced to marry Tan Xiao, this devil. The future days can be imagined miserable. Yi Cheng smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, you're so kind and lovely. God won't let you have a bad time. Happiness, it's just beginning." Happy? Thinking of happiness, Bai Ruoro couldn't help but sneak a look at Yi Cheng, as if her happiness, her future, all lay in Yi Cheng. "It's about time. Ruo, change your clothes and then take a break and we'll go to the dinner party." "Okay." Bai Ruoro nodded. Right now whatever Yi Cheng said, that meant something. She wouldn't refute half a sentence at all. Yi Cheng smiled and left the ward, leaving Bai Ruoro to change clothes in the ward by herself. In the corridor, looking at the Bai family master and Mrs. Bai, Yi Cheng nodded indifferently and said, "The Tan family won't be a threat to you anymore, so you don't have to worry about their retaliation." When the Bai family head heard this, he immediately nodded heavily and said, Yes, Mr. Yi, we know all this, but also thanks to you. If not for you, if not to mention if you, our entire Bai family, I'm afraid that we will be plunged into deep water. Mr. Yi, You are Ruorua and our entire Bai family's lifesaver. We really don't know how to thank you for that. However, I can swear that in the future, as long as Mr. Yi says something, we, all of us in the Bai family, will definitely go all out and never shirk our duties. At this time, the Bai family lord was having a hard time finding an opportunity to show his loyalty to Yi Qing, so where would he let it go? As for Yi Qing, when he looked at the Bai family lord, there was no contempt in his heart, but the dislike was real. It was impossible for him to forget how the Bai family master, who had been selfish and sold his own daughter out, was now talking a good game, but it was only because he had seen Yi Qing's strength. Today, if the winner wasn't Yi Qing, but Tan Xiao, then, I'm sure, the Bai family lord's attitude would be a different one. However, this world doesn't have so many ifs, and Yi Qing also doesn't want to make Bai Ruorua sad. So, what should be helped, should still be helped, but, that's all. I know that the Bai family is in trouble right now. I will help you guys out, and from now on, you guys take care of yourselves. Without the need for the Bai family master to open his mouth and beg, Yi Qing took the initiative to say these words, and this, too, was a promise that the Bai family master, with his heart and soul, had been looking forward to for a long time. After hearing that, the Bai family master's eyes reddened at this moment. The White family, finally saved. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. The Bai family master kept thanking Yi Qing, while Yi Qing just smiled faintly and didn't say anything, seemingly too lazy to say anything more to the Bai family master. At this moment, the Wan family mansion, lights and colorful, joyful, the main characters of the Wan family, can rush back, almost all rushed back. The old man of the Wan family's physical recovery. This was a great joy. No one dared not take it seriously. Even if there were really many people who did not care about the old man's body, they also had to consider the attitude of the Wan family's master. Wan family master, that is a great filial son. Really, if he sees who dares to be unfilial, the first time, he will be unhappy. Ninth uncle. The hotel side is all arranged, right? Has Mr. Yi really promised that he will go to the dinner? Great. That's really great. All the smiles on the faces of the Wan family lords. These, all from the bottom of their hearts. Although, Elder Wan might only be able to live for 5 years at the most, but it was enough, compared to before when he could die at any time and stay in a state of pain. Now Elder Wan's situation was simply too good to be true. Wan family master, also do not dare to too much extravagance. After all, people always have to experience old age, sickness and death. But, can give him 5 more years of filial piety time? Can let the old man enjoy 5 more years of heavenly happiness. Enough. Uncle Nine was also happy. Don't worry, family master. The venue is at our Wan's hotel. Mr. Yi will definitely be there. However, family head, it's almost time. We should also set off. After all, it's a charity banquet held by our Bai family. It's not good to be late and keep so many people waiting. The Wan family lord nodded, then thought for a moment and said, I intend to let Hire go and pick up Mr. Yi, so that he can have more contact with Mr. Yi. After all, they're about the same age as each other, so if he can gain Mr. Yi's friendship, then it would be beneficial to Hire, and to the Wan family, as well. As soon as ninth uncle heard this, he immediately nodded and said, Hire usually works steadily, so if you leave it to him, you don't have to worry about anything. You're right, family master. It's good to leave it to Wan Hai to pick up Mr. Yi. Hearing that ninth uncle had even recognized it, the Wan family master smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and said, Wan Hai, come over here. Upon hearing the greeting from the Wan family master, a young man who looked to be in his early 30s respectfully walked to the front of the Wan family master and said, Father, ninth uncle, do you have any orders? The Wan family lord smiled and spoke. Later on, I'm going to ask you to pick up an important guest. This person is also a great benefactor who saved your grandfather's life, so you must treat him with care and respect. No disrespect is allowed. Got it? As soon as Wan Hai heard this, he immediately nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, father. Saving my grandfather's life, that's a great benefactor to our entire Wan family. I know what to do. I definitely won't slack off. The Wan family lord smiled and nodded with great satisfaction, saying, Good, Wan Hai, perform well, worthy of being the best of the younger generation of my Wan family. Seeing that you are so understanding now, I am also relieved. When the time comes, handing over the Wan family to you, I believe there won't be any problems. As soon as these words came out, a flash of light immediately appeared in Wan Hai's eyes. He, Wan Hai, knew that he was one of the heirs of the Wan family, but when all was said and done, he was only one of the heirs. But now, With these words from the Wan family lord, he was clearly telling him that the next step was for him to take on the big responsibility, something that Wan Hai had been looking forward to for too long and too long. On the surface, of course, it is impossible to say that. Father, what are you talking about? You are in your prime now. The Wan family still needs you to be the backbone. You can't step down. Moreover, the burden of the Wan family is too heavy. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Wan family master smiled, laughed loudly, said, I like you so big time. Has already broken out a career? You, also not small, should take responsibility, but rest assured, although I retired, but also is not everything no matter. What do not understand, can not decide, can also come to ask me. As for me, although your grandfather's illness as well, but, in fact, there is not so much time left. I want to seize the last time, to accompany his old man. You, just be ready to take over. So, what you should be most thankful for, in fact, is also Mr. Yi, if he didn't cure your grandfather's disease, you want to take over. I'm afraid, you still have to wait for some years. This was said as a reminder to Man Hai of who he relied on and who he needed to thank for having what he had now. It's also a fear that Man Hai is young and doesn't know any better, but by saying this, Wan Hai would be grateful to Yi Qing, so there would be no need to worry about anything. And Wan Hai, at this moment, in his heart, did feel grateful to Yi Qing. Father, don't worry, I'm going to pick up Mr. Yi, and I'll also make sure to make good friends with Mr. Yi, as well. After saying that, Wan Hai couldn't wait to leave. Chapter 35, The Dinner Begins. Ninth uncle looked at Wan Hai's back as he left, and said with a smile, everyone says that Wan Hai is the crown prince of the Wan family. However, Wan Hai is actually considered to be careful and walking on thin ice. In the entire Wan family, Wan Hai is considered to be the strongest in terms of ability, and also the best in terms of popularity. Just that, you really intend to let him take over the reins so soon? The master of the Wan family sniffed and nodded, saying, flowers in a greenhouse, no matter how bright and lush they grow, they cannot withstand the wind and rain. Only those that grow up in the wild can produce the most colorful flowers, and can also survive for a longer period of time. Wan Hai is not small anymore, it's time to grow up. Well, with his character, even if something goes wrong, it won't be a big problem. So, let him experience the experience. As for me, I want to spend these 5 years with the old man and make up for my regrets. Yes, life's biggest regret is not that the son wants to raise but the parents do not wait for it. Master Wan wandered between life and death, and now it is not easy to recover, which is the same as giving the master of the Wan family a chance to start over again. This was a rebirth and a new birth. The Wan family lord had seen many things clearly after this time, and that was why he had made this decision. Ninth uncle nodded his head gently, understanding the Wan family head's choice. Good, since you've made a decision, then I'll go all out to support you. Don't worry, with us, the Wan family, we'll be fine. I'll also go all out to assist Wan Hai. The Wan family master smiled and nodded his head. Alright, ninth uncle, it's time for us to set off. As you said, our Wan family's main venue. We can't keep these guests waiting. Not to mention, there's still Mr. Yi who needs to be greeted by us. Mentioning Yi Qing, the wannabe family head looked at ninth uncle and said seriously, ninth uncle, I still say that, treat Mr. Yi with respect, no matter what Mr. Yi asks for. As long as my wannabe family can do it, I must do it with all my might, even if it will be harmful to my wannabe family. It must be done. Mr. Yi is not a mortal, befriending him will do no harm to our Wan family. This matter, the master of the Wan family had already mentioned it more than once, and the importance he attached to Yi Qing was getting deeper and deeper, while Uncle Nine thought deeply, especially after he had seen Yi Qing's tactics with his own eyes. He immediately understood that Yi Qing could be more than just a miraculous doctor. Yi Qing definitely has a secret, a big secret. Family master, don't worry, I know what to do. Afterwards, the Wan family lord and the others started to head towards the Wan's hotel, and at this moment, Wan Hai was marching towards the hospital with 8 bodyguards in 3 cars. In the car, Wan Hai's beloved and assistant, Xiao He, looked at Wan Hai and said cautiously, Wan Xiao, is it not a little too grand for the family head to let you personally go and pick up this Mr. Yi? After all, your status position is placed here. This honor, the honor that is given, it is not low. Wan Hai sniffed and shook his head, saying, it's not strange. After all, Mr. Yi saved the old man. With that alone, he's been kind to my Wan family. No matter how grand it is, it's not too much to ask. What's more, this Mr. Yi is also considered to have done me a great favor. If not for him, I want to take over. I'm afraid that there are still many twists and turns, and now, unknowingly, it makes me owe a favor. In the sense of the word, I have to thank him. Xiao He sniffed and immediately became excited. After all, Wan Hai is now only the head of a certain company under the Wan Group, and if the smooth succession, it will immediately take charge of the Wan Group with billions of assets. And he, Xiao He, as Wan Hai's beloved and assistant, the status, it is bound to rise. Not happy, that's false. Wan Xiao, will the family head really retire and leave the group to you to manage? After all, the family head is now in his prime and in good health. Will he really do that? Wan Hai sniffed and said confidently, since father said it, it will definitely be done. It's only a matter of time, but there is one thing that can be confirmed, and that is, I will be the one who will have the best chance of inheriting the Wan clan group. There is no one else. Moreover, you should also understand father's feelings towards the old master. Now that the old master has managed to regain his health, father, his greatest wish is to accompany the old master. Other things will only involve father's experience, so it's only right to hand over the management of the group to me. In short, this matter, now you know and I know, we all know in our hearts is good. Other times, do not talk nonsense, to avoid words, save, to others to create some opportunities, let them add trouble to me. You're a smart man, you know what to do, right? When Xiao He heard this, he immediately nodded heavily and said, Wan Xiao, don't worry, I know what to do, and even more so, I don't say anything that shouldn't be said. However, I still have to congratulate Wan Xiao. At such a young age, you are about to become the head of the Wan clan, not to mention the entire Jiangcheng, or even the entire eastern province. Your youthful talent is also ranked. Who wouldn't want to hear something nice? Not to mention, telling the truth. The smile on Wan Hai's face hadn't broken since he knew the news. Ranked, it's not enough. The Wan family is still a bit weak now, compared to some of the big families and big forces in the eastern province. It's not enough. Far from it. What I want to do is to lead the Wan family, to become a first-tier family in the eastern province, a top-tier luxury family, to make the Wan group's assets, in the shortest time possible, reach over $10 billion. This is what I want to make the most. To say it's an achievement is to say it's ambition. For the Wan family to be able to get to this point today was already very impressive. However, wanting to go further was actually very, very difficult. And for Wan Hai to have this kind of ambition only meant that he hadn't suffered any losses yet. And at this moment, there were already quite a few people who had arrived early in the grand ballroom of the Wan's hotel. After all, it was a charity dinner organized by the Wan family. And with the status of the Wan family in Jiangcheng, it was impossible for these people not to support the event. The entire banquet hall, people come and go, beads, each table dress, are non-rich or noble. Cannot say that the entire Jiangcheng all the upper class people have come, but 70 to 80% of the people to the, but is true, high-definition Moon and Lin Ji, at this moment, had already arrived at the front door of the hotel. HD Moon looked dazzling and radiant in a black dress and extravagant jewelry, especially that black dress, worn on HD Moon's body, not only set off her perfect figure, but also made her skin more and more fair and translucent. And Lin Ji, a light blue long dress, looks also good, only, do not know is jewelry embellishment, or the material of the clothes, always feel, standing in the side of the HD Moon, but like a green leaf in the set-off red flowers. In short, a quick glance at the two of them shows who is primary and who is secondary. In this regard, even if Lin Ji was dissatisfied, she could only hide it in her heart. Anyway, since she had come, it was better than not coming. She knew, there are so many people here today, all of them are big names that are rare to see on a normal day. The influence of this one family, it's really extraordinary. Looking at Lin Ji with a picture of not having seen the world, HD Moon smiled faintly and said, after all, it's the Wan family, the top family in Jiangcheng. It's normal for them to have such influence. However, high-definition Moon, will also have such influence before long, and even, surpassing the Wan family is not something difficult, so there is no need to envy anything. When she said this, high-definition Moon had a haughty look on her face, as if, surpassing the Wan clan, to her, was something that was justified and logical. Chapter 36, Self-Righteousness. HD Moon's mouth said that she didn't envy, but her eyes were still showing envy now. A sentence that the Wan family is holding a charity dinner and inviting you all to attend will make many bigwigs who normally don't show up and can't be invited flock to this influence. Who wouldn't want to have it? However, it was said to be envy, but HD Moon did possess this confidence, because she was too smooth, all the way. smooth and high. She had never suffered a loss. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon, gently nodded her head and said, Qing Yu, you will definitely be able to do it. Moreover, it won't take long. 3 years, you will be able to go from nothing to create the Qingyu Group with assets of more than $1 billion. You are the miracle of the business field? This, who doesn't recognize it? So, as long as you're given time, surpassing the Wan family will be a matter of time. Not to mention, even if you don't, just by virtue of young Master Shimon's help, no one will dare to disrespect you. HD Moon sniffed and raised her chin, a picture of arrogance. Lin Ji, although I, HD Moon, have outstanding abilities and good connections, however, I can't be too proud of myself. What's more, don't always bring up young Master Shimon, making it seem as if I, HD Moon, relied on young Master Shimon for everything to get to where I am today. Remember, I, HD Moon, started from nothing, different from those who relied on their family fathers to help them. Starting from nothing and relying on oneself. These words, HD Moon is said without any blush. However, it was also that Yi Qing was not here. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have to laugh his ass off. Because, if others were not clear, he, Yi Qing, would he not be clear? Is the startup phase of HD month really all smooth sailing and high flying? In fact, this was not the case. Initially, HD Moon had almost lost everything and was in debt. It was Yi Qing who had asked for help and protection to bring HD Moon back from the dead. The so-called business wizards are, in fact, nothing more than the result of the silent help of many people behind them. But the bias, high definition month, also thought, this is relying on their own ability to get, but also on their biggest benefactor, disdain, all kinds of look down on not to mention, but also took the initiative to file for divorce. That is, right now Yi Qing had not yet freed his hands. Otherwise, HD Moon would understand what it meant. What was easy to gain, what was lost, was even easier. Yes. Qing Yu, you are a business wizard. This is known to everyone up and down Jiangchang. Even in the entire eastern province, you are already a little famous. The existence of young Master Shimon is just the icing on the cake. Even if there is no young Master Shimon, your achievements will still be extraordinary. Qing Yu, let's go inside. I see quite a few people have seen you and are coming your way. HD Moon sniffed, nodded, and said with a smile, they are all dignified figures in Jiangcheng. It's not strange for them to see me and take the initiative to greet me. However, there are quite a few people in here, who are all old lechers. Lin Ji, remember, don't be confused by the benefits in front of you, or else, it would be a small cause for a big loss. Got it? Lin Ji wanted to return the same words to HD Moon. This was clearly pointing her out, and even more so, somewhat looking down on her, thinking that she, Lin Ji, would sell her body and soul for money. But, even if she had to sell out, Lin Ji didn't feel that she was wrong. At least, if there was really a suitable one, Lin Ji didn't mind paying a little bit of what she wanted in exchange for the result she wanted. Then, HD Moon greeted the many tycoons present, booing and bragging about each other, very much making a scene here, and those who didn't know, thought, this was HD Moon's home turf. And just then, Wan Hai had arrived at the hospital with his assistant Xiao He. After going upstairs and meeting the Bai family lord in the corridor, Wan Hai greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle White, the crown prince of the Wan family, who didn't recognize the big shots in Jiangcheng. The Bai family master hastened to greet them warmly. It's Mr. Wan. Hello, what brings you here? Wan Hai smiled and said, I was ordered to come and pick up Mr. Yi for the dinner. Uncle Bai, you guys are going too, right? Or else, together? When the Bai family master heard this, he quickly smiled and shook his head. No, we'll just go by ourselves. Mr. Yi is in his room. Let me call out for you. Wan Hai smiled and nodded. Then, after pushing open the door, the first thing he saw was not Yi Qing, but Bai Ruoruo, who was dressed in a white plain dress with incomparably fair skin. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo had more than a hint of sickly delicacy in her body, which made people look at her, and then feel pity for her, and couldn't forget her. Especially with the addition of the white crystal love embellishment. It's like a fairy coming down to earth. Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruoruo and froze directly. It wasn't until, when Yi Qing opened his mouth to speak, that Wan Hai reacted. You are Wan Hai? Master Wan's son, right? Wan Hai looked at Yi Qing, and hastily withdrew his gaze, and spoke respectfully. Mr. Yi, how are you? I've been ordered by my father to come and pick you up to go to the dinner scene before. Do you think, is it convenient for you now? Or do you need to wait a little longer? Looking at Yi Qing, Wan Hai had no expression on his face, but in his heart, he was slightly frowning. good looking, people are also very temperament. But, wearing a few $1,000s of cheap suits, is also to no style a little. Especially, do not know why. See Yi Ching and Bai Ruo together. The relationship is very close. Wan Hai's heart rose a trace of discomfort. Yi Ching, however, didn't know about Wan Hai's philandering, since it was someone from the Wan family who had picked it up. He didn't say anything and directly nodded, saying, okay, let's set off then. I'll go with Ruo. Wan Hai sniffed, thought for a moment, looked at Yi Ching and whispered, Mr. Yi, do I need to prepare a dress for you? It won't take much time. On the way, there's a Wan family clothing store. When the time comes, you can just go directly to the store and pick it out. In Wan Hai's opinion, he is giving Yi Ching to find makeup face, or show himself very considerate. But he does not know. Just this next, let Yi Ching. Some unhappy. Looking at Wan Hai, Yi Ching let out a laugh and said, Wan Xiao, is this because you think that Mr. Ye's dress is too cheap, and therefore, not worthy of going to the Wan family's dinner party? If that's the case, then I'm just not going. The moment these words came out, Wan Hai's face immediately became somewhat terrified. Just kidding. Picking up Yi Ching to attend the dinner party, that was a dead order given by the Wan family master. If he couldn't pick up anyone because of this, and also offended Yi Ching, the Wan family master was bound to send out a thunderous wrath. And at that time, I'm afraid that this heir's identity, he'd be out of luck as well. No, Mr. Yi, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I really didn't. I'm sorry, it's me who said something wrong. Don't be angry. At this moment, Wan Hai hurriedly apologized to Yi Ching, but in his heart, he felt some humiliation and anger. When has he, Wan Hai, the crown prince of the Wan family, ever apologized to anyone? What's more, he, this time, was originally well-intentioned. How was he bullied? Really, outrageous. Yi Ching, lazy to pay attention to what Wan Hai think, because in his heart, is the Wan family master, but also his dispensable existence, is they, beg Yi Ching, not Yi Ching, beg them. Wan Xiao, as for you, you don't have to be upset. I'll remind a sentence. You can either keep it in your heart or turn your head and forget about it. It doesn't matter. Wan Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, accompanied with a smile, and said, Mr. Yi, you tell me. I'm all ears. Chapter 37, It's just too much of a bully. Yi Ching looked at Wan Hai and spoke faintly. Elder Wan is a good person, so I stepped in to save him and didn't ask for anything in return. And as for the master of the Wan family, it wasn't easy to get to this day. Therefore, those of you who are juniors should know how to appreciate your blessings. And more importantly, you should know how to be grateful and give back to the community. Don't do the dog-eyed thing. Don't do it. Don't do the thing that bullies people less than you. Don't do it. If you can be good, you'll be a good person. If you can't be a good person, you'll be a harmless person to the society. As long as you've done all these things, your future, there won't be any problems. That's all there is to say. Listen or don't listen, as you wish. Yi Ching's words, in Wan Hai's ears, were a lesson. Whether it is the tone, or the content of the words, all is the high and mighty kind, which makes Wan Hai, the heart is more and more uncomfortable. The face, however, was half expressed. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, your teachings, Wan Hai, are kept in mind. Yi Ching nodded and said, whether you remember or not, whether you do it or not, it's up to you. Let's go. Let's set off. After saying that, Yi Ching helped by Ruo and started walking out. As for Wan Hai, he took a deep breath, looked at the Bai family Lord and Mrs. Bai, and smiled. Uncle Bai, Auntie Bai, then, we'll see you later. The Bai family master smiled and didn't say much, but in his heart, he was also sweating. He always felt that Yi Ching, to this one family prince, was really somewhat not very polite, but he would not dare to speak on such matters. After waiting downstairs, Yi Ching and Bai Ruo were allowed to sit in the car in the center, while Wan Hai changed his mind and sat in one of the cars in the front. After the vehicle started, Wan Hai's face, no longer able to control his ugly face, outrageous, simply too deceitful. This Yi Ching, a poor boy who came out of nowhere, on the basis of saving my grandfather's life, on the basis of my father's gratitude to him, he dares to open his mouth to lecture me. Simply, damn it. At this moment, Wan Hai couldn't help but roar loudly in the car with a face of anger that was a little scary to look at. And Xiao he sat on the co-pilot, looking at Wan Hai, gritted his teeth and said, Wan Xiao, what just happened? I watched the whole thing. This Yi Ching, he simply doesn't know what he's talking about. He takes himself too seriously. You obviously meant well. fearing that he would be disgraced when he arrived at the place, but as a result, he didn't know what was good for him, and he was a dog-biting Lu Dongbin. Simply an asshole. Not only that, even dared to use the tone of elders to teach you a lesson. This person simply can't carry it. As Wan Hai's beloved and assistant, Xiao He at this time naturally want to stand together with Wan Hai to properly denounce Yi Qing. Let the master happy. They have good fruit to eat. This is Xiao He's realization. Wan Hai sneered and said, I don't know the dirt lump that came out from the inside. I still think it's some kind of character, but it's just a coincidence that saved my grandfather. Humph. Just wait. There's a time for him to suffer. Xiao He. Later on, we still need to control our temper. Don't show it, now at this critical moment. My father also thinks highly of him. Let's suffer a little anger. Wait until we don't need him. See how I can clean him up. Speaking here, Wan Hai's eyes became a little glowing, and softly said, however, his relationship with Bai Ruo should be checked. I remember seeing Bai Ruo in the past as well. How did I not find out that she actually looks so beautiful? Especially today's aura. It's simply absolutely stunning. I can't help but see it and feel sorry for it. So that people can't help but feel sorry for it. Wan Hai is now in his early 30s, but has never been married. High vision is one point. Another point is to put all the heart on the career. His ambition for his career, far beyond others, is one of the things that makes him stand out. However, as one gets older, marriage is inevitable, because the head of a large family must have his own offspring. Otherwise, a lot of unnecessary trouble will come out. It would be best to find a woman who can help you with your career and family history. But now, Wan Hai, however, was interested in Bai Ruo. Xiao He looked at Wan Hai and said softly, Wan Xiao, it's no problem to check these, but I see that this Yi Qing and Bai Ruo's relationship isn't simple. At this time, even if you have any ideas, you have to keep them under control for the time being, or else, if you offend Yi Qing, and he and the family head complains about it, that would be the end of it. Wan Hai's face immediately turned gloomy, and he sneered, of course I'm clear about what you're saying. So it's just a matter of checking it out first. Other than that, I know what to do. This Yi Qing, I've given him enough respect and even considered him pleasing, yet he's ill-advised enough to dare to lecture me. Okay, really thinks of himself as my elder. Wait for it, there's good fruit for him. Along the way, Wan Hai just huffed and puffed his way to the front door of the hotel. Seeing that there were not many people at the gate to greet him, Wan Hai was also too lazy to put on an act, and after directly exiting the car door, he didn't go to take the initiative to open the door for Yi Qing and Bai Ruo. However, after seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruo get off the bus, Wan Hai still hurriedly walked over and smiled. Mr. Yi, Miss Ruo, I've already arranged a place for you guys. Later on, you'll be seated at the main table together with my father. So you see, let me take you there first. Yi Qing nodded, not wanting to say anything more. Where to sit, it was all the same to him. Bai Ruo, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment, looked at so many people, and said in a small voice, can I not sit at the main table? I kind of don't want to be surrounded by so many people. The banquet of the Wan family, the person sitting on the main table, naturally, is either rich or noble, is definitely the focus of the whole scene. Bai Ruo's body has not fully recovered now, coupled with her own personality. So, not too much want this kind of striking. When Yi Qing heard this, he immediately nodded and said, naturally, that's fine. Then just have him arrange a corner place for us. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and said, Ruoro's words, you've heard them all. There's no need to arrange any main table for us. Just arrange a random place in the corner. Since Ruoro doesn't like to draw attention to herself. Then later on, we don't have to walk in together, and also talk to your father. You don't have to come over to say hello on purpose. We're just here to attend the banquet, and the protagonists of today are you guys. Wan Hai smiled and didn't dare to refute anything. Smiled and said, since that's the case, then I'll just make the arrangements, and I'll also relay Mr. Ye's wishes to my father, so don't worry. So, now I go in first? Yi Qing nodded, signaling Wan Hai to go first. Wan Hai sniffed, clasped his fists at Yi Qing, and smiled. I'm sorry then, Mr. Yi, if there's any slacking off, please bear with me, and if there's anything, you can come to me anytime. After saying that, Wan Hai directly led Xiao He into the hotel. As for Yi Qing, it was only then that he helped Bai Ruo and walked towards the hotel banquet hall. And just as Yi Qing and Bai Ruo walked into the banquet hall, at the first moment, they attracted everyone's attention. Yi Qing, it was okay to say, but everyone's gazes all fell on Bai Ruo's body. That a plain white long dress, with a white somewhat pale complexion, coupled with beautiful jewelry, really is to let everyone, I see the poor, cannot move their eyes, and that everyone included HD Moon and Lin Chi. Chapter 38, Who Are You to Come? Lin Chi, Am I Blind? Is that by Ruoro? And Yi Ching? Although the position where HD Moon was sitting was not the main table, it was already quite close to the main table, so it could be seen that, right now, HD Moon's strength was very unusual. Moreover, as soon as HD Moon sat down here, the gazes of almost the entire banquet hall gathered at her, and no matter whether they were with female companions or without, they were almost all sneaking glances at her. This gave HD Moon a sense of vanity, thinking she was the proud queen. It was a feeling that she loved, but just now, she was robbed of all this limelight. Her mood was already a little upset, but this look, it was actually by Ruoro and Yi Ching. Her mood was even more upset, especially when she saw by Ruoro carrying Yi Ching's arm, and walked in like this, as if she was walking into the marriage hall. That feeling made her as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. But what she couldn't understand most was, why by Ruoro? By Ruoro, wasn't she already hospitalized after a severe beating? Now not only is she standing here with good reason, but she is also walking with Yi Ching openly. Crazy. Lin Chi this moment. Also some jealous, envy HD month. Even if. But now, by Ruoro all became the focus of the whole scene. Let people look at me see pity, which makes Lin Chi heart. Mixed feelings. Once they're three women, is to play the best girlfriends? She Lin Chi, looks or body, not to say the best, but also definitely not the worst, can only say that each has its own characteristics, but now, she had become a green leaf accompaniment. No matter if it was HD Moon or by Ruoro had become a flower and was being held up, a feeling that made her very upset and even very angry. It's by Ruoro. But why is it by Ruoro? She knew. Wasn't this by Ruoro poisonously beaten and hospitalized? This news can't be wrong. Could it be that Tan Xiao finally took pity on her and beat her too lightly, so we can't see the injuries? But isn't the person she sat on Yi Ching? She still dares to walk together with Yi Ching now. Moreover, so brightly. This is crazy. Not afraid of being discovered by Tan Xiao and directly beat them to death? Lin Chi is also feel incredible. This picture is really too rare. Simply let a person unexpected well. HD Moon gritted her teeth and said, Lin Chi, go and see what's going on. And by the way, remind them that this is the Wan family's dinner party, not a place they should come. High definition Moon wanted to go in person, but she felt that if she went and took the initiative, it seemed a bit faceless, so that's why she asked Lin Chi to step in. Lin Chi sniffed and immediately nodded, directly walking towards Yi Ching and by Ruoro. Yi Ching, by Ruoro, why are you here? Lin Chi frowned slightly, somewhat condescendingly. Yi Ching sniffed and lightly glanced at Lin Chi, saying, whether we are coming or not, and where we are going, it's not your turn to ask, is it? Lin Chi sneered and said, do you guys think I want to ask? I was looking at Bai Ruoro and you together and was worried that something would happen, so I came over to kindly remind you guys. Bai Ruoro, you are really not afraid of being found out by Tan Xiao. It is said that you were beaten into the hospital by Tan Xiao. Now it seems that Tan Xiao is afraid that he is merciful to you, but you are walking with Yi Ching so openly today. Do you think that Tan Xiao will still be able to tolerate you? If Xiao Tan can tolerate you, the people of the Tan family won't let you go either. Hearing Lin Chi mention young Tan and the Tan family, Yi Ching knew that these two, I'm afraid, didn't have the time to care about the latest news. Otherwise, they should have known that young Tan was already in the hospital in a state worse than death, and the Tan family, likewise. Bai Ruoro looked at Lin Chi and knew that the other party did not have any good intentions, so she immediately sighed softly and said, Lin Chi, once we were good friends, so I don't want to get into any conflicts with you guys, and today, I'm just here with Yi Ching for the dinner party. So, is there anything else? If there is nothing, then please leave. For a dinner party? Lin Chi laughed coldly. The Bai family is almost bankrupt, and they can still be invited to a dinner party. Fine. So, what about you Yi Ching? You're here as a family member. Right. The guts are really big. I'm not going to say any more nonsense to you. You guys hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if something goes wrong and you end up disgracing Qingyue, that's not good. That would be a pretty senseless thing to say. Yi Ching looked at Lin Chi, then directly wrapped his arms around Bai Ruoro and laughed. Bai Ruoro, how we are, has nothing to do with HD Moon, and you, even less. As for how I came, we are naturally invited to come, but it is you, Lin Chi, you are the one who came as HD Moon's follower, right? Oh, I saw HD Moon, dressed in beads, radiant, but it is you. Next to her, as if it is specially designed to set her off. All are friends. Moreover, girlfriends. Now, are you willing to accept this result? As this was said, Yi Qing even started to provoke. Although it spoke to Lin Ji's heart, however, it really made people very upset. Because high-definition moon was not far away, Lin Ji did not dare to say anything more, but could only cooperate in holding high-definition moon. Yi Qing, don't you dare to sow discord here. You punk from prison. What do you know? Qing Yu, that's a wizard. Follow her so that I can have a better development. What's wrong with me being a green leaf? It's better than you, who are nothing. Do you know Qing Yu's experience in these years? Know how she is a miracle woman. Just 3 years, from nothing, to create assets over $1 billion of enterprises, which in the entire eastern province, are not common. Such a person, I follow her, willingly. It's you. You're a piece of. You're a waste of space. You're still qualified to talk about others? You first think about your own situation well. And you, Bai Ruo. Not to mention that the Tan family will not let you go when they know you are like this. Even your parents will not let you go when they know. Advise you to hurry up and leave this waste. Otherwise, in the end, it will be too late to cry. Bai Ruo was dissatisfied with Lin Ji's cynicism towards Yi Qing, and when she was about to open her mouth to speak, Yi Qing gently shook his head and laughed. Don't pay any attention to her, but she's just sending her heart's dissatisfaction and grievances on us, and she probably hates the HD moon in her heart. Oh, business wizard, beautiful president, creating miracles? It's really, really awesome. Yi Qing's eyes, when he said this, were full of playfulness and mockery, as if he was listening to a heavenly joke. Looking at Yi Qing's mocking expression, Lin Ji immediately sneered. What? Don't believe it? Yi Qing, you stayed inside the prison for 3 years. I think you stayed stupid. Business wizard. That's recognized throughout Jiangcheng and even the eastern province. If you don't believe me, just check the information online casually. If you can't do it again, just try and see if you can make it. Don't say 3 years and $1 billion. Yi Qing, in 3 years' time, if you can make enough for $10 million, even if you're good. Ignorant, yet still not self-aware. What a stupidity. Lin Ji, who are you to talk about Yi Qing like that? Apologize. I want you to apologize immediately. Bai Ruo couldn't hold back any longer and directly opened her mouth to speak for Yi Qing. And at this time, HD Moon had already walked over and sneered. Yo, apologize? Apologizing for Yi Qing? Then if you want to apologize, it should also be Yi Qing who should say it. You, Bai Ruo. What qualifications do you have to speak for Yi Qing? Do you really think you are Yi Qing's wife? How ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Chapter 39, Your jewelry is fake. At this moment, the scene at the entrance of the banquet hall attracted the attention of everyone present. It couldn't be helped. After all, the 3 big beauties stood together. It was hard not to draw attention to them, and Yi Qing, who stood among them, became the center of attention in the room. Looking at HD Moon walking over, Bai Ruo wasn't willing to show her weakness and gritted her teeth. HD Moon, you abandoned Yi Qing yourself, and now you're bringing Lin Ji along to taunt. What exactly do you want to do? Where exactly did Yi Qing offend you guys? Making you guys so relentless and saying hard words. Is it possible that you guys have to see Yi Qing having a bad time in order to be happy in your hearts? HD Moon, if other people think like this, I won't say anything, but you are not qualified to be like this. In the beginning, who was the one who saved your entire Gao family? Who was the one who cried out that she wanted to marry Yi Qing and loved him dearly? And who was the one who gave you the most pampering and warmth, and even went to jail for your sake? HD Moon, speak for yourself. Do you still have a conscience when you do this now? Yi Qing, after his release from prison, not only do not give him compensation, but directly divorced, but also connived at the family to bully Yi Qing. They are also cold words. You, stand up to Yi Qing. Stand up to him once on your goodwill. Bai Ruo at this moment, is considered to be the heart of their own grievances all vented out. To say, all around Yi Qing, said some of the facts that are now not recognized by the HD Moon. At this moment, HD Moon's face turned green. Looking at Bai Ruo, she roared in a low voice. Bai Ruo, I think you're really out of your mind. You speak for Yi Qing like this. Aren't you afraid that someone will find out about it, and then beat you into the hospital again? Also, I've known for a long time that you're a thief to Yi Qing, and now that you see that I've divorced Yi Qing, so you think you have a chance and want to hook Yi Qing up, right? You're only worthy of picking up what I don't want. Yi Qing, this kind of waste trash. You want it, you take it is. Just, you guys less hang around in front of me. I look disgusting. Speaking here, HD Moon looked at Yi Qing, her brows tightly furrowed as she coldly laughed. Yi Qing, I know you have me in your heart. You knew you were coming to see me today, so you deliberately wore a dress, right? If I remember correctly, this is when we first got married. You spent a few $1,000s to buy a suit, right? Ha, still keep it. Really, let a person sentimental only a pity, even if you are no longer how infatuated. HD Moon, cannot look at you? This piece of trash. Looking at HD Moon, who had a mean face and spoke coldly to himself, Yi Ching smiled faintly and said, "That's right, I'm a person who remembers the old times, but you're wrong. The reason why I'm wearing this dress today is not because it's what I wore when I got married, but rather, when I bought this dress, it was Ruoro who helped me pick it out in the first place. It has nothing to do with you. Understand? Oh, of course, there are some relations. After all, this dress, indeed for you to wear, but today, is also to make an end, because today, is for Ruo to wear this dress. My side, standing is Ruo, not you. HD Moon, don't be so self-absorbed, Yi Ching. Even if I'm a waste of time, can't look at a thinly veiled, ungrateful woman. Understand, is that clear?" Hearing that Yi Ching dared to talk back to herself, and even said something like, "This dress was for by Ruo," the angry HD Moon could barely hold back from opening her mouth to curse. It was also that this environment did not allow it. Otherwise, High Definition Moon really dared to get angry on the spot. And while some people were angry, some people were happy. Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Ching with an infatuated face, her face, full of happiness. It turned out that Yi Ching was deliberately wearing this outfit, and most importantly, Yi Ching said that the person standing beside him was her Bai Ruo. Which, does it mean that Yi Ching has accepted himself? The more she thought about it, the redder Bai Ruoro's face became, and even, a little shy, and on the white and tender face, there was suddenly more redness, instead, making Bai Ruo become more and more beautiful and attractive. HD Moon will be angry, but suddenly saw the necklace worn by Bai Ruoro's neck. The whole person immediately froze. Wasn't this beautiful, lovable jewelry the same white crystal love she had seen at Cloud Jewelry with Yi Ching earlier? For this reason, Yi Ching also made a card of Bai Ruo, pretending that the big head said that he could buy it. How come it's on Bai Ruoro's body now? Subsequently, High Definition Moon carefully surveyed. Surprisingly is a full set of all. Simply incredible. Well, Bai Ruoro, what is this on you? Why are you wearing these? After saying that, HD Moon looked at Yi Ching and laughed coldly. This can't be from you. Yi Ching, are you telling me that you really bought this white crystal love at that time? Yi Ching sniffed, nodded his head indifferently and said, "So what if it is? What? You like it? Then why didn't you buy it at that time? Now that I bought it, it's too late for you to regret it. Moreover, I think this set of jewelry is the most suitable for Ruo to wear. As you can see, wearing it on Ruo's body, it's almost as if it's specially customized for her." Watching Yi Ching say these words, HD Moon was furious. However, then she laughed out loud. The more Yi Ching said this, the more she thought that Yi Ching was lying. Looking at Bai Ruoro, HD Moon shook her head with some pity and said, Bai Ruoro, you say you find someone who is not good, and you prefer a liar, or a liar who is not capable and only speaks big words and pretends to be a liar. Ha, you say, this set of white crystal love, did Yi Ching tell you that he bought it for you? Gave it to you, and then it's worth over $100 million. Ha ha ha. When Bai Ruoro heard this, she directly shook her head and said, this set of jewelry was sent to me by Yi Ching, but it's not any white crystal love, but, rather, Bai Ruoro love. When she said here, Bai Ruoro's face flushed red. With a touching face, she said, although the jewelry is very beautiful, the workmanship is very good, but, it's not worth anything. What price over $100 million? What are you talking about? This set of jewelry, the price is only around a few tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, I know that Yi Ching is consoling me, for fear that I won't accept it, because, even if I don't know how to know about jewelry anymore, I also know that, this set of jewelry, without a few 100,000 or millions, it's simply impossible to take it down. However, as long as it's from Yi Ching, I like it. Looked at the white Ruoro face obsessed look. HD Moon said with a disdainful face, let's say you've been cheated. This set of jewelry is simply fake, is imitation. What white Ruoro love? Bull asterisk. This set of jewelry, the real name, called the white crystal love, is the town treasure of the clouds of the end of the jewelry. The price, in $99,099,000. But, Yi Ching can't afford to buy the real one. Rather, it's not easy to imitate the fake one. Fortunately, I've seen the real thing. Otherwise, it's really going to be fake for real. It seems that, Bai Ruoro, the money you gave to Yi Ching, All of it was used by him to buy this set of fake jewelry. But, a fake is a fake. Shame on you. When Bai Ruoro heard this, she was afraid of Yi Qing's embarrassment, and immediately took Yi Qing's hand and said, even if it's fake, it's still a gift from Yi Qing, and I like it all. Yi Qing sniffed, patted Bai Ruoro's head, and laughed lightly. Ruoro, don't listen to her. This jewelry, it's real. Don't worry. Bai Ruoro nodded her head and smiled. What you say, Yi Qing, is what you say. If you say it's true, then it's definitely true. I'll keep it and cherish it. This pissed HD Moon off. This was definitely Yi Qing doing this on purpose. First, he wore the suit from when they got married. Then he wore the fake white crystal love. And he was also deliberately so intimate with Bai Ruoro. In HD Moon's opinion, all of this was Yi Qing being angry with her. It was all on purpose, trying to make her jealous and regretful. Yes, it must be. Chapter 40, It's Just a Clown. HD Moon took a deep breath and a smile appeared on her face as she realized that more and more people were paying attention to this side now. And even, the crown prince of the Wan family was starting to head this way. She didn't want to show her savage, angry self to everyone. Yi Qing, I know you're trying to be angry with me, trying to make me jealous, to make me come back to you, knowing that you have someone who likes you, someone if you, but, in your dreams, everything you're doing right now looks like clowning to me. Extremely ridiculous and, well, disgusting. Wearing the suit from the wedding to remind me of you, buying fake goods and changing the name to Bai Ruoro love to disgust me and make me think you are rich. I was the one who looked away. Any more tricks? Is it being with Bai Ruoro and then deliberately trying to provoke me? Too ridiculous, too pathetic. Yi Qing, you are a clown. Now hurry up and leave this place, is my final advice to you. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Because, even if the Bai family looks at the face of Bai Ruoro, not to pack you, the Tan family will not let you go. Moreover, I'm afraid that you have forgotten one thing, and that is, the Wan family's ninth uncle is my younger brother's boss, and the matter of you injuring my younger brother, if the ninth uncle knows about it, you won't have a good result. If the ninth uncle knows about it, you won't have a good result. After saying this, HD Moon looked at Wan Hai, who had already walked to his side, and immediately revealed a warm smile, saying, Wan Xiao, really congratulations. The old master was able to recover physically. This is a heavenly good thing. Tonight, I will definitely give you a good show. And after Lin Ji saw Wan Xiao, she hurriedly scratched her head a bit so as to attract Wan Zhao's attention. There is no way. Wan Hai, the crown prince of the Wan family, in Jiangcheng, that is the golden son-in-law that everyone wants to marry. Not only is the reputation extremely good, but also the ability is extremely strong, and is almost the successor of the Wan family on the board. Who would not do not want it? Even if HD Moon had a better choice, she wouldn't offend Wan Hai. And Wan Hai smiled at his words and said, Mr. Gao, thank you for your concern. The old man's health is already much better. I just watched you guys chatting for a long time from the side. Why? Do you know Mr. Yi and Miss Ruoro? That would be great, so I don't have to introduce you. When these words came out, both HD Moon and Lin Ji froze for a moment. If Wan Hai knew Bai Ruoro, it was still considered justifiable. Then what was the deal with knowing Yi Qing? Moreover, it also mouthed Mr. Yi with a very respectful meaning. Young Wan, you also know Yi Qing? After HD Moon glanced at Yi Qing, she frowned slightly and spoke in a small voice. Wan Hai at this time remembered that Yi Qing said that he wanted to keep a low profile, and did not dare to divulge too much about Yi Qing, and immediately said with a smile, Mr. Yi and I also know each other by chance. General Manager Gao. It seems that with Mr. Yi, it seems like he's very familiar with the situation. Coincidence? HD Moon's heart sighed in relief before she smiled and said, Yi Qing and I are sort of familiar with each other. After all, Bai Ruoro and I used to be, well, very good friends. At the mention of Bai Ruoro, Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruoro and a different gaze flashed in his eyes, which happened to be seen by HD Moon and Lin Ji. Wan Hai likes Bai Ruoro. This discovery made HD Moon and Lin Ji both a little less happy. After all, they were both beautiful women. As a result, the excellent man liked other women, or women they didn't like, which made people a little frustrated. At this time, Yi Qing looked at HD Moon and smiled. Is there anything else? Ruo's body is a bit weak. If there's nothing else, we'll go sit down first. Wan Hai also hurriedly said at this time, Mr. Yi, come, I'll take you to the location. Mr. Gao, we'll talk later when we have time. Since we all know each other, we'll contact each other more in the future. After saying that, Yi Qing, helped by Ruoruo, walked towards the corner, while Wan Hai also followed along. HD Moon's face was a bit ironic as she said, "Damn it, this Yi Qing, how come he even knows Wan Xiao? This is if we find trouble with him again. I'm afraid it will be a bit hard to do." Lin Ji sniffed and immediately spoke. "Qing Yu, maybe it's just a matter of just getting to know each other. After all, Wan Xiao's humble gentleman demeanor, the entire Jiangchang up and down, is well known to everyone. Even if he doesn't like someone, he won't reject them directly. What's more, Qing Yu, you saw the eyes of Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao, looking at Bai Ruoruo. If I look at it, Wan Xiao is because of Bai Ruoruo. That's why he would be like this to Yi Qing. But if he knows that Bai Ruoruo likes Yi Qing, and is infatuated with the kind of Yi Qing, I'm afraid that the first one who would want to clean up Yi Qing would be Wan Xiao, so we don't have to worry about anything." High Definition Moon sniffed, nodded, and said, "I thought Yi Qing had gained some more skills, but as a result, it's still a jumping clown. Moreover, it's a clown that's getting uglier and uglier. You saw Yi Qing's appearance today. To be honest, if I didn't know Yi Qing's bottom line, I would have been shocked to think how powerful Yi Qing is. After all, that white crystal love, it's worth more than $100 million. Yi Qing, is he worthy of it? Botched lies. Wait for it. Wait for one day. I'll bring Bai Ruoruo directly to Cloud Jewelry. At that time, I'll let her see the real white crystal love with her own eyes, and let the waiter personally tell Yi Qing's ugliness. At that time, I don't believe that she, Bai Ruoruo, doesn't feel humiliated." Lin Ji sniffed and immediately covered her mouth and laughed. "Qing Yu, this is a really high idea of yours. When the time comes, even if Bai Ruoruo likes Yi Qing as much as she does, she will still feel disgraced. Ha ha, let's go Chang Yu. Fake is fake after all. Yi Qing pretends to be nothing more than a beggar wearing a dragon robe. For is not like it. Let's sit down first. I always feel that there is fun to be seen today. Qing Yu, I still have some friendship with Wan Xiao's assistant Xiaohe. Later I will see Xiaohe and ask what relationship Yi Qing has with Wan Xiao. If it's really nothing to do with it, then we don't have to worry about anything. When the time comes, we must make Yi Qing eat his words and see how he can still pretend." High Definition Moon sniffed and nodded. Looking in the direction of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, she let out a cold snort before returning to her position. And at this moment, after Yi Qing dismissed Wan Xiao, he sat at the table with Bai Ruoruo, and without greeting anyone else, he just smiled and spoke. "Ruoruo, the situation just now made you unhappy, right? Don't pay any attention to them, they're just frogs in the bottom of the well." Bai Ruoruo smiled and nodded, saying, "I won't be angry. It's just that, looking at them treating you like this, I feel aggrieved for you in my heart. Other people don't know. I do know how good you were to them, how much you helped them, but they are now really hateful, really ungrateful to the extreme. Yi Qing, I am unworthy for you." Yi Qing sniffed, smiled faintly, and said, "It's okay, evil will be rewarded. It's not unrewarded. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Don't worry, there will be a time when they will cry out in pain." Speaking here, in Yi Qing's eyes, a cold light flashed. Obviously, he didn't care so much on the surface. Quite the contrary, he cared a lot. At the very least, he has to take back everything he gave out, always. And looking in Lin Ji's direction, Yi Qing suddenly had an idea. Chapter 41, The Jewelry is Real. People, all of them, are greedy, and more than that, they are jealous. Especially when the friends around you are getting better and better, but you are not moving forward, or even reduced to a follower. That kind of mentality, it is very difficult to remain unchanged. Lin Ji is also a human being, naturally also have this kind of problem. Especially, Lin Ji is still a beautiful woman. Even more will feel some dissatisfaction in the heart. Yi Qing had actually seen envy and jealousy in Lin Ji's eyes more than once. Even, there is resentment towards HD Moon. Then, letting Lin Ji take her place would be difficult for others. But for Yi Qing, it was just a matter of waving his hand. And at that time, when Lin Ji and HD Moon's status was reversed, he would like to see what kind of face HD Moon, again, would have. Bai Ruoruo looked at the pondering Yi Qing and softly said, "Yi Qing, don't think about it. I know you're angry, but don't think about this, okay? Don't worry, evil will be rewarded." Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled, nodding his head. "I didn't think much about anything, I just thought of something fun. Turn around. When it's done, I'll let you take a look." Bai Ruoruo didn't know what Yi Qing thought, but still nodded. Then, somewhat hesitantly said, "Yi Qing, actually, there's no need for you to do something you shouldn't do just to fight for face." Bai Ruoruo, am not a vain person. You really don't have to go through too much trouble for me. As she spoke, Bairuoro touched the jewelry on her neck that Yi Qing had named Bairuoro's love, and said softly, "This jewelry, even though it's fake, the workmanship is so beautiful that it even makes the HD Moon's eyes blush, so it must have cost a lot of money. Yi Qing, the money I gave you was for you to live on. You used it all on me. What are you going to do? In the end, Bairuoro had still somewhat listened to HD Moon's words and misunderstood Yi Qing. It was also true that Yi Qing had just walked out of prison. Yet he said that he could afford the white crystal love that was worth nearly $100 million. That was too ridiculous. Even if Bairuoro was willing to believe in Yi Qing, it wasn't the way to believe. As for Yi Qing, he seemed to have seen Bairuoro's thoughts and gave a light laugh, saying, "Ruoro, do you believe me?" Bairuoro immediately nodded heavily and said, "I believe in you." Yi Qing nodded his head and smiled. "Believe me? That's good. Then let me tell you, this set of jewelry I sent you is indeed called white crystal love. It's because I think it's the most suitable for you. That's why it's been changed to White Ruora's love. However, this set of jewelry is real, not fake. Cloud Jewelry City, worth $99,999,000. The goods are real, like a fake. If you don't believe me, you can go to Cloud Jewelry at any time to inspect the goods." When these words came out, Bairuoro immediately opened her mouth wide and looked at Yi Qing incredulously. Really? Looking at Yi Qing's sincere eyes, Bairuoro, even if she couldn't believe it, at this moment, she chose to believe it. Just, where is the money? Even if Yi Qing had really taken out so much money, but to spend nearly $100 million just to give himself a set of jewelry, this was simply unimaginable. Yi Qing, where did you get so much money? Speaking here, Bairuoro seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly spoke up. Is it with the Wan family's money? You are kind to Elder Wan, so if you ask, the Wan family won't refuse you. No, Yi Qing, this is too expensive. I can't take it. You hurry up and go return this set of jewelry, and then return the money to the Wan family. Okay, Yi Qing, I know you're good to me, but it can't be like this. The Wan family's money, it's not a good thing to take, especially so much money. The Wan family, in case you are approached again to do something you don't want to do. What to do? Return it. I know your heart, okay? Bairuoro's first moment was still for Yi Qing's sake. In her opinion, after receiving so much money from the Wan family, Yi Qing's future could be really restricted. She was not willing to see Yi Qing, who loved freedom, being bound for her. As for Yi Qing, he laughed and patted Bairuoro's head, saying, "Silly girl, where are you thinking? I'll just ask you one thing. This jewelry, do you like it?" At these words, Bairuoro instantly hesitated a bit, then gently nodded her head and said, "I like it, but no buts." Yi Qing directly shook his head and laughed. "You like it on the line. This set of jewelry is what I sent you. Just wear it well. Don't worry. This amount of money, I can take it out. Moreover, this is not the money of the Wan family. It's my Yi Qing's own money. Ruoro, believe me, now I don't have time to say too much to you for the time being, but slowly you'll know that I, Yi Qing, am more than what many people think. All of them to be much stronger." Yi Qing spoke with confidence, a picture of arrogance. It's not like telling a lie at all. Bairuoro opened her mouth. Looking at Yi Qing, she could only gently nod her head and said, "All right, then I'll take it first. If still you have the need, you can take it away anytime, anywhere. Yi Qing, I believe in you. You won't be in the pool. You are the best of the best, the best of the best." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, once again, rubbing Bairuoro's head, looking extremely doting and intimate. And this scene was seen by High Definition Moon and Lin Ji, both of whom watched with itching teeth. Similarly, Wan Hai also saw this scene, but didn't dare to show his anger and could only lower his head and gnash his teeth. In Wan Hai's heart, for some reason, from the moment he saw Bairuoro, he couldn't control his desire to take possession of it, as if, having met the person he didn't want to give up in this lifetime. But on the contrary, this person seems to have a favorite object, or the kind of favor to the Wan family. This kind of feeling led him this all the way smooth Wan family prince. Heart, very upset. A pair of dogs, Bairuoro, this stupid. She will definitely regret her choice today. HD Moon lowered her head and spoke through gritted teeth. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and said softly, "Qing Yu, don't be angry. When Yi Qing's true colors are dismantled, Bairuoro, naturally, will know that what she likes is how a cowardly and full of lies waste." HD Moon nodded and said, "You go. Find Wan Xiao's assistant, Xiao He, and ask about the relationship between Wan Xiao and Yi Qing. Otherwise, It's not good for us to do anything. Lin Ji sniffed and immediately got up, heading directly outside. And he, at the moment, is sitting in the lobby playing with his cell phone. Assistant he, long time no see. When Lin Ji saw Xiao He, she revealed a charming smile and greeted him. Xiao He's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Ji, and immediately smiled. So it's Sister Lin Ji. It's really been a long time. You're so beautiful today that people can't take their eyes off of you. Lin Ji sniffed and covered her mouth and laughed lightly. How can that be? There are so many beautiful people today, I can't even get in line. So don't tease me. Assistant Xiao He. Assistant Xiao He sniffed, quickly shook his head and whispered, I am serious. Among the people present today, Sister Lin Ji, you can at least be ranked in the top 3. Other people's pretty, are clothes and jewelry to dress up. But Sister Lin Ji, you are born with a natural beauty, truly beautiful and touching. That said, Lin's is sort of comfortable. Because, this is the truth. At least, in Lin Ji's heart, this is the truth. Only, not ranked the first 3. She should be ranked first, right? Little assistant he, you have such a sweet mouth. Okay, not to jest with you. I am trying to ask you something. I don't know if it's convenient to tell my sister about it. As she spoke, Lin Ji's hand gently patted Assistant Xiao Yi's arm. This look immediately made Assistant Xiao Yi gulp and almost didn't know what was going on. Convenient. Of course it's convenient. If Sister Lin Ji asks, there's no time when it's inconvenient for me. Just feel free to ask. Chapter 42, He has no love for Wan Xiao. Looking at Assistant Xiao Yi's colorful face, Lin Ji instinctively felt disgusted but a little proud. She, Lin Ji, with her good looks and figure, should have attracted the attention of many men, and in fact, it wasn't as if there were no young talents or even middle-aged tycoons who threw her an olive branch. If it had been, perhaps Lin's, it would have been from. However, after seeing the scenery of HD Moon, Lin Ji would not resign herself to her fate. She, Lin Ji, was not inferior to HD Moon at all. So why should she live a life that was not as good as HD Moon's? She was not convinced. She did not recognize it. She just felt that she, herself, was just one chance away. Assistant Xiao He, you, Wan Xiao, know Yi Qing? It seems like I heard Wan Xiao say that it was Yi Qing who did him a favor. So that's why he's on good terms with Yi Qing. Is that right? Hearing that it was asking this question, Assistant Xiao He immediately smiled and said, yes, Yi Qing did help Wan Xiao. That's why. Wan Xiao treated Yi Qing with courtesy. What? Does Sister Lin Ji also know Yi Qing? Lin Ji smiled and nodded, saying, recognize, and quite familiar. However, the relationship now is not as good as it was before, that is. Assistant Xiao He. So, Wan Xiao to Yi Qing is very grateful? Assistant Xiao He sniffed and was silent for the moment. Is Wan Xiao grateful to Yi Qing? Perhaps at the very beginning, there was some of this, and also wanted to make friends with Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing was really insensitive, and was too insensitive to give Wan Xiao face, which made Wan Xiao very upset. In particular, Wan Xiao's displeasure at seeing Bai Ruo and Yi Qing together was unknown to others, but Assistant Xiao He was clear about it. But what to say? What? Is there anything Assistant Xiao He is not comfortable saying? It's fine. Just forget about it if it's inconvenient to say. Can't make things difficult for you Looking at Lin Ji, Assistant Xiao He immediately smiled and shook his head. There is nothing inconvenient to say gratitude, but can't say that the relationship is very good is all. Other than that, it's not good to say much. It's not good to say much, not to say that the relationship is good, which is, in fact, vaguely expressive. Lin Ji immediately heard and understood. Wan Xiao, to Yi Qing, even if there is gratitude, but only gratitude, the two people's friendship cannot be said to be deep, I'm afraid, is almost nothing. That meant that Wan Xiao, perhaps, wouldn't care about Yi Qing's. That's enough. Assistant He, the dinner is about to start, so I'll go in first. Let's find some time to sit down and have a good chat. Assistant Xiao He looked at Lin Ji fondly, gently pulled Lin Ji's hand and smiled. Sister Lin Ji, when you have time, make sure to sit together. I'm always waiting. Lin Ji forced herself to hold back her displeasure and nodded with a smile, then quickly withdrew her hand. Walking to an unoccupied place, Lin Ji also disgustingly wiped ruthlessly with a sterilized wet tissue paper, as if Assistant Xiao He was dirty. Returning to HD Moon's side, Lin Ji smiled and said in a low voice, it's all been asked clearly. Yi Qing does know Wan Xiao, only, it's limited to the kind of help that helped a little bit. It's not much of a deep friendship, so there's still no problem with wanting to clean up after him. Once HD Moon heard this, she was relieved and laughed. I told you, Yi Qing couldn't have anything to do with the Wan family. It's not certain how he got lucky and helped Wan Xiao. Okay, then I'll know what to do. Ha, a little help, but not such a big face, especially, which also involves it. Speaking here, HD Moon sneered. Women is always the trigger of war between men. This saying, but half of it is not true. Perhaps, do not need us to do more. Wan Xiao himself will not be able to resist cleaning up Yi Qing. It's just that this Ruoro, who would actually get the likes of Wan Xiao, is really upsetting. HD Moon was upset, and Lin Qi, naturally, was even more upset. HD month she cannot compare even if a door does not go out, two doors do not step. In addition to tenderness and infatuation, is simply nothing of the white Ruoro also defined a destiny? This has simply hit her face. Wan Xiao, it might just be a momentary heartbeat, but it doesn't matter. It's okay if Wan Xiao doesn't like it, but if he likes it, it's only interesting to watch instead. Qing Yu, you know that Ruoro has liked Yi Qing for a long time, and she's a deadhead, so I'm afraid that, when the time comes, Wan Xiao will make a move for her sake as well. Let's just wait for the joke to be played on us. HD Moon sniffed and nodded, looking in the direction of Yi Qing and Ruoro. He gave a cold snort of displeasure, and at that moment, the Wan family master and ninth uncle had already walked in from the main entrance of the banquet hall. The master of the Wan family saw Yi Qing's direction, then instead saw Yi Qing and Ruoro talking in low tones, and immediately knew that Yi Qing wanted to keep a low profile, so he didn't take the initiative to go up and greet him, but continued to walk towards the main table. At this time, HD Moon had already put a smile on her face and took the initiative to stand up, took a few steps forward, extended her hand and smiled. One family master, ninth uncle, congratulations, congratulations, the old master has regained his health. This is really a joyous and congratulatory thing. It's just that, the time was too urgent. I didn't even have the time to prepare a gift, so don't be offended. One family head smiled, laughed loudly, said, President Gao said nothing. Today this charity dinner, you can come, that is to give me the face of one someone, but also let this place add a lot of light. This is the biggest gift, ha 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 ha. Uncle Nine even laughed. Mr. Gao, Qing Shu, is everything alright? Why haven't I seen you bring him here? Gao Cheng Shu is considered to follow the ninth uncle, but in fact, it is only the ninth uncle to give face to the HD Moon, nominally received to play just. Gao Cheng Shu needs the name of the ninth uncle, so that in the Jiangcheng mixed food and drink. Flaunt. For this, the ninth uncle in the face of the high-definition moon, this beautiful president, also turned a blind eye, closed a blind eye. Taking the initiative to bring it up was giving HD Moon face. High-definition Moon sniffed. Her face became a little less natural, and she lightly smiled. Thanks for Uncle Nine's concern. Qing Shu offended someone, and was beaten into the hospital. So, I wasn't able to come here today. This word, Nine Uncle this, do not pick up all cannot, after all, is their own initiative to open the mouth to ask, and, or follow their own mixed shame, but also lost their face. What kind of person is so bold as to dare to beat Ayashiki into the hospital? When did this happen and how come I don't know? Mr. Gao, don't worry, this matter, I will definitely manage to the end. I would like to see, in the end, who is it, so life-threatening, in this place of Jiangcheng, dares to beat up your Mr. Gao's younger brother, the brother of my ninth uncle. Ninth uncle was ninth uncle in the end, and with a glare in his eyes, the might of a big brother in the underground world shook out instantly. High-definition Moon heard, immediately smiled and said, also blame Qing Shu is not very capable. To the nine uncle you lost people, but you do not worry, I do sister, will be out of the head. At that time, if there is a need to trouble to the nine uncle time, but also please the nine uncle, out of the way to help is it. Today is a good day for the Wan family. Let's not mention these unhappy ones. One family master, ninth uncle, please. The master of the Wan family sniffed, nodded, and smiled. Good, Mr. Gao. Then if there are any problems, just look for Uncle Nine directly. We are also considered our own people. No need to be polite. Ninth uncle even nodded and said, remember to look for me if something happens. In Jiangcheng, there is nothing we can't solve. After that, the two men greeted the crowd and headed for the main table. As for HD Moon, her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold smile, getting the result she wanted. Chapter 43, he's deliberately trying to disgust me. After greeting the guests at the main table, the master of the Wan family picked up the microphone and took the stage directly. Looking at the crowd on the stage, the Wan family lord's face kept a smile on his face. He was truly happy that Elder Wan's physical recovery had solved his biggest heartache, causing his entire being, from the inside out, to radiate joy. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your support and for taking time out of your busy schedules to come to this charity-oriented dinner. As for me, on behalf of the Wan family, I will first donate $10 million as a charitable fund to be used for programs that help the poor and needy, charitable aid to schools, and other good intentions. Secondly, my Wan family will take out some items for auction. The proceeds of the charity will all be used for charity programs. I can guarantee here, not a single penny will not be used for other purposes. All of you can supervise, and the money will also be publicized. Thank you all. After finishing his speech, the Wan family lord was about to step down from the stage, and at that moment, someone smiled and spoke. Family Master 1, the old master's physical recovery. This is a big deal. I wonder, is it convenient for us to pay a visit? Today's charity dinner. It is because the old man of the Wan family's physical recovery is held, but the Wan family master did not mention. The crowd cannot help but want to ask. After all, if the old man of the Wan family's body really recovered, the Wan family master's mood, that is, really good. At that time, maybe the project that could not be cooperated in the past, perhaps, can be cooperated it. The Wan family lord sniffed, looked at the crowd, and smiled. Thank you all for caring about the old master's body. Yes, the old master's body has already recovered, only that it still needs to recuperate. So I'll trouble you all, don't go and visit. After saying this, the Wan family lord directly stepped down from the stage. The charity dinner, then, officially began. Those who were present today knew that they were going to be out for blood. So very quickly, the auction items on the stage, one by one, were all auctioned off. Qing Yu, aren't you going to shoot something? After all, it's a charity dinner organized by the master of the Wan family, so it's more or less necessary to give some face. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and whispered. High Definition Moon smiled, nodded, and said, I know in my heart, now the banquet has only just begun, and all the good things have not yet appeared. Besides, since we're going to shoot, we always have to shoot one that is to our liking. As he spoke, the auctioneer on the stage introduced the next lot. Gentlemen, this piece of calligraphy is 100 years ago, the authentic handwriting of the Red Three Masters. The Red Three Masters I don't need to introduce too much. So, the starting price is 1 million. Hearing that it was an authentic piece of artwork that had not been handed down much by Master Red 3, those present who liked calligraphy and painting bid enthusiastically. High Definition Moon was a bit unable to hold back at this point. The old man of the Shiman family seems to like Master Red 3's works. If we can auction this painting and calligraphy and give it to him, his old man will definitely like it. HD Moon's eyes lit up, and she immediately had an idea. And when Lin Ji heard this, she immediately nodded her head and said, yes, the Shiman family's old man is notorious for his love of collecting calligraphy and paintings, and among them, Hong San is one of his favorite calligraphy masters. It's just that, Qing Yu, looking at the situation, it's not a good idea to do it. Indeed, as soon as this piece of calligraphy came out, it had already gone through several rounds of bidding, and the price had risen from 1 million, directly to 10 million. HD Moon sniffed, gritted her teeth, and said, even if it's not good, we have to do it. Taking this piece of artwork is very important to me. Not only can I please Elder Shiman, but I can also make a bit of a splash at this banquet. Earning face for the Wan family, 2 birds with 1 stone, so it has to be shot. As he spoke, HD Moon directly spoke, $11 million. However, HD Moon's bidding was quickly covered by the shouts of others. After a few more rounds of shouting, HD Moon couldn't help herself and directly opened her mouth. $30 million. The price of $30 million had far exceeded the true price of this piece of calligraphy, so at this point in time, no one was shouting for the time being. Only then did HD Moon breathe a sigh of relief. $30 million, almost the vast majority of cash she could come up with. If any more, she was afraid she could only give up. And just then, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. Ruoro, if I remember correctly, you've loved calligraphy since you were a child, and the Red Three Masters is also one of your favorite calligraphy masters, right? Bai Ruoro character gentle and elegant, do not like noise, but only like writing and painting, and even Bai Ruoro's own calligraphy attainments are little known. Now hearing Yi Qing say this, he gently nodded his head and smiled. That's right, I'm quite fond of Master Red 3. It's just a pity that I've never had the chance to collect his works. However, Yi Qing, don't be reckless today. This piece of work has already far exceeded its own value. Moreover, we don't have that much money yet. Bai Ruoro could see what was on Yi Qing's mind and immediately opened her mouth, telling Yi Qing not to get involved. Not only is it a matter of money, but more importantly, this painting and calligraphy clearly shows that HD Moon wants to get it. Otherwise, It would never have been offered at a price of $30 million. Yi Qing made a move at this time. Whether he wanted to give her this painting or fight with HD Moon, Bai Ruoro didn't know. But, whichever it was, she felt that it wasn't worth it. However, whether it was worth it or not, in Yi Qing's eyes, it was something else. Ruo, nothing else matters. I'll just ask you one thing. Do you like the calligraphy and painting? Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Qing and finally nodded gently, saying, like, but. Yi Qing laughed and shook his head. It's good if you like it. No more buts. After saying that, just at the moment when the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Yi Qing raised his hand, smiled faintly, and said, $31 million. As soon as this shouted price came out, Yi Qing instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Anyone thought that this time, the shouting of the price would already be over, and even HD Moon was about to get up and nod to the crowd. But as a result, a person came out and shouted out such a price. Either way, it felt as if it was coming against HD Moon on purpose. Looking at it again, another stranger, makes it even a little more puzzling. Only HD Moon, at this time, gritted her teeth and her face turned red with anger. Damn Yi Qing, this is intentional. Absolutely intentional. Not shouting the price early, not shouting the price late, and then messing up when the hammer is about to fall. This is intentionally disgusting me. Lin Ji was also furious and said, does he have money? Just dare to shout like that? I'm afraid that even if Bai Ruoro gave him all the money, it wouldn't be enough. This is misrepresenting the price. He's asking for trouble. High definition Moon heard, eyebrows slightly wrinkled, clenched his teeth. I think he is emboldened. Don't forget, he and Wan Xiao is related. Helped Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao owes him a favor. So, in the end, even if he can't get the money, I'm afraid that Wan Xiao won't say anything, and will still speak on his behalf. That's right. It must be like this. He's on the basis of this favor. He is intentionally nauseous for me. Alright, then I'll see if he, Yi Qing, is really crazy. After saying that, HD Moon raised her hand and continued to shout the price. 35 million. After shouting, he even gave Yi Qing a cold look. The meaning of that look was only one. That is, if you have the guts, you can continue to follow. Chapter 44, Malicious Price Fixing. Seeing this scene, the master of the Wan family frowned slightly and looked at the ninth uncle by his side and said, Ninth uncle, Mr. Yi likes this painting and calligraphy. I think, isn't it better to just give it to Mr. Yi without the need for an auction? Ninth uncle smiled, revealing a bitter smile and said, Family head, I know you want to befriend Mr. Yi, but if you really do that, not to mention whether or not you'll offend a lot of people, today, the Wan family will become untrustworthy in what they say. And besides, Mr. Yi likes to keep a low profile, so it won't be a pretty sight if you really do that. I think, just let nature take its course. Mr. Yi thought that he wouldn't want the Wan family to be involved. The Wan family lord nodded and said in a deep voice, in that case, let's watch from the sidelines. But when we find Mr. Yi later, tell him to auction anything he likes. Feel free to do so, and for the money, we, the Wan family, will pay for it. Whether Mr. Yi accepts it or not, we always have to show our sincerity. Only then did ninth uncle nod his head in response. Indeed, the rest could be ignored. But, the money, the Wan family could still afford it. And, it was the best way to go about it. Whether it was the Wan family or the ninth uncle, they actually didn't know about the relationship between Yi Qing and HD Moon. It wasn't that they couldn't find out, but, rather, they didn't dare to find out. This was a basic respect for Yi Qing. Only, now it seemed that HD Moon and Yi Qing seemed to know each other. Moreover, I'm afraid that it wasn't so simple between them, which made the Wan family lord somewhat moved. And at this time, Bai Ruoro also revealed a bitter smile and looked at Yi Qing, saying, Yi Qing, or else just forget it. Although I like the works of the Red Three Masters, but, it's not to the point that I have to collect them, and, it still costs so much money. Really, it's not worth it. Yi Qing heard this, but smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, you won't lose out. The real price of this painting and calligraphy can be far more than $30 million. It's just that you all didn't realize it. At these words, Bai Ruoro immediately froze and looked at Yi Qing, saying, Really? But, when did you know how to write and paint? I remember that although you also like writing and painting quite a bit, but, it's just that you like it. It was not that Bai Ruoro looked down on Yi Qing, but this thing of calligraphy and painting, sometimes, it was a must to study it. Yi Qing smiled and said, 3 years of prison university. I did not go to school for nothing. In prison, I met quite a lot of high-profile people, and learned quite a lot of things from it. Of course, This is not to say that my calligraphy attainments have reached any point, but it just so happens that I really do understand some of this grass and wood sticker just. Everyone thought, this piece of grass and wood sticker is Red 3 Master's casual work. The price should not be very high, but they do not know. This piece of grass and wood sticker is Red 3 Master, the only pair of drunkenness, written to the past love of the great words of the perfect sentence, but also after writing, the real work of the closed pen. So the value, far beyond imagination. By Ruoruo at this moment, a face of dumbfounded, did not expect. There is such a story. If Yi Ching said is true, then, this grass and wood sticker painting, when the value, inestimable, only, could it be true? By Ruoruo was a bit suspicious, but it was not good to question Yi Ching. Yi Ching smiled and spoke, believe me, it's true. Of course, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it's worth it if it can make you happy. Who wouldn't love to hear such sweet words? By Ruoruo, in particular, only felt that these past 2 days, she was simply happy to the bone. Once, she deeply loved Yi Ching, but she couldn't love him, so she could only retreat and watch Yi Ching and HD Moon together, silently standing in the corner, silently loving. Now, Yi Ching was released from prison. HD Moon divorced. He was in such a difficult situation. Despite the danger to see Yi Ching, now it seems that everything is worth it. Although Yi Ching didn't say what kind of relationship he had with himself, but at least, they were now much closer. And in time, after Yi Ching passed the knot in his heart, she believed that Yi Ching, perhaps, would turn around and embrace her. I believe you, but, really, it's okay if you don't buy it. After all, it's too expensive. Yi Ching smiled faintly, raised his hand, and laughed. 36 million. Only 1 million more. It looked as if it was really targeting HD Moon on purpose. High Definition Moon was indeed furious, and said in a cold voice, this Yi Ching, I counted on it, definitely targeting me on purpose. That is to say, shouting for a minimum of $1 million to start with. Otherwise, he could have done something that was only $1 more. I didn't realize he was so disgusting before, but now it seems like leaving him was the right choice I made in my life. Okay, he wants to fight, right? I'll see how much money he, in the end, has to fight with me. HD Moon gritted her teeth and directly raised her hand. $40 million. Yi Ching sniffed and faintly raised his hand, saying, 41 million. HD Moon sneered and continued to bid. $50 million. Yi Ching did not hesitate and directly raised his hand. 51 million. At this moment, High Definition Moon could no longer sit still. This was meant to fight her to the end. Lin Ji hurriedly pulled HD Moon and whispered, Qing Yu, the price has already reached $50 million. It's not worth it, either. Let's forget about it. When Yi Ching doesn't have the money to pay for it, we'll just think of a way. HD Moon gritted her teeth and said, this bastard is doing it on purpose. Lin Ji, I really can't help but dismantle his true colors right now, so that everyone can see that this bastard who came out of prison is basically a penniless pauper. When Lin Ji heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, Qing Yu, no way. Today this is after all a charity dinner organized by the Wan family. It's more for the purpose of praying for Elder Wan's blessings. If something happens at this time, it really doesn't look good and will make the Wan family uncomfortable. Let's just wait and see. In the end, when the Wan family knows that he can't get so much money, Wan Shao will be very unhappy. After all, this is Yi Ching messing up. At that time, the favor, it's gone. And Wan Shao won't be helping him with anything. Then we're still not going to be able to take it as much as we want to take it. Once she heard this, HD Moon felt that it was right, but it was a breath that she was holding inside her, and it was hard to bear. Good. Then I'll make one last bid. Yi Ching, if he still dares to follow, I don't want it. I'd like to see how he'll end up. After saying that, HD Moon took a deep breath, slowly got up, and said, I'll offer $60 million. Afterwards, HD Moon looked in Yi Ching's direction and said with a somewhat icy expression, this gentleman, it seems that you also like Master Red 3's calligraphy work, but the current price has far exceeded its own value. Are you sure you still want to continue to fight? Moreover, this gentleman, this is a cash payment. Are you sure you can afford it? But don't, when the time comes to auction something and you can't pay for it, making a joke is a small matter. Messing up the Wan family's charity dinner dedicated to the old man can be a sin. The words out, the crowd present, the debate. After all, High Definition Month, they know, worth more than 100 million beautiful president, tens of millions of dollars, squeeze or take out. But Yi Ching, they didn't recognize him. As for Yi Ching, facing the gazes of the crowd, he still had a bland look on his face, and with a slight smile, he said, Whether or not this grass and wood sticker is worth the price, let's not talk about it. But the girl beside me, she really likes Master Red 3, and loves this piece of artwork, so as long as she's happy, no matter how much money it costs, it's all worth it to me. After saying that, Yi Chang slowly raised his hand and smiled. $61 million. Chapter 45, he must not have the money to pay. It was quite a moment that filled the room. It's not that Yi Ching gave a high price of $61 million, but rather, it's what Yi Ching said. It's obvious that you're throwing away thousands of dollars just to get a smile from a beautiful woman. And when the crowd, after seeing the face and body of Bai Ruoro at this moment, one by one, but all understand, indeed beautiful enough, let a person look at it, it will be difficult to forget. Instead, he somewhat understood Yi Ching, but this show of love scene made HD Moon really a bit unbearable. Good. Since you continue to bid, then this thing, I don't want it. Ha, what a great picture of love. To win a beauty's smile, spending out $61 million. Generous enough, rich enough, then, congratulations to you. After saying that, HD Moon sat down, a face that was so ironic that it almost turned black. Ching Yu, don't be angry. Yi Ching definitely can't come up with so much money. When the time comes, we just have to watch his jokes. Moreover, this thing is definitely still yours. Lin Chi carefully comforted HD Moon. But HD Moon, at this moment, the reason for her anger was no longer just that Yi Ching was fighting tit for tat with herself over some calligraphy and painting, but, surprisingly, in public, she was showing love with Bai Ruoro. What is this? What does she, the ex-wife, think she is? Yi Ching, I don't share the same fate as you. It's simply too much of a bully. Do you think that just because you're angry at me like this, that you can make me really angry? Do you think, by showing that you dote on Bai Ruoro, that makes me think, you are a good man who can give everything? HD Moon muttered to herself, saying such a big talk, but, how it looked like she was angry. Lin Chi looked at HD Moon, sighed softly and said, Ching Yu, perhaps, this is Yi Ching's purpose. If you really get angry, then you've been tricked. I'm almost certain now that Yi Ching is specifically trying to piss you off. HD Moon was silent, not opening her mouth, even though her mouth was so painful before. But at this moment, she herself had to admit that she recalled the past. At one time, she and Yi Ching, they were also in love with each other. Especially, Yi Ching was really good to her. For her, not only learned to do laundry and cooking, cleaning, but also pampered, half a bit of suffering do not let her eat, and even finally, not hesitate to go to jail for HD month. These things, stakes and all, are in the memories, and it's hard to forget. Especially, no matter how much HD Moon belittled and despised Yi Ching, she had to admit one thing, and that was, Yi Ching was very good to her. Really very, very good. So good that she could even give up her life. This kind of true love. Really, will there ever be another? Will such a good man, himself, really meet again in the future? Thinking of the picture of Yi Ching and Bai Ruoro together. Thinking of the way Yi Ching had thrown thousands of dollars for Bai Ruoro, just for the beauty's smile. For some reason, at this moment, HD Moon somewhat wanted to cry. Sadness, after all, is, well, bigger than anger. Unconsciously, HD Moon actually turned a little red. The sadness in her eyes, for a moment, was not controlled. Lin Chi saw from the side. The whole person froze. This can't be done. This if HD Moon recalled Yi Ching's goodness and then gave it back, then wouldn't she be in vain? Ching Yu, what are you doing? You can't be seeing Yi Ching being nice to Bai Ruoro and suddenly regret it. I'm telling you, don't do anything stupid. Don't forget, Yi Ching is a waste, or a waste from prison. If you are with him, not to mention if there will be trouble in the future. It's just a shame. It's a shame. You're the president of the hallowed Ching Yu group. Also, you can all see that this is Yi Ching intentionally stirring the pot. Intentionally doing it to you. If you're really soft-hearted, then you'll fall for the gullible High-definition Moon sniffed, and hurriedly hid her sadness, clenched her teeth, and said, No, how could I be soft-hearted? How could I regret it? Lin Ji, you're overthinking it. I'm just a little angry for a moment. Although I'm not with Yi Ching anymore. But, he even moved on so quickly. This is a betrayal to me. This is an insult to me. I can't be angry. Hearing this, Lin Ji sighed in relief. But this breath, if not given to HD Moon to come out, it is inevitable that there will be something else in the future. Ching Yu, in fact, it's not without a solution. We all know clearly, Yi Ching is deliberately angry at you. That means, he loves you the most, if you really can't be angry and want to give Yi Ching and Bai Ruo a lesson, the big deal is, let's find another opportunity to play them a little bit, that's it. When the time comes, let them cry to death. High Definition Moon sniffed and hurriedly looked at Lin Ji, saying, how do you trick them? Lin Ji thought about it and whispered, this is not simple. Yi Ching loves you to the bone. As long as you slightly penetrate the wind, give him some sweetness, that is not to let him do what he does. He will do what when the time comes, so that he will be Bai Ruo to abandon. Not on the line. If you don't feel relieved, you can also let him humiliate Bai Ruo ruthlessly in front of you. For your sake, he'll definitely do it. Also, you can also let him prove his sincerity. When the time comes, play him like a monkey. Let him do something extremely humiliating to prove how much he loves you. Anyway, he's willing to go to jail for you, and the rest, it doesn't matter. In that case, wouldn't it be fun again, and make Bai Ruo sad, and fool Yi Ching, and make him completely break down? A good move, don't you think so? So sinister, so venomous, but the more HD Moon listened, the brighter her eyes became, and in the end, she actually nodded heavily. Lin Ji, you're right, this is how it should be done, so that Yi Ching will never dare to play this kind of hard eyes with me again in the future. And also so that Bai Ruo can see clearly that as long as I, HD Moon, am around, she, Bai Ruo, will always be nothing but a spare tire? Well, let's do it like this, and when I take a time out, I'll arrange it on right away. It seemed that he had already thought of that image, and at this moment, the corners of HD Moon's mouth, unable to control it, curved up, and Lin Chi, that was a relief, and at the same time, felt that there was fun to be had, and just at that moment, the items that were auctioned off had already been delivered to Yi Ching's hands. Yi Ching gave it directly to Bai Ruo in front of everyone, just so worth more than 60 million words in paintings. Said to give away, gave away. Cannot help but let a person sigh. Yi Ching in order to win the beauty of a smile. Really, generous some awesome. Bai Ruo looked at Yi Ching and said softly, this is too expensive. Yi Ching sniffed, smiled faintly, and said, white crystal love, you are wearing it, plus a pair of grass and wood stickers. What is it? Not to mention, what can be bought with money is not considered precious. The real precious, is with money, cannot be bought. This was true, with Yi Ching's current ability, not to mention everything he had, even if he had nothing, as long as he wanted to use money, it would come rolling in. After all, the most expensive thing in this world, is not anything else, but, health, is life. He, on the other hand, happens to be in control of the magical arts that can bring health and life to people. Chapter 46 The Questioning of the Crowd. After Yi Ching had thrown down over $60 million to auction off the grass and wood sticker, the next lot, although there was no lack of treasures, but there was no more in trying to reach the kind of price that had been paid before. After all, it was just a charity auction, and the things that were brought out, even if they were expensive, there wouldn't be too many more expensive ones. However, the auction proceeds from today's charity dinner have already exceeded $100 million. And this charity dinner is a success. The Wan family lord himself went up to the stage, looked at the crowd, and smiled. First of all, I would like to thank all of you present here. It is your kindness that has brought the donation to $115,600,000, and with this amount of money, it is able to help a lot of elderly people and children in need, and I am now, on behalf of them, expressing my gratitude like you all. After saying that, the Wan family lord turned to the crowd and bowed. The crowd, applauding. The lord of the Wan family then opened his mouth and smiled. I will guarantee, as the lord of the Wan family, that every penny of the charity money will be used where it is needed, and that it will be supervised throughout the entire process, with all the details made public, so that anyone, if they have any doubts, will be able to check them out. Well, I won't say anything more, so eat well, drink well, and I'm here, once again, to thank you all. Subsequently, just as the master of the Wan family was about to step down, High Definition Moon couldn't help but stand up and said, Master Wan, firstly, congratulations to the old man for recovering as he did, and secondly, I'd like to ask, have all the auction payments arrived? I'm not questioning the financial strength of all of you, it's really that today's auction, many of them are high-priced, and even much higher, for the sake of the good money, so, still open mouth to remind, I hope that the Wan family master, do not take offense. With these words, the people present frowned. But, on second thought, no one went to blame HD Moon, because, they all knew very well that these words of HD Moon were not directed at them, but, rather, at Yi Ching who had just bid strongly against HD Moon and caused HD Moon to miss the auction. Who wouldn't like to watch when there was a lively scene? The people present, all of them, had their eyes on Yi Qing's body. This moment, the master of the Wan family, but a little unhappy. After all, Yi Qing, but he even have to flatter the character itself. The Wan family is ready to pay the money for Yi Qing, so did not even go to Yi Qing to pay. Now that HD Moon was making such a mess, he couldn't even ask Yi Qing for money if he didn't. After all, he couldn't possibly say here that he was going to pay for Yi Qing. Then it would definitely make people notice Yi Qing, and then be curious about Yi Qing's identity, which wasn't something that Yi Qing would like to do. And at the same time, the wannabe family didn't want someone to fight with them for their friendship towards Yi Qing. Taking a deep breath, the Wan family lord smiled and spoke. I know there will be some people who will question. However, all of you please rest assured that all the money from the auction will be received. After all, those who are able to attend this dinner today, their strength is unquestionable, and all of them are friends of the Wan family. So I don't think that anyone will do something that will disgrace them just for the sake of some money. If there really is, then I, the Wan family, am willing to make up that money. Now, all of you can rest assured. The wannabe family master had already said his words to this point. As long as people who knew something, they all knew that at this time, they should shut up and not continue to dwell on it. Otherwise, they would be not giving face to the wannabe family master. But high definition Moon, looking at by Ruoro hugging grass paste a happy face, it is angry. So, simply cannot care about anything else. He just want Yi Qing disgrace. Want by Ruoro disgrace, they do not lose face. In the view of high definition Moon, that is their own insulted. Qing Yu, stop saying that. If you say it again, Master Wan will get angry. Lin Shi pulled HD Moon and spoke in a small voice. HD Moon is ignored, clenched his teeth, said, One family master, your bravado, generosity, in Jiangcheng, is known to all. You are a hero. Is a hero-like character, naturally will not care about these things. And, the Wan family is big, will not care about these small money, but, cannot really let the crooks to mix in it. That's disrespectful to you, but also to us people's disrespect. So, it's better to ask the master of the Wan family to collect the money that should be collected. The Wan family lord glanced deeply at HD Moon, took a deep breath, nodded, and smiled. Good, since President Qing Yu has such concerns, and it even involves the issue of fairness or not, then no problem. We will do as President Qing Yu said. After saying that, the Wan family lord looked at Wan Hai and beckoned, saying, Wan Hai, come over here. Wan Hai sniffed and hurriedly walked forward, saying, Father, you say. The Wan family lord smiled and spoke, Go and see who hasn't paid, and collect the payment. Since President Qing Yu questioned it, we can't act unfairly. After all, they are all our friends. How can we let our friends lose face? Do you understand? After the Wan family lord finished speaking, he looked deeply at Wan Hai. Wan Hai immediately nodded his head and said heavily, Father, I understand. I'll go now. In the entire auction house, there was only one person who didn't pay, and that was Yi Qing. This was the Wan family's intention to not allow Yi Qing to pay, and originally planned to talk to Yi Qing privately. But now, when HD Moon messed up with something like this, it would have to be now. But the meaning of the Wan family lord is also very clear. Can't let the friend lose face. That is to say, no matter whether Yi Qing can pay this money to come, Wan Hai must say, the money has arrived. Only then is to give Yi Qing the biggest face. After all, it is more than 60 million even if you know that Yi Qing is not a mortal layman, but really can get out of so much money, or let people have to have some doubts. Wan Hai was now eager to see Yi Qing lose face because of Bai Ruoro and Yi Qing's attitude, but he knew in his heart that at this time, if he did wrong and made Yi Qing lose face, and turned around, it would be him, Wan Hai, who would be blamed. Therefore, even if there was resentment in his heart, he could only endure it now and had to cooperate properly. Picking up a card swipe machine, Wan Hai walked over to Yi Qing in front of everyone and said softly, Mr. Yi, we need you to pay now. Yi Qing sniffed and nodded, then fumbled around his body for a bit, then froze. He's changed his clothes and doesn't seem to have his wallet or cards with him. Wan Hai also seemed to see Yi Qing's dilemma, and in his heart, he immediately began to despise it. Really let HD Moon gave the right. This Yi Qing, really haphazardly shouting prices, deliberately messing up, knowing that the Wan family owes him a favor, will not find his trouble. This is intentional It's simply abhorrent. However, what the heart thinks, the mouth cannot say so. Wan Hai took a deep breath and whispered, Mr. Yi, it's okay, just take out any card you want. It'll be fine. That, And the reminder was obvious enough. Was close to just saying, "You mean any card you want, and I'll just say the money's in the account." But the problem was, on Yi Qing's body right now, there wasn't a single card. Now that's bad luck. If you want to cheat, you can't even do it. Chapter 47, I can't afford to lose face. Time. The longer it dragged on, the more people who could see Yi Qing's dilemma, the more people there were. At this time, the crowd began to whisper, as if to say, Yi Qing is too much of a pretender. No money, and still dare to shout the price indiscriminately. This is just messing up. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo also laughed bitterly, and hurriedly spoke in a small voice. Yi Qing, I don't want this grass and wood sticker. Let's return this calligraphy and painting. But now, it wasn't a matter of going back or not going back. It was a matter of everyone watching. As long as Yi Qing couldn't get the card to pay for it, then, this face, it would be a big loss. Moreover, back. That is not confirmed that Yi Qing has no money. No money, just now also deliberately shouting price. Not deliberately mess. What is it? It's a disgrace. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, It's okay, even if you don't have any money. This grass and wood sticker, it's yours. No one can take it away. This is said, standing on the side of the Wan Hai, are fast to Yi Qing to despise the deaf. No money on no money. In front of the woman to pretend is quite like, but also even if there is no money, other people cannot take it. This word is really overbearing. It's just a sure thing, eating up their vanguard family, isn't it? Think of them, the vanguard family, as the wrongdoers, don't you? If it wasn't for the fear of the Wan family lord's anger. At this moment, Wan Hai couldn't help but tear Yi Qing apart with his hands and strike out in mockery. Wan Hai smiled bitterly, looked at Yi Qing and said softly, Mr. Yi, why don't I just say that you've actually already made the payment, and that I made a mistake? Who can believe that? If you can't figure out if you're paying or not paying for such a simple thing. Vanguard, you're a joke. When Yi Qing was about to say something, HD Moon stood up and laughed. Wan Xiao, what are you and this gentleman talking about? Is it because he doesn't have the money to pay? It can't be. Just now when he was fighting for this grass and wood sticker, it was a full stance. It made people scared to look at it. How could he not have the money? It can't be. It must be impossible. High Definition Moon was in a great mood now that she saw the scene. She had finally gotten out a mouthful of bad anger, making Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo lose face in front of so many people. It was simply refreshing. Okay, Bai Ruoruo couldn't help herself at this moment. Taking the grass and wood sticker, she was about to hand it to Wan Hai. Yi Qing, I really don't want this grass sticker anymore. Let the Wan family take it back. Yi Qing sniffed, shook his head, and laughed. Ruo, it's okay, you can rest assured that it's okay to accept it. When have I ever let you down? It's just money. Just because I forgot my card doesn't mean I can't pay for it. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and smiled. In a hurry to pay? If you're not in a hurry, can you wait for me for a few minutes? Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you before the dinner is over. Yi Qing had said such words. What else could Wan Hai say? He could only whisper, Is Mr. Yi looking for someone to borrow money? It doesn't matter. In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. Just find someone to send a card. Whether there is money in the card or not, it doesn't matter. This is what my father has specially explained. You can rest assured. Yi Qing shook his head and said, There's no need to be so troublesome. As much as it should be, this amount of money, I, Yi Qing, can still afford to pay it? This face, I can't afford to lose it. Just, could you add an additional lot? Adding an additional lot. Wan Hai froze for a moment and immediately understood what Yi Qing wanted to do. This was wanting to take out items to bid on the spot, and then use the money from the auction to pay for this grass sticker. Just that. Wan Hai carefully looked Yi Qing up and down for half a day, but he didn't see that Yi Qing was carrying any valuables on his body. Knowing that the price of this grass sticker had been auctioned to more than $60 million, which meant that the lot that Yi Qing took out would have to be auctioned at least $60 million or more before he could do so. Otherwise, it still doesn't do much. Subsequently, Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruoruo, then his eyes lit up and looked at the white crystal love on Bai Ruoruo's neck. With his vision, although he couldn't see how much this set of jewelry was worth, but he also knew that it was definitely not a mortal object, and the price, it wouldn't be low. Mr. Yi, yes it is possible. Are you going to auction off this set of jewelry on Miss Ruoruo? In Wan Hai's eyes, this was all that could be worth. When Bai Ruoruo heard this, she immediately had to remove the jewelry she was wearing, and Yi Qing immediately stopped Bai Ruoruo. Wan Xiao, you're talking a bit too much. I'll just ask you if it's okay. Just answer directly. Also, what Yi Cheng, have given away. I have never taken back, and I can't afford to lose this kind of face. Wan Hai saw that Yi Cheng was a bit upset, so he didn't dare to say anything more at that moment, and could only say, you can add an additional lot. I can do this for father right now. Yi Cheng sniffed, nodded, and said, go ahead, prepare a blank piece of rice paper for me, and then prepare a brush and ink. Of course, if it's too troublesome, just any piece of paper and pen will do. What he said made Wan Hai freeze right in his tracks. Yi Cheng, is this planning to write a calligraphy and painting for auction by himself? Even if there's no rice paper, just find a piece of paper and a pen. What is this? To create a painting on the spot and plan to auction it for over $60 million? What does Yi Cheng think he is? A master of the world? It should be known that even this grass and wood sticker of the Red Three Masters, its own value, was far less than $60 million, and that was a result of Yi Cheng maliciously raising the price. Now, Yi Cheng, even want to use their own calligraphy, to beat the price of this grass sticker. Simply unthinkable. Whimsical. Well, however, even though his heart was in the right place, Wan Hai didn't say anything more, and directly returned to the stage, walked to the side of the Wan family master, whispered a few times, and the Wan family master also revealed a look of surprise, but still, he nodded his head painfully. In his opinion, Yi Cheng can do anything, since he did not bring a card and wants to shoot his own calligraphy and painting works, then, just shoot it. One family master then took the microphone, smiled and opened his mouth. Gentlemen, to disturb you, just now, Mr. Yi Cheng, because he didn't bring his card, and he didn't want to trouble others, so, he proposed, to add an auction, as a way, to pay for the money of the auction just now. Then please wait and see. I hope that everyone will bid enthusiastically, and the result won't let you all be disappointed. When these words came out, the hall was in an uproar, and no one expected that the ending actually turned out to be this. However, the crowd didn't say anything. They wanted to see Yi Cheng, what kind of lot he was able to come up with to fetch a price of over $60 million. At this moment, High Definition Moon even laughed extremely loudly, as if she had heard a heavenly joke. Lin Ji, see, I told you that Yi Cheng doesn't have any money at all, and is deliberately messing with me. Now it's good. He's been broken up, yet he wants to force his words and keep pretending. Fine. I'd like to see what he can come up with that's worth more than $60 million. Lin Ji sniffed and suddenly thought of the jewelry Bai Ruoruo was wearing and whispered, it can't be that fake white crystal love set. After all, it's made to look like the real thing, glorious and beautiful. High Definition Moon heard, eyes slightly narrowed, directly shook his head and said, impossible. There are many people present. There will always be some who know the goods. If he really dares to take out fakes to tease everyone, that's good. I'll let him die on the spot socially. And I would like him to use this fake to auction. Think about it, we're in the body of Bai Ruoruo jewelry, as a result, and was taken down by Yi Cheng. This taste, this feeling, cannot feel good. Is simply a disgrace to lose a great deal of it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 48, my words are hard to find. That was all that HD Moon and Lin Ji could think of. After all, in their opinion, Yi Cheng or Bai Ruoruo, the two of them together were not worth $60 million. What good things could they take out? The only thing that could make it look good was the fake set of white crystal love that Bai Ruoruo was wearing, so they rightfully assumed that Yi Cheng's lot was this. However, when Yi Cheng slowly walked onto the stage, and there was already rice paper and ink on the stage, HD Moon and Lin Ji both froze. Not to mention that they froze, the other people present also froze. Everyone, almost immediately, guessed what Yi Cheng wanted to do. After all, things had been put so complete. Yi Cheng had gone up to the stage, and even picked up a pen and ink. How can you not see this? But, what a joke. In today's world, among the calligraphy masters, anyone who has not heard of this word Yi Cheng, not to mention not heard of it, even if Yi Cheng is really what calligraphy masters, but, a painting and calligraphy, really can be worth $60 million? Are you kidding me? The Wan family lord looked at the somewhat boisterous scene and slowly opened his mouth and laughed. Gentlemen, I know that everyone has guessed what Mr. Yi Cheng's lot is by now. That's right, it's a piece of writing made by Mr. Yi Cheng's own hands. Believe me, you won't be disappointed by auctioning this piece, so I hope that you all will enthusiastically bid on it. In everyone's eyes, the Wan family master, this is to round up for Yi Cheng, is afraid that when the time comes, a person who shouts the price is not there, it will lose face. Of course, the Wan family side, it does not look good, so that's why it's like this. Under the stage on the spot, someone smiled and opened his mouth. Wan family master, don't worry, today this charity dinner, no matter what, should be a perfect ending. So, no matter how this gentleman writes later, I will definitely bid. Anyway, it is all about charity. Buy or not to buy anything, it is not important. When someone spoke up, someone else chimed in. That's right, boss won. Don't worry, we'll always let this dinner party end well. The last lot, no matter what, have to pay a little price. The crowd opened their mouths as if they were all agreeing, not for Yi Qing's work, but just to give face to the master of the Wan family, and to make a move without getting cold feet. At this moment, Lin Ji's brows were slightly furrowed, and she said with some worry, Qing Yu, this is a bit out of our expectations. These bosses, it seems like they all intend to go out and shout for the sake of the Wan family master. This is letting Yi Qing pick up a big bargain. HD Moon was also a little upset in her heart. Originally she wanted to watch Yi Qing disgrace himself, but as a result, it became like this, making her very dissatisfied. It's okay, but it's just that everyone gives face to the master of the Wan family. But then how to give face? It's not possible to spend a large amount of money for nothing. Wait, see is, at most a few $100,000, and also tops the sky. Yi Qing wants to use this way to pay back the $60 million of grass and wood stickers. It's just a fool's errand. But, still, he let him pretend to be able to write something randomly and sell hundreds of thousands of dollars. He's this little cutie. Might as well really think it's his own writing that's good. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and said softly, it's okay, Qing Yu, even if he writes something and sells it for hundreds of thousands of dollars, no one will think it's his skill and will only mock him, but he is also considered smart. Saw that this kind of occasion, the crowd has to give face to the Wan family. Had to bid. Fortunately he did not take out the fake jewelry that Bairuoro wears. Otherwise, it really is a disgrace. From this point of view, he is quite self-aware. Moreover, it is also more than capable of proving that the jewelry worn by Bairuoro is bound to be fake, and definitely cannot be real. High Definition Moon sniffed and gave a cold laugh, saying, how can it be real? A fake is a fake. Even if it's made to look like a fake, it's still a fake. The real white crystal love, worth nearly $100 million. Just buy his Yi Qing? Give him 10 lifetimes. He can't afford to buy it. However, this matter, just like this, let Yi Qing muddle through. I'm not happy in my heart. Wait for it. The matter of the fake jewelry. I must let everyone know. Moreover, let him for this, lose a big face. Lin Ji, you know of a jewelry appraiser. When the time comes, find an excuse to invite over. Pick a time in public. I want to make them so disgraced that they don't have the face to live. Lin Ji sniffed, smiled and nodded, saying, okay, it just so happens that the jewelry appraiser I know is also considered one of the royal appraisers of cloud jewelry, and when the time comes, it will be determined by the person's official personally, and no one can change it. Only then did High Definition Moon nod in satisfaction, seeming to have seen the scene where Yi Qingshi died and Bairuoro had no face to see, and by this time, Yi Qing was already waving his hand to write. Well, not write a good and not to mention. But the crowd looked at Yi Qing so wide open, the appearance of a single breath, really like a calligraphy master, especially Yi Qing's temperament. Half of it is not afraid of. Self-confidence is quite full. After the 4 big words of fortune, life, peace and prosperity were written, Yi Qing was again in the corner, wrote down his name, as a signature. Not only that, but also drew a special flower pledge. Used to tell the crowd that this was his Yi Qing's masterpiece. After he finished writing, Yi Qing nodded to the Wan family lord. The master of the Wan family immediately ordered someone to unfold this writing and show it to everyone. But unfortunately, there were mostly rich people present, and not many of them knew calligraphy, so they couldn't really tell much about whether it was well written or not. Let's just say that, at the very least, the writing is pretty good. The Wan family lord laughed at this time. Gentlemen, I, Wan, dare not say that I have any attainments in calligraphy, but I love calligraphy, and this is something that many people here know, so I think that I am qualified to say how I feel about this piece of writing. That is, majestic and strong. Good, very good, very good, absolutely rare masterpiece. One family master's review. The people present have heard, but specifically listen to how much. It is not known, after all know. Now the Wan family master is to engage in round it. After all, to auction Yi Qing's words, it is impossible to say that people write poorly. However, Yi Qing at this time, but smiled and spoke. One family master lifted me up. To be honest, I write this word, can only be said to be just fine, can read, but, talk about what everyone, can only be considered okay. However, I do have confidence in this word of mine, because today, whoever auctions for this word will be able to make a request, and as long as it's not excessive and doesn't make it difficult for me, then I, Yi Chang, will agree to it, and take one shot for this person. This time, it's kind of like contributing a little bit, yourself, for charity. Then, I announce that my word this time, the starting bid, is $1. Gentlemen, you may call out the price. After saying that, Yi Ching stood aside without the slightest bit of nervousness, as if he was certain that his own words could fetch a sky-high price. Chapter 49 Bidding for Humiliation. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. I thought Yi Ching was going to intentionally brag about how great his writing was and what masters he studied under so that he could fool everyone. But as a result, he's even more shameless than I thought. What did he say? As long as he photographed this piece of writing, he could make a request to him. Make a request. Make a request. And what did he say? As long as it's not too much. As long as he thinks it's okay. Ha, doesn't that mean that if he doesn't think it's okay, it's not okay? Arrogant. Not this arrogant. Yi Chang, this is certain that this character will definitely be auctioned out. Deliberately get his face golded. Otherwise, he would never have said anything. For charity. Contribute his strength. This is clearly a reminder that today is the Wan family's charity dinner. Everyone, to give face to the Wan family. Shameless. Simply shameless. As HD Moon looked at Yi Ching, who was calm and relaxed on the stage, her heart was getting more and more irritated. Instantly, he voiced his suspicions, and felt that it was, in fact, the truth. Lin Ji also nodded her head and said, too pretentious. It's really too pretentious. Just this crappy word, how much can it be worth? Not to mention, his Yi Ching's conditions, it's simply ridiculous. So many people present, all of them are dignitaries. Who cares what Yi Ching is? It's simply hilarious. But Ching Yu, this time, I'm afraid I'm still going to be fitted by him. After all, everyone has to give face to the Wan family. HD Moon was not happy about this. Nodding her head, she said, just pretend. Anyway, in the end, it won't sell for a few bucks. There's a time for him to be ashamed of himself. And the starting price of $1. Ha, pricing is so low. Don't get to the end. Just shoot a few tens of thousands of dollars. That would really make people laugh their asses off. Seemingly confirming HD Moon's suspicions. At this time, the shouting of prices on the field had already begun. Oh, the word written good, however, also comes with a request for this kind of thing. There is no need. In order to charity well, I'm out of 10,000. A big-bellied boss smilingly opened his mouth, as if alms seemed to be given. This scene also caused many people to laugh and follow the bidding with a smile. Not bad, since it's all charity, it can't be too little, making it seem like we don't have any love. So I'll offer 15,000. It's incumbent upon me to do charity. Ha ha, I'll give 20,000. Everyone participates. How can I be missing? What is the requirement or not? I don't care. I'll give $30,000. Nothing else, just one with love. Many people have flirted with the bidding. Each seems to take this auction as a fun, but also Yi Ching as a clown. And that was what HD Moon wanted to see. At this time, HD Moon smiled smugly and said, see, Yi Ching now has become a clown. No one cares about him at all. Instead, they all treat him as a laughingstock. Ha, disgraceful, really disgraceful. Lin Shi sniffed, also smiled and opened her mouth. Ching Yu, did you find out? By Ruo Ruo's face seems to be even redder. I'm afraid, she now also feels that Yi Ching is very humiliated, and even regrets running here with Yi Ching today. Do you think, will she wait to leave early? Will it and Yi Ching part ways? Upon hearing this, HD Moon covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Obviously, this was her favorite bridge. I'll join in the fun, or else it'll seem uninteresting. After saying that, HD Moon raised her hand and laughed. Just now, this mister, you snatched the pair of grass and wood stickers from my hands. And now, I have to give you a shout out. Ha, now, you can't snatch your own stuff. I'll offer 100,000. After all, it's charity, so let's not be too stingy. In case the auction price is low, it's not too good to look at. When a beautiful woman opens her mouth, there will always be people attached to her. After all, no matter what era, the killing power of beautiful women has always been great, and there are some Benjamins who want to attract the attention of beautiful women. President Ching Yu has opened her mouth. Then we can't be too stingy. Indeed, this is for charity. Everyone, it's better to be generous. I'll give you 150,000. Well then, since you're all like this, I can't be cheap. I'll offer $200,000. Hee hee, although I can't see anything good or bad about the words. But, I am also willing to pay a high price. So 300,000. However, You don't want this Mr. Ye's request? I do. I will wait and shoot it down, and then ask Mr. Yi to give an apology to the president of Qingyue. After all, just now, it is really a bit too much. A slightly younger boss, at this time, used this way, to express his favor towards HD Moon. At once, it made many people feel that it was a good opportunity, so they shouted out their prices, and they all demanded that Yi Qing apologize to HD Moon. High definition Moon sat here, at this moment, and did not open her mouth to shout the price. Looking at Lin Ji, she laughed. See Lin Ji, now, I don't even need me to personally make a move. Someone else has made a move on my behalf. Moreover, the demand is not too much. I'd like to see that he, Yi Qing, still has some face left, and by Ruoro, see, has been fidgeting. I see, she can't hold on much longer. Lin Shi sniffed, immediately laughed. Chengyu, you this time, can put Yi Qing to the whole miserable? I'm afraid. He is now really want to find a crack in the ground to drill in, but also regret just put forward what conditions. This is simply their own to find their own sins well. In the view of HD Moon and Lin Ji, Yi Qing, there is no room to turn around. Many bosses present have opened the bidding, and flirting, clearly, is to treat Yi Qing as a clown. At this kind of time, the Wan family, it is not appropriate to speak more, so Yi Qing, when it really is isolated. As for the Wan family lord, at this time, he also felt that there was some face to lose, and most importantly, he didn't dare to really let these people offend Yi Qing. They didn't know Yi Qing's value, but the Wan family lord knew. Moreover, not only know, more clearly, this so-called Yi Qing can give him a request. That is simply 10,000 gold is hard to buy. At the critical moment, it is possible to save a life. This piece of writing, the master of the Wan family has decided that it is his. Mr. Wan is also involved, so I hope that everyone won't find it difficult. Hearing the Wan family master open his mouth, the crowd laughed and said, if the Wan family master likes it, just feel free to ask. That's right, today is the Wan clan's home turf, and we all understand and appreciate that the Wan clan's master is kindly trying to do a good deed. The Wan clan master sniffed, shook his head, and said, I opened my mouth to bid, that's because this piece of writing is worth it, so don't misunderstand me. After saying that, when the Wan family lord was about to open his mouth, under the stage, someone else beat him to it. I'm sorry, Master Wan, I think, as the host, it's better if you don't grab it from us. $5 million. I'll take this piece of writing. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Yi Qing's words, in everyone's opinion, at most can be auctioned hundreds of thousands of prices just, and this, but also all to the face of the Wan family. But now, even someone opened on the price of 5 million, simply is, incredible. Well, even if it was to curry favor with the Wan family, there was no need to be like this, but what made them even more unexpected was yet to come. Chapter 50 $100 million. No way. HD Moon almost spat out a mouthful of water when she heard $5 million. However, before she could be shocked, the next scene made her and Lin Ji look at each other in disbelief, only to feel that either they were crazy, their ears were out of order, or, these people, all of them, were crazy. Mr. Son, 5 million, just want to pick up leaks. By this piece of writing, you really want too much. 20 million. This piece of writing, I want it. A boss in his 50s with white hair, sitting at the main table, smiled and opened his mouth, as if $20 million, in his eyes, was just a number, and the boss, who was addressed as Mr. Son, looked at the man, smiled, and said, sure enough, there are still those who know what they're talking about. Since that's the case, then I don't have any delusions about being able to pick up the pieces. I'll offer $30 million. And at this time, there was another middle-aged noblewoman, who smiled and opened her mouth. Excuse me, gentlemen, this piece of writing, I also have my eye on it, and I'm offering $66 million. You guys bid before? All too stingy. Is not forgetting that this piece of writing is to pay for the previous pair of grass paste auction money. Really, if you guys to pick up the auction away, that really is a joke. By this time, most of the bosses present had all been somewhat confused, especially some of those bosses who had made a bid before, one by one, dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Wasn't it just a word written by an unknown Yi Qing? How could it be worth so much money? And, even if it was to curry favor with the Wan family, there was no need to be like this. The most critical thing is that the several people who are bidding now, all of them are powerful. Even if they are not as good as the Wan family, they are still similar, so there is no need to take out such a large sum of cash to flatter the Wan family. There is a problem. There must be a problem. And, I'm afraid, there is a big problem. Just, this problem. In the end, where is it? At this time, high-definition Moon's face turned iron blue as she looked at Lin Ji and said, crazy? Am I crazy? Or are they crazy? How is it that all of a sudden, things have shifted to this extent? $66 million? Are you kidding me? Are all these big bosses out of their minds? HD Moon cannot understand. Even at the beginning of the people out of 5 million, she felt incredible. Let alone now. Is several bosses are competing for the word? This is simply a big joke. Yi Qing's caliber. If others didn't know, could she not know? The words written are just the point where they can be read. But other than that, what other reason can there be? Yi Qing promised to make a request? It seemed like this was the only explanation. However, it was precisely because this was the only explanation that made it incomprehensible. Yi Qing, what was he? Who cared about the promises he gave? High-definition Moon, like most of the people present, felt that these bidders were crazy. Otherwise, how could they do such crazy things? $66 million. Are you kidding me? However, at this time, the master of the Wan family, himself, came down. It seems that all of you are people who know what they're talking about. But, I'm sorry, although this dinner party is my Wan family's main venue, and I, Wan, would like to thank all of you for your support, however, I'm still going to go down to bid on this piece of writing. Said here, Wan family master clasped his fist, looked at the crowd. Xiao Dao, gentlemen, this word, I Wan family is bound to get, but also ask you, help, lift your hand, as I want someone, owe you a favor. I'm out. 100 million. The moment the shouted price of $100 million came out, the whole room was abuzz, especially since what the Wan family lord said was clearly that he felt that these people still had to fight with him, so he offered to owe a favor in exchange for the crowd's withdrawal. What the hell was going on here? Crazy, all crazy. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, what the hell? If I hadn't been here all this time, I'd wonder if I'd missed something. What are all these bigwigs thinking? Is this a play designed specifically for charity? Most people, in droves, were puzzled, and one by one they began to seek their own understanding. And HD Moon and Lin Ji, at this moment's face, has been difficult to see the extreme, just now was still laughing at Yi Qing is a jumping clown. Disgrace big. The result is that now it seems that they, is the clown Lins, can you give me an explanation? What the hell happened here? Did they, all of them, lose their minds? High-definition Moon looked at Lin Ji. Her entire body was a little disheveled. It seemed that, what was happening in front of her was beyond her imagination. As for Lin Ji, at this moment, she was also dumbfounded. But, high-definition Moon wanted an explanation, and she herself wanted a reasonable explanation. She knew, is it possible that the Wan family themselves directed this play? After all, this is the Wan family's home turf. So, not wanting to make any mistakes, they just happened to use Yi Qing's matter to let everyone know that the Wan family's strength? As for those bigwigs who opened their mouths to shout for a price, I'm afraid that they are all discussing with the master of the Wan family a long time ago, for the sake of, is to hold up the scene, to set off the strength of the Wan family. You can see, the master of the Wan family has said that he owes them a favor, which, is to promise them what Lin Ji analyzed, was not unreasonable, but, to say that it was reasonable, was really far-fetched. But what is the explanation for this situation now? There's no explanation. HD Moon squeezed out a smile on her face and said, maybe, it's true, but, no, it has to be checked. Lin Ji nodded and said, Qing Yu, remember when Wan Xiao said earlier that Yi Qing did them a little favor? Is it possible that it's for this favor? To return the favor? After all, the Wan family has money. Today is the Wan family's charity home, but the auction items? There are people bidding tens of millions of dollars, and the Wan family, only before just donated 10 million to. This is a bit of a clamor. So the Wan family just to take this opportunity, to come up with a big price, is to prove that the charity dinner of the charity, the most out of the most, or the Wan family. That explanation, it seems, makes sense. And, Qing Yu, pay attention to Wan Xiao's face. I just watched. Wan Xiao's face, is not very good. Others don't know the inside story. Wan Xiao is still clear. I'm afraid, Wan Xiao is now very resentful of Yi Qing, and feels that Yi Qing has gone out of his way to mess things up. And that's what caused the Wan family to pay so much more money for nothing. If Yi Qing really had this kind of skill, this kind of ability, do you think that Wan Xiao would not flatter Yi Qing? Would he dare to look at Yi Qing with resentment? Obviously. This is impossible. The more Lin Ji analyzed it, the more she felt that what she said made sense. And, it was almost the truth. And with her analysis, HD Moon's face, too, slowly recovered. If that's the case, then, this doesn't have anything to do with Yi Qing at all. Just go up to a random cat or dog and you'll get this result. Yi Qing is nothing more than a jumping clown that these bigwigs, in order to achieve their own ends. Yes, that's right, that must be it. Yi Qing is just a jumping clown. Just, unfortunately, still let him pretend to be in front of Bairuoro. I'm afraid, Yi Qing is now very inflated. Still think, really his own ability. Bairuoro, I'm afraid also think so. No, we must dismantle them. We must make it clear to Bairuoro that Yi Qing is no. Chapter 51. This is all the face of the Wan family. Both high-definition Moon and Linji were now silent in their own imaginations, as this current outcome was impossible for them to accept. It was the only explanation that would make sense and, most importantly, put their minds at ease. Linji looked at HD Moon and said softly, Qing Yu, even if you want to dismantle Yi Qing, I'm afraid that you can't do that now. After all, the Wan family has already made it this far. Even though everyone knows it in their hearts, they won't say anything more. After all, it's about the face of the Wan family. So, I'm afraid we can only quietly watch Yi Qing pretend this. Although Linji's mouth said so. However, when her eyes looked at Yi Qing, there was more than a trace of doubt. A trace of gravity. As if, in her mind, she had already begun to have some doubts about Yi Qing's identity. Only, suspicious as she was, she said nothing. And at this moment, HD Moon gritted her teeth and looked angry. Damn it, just because I have to take care of the Wan family's face, I have to watch this clown Yi Qing put on a show. I'm so angry. Okay, can't offend the Wan family, right? Then forget it. However, I absolutely can't let him pretend to be successful in front of Bairuoro. After it's dispersed, we'll go to Bairuoro and tell her the truth, so that she knows that this guy in front of her, who seems to be in an infinite scenery, is actually a jumping clown, a dog's ass. High-definition Moon and Yi Qing were completely on the outs. Besides, because of the displeasure of Yi Qing's prowess, I'm afraid that it was more because Yi Qing and Bairuoro were now getting too close. So close that it made her heart start to sour. It's just that this is something that HD Moon doesn't want to admit. And at this time, because of the Wan family lord's opening, the field had become quiet, and it seemed that there was really no one else bidding. In this regard, Yi Qing did not feel disappointed, as if he had already guessed this ending. After all, he did not really reveal his identity, just a special flower bet, so that these qualified to bid on the big brother to see it. But in fact, they are not quite sure. Otherwise, this price, I'm afraid, to be even higher. Of course, it is also possible that it is not willing to offend the Wan family. After all, the Wan family in Jiangcheng is a real top mansion. Who would like to offend the Wan family as a last resort? What's more, with the promise that the Wan family owed a favor, this time, they weren't losing out. Wan family master looked at no one, opened his mouth to bid. His heart was also relieved, but also very grateful. Fortunately, today come are some of the big names of Jiangcheng. If placed in the entire eastern province of the big names to come, then he cannot qualify, but also do not dare to say these words. After all, he does not have such a big face, while Yi Qing's promise, but will make a lot of people crazy. It seems that you all still gave me this face. Well, then I will thank you all. After saying that, the Wan family lord looked at Yi Qing and smiled. Mr. Yi, 100 million is a bit less. I hope you don't mind. Is 100 million not enough? This is cash, not what shares of assets and so on. Say so many big names present today cannot painlessly take out 100 million too, but also absolutely not a lot. However, for the value that this promise of Yi Qing possessed, 100 million was really not much. Not only not much, it could even be said that it was very little. After all, Yi Qing's promise was one that could save lives. Yi Qing looked at the Wan family lord, smiled, and said, Wan family lord is polite. A picture of a word and a promise from Mr. Yi. To be able to exchange it for $100 million, it's already worth it. Moreover, it's for charity, to help people in need, which is good enough. Then the payment for the grass patch, which I have not yet made before, will not, I suppose, need to be repaid by me. When the Wan family lord heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, No need. Of course not, Mr. Yi, please. Yi Qing nodded, then walked off the stage with a smile. And at this moment, the eyes of all the people present all stared at Yi Qing. There was no way to make such a big deal, so that people couldn't even think of not paying attention to Yi Qing. Most people's eyes, however, were puzzled and confused, including Bairuoro, who was equally filled with doubts and incomprehension. However, Other than that, Bai Ruoruo was more adoring and happy. At least, Yi Qing did not lose face, which was good and good. As for why Yi Qing's words could be sold for so much money, although Bai Ruoruo also felt that it was unreasonable. But, as long as it was something Yi Qing did, it was unreasonable. So what? In her opinion, Yi Qing was the best. The best. Yi Qing scared me to death. I thought I was really going to make a fool of myself. Just now I really wanted to get on stage and return this grass patch. Bai Ruoruo patted her chest, still in a state of shock. Yi Qing smiled and laughed, saying, "What are you afraid of? Since I said that I would let you trust me, then you just remember to trust me. What's more, since I, Yi Qing, said I would give you the grass patch, then I will definitely give it to you. So how could I possibly let you return it?" When Bai Ruoruo heard this, she revealed a sweet smile and gently nodded her head, looking at Yi Qing with eyes that were all soft and tender. And by this time, the banquet was nearing its end, and there were no more surprises in the offing. On the contrary, when the show dispersed, there were quite a few people who wanted to exchange business cards with Yi Qing or something, all of which were rejected by Yi Qing, and this unsympathetic attitude made many people, in their hearts, feel more dissatisfied with Yi Qing. Wan Xiao walked up to Yi Qing at this time and spoke with a smile. "Mr. Yi, the car is ready for you. I'll personally send you and Miss Ruoruo back." Yi Qing sniffed and directly waved his hand, saying, "No need. We'll just walk. Do what you need to do." After saying that, Yi Qing directly walked forward, while Bai Ruoruo sat on Yi Qing's arm, the two of them, just like a sweet little couple. This scene, looking at the Wan Xiaoi's fire are going to spurt out, not only is angry that Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo relationship so close, but also because, Yi Qing's attitude towards himself, let him, is really very upset. He, the crown prince of the Wan family, who in the whole of Jiangqing doesn't give a few points of face. Moreover, he is not the kind of person who eats and waits for death and loafs around. He is the real one, the kind of worldly young man who is called a young talent, and how many people like him, worship him, and want to be with him. Even if it was a figure of the older generation, when they met Wan Xiao, they were still giving full respect. But on the contrary, to Yi Qing here, he, Wan Xiao, is not even a little face, as if, he is simply not qualified to talk to Yi Qing seems. This is simply outrageous. Assistant Xiao he was next to Wan Xiao, looking at Yi Qing's back, he let out a cold smile and said, "What a cow! How dare you show such disrespect to you, Wan Xiao? It's really infuriating." Wan Xiao sniffed, revealing a hint of a dangerous gaze and said, He, people are my family's lifesavers. Of course they're bulls, divine doctors after all." "A miracle doctor?" Assistant Xiao he sniffed and said softly, "So what if he is a divine doctor? After all is said and done, a divine doctor, in the end, is just a doctor. Other than that, what else is there? He can save others, but can he save himself? When he encounters the big shots who are really upset, just arrange someone to get him killed. Then is he still a divine doctor or not?" Assistant Xiaoyi's words made Wan Xiao's eyes light up when he heard them. Then he laughed. "Indeed, can you heal others? Can you heal yourself? Divine doctor, also can't block the knife and axe, even more so, bullets, right." And right at this moment, HD Moon and Lin Ju walked up to Wan Xiao's face and laughed. "Wan Xiao, this Yi Qing seems to be a little bit not giving you face. Your Wan family, today, you gave Yi Qing a heavenly face, and he is talking to you, but he doesn't even have a smile on his face. It's a little bit unjustifiable, right?" Chapter 52, You're a big liar. A man would never want to lose face in front of a beautiful woman, especially someone like Wan Xiao. Looked at the high definition of the Moon and Lin Ji's smiling walk, Wan Xiao also cannot help but look at two eyes. Love of beauty. High definition of the Moon and Lin Ji is indeed a number of beautiful women today dress and is extraordinarily beautiful, who look, not want to get into the wrong it. President Qingyu is joking. Our one family owes someone a favor after all. It's understandable for them to be a bit more high-strung, isn't it? High definition Moon smiled and spoke. "This I know. Just, the favor, I think it must have already been returned today, if not for Wan Xiao and one family lord stepping in. This Yi Qing, I'm afraid that losing face is going to be a big loss, especially, or losing face in front of Bai Ruoruo. I can only say, Wan Xiao, you're a little too kind, and the Wan family lord is too sentimental, but $100 million to buy this worthless word, even if it's a huge favor, it's paid off. It can't be, because of a favor, that he directly blackmailed the Wan family and let the Wan family keep giving him a ride." Wan Xiao sniffed, looked at HD Moon, laughed lightly. "That's not true. It seems that President Qingyu, look very carefully, how do I feel? President Qingyu and this Mr. Yi, very familiar with it? We've been married before. How can we not be familiar with each other? However, this kind of disgraceful thing, HD Moon, could not be said. Indeed, there is some familiarity, so I know a little bit about it. I just can't figure out how this Yi Ching, who just came out of prison, can make your Wan family owe you a favor? I wonder if you, Wan Xiao, can you tell me? HD Moon really wanted to know, as a way to determine the relationship between the Wan family and Yi Ching. Otherwise, there were many things that would tie her hands if she did them. As for Wan Xiao, he didn't know that Yi Ching had actually come out of prison, and when he heard this, he was immediately flabbergasted. If Yi Ching can go to jail, then obviously, not a big shot, and no big background, which is not just a little medical skills, and even happened to cure the old man's disease. This kind of person, there is nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, in Wan Zhao's heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry Qingyu girl, this is our private matter. However, as Qingyu girl said, the favor has been returned. However, the face that should be there, still have to do it out well. Alright, Miss Qingyu, if there's nothing else, I'll go see off the guests first. HD Moon smiled and nodded, watching Wan Xiao leave. When Wan Xiao left, HD Moon looked at Lin Ji and laughed. Hear that? Nothing matters anymore. Obviously, our guess was correct. However, if you want to move Yi Ching, you still have to wait a little longer. After all, the face of the Wan family is here to stay. In case Yi Ching really finds the Wan family, I'm afraid that the Wan family may still be able to come to their aid. Hold on. Steady as you go. Lin Ji sniffed and nodded. You're right. It's good to play it safe. The favor has been used up and will be forgotten in a few days. So by then, you can take it however you want. Thinking about Yi Ching pretending before makes me upset. Qingyu, when the time comes, clean him up properly, preferably in front of Bai Ruoruo. Hearing this, after a moment of silence, HD Moon laughed. Remember what I just said? I want to see Yi Ching, who will actually choose, and how deep the feelings between him and Bai Ruoruo are. Want to play? Then play with him emotionally well, and then abandon him, more let Bai Ruoruo also heart dead. Leave him, that how painful. Just wait, it's just a couple days, and I'll strike. As Lin Ji listened, she even got a little excited and laughed. I can't wait. Qingyu, with Yi Ching's feelings for you, as long as you wave your hand, he'll be able to run over here with his ass wagging his tail, and when that time comes, Bai Ruoruo won't cry to death. Ha ha. So what now? Do we still have to go to Bai Ruoruo, to be angry with her? HD Moon looked at the time, then looked at Yi Ching and Bai Ruoruo's back as they left. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said, it just so happens that this will be free, and it's idle. So why don't you just go and make preparations for afterward, and have a chat with them? Let's go. Lin Ji, let's go and meet these two people who just made a big splash. I'm afraid that they are now too proud to keep discussing bragging again. Pour cold water on them and go. After saying that, HD Moon and Lin Ji got into the car, then quickly drove to Yi Ching and Bai Ruoruo. At this time, Yi Ching and Bai Ruoruo walked on the road. A pair of handsome men and women, dressed in somewhat formal, turnaround rate. That is 100%. Ruoruo, if you can't, let's take the car back. You look like this. You're so beautiful. Almost everyone is looking at you on this journey. Bai Ruoruo sniffed and snorted, saying, it's okay, I don't feel bad about letting them watch. On the contrary, I'm happy to let them watch me and you walk together. This is what Bai Ruoruo's heart said. And Yi Ching walking on the road like this, holding her arm, is something she once dreamed of countless times. Only, once Yi Ching is the man of HD Moon. She, no matter if it's in the moral or something else, can only hide her feelings in her heart. Now, there were finally not so many constraints between them, so Bai Ruoruo was, right now, really happy. Yi Ching looked at the happy Bai Ruoruo and laughed. You're not the same as before. In the past, you always smiled gently, rarely spoke, and rarely even expressed your feelings. Now it feels like you're much more cheerful. That's good. If there's something, don't hide it. Say it, it's best. Bai Ruoruo nodded her head tenderly, and when she was about to speak, HD Moon's car had already stopped in front of them. Looking at HD Moon and Lin Ji who got off the bus, both Yi Ching and Bai Ruoruo frowned. HD Moon, what are you doing here? HD Moon looked at the two people arm in arm. A hint of roar flashed in her eyes and she sneered. What? Can't come? A person who can throw $60 million and I grab grass and wood stickers. A person who, casually writing 4 words can be sold for 100 million sky-high price. I come to see, in the end, what kind of character, can't I? Yi Ching, remarkable. You are truly remarkable. However, do you think that if you can fool Bai Ruoruo and so many people present, You can fool me? You were, today, acting like that on purpose and then letting me see it, trying to get my attention and make me feel like I had eyes, weren't you? But, let me tell you, Yi Chang, I've seen through your ghostly tricks, everything, it's just a coincidence, it's just borrowing the light of the Wan family. This, do you dare not admit? After saying that, HD Moon looked at Bai Ruorua and sneered. Bai Ruorua, did Yi Ching just keep bragging with you about how great he is? Blowing his bullskin to the sky? Oh, you idiot, he is just fooling you. After all, this kind of lie, once you poke it, it breaks. Yi Chang, do you dare to tell the truth? The truth? You dare to admit that all of this is carefully planned by you. You are actually a liar. Well, you are even more afraid to tell Bai Ruorua. You do all of this, all for me. Chapter 53 Yi Ching, do you still love me? Yi Ching now really admired HD Moon a little. Brain circuit, how is it so clear? Before, didn't realize it either. Also everything is carefully planned. Everything is to cheat HD Moon. This kind of words, HD Moon also set out. Yi Ching shook his head, sighed, and looked at a picture of an exuberant HD Moon, who thought she had seen through all the tricks, and softly said, HD Moon, in these years, have you been sick? If you are sick, you should go see a doctor. Don't delay. When she heard Yi Ching say that she was sick, HD Moon instantly became anxious and pointed at Yi Ching's nose and cursed. You're the one who's sick. Yi Ching, do you really think that I don't know that you're actually that close to the Wan family? But what you did today, you've already used up all your favors. What's next? Do you have any more cards? After saying that, HD Moon pointed at the white crystal love on by Ruorua's body and laughed coldly. You created a good persona. Ah, using a fake white crystal love to trick by Ruorua, and specifically appearing in front of me, wanting to use a fake as a real one to make me regret my eyes. Then you took Bai Ruoruo to attend this charity dinner, knowing full well that the Wan family had to pocket the money in order to save face, plus the owed favors, so you didn't have a penny. Directly opened your mouth to compete with me for the grass sticker, and then intentionally wrote to make the Wan family out of it, so that the Wan family's face and Lizzie are all there. And you, Yi Chang, followed by the face and Lizzie are there. And this kind of scamming tactics, you used it on my head. Do you think I will believe it? It's ridiculous and pathetic. HD Moon laughed out loud, as if she were the victor, pointing at Bai Ruorua, saying, it's only this stupid woman who has been infatuated with you. That's why she willingly accepted your deception. Otherwise, who do you think you can fool? A poor guy who's been in jail for 3 years and has no skills, and he's bidding on white crystal love? Not only that, but you can auction off the grass sticker and come up with $60 million? Also, your most clumsy trick is that you shouldn't go up to the stage to write to auction. It's simply ridiculous. Who do you think? Who are you? Master of calligraphy? It's simply laughable. Too clumsy. Too childish. Yi Chang, you really disappoint me. Bai Ruoruo couldn't be angry at this time. Looking at HD Moon, she said in a huff, HD Moon, you can't talk about Yi Ching like this. You're too heartbreaking. When Bai Ruoruo wanted to continue saying something, Yi Ching smiled and shook his head. Ruoruo, there's no need to argue about anything. It's meaningless. After saying that, he looked at HD Moon and faintly laughed. Well, since you think it's all fake and I'm a liar, then what are you doing here looking for me? You've already dismantled me and laughed at me to my face. Is that enough? Can we go now? We have shopping to do. We're really not in the mood to play with you. After saying that, Yi Ching put his arm around Bai Ruoruo and smiled gently. Ruoruo, let's go. Bai Ruoruo blushed and gently nodded her head. And this scene, watching HD Moon was simply on top of her head, showing love, still showing love, which in her opinion, was intentionally pissing her off. At this time, Lin Ji quietly pulled HD Moon's hand and said, Qing Yu, don't forget, padding. Only then did HD Moon take a deep breath and control her temper. As for Lin Ji, at this time, she laughed. Ruo, can you come with me for a moment? I have something I want to say, and it's just as well, so that the two of them, Yi Chang and Chang Yu, can have a chat as well. Bai Ruoruo was a bit reluctant, but as if she was afraid of inviting trouble for Yi Ching, she still followed Lin Ji to the side. And when there were only two people left, Yi Chang and High Definition Moon, Yi Ching looked at High Definition Moon indifferently and said, alright, you've also branched out, so if you have something to say, just say it. But, I think, between us, there should be nothing more to say. Looking at Yi Ching who was full of concern, HD Moon was furious. However, in order to be able to take better revenge on Yi Ching and Bai Ruorua afterwards, at this moment, HD Moon endured. Yi Ching, there is a misunderstanding between us. HD Moon suppressed her temper and suddenly came up with this. Yi Qing almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Misunderstanding? How dare HD Moon say there's a misunderstanding between them? HD Moon, you don't have a fever. Do you know what you're saying again? Or do you think that I, Yi Qing, am really an idiot? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that you divorced me when I just got out of jail and didn't even get a drink of water? Or is it that your brother and your mother came to my house looking for misunderstandings about my troubles? Or maybe it's a misunderstanding that you, HD Moon, exported threats and even all sorts of disdain and taunts to me? If all of this is a misunderstanding, then, well, it's really a big misunderstanding. High Definition Moon knew that she was at a disadvantage, and when she heard Yi Qing pile on, her face, all of it, turned an iron blue color. However, in order for both Yi Qing and Bai Ruo to suffer the price of pain, she felt that she had to endure. Only then would she be able to get the best result. High Definition Moon took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said softly, Yi Qing, I know that you're very angry right now. That's why you're doing so many things to make me angry and dissatisfied. When Yi Qing heard this, he directly laughed coldly. High Definition Moon, you've misunderstood. Everything I've done has nothing to do with you, so don't forget to put gold on your own face. High Definition Moon was not angry, and still said softly, you're talking in anger. If you really didn't care about me, you wouldn't have stopped for me. If you really didn't have me in your heart anymore, then you wouldn't be Yi Qing anymore. Yi Qing, do you dare to face reality? Do you dare to tell me with all your heart that in your heart right now, you already completely don't have me and don't love me anymore? Yi Qing, you've never lied to me before. Are you, now, going to lie? Do you dare to tell the truth? After HD Moon finished speaking, a pair of big eyes stared tightly at Yi Qing, as if this moment, she was very nervous. Yi Qing, on the other hand, even at this moment, suddenly fell silent. He didn't want to lie. He knew the answer to HD Moon's question, thought that in his heart, there was still HD Moon, even, perhaps, in love with HD Moon. This is the truth. After all, HD Moon and his time together, not 3 days and 5 days, and he is even in prison pining for HD Moon for 3 whole years. Now, just a few days after being released from prison, just divorced just a few days ago? If this just a few days to be able to forget HD Moon from this relationship out, then Yi Qing wants love. Really, is love? But Yi Qing also has his own bottom line, also distinguish clearly when, what to do. Looking at HD Moon, Yi Qing lightly laughed and nodded, saying, not bad, I admit, I may still love you, and in my heart, I also have you, but so what? We're divorced, and I've seen what you've been to me and what you've become, so even if I'm not completely over you yet, it's only a matter of time. HD Moon, is there any point in talking about this now? Hearing Yi Qing's reply, HD Moon immediately revealed a hint of victory. Sure enough, what Yi Qing loves is still himself. In his heart, he still has himself. As long as there is, then everything is fine. At this moment, HD Moon, the heart does not know whether it is really excited, or is about to trajectory to succeed in the happy. But she heard Yi Qing said still love. Indeed, the heart, full of joy. Chapter 54 Yi Qing, I regret it. It makes sense. Of course it makes sense. As long as you still love me, everything, it still makes sense. Yi Qing, I know that I was the one who went too far before and broke your heart, but I, too, have my own hardships. Speaking here, HD Moon's eyes actually became moist, as if she had a heavenly grievance, and this scene made Yi Qing frown straight away. HD Moon, what are you trying to say? High Definition Moon looked at Yi Qing, revealing a bitter smile and said, forget it, you wouldn't understand. All these years, you've been in prison under control, while I'm out here, seemingly free and easy, but in reality, I can't help it. Yi Qing, you look at me now as very prosperous, is what group president, have spent endless money, but in fact, on this journey, I'm walking on thin ice. My heart is scared. You don't even know how many people I accompanied with a smile, how many people I begged grandpa and grandma to say good words. You don't even know. I'm a little bit of a mistake. It's the abyss of 10,000 abysses. Yi Qing, it's hard, but can you understand? High Definition Month to talk about themselves as if there is how aggrieved, how painful, as if she is all the way to entrepreneurship, not smooth sailing, but instead is difficult and difficult seem to be. If Yi Qing didn't know the actual situation, I'm afraid, he would really be fooled by HD Moon. However, right now, Yi Qing was very clear that HD Moon was lying. Other people's entrepreneurship may be like walking on thin ice, But HD Moon is not. She is protected by many people all the way to smooth the way over. Otherwise, she or her family can develop such an arrogant and domineering character? Is it possible to be so dog-eared? It's all because it's going so well. So it's too arrogant. Yi Qing also didn't intend to expose HD Moon, because when the truth came out, HD Moon would know how much she, herself, was like a clown. Oh, get it? It's not easy for a man to start a business. A woman, even less so. But what does that have to do with divorce? HD Moon. To put it mildly, even if you try to be sophomoric and have more reasons, you can't deny that divorcing me is because I've been in jail. You feel disgraced, right? And are afraid that it will affect your good image. And even, perhaps, have a sweetheart? Ha! Oh, and my mediocrity, my incompetence, was one of the reasons for your divorce, all of which are facts. Can you deny them? Yi Qing smiled and opened his mouth, seemingly having long since gotten over it. But when these words were said, Yi Qing only felt pathetic. Years of deep friendship, even at the expense of the beloved woman to squat in jail, in exchange, but not touched, but abandonment, in exchange for who? Not cold, not heartbroken? Today, to still be able to stand and speak properly with HD Moon. It was already Yi Qing's love for HD Moon that was deep enough and generous enough. High-definition Moon looked at Yi Qing, lowered her head, and said softly, I don't deny that. Before, there were times when I did something wrong. And even, my family, there were times when they did something wrong. But that's not a reason for you to be able to beat up my mother, and beat up my brother. Yi Qing, I'm not going to talk to you about who's right and who's wrong right now. I just want to tell you that I, for one, have some regrets. And even, I already had some regrets when you signed the divorce papers. When I saw you and Bai Ruoro getting close, my heart was like a knife. I knew that I still loved you. I never forgot you. Yi Qing, you can try everything to cheat me. Loaded with skills, loaded with money. I know, you are not for Bai Ruoro. Everything is for me, isn't it? You did all this to make me see you, to make me regret it. Well, you succeeded. I do have some regrets now. You, happy. Speaking here, HD Moon actually squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes, as if, having been greatly wronged, she was a little girl who was pampered in front of her man. Yi Qing looked at HD Moon, sighed softly and said, HD Moon, at least you are a grand president. Crying on the street, aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you? People who don't know. Think, I bullied you. Stop crying, okay. High-definition Moon looked at Yi Qing's attitude softened. She knew that her tears played a role, and immediately directly clenched up her small fists and pounded on Yi Qing's chest, as if she was pampered. Oh, you're the one who bullied me. You're the one who bullied me. You big bad boy. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Oh, this scene, to anyone watching, would be HD Moon spilling her guts, and it would be 2 couples flirting. Yi Qing helplessly glanced at HD Moon and shook his head. Alright, even if I bullied you, it's all my fault. Alright, so what do you want to do now? High-definition Moon sniffed, looked at Yi Qing and choked. I want you to leave Bai Ruoro. I don't like her. This woman. From the very beginning when she knew you, she has had illusions about you. After so many years, she still has fantasies in her heart. I hate her. No, I don't want you to be with her. You leave her, okay. Spoiled, absolutely spoiled. And the request. It's outrageous. After Yi Qing was silent for a moment, he looked at HD Moon and said, Ruoro and I, up until now, the relationship is normal. And your request, why do you think I will agree to you? Just on the basis of you spilling your guts? Oh, but, between us, there is no relationship. When HD Moon still wanted to speak, Yi Qing shook his head and said, well, there is no need to say anything more. HD Moon, you'd better take care of yourself. I can't trust you, even if I can trust you. Bai Ruoro is my friend. I can't possibly do something that betrays my friend, let alone, this friend is still the one who has been guarding me when the one who loves me most has abandoned me, the one that it is. Looking at Yi Qing with such a resolute attitude, HD Moon also knew that it was not very realistic to want to see the result today. However, she was not in a hurry today. What's more, who said that it would be impossible for Bai Ruoro to betray Yi Qing? Looking at Yi Qing, a trace of tenderness appeared on HD Moon's face as she said, Yi Qing, I know you can't trust me right now. That's fine. I will wait for you and will prove it to you. But I need time. You know, no matter if it's the people inside the family or outside. I need to arrange everything before I can get back together with you. Wait for me, okay? Trust me. This time, I won't let you down. and you don't let me down. Okay? After saying that, HD Moon shouted in Lin Ji's direction. Lin Ji, are you done chatting? If you're done chatting, it's time to go. As they spoke, both by Ruoro and Lin Ji turned back to look at HD Moon, while HD Moon, at this time, revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth, then reached out her hands and embraced Yi Qing for a bit. It was as if it was provocative and specialized, looking at Bai Ruoro. Sure enough, with this glance, HD Moon saw Bai Ruoro's apprehension and worry. By the time Lin Ji and Bai Ruoro walked to their side, HD Moon seemed to be in a good mood, as if she was in a good mood, and said with a smile, "Since we're all done talking, let's leave it at that. Ruo, in these few days, I'll trouble you to help take care of our family Yi Qing first, and when I turn around, I'll repay you properly. Goodbye." After saying that, HD Moon and Lin Ji then got into the car. In the car, but also did not forget to wave in Yi Qing, as well as the face of the pale and incomparable. The eyes have become a little sad by Ruo, said goodbye. Chapter 55. The Big Hand Behind the Curtain. It's me. After the vehicle was turned on, HD Moon immediately laughed out loud. Lin Ji, did you see by Ruo's expression? It was simply ridiculous. That face was pale. Those eyes were terrified. It was pitiful. High Definition Moon at this moment smiled extremely happily, so that people could not tell whether it was angry to buy Ruo feel happy, or feeling Yi Qing still have a chance to redeem themselves. Feel happy. Lin Shi smiled and nodded her head, saying, "See, Qing Yu, I told you that you'll definitely be able to do it. As long as you step in. Yi Qing, that's bound to be taken down in minutes. How is it? Is Yi Qing very touched? Very much wanting to make up with you right away. I just saw you guys hugging. This time, Yi Qing is simply going to die of happiness, right?" High Definition Moon sniffed, revealing a hint of a proud expression, saying, "That's natural." Yi Qing himself admitted that he still has me in his heart, and still loves me, although now that he's been hurt, he doesn't quite dare to hold on to any expectations. But, that's enough. Wait and see. When the time comes, I'll make both of them, all of them, fall from heaven to hell, make them want to die in pain, dare to lie to me, dare to fool me, dare to beat my family. Really think I'll forgive him? Simply idiotic. Lin Ji, I'm now more and more sure. All this Yi Qing did was all to get my attention. He succeeded. Only, the result was the opposite. The more he made me notice him, the more I annoyed him and hated him. This time, let's see if I can't fix him. Lin Shi sniffed, smiled faintly, and said, I just talked to Bai Ruoro as well. The matter of Yi Qing being a liar is something that everyone can see clearly, but Bai Ruoro, however, can't see it clearly. That's how the authorities are confused, isn't it? I even said, the easiest way is to go to the Cloud Jewelry to verify the authenticity of her jewelry, but she, even this does not dare to go. This is afraid of the beauty of the dream broken. But it does not matter. She does not go. I also have a way to let her know that everything is fake, but now it seems that our good friend, I'm afraid she's so sad she wants to cry now. High Definition Moon sneered. High Definition Moon's things, also dare to rob, crying to death deserved, even if it's something that I, HD Moon, don't want. I won't allow others to meddle in it. What is she? Bai Ruo, dare to compete with me? Is she worthy? And the Tan family side, although I don't know what happened, but, the Tan family, is not going to give up easily. Others don't know, but I am very clear. The Tan family, the depths, deeper than imagined. Lin Shi sniffed, nodded and said, then Qing Yu, let's go to the hospital first. Your brother Qing Shu, I'm afraid that he is now impatient to take revenge. At this time, you can't mess around. After all, the Wan family, although they have returned Yi Qing's favors, they may not be in the process of helping Yi Qing, but, it's better to pay attention to this for a couple of days. Moreover, you still have your own plans, don't get spoiled. HD Moon nodded and said, okay, to the hospital. And at this time, Bai Ruoro stood in front of Yi Qing, her head lowered, her hands fiddling with her skirt, a little overwhelmed, a little hurt. What's wrong? Ruo, did Lin Shi say something that hurt you? If so, you don't need to pay any attention to her. She and HD Moon are wearing the same pants now. There was another sentence that Yi Qing didn't say. That is, this pair of pants, I'm afraid, won't last long. Bai Ruoro lowered her head and whispered, no, I won't care what Lin Ji says. Yi Qing, I'm fine. I want to go home. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's emotions were, well, low. As for Yi Qing, he sighed softly and laughed, not in a high mood. Just now he was obviously so happy. Now he's this unhappy. Is it because He saw HD Moon and hugged me? So, you're thinking that it's possible for HD Moon and I to make up, and you're sad in your heart, is that it? Ruoro sniffed and could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes reddened and she looked at Yi Ching and said with some choking sobs, Yi Ching, I know that you are the best, and that HD Moon will definitely regret leaving you. I just didn't expect that she would regret it so early, but it's okay, Yi Ching, no matter what choice you make, I will support it. Moreover, I also know that in your heart, you haven't forgotten about HD Moon, you still love her, so, even if you want to get back together with her, I will definitely give you my blessing. It's just that I want you to take care of yourself this time. She, after all, isn't the same person she once was, and I'm afraid that she'll still hurt you. As she said that, Ruoro's tears snapped and fell, as if she had already lost Yi Ching. Yi Ching looked at this kind girl in front of him, and in his heart, he was very moved. Even now, Ruoro is still thinking for herself, as long as she is happy, Ruoro can put down everything. The feeling, too pure, and the person, a little too kind, gently rubbing Ruoro's head. Yi Ching laughed. Ruoro, in your eyes, am I, Yi Ching, such a good bully? Yes, I admit, once I deeply loved HD Moon, so, no matter how she and her family treated me, I would tolerate them, but, after coming back this time, I have already seen a lot of things, and cut a lot of feelings. I, Yi Ching, may not have the ability to accept a new relationship for the time being, but, at the same time, definitely won't make the mistake of repeating the same mistake and making the wrong choice. What's more, Ruoro, do you really believe that HD Moon is truly repentant and wants to start over with me? Do you really think that she means it? Ruoro sniffed, flabbergasted for a moment, looking at Yi Ching, dumbfounded. Then why did she hug you? Why did she say so much to you, and tell you about her feelings, if she didn't want to be with you again? There was no need for her to do this. Could it be, just to make you not hate her? Yi Ching smiled and shook his head, saying, if it's just to keep me from hating her, she wouldn't have done this. Although, I can't guess what kind of conspiracy she has right now, but there is one thing that I'm pretty sure of, and that's, HD Moon, will definitely not come back to her heart, or at least, it's not the time for her to come back to her heart yet. She must be plotting, but it doesn't matter. Whatever she's plotting, she won't get away with it. So, wakey, don't feel bad. I won't be hurt by her anymore. Hearing this, Ruoro then revealed a smile, only that within the smile, there was some worry. Yi Ching, is it really okay? If High Definition Moon is determined to deal with you now, you'll really be in danger. I know, you might have a friendship with the Wan family, but High Definition Moon isn't simple. It's really not simple. All these years, she's been sailing through her business, with who knows how many people helping her behind the scenes, and I'm really a little worried if she's going all out to take on someone. Ruoro's worry is not unreasonable. This is also the same reason many people know that HD Moon is not as good as them, but also do not dare to get their hands on it, because some people have done these things, but in the end of the world, very tragic and miserable. It was as if, behind High Definition Moon, there was a large, invisible hand protecting her, not allowing anyone to harm her. But by the way, this big hand, no one can see it. But, Ruoro's worry was wrong. For the large, invisible hand that had protected HD Moon was, at the moment, gently and lightly rubbing her hair. Chapter 56, because I'm, well, awesome. Wakey, don't worry, I can fix it. High Definition Moon, is no longer the High Definition Moon she once was, but Yi Ching, is he still the Yi Ching he once was? Saying that, Yi Ching pointed to the grass and wood sticker in Ruoro's hand and laughed lightly. Do you really think that this grass and wood sticker is something that I intentionally didn't spend any money on to shoot it down due to the favor of the Wan family? Do you really believe HD Moon's claim that my 4 characters, which sold for $100 million, only had to be done because the Wan family wanted to save face? Ruoro looked at Yi Ching, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. The thing, which was now in her hands, was auctioned for over $60 million for the real thing, and that was a fact that couldn't be changed. And Yi Ching's 4 characters did fetch a sky-high price of $100 million, which was also a fact that couldn't be faked. However, it was because of personally witnessing all of this that Ruoro felt that this world was no longer a world that she could understand, because she couldn't see it anymore. She wanted to believe Yi Ching, yet she didn't know what the truth of it all was. She only felt that it was too exaggerated, so exaggerated that she couldn't react anymore. But if you don't Do you trust HD Moon? Logically, it doesn't make sense. Yi Qing looked at the silent Bai Ruoro, gave a light laugh, and said, the 4 words I wrote are indeed not worth much money. If they were really taken out for auction, it would be very good to sell a few $1,000s. What's really worth $100 million is my commitment. Yi Cheng didn't hide Bai Ruoro and spoke with a smile, and Bai Ruoro flinched for a moment, looking at Yi Qing, saying, your promise? But, your promise, how could it be worth so much? Yi Qing sniffed and patted Bai Ruoro's shoulder as he continued to walk forward. Because my promise can save lives. Ruo is not forgetting that, Master One, was saved by me, is not also forgetting that, your injuries can be recovered so quickly, but also my acupuncture played a role. So, do you understand now? My medical skills, the critical moment, can really save a life? And this, is the real value of money? Or even, $100 million cannot be owned. Saying this, Yi Qing gave a light laugh and said, of course, my promise is not only limited to saving people with my medical skills. As for how to use it while I am willing or not, that's another matter. Bai Ruoro then reacted. Yi Qing's medical skill was indeed magical. She had experienced it personally, especially when the acupuncture entered her body. The warm feeling, to this day, was still vaguely present, repairing her body. She, surprisingly, had forgotten this, and after proving this, Bai Ruoro immediately understood that HD Moon and the girls, they were the ones who really lied. They, who had misjudged Yi Qing. Even if they knew the truth of the matter, they wouldn't admit it, because they weren't willing, and it was impossible for them to admit that they had gone out of their way. So that's how it is. Yi Qing, you obviously have this everything that surpasses the imagination of ordinary people. Why don't you tell Qingyue? I believe, as long as you let Qingyu know about your ability, it's simply impossible for her to leave you. What kind of connections and wealth Yi Qing, who possessed such a magical skill, could bring about? That was imaginable. If high-definition Moon really understood this, beating her to death, she wouldn't have left Yi Qing. When Yi Qing heard this, he sneered and said, I didn't intend to hide it either. It's just that, as soon as I was released from prison, and I hadn't even met HD Moon, I was served with a divorce agreement by Lin Ji and the lawyer. So do you think there's still a need for me to say anything? Speaking of which, Yi Qing felt ridiculous. Just got out of prison. Home did not return it. Was sent by the high definition of the month to pick up. Forced to divorce. This high definition of the month. In the end anxious into what kind of Ruoro. But where HD month a little later and I mentioned divorce. Even if. Just wait for me to the home. Accompanied by me to have a meal of effort. I will put their own experience over the years. All and disclose. I will let her on the peak. Do the world's happiest woman. As long as it is what she wants. All everything. I can all give her. But she even this time. Do not give me. After saying that, Yi Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly, not knowing whether it was for himself that he felt sad, or whether it was for Lin Qingyu that he felt pathetic. Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Qing. Until this moment Yi Qing's emotions were not high. This is a fact, even if it is a revenge for the HD month. For Yi Qing, it is definitely not something that is painful and unparalleled, because the payment of the feelings is real. Yi Qing, don't be sad. It's HD Moon who has eyes. It's her who missed you. She'll regret it. She'll definitely suffer a lot. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, it doesn't matter, including what conspiracy HD Moon has right now. It doesn't matter to me. Ruo, let's go. I'll send you home. On this journey, Bai Ruoro seemed to be talking about happy things in order to ease Yi Qing's not-so-good mood. And soon, he arrived at the door of his house. And at this time, an 18 or 19-year-old, delicate-looking, youthful and beautiful girl, was at the door of Bai Ruoro's house. And after seeing Bai Ruoro, she hurriedly ran over. Sis, you're back. You're in a hurry. I thought something had happened to you again. Bai Ruoro looked at the girl in front of her, smiled and said, Wei, what are you thinking about? Come, let me introduce you. This is Yi Qing. You have to call Yi Qing brother. Yi Qing, this is my cousin. Bai Wei. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, hello, Wei. Bai Wei looked at Yi Qing and frowned slightly, saying, you're Yi Qing. You're the one that caused my sister to be beaten up? That's said with resentment. Bai Ruoro hurriedly said, Wei, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't think anything more. Bai Wei shook her head and said, where is the misunderstanding? Sis, little uncle called me when I heard the little aunt crying. If not you really bullied. Or a very serious kind. Little uncle and little aunt. As to be so sad. Speaking of this, Bai Wei looked at Bai Ruoro who didn't seem to be much injured and said suspiciously, but looking at it, It didn't suffer much of an injury. However, her face is very pale, so she must have still been bullied in a not-so-small way. Yi Ching, you're the one who caused this, admit it or not. When Yi Ching heard this, he nodded and said, this, I won't deny. After all, your sister being beaten up is indeed because of me. A beating? Hearing the words poisonous beating, Bai Weiwei was simply furious. Directly pulling over by Ruo Ruo, she looked at Yi Ching with a huff and said, poisonous beating? Because you caused my sister to be severely beaten, and you're still laughing? Yi Ching, you're still a human being. Get out of here. Otherwise, this girl won't be able to spare you. After saying that, Bai Weiwei didn't wait for Bai Ruo Ruo to explain. Pulled by Ruo Ruo and said with dissatisfaction, sister, this kind of person, what do you still have to do with him? Let's go home. Not allowed to meet with him in the future. After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Ching, snorted coldly, and directly pulled Bai Ruo into the house. While Bai Ruo didn't even have time to say anything, Yi Ching shook his head helplessly without explaining too much. After all, no matter how Bai Ruo was now, that severe beating before was real. Yi Ching could even imagine how desperate and helpless Bai Ruo, at that time, would be when she was pressed to the ground and punched and kicked by Tan Xiao. When he thought of this, Yi Ching's eyes emanated a murderous aura, always feeling that the strike was still a little too light. Chapter 57, The Cloud Group's Man. At this moment, after returning home, Bai Ruo pulled Bai Weiwei over and said in a deep voice, Weiwei, you were very rude just now. You know. Bai Weiwei was very unconvinced and said, sis, that's Yi Ching. I know, you've been loving this man for many years, right? So much so, that you don't even have any friends or girlfriends anymore. But, is it worth it? A man who has been in jail, when he gets out of jail, he's been abandoned by his own daughter-in-law. He's just treating you as a lifesaver. And as a result you're really going out of your way to be with him. Sis, you're confused, are you? That's not even loving you. He's harming you. Bai Ruo sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei and sighed, saying, Weiwei, you don't understand. You'll understand when I tell you all these things. Bai Weiwei covered her ears and huffed. I don't want to know about I just know that it's not right for you and him to be together. He's not good enough for you and will only harm you. In short, I don't agree. He's just an unwanted, abandoned wretch. He's not in love with you at all. And he doesn't deserve to be. Sis, think about it. In short, I won't agree for you to be together. After saying that, Bai Weiwei huffed and ran away. Bai Ruo looked at Bai Weiwei's back with a helpless face and could only say that she would explain later. No matter what, Bai Weiwei was thinking about herself and really heartbroken, which she knew very well, although Bai Weiwei was her cousin. But, the kind that was more intimate than her own sister. It wasn't that Bai Weiwei was mistaken. I'm afraid that anyone else would be mistaken. And at this moment, the hospital ward. Tanless the whole person has been nearly crazy. The body of the injury. This let people look at feel horrible. But the most terrible is Tanless mental state. That is really sometimes awake, sometimes crazy, people, is considered a complete waste. The Tan family Lord and Mrs. Tan, sitting in the hospital room, their eyes staring blankly at their son, who was currently tied to the hospital bed and struggling. The pain in their hearts was something that only they themselves understood. Mrs. Tan kept wiping her tears, while the Tan family master, his eyes were ice cold. If I don't take this revenge, Mr. Tan, swear not to be a human being. The Tan family lord gritted his teeth and spoke with an anger that anyone could feel. And at this moment, Mrs. Tan choked and said, you yourself have been cleaned up. Just now how ruthless that Yi Ching is. You have seen it. And most importantly, he has the backing of the Wan family. This revenge, how can you The Tan family lord gritted his teeth and said angrily, so what if the Wan family is backing me up? My life is considered ruined. However, even if I die, I will still pull him as a cushion. Do you really think my Tan family is easy to bully? Do you really think that I, Mr. Tan, have been working for nothing all these years? Fine, then the fish will die without a break. After the Tan family lord finished speaking, he gritted his teeth, looked at Mrs. Tan, and said in a cold voice, you are here, keep a good eye on your son, and if the trauma is healed, bring him home. I will, in these few days, first go out for a trip. In short, don't you care about anything? This revenge, I'll avenge it. After saying that, the Tan family lord was about to leave. Mrs. Tan took the Tan family lord's hand and choked. You can't do anything stupid. My son is already like this. If something happens to you, how can I live? When the Tan family lord heard this, his expression was icy with a hint of madness as he said, live? I don't want to live anymore now. In short, no one can stop me from taking revenge. by Ruoro. This is the one to blame for everything? Just wait, I can't spare them. After saying that, the Tan family head directly shook off Mrs. Tan and walked out of the hospital room with a frantic look on his face. No one knew where he had gone, or who he was looking for, but Mrs. Tan knew that this matter was not over, and I was afraid that soon, something even bigger was going to come out. And at this time, Yi Qing did not know this. If he knew that the Tan family lord was still not dead to this day, thinking of revenge, I'm afraid, at that time, the shot against the Tan family lord would have been even more ruthless, and would have directly wasted him. But alas, this world, no sooner had it been known that Yi Qing, too, was only a man, not a god. When he returned to the neighborhood, Yi Qing saw 3 luxury cars, parked in front of his house, and the license plates, none of them are local. Frowning slightly, Yi Qing knew that, I'm afraid, he had come to find himself. Sure enough, by the time Yi Qing approached, an old man with some gray hair walked down from the car and looked at Yi Qing. His expression, very excited. You are Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, right? Yi Qing sniffed, nodded, and said, who are you? This old man's expression, after hearing the affirmative answer, became even more agitated. My name is Gu, one of the directors of the Cloud Group. Mr. Yi, may I have a chat with you? Hearing that it was someone from the Cloud Group, Yi Qing didn't have any surprises in his heart. From the moment he bought the white crystal love with the Cloud card, he knew that someone from the Cloud Group would definitely come to his door. Can't talk about it being intentional, but, since it was done, then Yi Qing, too, was ready to meet people. Anyway, if we don't see each other now, sooner or later, we'll meet. Elder Gu is it? Come on. After saying that, Yi Qing directly went upstairs and opened his room, and Elder Gu made everyone else stay downstairs, and alone, followed Yi Qing into the room. Mr. Yi, can I ask you a question? When Elder Gu entered the room, before he even sat down, he couldn't wait to open his mouth to inquire. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, yes, but there's no need to rush. Elder Gu, please have a seat, have some tea and rest. After saying that, Yi Qing made a cup of tea for Elder Gu. Gu Lao held the teacup, and after taking a sip, his eyes lit up and said, what kind of tea is this? I've never had such a good tea. Not only is it sweet in the mouth, it seems like there is also a stream of heat that travels around the body, making people feel extremely comfortable. Yi Qing sat down on the opposite side of Elder Gu and said with a smile, tea? It's just ordinary tea. It's just that when it's brewed by me, the flavor is different. Gu old man looks dusty all the way. This is after getting the news. Hoofed it. Ha, drink a mouthful of tea. Smooth the air. No harm done. What you're asking about is news of old man Yun, right? Gu old man heard, immediately looked at Yi Qing with a straight face, nodded heavily, said, that's right, Mr. Yi, it is the Cloud old man. His old man, from the release from prison, disappeared, but turned his shares all to you, and named you to take charge of the entire Cloud Group, and even served as the Cloud family special offerings. The right to deal with the Cloud family should be the size of the matter. Dare I ask, all of this, is it dare I ask, is all this true? Whether it was true or not. In fact, Gu Lao himself knew in his heart. However, it was precisely because it was too unbelievable, so after seeing the rightful owner, he still couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Yi Qing nodded and said, indeed, I was unwilling to accept it, but, Elder Yun has done me a favor, so, for the sake of him being at peace with himself, I can only do it reluctantly. With these words, Elder Gu didn't even know what to say. Accepting Elder Yun's shares and being in charge of the Cloud Group with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets is called being reluctant? To serve as the Yun family's envoy, to control all the powers of the Yun family's size, and even to have the power to sway the choice of the Yun family's leader, this is also reluctant to do so? This was a heavenly good thing that many people would beg for when taken out at random, but when it came to Yi Qing's mouth, it seemed to have become a nuisance. This made Gu Lao all a little less comfortable in his heart. Mr. Yi, do you, by any chance, know what you're talking about? That's the highest authority of the Cloud End Group and the entire Cloud family. Chapter 58, I'm afraid, there will be bloodshed. Yi Qing sniffed, looked at Gu Lao and smiled, saying, but there's a lot of trouble, isn't there? Mentioning this, Gu Lao's face collapsed. Not bad, trouble, a lot, even very, very much. The Cloud Group was in the midst of a power struggle right now, and the entire Cloud family was also unsettled. These, perhaps, could still hold out. However, if Yi Qing, as an outsider, took control of these greatest powers, then no one would be convinced, and at that time, It would be the enemy of almost all the people with vested interests, and they wouldn't let go of Yi Qing, not to mention what was specifically designated by Elder Yun for Yi Qing. Even if Elder Yun appeared right now, personally announcing this order, or even personally standing up for Yi Qing, I'm afraid, it wouldn't even go through smoothly. After all, it was about a business empire of hundreds of billions of dollars of conglomerates, as well as the huge Yun family. As it was now, Gu Lao knew very well that apart from him coming to look for Yi Qing, there were others, who were also on their way, only that Gu Lao had done some means, so that they hadn't found Yi Qing's location yet. Mr. Yi, it seems that you know very well what you will face, but, even so, you won't give up, right? After all, this is the great power of the Cloud End Group and the entire Cloud family. Yi Qing heard this, and immediately smiled and shook his head, saying, Elder Gu, you underestimated me. I admit that the Cloud Group is very rich, and the Yin family is also very valuable, but if it's just these, it won't impress me. Not to mention, I have to fight with quite a lot of people for this. I'm a person who's actually most afraid of trouble, and only wants to live a plain life. It was Yun Lao's behest, and even pleading, that I reluctantly accepted, and for that matter, the main reason was that I owed Yun Lao a favor. Otherwise, even if he had begged me more, I wouldn't have agreed. Begging? These two words made Elder Gu hear and even get a little angry. That was Elder Yun, the famous Elder Yun, the Elder Yun who started from nothing and created countless miracles. Such a character would also beg others to come and accept a huge property? It's just, like, ridiculous. However, looking at Yi Qing's bashful expression, Gu Lao, for the first time, actually believed the words. Mr. Yi, then, please, can you tell me, Elder Cloud, where did he, in fact, go? Compared to anything else, what Gu Lao and these loyal people wanted to know the most was Elder Yun's whereabouts and safety. Yi Qing, on the other hand, couldn't tell him. I'm sorry, Elder Gu. I promised Elder Yun that I wouldn't divulge his whereabouts. However, what I can tell you is that Elder Yun is very safe and unprecedentedly good. You guys don't have to worry about anything. As for whether or not Elder Yun will come back, I don't know, but there's a possibility. When Elder Gu was about to inquire further, Yi Qing shook his head and laughed. Elder Gu, if my lips were that lax, do you think that Elder Yun would trust me? Moreover, since I was able to tell you about Elder Yun, what about the others? Would I not be able to divulge it as well? So, there's no need to waste your efforts. Gu Old Man heard, then nodded, said, it's me who is abrupt. I just, too worried about Yun Old Man. However, since Yun Old Man chose you, we all believe in you. I know, Cloud End Group or not, the Cloud family also, you want to get the big power will be difficult, but we old guys, will do our best to do things for you. Don't you worry. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, then, may I ask when, are you planning to go to the Yun family, to the Cloud End Group? Yi Qing heard this, and after a moment of silence, he said, let's wait a little longer. Whether it's the Cloud family or the Cloud End Group, I've actually learned quite a bit about the situation, and right now, I still have other things to take care of. So, for the time being, anyway, for a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, I have to say at first, even if I go to the Cloud End Group and the Cloud family, I won't really stay there all the time. In the end, the things of the Cloud family still have to be dealt with by the Cloud family. As for me, I'm only responsible for standing behind the curtain on the line. The specifics, let's talk about it later. Elder Gu, I'll contact you when I go. Elder Gu sniffed and knew that he couldn't sway Yi Qing. Although, he didn't know much about Yi Qing, but since he was the one that Elder Yin chose and believed in, he, too, could only believe that Yi Qing had the ability to fix everything? Good. Then I'm at your disposal anytime, anywhere. It's just that, Mr. Yi, this time you used the cloud card. The news has already leaked out. The people who will come are not just me. Those people from the Cloud family who are against it will come to you as well. Do you think that you need me to stay and deal with the trouble for you? Yi Qing waved his hand and laughed. I'm a person who keeps a low profile. How else can I keep a low profile if you stay? Elder Gu, if I can't solve this trouble, then I, too, am not worthy of your trust. Am I? Don't worry and go. Only, my means, according to my mood. If I do something a little too drastic, or even mess up a person's life, when that time comes, Elder Gu should not be offended. Elder Gu had always been very clear that the person personally chosen by Elder Yun could never be any simple figure. However, it was not until this moment that Gu Lao saw clearly that Yi Qing was more than uncomplicated. I'm afraid, the means were also beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Taking a deep breath, Elder Gu got up and bowed slightly to Yi Ching, saying, Mr. Yi, I have no right to interfere with what you want to do. Only, I also ask that for the sake of Elder Yun, when you do it, please leave them alive. After all, they're all Elder Yun's bloodline. This was not true, yet Yi Ching, however, did not intend to listen. Looking at Elder Gu, Yi Ching just asked gently, Elder Gu, are they still considered Elder Yun's bloodline? How many of them? How many of them are in it for the money and power? And how many of them are really heartbroken and respect Elder Yun, and want to find him? Elder Gu, please go back. I know exactly what to do in my heart. Knowing that he shouldn't say anything more at this moment, Gu Lao nodded and took out 2 business cards, gently placing them on the table. Mr. Yi, these 2 business cards, one is mine. As long as you have the need, you can call me anytime, anything, I will do my best. The other one is the president of the Cloud Group in the Eastern Province, also my disciple, can be fully trusted. If you feel inconvenient to find me, you can also directly find him. He will do everything you want to do for you. Gu Lao was very understanding. He didn't bring the person directly, but only gave his business card, which was already taking Yi Ching's thoughts into consideration. Yi Ching nodded and accepted the business card, then personally escorted Elder Gu out the door. After sitting in the car, Gu Lao dialed a phone number. After the phone was connected, Gu Lao said with a serious expression, Yun Lao's news. Did not ask, but the person I saw. Yun Lao has vision. Just this person, I'm afraid, is not simple than what we imagined. Notify everyone. Get ready. I have a premonition. This person, I'm afraid that he will turn the Yun family upside down, or even, maybe blood will flow. Chapter 59, Are you still my daughter? And at this moment, Yun Bao, the young man of the 3rd generation of the Yun family, had already arrived in Jiangcheng under the escort of many bodyguards. Only, Clouded Leopard apparently hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, and was not slow along the way, and even, was a bit disgruntled. These people, they know how to make me. Why don't they come by themselves? Coming all this way, all night long, tiring me out. Clouded Leopard sat in the car and opened his mouth to spit up in a very disgruntled manner, and the follower sitting on the co-pilot, smiled and said, Yun Xiao, this is the family valuing you. Otherwise, why not send someone else? This time coming to Jiangcheng, it is actually an opportunity for you. You just need to complete the mission. No one would dare to say that you are idle and don't do anything, right? At the mention of this, Clouded Leopard was a little happier. In his opinion, it is not just to clean up a person whom he has never met, but got the shares of their family for no reason. For him, it is not a piece of cake. After all, he, Yun Bao, the playboy young man, on weekdays, had not suffered half a loss yet. The mission is sure to be accomplished. A poor boy who somehow got lucky is just a poor boy. He also dares to get his hands on my Yun family's wealth. He's simply eaten the heart of a bear and eaten the guts of a leopard. I now suspect that this old man is either completely confused or has a deep grudge against this man. Otherwise, why would he let him come to his death? Those people at home, and said, if you can use money to give away, give some money to give away. It's just a joke. There is this money. I take it to raise some girlfriends is not good? Just from this tone of voice of Yun Bao, one could hear that he, this person, was not a good person, much less a good person, and it was clear that he was here to look for trouble. And at this time, Yun Bao's follower carefully said, Yun Xiao, for the sake of the big picture, we still endure a good. First look at the situation. If you can use money to solve, or use money to solve it. After all, if this mission is completed well, you go back. There is no less reward. Being able to resolve things perfectly without any complications. That's what matters to you. But of course, if this person is unaware of the situation, that's a different story. Yun Xiao sniffed, looked at his follower, and laughed. Puppy, why don't you say that I still like to take you the most? You're just a bright head. Well then, when the time comes, it'll depend on my mood. However, already arrived in Jiangcheng, the address has not been found out. Really a bunch of waste. However, there is no hurry. Let's go and find a place to stay and have a good time. 2 days more, 2 days less, it does not matter. Right, first go to the hospital. This way, do not know what to eat, some stomach pain, go to the hospital to see go. Clouded Leopard said, covering his stomach with a great deal of irritation. The follower hurriedly asked the driver to take the car to the nearest hospital. At this time, HD Moon had also rushed to the hospital, and was in Gao Chengshu's hospital room, explaining to Gao Chengshu why he couldn't move Yi Ching for the time being. But it seemed clear from Gao Chengshu's disgruntled attitude that Gao Chengshu was not happy. No, sis, if you don't help me, then I'll do it myself. It's just a district Yi Ching. I don't believe that I can't clean him up. Sister, tell me the truth. Are you still in love with Yi Ching and still want to rekindle your old feelings with him? That's why you're here to persuade me to let him go for the time being. Tell me, is that what you think? Gao Changshu made a scene in the hospital room and started questioning at HD Moon. At this time, Gao mother was also beside her. And when she heard this, she was instantly upset. HD Moon, are you still not my daughter anymore? Are you still not Qingshu's sister anymore? Now that your own brother and your own mother have been beaten up by this white-eyed wolf Yi Ching, you don't care about it, not to mention that you're asking us to put it down for the time being? What do you want? I'm telling you, you want to rekindle your old feelings with him. No way. Unless we sever the mother-daughter relationship. Mom, look what you're saying. How could I possibly rekindle my old feelings with Yi Ching? If I wanted to do that, then why would I divorce him? You're right. I now is really have their own considerations. You guys don't worry. This revenge, I will definitely report for you guys. And absolutely let you guys satisfied with the kind. But wait a few days, okay? Besides, even if you want to take revenge now, you can't. You guys don't know. Yi Ching and the Wan family got involved. The Wan family even owes Yi Ching a favor. You guys say, can you take revenge now? When these words came out, Mother Gao and Gao Changshu froze. Gao Changshu was even more anxious. The Wan family owes Yi Ching a favor? Sis, are you kidding? You can't be lying to me. HD Moon frowned, looked at Gao Changshu, and said in a cold voice, do I have to lie to you? This is what I heard from Wan Xiao's mouth. Personally, however, you guys don't have to worry. This favor has already been returned. Moreover, Wan Xiao also hates Yi Ching. It's just that, after all, he has just returned the favor. He always needs to calm down for a few days. Otherwise, on the Wan family side, it won't be easy to do it. You guys are right, aren't you? Only then did Gao Qingshu nod dismally, saying, alright then, sister, you remember, you must help me take revenge. This Yi Ching, even if he doesn't die, I want him to be crippled. Mother Gao was even colder, saying, alright, just do what your brother said. HD Moon, if you can't do this well, then don't recognize me as your mother. HD Moon nodded helplessly and said, don't worry, I have my own plans. When the time comes, the big deal is that after I finish my own business, I'll find someone to break both his legs. Now, you guys are satisfied. Mother Gao and Gao Changshu then reluctantly nodded their heads, as if breaking Yi Ching's legs was still a little too light for them, and HD Moon said with some fatigue, alright then, if it's alright, I'll leave first. I'm going back to rest after a busy day. Anyway, don't worry guys, I'll take care of it. After saying that, HD Moon directly left the hospital room. That didn't want to stay here for a minute, and just as HD Moon walked downstairs, she happened to bump into the young master of the Yun family, Yun Bao, who had just finished his injection and was preparing to leave. At this moment, HD Moon, still dressed as she was when she was in the banquet hall, was beautiful, so that people couldn't take their eyes off of her. As for Cloud Leopard, after seeing HD Moon, his entire body was frozen. In one pair of eyes, it was even filled with desire like a blazing fire. Chapter 60, Beauty, I've fallen in love with you. Stunning, stunning. Looking at HD Moon's back, Yun Bao swallowed hard. It is not that he has never seen a woman, let alone a beautiful woman. As the first line of the Yun family, the core member of the several $100 billion family, he does not know how many beautiful women have swooped on him. Yun Bao. As a matter of fact, it wasn't as if there was no such thing as a high-definition moon, but he didn't know why. But today, when he saw high-definition moon, he just had a feeling that he had never had before. Puppy C, body and face, are excellent. The most important thing is that she is at the moment pretty face slightly cold. More a kind of iceberg feeling. And this kind of cold temperament really let a person see unforgettable. Ah, no, I have to know her. I have to. After saying that, Clouded Leopard hurriedly trotted forward. Wait a minute. Pretty lady. This pretty lady. Please wait a minute. High-definition moon was currently angry. And when she heard someone running over to accost her, she immediately frowned and said, who are you and what's the matter? Because Yun Bao did not bring any bodyguards with him at this moment. Plus, Yun Bao's looks were really a bit unimpressive. Therefore, HD Moon just took Yun Bao as an ordinary pickup artist. And HD Moon had always been extremely disgusted by this kind of person. Yun Bao walked to the front of the high-definition moon, looking at the slightly frowned high-definition moon, but also feel that there is a different style. After all, once he Yun Bao hit on, that is invariably unfavorable. More almost always others pestered him. The feeling of having someone's cold face turned on them now Don't even get me started. This beautiful woman. How are you? My name is Yunbao. I just saw you and was amazed. So I want to get acquainted with you. I don't know. Is it convenient? After saying that, Yunbao took out his business card from his pocket. However, before it could be handed over to HD Moon had already turned away coldly. Inconvenient. Just those 3 words, and then he saw HD Moon get right into his car and leave the hospital. And Yunbao hadn't even reacted yet. Still maintaining the position of handing over the business card, the follower puppy walked to Yunbao's front at this time, and said somewhat angrily, "Who is this? Simply illiterate. Well, even Yunxiao, your business card is not accepted, and also dare to speak coldly to you. Simply outrageous. Xiao Yun, don't worry, I will definitely find out who she is, and when the time comes, I'll have her come to personally apologize to you." When Yunxiao heard this, he directly waved his hand and laughed without getting angry at all. "No, there's no need to be like that. This kind of taste, it's really something else. After seeing so many submissive women, it's interesting to see one now who is indifferent to me, and not even pretending, don't you think? And, the more this happens, the more intense the feeling of conquest at the end, the more pleasurable it is for the body and mind. Check now. I've decided. The most important thing we came to Jiangcheng is to find this woman and take her down. Ha ha ha." Looking at the puppy dog's face like a ghost, the follower puppy dog had long gotten used to it and quickly spoke up. "Don't worry, Yun Xiao, I guarantee to find out the truth for you." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Let's go then. Remember to find that lucky guy who wants to pick up the slack, and finish it off earlier so I can do other things earlier." After ordering, Yun Xiao led the people and left the hospital. Before he came, his mind was empty, but after he came, his mind was full of HD Moon's cool face, and at this moment, HD Moon didn't know that she had been targeted by the clouded leopard. Back in her villa, HD Moon's mind was in turmoil, took a shower, changed into her pajamas, lay on the bed, and from the nightstand, took out a photo of her and Yi Qing together, which was kind of the only photo of them together. Looking at the photo of the 2 people being intimate, HD Moon frowned slightly and said softly, "If you want to blame you for being too mediocre and incompetent. It's not that I, HD Moon, am cold and heartless. It's really that I've already seen the scenery of a higher place, and I don't want to live this kind of bland life anymore. Yi Qing, let's just say, we're destined to be 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 a stepping stone for me. But, I'm sorry, even if I don't want you anymore, I can't look at you and by Roa hooking up." After saying that, HD Moon sighed softly and threw the only photo of the group into the trash can. At this moment, it was the same moment that Yi Qing did not hear HD Moon's words. Otherwise, there was nothing but speechlessness. "I don't want them to be with other women. It's just selfish to the extreme." Early the next morning, HD Moon woke up, ate breakfast, and then prepared to go out to work at the group. However, just as he went out the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In the morning, more than 8 o'clock, the door of his own home, surprisingly, was piled up with bunches of flowers. Both sides of the doorway, at least piled up dozens of bunches of red roses. Women, indeed, love romance, and HD Moon is no exception. But, it's a little too romantic. The point is, who sent it? Today's HD Moon, with a fortune of over $100 million, has long been beyond the reach of ordinary romance, and with these flowers, can she be moved? That's a joke. And just as High Definition Moon was wondering who sent the flowers, Yun Bao stepped out from the side, a picture of a modest gentleman's posture, slowly walking towards High Definition Moon. "Last night's hospital at first sight made me miss it so much that I couldn't sleep at night. Beautiful girl. Now, are we able to get acquainted?" Yun Bao had a gentle smile on his face, and if it wasn't for a face that was really a bit ordinary looking, it would have looked like, well, it would have really made the heart grow fonder. Last night? The hospital? High Definition Moon remembered that Clouded Leopard was the one who had blocked her way last night, but right now, she didn't feel romanticized, only revolted. "So, you've been following me since last night, have you?" High Definition Moon looked at Clouded Leopard, her brows lightly furrowed. Yun Bao but shook his head, laughed, "This kind of impolite thing, how would I do it? I just see the girl as if to see a heavenly being, at first sight, so slightly sent people to inquire about it, and only then I know. The girl not only looks pretty, beautiful, but also outstanding talent, worth a lot of money, which can't help but, so that I am even more heartfelt joy. President Qingyu, I can now tell you with certainty that I, Yun Bao, really like you. Are you willing to be with me, even if, Let's be friends first. It's okay. Obviously not very educated, but pretending to be educated. High Definition Moon looked at Cloud Leopard and once again said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, I don't think we can be friends, and please don't follow me anymore, or else I'll be nonchalant. After saying that, HD Moon was ready to leave, and Yun Bao waved his hand, smiled faintly, and said, if you want to be impolite to me just based on these people, then, you might have to let Xing Yu down. Afterwards, HD Moon's bodyguard was escorted directly over by Yun Bao's men, and this scene, looking at the HD Moon, his brows furrowed. She knew that she, I'm afraid, had underestimated Clouded Leopard. Chapter 61, Surname Yun. Yun of the Cloud Group. Yun Bao looked at High Definition Moon with a smile and said, Miss Xing Yu, your bodyguard. His bodyguard's hands are really too bad. With such hands, how can he protect the girl? But don't worry girl, as long as you have the need, I can introduce you to better bodyguards anytime, anywhere, and moreover, I guarantee that they are definitely all the best of the best, and will definitely satisfy the girl. Now, I wonder if you, girl, can talk to me? Believe me, knowing me as a friend, girl, you won't suffer. Clouded Leopard slowly opened his mouth, a powerful and confident look, as if, in this life, he had never failed. HD Moon took a deep breath and her face became calm as she looked at Clouded Leopard. Clouded Leopard, right? He, Mr. Clouded Leopard, it seems, is not an ordinary person. Just, I don't know why. How come I haven't heard of your name? Jiangcheng? No, even the Eastern Province? Seems like, there is no Yun family as a big clan. Could it be, from outside the province? Yun Bao smiled and opened his mouth. Xing Yu, why do you need to open your mouth to test me? You want to know who I am. As long as you have a word, it's fine. After saying that, Yun Bao, once again, pulled out his business card and handed it to HD Moon. High Definition Moon, this time, took the business card. But, looking at the name of the general manager of Cloud Leopard Investment Company on the business card, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The investment company named after herself could not find out half of the useful clues. This company, she had not heard of it, so she could not tell where the Clouded Leopard came from at all. So, Mr. Yun, what exactly is it? HD Moon raised the business card in her hand, looked at Yun Bao, and spoke directly. Yun Bao smiled, said, walking outside, always have a title well. I'm at home. It is true that some do not do business, so the family business, temporarily did not enter. However, I started my own business, but also the results are good. Miss Xing Yu, my surname is Yun. Yun of the Cloud End Group. As soon as these words came out, High Definition Moon's eyes immediately widened as she looked at Cloud Panther and swallowed her saliva. It can't be helped. I'm afraid that right now, no matter who comes and sees the Clouded Leopard, they will all have the same reaction. Surname Cloud. No surprise, but the Cloud of the Cloud Group. That's a different concept. Cloud Group the entire Dragon Country is ranked as a super enterprise. Assets up to hundreds of billions of dollars. No matter where you go, is the absolute god of wealth, the scion of the Cloud Group's founding family. No wonder, so flamboyant and arrogant. But this moment, High Definition Moon, really do not dare to offend Cloud Leopard, because, she and the other side of the gap, when it is, too big point. So it is the Cloud family's young master. It is really a small daughter who has eyes and does not recognize Taishan. I do not know the Cloud Young. How will come to Jiangcheng? Is it a tour of distraction? Or visiting relatives and friends? But it doesn't matter. Yun Xiao, before the little daughter some disrespect. Please Yun Xiao, do not take it to heart Looking at the HD Moon whose attitude had changed dramatically before and after, Yun Bao laughed, and in his heart, it was beautiful. This is the feeling he wants. Women should submit to their own front. HD Moon's coolness before, and its gentleness now, is proof of that. Come to Jiangcheng to deal with a little thing. It seems, Qingyue girl, or to my Cloud Group, more understanding of the well. That's good. I heard that Qingyue girl also have their own company. There is an opportunity. We can cooperate with the well. When HD Moon heard this, she immediately laughed and said, a business giant like the Cloud Group, a behemoth, not to mention people in the shopping malls, or even ordinary people, they are also extremely well informed. If it is really able to cooperate with some of the Cloud Group, then naturally that's my honor. Just I'm afraid that I, the Clear Moon Group, do not yet have this qualification. HD Moon is also a self-awareness. What volume of her Qingyue Group? What volume of others' Cloud Group? Cooperation? To put it bluntly, people's hands casually leak out a bit of meat, enough to clear the Moon Group to eat the pot full of pots and pans. Moreover, Yun Bao himself had said that he didn't hold any position in the Cloud End group, and seemed to be a dude who could not be the master of the Cloud End group. However, offending the Clouded Leopard was something that HD Moon did not want to do. After all, this was an absolutely good person's vein. Yun Bao looked at HD Moon and laughed. What? Miss Qingyu is afraid that she doesn't believe in my ability, right? But also understandable. The Cloud Group headquarters is naturally not good cooperation. But I think my Hall Cloud family direct line, say a word of energy or have. For example, let the Eastern Province of the Cloud Group branch and the Clear Moon Group to start some necessary cooperation. I think the problem, or not big well. When he said this, Clouded Leopard was very arrogant, and the smile in HD Moon's eyes grew even bigger. Don't look down on a provincial company of the Cloud Group. That volume, too, is definitely much bigger than her Clear Moon Group, and to be able to cooperate, naturally, has many benefits. Then I will thank young Master Yun Bao. Young Master Yun Bao, why don't you go inside and have a chat? Standing here all the time without even a sip of tea. That's me, HD Moon, slowing down the guests, and when people find out, they will scold me. When Yun Bao smiled and was about to nod his head, Little Dog walked to Yun Bao's front and said softly, Young Yun, people have been found. What do you think? When will they be dealt with? Yun Bao heard, immediately eyes to a brilliant light, coldly laughed, that is naturally the sooner the better. I would like to see exactly who is so bold, even my Yun family's cheap, dare to take advantage of. However, the most important thing right now isn't this matter, it's sending Miss Kiyuki to work. After saying that, Yun Bao looked at HD Moon and smiled. I wonder if I have this honor to send Miss Qingyu to work, and at the same time, visit Miss Qingyu's company as well. Naturally, High Definition Moon would not refuse, and immediately nodded her head in agreement. Young Master Yun Bao has good intentions. Naturally I can't refuse. It's just that, just now I heard young Master Yun Bao say that he has something to take care of, so there won't be any delay in your business, right? Yun Bao waved his hand and laughed. It's just a matter of solving a little trouble. Miss Qingyu doesn't need to worry. High Definition Moon sniffed, nodded and smiled. If young Master Yun Bao needs me to help him, just open your mouth. Qingyu has no other skills, but after all, she is a native of Jiangchang, and more or less, she still has some abilities, so if I can contribute something for young Master Yun Bao, I will be very happy to do so. Yun Bao laughed and nodded, saying, if there is a need, I will definitely trouble Miss Qingyu. However, it seems that there is no need to do so for the time being. Let's go. Miss Qingyu, please get on the car. As he spoke, Clouded Leopard's car had already driven over, and Yun Bao looked at the puppy and spoke faintly. Arrange for a few people to bring the person over to me is all. A thing that doesn't know the heights of heaven is just a thing. Do I still need this me to go and see him in person? When Little Dog sniffed, he immediately nodded his head and said, Young Master Yun, don't worry, I'll personally go out and make sure everything is safe. You have fun. As he spoke, the puppy's smile was somewhat meaningful. As for young Master Yun Bao, he laughed and patted the puppy's shoulder, then got into the car and sat next to HD Moon. Chapter 62, How Dare You Fool Me? Along the way, High Definition Moon and Cloud Leopard, and did not chat too much else, just casually chat some topics. Have to say, Cloud Leopard's mouth is very sweet. Coaxed High Definition Moon is very happy. But, exactly why HD Moon was happy, it was hard to say. After all, if Yun Bao didn't have the identity of the first line of the Yun family, I'm afraid, he wasn't qualified to sit with HD Moon, let alone talk and laugh. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the downstairs of the Qingyu group, and Lin Ji, who was already waiting downstairs of the group, was still flabbergasted when she saw High Definition Moon walking down from Clouded Leopard's car, and even more so when she saw Clouded Leopard's looks. However, Lin Ji was very smart. One look at HD Moon's appearance, she knew that this Clouded Leopard was not simple. President, who is this? Lin Ji walked up to HD Moon and opened her mouth to inquire. High Definition Moon smiled and said, this is Yun Bao, Mr. Yun of the Cloud Group. When these words came out, Lin Ji's eyes immediately lit up. The clouds of the Cloud Group, that's really a cloud floating in the sky. Immediately, Lin Ji revealed a passionate and fiery gaze as she looked at Yun Bao, bowed and smiled. Hello Mr. Yun, I'm the assistant to the president of Qingyue, Lin Ji. If there's anything you need, you can contact me anytime. Yun Bao looked at Lin Ji and laughed. Worthy of being a beautiful president. Even the assistants by her side are all stunningly beautiful. It's so nice. Though the words were said, Clouded Leopard's eyes did have a moment of amazement, but then, they lost interest. He had seen too many stunning beauties. but it was hard and difficult to walk into his heart. HD Moon was because when he was in the hospital, he didn't show any color to him, which gave him an inexplicable interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big deal. But as soon as Lin Ji saw him, she was directly passionate like fire, especially the eyes. And other women look at his eyes, almost the same, which made Yun Bao lost a lot of interest. Lin Ji also saw the indifference in Yun Bao's eyes, and her heart ached for a moment, especially when she saw how longing and fiery Yun Bao's eyes were when he looked at HD Moon. That kind of jealousy made Lin Ji almost gnash her teeth in anger. Why? Everyone is so nice and fond of HD Moon, but to himself, he is not cold? Why? When one could only be HD Moon's subordinate and be liked by some ordinary people with little financial power, couldn't one also be loved by some rare young talents? Unfair, really unfair. Lin Ji was thoroughly confused. In the end, she, compared to HD Moon, where is the difference? However, this kind of mind, Lin Ji could only hide it now, and on her face, she still had to put on a faint smile. Miss Qingyu, let's go. Introduce your business to me properly. Turn around. I'll arrange for someone to come and talk about cooperation. By then, we'll be considered partners. Yun Bao was again drawing a big cake for HD Moon, but this big cake, this time, HD Moon really couldn't even eat it. And at this time, the little dog had already led people on their way to look for Yi Qing. Gu Lao's blockade of Yi Qing's news could only be short-lived. After all, although Gu Lao was in control of the power in the Cloud Group, but those people in the Cloud family, their power was even more not small, and their ability would not be weak anymore. It was only a matter of time before Cloud Leopard got the news, and this was something that Elder Gu had already reminded Yi Qing of as well. Yi Qing does not take it seriously. Gu Lao, there is no other way but to choose to believe in Yi Qing. After all, this is the person that Yun Lao all believe in. After arriving at Yi Qing's door, the little dog nodded to the bodyguard, and immediately, the bodyguard rapped heavily on the door. In front of Yun Bao, little doggy was a follower. However, when Yun Xiao wasn't around, little doggy, that was dog Xiao, not to mention anything else, but now the puppy, with his hands in his pockets and his indifferent face, was really more like a clouded leopard than a clouded leopard. After Yi Qing opened the door, he looked at the puppy dog and the others, and didn't say anything. He directly turned around and went back to the living room, sat down in the living room, and made a cup of tea to drink. At this scene, the puppy dog and the others, who were watching, flinched and looked at each other. This scene was really unexpected for them. Shouldn't we ask who they are? Shouldn't we ask them what they're doing here? Just like that, opened the door, didn't say anything, went straight back to the living room and sat down by himself. What is this? Puppy dog entered the room with 4 bodyguards and looked at Yi Qing sitting on the sofa, frowning slightly as he said, "You know us?" Yi Qing shook his head and spoke faintly. "I don't recognize it." The puppy laughed outright. "What's the point of letting us in without recognizing you without even asking?" Yi Qing glanced at the little dog and said, "If I don't ask, won't you guys say it too? What's the point of bothering with that effort? Anyway, you guys are here to find me. That's always right. Alright, since we're here, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have a fart, see, you guys don't look like you're here to give a gift, then you're here to look for trouble. So let's cross over the stage of booing and go straight to the point." Good lord, it's really the first time a puppy has seen someone like this after living for so long, and it makes him, well, kinda interested. Sitting down on the opposite side of Yi Qing, the puppy looked at Yi Qing and laughed. "Funny, I really quite like you. Yeah, let's, talk then. Elder Yun, where is it?" The little dog opened the door and directly opened his mouth to inquire about old man Yun's whereabouts, just as Gu Lao had done before. Yun Lao's existence was something that the entire Yun family, everyone up and down, would not and dare not ignore. Yi Qing looked at the puppy and spoke indifferently. "I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. Get to the point." The little dog looked at Yi Qing. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, saying, "Good, kid, quite crazy. Just, I don't know if you have the capital to be crazy. And since I'm asking this, I'm sure you already know who we are, and who we're representing. Are you sure you can resist? I advise you, it's better to be honest, so that, not only can you suffer less, perhaps, there are also benefits, but, if you're stubborn, then, you can only say sorry to you." After saying that, the puppy directly took out the contract, faintly opened his mouth, signed this equity transfer contract. "From now on, Yun Lao's shares, and you have nothing to do with it. However, as compensation for you, my side will provide 1 million cash to you, kid, for nothing to do. You can get 1 million cash. You make a lot of money. This, the puppy said without blushing, without gasping for breath, as if it was really being picked up by Yi Ching as if it was a great bargain. Yi Ching, however, looked at the puppy as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "You, drunk?" The little dog sniffed, frowned slightly, and said, "What do you mean? It's early in the morning and I'm drinking something." Yi Ching let out an "oh," said, "Since you didn't drink too much, you're just sick in the head. However, although I know a little bit about medicine, I won't treat brainless idiots. You'd better go to the hospital. If you don't know how to get to the psychiatric hospital in Zhangcheng, I can give you the address." At these words, the little dog immediately became furious. This is obviously playing with him and scolding him. "Asshole, kid, how dare you call me an idiot?" As the words fell, Puppy slapped the table so hard that it, well, shook. Chapter 63 $1 million for your shares. Yi Ching looked at the table that had been heavily slapped by the puppy and said in a deep voice, "For my table, apologize." As soon as these words were said, the puppy immediately froze, and the 4 bodyguards, too, looked at Yi Ching speechlessly, only to think, is this person's brain in trouble? Not to mention that the table was unharmed, not a single crack. Even if it was directly given a shot, there was no reason to apologize to the table. The little dog was directly infuriated and laughed, looking at Yi Ching and sneering, "Kid, not only did you call me an idiot, but now you dare to trick me into apologizing to your table? Did I slap you and apologize to you too? You kid, are you unable to distinguish the situation? Do you really not know what you are facing now? You want to get killed, don't you?" Yi Ching was silent, looked up at the puppy and said indifferently, "Aren't you an idiot? Otherwise, how could you say something so stupid? $1 million and you want to buy away Elder Yun's shares from my hands. Are you sure you're not sick in the head? Not an idiot? Can't you do the math on such a simple account? Then let me tell you, the shares that Elder Yun gave me are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. You want to buy them away by spending $1 million, and you still have a picture of being cheap to me. Aren't you fooling me? What's more, Yun Lao gave me, can not only shares, is to control the entire Cloud Group and control the Cloud family's power. These, cannot just shares can be compared to. You, guess, you are not sick in the brain. Anyone can settle scores, and if Puppy was really an idiot, he wouldn't be able to be carried by Clouded Leopard everywhere he went. But the score, too, is not so settled. The little dog looked at Yi Ching, smiled and shook his head, saying, No, kid, you've miscalculated. At least, there's one thing that you've not only miscalculated, but you've even thought wrong. Money, it's very important. The shares in your hands are indeed worth hundreds of billions. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But this hundreds of billions of wealth, you also need to have the life to spend it. Only then, if you have no life left, then, do you think, you have any wealth left? Kid, a word of advice, don't be greedy, and don't expect to get what you shouldn't get, or else you'll die, and when you die, there's nothing left. $1 million, is really cheap, otherwise, $1 million, able to buy you a few lives. Do you believe it? Yi Ching laughed. Threats, how interesting. Since he was released from prison, he seemed to have been threatened by quite a few people. This crop of things made him really upset. Looking at the puppy, Yi Ching sighed and said, "Life, so worthless." The little dog sniffed and laughed, thinking that Yi Ching was afraid. Life, of course it's worth money, but it depends on whose life. For example, your life, it's worth this million, or our charity. Take this million, sign the contract. You live, don't take it, don't sign it. Then use this million, buy your life, you die. Simple choice, isn't it? When Yi Ching heard this, he nodded and said, simple and straightforward. So who are you? Someone from the Yun family? The little dog shook his head and laughed. Looking for you. Do you need the Yun family to come out? That would be too humiliating. I'm just an attendant beside Yun Xiao. I've already given you enough face by showing up. Kid, be sensible and sign it. Yi Ching slowly got up, picked up a teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, You guys, don't you think your stomachs are starting to feel uncomfortable? When the little dog heard this, he was flabbergasted for a moment, and just wanted to say something, but then, he saw the 4 bodyguards, one by one, suddenly covering their stomachs, rolling on the ground in direct pain, one by one, as if they were undergoing the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts, and the puppy dog's face changed, suddenly felt in the stomach, as if the knife cut like pain, cannot stand up, cold sweat, instantly dense body. You, what did you do? The little dog sat down directly on the ground, covering his stomach and gritting his teeth as he looked at Yi Ching. Yi Ching spoke indifferently. Nothing, You guys are just poisoned. Don't worry. This poison, it's not fatal, but it's true that it will hurt to death. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at the time and laughed. 30 minutes. Based on past experience, this kind of pain, at most, people can bear it for 30 minutes, and either die or commit suicide. Come on. Apologize to my table and I'll give you the antidote. The little dog at this moment, the pain has been unable to speak. He does not know whether what Yi Qing said is true or false, but he knows very clearly, he is now already in pain. If this kind of pain persists, I am afraid that, for 30 minutes, he will really be pain deaf. Looking at the leisurely Yi Qing, at this moment, the little dog wanted to cry. What was thought to be a good and simple job has suddenly turned into this. You quickly give us the antidote. Otherwise, the Yun family won't let you go. You'll die. Yi Qing nodded, pulled out his ears, and said disdainfully, all right, I know. Don't threaten. Nothing new at all. Quickly kowtow and apologize to my table, or else I won't give the antidote. After saying that, Yi Qing took out 5 small pills and was going to throw them away. The little dog also couldn't take it anymore, and directly knelt down on the ground, kowtowing to the table he had just slapped. The table? I'm sorry, I had the wrong eyes just now. I shouldn't have shot you. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Strange shame. Simply unforgivable in this life and in this world. He, the little dog, followed the Cloud Panther's side. That is also a character. Now, but was forced to kneel and kowtow and apologize to a table. This is simply incomprehensible. But him, no way. As for Yi Qing, he also kept his promise, and directly threw the pills, as if he was teasing a dog, to the puppies. The little dog and the 4 bodyguards, at this moment, grabbed the pills like crazy and couldn't wait to eat them. It had to be said that Yi Qing did not lie to them. This mouthful of antidote was eaten, and the pain, instantly, eased a lot. And after losing the pain, the little dog immediately became furious, pointing at Yi Qing and angrily saying, you dare to poison us. You seek death. I'll kill you now. Yi Qing looked at the puppy indifferently and said, fine, you kill it, but just be careful to die of pain later on. At this statement, the puppy dog's face was filled with a look of horror, including the 4 bodyguards, who directly covered their mouths and noses, as if, for fear of being poisoned again. As for Yi Qing, he waved his hand indifferently and said, get lost, while I haven't changed my mind. Have your steward personally come to me. Puppy dog and the others were helpless. The current Yi Qing, in their eyes, was like a hedgehog. It was not a good idea to fight. It was not a good idea not to fight. Apart from retreating, it seemed that there was no way for them to choose. Good. You wait. We will definitely take revenge for today. After saying that, the little dog took 4 bodyguards and left Yi Qing's home like fleeing. As if this place was some kind of hell, filled with poisonous gas as if. As for Yi Qing, looking at puppies and their backs, he sighed and said, this home, it looks like it can't be lived in. Everyone can come to the door. Do you really take me here as a food market? At this moment, Yun Bao was in HD Moon's office, chatting feverishly with HD Moon, while Lin Ji stood by the side, her eyes still full of anticipation, but with a deep-seated jealousy. Chapter 64, Throwing Away His Used Cups. Young Mr. Yun, you've come to Jiangcheng in a big way. I must receive you well. Look, is there anything you want to play? Any place you want to go? I'll accompany you to have a good stroll. High-definition Moon looked at Clouded Leopard and spoke with a smile, directly putting off all of the group's matters. He intended to make a good relationship with Clouded Leopard. Yun Bao smiled and nodded. To have Qing Yu's company, then I will be happy wherever I go. What about Jiangcheng? It's my first time here. I don't understand it. It's better for you to arrange it. Qing Yu. HD Moon smiled and nodded, saying, good. Since young Yun doesn't mind, then I'll take matters into my own hands, and when the time comes, if there's anything that's not in place, please young Yun, please bear with me. By the way, Yun Xiao, I have something that I want to inquire about. Yun Xiao sniffed and said, Qing you can just speak straight. I will definitely know everything and say everything. A mouthful of Qing Yu, as if he already had a relationship with HD Moon. How familiar it seemed. But HD Moon did not object and was still happy. It's like this. Yun Xiao, I shopped Cloud Jewelry before. I saw a set of jewelry inside, named White Crystal Love. It's really beautiful. Let people love it. I want to ask Yun Xiao, this set of White Crystal Love, the whole Cloud Jewelry, should be, there is only one set, right? At these words, Yun Xiao flinched for a moment, and then spoke with a smile. Qing Yu, you're really asking the right person. As for me, I'm not very familiar with any of the business of the Cloud Group, but I'm most familiar with Cloud Jewelry. This is not a lie. As the Cloud family's famous playboy, Cloud Young Shot is also considered generous. Those girls, which one will not like jewelry it? So the Cloud jewelry, really Cloud Leopard most often go to the place. More or less, really understand a lot. What is this white crystal love you speak of? I don't know. I've never seen it, but to have a special name, a special counter, and a separate display, it must all be unique. So there's only one set. That's all. What? Xingyu likes it? If you like it, I'll just give it to you, in front of me, a son of the Yun family, to go and make you buy something from Yun Duan Jewelry and pay for it. That would be my fault. And at this moment, Lin Shi gulped and couldn't help but say something. Heavens, young Master Yun is so generous. That's jewelry worth $99 million. Giving it away just by saying so, it's really generous. It was at this moment that Yun Xiao, who had heard Lin Ji's words, his face, immediately collapsed. Give away jewelry. You can. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions. He bites the bullet. But 99,999,000? Are you kidding me? His Yun Xiao's yearly allowance isn't this much. Giving it away like this. He's crazy to do that. But it's not appropriate for me to come out. After all, I came here this time to handle official business. If I let people know that I ran to Cloud's End Jewelry and went to buy some jewelry, then by the family knowing that, they will again think that I'm not doing my rightful job. And at that time, I'm afraid that I will be punished. So, wait until there's a chance. Anyway, I'm keeping this in mind. So just rest assured. Xingyu. Yun Xiao secretly wiped his cold sweat and thought, luckily, I rounded up fast. Otherwise, I really don't know how to end it. It's not possible. To bring HD Moon to Cloud Jewelry and then say yourself that you can't afford it? Or did he go out on a limb, use Clouded Leopard's identity, take it for now, and turn around and pay for it? What are you kidding? People really may not give him this face. He, the young master of the Cloud Panther, if he serves in the Cloud group is okay. If he takes a few 100,000 things, it is also okay. Nearly 100 million things no one will give him this face. HD Moon looked at Yun Bao, who was somewhat weak, and immediately understood that Yun Xiao, perhaps a direct descendant of the Yun family is not false. But, I'm afraid, the status, is not that high. Oh, then thanks to Yun Xiao. But the money, it is impossible to let Yun Xiao pay. At that time, I earn money, buy it myself is. What I'm asking about this is what to do if someone imitates the jewelry set. Yun Xiao sniffed, his eyes glared, and he sneered, my Cloud Group's jewelry. Does anyone dare to imitate it too? That's just looking for death. What? Xingyu knows about this? If you have something to say directly, I can't handle it. I will notify the family and the group, and at that time, someone will come to deal with it. High Definition Moon smiled and shook her head, saying, it's fine. I'm just asking. Come, young Yun, drink tea. Just then, Puppy and the others suddenly walked in and looked at Clouded Leopard, their faces collapsing. Yun Bao frowned slightly and said, things didn't work out? The little dog nodded disheveledly, before he swore, wanting to perform well in front of the Cloud Panther. Now it was good. Directly face lost. Yun Bao looked at the little dog and said in a cold voice, waste stuff. Disgrace me. If you can't do soft, you don't know how to do hard. Or is it hard that you can't do either? It really makes me curious. What kind of character? Even my Yun family's face dares not give. This is toasting the wine, but not to be punished. After saying that, Yun Bao got up, looked at little dog, and said, lead the way. I'll meet him in person. And at this time, HD Moon also hurriedly stood up and said, young Yun, do you need my help? Still, in Jiangcheng, I still have more or less a bit of energy, no matter if it's white or black. If it's inconvenient for Xiao Yun, I can help out. Yun Xiao looked at HD Moon, smiled, and said, okay, thank you Qingyu, but I can handle it, and when I really need Qingyu's help, I won't be polite. Then, let's go first. When I'm done with my troubles, I'll have a good chat with you, Qingyu. After saying that, Yun Xiao led the people and left directly, and when Yun Xiao left, HD Moon's face immediately became cold. Looking at the cup that Yun Xiao had used, she coldly said, Lin Ji, throw this cup away, it's disgusting to look at. Lindsay flinched, a little confused. High Definition Moon frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, didn't you hear what I said? Throw this cup away in a hurry. Don't look at yourself and dare to come after me. You really don't know the heights of heaven. At those words, Lin Chi froze. Was this still HD Moon? People, but they are the young masters of the Yun family. Lin Chi walked over to the table, picked up the cup, and threw it into the trash can, saying, Qingyu, isn't he the young master of the Yun family? High Definition Moon sneered and said, there are more young masters in the Yun family. Who does he count as? A waste who can't even make a set of jewelry is just a waste. In the Yun family, how high can he be? The fact that I greeted him with a smile on my face is already a sign that I am unwilling to offend. If you really think that just by virtue of being the young master of the Yun family, you can arbitrarily pin me down, then you are also underestimating me. HD Moon. After saying that, HD Moon squinted at Lin Ji and said, you are rather enthusiastic and attentive. Otherwise, I'll dress you up and introduce you to him. I think he won't refuse, but whether you can occupy a place in his heart or not, I can't say. Chapter 65, Who are you trying to seduce? Anger. At this moment, Lin Ji felt insulted and was furious in her heart. HD Moon herself disgusted Yun Bao. Even the cup Yun Bao used, she threw it into the trash. But she even said something like, dress yourself up and introduce yourself to Yun Bao? What else to say? It's hard to say if it can take a place in Clouded Leopard's heart. What does this mean? This is clearly looking down on her Lin Ji, thinking that not only does she need to dress up in order to get close to Clouded Leopard, but moreover, it is highly likely that she will just be played with? Bullying? Not this much. HD Moon. It's too much. However, it had not been a day or two since HD Moon had gone overboard like this. They appeared to be bosom friends, but in reality, from the time HD Moon's status had increased, the gap between them had long since been drawn very, very wide. Endure. There was nothing Lin Ji could do now but endure. Qing you misunderstand. I just think that, after all, he is a member of the Yun family and it's not good to offend him. I don't have any other thoughts. High Definition Moon looked at Lin Ji, let out a cold smile and said, it's best that I misunderstood. But so what if I misunderstood or not? You Lin Ji is single until now. Is it true that no one is chasing after you? Or is your vision too high? You know yourself clearly. I also know that you have been comparing yourself with me. And even more so, you feel that, wherever you are stronger than me, you are not as good as me. So, you are very unhappy in your heart. Aren't you dreaming of taking over on me? Speaking here, HD Moon stood up and walked over to Lin Ji's face, going so far as to, in fact, directly show her cards. When Lin Ji heard this, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes and she hurriedly shook her head. Qing you misunderstood. I didn't. I really didn't. High Definition Moon smiled and ran her fingers across Lin Ji's pretty face, but the long nails made Lin Ji's skin feel a hint of pain. Misunderstanding or not, whether there is any or not, but, fate is sometimes like this. When you should learn to resign yourself to fate, you should learn to resign yourself to fate. Lin Ji, this point of reasoning, you've been with me for so many years. You should know it. I'm too lazy to care what you think, and I can understand and even help you when people go to higher places. But if you want to touch and get your hands on even what I have in the month of HD, then do you think that I, for one, will be happy? Linz, you're the only friend I have. Don't let me down, okay? Lin Ji hurriedly nodded and said, I know, Qing don't worry, I won't let you down. At this time, saying more was more wrong, and Lin Ji didn't dare to explain anything, so she could only nod her head and admit it. Only then did HD Moon smile, patted Lin Ji's shoulder and said, that's good. You don't need to accompany me today. Go find Bai Ruoro. After all, they are all old friends. And when it's time to ease up a little bit between us, it's still necessary to ease up a little bit, especially Bai Ruoro. Being so simple and kind, she is most likely to be deceived. Earlier, she had already seen me embracing Yi Qing. I'm sure, she won't be happy in her heart. Go on, comfort and console her. And by the way, prepare for the appraisal of the white crystal love. Speaking of this, HD Moon revealed a hint of a smile and said, it's really not necessary to make an effort to get here. The Yun family's young master happens to be here in Jiangchang. What could be more genuine than the Yun family's young master opening his mouth? Ha ha ha. Lin Ji's eyes lit up as she sniffed, and then, something suddenly came to her mind. Qing do you think that this Yun family's young master, if he sees Bai Ruoro, will he, move his heart a bit? After all, I've looked at young master Yun Bao, and it seems like he's a lustful man. Not a light that's any good. HD Moon nodded indifferently and said, then, whatever. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for letting Bai Ruoro see the truth, and letting Yi Qing know what is meant by regret. Other than that, it's nothing. Whatever you want. Afterward, Lin Ji nodded her head and hurriedly left HD Moon's office. After walking out of the office, Lin Ji's eyes flashed with a trace of grimness. Obviously, for what had just happened, she, keeping in mind, was haunted. At this moment, the Clouded Leopard was led by the little dog and headed towards Yi Qing's home. In the car, Clouded Leopard was very unhappy with Puppy's behavior, but Puppy was really aggravated. Looking at Clouded Leopard, the little dog was directly in tears. Aggrieved. Young master, you know best about my puppy's character. In order to work for you, even if I lay down my life, I would not hesitate to do so. However, this Yi Ching is really vicious. He even poisoned us, and the most crucial thing is that we are not even clear about how we were poisoned. You don't even know. Young master, I just tapped the table. He even forced me to kowtow to the table and apologize. Oh, young master, puppy dog, I've never lost such a big face in my life. I now don't even want to live. Oh, the little dog cried out in pain. At this moment, it didn't care about any face. A brain said all the previous situation, especially how horrible the poison was when Yi Ching poisoned it, and how bad Yi Ching was. Hearing Clouded Leopard froze. Really? This Yi Ching was able to poison you all unknowingly, and, what's more, poisoned you to the point where you couldn't live and couldn't die, and make you kowtow to the table and apologize? When he said this, Yun Bao's face, apart from a hint of scorn, also felt a little amused. Puppy, this is hard and bad, nodded heavily and said, Young Master Yun, I really didn't lie to you. The 4 bodyguards who followed me before can all testify. Speaking of this, Little Dog hesitated and looked at Yun Xiao, saying, Yun Xiao, do you really want to go? Or, why don't you not go and let these bodyguards go up and beat the person half to death first? After all, in case you are poisoned as well, that would be the end of it. As soon as Yun Bao heard this, he immediately wanted to agree. However, after a second thought, he shook his head. Don't worry, since he wants me to talk, obviously, he is not satisfied with the price. Someone with means and interesting. I would like to meet. If I can take in an expert with poison, it is not a bad thing for me. Thinking of this, a bright light flashed in Clouded Leopard's eyes. He, Clouded Leopard, was not without enemies, much less people he wanted to deal with. But there were times when perhaps it was the strength, or perhaps it was the influence, that forced him to hold his nose and admit it. But if, however, it is possible to poison someone unknowingly, that's another matter. Thinking clearly about all this, Yun Bao was now even a little impatient to hurry up and meet Yi Ching. Puppy, go, find a place where everyone can buy a gas mask, and when the time comes, we'll go again, and we'll be fine. At these words, the puppy dog's eyes immediately lit up as he looked at the Cloud Panther and directly patted a series of horses' asses on it. Xiao Yun, it's still you who's smart. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Wearing a gas mask, I'm not afraid of him messing up. Okay, I'm going to buy a gas mask. This damn thing, when the time comes, without the poison, I'll see what other means he has to deal with us. The puppy was now excited. Immediately arranged for someone to find a place and go buy gas masks. Chapter 66, $100 million is enough, right? Soon, Cloud Leopard's fleet of cars stopped at Yi Ching's downstairs. Only this time, the dozen or so people who came down from the car made people feel if their brains were sick after seeing them. Because, one by one, they were wearing gas masks as if, like, there was a plague here. When they came to the door of Yi Ching's house, Yi Ching's door was not even closed. Apparently, waiting for them. Yun Bao glanced at the little dog. The little dog immediately understood, although some scruples, but the thought that he was wearing a gas mask or directly stepped into the room. Yi Ching, get your ass out here. We're back. Yi Ching, at this moment, was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, and when he heard the sound, he indifferently wiped his hands, and then walked to the living room. After seeing Puppy and the others all wearing gas masks, Yi Ching revealed a mocking smile, and then, walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down once again, and said indifferently, dressing up is quite interesting, but, is it useful? Alright, has the main man arrived yet? If he has, come in, don't stay outside the door and scare the neighbors. Yun Bao at this time, led the people, all walked into the room. A dozen people, instantly let this not big room, become crowded. Yun Bao sat directly opposite Yi Ching, and after looking Yi Ching up and down a few times, he smiled and opened his mouth. You're the person appointed by the old master, aren't you? You are indeed quite capable. However, if you want to get the old master's shares with just this amount of skill, I'm afraid, you're not good enough yet. Yi Ching sniffed, sighed helplessly, pointed to his ears, and said, what are you saying? I can't hear you clearly. This word, let the Cloud Panther instantly deflated. Indeed, the gas mask may be good, but, affect the spread of sound. This ing communication, is really tired. Yi Ching, at this time, pointed at Yun Bao's gas mask and said indifferently, take it off. If I want to poison you, you won't be able to use it even if you wear 100 gas masks. If you don't believe me, I'll just test it out for you. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at the puppy who was the first to come in, smiled faintly, and said, "Just now it's just your mouth that's not clean. That's you then, boy. Just now the stomachache still isn't hard enough, is it? So what about now?" Subsequently, the little dog's son only felt cold sweat. The stomach actually began to uncontrollably hurt again. A few seconds time, the little dog's son has been in pain, cannot straighten the waist, directly kneel on the ground, wailing in pain. This scene, watching the clouded leopard, they were all startled. Before, it was said that Yi Qing used poison in an extraordinary way, and they didn't believe it, but now, it was clear that Yi Qing didn't do anything, but they were already poisoned. This was simply unimaginable. However, this also proved one thing, that is, Yi Qing could really ignore the gas mask. Taking out a capsule of antidote, Yi Qing placed it on the table, looked at the puppy and said indifferently, "Just kowtow and apologize to your table grandpa again, then eat it." The little dog felt like he was going crazy. Today, he didn't do anything, and he apologized to the table. If this spread out, he wouldn't have to be a human being, especially now. It was still waiting for Yun Bao's face, but at this moment, the intense pain made him not care about anything, and he directly knelt on the ground, took off his gas mask, and started apologizing non-stop, and then, hastily picked up the antidote and ate it into his stomach. After a few seconds, the body, instantly comfortable a lot, but it is this short dozens of seconds, but let the little dog, has long been all wet, as if living again. Yi Qing then looked at clouded leopard with a faint smile and said, "So, still want to keep wearing this thing?" Yun Bao was also in pain, directly removed his gas mask, looked at Yi Qing and laughed. "Mr. Yi, good tactics, gods and ghosts. Awesome, awesome." Yi Qing looked at Yun Bao and spoke indifferently. "If you're asking for news about Yun Lao, then, keep your mouth shut. If you're planning to spend $1 million, to buy the shares in my hands, then, please also shut your stinking mouth and just leave directly." Yun Bao sniffed and froze for a moment, then glanced at Puppy and said, "$1 million? The little dog's cold sweat instantly flowed down, directly kneeling on the ground, looking at Yun Bao and said, "Yun Xiao, I was just trying to help you save some money. I didn't mean anything else." Yun Bao fiercely glared at the puppy, then looked at Yi Qing and laughed. "Mr. Yi, misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding. $1 million just to want to buy the shares in your hands. That's obviously impossible. $10 million in cash, plus properties and facades in the eastern province, with a total value of no less than $50 million. See, is that sincere enough? Of course, I know very well that compared to the value of the shares in your hands, this $50 million still seems to be a little too little. However, things are not viewed this way, but rather, we have to look at it from a different perspective. For example, in your hands, these shares are worthless, and may even bring about the danger of killing. However, by handing them over to us, you will not only have a place to live in your next life, but you will also be able to make one more friend. Why not be happy about it? Mr. Yi is a smart person, I think, should know how to choose. Compared to the previous 1 million that wanted to buy out the shares in Yi Qing's hand, now Yun Pao directly gave $50 million in cash and real estate. Obviously, it was much more generous. Had it been an ordinary person, threatened and enticed by them like this, perhaps, they might have compromised as well. But Yi Qing, is he an ordinary person? Looking at the clouded leopard, Yi Qing smiled and said, "The outpouring is indeed a lot more generous. It seems that it's not that there's no space that can be talked about. Since you are able to offer the price of $50 million, then obviously, the bottom line is far more than that. Let's put it this way, you directly say the bottom price. I would like to see, you people of the Yun family, out of the blue, just how generous." Hearing Yi Qing ask this, Yun Bao clapped his hands, smiled and got up, saying, "Good, painful. In that case, then I won't hide it from you, Mr. Yi. This time, my Yun family's base price is very simple, $100 million. That's right, it's $100 million. As long as you sign the transfer of equity, immediately there will be $100 million in cash, to your card. How about that? Painful. $100 million in cash, at your disposal, without any risk, compared to an unseen, untouchable equity, which is more cost-effective. I think, you should understand." Yi Qing looked at Yun Bao, gently sighed and said, "Thousands of times the difference, young Master Yun. I really can't give up, The most important thing is that this person, after all, heavy commitment, since I promised to help old man Yun take care of the Yun family to take care of the Yun Duan group, then I can't backtrack on my word, Yun Xiao is it? I see. How about this? Since you can be sent, obviously, even if you are not valued by the Yun family, it is also considered to be the first line of the Yun family. How about this? Follow me to mix it. In the future, reward you with a mouthful of rice. In the future, may not be no action. Such a condition, I think, you should feel honored. As soon as these words were said, Clouded Leopard immediately froze. Before, he was still thinking of pulling Yi Ching in and following him, but as a result, the words hadn't even left his mouth yet, and Yi Ching, surprisingly, asked him to follow Yi Ching? What kind of joke is this? The first line of the Yun family, to follow an outsider to mix. It is simply a joke. Mr. Yi, you really know how to joke. Ha, but this joke, it's not funny at all. Yi Ching looked at Yun Bao indifferently, let out a cold laugh and said, joking? I never joke with strangers. To say so much to you today, that's because I'm looking at Yun Lao's face. To the Yun family's children and grandchildren, I'm saving my feelings. Otherwise, do you think you have the qualification to stand in front of me, talking and laughing, just because your last name is Yun? But the last name Yun. So what? Chapter 67. Do you remember your grandfather? The last name is Cloud. So what? This sentence, only Yi Ching dared to say, and dared to say it on this occasion, in front of the Yun family. But this made Yun Bao instantly furious, pointing at Yi Ching, coldly saying, Yi Ching, I advise you not to give your face away. Otherwise, you will regret it. Condition. Talk not close, I can give you face. Let's talk slowly. Money more, money less. Also need to have a life to spend is. You think you have a little crooked means you can do whatever you want? Since you know what strength my Yun family is, then you should be even more clear that my Yun family, as long as they want to move you, they can let you die without a burial place in a minute. Do you really want to find death? Since we can't talk about interests, we'll threaten our lives. Cloud Pao, the dude, really isn't afraid of anyone. Yi Ching, however, was afraid of anyone? Looking at Cloud Leopard, Yi Ching spoke faintly. What's the matter? A dog jumping over the wall? Then you might want to think about this. Today, if I don't let you out of this door, will you, by any chance, get out? After saying that, Yi Ching looked at the puppy and sneered. Without seeing some blood, without some lives, there are always people who treat me as a soft persimmon to pinch. Or else, it's just you. Use your life to give your master a demonstration? The puppy sniffed, and the moment was simply maddening. Other people were poisoned. Just once, and it was already painful. His little doggy didn't say anything. Just for the demonstration, they were poisoned twice, and it was painful twice. Now, this attitude of Yi Ching, it is clear that he wants to give Yun Bao a downward spiral. But why? It is himself. The little dog immediately cried out and stood back, not daring to breathe. Yun Bao seemed to have thought of the puppy's previous misery, and also remembered Yi Ching's ghostly and unpredictable means of using poison. Immediately his heart was jealous. Looked at Yi Ching, said, Mr. Yi, I came to talk to you with good intentions. There is no need to be angry. To be honest, I do appreciate you. The money thing, we can continue to talk. However, another thing, I think we can also talk. I Cloud Leopard, although not much ability, but at least is also a direct line of the Cloud family. Mr. Yi, may as well follow me to mix how. I guarantee that there is a mouthful of my food will never starve you, and let you want the wind to wind, to rain. How about it? Think about it? Yi Ching sniffed and laughed, looking at Yun Bao and said with some mockery, follow you, the embroidered pillow? Looking at your body hollowed out by booze. I doubt. If you walk steadily, what do you want me to follow you for? To help you poison your enemies? Or poisoning and mesmerizing women? But can you? My Yun Xiao AI. You, do you still have the ability to be a man now? With these words, the entire room instantly became ice cold, as if a cold wind had blown through. Whether it was the little dog or the bodyguards of the Clouded Leopard, all of them closed their mouths and didn't dare to breathe. Adversary scales. Yi Ching's words had touched the Clouded Leopard's adversary scales, because the Cloud Panther, indeed, almost does not count as a man. This point, others are not clear. Follow the Cloud Panther side of the people. In fact, more or less have a heart. It's just that no one dares to talk about it or even mention it. But now, Yi Ching, how did he know? Yun Xiao's face became pale as he looked at Yi Ching and gave a dry laugh, saying, Mr. Yi is so funny. What he said is incomprehensible. I'm a man. This, don't need to prove anything. Mr. Yi, you're using this way to humiliate me. Ha, really? It's meaningless, isn't it? Yi Ching looked at Yun Xiao, gave a light smile and said, your name is Yun Bao. Yun Haishan is your father. When you were small, you grew up with Yun Lao's side. From a young age, although you are not too intelligent, you can be regarded as generous. As for what you became later on, and why did you become like this, I don't want to say more, and I'm not clear about it either. But, Yun Lao was very sentimental when he brought you up. I'm telling you this today to ask, do you remember the one who carried you on his back and made you laugh, Grandpa? When these words came out, Yun Bao immediately froze. Anyhow, he did not expect that Yi Qing would say such words, and these words made him fall into memories. There were many sons and daughters in the Yun family, and those who had been personally taken care of by Yun Lao were not few, but he, Yun Bao, had been exceptionally taken care of by Yun Lao because of the loss of his mother at an early age and the loss of his father's soul. To put it mildly, Cloud Panther was missing Cloud Elder. Otherwise, this moment would not have been read. Yi Qing, all of this is what my grandfather told you? Yi Qing nodded and said, Elder Yun's health is very good. It's just that he has more important things to do and things he wants to pursue. So, for the time being, he's not willing to return to the Yun family. Your eyes can be read. On behalf of the conscience and bottom line in your heart, has not been completely lost. I today know that it is you Yun Bao to come. So mercy, Yun Bao, just moping around and letting Yun Lao down. When really, is that what you want? Let everyone else out. Me and you talk. Yi Qing slowly got up, walked to Yun Bao's side, gently patted Yun Bao's shoulder, sighed, and said, Elder Yun, I can't worry about you. Yun Bao suddenly choked, as if, all these years, he was in the Yun family, not at all happy. In his heart, he was subjected to too many grievances. Looking at Puppy and the others, Cloud Panther waved his hand and said, You guys go out and wait for me first. Little Doggy wanted to show his loyalty at this time, and hurriedly spoke, Young Master Yun, I'd better stay here with you, in case he has any bad thoughts about you. Little Doggy, I will protect you even if I have to fight to the death. Looking at the loyal-looking puppy, Yun Bao at this moment, without his usual calmness, directly said angrily, Get out. This roar immediately scared the little dog to roll and crawl with the other bodyguards, leaving Yi Qing's room together. Yun Bao, at this moment, calmed down a bit, looked at Yi Qing, and said, You managed to make me break my defenses, but, if you just want to use this method to avoid the Yun family from making a move against you, I'm afraid, you're very wrong. After all, you know very well what you've got in your hands represents. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, smiled faintly, and said, Yun Bao, do you think Yun Lao is old and confused? Or do you think that Elder Yun, who looks at people, is very inaccurate, so you've asked me to come and send me to my death? Yun Bao sniffed and froze. What kind of character is Yun Lao? That is the man who started from nothing and directly brought the Yun family to rise strongly and create miracles. To this day, the entire dragon country is circulating the legend of Yun Lao. Such a person would be a bad judge of character? He's a senile old man? Obviously, this is not possible. Then, Yi Qing's words made Yun Bao uncontrollably frown. Oh, understand it. Yes, the reason why Yun Lao gave these to me, and entrusted the entire Yun family and the Cloud Group to me. The meaning, there is only one. That is, want me to straighten out the Yun family and the Cloud Group. In other words, is the hope that my existence can keep the Yun family's children and grandchildren clothed and fed, and not allow them to ashes. And can be Cloud Old Man so high hopes of me, really, is in your eyes, random can pinch people? Yi Qing smiled faintly and shook his head, not being able to see through even this, also dooms the Yun family to be in crisis. Yun Bao, I'll ask you one thing, do you want to follow me? Do you want to, so that Yun Lao can have peace of mind and feel pleased? Of course, if you feel that I can't win, then you can also choose to continue to follow the Yun clan to take action against me. However, the face that should be saved for you, I have already saved, and the face that should be saved for Elder Yun, I have also saved, and I will not show any mercy next. I'll give you 3 days to think it over, so go away. After saying that, Yi Qing was about to close the door to send off the guests, but Clouded Leopard, at this moment, seemed to have made up his mind. It doesn't take 3 days. I can answer you now. Chapter 68, You have a man's secret disease, don't you? With you or not, I can't say, but for Grandpa's sake, I'm willing to trust you for once. Yi Qing, don't let me know that you're lying to me, otherwise, I won't spare you. Clouded Leopard made his decision and chose to follow his heart. Yi Qing smiled faintly, nodded, and said, Good, then, after playing here for a few days, you can go back. Just be honest, after a while, when I'm busy, I'll personally go to the Yun family and solve these troubles. there is only one thing you have to do, and that is, honestly, to gather the evidence of the Yun family's crimes that you know of, and that will be enough. When Yun Bao heard this, he hesitated and looked at Yi Qing, saying, how do you plan to deal with the Yun family? Yi Qing's eyes were slightly cold, and he said softly, if I can forgive, I will choose to forgive, but there are some people who are not worth saving. Then, they can only be sent to be punished. After all, they are Yun Lao's bloodline, and if I can refrain from killing them, I will try my best not to kill them. When these words came out, Yun Bao only felt an icy cold murderous aura that pounced on his face. Yi Qing's words let him see clearly at this moment. Yi Qing is definitely not an ordinary person. A cannot kill, try not to kill. That represents the time to kill. Yi Qing is not care about killing. How can such a person be a soft touch? Taking a deep breath, Yun Bao got up, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi, my hidden disease, how did you know about it? Yi Qing smiled gently as he said, remember I'm an expert in using poison? Poisoning and medicine are, in fact, intertwined, and as it happens, I am quite proficient in both. So, from the moment you entered the door, I could see your physical condition. After all, this condition of yours, which has not been the case for a day or two, is easy to see. At these words, Yun Bao nodded disheveledly. Obviously, for his hidden disease, it was a piece of his heart. But then, Yun Bao's eyes, flooded with light, looked at Yi Qing, swallowed his saliva, and said hopefully, Yi, Mr. Yi, since you were able to see my problem at a single glance, does that mean that you can help me cure this problem? Mr. Yi, is it possible? Can it be cured? Yi Qing sniffed, looked at Yun Bao and said with a smile, you've already looked for many doctors for this. However, they are all incompetent, right? You've tried various methods, but the results are not good. Over time, you become disillusioned, find life uninteresting, and slowly, become a wanderer who flirts around. And that's because the more you lack something, the more you want it. Your hidden disease is, in fact, man-made and not easy to cure. But, I can indeed cure it as well. Only, I don't have the time at the moment. After all, it's quite time-consuming to try to condition you. And instead of that, there are easier ways. Ever heard of it? Manhwa Group? Yi Qing, who can cure, just doesn't have time to cure himself. However, if it can be cured, it means there is hope. At this moment, Yun Bao's eyes were filled with tears of hope, and the whole person was about to go crazy with excitement. But as Yi Qing mentioned Myth Group, Yun Bao immediately nodded his head and said, I've heard of it, a very legendary group. In a short period of time, it's worth tens of billions of dollars, and its products are very mysterious and puzzling. Those who believe in it to the death, and ask for it with heavy money, and those who don't believe in it to their deaths and think that in the world, it's not possible to have this kind of magical thing, and they all see them as a fraudulent company. Mr. Yi, what do you mean when you mentioned the Myth Group? Yi Qing smiled and said, Manhwa Group's Life Original Liquid is real and effective, and moreover, it will only be better and more useful than you can imagine. There's no need to waste my time when your problem can be cured by the Life Original Liquid. Of course, in your case, I'm afraid that you can't get the original liquid of life. However, it doesn't matter. The Myth Group, in the last few days, will send out an announcement. At that time, the Myth Group will launch a variety of products, all of which have miraculous effects. Your chance, here it comes. When Yun Bao heard this, he immediately grew his mouth and looked at Yi Qing, saying somewhat incredulously, Mr. Yi, how do you know so much about the Myth Group? Moreover, the rumored effects of the original life liquid, is it really true? If it is, then, that's simply a miracle. And, you said, Mythic Group is about to release a variety of products, and sell them to the public, and with the same miraculous effects. If this is true, then Mythic Group, to what extent will it be swollen to? Simply, can't dare to imagine. Yun Bao was in the end a son of the Yun family, and at the first moment, he discovered the commercial value of the news from Yi Qing's mouth. The Myth Group, if it was really as Yi Qing had said, then, it would simply instantly grow into an unrivaled behemoth, well-funded to the point where it will be intimidating. Yi Qing didn't answer Yun Bao's question. He just smiled faintly and said, there's no need for you to know so much at this stage. Go and do what you need to do. You'll get what you deserve. Most importantly, Elder Yun will be able to see you excel and make the right choice. He will be pleased. Clouded Leopard sniffed and immediately fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Yun Bao looked at Yi Qing, bowed deeply, and said, Mr. Yi, thank you for letting me see hope, and also letting me rediscover myself. Don't worry, Yun Bao knows what to do. After saying that, the clouded leopard then left Yi Qing's home. After leaving the door, the little dog immediately came forward and said with a smiling face, Yun Xiao, how is it? Did this kid promise to teach him a lesson? Yun Bao sniffed and directly slapped the puppy's face, saying angrily, teach a lesson about what? Lesson of watching you kowtow and apologize to the table? Get out, all of you. No one is allowed to divulge what happened here today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Those people of the Yun family, one by one, have guessed that things are tricky and refuse to step forward. Let me be this ingrate. I am not inappropriate. After saying that, Clouded Leopard headed downstairs. However, when no one saw it, in Yun Bao's eyes, there was no longer the dude from before, but instead, a hint of gravity and shrewdness flowed out. Pretend, or continue to pretend. This is also in line with his persona in the Yun family, and he can't be blamed for not being able to get things done. But if he acts differently right now, then, a person will notice the problem. So, this dude, he still want to continue to be down to go, not to mention, he, not long ago was a dude well. As for Yi Qing, he stood by the window and watched the Cloud Leopard's fleet of vehicles leave before he took out his phone and dialed the president of the Myth Group. 4 Eyes. 4 Eyes, regarding the issue of multiple varieties of Life Original Liquid, and large quantities coming online, give me another brief explanation, and if there are no surprises, then, send out an announcement as soon as possible. At this moment, 4 Eyes, who was at the Myth Group's headquarters, heard Yi Qing's instructions and his entire body became excited. Having gotten Yi Qing's approval, that meant that everything could proceed according to the plan, and at that time, the Myth Group would immediately turn into a behemoth that everyone would not be able to ignore. He, 4 Eyes, will also be the center of attention for all to see. Chapter 69, The Terror of the Myth Group. Mr. Yi, regarding the multi-species development of the original life liquid, it is temporarily set as the following. 4.1. The original liquid of life is diluted tenfold and sold for up to 100,000 vials of life essence. Secondly, the original liquid of life is diluted 100 times and sold at 10,000 vials of the light of life. The third is the original liquid of life diluted more than 10,000 times. The production of the spring of life. Selling price, $30 a bottle, against a variety of mineral water drinks and so on. Mr. Yi, as long as these 3 products are officially online, the Myth Group will immediately become a myth in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the world. By then, the Myth Group will have a cash flow that is unimaginable. Mr. Yi, do you think it's feasible to set it as these 3 products for the time being? No one knew better than Yi Qing how effective the original liquid of life was, because it was refined by the Green Emperor's everlasting skill plus the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, with all sorts of effects that were beyond imagination. Just 3 products, naturally, are far from the limit of the functions of the life original liquid. However, as far as these 3 products are launched, as long as the effect reaches validation, then a crazy wave of purchases will be ushered in, and the scene at that time will be unimaginable. Yi Qing looked at the phone. In his eyes, there was no fluctuation, and spoke faintly. The life original liquid can also be developed. Skin care products? Likewise, there are also Chinese and Western medicines, as well as a variety of healthcare products, all of which can be put on the agenda. However, 4 Eyes, you should know very well that after huge benefits come all sorts of dangers. When the profit exceeds 10 times, it's enough to make people desperate, even at the risk of their lives. And the Mythic Group, the life original liquid, will attract the attention of how many people, and make how many people salivate. I don't think that I need to say. From this moment on, your security force is increased tenfold. All R&D personnel, all upgraded security levels, and any other trouble. When the time comes, you report it directly to me, and I'll handle it. Yi Qing, it was impossible to only see the immediate benefits and not see the dangers behind it. It is, inevitably, the case that any company, organization, when possessing benefits beyond imagination, will attract countless bloody mouths. Black, white, major conglomerates, major powers, major families, who would, in the face of a high-quality business that earns hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of dollars a year, not be moved? Who else would? Not be desperate? However, this step always had to be taken, and since it was decided, Yi Qing had nothing to regret. In this world, there was no one who didn't need money. Even Yi Qing, he needed money, lots and lots of money, and even more, he needed people. He needed resources, endless resources. The Green Emperor everlasting skill, it was not true that it could bring a constant stream of benefits, but it was also a gold-swallowing beast. if you wanted to constantly improve the Green Emperor everlasting skill and enhance your power, Yi Ching would need to have countless amounts of money and manpower to collect the resources that Yi Ching needed. This, too, is a fact that makes people helpless. Otherwise, if Yi Ching alone wanted to practice the Green Emperor's everlasting skill to its limit, I'm afraid, I don't know how long it would take. Mr. Yi, don't worry, we already have a plan. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will still be beyond our imagination. You, don't worry, if there's a problem, I'll talk to you anytime. Yi Ching nodded, then hung up the phone. The things that he, Yi Ching, wanted to do, the realm that he wanted to reach, was something that outsiders could not imagine. That's, really, top of the world. It was a pity that the woman who could have stood on top of the world with him, at this moment, was no longer qualified for this. And HD Moon, at this moment, doesn't know exactly what she's missing. At this moment, HD Moon is in her office, receiving a special visitor. If Yi Ching was here, he would immediately recognize that this guest, who was no one else, was none other than Bai Rua's cousin, the one who was very upset with him, Yi Ching, and looked at him in a bad light. Bai Weiwei. High Definition Moon looked at Bai Weiwei, who was in a state of consternation, smiled, and said, Weiwei back in the day, you were still following Rua and I around. There's no need to be so restrained when you're here with me. Just treat it as if it's in your own home. Bai Weiwei took a look at how easygoing HD Moon was, and immediately laughed and said, Sister Qingyu, I wouldn't dare. You're now a woman president with over $100 million, who started from nothing, and you're even a legend on the business of Jiangchang. If I were to act recklessly with you, I would be afraid of myself. Moreover, Sister Qingyu, you don't even know that you are the idol of me and many of my classmates and friends. We all can worship you. Bai Weiwei's eyes were glowing as she spoke. Not like it was fake. It was also right. For these young people, HD Moon's experience of starting a business from nothing and creating a business miracle was a legend, and it was impossible not to worship it. Especially, HD Moon, who was also so beautiful and gentle. HD Moon looked at Bai Weiwei and laughed. Well, Weiwei don't brag about me. If you let your sister know, she should definitely be unhappy. After all, now she's not even on the same path as me. She, has a misunderstanding of me? But, I can't explain it clearly. There's no way. High Definition Moon spoke as if she had been wronged in some way. And when Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately also said with an unhappy face, Sister Qingyu, don't be angry with my sister. I'm now going to be pissed off by my Rua sister. It feels like now, she's not smart at all anymore. She's even doing some stupid things. Sister Qingyu, you and my sister Rua have the best relationship. Even if there is a misunderstanding, it can be solved. I came this time, in fact, is to apologize to you on behalf of my sister Rua. You, don't be angry. HD Moon looked at Bai Weiwei and said suspiciously, you apologize? What are you apologizing for? Your Rua sister and my things, and you have nothing to do. You do not need to interfere, and I will not really be angry with her. Sometimes, is afraid that she cannot see some things, cannot see some people, afraid of her to suffer. When Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately nodded heavily and said, Sister Qingyu, my sister Rua is just confused. She's even getting involved with Yi Ching now. This is simply too unreasonable. Not to mention how this Yi Ching in the end, let's just say, he is your ex-husband. Sister Rua, shouldn't touch this person. After all, it's the relationship between you sisters that's even deeper. How can you not even want your sisters for the sake of a man? Not to mention, it's still a man you abandoned. Sister Qingyu, that's even more impossible to want. After all, Sister Qingyu, you're the smartest. You've seen through it all. The man who doesn't want it, that's definitely not a good person. This was said in such a way that it left HD Moon a bit speechless. Wasn't it a bit too much to adore herself? Oh, Vivi, do you really think so? Hasn't it ever occurred to you that your sister will be unhappy when she hears about it? After all, in her heart, Yi Ching, that's a treasure. Abandoning Yi Ching, it's my HD Moon's fault. It's me who has no eyes yet. The moment Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately became anxious. No, how could it be? How could Sister Qingyu be at fault? The one at fault must be Yi Ching. He just isn't a good man. If he really was a good man, would he go to jail? Chapter 70, please join my birthday party. Good men, do they go to jail? This was said in such a way that HD Moon didn't even know how to reply. After all, while others were unclear, she, HD Moon, knew best that Yi Ching's imprisonment was entirely for herself. Weiwei, can't say that. After all, Yi Ching I still understand. not really a bad person. Me and him, just not suitable. It's kind of a peaceful breakup. Your sister likes him. It's not a 1 day or 2 days thing. You also need to understand your sister more. HD Moon is, at this point, being the good guy. However, Bai Weiwei's heart had long fixed a bad impression of Yi Chang, so when she heard HD Moon say this, she immediately spoke. Sister Qingyu, you're so nice. I know you don't want to say anything bad about anyone, but the truth is the truth. It is my sister and Yi Qing. Sorry, you know that you and Yi Qing together. My sister is still entangled with Yi Qing. On the basis of this, she is sorry for you, and Yi Qing, with a wife as good as you, but still do not know how to cherish, and after the divorce, immediately hooked up with my sister, which is clear that it is already a long time ago. Have a heart. They, is sorry for you. HD Moon even suspected that Bai Weiwei was her own sister. These words were said without her having to open her mouth to defend herself. People themselves had analyzed the situation for her. HD Moon laughed and shook her head, saying, alright, Weiwei, there's no need to say so much. After all, that's your sister. You, can't complain to her. Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy things. What about you? Did you come to see me this time? Is there something wrong? Bai Weiwei sniffed. Then she blushed, took out an invitation from her bag, and said somewhat shyly, Sister Qingyu, 3 days from now, it will be my birthday, my 18th birthday, which is considered to be a bar mitzvah, and I would like to invite you to come and participate in it. Is that okay? I know you're very busy, but if there's time, I still hope that you'll take the time to come here. After all, my classmates, friends, and I all admire you, and they'll all be very happy if we can meet you. HD Moon received the invitation, smiled and said, little girl, is not boasting in front of others, saying that I will definitely come. Well, your little mind, I can guess. Rest assured, our Weiwei's bar mitzvah, birthday banquet, I will definitely attend. In the important things, I will put it off. Don't worry. As soon as Bai Weiwei heard that HD Moon had agreed so painfully, she immediately revealed a touched expression and said, Sister Qingyu, you are so kind. Thank you. HD Moon smiled and got up, saying, is there anything else? If not, I have a meeting later, so I won't be able to accompany you. However, I still have to advise you, you can't fight with your sister Ruo. You can't blame her. She, has always been kind and simple. Perhaps, it's Yi Qing who is entangled in it. However, if they really have feelings, we have to bless it. Right? At the mention of this, Bai Weiwei was offended and directly shook her head. Don't, Sister Qingyu, don't move. I can promise you anything, but this matter, I definitely can't promise you. I hate this Yi Qing to death. It's already a great sin for him to upset you and cause you to divorce, and now he's messing with my sister. I won't let him have his way. In short, Sister Qingyu, I will be obedient, but I will definitely manage Yi Qing and my sister's affairs to the end. Alright, Sister Qingyu, I'll leave you alone. I'll go first. After saying that, Bai Weiwei happily bounced away, and as HD Moon looked at Bai Weiwei's back, the corner of her mouth revealed a cold smile. Bai Ruo, Yi Qing, I didn't expect it. I don't even need me to come and find trouble with you guys. There are people who hate you to death. Ha ha ha. This girl, although she can't do anything great, but it's not bad to be disgusted by you guys. After saying that, HD Moon picked up the invitation. In her eyes, a hint of scheming flashed, and she laughed. Maybe, this birthday banquet, is the best time to do it. Yi Qing, if you want to blame it on the fact that you messed with me, then you have to bear the consequences. And you, Bai Ruo, you dare to rob even the man that I don't want. That's sorry. And at this moment, Bai Weiwei happily left the Clear Moon group. Downstairs in 2 cars, 3 or 4 young men and women were waiting for Bai Weiwei. After seeing Bai Weiwei come out, one of them excitedly spoke. Weiwei, how is it? Did Mr. Gao promise to attend your birthday banquet? Bai Weiwei sniffed and revealed a proud look as she laughed. Definitely agreed. After all, that's my Qingyu's sister, the best BFF who has the best relationship with my sister, and treats me as if I were my own sister. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll introduce you to Sister Qingyu. When the others heard this, they immediately became excited and laughed. Weiwei, let's go out and have a drink to celebrate this news. Tell the others, it will definitely make them die of envy. This is our legend, the beautiful President HD Moon. Bai Weiwei followed suit with a hint of pride, but, however, shook her head and said, no, you guys go ahead. I still have to make a trip to my sister's house. I have to tell my sister this news, and then there are still things to say to her. The others saw that Bai Weiwei wasn't going, so they didn't force themselves. Afterwards, Bai Weiwei drove directly to Bai Ruoruo's home. After seeing Bai Ruoruo, Bai Weiwei was not polite and directly spoke in an exasperated manner. Sister, let me ask you one more time. What exactly is your relationship with Yi Qing? You guys, aren't you already together? Bai Ruoruo looked at the exasperated Bai Weiwei, frowned, and said, Weiwei, what are you doing? And, what's more, what's going on between me and Yi Qing? I've already told you, that's between the two of us. It has nothing to do with you. So what are you rushing for here? It's okay? How could it have nothing to do with me? Sis, you're really mesmerized by this vixen Yi Qing, aren't you? He's a scourge. If Yi Qing heard this, he would only feel speechless. He had become a vixen. Bai Ruoruo frowned, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said angrily, Bai Weiwei, what are you babbling about? What vixen? What godly soul? I'm telling you, don't you dare to talk about Yi Qing like that. Do you hear me? Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo at this time, still speaking for Yi Qing, and immediately became furious. Sister, you're confused. I'm doing this for your own good. Look at Yi Qing. What kind of a thing is he? A person who is in jail. He didn't necessarily commit something, not necessarily how bad it is. Moreover, he obviously has such a good wife as Sister Qingyu, yet he still doesn't know how to cherish it, and still hooks up with you, so he's just not a good person. The way this was said, it directly infuriated Bai Ruoruo and raised her palm, about to whip Bai Weiwei. Fight! Fight! I'll say it even if you beat me to death. Chapter 71, Sisters Turning on Each Other. Bai Weiwei stretched her head out, letting Bai Ruoruo slap her, her eyes all defiant, and her mouth, even more unforgiving. You today, even if you beat me to death, I can't let you be with Yi Qing. That's a bad person. Otherwise, how could he just divorce Sister Qingyu and be with you? This you dare to call it love? If this is love, then his Yi Qing's love. It's too cheap. He can change people anytime, anywhere. What is this? Sister, I'm not just fighting for Sister Qingyu. I'm also doing it so that you won't get hurt. Ah, sister, you've been tricked by Yi Qing. Ah, you can't continue to be so confused. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who had a defiant face, as if she knew everything and no one else did, Bai Ruoruo really didn't know what to do. Having no choice but to speak, he could only say, Weiwei, you're still young, and besides, there are a lot of things that you're not aware of, and what you know now may not necessarily be the truth. So don't say any more, okay? I can only tell you, Yi Qing is not a bad person. He is the best person in this world, and is the most sentimental person. I don't care where you heard any bad words about Yi Qing, but none of them are the truth. Trust your sister, okay? In Bai Ruoruo's heart, Yi Qing was the best person in this world, and in fact, Yi Qing really hasn't done anything bad, and has always been helping others, whether it's for HD Moon or for her Bai Ruoruo, or anything else. Yi Qing is a good person. At the very least, Yi Qing was definitely not the shameless person that Bai Weiwei spoke of, but these, Bai Weiwei didn't understand. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo and said angrily, Sister, I'm not a little kid anymore. There are many things that I can see clearly on my own. Yi Qing, he's just not a good person. At the very least, if he is a good person, why should he hook up with you, knowing that you and Sister Qingyu are good girlfriends? But as a result, because of him, he made the two of you into enemies. What kind of a good person is this? Sister Qingyu is actually very pitiful. She's the one who's the most shining, the most innocent and good person. She doesn't even want to say anything bad about you guys, and she even persuaded me to understand you guys. Sister, look at it. Sister Qingyu is so nice. When Bai Ruoruo heard this, she immediately frowned and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, You went to look for HD Moon? Bai Weiwei nodded and said, That's right. I'm just going to look for Sister Qingyu. There's a misunderstanding between you two and you're not willing to apologize, so I'll have to do it for you. Qingyu's sister so good. You for a good-for-nothing bad man and hurrah. This itself is your wrong, and you also robbed Qingyu's sister. Do not want a man. Sister, you do not think. You are too much a little bit of it. Bai Ruoruo sniffed and covered her chest, being too angry to speak. Bai Weiwei, but her own cousin from childhood as her own sister to take care of the people who grew up, as a result, now said these words, to hurt their own hearts, prefer to listen to other people, but also do not believe in their own. In exchange for who? Not sad? Get out. You get out. Bai Ruoruo pointed to the door and told Bai Weiwei to leave. Bai Weiwei, however, felt that she had said Bai Ruoruo was dumbfounded, and immediately intensified her words. Sister, you have no sense to say. Right. I'm telling you, you must apologize to Sister Qingyu, and you must make a clean break with Yi Qing. This is a scourge. In a word, I won't agree to you guys being together. It's fine to let me go. I can go right now. But you have to promise me, or I'm going to have to deal with this, in my own way. Bai Ruoro really had no choice. Looking at Bai Weiwei, she sighed and said, Weiwei, can't you trust me? Yi Qing isn't the kind of person you think he is. And me, I'm not what you think I am. We're not bad people. Do you understand? Here's the deal. I'll give you a good explanation so you'll be clear. Just listen to me. Bai Weiwei was covering her ears at this time, shaking her head, saying, I don't listen. I don't listen. Even if you try to be more sophomoric, don't try to deceive me. I, Bai Weiwei, have my own judgment. What's more, even worse words, I haven't even said them yet. Sister, tell me, did Yi Qing beat up Sister Qing Yu's brother? Did he beat up Sister Qing Yu's mother? Such a person, who can even beat up his own mother-in-law and brother-in-law, and you still say that he's some kind of good person. You're really brainwashed by him. Hopeless. Anyway, sis, I'm telling you, I'm going to stop you guys. After saying that, Bai Weiwei seemed to be even more angry than Bai Ruoro and directly slammed the door in a huff. Bai Ruoro looked at Bai Weiwei's back and was left half exasperated. Smiling bitterly, he said, Weiwei, this world, there is black and white, right and wrong, but what you see and hear with your own eyes, must be black, must be white. Mom? You, why don't you know better? After saying that, Bai Ruoro thought of something and hurriedly dialed Yi Qing's number. After the call was connected, Bai Ruoro smiled bitterly. Yi Qing, can you do me a favor? Yi Qing smiled lightly as he heard. You tell me. What is it? Bai Ruoro sighed and said, if Weiwei, that cousin of mine, goes after you, promise me you won't hurt her, okay? She's still young. She doesn't know how to distinguish between right and wrong yet. Plus she's thinking about me. So sometimes, she talks and does things, but not in her head. You, don't blame her. As soon as Yi Qing heard it, he knew that Bai Ruoro and Bai Weiwei must have had a big fight again because of him, and immediately smiled and said, is it that Bai Weiwei scolded me? It doesn't matter. Children, I won't be able to get into trouble with her. Even if she comes to the door, I'm going to give her a lesson. I won't do anything about her. Don't worry about it. After receiving Yi Qing's affirmative answer, Bai Ruoro was relieved. She who had seen Yi Qing's methods with her own eyes, knew very well that Yi Qing was not a good person, and if he really went out to deal with a person, then, it would be a disaster for that person. Vivian White is deceived. However, who dares to say that in this? There is no HD Moon's incitement. That mouthful of a Qingyu sister, listening to Bai Ruoro's head is big, and at this moment, Bai Weiwei was indeed angry and furious. Called his classmates directly. Tiger, don't you know some brothers on the road? Can you find some people to help me out? By the way, find a few more pretty young girls, and then, I'll watch this bad guy, in his original form. Yeah, okay, then I'll lead the guy to the bar tonight. You get everything ready, and remember, make a video, too, so that when the time comes, the asshole doesn't recognize it. It's my enemy. It's even more my sister and Qingyu sister's enemy. In short, you don't care. After things are done well, there will be benefits for you. You won't be treated badly. Well, that's it then. After saying that, hanging up the phone, Bai Weiwei had a smug smile on her face, as if she had already seen Yi Qing in his original form. Yi Qing, you're not horny. You're not pretending to be a good person. Okay, then I'll look at you today. In the end, how honest, how good. Chapter 72. When Bai Weiwei arrived at the door of Yi Qing's house, there were still two young and pretty well-built beauties of 18 or 19 years old sitting in the car. These two were her classmates and friends. Of course, they were also the kind that played together and were only concerned about the world. And when they learned that they wanted to use a trick on Yi Qing, and that there might even be a session of color seduction, the two of them immediately volunteered to do so. However, their looks and body shape, really nothing to say, especially the body of the youthful vigor, is a lot of people, there is no way to compare. Throwback. You wear a sportswear. Isn't it a bit too conservative? It's not good to seduce Yi Qing like this. After all, what attracts people the most is your long legs and good figure. Cat, you're just fine. Little suspenders, little short skirts once you wear. How many men are charmed by you can't walk? Bai Weiwei looked at the two beauties in the car and began to comment on it, as if she was afraid that the two people would not accomplish the task well. The two little beauties looked at Bai Weiwei's serious face and immediately laughed. Unla, Weiwei, you are also too fussed. It's okay, just a stinky man from prison who hasn't seen a woman for a long time. Don't say that we are now personally out. Just find an active door-to-door. I think he can't carry it. It's really cheap for him. It's you, Weiwei. You're dressed conservatively too. Tight jeans with a small halter. Although it outlines your figure, it's not as good as wearing hot pants. Maybe, he's got his eye on you. When Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately glared and said in a cold voice, how dare he? If he dares to hook up with me, isn't he afraid that my sister will find him in trouble? But it's true, if he dares to lust after me as well, it'll be more proof that he's a bad person, and then I'll have even more to say about it. Not bad, that's a good suggestion. Anyway, when the time comes, see what happens, I'll go find him first, you guys wait for me. After saying that, Bai Weiwei got out of the car and walked towards Yi Qing's home. I have to admit, the 18-year-old Bai Weiwei, youthful and beautiful, especially her body, is really wow. A schoolgirl level beauty is no joke. As for Yi Qing, when he heard the knock on the door, he had a helpless look on his face and sighed softly. The matter of moving, it really needs to be on the agenda, as well as the matter of bodyguards and entourage. It seems, it's not possible to do without them. This day down, the door to visit Yi Qing, no matter good or bad intentions, came to several sets. Yi Qing will also be annoyed, especially those neighbors. To say that there is no opinion is false. After opening the door and seeing Bai Weiwei outside the door, Yi Qing was not surprised. After all, Bai Ruoruo had already called to remind. Just didn't expect. Bai Weiwei really said to do it. Didn't intend to let go of himself. Ah, Vivi's here. What can I do for you? Yi Qing opened his mouth to inquire, and had no intention of letting Bai Weiwei in. Bai Weiwei, however, didn't eat this and directly pushed Yi Qing away and entered the room, saying, what? I can't look for you? Yi Qing, you're all together with my sister. Now, you're also considered my brother-in-law, right? So it's not a no-no for me to come to your place for a drink. Yi Qing shrugged and nodded his head. Don't say water. You can even have a drink. However, you came to find me. Surely it's not just about drinking water. It's because of Ruoruo, right? Wei, you don't understand now. You're too young. So there are some misunderstandings that I can understand. However, a lot of things can be explained clearly. If you don't want to listen to your sister explaining it to you, then I'll come to make it clear to you. That's fine too. Otherwise, why don't you sit down and I'll give you the ins and outs, okay? When Bai Weiwei heard this, she directly shook her head and said, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I came to find you to play with me. Pack up and come with me. Yi Qing sniffed, flabbergasted, and said, go where? Where to go? When Bai Weiwei heard this, she directly frowned and said, isn't it a man? Why so much nonsense? Just follow me. What? Don't you dare? Don't worry. I won't eat you. I'm just bored and want to go to the bar. Why don't you accompany me? After saying that, Bai Weiwei directly pulled Yi Qing and left the house. Yi Qing was helpless. Looking at Bai Weiwei, he could only let her sway. He would like to see Bai Weiwei, what tricks she could play. If he could, it would be the best if he could help Bai Weiwei and Bai Ruoruo to unravel their hearts. After going downstairs, Bai Weiwei directly pulled open the rear door and let Yi Qing sit in. Looking at the backseat where two beauties as youthful and beautiful as Bai Weiwei were already sitting, Yi Qingwei frowned and said, I'll just sit on the co-pilot. I can't sit here anymore. However, Bai Weiwei stopped the co-pilot's seat and looked at Yi Qing, saying, Yi Qing, my co-pilot, not just anyone can sit. Just sit in the back row. What are you afraid of? These two. She's cat, she's throw. Both of them big beauties aren't afraid of you taking advantage of them. Why are you squirming? Not manly at all. You're still being looked down upon? Yi Qing was truly speechless. This Bai Weiwei, in order to find her own trouble, she really did everything. And at this time, the cat sitting outside walked down and looked at Yi Qing and laughed. It's really a big handsome guy. Can't tell at all. He's almost 30 years old. Handsome guy, how are you? I'm Cat. First time meeting, please take care of me. After saying that, Cat took the initiative to extend her hand, and Yi Qing had to extend his hand to shake it. Only, just as Yi Qing was about to withdraw his own hand, he was actually gently pinched by the cat. Is that molestation? Yes, brother Yi Qing, get in the car. Weiwei's co-pilot. Except for the person she likes, no one is allowed to sit on it. Hearing this, Bai Weiwei's face immediately reddened and glared at Throwback. No one will take you for a mute if they don't let you speak. After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, frowned, and said, are you still a man or not? Why are you so full of crap when you're told to sit? Just like that, Yi Qing was half pulled, half dragged, and got into the car. Just sit in the back row, right in the middle of the two beauties, Cat and Throw. Yi Qing, it doesn't matter, since Bai Weiwei wants to play, it's fine to play. Just, when playing with fire, be careful to draw fire. Along the way, the Cat and Throw are constantly talking to Yi Qing. The body. That is more intentionally or unintentionally contact. There is no way. After all, the space is too small. Then squeeze together. Want to not contact. Cannot. Yi Ching didn't care anymore, with a bland look on his face. Of course, this blandness, whether it became enjoyment in the eyes of others, it was hard to say. At least, from the mirror, one could see that Bai Weiwei's face of contempt was not fake. With that, it was getting late, and the car, well, it soon drove up to the door of the bar. Bai Weiwei greeted the people in front of the bar very skillfully, and then led Yi Ching and Cat Thrower into the bar, casually found a card seat, and sat down. No nonsense, just ask for a table full of drinks. When Yi Ching saw this scene, he lightly laughed and said, "You guys today, are you planning to get me drunk? I'll say it first, I'm not a very good drinker. Usually, 3 bottles of wine, and I'm drunk. The so-called 3 bottles, that is 3 bottles of white wine, not 3 bottles of beer." However, Yi Ching did not say clearly is. However, for that matter, Bai Weiwei's eyes were still able to flash contempt, as if Yi Ching could only drink 3 bottles of beer and was ashamed of himself. "You guys sit down. I saw an acquaintance and went to say hello." After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she left first, and on the seat, only Yi Ching and the 2 beauties were left. Chapter 73, You Find a Way to Leave. Bai Weiwei walked to another card seat in the bar and looked at a young man with an inch head, who was drinking with a dozen or so young people, and immediately greeted him. "Tiger, are you ready?" This young man smiled and got up, said, "Your Weiwei's order. How can I dare to disobey it? Don't worry, the people have all been arranged. Any time, how about it? Want to do it now?" Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, "No need. I'm still preparing to film the rest of his evidence now. At that time, when I'm done on my side, I'll give you the news. You guys just come over and look for trouble." When Tiger heard this, he quickly laughed and said, "Weiwei, it looks like there is a deep hatred between you two. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to be so ruthless." Bai Weiwei sneered and said, "You're right, it's a deep hatred. In short, you don't care. Just listen to the greeting when the time comes." After saying that, Bai Weiwei went back. At this moment, the whole person was a little excited, feeling that she was about to dismantle Yi Ching's true colors, and at the same time, she was also able to take revenge for Bai Ruo and HD Moon. This feeling, don't mention how comfortable it was. After going back, looking at Cat and Throwing kept on persuading the wine, while Yi Ching actually did not drink a single sip. Bai Weiwei immediately got a little angry. "Can you two do it? Such a big man. You can't even persuade the wine down. It's very embarrassing." Hey. Throwing was fine. He himself didn't really want to drink, only that he wasn't in the way of saving face, and could only accompany Bai Weiwei's nonsense. However, the cat was unhappy, and directly picked up the bottle of wine, looked at Yi Ching, and said, "Brother Yi Ching, if you're not going to drink, then I'm going to dry up all of this bottle of wine, and then, I'm going to feed it to you, one by one. Tell me, do you want me to feed you a drink mouth to mouth? If you want, just say it. You're so handsome. It's not impossible." After Cat finished, she took a sip of wine and came up to Yi Ching's face. Yi Ching slightly frowned, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Okay, I'll just drink. Don't get into all this mess. It's not just drinking, okay?" Then, after saying that, Yi Ching didn't talk nonsense and directly picked up a bottle of beer and drank it all in one go. After drinking, he put the bottle on the table and laughed. "How's that for a pain in the ass?" Cat at this time was very cooperative and clapped her hands, looking at Yi Ching with a face of adoration. "Brother Yi Ching is so great, so good at drinking. It's awesome." Thrower just gave a smirk, but didn't say much, and as Bai Weiwei saw that things were already starting to progress, she immediately revealed a smug smile and said, "That's right, since we've all come out to play, don't have so many concerns. Yi Ching, I know what you're worried about. Afraid that I'm going to tell my sister, right? Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to tell my sister. The rules, I still know them. What's more, I brought you here. If I tell my sister will know that I came to the bar to drink and have fun. I won't do this kind of thing of lifting up a stone and hitting my own feet. So, you can rest assured." Yi Ching sniffed and nodded, saying, "You are still young. Indeed, you shouldn't come to the bar often, and if you want to drink, you should do so in moderation. It's right that your sister is in charge of you. You need to pay attention to yourself in the future." Hearing that Yi Ching was actually preaching to himself, as if he really put himself in the position of a brother-in-law, Bai Weiwei immediately became a bit upset. "Yi Ching, drinking can't even stop you from talking. Don't preach to me. Are you qualified? A guy who's been to jail can talk about me now? That's hilarious." Bai Weiwei didn't mince words about her disdain and dissatisfaction towards Yi Ching, opening her mouth with some hurtful words. When Yi Qing heard this, he didn't get angry. He just looked at Bai Weiwei and said, "Since you can't see me so well, you can totally ignore me. What are you looking for me for? The way I see it, I'd better go." After saying that, Yi Qing was about to get up and leave. Bai Weiwei instantly glanced at Cat and Throwback, and the two girls, at once, knew what was going on. Cat directly pulled Yi Qing's arm and laughed. "Brother Yi Qing, how can you be bothered with a girl like Weiwei? This is not gentlemanly at all. Been in jail? Ah, wow. So cool it, brother Yi Qing. You tell me the story of your imprisonment. I heard that in prison, all will be beaten. And, looking fine, handsome, will also be that what? Really?" After saying that, the cat had a pair of big eyes, looking curiously at Yi Qing, and even revealed a hint of a bad smile, as if, Yi Qing is very skinny and handsome. Yi Qing sniffed, looked at the three girls, and said in a deep voice, "Prison isn't a fun place. I advise you not to be curious, and even less to think about trying it out, or else you will regret it for the rest of your life." This was the truth. Yi Qing was able to remain unharmed and get an unimaginable encounter. That was something that could not be sought in 10,000 years. However, just because he was able to get it, it did not mean that other people could as well. If you really go to jail, you'll really be screaming for help. And at that moment, Throwback looked at Bai Weiwei and said softly, "Weiwei, come out for a moment. I'll talk to you about something." Bai Weiwei sniffed and immediately walked to the side with Throwback. "What's wrong? See, you're not in a very high mood. It's always Cat that's pouring the wine. You don't even talk to people. I know you also think Yi Qing is annoying, but just think of it as cooperating for my sake." "Okay." Throwback smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Weiwei, I came to find you, not for this reason, but to say that Yi Qing doesn't seem very bad. Do you really want to do this? Even if you poured wine, you still want Tiger to bring someone to beat him up, like this. Is it really appropriate?" When Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately frowned and looked at Thrower, saying, "Thrower, you can't be looking at Yi Qing's handsome looks. So, some of you have fallen in love with him. I'm telling you, this Yi Qing is not a good person. Bad. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In short, remember, never, 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 never." "Okay, no more talk, just do what I say. Call Cat over for me, and since you don't want to, I'll let Cat help. Just help with the dunking." Thrower had no choice but to go back and call Cat over. Then, in the end, Throwback still looked at Yi Qing with some hesitation and said, "Brother Yi Qing, later on, you'd better find a way to leave first." Yi Qing sniffed, glanced at Throwback, and laughed lightly. "What's wrong? You guys didn't bring me here for a drink. It wouldn't be good if I left early. What's more, it's dangerous to leave by yourself and leave you three girls here, especially since Bai Weiwei is still here. She's Ruo's sister. I always have to take care of her." Thrower looked at Yi Qing and only felt that Yi Qing was a bit stupid. He had already said his words to this point, but still didn't understand? Brother Yi Qing, just listen to my advice. Find a way to leave later. Weiwei will be fine. We will be fine. The one who will really be fine is you. Anyway, I can't say more than that. Just listen to me." As he spoke, he looked at Bai Weiwei, who had already returned with Cat, and throwing hurriedly shut his mouth. What should be said, was said. As for Yi Qing to listen or not, there was nothing she could do. Chapter 74, The Most Powerful Man in the Eastern Province. Uncle Gong. After Bai Weiwei came back, she looked at Yi Qing and said, "I'm a little sick in the stomach. I'm going to the toilet. You guys drink." After saying that, Bai Weiwei gave Cat a look and left the card table, and Cat whispered in Throwback's ear at this time. "I said to Weiwei, with this sister-in-law of hers, Yi Qing definitely can't let go, so she won't be coming over for a while, so the two of us can have a good dunking play." When Throwback heard this, he was immediately a bit speechless and looked at Cat and said softly, "Cat, I don't think it's a bit appropriate. Is it really good for us to target Yi Qing like this? He's just an innocent person." The cat sniffed, and immediately looked at Thrower speechlessly, saying, "Thrower, what are you thinking about? Just now Weiwei said that you seem to like Yi Qing, and that you are a little soft-hearted. I still don't believe it. This is simply unbelievable. I know you see that he's good-looking, and the big deal is that it's not impossible to take advantage of him sometime. But right now, What's going on with Vivi is something we have to help with. Tell you what, since you don't want to, just cooperate with me and I'll do it. After saying that, the cat didn't say anything more, and directly looked at Yi Ching, raised her wine cup, and smiled. Brother Yi Ching, let's drink. It's just that it's no fun to drink dry. Should we play a game? Whoever loses, whoever drinks or fulfills a wish of the other person. Okay. Speaking of this, the cat looked at Yi Ching with some ambiguity and laughed. Any request is fine. Oh, brother Yi Ching, don't punish me too hard. Remember to be compassionate. Yi Ching looked at cat, nodded, and said, fine, let's play then. You tell me, what game to play? Cat took a couple of sieves and laughed. Why don't we just keep it simple and guess the size? That way, no time wasted. Don't you think so? Throwing wanted to remind Yi Ching at this time. However, he was stopped by Cat's eyes. By Cat's eyes, Yi Ching was also not polite, nodded and smiled. No problem. However, I'm not very good at guessing the size. If I lose, I'll just drink. The two then played, and that's when Throwback sat on the sidelines, somewhat helpless. And in the bar, Tiger was sitting in the other deck, his eyes a little fiery, all a little impatient. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is not to clean up this kid. Direct action is, let the two big beautiful women to play with him, really let him cool too. No, wait, must break his dog legs, or out of this breath. And at that moment, everyone, did not notice, in the bar, walked in three men dressed in black. These three men, their eyes were cold, 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 as if they had no human feelings, and the three of them, after arriving at the bar, quickly locked onto Yi Ching's location and then sat down not far away. A beautiful waitress asked them if they wanted a drink, but, as a result, they were dismissed with a cold word of get lost, as if, in their eyes, there was no mercy at all. One of the leading men in black, took out Yi Ching's picture and spoke indifferently. Yi Ching, that's him, wait for Boss Tan's side to call, then you can make your move. Remember, as per Boss Tan's request, make sure that before he dies, he breaks his legs, then his hands, and then kills him, understand? The other two men in black, nodded in silence, as if Yi Ching, in their eyes, was no longer a person, just a lamb to be slaughtered. And at this moment, the Vanguard family, the Wan family lord was in his study, meeting with the Tan family lord. Tan family master, your son's matter, I heard about it, please don't be overly sad. I don't know. This time, Tan family master, came to find me. Is there something? When the Tan family lord heard the Wan family lord mention his own son, his face, immediately twisted. An icy killing intent, instantly emanated from his eyes. Family Master 1, I've come this time for one thing, and that is, for the matter between Yi Ching and I. Please, Family Master 1, stay out of it. I know that Family Master 1 and Yi Ching have a friendship, but this time, Yi Ching and I, we will not rest until we die. So please, Family Master 1, be considerate. When the Wan family lord heard this, his face also became a little less pleasant to look at. The Tan family lord really hadn't been placed in his eyes, and now, to dare to come to his own home to say this to himself, was this considered a threat? Family Master Tan, are you threatening me? Since you know that I have a friendship with Yi Ching, or even, that Yi Ching has favors with my Wan family, you're saying this without putting me in your eyes. The Tan family lord sniffed and laughed coldly, shaking his head. Family Lord 1, now that I've lost my son, I've lost everything and don't care about anything anymore. However, I don't mean to disrespect you either. So I took the initiative to come to the door, just to, in advance, inform the Wan family master that I'm going to make my move. So please, Wan family master, don't do anything unnecessary. Of course, I know I'm not qualified to talk to you about this, so please, Master 1, pick up the phone. After saying that, Family Master Tan took out his cell phone and handed it to Family Master 1, saying softly, Family Master 1, it's better to take this call. The Wan family lord frowned, and then, took the cell phone handed to him by the Tan family lord. I'm Wan Haishin. Who are you? No one knew what was said on the phone. However, the Wan family lord's face then instantly became grave, and his face became somewhat ugly. Uncle Kung, it's your old man. Do you want to be in charge of this? Yes, I know, but Uncle Gong, listen to me. This Yi Ching, okay, I understand. Goodbye Uncle Kyo. After hanging up the phone, the Wan family lord was somewhat disheveled and looked at the Tan family lord, revealing a trace of bitterness. Family Master Tan, I didn't expect that you would have a friendship with Uncle Gong. The Tan family lord sniffed and said in a deep voice, years ago, by chance, I saved Uncle Gong once, and have never used this favor. But now, in order to kill Yi Qing, I, for all intents and purposes, will go out of my way. Eastern Province Underground World, the most powerful man, personally came down to deal with Yi Qing. I don't believe that he, Yi Qing, can still escape with his life. One family master, I came to find you this time, just don't want you to get involved. You know, this muddy water, you can't afford to get involved. The one family master revealed a bitter smile. Indeed, Uncle Gong was on the phone, clearly requesting the one family master not to get involved. Then the one family master, even if he had 3 guts, he wouldn't dare. Simply not a level. Uncle Gong's means, the Eastern Province is well known, but also the power of the heavens. He one family, cannot afford to provoke a Tan family master. Yi Qing, is not simple. If you really kill him, maybe others can't do anything about Uncle Kung, but there will be a lot of people who won't let you go. Do you understand? There was only so much the one family lord could say right now. The Tan family lord, however, gave a cold smile and directly rose, saying, as long as Yi Qing can die, I, for one, don't care about anything. One family master, what has to be said has been said, and on Uncle Gong's side, you know what it means. So next, take care of yourself. After saying that, the Tan family lord left, and the Wan family lord, sitting on the sofa, lit a cigarette. A face, shrouded in smoke, became somewhat angry, and even more hideous. Chapter 75 Gambling on the Future Once. Dog, how dare you threaten me? The master of the Wan family directly smashed the ashtray on the ground. A face twisted a little out of shape due to his anger, and at that moment, Uncle Nine, who had heard the commotion in the room, hurriedly walked in. What's going on, family master? The master of the Wan family immediately told Ninth Uncle what had just happened, and when Ninth Uncle heard this, his face was also shocked, and then his brows were tightly furrowed. This Tan family master, he was able to talk Uncle Gong into it. This is going to be troublesome. The Wan family lord gritted his teeth. Yi Qing has saved the old man's life, and even in the future, it's likely that we'll need his help. But now, we can only stand by and watch. AI, Ninth Uncle, what do you think? What should be done? The Wan family lord was a person who valued love and justice. Yi Qing had saved Elder Wan's life. Just based on that, he could turn a blind eye to Yi Qing's danger. Not to mention, Yi Qing wasn't a simple man. With Yi Qing's friendship, he knew very well how useful it would be in the future. But if Yi Qing died like this, it would be really, really helpless. Ninth Uncle heard this and said in silence. Uncle Kung sighed. We can't afford to offend him. Family head, you are also clear about how ruthless this big brother of Uncle Kung is. If we really dare to make an enemy of him, then, he will definitely not let go of the chance to find us in trouble. When that time comes, the Wan family will be in danger. However, it's not without a solution. Elder Chen, doesn't he owe Yi Qing a favor? Let's tell Elder Chen about this. Let Elder Chen go around. Perhaps, there's still a chance for a turnaround. After all, even Uncle Kung, he always has to give Elder Chen a third of his face, right? As soon as the Wan family master heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Then he nodded and said, right, how did I forget about this matter? That's right, looking for Elder Chen. We can't move right now, but if Elder Chen opens his mouth, it's always useful. Calling Elder Chen now would be considered us doing our part. Ninth Uncle sniffed and immediately dialed Elder Chen's number. However, the phone is always off. Ninth Uncle then dialed the phone of Chen Lao's beloved, and learned the result. After all, that Chen Lao should be on the plane at this moment. Let's wait a little longer. When Chen Lao gets off the plane, we'll just contact him again. There shouldn't be any hurry for this moment. When the Wan family lord heard this, he immediately revealed a bitter smile and said, I'm afraid something will happen in this moment. Looking at the meaning of this surname Tan, I'm afraid I'm going to make a move tonight. Ninth Uncle, it's our turn to make a decision. This time, it's a matter of life and death crisis for the Wan family. You say, what should be done? Ninth Uncle sniffed and also fell into silence. Obviously, this decision, not a good one. One bad one and it will be all over. After a few moments of silence, Ninth Uncle looked at Family Master Wan and softly said, Family Master, you decide. Everything, I'll listen to you. The Wan family lord took a hard drag on his cigarette and gritted his teeth. Do it. I, wannabe, am not intimidated. Even if he, Uncle Gong, wants to deal with me, it won't be possible in 3 days or 2 days. If I don't even have this much courage, what's the point of me living? Surname Tan dares to ride on my head, and piss, and run over to threaten me? Fine, then I'll go out on a limb. Ninth Uncle, immediately arrange for people to go and arrest the family surname Tan, and then hurriedly send people to find Yi Qing. No matter what, We mustn't let anything happen to Yi Qing. This time, I'm betting. It is indeed a gamble. If you win, it's fine. But if you lose, it's a real doom and gloom. However, ninth uncle, without half a hesitation, went directly to carry out the orders of the Wan family lord. In the study, once again, only the Wan family lord remained. Under the smoke, the face of the Wan family lord was still hideous and twisted, but his eyes had an extra hint of ruthlessness and determination. Even Elder Chen has to respect Yi Qing beyond measure. Not only does he possess a miraculous and incomparable medical skill, but he also possesses a ruthless means. Such a person, can he be simple? I'll bet on him, he'll live. At the moment, the bar, Yi Qing was still playing color with Cat, for by Wei Wei's little mind, he could guess quite a lot. But, for the Tan family to find Uncle Gong, to deal with him this matter, Yi Qing, really not clear. Even if he really knows about this, Yi Qing can only say that he underestimated the Tan family. Not dead even if he can find such a big brother. But so what? Yi Qing if even a little self-preservation ability. Then I'm afraid that he would have long died in prison, and would not have today's achievements. Looking at Cat, who had already drunk 9 glasses of beer in a row and his entire body was in a daze, Yi Qing laughed. Or else, forget it, don't play. You're not lucky today. Is this a bad luck thing? Cat was going a little crazy playing with the colors now, like the kind of gambler who loses his eyes in a hurry. For 9 consecutive times, Yi Qing won her. This is not playing like this even if you are playing with probability. Cat looked at Yi Qing with an exasperated look, gritted her teeth, and said, Yi Qing, dare you play a big game? If I win, you will drink 9 glasses of beer in a row, and then go on the stage, and do a striptease. When he heard Cat say this, Thrower was startled and quickly pulled Cat and said, Cat, you've had too much to drink. Don't drink, don't play. Cat sniffed and shook her head. I didn't drink too much. This bit of wine, for me, it's just gargling my mouth. I'm just very angry. How can I keep letting Yi Qing win? It's simply impossible. Throwback, you know my level. Playing colors, I rarely lose, so there must be a ghost. I'm not convinced. Cat's words made Thrower helpless as well. Couldn't be persuaded at all. Yi Qing smiled and spoke at this time. I won't drink 9 glasses of beer. However, it's still okay for me to accompany you with a glass of beer. Cat, no more games. You've had too much to drink. As soon as Cat heard that Yi Qing was actually going to back out, she immediately pulled Yi Qing's arm and said, No, must play. I want to not play if you win. Are you still a man? Put on your pants and then deny it. You bad man. No, must play. With these words, Yi Qing directly laughed bitterly. Throwback even covered his face, not knowing what to say. That was too that. As if Yi Qing had done something to the cat and ended up denying it afterward. It's a wonder if people don't get the wrong idea if they hear this. The cat, however, was too lazy to pay attention to this, and grabbed Yi Qing one by one, insisting that Yi Qing play with her. Yi Qing had no choice but to nod his head and said, Alright then, in order not to do this striptease, I can't lose either. Just, if you lose, don't play. Alright, the cat sniffed and laughed coldly, saying, Are you kidding? Looking down on my cat? I'm Cat, and that's someone who can afford to lose. So don't worry, if you win, I'll have 9 more beers, and then I'll go up on stage and do a striptease. So that's fair. Fair is fair, but just by the fact that Cat is Bai Weiwei's friend, Yi Qing can't really let Cat go do some kind of striptease in public. If he did, he would really be a bad person in their eyes. Chapter 76, Are you the god of gamblers? Or don't? If you say so, I won't dare to play with you. In public, let you do a striptease. Bai Weiwei won't misunderstand me even more. Cat forget it, let's just make friends today. Have a drink and chat, okay? The cat sniffed, directly don't, and looked at Yi Qing and said, Brother Yi Qing, how can you be so sure that you can win? Well, even if you can win, then, I understand your concerns. I'll just play it differently, right? If I lose, the booze, I'll keep drinking, and the stripping thing, I won't do it, but I'll stay with you for the night, so that's okay. Don't worry, I know what you're worried about, and I promise, I won't tell anyone. As he spoke, the cat looked at Yi Qing and revealed an ambiguous smile, and Throwback, at this point, sighed and said, Cat, I heard it all. The cat seemed to have just discovered Throwback, and smiled as she opened her mouth. If you hear it, you won't tell Weiwei, right? If we really can't, the two of us can play with Brother Yi Qing together. Weiwei keeps saying that Brother Yi Qing is a bad person, not good anywhere. But Brother Yi Qing is tall and handsome, and has a temperament. I feel very fond of it. Don't you not like it? I just saw it. You've been peeking at brother Yi Ching from time to time, how about it? Throwback. Do you want to consider giving your first time to brother Yi Ching? You won't lose out. What is all this talk of tigers and wolves? Yi Ching was in no way expecting that it would come out of the cat's mouth. And throwback. Moreover, his face had reddened to his neck, looking at Cat, so angry that he was about to wave his hand and hit him. Cat, what are you babbling about? If you say anything else, I'll rip your mouth off. While speaking, Throwing was not daring to look at Yi Ching again, as if, with one more glance, he would be misunderstood, and his face, red like an apple, looked extraordinarily alluring. The cat laughed and looked at Yi Ching. Throwback is shy, let's ignore her. However, what I said, it counts. Brother Yi Ching, you don't suffer. If you win, I'll be at your mercy. How about it? Yi Ching looked at Cat, revealing a bitter smile, and said, nowadays, the guts of girls are also big? Moreover, this kind, can it also be used as a bet? Cat, I advise you, in the future, it's better not to drink. It's really not good. When Cat heard this, she looked at Yi Ching and said with some dissatisfaction, Brother Yi Ching, aren't you looking down on my cat a little bit? I admit, what I said today will indeed give people this feeling, but let me tell you, my cat is also a clean person. The reason why I'm like this today is because I want to give it to you, and if I don't want to, no one can try to force me. After saying that, the cat seemed to be angry as if she was angry, and she just grunted and turned her head away. Yi Ching was really helpless. He did not seem to be considered a victim, but how did this become? He bullied them? Sighing softly, Yi Ching picked up the color and laughed. Alright, let's say I said something wrong. I'll apologize to you. Alright, I'll just play with you, but if I win, I'll just mention the conditions, so don't think about anything else. When Cat heard this, she looked at Yi Ching and said, then I want you to continue to win 9 times in a row, so that I will listen to you. When Yi Ching heard this, he didn't even hesitate and directly nodded his head. Fine, then we'll win 9 times in a row. The promise was painfully incomparable, as if Yi Ching was certain that he, himself, would never lose. And in fact, the next thing that happened was that Cat and Throw were dumbfounded, because Yi Ching, truly, had won 9 times in a row, and together with the previous ones, had won 18 times in a row. At this time, whoever said that Yi Ching had won by luck again would really be brainless. This is clearly strength. Cat looked at Yi Ching with a face of adoration and said, Brother Yi Ching, you're too good. Simply the god of gambling. Can you teach me? Yi Ching sniffed, nodded, and said, that's fine, but now, I can make demands, right? Cat sniffed, nodded her head, blinking her big eyes at Yi Ching, and said, of course you can, but, Brother Yi Ching, you really have to think about it. Oh, I will agree to any request you make, even if you ask me to secretly be your lover. It's okay. Oh, Cat was seducing Yi Ching again. Yi Ching, however, still shook his head firmly and said, the only request I'm making of you is that in the future, you're not allowed to say these words anymore. I'm not saying that you don't have self-respect, nor am I saying that you don't love yourself. I don't know what you've been through, so I'm in no position to judge, but I hope that in the future you'll find a boyfriend and have a good relationship instead of, well, doing something against your will. Cat, throwback. I actually know that you guys just came here to get me drunk today, and maybe even for other purposes, but, it doesn't matter. I can tell that you're both good girls. You're just starting out in life. Don't do anything that you'll regret. At this moment, Yi Ching's words caused both Cat and Thrower to all freeze. They didn't expect that Yi Ching would even say such a request, especially, that one sentence of good girl, which made them feel touched in their hearts. How long has it been since anyone said they were good girls? How long has it been since anyone cared about them like this? At this moment, Cat or Thrower, both of them, a trace of warmth rose in their hearts. Throw couldn't hold back any longer. Looking at Yi Ching, said, Brother Yi Ching, you're a good person. You're not the kind of bad person that Wei Wei said. Go away. We'll help you persuade Wei Wei, so that she won't look for trouble from you again in the future. Only that it might not be very useful, but you shouldn't blame Wei Wei too much. She's, actually, doing it for the good of her sister, for fear that her sister will be deceived and fooled. Cat, for the moment, did not stop Throw, and was silent, though she said nothing. Yi Ching, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head, saying, I know, but there will always be a time when misunderstandings will be solved. You guys don't have to worry. I won't be angry. On the contrary, you guys, I hope that what I said, you can listen to it. I'm very happy to know you guys today. In the future, if there's anything, you can come and find me, and if I can help you, I'll step in. As for my safety, there's no need to worry about it. After all, there are times when, if one doesn't show some strength, perhaps, one will be enveloped in endless trouble. So, instead, let me see what kind of people she can find to strike against me today. And right at this moment, Bai Weiwei sat on the tiger's side, gritted her teeth and said, "Why are you still talking and laughing? This cat and throwing are also too indisputable. I've said that I'll let them seduce Yi Qing, but right now, except for some photos of sitting together and leaning very close, there's nothing else." Tiger looked at Bai Weiwei, laughed and said, "Weiwei, if you want to take this kind of photo, actually where is the need to be so troublesome la? Directly knock him out, then stripped naked and thrown to the bed, casually find two female undressed lying beside him, not on the line." When this was said, Bai Weiwei's face immediately lit up. "Yeah, why didn't I think of it? Can knock him out, and then everything, not at my mercy. Well, Tiger, you are now very smart. Well, good, good." Tiger haha laughed, said, "Have said, I'm smart. Moreover, this point is not much. If you can personally on the battlefield, lying beside him, then your sister see, not still angry crazy, even you Bai Weiwei this person are not spared, then your sister, immediately will be," and he turned the other cheek. "Only, I'm afraid I'm going to have to sacrifice your coloring so you can be around him and wear less." Bai Weiwei sniffed and was silent for a moment, then her eyes released a bright light and said, "For the sake of my sister, for the sake of Sister Qingyu, it's not a big deal for me to go out of my way, but this matter of me going down in person will wait for a while before I say anything. Let the other women take pictures first, and then, if my sister is still harboring fantasies, then I'll go down in person. Even, I'm personally going down, then the room for maneuvering can be mostly, at that time, letting everyone know that he, Yi Qing, is a big colorful wolf. Bullying me is the best result." The more Bai Weiwei said, the brighter her eyes became, and then, she actually became a bit impatient. "Tiger, no waiting then, just go ahead and do it." Tiger sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei, and laughed. "Okay, just watch." After saying that, Tiger looked at the dozen or so brothers he was sitting with and laughed. "Brothers, Miss Weiwei has an order. We can't let the beautiful woman down. Just knock the person out later. Let's go." As he spoke, Tiger led a dozen people towards Yi Qing. At this moment, the three men sitting elsewhere, who had been staring at Yi Qing, received the call and were about to get up and make a move when they saw Tiger and the others going over in Yi Qing's direction. And immediately, they stopped their movements, intending to wait for a while first. Chapter 77. Tiger led the men and came to Yi Qing's front with an imposing presence, looking at cat and throw, saying, "After looking for you guys for half a day, it turns out that you guys are here. To ask you guys out and not be able to get an appointment, but to find a little white boy to keep you company. That's not taking me. Tiger, seriously. Especially you, Cat, didn't we agree to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Cuckolding me. You've got a lot of nerve." Cat and Throwback both recognized Tiger and knew that this was the person Bai Weiwei had found to clean up Yi Qing. If it was before, they would have cooperated with Tiger's act at this time, but after the contact with Yi Qing just now, at this moment, all of them had a good feeling towards Yi Qing rising in their hearts, and at the very least, they didn't want to let Yi Qing get hurt. Therefore, Cat couldn't help but stand up and look at Tiger, saying, "Tiger, don't mess around. Brother Yi Qing is a good person." At this time, Throwback also nodded and said, "Don't look for trouble. You guys, just go." This directly let the Tiger was confused. What is the situation? Not agreed to cooperate with it, and now how to go against the water? However, even if he has doubts in his mind, Tiger will not listen to Cat and Throw. After all, let him help his Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei is considered his gold master. Cannot offend people. As for Cat and Throw, well, not this face. You guys say a good person is a good person? A good man can still be a cuckold. Alright, you two get out of the way. Don't delay me from doing my business. After saying that, Tiger directly pushed away Cat and Throw, and directly sat in front of Yi Qing, coldly laughed. "Kid, looks pretty good. No wonder you can come out to be a little white boy. But, just gave your tiger brother me a green hat. Ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts right." Yi Qing was too lazy to pay attention to these people's tricks and spoke directly. "Bai Weiwei just found you guys to come? So what? What are you guys going to do? There's no need for nonsense. Just say it straight." Tiger sniffed and sneered. "What Bai Weiwei? I don't know. But, your kid is quite crazy. This is not beaten. Right. Kneel down. Apologize to me. And this matter today, it's over. Otherwise, I won't be able to get you killed." As Tiger finished his sentence, a dozen or so of Tiger's minions directly roared at Yi Qing, "Kneel down and hurry to apologize to Brother Tiger." "That's right, kneel down immediately and admit your mistake. Otherwise, break your dog's legs. One screamed at the top of his lungs. As for Yi Qing, he sighed, looked at Tiger, and said, for the sake of Bai Weiwei, I don't want to make a move today, so just like you said, kneel down, apologize, and get lost, and I'll let you guys off the hook, or else you won't have a chance to kneel down if you want to. When these words were spoken, Tiger and the others first froze for a moment, and then, one by one, they laughed out loud, as if they had heard a great joke. Joke? What a joke! A dozen of them stood here, threatening Yi Qing, but as a result, Yi Qing was just one person, yet he threatened a dozen of them. This was not a joke. What was it? Good boy, has the guts. Wild enough. Well then, don't want to kneel do you? Okay, let's see you then. How hard-boned you really are. After saying that, Tiger glanced at his men, and immediately, two of his men, without saying a word, directly grabbed towards Yi Qing's hair, and were about to grab Yi Qing, and ruthlessly clean up a meal. As for Yi Qing, his eyes narrowed slightly, his face changed without even changing. He directly grabbed the bottles on the table, and smashed one bottle on the head of one of his men, and then the other, was directly stabbed in the arm by Yi Qing with the smashed beer bottle. Blood, all of a sudden, flowed horizontally. Two of Tiger's men, directly covering their wounds in pain, crouched down and let out miserable screams. This scene, looking at the Tiger froze, also let the cat and throw froze. How they did not expect. Yi Qing even dared to make the first move, and, out of the hand is quite ruthless. Tiger looked at Yi Qing and said angrily, bastard, you dare to make a move. Yi Qing sniffed and sneered, so, I should just sit here and let you guys bully me and not fight back, right? Is that your reasoning? Let me give you my reasoning. Then, after saying that, Yi Qing slowly got up, shook his neck, looked at Tiger and the others, and said in a cold voice, it's been a long time since I've moved my body more. You guys sent me to the door, so I can't say no. But don't worry, I'm going to strike, with a lightness of hand, and I won't kill you guys. Wild, wildly wild. It was said as if Yi Qing alone could directly clean up Tiger and all of them. And at this time, Tiger was furious. He didn't want to lose face in front of Bai Weiwei. Likewise, so many people were watching today. If he planted his face, then in the future, would he, Tiger, still need to hang around here? I'm afraid, it will be reduced to a laughingstock. Come out to mix. The most care is the face. If the face is gone, then still mix the fart. Okay, kid, enough bells, can fight can't you? Then I'll see how good you really are. Brothers, give it to me. No need to hold back. Fight to the death. Looking at these punks who rushed up, Yi Qing also no longer stayed his hand directly at the one who rushed up. A fist smashed down, smashed the other party's mouth and nose bleeding, fell backwards. Afterward, Yi Qing grabbed the hair of the person rushing up from the left and slapped him heavily, smacking the other person's teeth and breaking a few of them. Just like that, with one punch and one kick, easily, he took care of a dozen of Tiger's men. All of them. The strikes were vicious, decisive, and fast as hell. And these Tiger's men were all knocked down without even touching Yi Qing's clothes. As for Yi Qing, looking at the fallen Tiger's men, he looked faintly at the somewhat stupefied Tiger and sneered. With this means, you dare to mix with the underground world? You guys have never seen a dead person before. After saying that, without waiting for the Tiger to open his mouth, Yi Qing directly grabbed the Tiger's hair, and just like that, lifted the Tiger alive. And then, with his right hand, directly to the Tiger's face, he began to shoot left and right, beating the Tiger, crying, bleeding from the mouth and nose, and broken teeth. At this scene, Cat and Throw were all stunned as they watched, knowing that Yi Qing was tall, not only handsome, but also had the temperament and a good figure. However, Yi Qing looked gentle and did not look like he could fight. As a result, a shot, directly to so many people to clean up, not to mention, the hand also such a vicious. This is not what a docile kitten, clearly is a man-eating beast of burden. Cat swallowed her saliva, looked at Thrower and whispered, Thrower, Yi Qing is also too fierce. I couldn't see it at all before. Throwback sniffed, looked at Cat, and said, you know the fear, right? It's fortunate that brother Yi Qing didn't get into it with us. Otherwise, how many slaps do you think you can withstand? The cat's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this, even as her body went a little soft. If brother Yi Qing can whip me like this, I'm happy too, but don't be too hard. Just don't draw blood. It feels so exciting. When Throwback heard this, his eyes widened and he looked at Cat speechlessly, only thinking that Cat was hopeless. And right at this moment, Tiger finally couldn't help himself and looked at Yi Qing, opening his mouth to threaten. Stop it now. Do you know who I am? Don't you dare do this to me. You won't end well. Chapter 78 Big Brother is Uncle 9. Threats. If you can't beat them, open your mouth and threaten them, then give your name and shake the man. These punks. It's always been the same routine. There's been no improvement. Yi Ching shook his head, sighed, and said, I thought how promising you were, but as a result, this? After saying that, Yi Ching loosened his grip on Tiger's hair and sat directly on the sofa, speaking faintly, fine, since I've already made a move today, I don't care if I make a few more moves. You call out to someone. Today, you'll just call out the Heavenly Kings over, and I'll make you kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I'll definitely not let you off the hook. Tiger looked at Yi Ching and said through gritted teeth, Yi Ching, I know that you are very capable of fighting, but this is Jiangchang. Here, this is our territory. Even if you are no longer capable of fighting, how much can you fight? We are merely characters playing on the edge of the underground world. When the real bigwigs of the underground world come over, you, Yi Ching, still dare to say such words? Let me tell you, I'm following Brother Tian, and Brother Tian's big brother is Uncle 9. Yi Ching, you know now what you've offended. To make me kneel and apologize. I see. It should be you who should kneel and apologize now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later. After saying that, Tiger took out his cell phone and was about to shake people. As for Yi Ching, at this moment, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The world, it's pretty small. Or rather, Uncle 9's name, in the underground world of Jiangchang, seemed to work really well. A high green tree followed the 9 uncle, not to mention, now a tiger, is also regarded as the 9 uncle's men. Bias, these people, but also run to find their own trouble. This made Yi Ching really not know what to say. Sighing softly, Yi Ching looked at Tiger and said, so, you're considered 9th uncle's man? When Tiger heard this, he thought that Yi Ching was afraid, and immediately nodded his head heavily, saying, you know you're afraid? I'm telling you, it's too late. Now immediately kneel on the ground and apologize. This matter, I might still be able to forgive you. Otherwise, you're just waiting to die. Looking at Tiger, who still dared to mouth off, Yi Ching shook his head, then backhanded Tiger's face with a slap. Haven't I told you before? When you talk to me, be polite, don't move and swear, and have an even better attitude. Got it? Tiger was now crying without tears, wanting to scold Yi Ching angrily. However, looking at Yi Ching's bland eyes, he was afraid. He didn't dare. Okay, you wait, I'm calling Brother Sky. When they get here, you're dead. After saying that, Tiger was about to make a call. However, right at this moment, Bai Weiwei's face changed wildly, and she directly rushed up and pressed Tiger's hand. Tiger, you can't call If you make this call, it will really kill someone Bai Weiwei's intention was just to teach Yi Ching a lesson. Even if it was to beat him up a little bit, it would be fine. If not, even if it was to break an arm or a leg, she could admit it. But now, if this matter has really become a big deal, and it has reached Brother Tian, 9th uncle, then, Yi Ching, is there any way to live? So, all of a sudden, Bai Weiwei was in a hurry, but Tiger, at this point, could no longer listen to any persuasion. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who stopped himself, Tiger gritted his teeth and said, Bai Weiwei, the face that should be given to you, I've given you all the face, but now, Yi Ching, beat all my men down, not to mention that, but also humiliated me in all kinds of ways. This breath, if I endure, from now on, I am a bastard. Still need to be mixed in the Jiangchang? You get out of the way. It's not your business anymore. Even if he didn't spend a lot of Bai Weiwei's money on weekdays, but the lesser of the two is still clear to Tiger. Bai Weiwei looked at the tiger, and immediately knew that the tiger was really angry. And I'm afraid that today, there is really no way to make good. No, Tiger, I'll let him apologize to you. Don't be angry. The face you lost, I'll get it back for you. Don't call yet, count on me to beg you. Okay. Tiger sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei, hesitated for a moment, and said in a cold voice, okay, you let him kneel down and apologize to me. Then, I'll break one of his arms. And this matter today, it's over. I won't look for trouble from him again. You call that not looking for trouble? However, right now at this time, in Bai Weiwei's opinion, it was already the best outcome. Bai Weiwei hurriedly walked over to Yi Ching and said through gritted teeth, Yi Ching, why are you so nonchalant? You even injured so many people, and you didn't give Tiger Z any face at all. Do you think that, just because you can fight, you're very powerful? You simply don't know the heights of heaven. Apologize. Immediately do as Tiger said, kowtow to him and apologize. Then break an arm and this matter will be settled. Hurry up. This was said as if it was a handout. As if, for Yi Qing to be alive right now. It was all because of her. Bai Weiwei. Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei and revealed a cold smile, saying, Bai Weiwei, who gave you the courage to say this to me? Since I, Yi Qing, made a move, I'm not afraid of the consequences. If he wants to look for someone, then let him look for someone. As many as come, I'll just clean up as many as I can. What's more, who told you I can't afford to mess with him? Alright, you want face right, then I'll give you one too. Now, let him immediately kneel down and apologize to me, and then break one of his arms himself. Today, I'll let him go and let him live. Otherwise, he won't be able to live. After Yi Qing said this, he directly picked up the bottle of wine on the table and ruthlessly slammed it on the ground. The wine bottle instantly shattered into glass slivers on the floor. As for Yi Qing, he pointed at the glass slag and said in a cold voice, Kneel right here. Kneel down fiercely. When? Blood stains all this broken glass with blood. When do you get up? Do it and I'll let him go. Remember, I'm only going to say this once, and the next time, when he voluntarily kneels to me, it's going to be to cut off a leg and an arm of his own. After saying that, Yi Qing picked up a bottle of beer and drank it with an indifferent expression, as if, what happened here, had nothing to do with himself anymore. Whether it was Bai Weiwei or the other people present, when they heard Yi Qing's words, they all saw that Yi Qing was even more ruthless than they had imagined. Having Tiger on his knees, even if he was on broken glass, and having to kneel down hard, it just hurt to think about it. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, and at this moment, she was so angry that she couldn't even say anything. Yi Qing, you've gone too far. Yi Qing heard this, but smiled faintly and said, Isn't this the result you want to see? Bai Weiwei, your sister spoiled you or not? Other people spoiled you or not? They all protect you too well. So that, you are so out of character. Jokes don't know the limits. Today, that is, I'm here. If it were someone else, if I were someone else, I would have had my arm broken. So, just watch today. No matter how many people get hurt or even die today, it's your responsibility, and I hope that in the future, you'll think twice before you do anything. The way this was said made Bai Weiwei simply go crazy. That's blaming her? And lecturing her. Fine. Yi Qing, since you're like this, I won't care about you. Take care of yourself. I'd like to see you get mad. After saying that, Bai Weiwei sat down on the sofa with an exasperated sigh, looked at Tiger, and said, Go ahead and fight. Clean it up as much as you want. I don't care. Chapter 79, Shaking People. When Tiger heard this, he immediately looked at Yi Qing with a sneer and said, Wanting me to kneel down and apologize to you, and even intentionally making a mess of broken glass. Good. That's great. That's just what I want. Otherwise, I would have thought that you simply kneeling down would have been too cheap. After saying that, Tiger dialed Brother Sky's number. Immediately after dialing, Tiger made an aggrieved sound. Brother Tian, help me. Something happened to me. I was bullied. It's just this side of our bar. The other party is just one person, but he's very capable of fighting. Brother Tian, I've already reported your name, and even Ninth Uncle's name, but he doesn't give face at all, and even hits harder. Brother Tian, bring someone here quickly. Good. Brother Tian, don't worry. I won't let him escape even if I give up this life. After saying that, Tiger directly hung up the phone. His face regained its confidence and looked at Yi Qing with an arrogant face, saying, Just wait, my brother Tian will be here soon. By then, even if you want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, it's useless. Yi Qing sniffed, nodded, and said, Good, I'll be waiting. After saying that, Yi Qing took the empty bottle in his hand and slammed it on the ground once again, instantly, making the ground have a lot more broken glass. At this scene, Tiger only felt his eyelids jumping as he watched. He had already called out, and also said who he was following, but as a result, Yi Qing was still a picture of being half afraid. This kind of blandness made Tiger feel a little bad, but things had already come to this point. Wanting him to back down and compromise was something that was absolutely impossible, and by now, the entire bar was already all gathered around, waiting to see this big show. The three assassins sitting not far away were indifferent, as if they found the scene in front of them boring. Their specialty, after all, was killing people, not pestering them like a farce. Big brother, second brother, are we just going to watch like this? It's completely a child's game. It's not interesting at all. I think, why don't we settle it before it's too late, so we can go back and give Uncle Gong his orders. And the slightly older murderer, with an indifferent expression, said, What's the hurry? They want to play, so let them play. If they can really clean up this Yi Qing, it will also save us from having to do it. Moreover, you guys shouldn't be too arrogant. Just now Yi Qing made a move. Did you all see it? This person. He's more uncomplicated than we thought. At these words, the other two assassins, too, frowned slightly. Not bad. Decisive. Ruthless. A good hand. But, useless. Facing the three of us, he, still must die. These words made the three of them. All of them nodded their heads. Obviously, they did recognize that Yi Qing's hands were good. However, they didn't feel any threat. At the moment, the atmosphere of the bar was, quite literally, a little bit stagnant and more than a little bit awkward. Others are standing on the side to watch the fun. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, calmly drinking a beer, while the cat and throw-in by Weiwei 3 people. This moment is not to go. Not to go. Just sit on the side and watch. After all, the current situation already has nothing to do with them. They, too, can't sway anything. Only Tiger and the rest of them, lying on the ground and standing. Anyway, it was just awkward. This awkward atmosphere, however, did not last long. A murmur of voices soon followed. Next, it was seen that a middle-aged man, with a large group, at least dozens of them, armed with machetes and clubs, arrogantly barged in. As he walked, he roared, "Who is it? Who dares to make trouble here? Dares to hit our people? Looking for death? Come out. You can't be beaten." Such a fierce and vicious appearance. So that many people present, all changed their faces, some timid, but also already ready to quietly sneak away. As for the others, they also made way for Tian and the others to pass through. At this moment, Tiger's face showed a joyful expression as he looked at Brother Tian and shouted excitedly, "Brother Tian, I'm here, here." Tian's face was icy cold as he walked up to Tiger, and without saying a word, he directly slapped Tiger's face. "Waste stuff. Disgraceful." Tiger covered his face, didn't dare to speak, didn't even dare to show his aggrieved expression. Obviously, was afraid of this Brother Tian, and it wasn't a general fear. As for Brother Tian, he immediately noticed Yi Qing, who was sitting on the sofa with a bland look on his face, and that's when he let out a sneer and said, "You're the one who knocked these men of mine down, and didn't even give us face?" Yi Qing sniffed, nodded, and said, "Whatever he says, it's whatever he says. It's getting late. I'm very busy, so I'll go back to bed earlier if I finish solving it earlier." After saying that, Yi Qing directly stood up, pointed at Tiger, and said, "Two ways. First, let him immediately kneel on these broken glasses right now until they are all stained with blood, and then break an arm and a leg, and this matter will be over, and I won't care about anything else. Second, beat all of you down, and then, come back and do the first one. Take your pick." This was said in a way that stunned everyone in the room. It only felt that Yi Qing was not really drunk and confused. The situation now was a complete change from just now. Tian has come, but also brought dozens of fierce and vicious men. The hand is even holding a weapon. This time, a little smarter. Should also know to convergence it. However, Yi Qing, now, was instead acting even more arrogant and overbearing than just now, which made it hard to understand. Brother Tian's men, at this moment, screamed even more. Tian, on the other hand, was frowning slightly. After all, he was considered to have been in the underground world for a long time, unlike Tiger and the others, who didn't have any brains at all. Yi Qing's indifferent demeanor and ruthless tactics were not simple at first glance. Although the underground world of Jiangcheng is theirs, who dares to say that there are no strong dragons crossing the border? This brother, you are indeed wild, but are you sure you know what you are talking about? Do you know who you are talking to? Yi Qing sniffed and lightly glanced at Tian, saying, "All of you are already here. Your strength has already been shown, so there's no need to beat around the bush for me. Trying to use Uncle Nine to pressure me? Then you might as well give Uncle Nine a call right now. Tell him that Yi Qing is here, and that's how he's threatening you guys. Let Uncle Nine come and clean me up. I'd like to see him, if he has the guts to do that." After saying that, Yi Qing sat directly on the sofa, looked at Brother Tian, and said in a cold voice, "Fight. Let Uncle Nine come." The moment Yi Qing said these words, the entire bar instantly fell silent. Yi Qing directly mentioned the Nine Uncle, but also said what? See, Nine Uncle has the guts to say this kind of words. This is clearly no Nine Uncle, and the relationship is more than they think is not General Ah. How many people in Jiangxing dare to say that Uncle Nine has no guts? Really? Or are you pretending? At this moment, Tian's face became grave. Looking at Yi Qing, he said in a deep voice, "Brother's words are somewhat disrespectful to Ninth Uncle. Could it be that you and Uncle Nine know each other? But how come I don't remember meeting you? Dare I ask, brother, this call, is it really necessary?" Yi Qing smiled coldly as he said, "Go ahead and fight. Tell him that I, Yi Qing, am here waiting for him, Let him come. Chapter 80, someone, trying to kill you. This time, Tian was not going to be able to fight without it. Yi Qing's performance was too calm. This to say that do not know nine uncle. Let people do not believe it. Tiger at this time saw that Brother Tian's face was not right. He quickly clenched his teeth and said, Brother Tian, don't believe him. He's just full of lies and bluffs. He's lying to you. He's fooling you. He's just trying to find an excuse to leave. His background, others are not clear. I know best. He is just a punk just released from prison. Although he can fight a little, but he has no background at all. This, I can guarantee. He absolutely does not know the ninth uncle. He, even if he knows, heard the name of the ninth uncle. It is not necessarily in the prison which person's there to hear. Even if there is a relationship, it may be a seven-way relationship. But if you call the ninth uncle at this time, so late, the ninth uncle will be angry. What Tiger said is not without reason. Ninth uncle, usually pay close attention to the time of rest. So late, usually no one will disturb. But, Yi Qing's performance was a little too calm. Looking at Tiger, Tian said in a deep voice, how can you be sure? If he really has a great relationship with Uncle Nine, then, if he beats up the wrong person, will you or I be responsible? Tiger gritted his teeth, and with a very hard heart, said, I'm in charge, and I'm certain that he's just bluffing. Tian heard, directly kicked in the body of the tiger, angrily said, you are responsible for? You are something, you are responsible for it you. Say, how can you be sure? Can't say a thing. Today, even if he doesn't clean you up, I'm going to teach you a hard lesson. At this moment, Tian was really upset. Having invited such a big trouble for himself for no reason, it would be strange for him not to be annoyed. Tiger at this time, hurriedly pointed at Bai Weiwei and said, she is Bai Weiwei of the Bai family. This man is in a relationship with her sister, so she knows the most about this person's details. It won't be fake. Brother Tian sniffed and immediately looked at Bai Weiwei. As for Bai Weiwei, she looks like a little girl on weekdays, but when she really encounters this kind of occasion, she is also very afraid. At this moment, the gazes of Brother Tian and everyone else were all placed on Bai Weiwei's body, instantly leaving Bai Weiwei at a bit of a loss for words. Bai Weiwei? Say, what is your relationship with this person? He, in the end, what is the bottom? Recognize the ninth uncle. You say, dare to have half a word of lies. I spend your face. As soon as these words were said, Bai Weiwei immediately let out a miserable cry and covered her face as if she had already been injured. I said, I've only met him twice, but I know who he is. His name is Yi Qing. He's been in prison for 3 years. He's only just been released. He's a native of Jiangchang. Brother Tian, you followed Uncle Nine for so many years. You're Uncle Nine's beloved. If Uncle Nine recognizes this person, wouldn't you be clear about it? Not to mention that he just got out of prison not even 2 days ago. It's too late for him to want to get to know Uncle Nine. Fake. It's all fake. This person is the best at deceiving people. Otherwise, my sister and Sister Qing, you wouldn't have been fooled by him. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who didn't look like she was telling a lie, Tian nodded, then looked at Yi Qing and sneered. Kid, almost fooled by you. You are quite bold. Really not afraid of a phone call from me. You kid want to live cannot live. Yi Qing sniffed, shrugged his shoulders, and said, the phone is in your hands. You want to play it? No one will stop you if you don't want to play it. Just, to remind you, don't make the wrong choice, or else, there really is no way to account for it. After saying that, Yi Qing pointed at Bai Weiwei and laughed. Most of what she said is right, but I didn't lie to her sister and I'm not a liar of any kind. As for whether or not I know Uncle Nine or not, you can just decide for yourself. Okay, cut the crap. Recognize or not. Make a phone call is not clear. If not, then start a war. Really troublesome, annoying. After saying that, Yi Qing stretched his waist, seemingly feeling bored. But he, the more so full of care, this Brother Tian, but the more feel there is a problem. Gritting his teeth, Tian still decided to make this call. Otherwise, as Yi Qing said, in case he really recognized it, it would be too late. After dialing Uncle Nine's cell phone, Tian hurriedly changed into a fawning smile and said, Ninth uncle, how are you? I'm little Tian Z. Yes, I didn't disturb your old man's rest. Right, it's like this. I have something to report to you. After saying that, Tian immediately gave a brief report of the situation to Ninth uncle, highlighting Yi Qing's name, and at that moment, Uncle Nine's voice immediately raised a lot, so that many people could hear it. What? Yi Qing is at your place? Quickly put Mr. Yi on the phone. At this moment, there was no need for Uncle Nine to answer anything, because the phrase Mr. Yi had already explained a lot. Brother Tian, immediately with a picture of a smiling face, swallowed his saliva and carefully handed the phone to Yi Qing, saying, Mr. Yi, Uncle Nine asks you to listen to the call. The gap between this before and after is so big that all the people present all see it, how the result, there is no doubt about it. And Tiger, with a disheveled face, dropped to the ground. He already knew very well what would happen to him. What would happen to him? Receiving the cell phone, Yi Qing was still sitting blandly, while Brother Tian stood respectfully in front of Yi Qing, accompanying him with a smile. Ninth uncle. It's me, Yi Qing. On the phone, Uncle Nine's voice was anxious. Mr. Yi, stay there for a while, I'll be right there. Something's wrong. Someone wants to kill you. At these words, Yi Qing flinched for a moment, and then, within his eyes, a hint of danger flashed. Someone wants to kill himself. Moreover, it's still someone who can make ninth uncle lose his composure. I'm afraid that the person coming is not simple. Is that so? Oh, it's fine. Don't worry, ninth uncle. I'm fine here for now. Mr. Yi, you mustn't let your guard down. It's inconvenient to say on the phone. I'll rush over there. You give the phone to that person just now. I'll let them protect you first. Yi Qing nodded, then handed the phone to Tian. When Tian received the call, he said cautiously, Uncle Nine? Uncle Nine didn't have time to babble with Tian and directly gave the harshest order. Tian, I don't care what you've done among yourselves. From now on, listen to my order. Remember, it's a death order. The kind that if you can't finish it, all of you go to hell. Protect Mr. Yi. Someone is trying to harm Mr. Yi. Use all your lives to protect Mr. Yi. Is that clear? As long as nothing happens to Mr. Yi, you've made a merit. I'll give you a personal celebration. But if Mr. Yi injures a single hair on his head, you'll all be buried with him. Uncle Nine's growl made Tian's sweaty hairs explode. Just as he was about to ask something more, the phone, straight away, was hung up. And at this moment, Tin knew that he, himself, had no choice. Protecting Yi Qing, him, was the only way to go. Gritting his teeth, Tian looked at all the little brothers present and said angrily, Everyone, take me as the center and surround the city in a circle. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach. Chapter 81, Kneeling on Broken Glass. Brother Sky's order made everyone present freeze, especially Tian's men. Each of them looked at Tian in a daze. At this moment, Brother Tian couldn't care less, and directly said angrily, All look at me for what? Still don't follow the order to do it. Remember, anyone who dares to have a plot to do something wrong, take it down immediately. Only after saying this did Tian look at Yi Qing respectfully and said, Mr. Yi, don't worry, as long as I, Tian, am around, I definitely won't let you suffer a single bit of harm. This was said in such a way that the people present were, in an instant, speechless. Aren't you the ones who want to hurt Yi Qing? As a result, you guys are now the ones protecting Yi Qing instead? What's all this posturing for? And Yi Qing, who knew the truth, looked at Tian and the others and nodded lightly, saying, Actually, there's no need for that. I can solve it myself. At this moment, it didn't matter if Tian believed Yi Qing's words or not. The important thing is that he must fulfill his mission. Yes, of course you have the ability to protect yourself, but please also ask Mr. Yi to sympathize. The order that Uncle Nine gave us was to protect you from the slightest harm. So this kind of small matter, it's better for us to serve. Mr. Yi, what happened just now? I'm really sorry. Look, what kind of punishment do you have? Just say it, I promise I have no complaints. Speaking of this, Tian kicked the already frozen tiger and laughed. Mr. Yi, tiger has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai, he has done something wrong, so you can just punish him. After saying that, Brother Tian looked at Tiger and said angrily, Something with no eyes. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi on your knees? Tiger then slowed down, a face that was filled with pain and regret. Even the ninth uncle has to address a Mr. Yi. His tiger's behavior just now is not looking for death. What is it? Vivian White, it's harming him. Thinking of this, the tiger resentment glanced at Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei, was the tiger this? I looked startled, but she also felt speechless. How can this be? Well, Yi Qing, isn't he just an ordinary person who just got out of prison? How could he know ninth uncle? This is all too dreamy for Bai Weiwei to react at all. Now, however, it no longer mattered whether Bai Weiwei reacted or not. The end is in sight and Tiger can't come back. Looking at Yi Qing, Tiger gritted his teeth and said with a disheveled face, Mr. Yi, I was wrong, please punish me. Yi Qing looked at Tiger and spoke faintly. What should be the punishment? I've already said it just now. It seems, there's no need to repeat it, right? Indeed, just now Yi Qing has said, but the tiger thinks, since they have become their own, is not it, may be punished a little lighter. However, he underestimated Yi Qing's ruthlessness, and even more ignored the fact that is, Yi Qing said the words, it is a mouthful of spittle and ale. Give over the opportunity to do not want, that is, there is no chance. Tiger gritted his teeth and looked at the broken glass on the floor, then slowly knelt down. That one shattered glass, instantly, made Tiger feel chills and sweat from the pain. But, right at this moment, Yi Qing spoke. If I remember correctly, what I just said was, let's get you down on your knees hard. Just that one sentence made Tiger's face turn pale. Kneeling so gently, has been broken glass made pain incomparable? If it is hard to kneel down, the tiger can be sure that, even if their legs are not wasted, but also similar. Tiger, for this reason, looked at Brother Tian, and in his eyes, all of them were pleading. After all, Tiger was his own brother, and Tian couldn't turn a blind eye to it, so he could only look at Yi Qing and softly said, Mr. Yi, Tiger knows he's wrong. Do you think, is it possible to take a lighter punishment? Yi Qing sniffed and glanced faintly at Tian, saying, you are teaching me things? When this statement came out, Tian immediately felt that his face fell to the ground, but dared to be angry and dared not say anything. Even Uncle Nine has to be treated respectfully by the existence of him. How could he dare to be unbridled? No, 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 Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. After saying that, Brother Tian looked at Tiger and slapped Tiger's face heavily, saying angrily, who allowed you to bargain? Why don't you hurry up and do what Mr. Yi said? Tiger sniffed, knowing he had no chance but to do so. Sighing softly, Tiger gritted his teeth, then knelt heavily on the floor of broken glass. And instantly, the pain that drilled through his heart made Tiger unable to hold back his screams. The blood on his legs, instantly flowing all over the place. A picture that hurt just to look at. At this moment, the people present, when they looked at Yi Qing, they couldn't help but shiver. Ruthless heart. Really ruthless heart. And at this moment, Yi Qing ignored the crowd and leisurely sipped his wine. Then suddenly laughed. If you guys don't make a move, later on, you won't really have a chance. This was said in such a way that all the people present were dumbfounded. Tian and the others even thought that it was meant for them. However, only the three people sitting on the sidelines, with indifferent faces, understood that these words were meant for them. The boss of those three assassins laughed softly and said, from the fact that these people are suddenly protecting Yi Qing, we know that the news that we came here to kill Yi Qing has leaked out. Ha! I just didn't expect that this Yi Qing really dares to clamor. Just as well, since there is no possibility of saving energy, then, it's time, to strike. The second of the three killers, who was very bored, yawned and said, it's long overdue. Kill them early and go back to resume their orders. That's all. Afterwards, the three assassins slowly stood up and spoke indifferently. Since you know that we're here, and you still dare not hide, Yi Qing, are you thinking that these people can protect you? This sudden scene made the people present all look dumbfounded. A wave has not yet subsided. A wave rises again. This Yi Qing, exactly how many people have been offended? As for Tiger, he had already fainted from the pain at this time, and Tian and the others, as if they were on the verge of an attack, immediately took up defensive positions. At this moment, Cat and Throwback looked directly at Bai Weiwei, and the meaning of those eyes was clear. Bai Weiwei instantly felt helpless. The scene just now of Yi Qing recognizing Ninth Uncle, including the scene of Tiger being punished, had made Bai Weiwei not know what to do. Now that the person who wanted to kill Yi Qing had suddenly appeared again, Bai Weiwei really didn't dare to pull on herself anymore. None of my business. These people have nothing to do with me. I just asked Tiger to teach Yi Qing a lesson. I didn't look for anyone else. I really didn't. After saying that, Bai Weiwei seemed to be afraid that Yi Qing didn't believe her. She hurriedly looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, I didn't find these people. I really didn't. Not to mention, I didn't even try to kill you. Yi Qing sniffed and glanced faintly at Bai Weiwei, saying, I know it has nothing to do with you. And you, too, don't have such a great ability. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Bai Weiwei was relieved. But then, a wave of anger filled Bai Weiwei's heart. What do you mean? You're not that great? Yi Qing, looking down on himself? Chapter 82, Three Killers. Bai Weiwei had anger in her heart. Other people's looking down on her. Maybe she could still understand and not get too angry. But Yi Qing's looking down on her made her feel very angry, because she could never believe that Yi Qing would be a very powerful person. Isn't this just a liar playing with his emotions? Isn't this just a regular guy who just got out of jail? I don't know how I met Uncle Nine, but so what? A liar is a liar. Right at this moment, the three killer brothers had already walked into Tian and these people. Looking at Tian and the others, they said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Tin is really angry today. A tiger made him not only lose face, but also almost make a big trouble. But Yi Ching had the care of Uncle Nine after all. So what the hell were these three people that had popped up in front of him? The arrogance of each of them, not the least bit worse than the previous Yi Ching. He did not believe it. Today, really I cannot afford to offend? What kind of people are you? How dare you come to Jiangqing to spread your wildness? I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, you won't be spared. Tin looked at the three killer brothers. Furious, killer three brothers, also do not speak. Three people directly from the body, took out their respective weapons. There is a word, the meaning of direct action. At this time, Yi Ching slowly got up, looked at Tian, and said, "You guys aren't their opponents. Get out of the way." Brother Tian sniffed and looked at Yi Ching, respectfully saying, "Mr. Yi, please also believe in our strength. Although we don't dare to say that we are Uncle Nine's most powerful henchmen, we are definitely the most loyal. Therefore, Ninth Uncle ordered us to never let you suffer a single bit of harm. Then we have to carry out the order without fail, even if, at the cost of our lives." Tian is afraid that Ninth Uncle will find himself to settle the score, so he hurriedly seizes every opportunity to express his loyalty. Of course, there is also the meaning that Tian is not at all afraid of the three brothers of this killer in front of him. After all, the opposite side is only three people, while on their side, dozens of brothers with weapons. This can still lose? Even if you lose, it's not likely to be much of a loss. Yi Ching looked deeply at Tian, then nodded with a smile and said, "Since you guys want to perform, then fine. I won't say anything more." After saying that, Yi Ching sat down again, seemingly, really not intending to care. And Brother Tian smiled slightly, shook his head, then took a machete from his men, pointed at the three killer brothers, and laughed coldly. "A few ungrateful things, running to us to make trouble. Since they won't leave, they don't have to leave. Brothers, give me a go. Catch them all for me and hand them over to Uncle Nine to deal with later." With a command from Brother Sky's men, in a swarm, rushed towards the three killer brothers. However, it turns out that there are times when numbers don't mean everything, especially when faced with someone strong enough to crush them. Numbers, meaningless. Killer three brothers did not even lift their eyes, directly rushed towards the crowd. The speed is so fast that people almost saw the eyes. The most important thing is that the killer three brothers out of the ruthless is simply outrageous. With every strike, one of Tian's men would fall in a pool of blood, while the three killer brothers, apart from a little bit of blood on their bodies, simply, not even a single wound. In just a few minutes, half of Tian's dozens of henchmen, fully half of them, had fallen in a pool of blood. And this scene, looking at Tian, was almost as if his scalp was numb and he felt fear. Terrible, just terrible, ridiculously strong. At this time, Tian's remaining henchmen seemed to be scared out of their wits. One by one, they stood still, and even started to retreat non-stop. In their eyes, all of them were afraid. It wasn't true that they were mixed in the underground world, and it wasn't true that each one of them flaunted their weapons on weekdays as if they weren't afraid of death, but they were still ordinary people after all. Being human, there will always be fear. Facing three existences that were as strong as monsters and whose strikes were almost fatal, it would be strange for them not to be afraid. At the moment the bar on the ground has long been stained with blood, pungent smell of blood, miserable scene, so that many people who watched before all screamed and left the bar. "Yi, Mr. Yi, why don't I escort you out first? These three people, they are just a bit too strong." At this time, when Tian looked at Yi Ching, his face no longer had the pride and arrogance that he had before. All that was left was a miserable white color. At this moment, he no longer said anything like, "Being able to protect Yi Ching, can't protect the other side is too strong." And his own men, clearly scared out of their wits, even if they are still able to continue to fight. But then what? But it was just a matter of waiting a few more minutes before they were all beaten down. And then, Yi Ching still had to face these three terrifying killers head on. Yi Ching, however, never intended to leave. At this time, Bai Weiwei and Cat Throwing have been scared a little out of their minds. They are like to play around, not false, but also never participated in, much less seen, this bloody scene. These people, they really dare to kill. If they could leave, at this point, they would have already done so, but they were, at this point, nowhere to go. Hearing that Brother Tian was going to take Yi Qing away from here, Bai Weiwei's eyes immediately lit up. Looking at Yi Qing, eagerly said, "Yes, Yi Qing, quickly go. If you don't go, it'll be too late. These people, they're too scary." Yi Qing sniffed, looked at Tian, looked at Bai Weiwei, smiled blandly, shook his head and said, "Go, it means escape. In my Yi Qing's dictionary, there is no such word as escape. Just let them come. I'll just sit here and wait for them to kill over." At this moment, Tian wanted to curse his mother. Is this the time to pretend? Still sitting here waiting for them to kill over. Wait for them to kill over. You people cannot live. Still pretend. Bai Weiwei was even more furious. Her face turned blue as she angrily looked at Yi Qing and growled, "Yi Qing, what are you pretending here? What time is it? Why don't you hurry up and run? Do you really want to die here?" As he spoke, the three killers had once again beaten up Tian's men. Another dozen or so fell in a pool of blood. The other remaining few had not dared to block these three killers. Killer boss, holding a short knife, licked the blood on the knife and laughed. "Painful. It's been a long time since I've had this much pain. It's so addictive. It's just a pity that we can't kill too many people and make too much of a mess. Otherwise, we should really slaughter everyone here today. That would be fun." Killer second sniffed, laughed and said, "Big brother, killed on the kill. Anyway, in the end, there is here the big brother peddling, called what the nine uncles right. Ha, he is not, but also dare with us against it? Simply looking for death. But it's good to keep a low profile. The boss said he wouldn't let us get too high profile. So let's keep a low profile." Tian's scalp tingled as he listened to their conversation. It's killing blood, and you call that laying low? And what surprised Tian the most was that they actually knew that this was Ninth Uncle's territory, but they didn't care at all, and even said, Ninth Uncle wouldn't dare to go against them? That means, Ninth Uncle knows them. At this moment, Tian was simply going crazy. This is all. What's with that? A few big brothers, between us, is there any misunderstanding or not? Let's sit down and talk. I see no need to fight and kill it. Tian was helpless. At this moment, having faced these three killers head on, there was nothing left for him to do other than stalling for time and trying to find a way to reconcile. Chapter 83, How dare you stop us? The three killers, looking at Tian, sneered. Now you know you're afraid? Wasn't it still very wild just now? Want to talk to us? Fine. You, personally, kill Yi Qing, then we'll let you go. This deal, it's a good deal, right? Hearing the conditions of the three killers, Tian was in tears. He wanted to kill Yi Qing, but the problem was, he didn't dare. This was the person that Uncle Nine had named to protect. If he dared to take a shot at Yi Qing today, these three assassins wouldn't move him, and Uncle Nine would slaughter him. Three big brothers, you must be the underground world. You should know the Ninth Uncle. I am following the Ninth Uncle. This Mr. Yi is also a friend of the Ninth Uncle. I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. Otherwise, it is better to talk. Don't worry, if there is really any misunderstanding, the apology should be apologized for. The compensation should be made, and definitely won't let you come here for nothing. What do you think? Tian's tone, soft, posture, low, even. Ninth Uncle's name was directly mentioned, hoping that they would show mercy for Ninth Uncle's sake. Unfortunately, overthink it. The three assassins looked at Brother Tian and laughed coldly. Trying to scare us with Uncle Nine's name? Oh, what you should consider is, when Ninth Uncle was protecting Yi Qing, did he know that we came here to kill Yi Qing? If he knew, I think the most he should do is to go as far away as possible, or even, help us to do it. Otherwise, do you really think that Ninth Uncle dares to be our enemy? Lend him 3 guts. I'm afraid he wouldn't dare. Ha 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 ha. Mad. Very mad. These words clearly did not put Ninth Uncle in his eyes, as if Ninth Uncle would definitely be afraid when he knew who they were. Tian's heart at once sank, because he knew one thing very well, and that was, these 3 killers, who had fought to such an extent, didn't have any possibility of lying to him, so what was said must be the truth. You guys, who the hell are you? Tian asked this with a bitter look on his face, and the 3 assassins, looking at Tian, spoke with disdain. With you, you're not qualified to know our identities. It's more or less the same when Uncle Nine comes. After saying that, these 3 assassins looked at Yi Qing, who was still calmly sitting on the sofa, and laughed coldly. Yi Qing, are you going to cut yourself, or are we going to do it? However, you have to think clearly. If it's us who do it, then it will be very painful. At this time, Yi Qing stretched his back and slowly got up. Looking at the 3 killers, he sneered, The same words, if you don't want too much pain, just cut yourself. At these words, the three killers burst out laughing, as if they had heard a joke. Interesting, originally thought that the line of Jiang Chang would be a very uninteresting thing, but I didn't expect it to be quite interesting. Okay, then let's see. You, Yi Chang, apart from being tough-talking, what exactly are you capable of? After saying that, the three killers were about to strike, and just then, Uncle Nine arrived. Stop it right now, or else I'll make it impossible for you to leave Jiangchang. The three assassins just turned around, glanced at Uncle Nine, then they sneered, and continued to walk towards Yi Ching. Obviously, they didn't take Uncle Nine seriously, and they didn't care even more about Uncle Nine's threat. As for Uncle Nine, his face was hard to see at the moment. Others didn't know who sent these three assassins, but he, in his heart, knew exactly. It is precisely because of this knowledge that there are many concerns. Originally, it was thought that it was not possible to defuse the conflict. What's more, the master of the Wan family had already made a decision, and on the Tan family's side, someone had already gone to arrest someone, and with that, they had no choice. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Nine directly took out a pistol. Then at the three killers, he fired. This scene stunned everyone. It's not the same concept as the other fights. After the gunshot, the oldest of the three killers looked at his arm, which was pierced by a bullet and kept bleeding, and his face, not knowing whether it was pain or anger, was twisted to the extreme. You, looking for death. Killer Boss and the others turned around angrily, looked at Ninth Uncle, who was holding a gun, and said angrily, "You dare to shoot? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you're taking a shot at?" Uncle Nine sniffed and slowly moved forward, and at this moment, behind Uncle Nine, a large number of people immediately gathered, following Uncle Nine, and kept moving forward. Everyone who has nothing to do with this, disperse. As Ninth Uncle gave the order, his men immediately began to drive people out, including Bai Weiwei and the girls, who were also all driven out. However, no one had any complaints. They had long wanted to leave on such occasions where the slightest inattention could result in injury and death. Only after the people had all left did Uncle Nine take a deep breath and looked at the three killers, saying, "Mr. Yi is my Uncle Nine, and even more so, an honored guest of my Wan family, and must not be allowed to suffer any slightest harm. Uncle Kung, we can't contact him for the time being, but I think, if Uncle Kung knows that my Wan family is dead set on protecting this person, I'm afraid he'll also give 3 points of face. 3 friends, I advise you, it's better if you leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite." Hearing Ninth Uncle's words, the three assassins immediately revealed a cold smile and said, "So, you know who we are. Good guts, really good guts, knowing that we are sent by Uncle Kung, and still dare to strike out at us and use your guns. Ninth Uncle, you are determined to seek death in the entire eastern province. My Uncle Kung's words, that's a holy decree. Ninth Uncle, you all, including the entire Wan family, are prepared to be annihilated." Although this Sunning killer was arrogant, however, the words that were spoken made Uncle Nine dare not refute them. The reason was simple. As the most powerful giant bigwig in the entire underground world of the eastern province, Uncle Gong indeed had such qualifications, and Uncle Kung's men do have that kind of backbone. If it was possible, neither Uncle Nine nor Master Wan would want to make an enemy of Uncle Gong, but now that they had made a decision, there was no way back. Since that's the case, if the three of you refuse to leave, then please stay in Jiangcheng as guests, and turn around. On Uncle Gong's side, we'll give an explanation. After saying that, Uncle Nine waved his hand and his men immediately surrounded him. The three assassins, seeing that Uncle Nine had dared to forcefully leave them behind, immediately revealed expressions of anger. "Uncle Nine, do you realize what you're doing to yourself? It's not too late to regret it. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." Ninth Uncle sniffed and said in a deep voice, "Whether I regret it or not, I don't know. But today, as long as I'm here, you guys won't be able to touch a single hair on Mr. Ye's head. Bind your hands and you will live. Dare to resist, then I will kill you." As he spoke, Uncle Nine raised the gun in his hand once more. The threat of a hot weapon left the three assassins enraged beyond belief, but powerless to do anything about it. They were strong, but they knew very well that they were, as yet, not stronger than a bullet. Good. It seems that you, the Wan family, are going to rebel. Okay, we will tie our hands and let you do as you please. But you guys remember clearly to me. Today, how did you capture us? Turn around. I'll let you guys kowtow and beg us to leave. After saying that, the three killers directly put away their weapons, not intending to resist. And Uncle 9, too, was relieved. After all, if you cannot kill, it is better not to kill. Really, if you killed a person, then it is really immortal. At least, at this moment, ninth uncle still fantasize, can be with Uncle Gon, peaceful coexistence, even if, to apologize and pay some money, it's better than becoming an enemy. Chapter 84, a single blade wipes out. However, no one consulted Yi Qing on the decision they made. Yi Qing looked at the three killers who were about to bind their hands, smiled faintly and said, "It seems like, I'm the protagonist of this game. Right, but it seems like, no one takes me seriously." Ninth uncle heard this and immediately looked at Yi Qing with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Yi, the crisis has been lifted for the time being. Don't worry, with us here, we won't let anyone harm you." Yi Qing looked at ninth uncle and laughed lightly. "To offend Uncle Gong for my sake? Really, is it worth it? Is it worth it? That's a really good question because, if you're not careful, it's not as simple as making amends. It's, well, the family's overthrown. Uncle Gong's ruthlessness, that in the entire underground world of the eastern province, is well known. If he is angry, the Wan family's downfall is imaginable. Just because they knew that, that's why Uncle 9 and Master 1, at first, were hesitant, and even wanted to call Uncle Kung's number to plead for mercy. But in the end, there was no contact with Uncle Kung. The reason that forced them to make the decision to protect Yi Qing and make an enemy of Uncle Gong was not only because Yi Qing had magical medical skills. If their lives were gone, what could they do if their medical skills were magical? Rather, they felt that Yi Qing was not simple. What's more, behind Yi Qing, there was still Elder Chen, and Elder Chen, perhaps not as good as Uncle Gong, but definitely able to speak in front of Uncle Gong. That is, therefore, in the opinion of the Wan family lord and the ninth uncle, everything, perhaps, was not yet the worst kind of point. Mr. Yi, you are the benefactor of the Wan family. Doing anything for you is what the Wan family should do. If you see death because of the danger, then, the Wan family will be laughed at. What's more, Uncle Kung's side doesn't understand the specifics yet. If he knows that you and Chen Lao have a great relationship, compared to Uncle Kung, he will also give you face." When Yi Qing heard this, he came to a realization, smiled, nodded, and said, "So that's how it is. But, no matter what, I'll take this favor. But these three assassins, since they're here to kill me, it's better to leave it to me." At these words, Uncle 9 flinched and looked at Yi Qing, saying, "Mr. Yi, what do you want to do about it?" Yi Qing smiled faintly as he said, "I don't have such a good temper when other people are running over to kill me. So let them die." One sentence, "let them die," said simply and painfully, as if it wasn't three people who died, but 3 ants. Ninth uncle's face instantly became a bit difficult. After all, the 3 killers are still alive. Then everything, it is okay, but these 3 killers if dead, that really is. It is not good to say Uncle Gong, even if in the end in the face of the old man of Chen let go of Yi Qing, in the heart, but will also be on the 10,000 family to hold a grudge. As for the 3 assassins at this moment, their faces were similarly hard to see. They had heard the conversation between Yi Qing and ninth uncle, and they also knew of Elder Chen's name, so they also had a feeling that perhaps the big deal would eventually be resolved and the small matter would be resolved. This, perhaps, was the best ending, but now, Yi Qing even wanted to kill them? It's just, like, unforgivable. Asshole, we haven't even killed you yet, and you're actually trying to kill us. Damn it, you really deserve to die. Ninth uncle, this is the person you want to protect? He even tried to kill us without knowing this guy. You still want to protect him? Yi Qing, you really don't know the heights of heaven. Do you really think that we can't kill you because ninth uncle and the others are protecting you? If they hadn't had guns in their hands and died to protect you, you'd be a corpse by now. Do you believe that? Yi Qing sniffed, sighed softly, and said, maybe so, but the result now is that I'm still alive, and this person, temper, in fact, is not too good. Especially in this recent period of time. All kinds of troubles, one after another. Let me. Very annoying, I've been wondering why, exactly, so many people dared to find trouble with me, and now, I've figured it out. It's you guys, who simply don't know that I have a very bad temper, not to mention, that I can, in fact, kill people. So, maybe, if I kill a few people and let everyone else know my temper, maybe, there will be less trouble. Now that you've delivered, don't go away. After saying that, Yi Qing picked up a dagger that had fallen on the ground and then blew on it. The cold light flashed and it was incredibly sharp. Sighing softly, Yi Qing directly dodged in a flash without anyone reacting, and the sharp daggers then instantly slashed the throats of the 3 killers. A knife kills 3 killers by Yi Qing. Fast, accurate and ruthless directly slit their throats, and it was at this moment that the 3 killers who were experts looked at Yi Qing with nothing but inexplicable anger, but only a hint of horror. Other people couldn't see it, but they could see it, just based on this hand that Yi Qing had just done. It was enough to prove that Yi Qing was a person with strong strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. With a single flash of the knife, the 3 people were directly killed, and with such a stance, it made them clearly understand that even without Uncle Nine, I'm afraid that if they wanted to kill Yi Qing, it would still be a very, very difficult thing to do. No wonder, Yi Qing has always been, blandly, so, he is so strong. These were the last thoughts of these 3 assassins, before they slowly collapsed and fell into darkness forever. And this scene also let the people present all froze. How did not expect. In the end, stormed up to kill, was actually Yi Qing. Everything, obviously, has been negotiated. Things, there is room to turn around, at least, and did not completely tear the face well, but now, there is really no back way to speak. At this moment, even Ninth Uncle was a bit angry. Yi Qing went too far. Mr. Yi, you, what are you doing? They've tied their hands, there's no need to kill them. Ninth Uncle's voice, a little angry. Obviously, this was not the result he wanted to see. Of course, if the 3 killers were stubborn, that would be another matter, but the point is, people are willing to stop. Ah, this really can't be said. Looking at the angry Ninth Uncle, Yi Qing just smiled faintly and said, what? According to what you mean, Uncle Nine, they can come and kill me, but I, Yi Qing, can't kill them? Ninth Uncle, since you guys chose to come to protect me today, that means you've already made a decision. And since you've made a decision, don't hesitate around, right? People, I've already killed. If Ninth Uncle isn't satisfied, he can arrest me now and send me to the Eastern Continent and hand it over to Uncle Kung. And I don't think he'll blame you and the Wan family. If he could, Uncle Nine really wanted to do that. But, if he did, then what was he doing so much for before? Sighing softly, looking at the corpses of the 3 killers on the ground, Ninth Uncle let out a bitter smile and said, Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I just think that this matter, there might be a better way to handle it, but since the people are already dead, there's nothing more to be said. The safety of you, Mr. Yi, is the most important thing. After that, Uncle Nine looked at his men and said in a cold voice, what are you waiting for? Get rid of the bodies. Afterwards, Ninth Uncle looked at Yi Qing and said, Mr. Yi, on the Tan family's side, they've already captured the person. Do you think that you want to deal with it personally? Chapter 85, Unwillingness to Believe. The Tan family? So, it was the Tan family that disobeyed and talked Uncle Kung into it, which led to this assassination today, right? Yi Qing instantly thought of the key point. Uncle Nine nodded his head gently and said, it's like this. I don't know what kind of friendship Master Tan and Uncle Kung share. He convinced Uncle Kung, which made him send the assassin here. Moreover, before, the Tan family master ran to the Wan family compound and wanted to make a stop. However, the family master had already sternly refused, which led to the next scene. Mr. Yi, the Tan family side? What should we do? Do you think? Yi Qing sniffed and said in a deep voice, since the person has been captured, then I'll take a trip. My hands are already stained with blood, and it can't be helped if I get a little bit more. This Tan family, I let them off the hook before, originally thinking they would grow to remember, but now it seems, in this world, there are many people who don't grow to remember. Let's go. Uncle Nine, I'll go with you. This was the best result at the moment. So Uncle Nine didn't say anything more and immediately invited Yi Qing to leave with him. And at this moment, outside the bar, many people had dispersed, but the 3 of them, Bai Weiwei, hadn't left yet. Things have developed to such a point now, is the 3 of them simply did not expect, originally thought, just looking for someone to teach Yi Qing a lesson. But who could have thought that, in the end, the person did not teach a lesson, but instead, was also taught by Yi Qing, and this is not all. Actually really have a killer to come out to kill Yi Qing. The Ninth Uncle even moved the gun. Things, it's a big deal. Wei, Yi Qing, will it be alright? Throwback opened his mouth to inquire with some concern at this time. Kat was also staring closely at Bai Weiwei as if she knew the answer. Bai Weiwei was very upset at this moment, gritted her teeth, and said, whether he's alright or not, how do I know? You guys have seen it. Things are no longer under my control. This damn Yi Qing, how could he know Ninth Uncle? However, I don't think there will be any danger. But there are still people who want to kill him. So it's obvious. This person, how many people has he offended in his day-to-day life? I told you, he's a big liar. And you guys still don't believe me. Bai Weiwei is dead set against admitting that Yi Qing is a good person. Besides, today, Yi Qing's performance, half of it does not look like a good person. Of course, she didn't think that she would be afraid of Yi Qing. In her eyes, Yi Qing was always still a big liar who cheated his feelings. At this time, Throwback was a little less than happy, and whispered, Weiwei, after the exchange with Yi Qing just now, I feel that you might have misunderstood Yi Qing. He isn't as bad as you said. Cat sniffed and also nodded, saying, throwing is right. I think it's the same. So, Weiwei, are you checking again? Maybe you really misunderstood Yi Qing. It might be possible. Hearing that her two best friends, at this moment, had jointly spoken up for Yi Qing, Bai Weiwei instantly felt betrayed, angry and furious, and all of this was still to be blamed on Yi Qing. If it wasn't for Yi Qing, his own good friend, how could he betray himself? What are you checking for? Would I, Bai Weiwei, still lie to you? The facts are right in front of us. No matter how Yi Qing pretends, he can't change one fact. That is, he abandoned Sister Chengyu. This is true. He and my sister Ruo got together. This is also true. He also came out of prison. This is even more true. He caused both my sister Ruo and sister Chengyu to turn against each other. This is even more true. It's all true. He's not a bad guy. He's not a liar. Am I? Looking at the agitated Bai Weiwei, Cat and Thrower rushed forward to comfort. No matter what, they were also Bai Weiwei's friends. It was impossible, for the sake of another man, to not care about their friends. Weiwei, we didn't mean to distrust you. Look at you. Why are you so angry? Yes. Yi Qing is a big liar. But now, Weiwei, we can't do anything about him. After all, he knows the ninth uncle in Jiangchang, the ninth uncle's great name. Who doesn't know? So, I think you'd better bear it. Mentioning this, Bai Weiwei was also helpless, but she was very unwilling. So what if you know ninth uncle? Maybe, it's cheating ninth uncle as well. Anyway, you guys don't have to care. Sooner or later, I'll dismantle Yi Qing's true colors. And just then, Uncle Nine and Yi Qing, they had already gone out the door of the bar. Looking at Yi Qing walked out unharmed, Bai Weiwei was relieved and at the same time, she was angry in her heart. She might as well have let Yi Qing suffer some injuries. That would have been perfect. Uncle Nine, get in the car first. I'm going to have a word with my friend. After saying that, Yi Qing walked over to Bai Weiwei and the girls and said softly, that scene just now, it didn't scare you guys, did it? At this moment, Yi Qing's voice was very gentle, as if he really cared if they were scared. After all, they were all girls. Cat and Thrower shook their heads in unison, indicating that they were okay. On the contrary, it was Bai Weiwei, who looked at Yi Qing and gritted her teeth. Yi Qing, I admit that Tiger was the one I found to deal with you. However, those three killers, they really weren't the ones I found. I've just said this. If you don't believe me, you can check. Yi Qing sniffed, shook his head and said, no need to check. I know it's not you looking for it. However, Bai Weiwei, this world is treacherous. It's more sinister than you can imagine. Over the years, you've been well protected, but you're growing up now, and you're going to step into the society in the future. When that happens, I'm afraid there won't be so many people who are spoiled to you. So when you do something in the future, please use your brain. Do you understand? Understand? This said, let Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth. This is clearly that she Bai Weiwei has no brain. At this moment, Bai Weiwei wanted to directly slap Yi Qing. However, looking at the presence of so many of ninth uncle's men waiting for Yi Qing, Bai Weiwei didn't dare to be reckless and could only grunt to express her dissatisfaction. What about Tiger? He didn't do you any harm, so you won't give him a hard time. When Yi Qing heard this, he faintly shook his head and said, naturally not. I haven't reached such a point where I can't be reasoned with. However, not waiting for Bai Weiwei to breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Qing's next words made her feel angry. Of course, it's impossible for those who want to find trouble with me to do so without paying a small price. So this tiger is still kneeling inside the bar. Kneeling on the broken glass, which, as I've just said, is impossible to change. Alright, if it's alright, you guys go home first. It's late, don't play outside. After saying that, Yi Qing directly left in Uncle Nine's car. As for Bai Weiwei, she gritted her teeth and said, this Yi Qing simply deserves to die. Villainous and unforgiving. What right does he have to make Tiger kneel on broken glass? Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Bai Weiwei huffed and walked into the bar. Chapter 86, The Cruelty of the Real World. When Bai Weiwei entered the bar, the scene that should be cleaned up had already been cleaned up, and in the entire bar, only Tiger and a few of his brothers were still there. Tiger, on the other hand, was kneeling on the broken glass, a face that had long since become twisted and hideous from the pain. Bai Weiwei hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Tiger, they've all left. You can get up now. And why are you so honest? Why do you listen to him so much? He told you to kneel on broken glass. So you did. You could have resisted. What did it mean to be naive, or even an idiot?" This moment's Bai Weiwei was just that. If there was one person that Tiger hated the most right now, it was, without a doubt, Bai Weiwei. If Bai Weiwei hadn't found him such trouble, would he, Tiger, have ended up in this situation? However, looking at Bai Weiwei and Yi Qing's unusual relationship, Tiger wanted to get angry, but he was somewhat afraid to. "Bai Weiwei, don't make snide remarks." "I resisted? To whom am I resisting? That's Ninth Uncle's guest. Ninth Uncle is right in front of me. I resist and then wait to be beaten to death by Ninth Uncle? Do you really think that the underworld is the same place where you usually see a lot of fighting and playing house? I'm telling you, here, full of blood and violence. One careless will die. My current downfall can't still let you see the truth of this? Alright, I don't want to talk any more nonsense with you, so hurry up and go." Bai Weiwei listened to Tiger's lesson. Her eyes somewhat reddened. "You, why are you so mean to me? I'm not feeling sorry for you. You, get up. They're gone. It's okay." Tiger sniffed, pointed to a small piece of clean broken glass that was still on the ground, let out a bitter smile, and said, Yi Qing said, "The broken glass on the ground. When will all of it be stained with blood? When will I be able to get up?" "Right now. There is still a small piece of it, so as long as these broken glass are also stained with my blood, I will be able to go to the hospital. Also, their people are gone, but if I don't carry out this matter, the end won't be good." "Bai Weiwei, you don't understand, so don't talk." As he spoke, Tiger looked at his men and said angrily, "Come on, break my left arm as well as my left leg. Since it hurts together. Otherwise, I won't be able to help it later." Tiger's men, looking at the Tiger who stretched out his left hand, were also all numb, but not. Bai Weiwei looked at this scene and covered her mouth, terrified. "Tiger, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why did you break your own arms and legs? Are you crazy?" Tiger looked at Bai Weiwei and sneered. "This isn't what Yi Qing just meant. He told me to kneel on the broken glass and then shorten my legs and break my hands off." "Bai Weiwei, next, it's going to be bloody. Don't look, just go. And, in the future, don't come looking for me. I can't afford to mess with you. I really can't." Tiger is considered a friend of Bai Weiwei, although the age gap is a bit big, but, indeed, it is considered a friend. Looking at her friend, because of her own capriciousness, ended up in this situation. Bai Weiwei, more than blaming herself, is simply going crazy. "No, I won't allow you to break your legs and arms. It's my fault. If you want to punish, let him punish me." Bai Weiwei stopped in front of Tiger at once, gritting her teeth. Yi Qing's words, "You don't need to pay attention to them. I'll take responsibility for what's there. He's my sister's boyfriend. She listens to my sister the most, and my sister, she loves me the most. In short, this matter, I'll solve it. You don't need to care." When Tiger tried to say something else, Bai Weiwei growled angrily, "Don't talk, what I say is what I say. I'll call Yi Qing now." After saying that, Bai Weiwei choked and directly dialed Yi Qing's phone. "Yi Qing, let Tiger Z go. Okay, even if I beg you." The voice was loud, even fierce, and if this was the way to beg, then, in this world, no one would beg. But at this moment, Yi Qing's voice, faintly reaching Bai Weiwei's ears, said, "Give the phone to Tiger." Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei hurriedly placed the cell phone in Tiger's hand. After Tiger received the phone, he said with some trembling, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes to see and did something wrong. Don't be angry. Weiwei's words don't represent me. I will accept your punishment. Don't worry." Yi Qing, on the other hand, said indifferently, "There's no need." Since Bai Weiwei opened her mouth, "This time, I'll spare you. You can go to the hospital." After saying that, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. Tiger handed the phone to Bai Weiwei, sighed softly, and said, "Weiwei, thank you. If it weren't for you, not to mention I don't know how long I would have had to endure it, I would have never been able to save this arm and leg." After saying that, Tiger's men hurriedly helped Tiger up and were about to send him to the hospital. Bai Weiwei wanted to follow, but was denied by Tiger. "Weiwei, thank Mr. Yi for me. Also, I think You have a misunderstanding about Mr. Yi. He is not what you think. You in the future. Treat him well. There is no harm. Bai Weiwei very much wanted to refute the tiger, but looking at the tiger could not even walk, but even more dragged a ground of blood, the words to the mouth, but also could not say out. As for Cat and Throw, they looked at Bai Weiwei and said softly, Weiwei, perhaps, you really need to think about it. At least, this time, Yi Qing has given you face, hasn't he? Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, why are you all trying to persuade me to consider it? It's as if I've done something wrong. I'm telling you guys, I'm right. I'm right. The one in the wrong is him, Yi Qing. If it wasn't for him, so many things wouldn't have happened today. He's not giving me face. He knows that he's done wrong, and he's not justified himself. That's why he's like this. Anyway, I will definitely let you all see Yi Qing's true colors. For sure. After saying that, Bai Weiwei ran out in anger, and Cat and Throw, helpless, could only follow along. And at this time, in the car, Yi Qing looked at Ninth Uncle and lightly smiled. Ninth Uncle, I revoked the punishment for Tiger. He is your subordinate after all. Ninth Uncle won't blame me for overstepping my bounds. Ninth Uncle heard this and quickly shook his head. Mr. Yi is saying something. You are being kind and magnanimous. Tiger has offended you. You should have been the one to personally deal with it. I'm not worried about anything else right now. I'm just worried that, with these 3 killers dead, Uncle Kung will not rest until he's dead, and then send someone else. So, Mr. Yi, do you think, is it possible that during this recent period of time, for your safety, we will send someone to protect you, or is it possible that, to disappear for a period of time, and wait until the problem is solved, and then you will appear again? It was a question that had to be considered now, and from the moment the 3 killers died, there was nothing more to be said. However, Yi Qing just looked at Ninth Uncle and said indifferently, is it useful for me to hide? It's not that I'm underestimating you guys. The Wan family, if you could really deal with Uncle Kung, you wouldn't have wanted to let go of those 3 assassins before. Ninth Uncle, would you? Chapter 87, they're dead. Ninth Uncle nodded bitterly and said, Mr. Yi, you're wise. It's true that our Wan family is no match for Uncle Gong, but, it's not like we don't have a fighting chance. For your sake, we have made a decision. We will not regret it. Don't worry, even if we give up everything, we will swear to protect your safety. This is the promise of our Wan family. You can rest assured. Yi Qing didn't know what prompted the Wan family to make such an unwise decision. After all, the Wan family actually didn't really know much about his Yi Qing's bottom line, so making such a decision was, in fact, very difficult. But now, the Wan family made this choice. Yi Qing, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit this fact. Maybe things won't come to the worst. Ninth Uncle, perhaps, the choice you have made, is the right one, perhaps. Looking at Ninth Uncle's stunned expression, Yi Qing smiled and didn't say anything more. Soon, the convoy drove to the Vanguard compound. This moment of the Wan family compound, brightly lit, 3 steps a post and 5 steps a post. The defense to be much stricter than ever. Obviously, this has already started. Just in case, the Tan family lord was, at the moment, locked up in a warehouse in the Wan family side yard. The Wan family lord was personally accompanying the Tan family lord for a chat. Only, one was sitting on a chair, while the other, tied up in 5 pieces, was sitting on the ground. Wan family master, I really didn't expect that you would go crazy to such an extent. Haven't my words just now been clear enough? On Uncle Kung's side, he's already sent someone to kill Yi Qing. Is your Wan family out of their minds? Even Uncle Kung dares to mess with it? The Tan family lord was now angry and more than that, puzzled, because in his opinion, the Wan family was clearly looking for death right now, and, moreover, for someone who was not even close to them. If you let me go now, there is still room for things to be eased. Otherwise, when Uncle Gong really finds out about it, Master Wan, it will be too late for you to regret it if you want to. The Tan family lord was trying to go out of his way to deal with Yi Qing. However, he was also a human being, and being a human being, there were times when he was afraid. At least, he didn't want to die. The Wan family lord looked at the Tan family lord, sighed softly, and said, the relationship between your Tan family lord and Uncle Gong, how good can it be? It's nothing more than just having had some contact at one time. Even if Uncle Gong helps you, I'm afraid he won't be able to help you too much. When Uncle Kung can get in touch, I'll explain in person. Big deal. I'll give up some benefits. I think Uncle Kung should give me this face, but Yi Qing, I must protect it. It's non-negotiable. Tan family master, for the sake of your already ruined child, Yet you're going to give up the interests of the entire Tan family. You are the one who's not thinking clearly? The Tan family lord smiled coldly as he said, things that didn't happen to you. What if the next time Yi Qing harms your Wan family lord's son? Can you also be so calm? Wan family master, between us, there is no injustice. I really can't figure out, smart as you are, how could you make such a decision? You, aren't you really afraid? This Yi Qing, is he really worth the price you paid for this? I know he saved your old man, but, was it worth it? Is it worth it? That's a problem. Different people will look at it and have different answers, but for the Wan family lord, it was no longer a question of whether it was worth it or not. Alright, Tan family master, I won't talk too much nonsense with you. Soon, Mr. Yi will be arriving, so when the time comes, I'll try my best to help you persuade him. While talking, Yi Qing and Uncle Nine had already walked into this warehouse. There's no need to persuade me. There's nothing to say. I, Yi Qing, am vindictive. Ha! After saying that, Yi Qing had already walked to the front of the Tan family lord. Looking at him, he said in a cold voice, it's you, who found someone to kill me. Ha! Interesting, really interesting. I was kind and let you guys off the hook. The result is that, I've lifted a rock and stoned my own feet, and I've brought trouble on myself. Isn't that right? The Tan family head looked at Yi Qing and let out a cold smile, saying, Yi Qing, you don't have to pretend to be a good person here. Injuring my son like that, and even more so, making him almost a lunatic. If I don't take revenge, from now on, in Jiangchang, will there still be a place for my Tan family? Yi Qing, don't think that the Wan family is protecting you. I'm telling you, they can't protect you. As long as Uncle Gong's people arrive, you'll die for sure. You, wait. Yi Qing sniffed and laughed lightly, saying, it seems that you don't know yet. If you're talking about the 3 assassins sent by Uncle Kung, then I'm sorry, they have already been killed by me. This is something that Uncle Nine can testify to. After all, I cut their necks with my own hands, in front of Uncle Nine. When these words came out, the Tan family master froze. Even the Wan family master, at this moment, froze, and with a cold sweat on his forehead, quietly flowing down, his eyes immediately looked at Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine revealed a bitter smile and gently nodded to the Wan family master, signaling, what Yi Qing said, was true. This time, the Wan family lord could no longer calm down, even though he had already made his decision. In reality, he still wanted to focus on negotiation. Now directly killed Uncle Gong's people. What else is there to talk about? Completely torn face. What, exactly, is happening? The Wan family lord looked at the 9th uncle, and it was a little hard to speak at the moment. 9th uncle smiled bitterly as he heard this. He wanted to explain, but it was simply not explainable. As for the Tan family master at this moment, he suddenly laughed out loud and looked at the Wan family master and the 9th uncle, saying, just by looking at your expressions, I can tell how much you regret it now. Ha 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 ha. Originally, you thought you were in a position to negotiate, but are you still? What kind of temper Uncle Gong is? You guys know better than me. Killing his people, that's immortal. Completely tearing your face off. Now, you can't even reconcile if you want to. One family master. Now, are you still laughing? Ha ha ha. The more the Wan family lord listened, the more ugly his face became. Indeed, Yi Qing's direct action to obliterate those 3 killers was tantamount to cutting off all of his backroads, which was something that the Wan family lord would never have expected. Although, the decision has been made, but, ultimately, he wants to reconcile. But now, reconciliation, hopeless. Taking a deep breath, the Wan family master ignored the Tan family master and instead gave a dry laugh, saying, is it that the killer is too arrogant, so he simply won't listen to us and has to fight to the death? At this point in time, the Wan family lord was still trying to think of a way to see if he could, from this, find a better way to say it. The answer, however, really disappointed him. Even despair and disbelief. Chapter 88, Tough Talk. It's impossible to hide it from anyone else, but it's impossible to hide it from the master of the Wan family. What's more, the situation now is not at all a matter of hiding it or not. 9th uncle sighed and gently shook his head, saying, the 3 assassins knew they were outmatched, so, they had already tied their hands. It was Mr. Yi, who was dissatisfied that someone had come to kill him, and so, took it upon himself to carry out their execution. Yi Qing heard this and looked at the Wan family lord and spoke indifferently. To put it simply, that is, since they came to kill me, they have to be prepared to be killed by me, so I killed them. It's as simple as that. What? Family Master Wan also thinks that I've done wrong? The Wan family lord's scalp went a little numb at this moment. Did Yi Qing do wrong? Of course it's wrong. People have already tied their hands. At this time, what's the point of killing people? If the person is still alive, he want family to go out and pay some benefits. Always be able to reconcile with Uncle Gong. But now, finished, all finished and kill or kill when people's hands are tied. This if Uncle Gong knows, not to send a thunderous anger, is impossible. But now, can you blame Yi Qing? If he really blamed Yi Qing, then this person, at that time, shouldn't have saved it. Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I just think that there might be other ways to solve this. However, since Mr. Yi killed them, there must be a reason for Mr. Yi. Don't worry, the Wan family has already made a decision, so they know what to do, and will definitely not drag Mr. Ye's feet, let alone have any other thoughts. By this point, there was literally no choice. There's no other way to do it than one way. The Tan family master was listening the entire time and immediately understood what was happening, and immediately came up for air with laughter. This is really fun. Ha ha ha, One family master, you can't even cry if you want to now. Yes, I, Tan, am nothing. However, you guys have done too much. Uncle Gong this time, there's absolutely no way he can compromise with you guys, much less let you go. Seize the time. Those who can escape hurry to escape. Those who can't escape, prepare for the funeral. The hallowed Jiangqing One family, to be wiped out once and for all. Looking at the smiling and happy Tan family head, ninth uncle couldn't hold back any longer, and directly rushed up, and was a heavy slap on the Tan family head's face. Shut your mouth. Even if my One family were to suffer, it's not your turn to mock this damn thing. After all is said and done, you're the culprit of everything. Damn it, I'll kill you now. Ninth uncle was furious and directly took out a dagger, about to end the life of the Tan family head. As for the Wan family master, he sighed at this time and stopped ninth uncle, saying softly, the other Tan family master is right. Things have come to this point. There's nothing more to say. After saying that, the Wan family lord took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi, can you give me the truth? Since you know exactly who Uncle Gong is, and you personally took action to kill his men, do you, by any chance, have some kind of plan? The reason why the Wan family lord stood by Yi Qing's side was because he felt that Yi Qing was unusual and mysterious, so he directly opened his mouth to ask, what if, in case, Yi Qing had his own plans, his own cards, perhaps, things were not at their worst. As for Yi Qing, he looked at the wannabe family lord, smiled faintly, and said, wannabe family lord, I do know quite a few people. However, for this matter of Uncle Gong, I have no intention of letting anyone step in to resolve it, including Elder Chen. What I mean by killing them is very simple. It's what I just said. Since they came to kill me, they have to be prepared to be decapitated by me. Of course, I know what you're worried about. Then I can also tell you that there's no need to worry. It's me who's killing people. Just let them deal with me. That's, easy for you to say. The one who killed was indeed Yi Qing, but the one who controlled the killer was ninth uncle. Moreover, this was Jiangshang. The Wan family went to protect Yi Qing with great fanfare. It was impossible to hide it from Uncle Gong. And when the time came, to say that they wouldn't settle the score with the Wan family, that was simply impossible. Now that Yi Qing came with a sentence that he didn't want to look for anyone, and only intended to solve the problem himself, the Wan family lord could only nod helplessly, saying, good, since Mr. Yi has something in mind, then everything is naturally good. Mr. Yi, don't worry, my Wan family is not a timid generation. Since we have made the decision to stand on your side, we will not retreat and escape. Don't worry, we, the Wan family, live and die with you. After saying that, the Wan family master pointed at the Tan family master and said softly, Mr. Yi, this person, what to do with him? It's all up to you. Yi Qing looked at the Tan family lord and laughed lightly, saying, want to die, or want to live? When the Tan family lord heard this, he glanced at Yi Qing with disdain and said, Yi Qing, don't pretend to me here. You think you can scare me? If you want to kill, just kill. I Tan, a frown. That is, you raised. I tell you, want me to give you bowed. You dream go. Come on, do it. I'm underground, waiting for you guys. Anyway, you guys, you'll be coming to keep me company soon. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the arrogant Tan family master, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, understood. Then, fulfill your tough talk. After saying that, Yi Qing waved his hand and it was a small round grey pill that was directly thrown into the mouth of the Tan family lord, who was laughing loudly. This made the Tan family master immediately feel a little bad, and angrily spoke. Yi Qing, what did you throw into my mouth? Yi Qing smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just an ordinary little pill. The name I gave this little pill is 100 Claws Scratching Pill, meaning that after you eat it you'll feel strangely itchy and scratch your heart with 100 claws. Aren't you a tough talker? So I'd like to see just how tough your mouth is." After saying that, Yi Qing sat down on the chair, then looked at the Wan family master and smiled. "Wan family master, let go of him, or else he'll have a hard time." These words caused the Wan family master to flinch for a moment, but then, still obedient, he directly untied all of the Tan family master's restraints, and at this moment, the Tan family master looked at Yi Qing, and just when he wanted to say something, he felt an itch all over his body, and couldn't help but scratch it. However, as if it was contagious, after the Tan family master scratched the first time, his whole body, all over his body, began to become strangely itchy, and the most frightening thing of all was that some of the itch was from the bones, making it impossible for him to endure it at all. It was just a short moment of effort. The entire Tan family master couldn't even speak, and began to frantically scratch at his own body, and even his own clothes were torn. However, it wasn't over the top. The itch in his bones couldn't be stopped at all, making the Tan family master wish to scratch his own flesh and blood and directly draw out his own bones to stop the itch. The next scene, the Wan family master and ninth uncle watched as their scalps went numb and their entire bodies were wet with cold sweat, because the Tan family master, at this moment, it was as if he had lost his consciousness. The entire person let out a low growl. A pair of eyes had become bloodshot and incomparable. Yet what was even more terrifying was that the Tan family master's body, which had already been clawed and bloodied by himself at this moment, could still not be in pain. A good living person, in the twinkling of an eye, in front of their own, turned into flesh and blood, non-stop self-mutilation of the monster. This scene, who see, do not feel scalp numb? Chapter 89, Please, Kill Me. The master of the Wan family and Uncle Nine looked at each other, both seeing panic in the other's eyes. They know that Yi Qing is not simple, also understand that Yi Qing is ruthless, but they have not seen such a torture. A simple pill, directly let a person, turned into a monster like an evil spirit. Just look at it, feel in hell. The pain is unbearable. That, as a party to the Tan family master, what feelings, has been unimaginable. As for the Tan family master at this moment, he was lying on the ground, rolling around and scratching non-stop, as if this was the only way to relieve his pain was pain. "Let me go, please let me go. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." The Tan family master kept rolling around, and even more so, he used all his strength to look at Yi Qing and kept begging for mercy. At this moment, the Tan family master no longer had any meaning to be half tough, and kept starting to beg for forgiveness, with a pair of eyes that even shed tears of blood. However, Yi Qing, just like this, sat blandly on the chair, looking at the Tan family lord who was rolling all over the ground. Even the blood and flesh on his body fell all over the place. In his eyes, there was not half a bit of sympathy. There was only indifference. "Release you? Family Master Tan, you're like this. You're disappointing me. I originally thought that you'd be so backbone that you wouldn't beg for mercy, but what's wrong with you now? Don't be in a hurry. The effect of the 100 Claws scratching pill is only less than half of its effect right now. When it finally explodes, that's when the real pain will come. Master Tan, take your time and enjoy yourself. I will definitely not let you down." Tan family master at this time has been about to scratch all of his own flesh and blood, a whole body, almost no half a good skin, but to Yi Qing's mouth, surprisingly, only just started. The most horrific consequence yet to come? It makes you feel downright fearful to hear it. As if he was crazy, the Tan family head was about to charge at Yi Qing. However, without waiting for Yi Qing to make a move, ninth uncle directly kicked the Tan family head to the ground, hurting Yi Qing in front of them. This was, obviously, something impossible. After another 2 minutes or so, the Tan family lord had already collapsed on the ground at this moment, even spitting blood out of his mouth, and his 2 legs were actually already able to make out the bones mixed with blood, and all of these were the result of the Tan family lord scratching himself into such a state. Continuing like this, it was conceivable that the final fate of the Tan family master would turn out to be something like, without any surprises, directly becoming a white bone was not a problem. It was just that whether or not he would still be alive at that time would depend on how strong the Tan family lord's will to survive really was. "Kill me, please kill me." The Tan family lord was in so much pain right now that he couldn't even kill himself, because every time he tried to end his life, that strange itchy feeling would make him do something else. Even unconscious, the Tan family head couldn't do it. Just live with the feeling that life is worse than death. Until both of the Tan family lord's legs had turned into white bones. and the rest of his body. There was no longer a bit of intact flesh and blood. Yi Ching, only then, faintly waved his hand. No one had seen what Yi Ching had released with this wave of his hand either, but it was seen that the Tan family master slowly seemed to have less of a strange itch, even started panting heavily. Just when the Wan family lord and ninth uncle thought that at this moment, the Tan family lord should have opened his mouth to beg for mercy, the Tan family lord made a move that surprised them. Straight up. Suicide. That's right. Without even half a moment's hesitation, the master of the Tan family directly broke his neck alive and, just like that, left this world. The most frightening thing is that, after the death of the Tan family lord, instead of not having any resentment in his eyes, it was, in fact, only relief, as if, at the moment of his death, he didn't dare to resent anything, and only wanted to scramble for time and hurry up to die, fearing that, a second later, he would have to endure the kind of pain he had just suffered again. With this alone, one could imagine what kind of terrifying hell the Tan family lord was going through. Yi Ching looked at the Tan family lord's miserable body, sighed, and said, "What's the point of dying? I've released you. Really, no talent." The master of the Wan family and the ninth uncle swallowed their saliva and looked at the blandly colored Yi Ching. They knew that, after all, it was still them who had underestimated Yi Ching too much. Not only had he underestimated Yi Ching's skills, he had also underestimated Yi Ching's ruthlessness. But now that the man is dead, it's useless to say anything. The Wan family master looked at Yi Ching carefully and said, "Mr. Yi, the Tan family master is already dead. Look, his body, is it possible to dispose of it now?" Yi Ching sniffed, nodded, and said, "Did you take a video of what just happened?" When this word came out, the master of the Wan family and the ninth uncle immediately froze. Just now the situation, where would think of shooting video? Well, Yi Ching said with some regret, "It's a pity that Uncle Gong didn't see such a wonderful drama. But it's okay, sooner or later he will see it or experience it himself. Take a picture and send it to Uncle Gong. Just say, 'This is me, Yi Ching,' sending him a return gift. Also, photos of the bodies of those 3 killers, and send them along is all." When these words came out, the master of the Wan family and the ninth uncle looked at each other in dismay, wanting to open their mouths, but somewhat, not daring to. It's true that Uncle Kung sent a killer, but is it really good to provoke him to his face like this? Moreover, what do you mean? Uncle Kung will have the chance to personally experience the pain that the main body of the Tan family will have just gone through? Yi Ching, does this mean that he doesn't even intend to let Uncle Kung go? Mr. Yi, is that really necessary? If we really sent these to Uncle Gong, then, there really wouldn't be any wiggle room at all. Tan family master used the former friendship and interests to persuade Uncle Gong, but, Uncle Gong does not know your specific situation, so, I'm afraid that it's just a random shot. At this time, perhaps, there is still a chance to ease off. The master of the Wan family had never given up on the opportunity to ease up with Uncle Gong, even though, the 3 killers had died in Yi Ching's hands. But, as long as he explained properly and made it clear about Yi Ching's connections and abilities, it might not, necessarily, have to be torn apart. But, now sending the photos of the corpses of the Tan family head and the 3 assassins directly to Uncle Kung was downright provocative. It's almost like telling Uncle Kung directly that I've killed your men, and I'm now waiting for you to kill me or for me to kill you. What kind of character is Uncle Kung? The most powerful man in the underground world of the Eastern Province. He can bear this breath? If he could endure it, then he, Uncle Gong, would not have come to this point today. Yi Ching looked at the Wan family lord and smiled faintly, saying, "Do you guys think that there's any room for maneuver now?" Ninth uncle heard this and quickly spoke. "Mr. Yi, it may not be impossible, as long as you properly talk to Uncle Kung, and even pay some price. Uncle Kung, I think, will consider the consequences and will not make it difficult." Hearing this, Yi Ching smiled faintly and said, "You've misunderstood. What I'm talking about is not whether or not Uncle Gong will have room to maneuver, whether or not he'll turn a war of words into a war of words, but rather, who don't have room to maneuver. This matter, it's me, Yi Ching, who doesn't intend to forgive. You guys, do you hear me clearly?" Chapter 90, It's all Yi Ching's fault. That's not unclear. It's all too clear. Clearly, both the Wan family master and the ninth uncle were bitter in their hearts. It's Yi Ching. He's not going to let Uncle Gong go. Jair, to this extent, Yi Ching is indeed ruthless enough. It's just that it's Uncle Kung. Uncle Kung. Over the years, the East Province underground world or other places of the Big Brother giant also, not no one wanted to break hands with Uncle Gong, but the final result is still Uncle Gong sitting steadily on the throne of the East Province underground world's most powerful man. no one can shake. This, not a joke ah. When ninth uncle was about to say something else to persuade Yi Qing, the Wan family master took a deep breath and stopped ninth uncle. No more can be said, and if more is said, then, the camaraderie of the present choice of station, I fear, will be gone. Mr. Yi, everything will be done according to your instructions. I'll arrange for someone to take pictures now and send these to Uncle Gong. Yi Qing nodded and looked at the Wan family lord, saying, I know what you guys are worried about. I can understand that. After all, I, Yi Qing, am so bold that I dare to go hard with the most powerful man in the underground world of the eastern province. This looks like eggs touching stones, and it's normal for you guys to have concerns. What's more, you've already been kind enough to make such a choice this time. Master Wan, ninth uncle, if you choose to withdraw now, it's still not too late. The photos, I can send them myself. Is it too late? Maybe it's not too late, but in reality, it's too late. What's more, if he quit now, then wouldn't he have made such a difficult decision in the first place for nothing? The Wan family head looked at Yi Qing and spoke respectfully. Mr. Yi, you have a great favor for the Wan family, and I, Wan, am even more impressed with your heavy-heartedness and righteousness, so to be able to do what I can for you is a choice that I willingly make. Mr. Yi, I, Mr. Wan, can swear to you here that the Wan family, no matter what situation they face, will definitely swear to stand with you, even if, plunged into the abyss of all catastrophes, they will do so without complaint or regret. What a great line! In the sense that there are no complaints. Yi Qing looked at the Wan family lord, smiled slightly, nodded and said, I won't interfere with your choices, and I can't guarantee anything for you. Take a step and see what happens. Since you've made your decision, I, for one, won't say anything more, so do as I said before. It's getting late. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest. After saying that, Yi Qing was about to leave, while the Wan family lord looked at the ninth uncle and hurriedly spoke. Please, ninth uncle, personally send Mr. Yi away. I'll deal with the matter at hand. Ninth uncle immediately nodded his head and personally escorted Yi Qing to the car until, after watching Yi Qing's car leave, he then sighed and returned to the warehouse. Family master, once this photo is sent, we will really have no choice, and even, with Uncle Gong, we'll be real enemies. The wannabe clan master sniffed, nodded, and said, I know, but now, it's already been chosen. There's nothing to say. Do something. The master of the Wan family seemed to not want to continue talking about this matter, as if, fearing that this matter would be said to the end, and then hesitated. Then it would really be, swaying from side to side, becoming a wallflower. And wallflowers, the most obnoxious. Uncle Nine sighed and nodded without saying anything more. Now that the decision has been made, there is, indeed, little else to do. And at this point, the Vanguard family, young Master Wan, from the Wan family's unusual personnel movements, felt very keenly that the Wan family, something was going to happen, but he went to ask the Wan family lord and didn't get any concrete answers. However, he was not willing to do so, and after learning of Yi Qing's arrival at the Wan family, and seeing the Wan family head go to rest, he immediately went to the warehouse, and then saw the miserable appearance of the Tan family head. It seemed that he had never seen such a miserable and disgusting picture before. Wan Shao vomited at the first moment. Ninth uncle frowned and looked at Wan Shao, saying, this is not the place for you to come. It's better to hurry back and rest. It's getting late. Wan Shao, indeed, was the Wan family's favorite heir, and because of the Wan family's special background, Wan Shao actually had quite a lot of contact with the underground world, which was as it should be. Wan Shao looked at ninth uncle and pointed at the Tan family lord on the ground. Ninth uncle, what kind of person is this? How could it be so bad? Ninth uncle spoke indifferently. It's the Tan family master. He did the wrong thing and caused the Wan family to be in danger even now. So this is the punishment he deserves. These things are not for you to worry about. So go back. Wan Shao sniffed and immediately shook his head. Ninth uncle, I can't leave. As a part of the Wan family, I have the right to know the truth of the matter, as well as the right to come and share in the Wan family's troubles. Uncle Nine, I'm not a child anymore, so just tell me what happened. Maybe I can help. Moreover, the Wan family's so unusual mobilization. Not only I myself see it, others also see it. Now more or less some people are on edge. If I can know some of the situation, also know how to comfort them. Ninth uncle sniffed, hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, not bad. You've grown up now. It's time for you to get in touch with some things. Good. Then I'll tell you who's lying on the ground. Master Tan, you recognize it. This is him. When these words came out, Wan Shao immediately widened his eyes. The Tan family lord, Of course he knew him, but how did a good person become the way he is today? Next, Uncle Nine briefly explained the Wan family's current situation as well as the dangers, and informed Wan Xiao that if there was something wrong, he should hurry up and get ready to leave. The moment these words were spoken, Wan Xiao was confused. Wan family, even the Gong uncle to offend, or to the death. This is simply, that egg against the stone. Ninth uncle. No, you can't do that. That's Uncle Kung, our Wan clan. We're not a match for Uncle Gong at all. If we really offend him completely, Wan clan, there won't be a good outcome. Ninth uncle sniffed, nodded, and said, what you said, why am I not clear about it? But now, things have come to this point, there is nothing more to say. This is the decision of the Wan family as a whole. You, just obey. Or just pretend you don't know. How can you pretend you don't know? Then, when Uncle Kung kills him at the door, if he says he doesn't know, will they believe him? Even if they do, will they let him go? Yi Ching. It's that bastard Yi Ching again. Everything is because of Yi Ching. If it wasn't for Yi Ching, the Wan family, how would it have fallen to such a state now? Moreover, Yi Ching had no one in his sight, and didn't give him Wan Xiao half a face at all. He had long since looked at it with displeasure. Ninth uncle. Now, there is another solution. Oh, what way? Uncle Nine looked at Wan Xiao and inquired curiously. Wan Xiao's eyes flashed a trace of icy killing intent, gritted his teeth and said, if you kill Yi Ching, everything, all of it, will be pushed onto him, and it will all be solved. Chapter 91, Kill him. Killing Yi Ching was the only solution that Wan Xiao had come up with. As soon as Uncle Nine heard this, his face directly changed drastically. Looking at Wan Xiao, he immediately rebuked angrily. Impossible. Wan Xiao, such words from you, don't say it again. If we want to kill Yi Ching, then why would we have to do so many things to protect Yi Ching? Even if we just need to stand by and not offend Uncle Gong, we wouldn't have to end up in this situation. The importance of Yi Ching, you don't understand. Stop saying that. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Uncle Nine only felt a bit of a headache right now. How could he not expect that Wan Xiao would actually say such a sentence out of his mouth? Kill Yi Ching? It was easy to say, but in reality, that was impossible. And Wan Xiao, seeing Ninth Uncle's unhesitating rejection of himself, didn't make any exceptions, but, looking around, said cautiously, Ninth Uncle, I know the importance of Yi Ching, and I understand even more that Yi Ching is the old man's lifesaver. But, to take the entire Wan family for a single Yi Ching? If that's the case, then what kind of life-saving favor is this? This is clearly the hatred that caused the Wan family to be destroyed. You guys saved Yi Ching before? That's because you didn't know that Yi Ching would be so ruthless, and you still thought that you could have the possibility of negotiating a peace with Uncle Gong. But now, is there any? Speaking here, Wan Xiao clenched his teeth, a trace of ice flashed in his eyes, and said angrily, we almost gave our lives for Yi Ching. But what about Yi Ching? Is there any semblance of gratitude towards us? He killed 3 assassins, not to mention killing the Tan family master doesn't count, but he even tried to provoke Uncle Gong. Ninth uncle, do you think this is not suffering from a loss of heart? This kind of person, can we still be in his company? Killing Yi Ching is the easiest way, or even putting everything on Yi Ching's shoulders. Maybe we can even get blessed by the misfortune and get Uncle Gong's friendship. In this way, it's a 1-2 punch. Ninth uncle, really need to consider thinking about this matter. It had to be said that what Wan Xiao said was not without reason. As long as Yi Ching was dead, and it was the Wan family that had moved, then, now everything could be pushed onto Yi Ching's body. After all, the truth was also true. They hadn't directly killed anyone. The one who had killed had always been Yi Ching. As long as they do a good job of the aftermath and give an account to Uncle Kung, who's to say the ending won't change? Ninth uncle fell silent. He felt that Wan Xiao had a point, but it was clear that it couldn't be done. But what should the Wan family do? For a moment, the ninth uncle, in fact, was in a difficult situation, and at this moment, Wan Xiao added another fire. Ninth uncle, I know that this matter, for you and father, is hard to do, so, leave it to me. If this matter is accomplished, it's the credit of the Wan family. If it doesn't work, it has nothing to do with you. I'll bear the consequences alone. How about it? When ninth uncle heard this, his face immediately changed. Looking at Wan Xiao, he said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? You can't mess around. Don't you know? Yi Ching is more terrifying than we can imagine. If we don't solve him once, it will be a disaster for our Wan family. Understand? Wan Xiao sniffed and nodded heavily, saying, Ninth uncle, I understand. Don't worry, I won't underestimate Yi Ching. Quite the contrary. I'll treat him as one of the fiercest enemies and go all out. In short, ninth uncle. This matter, from now on, you just pretend you don't know. The other things? I'll do it, believe me ninth uncle. I'm a man of the Wan family. I won't harm the Wan family. Ninth uncle wanted to stop Wan Xiao, but Wan Xiao, however, had already gone out and left. Looking at Wan Xiao's back, ninth uncle sighed and said, is this right or wrong? But we really can't fight Uncle Gong. The lack of blocking is, in fact, a tacit admission. And at this moment, Wan Zhao's eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, it was right that Yi Qing could be completely resolved. As long as Yi Qing was resolved, he himself would be the greatest credit to the Wan family. At that time, who would dare to shake his position as the heir? And at this time, Bai Weiwei didn't go home, but went to Bai Ruoruo's home. Yi Qing's matter, she had to tell Bai Ruoruo. It was too dangerous. It was really too dangerous. She was simply not the only one who wanted to deal with Yi Qing. The others even wanted to kill Yi Qing. Moreover, regarding Yi Qing's relationship with ninth uncle, she had to figure it out. This matter, it was important. Vivi, it's late. Why don't you, just go home? Cat and Thrower sat on the back row, looking at Bai Weiwei, whose eyes were red and seemed a bit possessed, and couldn't help but be filled with worry. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, go home? Go home to what? This matter, it has to be resolved. Otherwise, where can I sleep? Yi Qing, this liar, has cheated so many people. I have to dismantle his true colors. At that time, I'll see him. What else can he take to be arrogant in front of me? Cat and Throw looked at each other and only felt helpless. Whether or not people Yi Qing is a liar, and not to mention, Bai Weiwei is now crazy. But it is true, she is determined to dry up with Yi Qing? Would have been a little contradiction. Now it seems that the two people developed into an irreconcilable hatred seems, which makes people simply cannot understand. Thrower sighed and looked at Bai Weiwei. Weiwei, perhaps, this is all a misunderstanding. Before he could finish a sentence, he was directly interrupted by Bai Weiwei. Stop it. You've all been tricked by Yi Qing. He's just a big liar. Otherwise, why would you all fall for it too? I'll call Sister Qingyu right now. After saying that, Bai Weiwei directly stopped the car and then dialed HD Moon's phone. After the phone was connected, Bai Weiwei immediately said with a choked voice, Sister Qingyu, Yi Qing is not a good person. He's a big liar. But how did he get to know Uncle Nine? Is it also a lie to Uncle Nine? A ninth uncle. So that Bai Weiwei had to be afraid, but she didn't know the involvement between Yi Qing and the ninth uncle. But HD Moon might not be unaware of it. After saying this, Bai Weiwei directly turned on the speakerphone, allowing both Cat and Throw to listen together. HD Moon's voice instantly came out from the cell phone. What? Have you seen Uncle Nine? Bai Weiwei quickly spoke up. Sister Qingyu, I asked Yi Qing to the bar today. Originally I was planning to find someone to teach Yi Qing a lesson, but as a result, he knows Uncle Nine. Not only did he fail to teach him a lesson, but instead, he also let my friend get hurt, and I've lost all my face. Sister Qingyu, this Yi Qing, is he on good terms with Uncle Nine? Uncle Nine, isn't that covering him? High Definition Moon sniffed and let out a light laugh, saying, Weiwei, if you had told me about this earlier, I wouldn't have let you do this. At the very least, I wouldn't have let you do this for the past few days. I'm not sure about anything else, but I'm really clear about Yi Qing's relationship with ninth uncle, or the relationship with the Wan family. Don't worry, he and ninth uncle, there's nothing to do with it, but it's just some friendships that weren't worth mentioning before. But now, the ones that should be paid back have all been paid back, and after a few more days, no one will care about Yi Qing. Chapter 92, Imposter? High Definition Moon, in Bai Weiwei's eyes, would never cheat her, so High Definition Moon's words, that was definitely justified. Hearing that Yi Qing and ninth uncle didn't have any relationship, just some friendship that was once not worth mentioning, Bai Weiwei instantly felt much more relaxed. So that's how it is. Scared me to death. I thought Yi Qing had some kind of relationship with ninth uncle, and that I wouldn't be able to deal with him as a big liar in the future. So, it's such a simple relationship. Then he's still pretending to look scary. Sure enough, he's just a big liar. Everything, it's all pretend. High Definition Moon smiled and said, Alright, Weiwei, don't be angry. If there's nothing else, I'll take a rest first. Also, you don't need to bother dealing with Yi Qing, just let your sister see his true colors clearly. But that's not a problem. Your sister, sooner or later, will see it all clearly. So that's it, goodbye. After saying that, HD Moon hung up the phone. Bai Weiwei looked at Cat and Thrower in the car and laughed. Now, you all heard it. This is the HD Moon chairman of the Qingyu group. It's not so bad that, even if she says something, you guys will think it's wrong, right? HD Moon. The persona was portrayed successfully. At least, in Jiangcheng, many people, especially girls, almost idolized HD Moon. After all, a woman, hard to start a business, create a big miracle. This is all the girls will envy, also want to live into the look. HD Moon's words, how could they not believe them? Cat and Throw were just about to open their mouths to say something, when Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, there's no need to say anything more. I've arrived at my sister's house, and today, I'll be staying here, so if there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, Bai Weiwei got out of the car, leaving the car to Cat and Throw, and went straight to open Bai Ruoruo's door. At this time, Bai Ruoruo hadn't rested yet, and when she saw Bai Weiwei running here again, she was a bit helpless. She really favored this sister, yet there was really nothing she could do with her. Vivi, what brings you here so late? Bai Weiwei sniffed and laughed. Sister, I'll come and live with you, can't I? Looking at Bai Weiwei's smiling face, not like she was continuing to look for trouble, Bai Ruoruo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't look for trouble, then, she was actually still welcoming Bai Weiwei. How come? You live with me. Of course it's okay, just, look at you all drunk, ran out to play again. Right, in the future you can't be like this. Big girl, drink less, outside, it's not safe, come on, go wash up. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was very obedient and didn't refute everything Bai Ruoruo said. She quickly washed up and changed into her pajamas, then ran directly to Bai Ruoruo's room and lay down beside Bai Ruoruo. Sis, do you really love Yi Qing? Hasn't it ever occurred to you that he's just a liar who cheats on his feelings? This kind of person won't have a good ending. When the time comes, what should you do, sister? Looking at Bai Weiwei, who had once again brought up Yi Qing and was still unsuspecting, Bai Ruoruo was really a bit angry. Weiwei, I've already told you, Yi Qing isn't some liar. He's someone I like. Can you stop misunderstanding him? Okay, you want to hold it for HD Moon, right? Then I, for one, will talk to you about it. Bai Ruoruo couldn't hold back any longer and felt that she had to tell the truth about herself and Yi Qing. Otherwise, if Bai Weiwei continued to be like this, not only would she hurt Yi Qing, but she would also hurt Bai Weiwei herself. Then, Bai Ruoruo told all about how she was infatuated with Yi Qing, how she held back again, how painful it was, and how she waited until Yi Qing returned. It even included how Yi Qing had gone to clean up the Tan family for his own sake. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo sighed, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said, Weiwei, after all of this, I've told you, do you still think that Yi Qing is a liar and a bad person? Are you even going to think that I'm a bad woman? Your sister? Bai Weiwei sniffed and fell silent. A lot of things, she was indeed not clear. At this moment, when she heard Bai Ruoruo say, she also felt that, Bai Ruoruo all these years, was really too hard. However, was half sympathetic to Yi Qing. So, Yi Qing, knowing that sister has always liked him, yet he didn't give any reaction until, after sister Qing Yu divorced him, he knew to look for sister Yu, didn't he? This is not a liar. What is it? This is not just a liar. This is simply a soft food asshole. He is looking for a spare tire. Sister, it's even more impossible for me to let you be with Yi Qing. He is not a good person at all, much less love you. He is just using you, bullying you. Bai Ruoruo was completely speechless. Looking at Bai Weiwei, she sighed and said, okay, whatever you say, but, you stay out of the way of what's going on between Yi Qing and I. It's my business that I like him. Is that okay? Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo's appearance of not wanting to pay attention to herself, and still said relentlessly, and what about the Tan family? Sis, I'll tell you the truth. I even think that even if you marry Tan Xiao, it's better than being with Yi Qing. It's certainly no problem for him to help you solve your problems. However, wanting me to thank him is absolutely impossible, because he simply doesn't have the ability to help you solve your problems. The relationship between ninth uncle and him, I already know. Sis, you've been deceived. Obviously it was the truth, but in Bai Weiwei's eyes, everything seemed to have become a conspiracy. Bai Ruoruo didn't even know what to say now. This sister of his got into the bull's eye and couldn't get out. Go to sleep. Bai Ruoruo sighed, not wanting to care about Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei, however, directly pulled Bai Ruoruo and said, Sister, I know you're not happy, but I still have to say, leave Yi Qing and apologize to sister Qingyu. You're good girlfriends and friends. You can't just split up into whips and turn on each other like this because of a very trashy man. Sis, it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. Bai Ruoruo at this moment, looking at Bai Weiwei, was really angry. She To apologize to HD Moon? Bai Weiwei. What are you talking about? Am I your elder sister or is HD Moon your elder sister? Why? You don't believe what I say. Instead, you want to believe HD Moon's words. Yi Qing is a good man. A heavenly good man. He is not the liar you speak of, much less deceiving us about anything. He is clearly the one who is a victim. Why? Are you talking about him like this? Speaking here, Bai Ruoruo could no longer control her temper and said angrily, liar? Do you know who the liar is? The real liar is HD Moon. If she hadn't begged so hard back then and impersonated me, perhaps the person who's married to Yi Qing now wouldn't be her, but me. Maybe. I've been with Yi Qing a long time ago. Speaking of this, Bai Ruoruo seemed to be very aggrieved, and her face turned red, and Bai Weiwei sniffed, flabbergasted for a moment, and said, what bitterness, what imposter. Chapter 93. I was the one who saved him back then. Bai Ruoruo was really angry at this moment. Her own sister, who didn't believe in herself, but kept believing in HD Moon, and kept pushing to discredit Yi Qing. She was really angry. Obviously, everything is HD Moon's fault. Why? To say that she and Yi Qing's bad? Bai Ruoruo really had the intention to completely reveal all the secrets, but, looking at Bai Weiwei's face, in the end, she gritted her teeth, shook her head, and said, it's nothing, go to sleep. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo didn't want to continue this topic, but Bai Weiwei had managed to hear a secret from it, so how could she just let Bai Ruoruo sleep? Sister, what exactly do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean? If it wasn't for HD Moon's bitter plea and imposter, perhaps it would have been you and Yi Qing who got married? You make your words clear. Bai Ruoruo frowned and said, it's all in the past, don't bring it up again. Besides, I promised HD Moon that this matter will rot in my stomach. Even if there are a lot of misunderstandings between us nowadays, I still have to keep my promise. Weiwei, don't ask. What's in the past is in the past. It was simple to say, but the more Bai Weiwei listened to it, the more she wanted to hear it, like 100 claws scratching at her heart, making her not even half sleepy right now. Okay, sister, if you don't tell me, I'll call Sister Qingyu right now. I think she won't hide it from me. If not, I'll go to Yi Qing and ask him face to face if he knows about this situation. In short, I'll definitely know the truth. After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she was about to get up, as if she could no longer resist the urge to explore the truth in the middle of the night. Bai Ruoruo immediately became anxious and stopped Bai Ruoruo, saying, what do you want to do? You're not allowed to go to them. In the end, Bai Ruoruo sighed, nodded, and said, okay, you want to know, right? Then I'll tell you, but you have to swear that after you hear about it, you'll rot it in your stomach, and you won't be allowed to say anything about it to anyone, including HD Moon and Yi Qing, okay? At this point, anything can be said as long as the secret is known. Bai Weiwei immediately swore at Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo sighed, and in her eyes, there was some bitterness as she softly said, back then, I didn't know Yi Qing, and neither did HD Moon. HD Moon and I are still very good girlfriends. Her family condition is not good. All along, it is me who helps her. This point, I think, you are more or less clear about it. This is true. Bai Weiwei nodded her head. That's why I said that it's really not worth it for you and Sister Qingyu to get to this point now. You've all been in a relationship for more than 10 years, and you used to be as good as one another. Once, it was really good. Bai Ruoruo sighed and said, one day, when HD Moon and I went to play on the street, we happened to run into a car accident. Unconscious Yi Qing. There were a lot of people present at that time, but no one came to the rescue, because the vehicle had already started to catch fire. It was me who disregarded my life and put my life on the line to save Yi Qing, and for that reason, my back was severely burned by the flames. You know this, right? Bai Ruoruo touched her back. A trace of pain flashed in her eyes, as if the burning sensation of the flames still haunted her when she thought of that scene, and at this moment, Bai Weiwei was silent, looking at Bai Ruoruo, saying, so, all these years, you never wore clothes with exposed shoulders and backs, and even if the weather was hot, you covered it up tightly, just because you didn't want to be seen with the scars on your back. Bai Ruoruo sniffed, smiled slightly and said, I'm also a girl. Girls all love beauty. I'm no exception. Although the injury on my back is healed, but the hideous scar is left behind, not to mention once, is now. I actually are very low self-esteem. Bai Weiwei nodded. Imagine if it was a hideous and horrible scar left on her back. She, too, would have low self-esteem. So, it was you who saved Yi Qing. It can't be. It turned out to be Sister Qingyu who saved him. Bai Ruoruo nodded, sighed, and said, HD Moon's family condition is not good, and Yi Cheng looks not like a poor person. So, after saving Yi Cheng, just in time for HD Moon to pay for her brother's hospital treatment and whatnot, she pleaded with me to say that the person she saved, so that she might be able to get a thank you fee from Yi Cheng's body, to be able to alleviate her the immediate need. I didn't think about it so much at first. After all, we're good girlfriends, and it wouldn't be good for her to keep following up on the help I've given her, and it might, perhaps, be a good thing for someone to give her a bright thank you payment, so I said yes. As a result, you'll know, Yi Cheng is grateful to HD Moon, and has always believed that HD Moon has saved his life, so he has been very, very good to HD Moon, until now. Perhaps in his heart, he still feels that he owes HD Moon a life. After finishing, Bai Ruoro looked at Bai Weiwei and said softly, but, his life, in fact, was saved by me. Weiwei, am I wrong, or is Yi Cheng wrong? What are we wrong about? Why, you don't believe us? Now that I've told you this secret, you have your own thinking, you'll definitely understand. So stop targeting Yi Cheng, okay? Always. Bai Ruoro did not say that HD Moon was not a good person or something like that. But, all the facts have been so clear. What to do? Bai Weiwei should understand. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoro and hugged gently. Sister, you are a good person. How could you be wrong? The one who is wrong is not Sister Qingyu? But, sister, you forgot one thing that is, people, they all become. Yi Cheng, not just changed. Sister, you are a filter on him. That's why you look at him so well, and the reason why Sister Qingyu married him. I'm afraid it's also because he once helped Sister Qingyu. Gratitude, more than feelings. Just with Qingyu's sister's character, how could she abandon Yi Cheng for no reason? It must be that Yi Cheng had done something that angered the heavens and made Qingyu's sister unable to bear it any longer, and acted in such a way. So, sister, stay away from Yi Cheng, okay? It's really not worth it for such a man, especially, and to part ways with such a good best friend for so many years. Is it worth it? As soon as Bai Ruoro heard Bai Weiwei's words, she knew that she had really made a fool of herself, and after talking for half a day, as a result, the person didn't even listen to it, and only felt that it was still Yi Cheng's fault. But Yi Cheng, what's wrong? Bai Ruoro pushed Bai Weiwei away and frowned. Weiwei, I've said all this out loud. Why don't you understand? It's not Yi Cheng's fault. Yi Cheng, he's not at fault. The one at fault is HD Moon. It's always been her fault. People do become, but become, not Yi Cheng, but HD Moon. Bai Weiwei, have you been brainwashed by HD Moon? You now, how did you become like this? Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoro reprimanding herself, and immediately said with a stern face, Sister, I've never changed. Moreover, it's you who have misunderstood Sister Qingyu too much. It's all because of Yi Cheng. All of this, all of it, it's Yi Cheng's fault. In short, I will definitely not let this bad guy go. Sister, I will definitely let you see through Yi Cheng's true colors. He, for one, is not a good person yet. After saying that, Bai Weiwei couldn't help herself, and directly took out her cell phone, finding the photo of Yi Cheng sitting between cat and throwing and drinking, saying, Look, is this a good person? Chapter 94, The Underworld is a Clean Slate. In the middle of the photo, Cat and Throw were close to Yi Cheng, and those who didn't know, really thought that Yi Cheng was hugging the right and the left, and having fun with two women at the same time. When Bai Ruoro saw the photo, her face didn't change and she spoke directly. And then, flabbergasted, Vivian White pointed at the photo and blurted out, What more does this need then? Sis, are you crazy? Can't you see? Yi Cheng, he's hugging left and right, drinking with other women. Someone like that, behind your back he's doing this kind of thing. Do you still want to speak for him? Bai Ruoro sighed and looked at Bai Weiwei with some distraction, saying, Bai Weiwei, if I'm not mistaken, these two people, they are your good friends, right? So the person who took the picture, it won't be someone else, it should be you. With your eccentricity since you were a child, Yi Cheng, it was you who asked out too, right? All of this, it's all a setup by you, right? So, what do you want me to see? See how you designed and framed Yi Cheng? Come on, Vivi, don't get into this kind of thing again, okay? Just think of it as a heart attack. Bai Ruoro was truly speechless. This kind of thing, only Bai Weiwei could do it. Bai Weiwei also did not expect that a glance was seen through by Bai Ruoro. Her face reddened, gritted her teeth, and said, Sister, so what if I did it? But, did Yi Cheng reject it? You see, he's drinking this wine, but he's having a lot of fun. This kind of person, once there's a second time, is it? Do you want to wait for Yi Cheng to bully even me before you're willing to see through his true colors? Bai Ruoro sniffed and suddenly laughed, looking Bai Weiwei up and down and said, Weiwei, if it's really bullying, it's you who's bullying Yi Qing, so don't waste your energy, okay, go to sleep. You can say whatever you want. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Bai Ruoro no longer paid attention to Bai Weiwei and directly laid down to sleep. And Bai Weiwei was furious at this moment. Her chest kept rising and falling in annoyance. Fine, sis, just wait and regret. I'll make sure you see Yi Qing's true colors. After saying that, Bai Weiwei also angry lying on the bed. But the eyes cannot close. The heart keeps thinking, what should be done, in order to let Yi Qing show his original form, so that everyone know his true face. Using their own girlfriends and friends to make a game is obviously not going to work. Look at Bai Ruo's meaning. Not only do not believe, even if they believe, I'm afraid that they will not be much angry. So, what if we use ourselves as a bureau? What if she let her sister see herself and Yi Qing lying on the same bed? What if Yi Qing even bullied himself? So maybe, isn't it different? The more she thought about it, the brighter Bai Weiwei's eyes became, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. That's right. What else than their own personal into the game, more intuitive and shocking? Well, only then can completely shatter Yi Qing in the heart of Bai Ruoro filter. After thinking about it, the corners of Bai Weiwei's mouth sketched out a smile as she slowly fell asleep. And at this moment, late at night, Yi Qing, however, was sitting by the window, unable to sleep. He didn't care about the Tan family's hatred for him. He doesn't care if Uncle Kung sends someone to kill him. However, Yi Qing has long been not that magnanimous. Yi Qing, perhaps, even if tolerance, but also to distinguish between people and things. Uncle Gong, the most powerful man in the underground world of the Eastern Province, has been shaking the Eastern Province for decades, and perhaps it's time, too, for a change. After dialing up Tiger's Teeth's video, looking at Tiger's Teeth who was sleeping, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, soon, Myth Group will be releasing a new product, and then, become the world's attention. Tiger's Teeth, are you still sleeping? But I do remember that you've been competing with Four Eyes. Tiger's Tooth sniffed, looked at Yi Qing, and said helplessly, Mr. Yi, I would like to compete, but Four Eyes is in control of the Mythic Group, and is in control of the Life Original Liquid that you gave me, and with that, I would like to compete, but I can't. Do you have any orders for me at this late hour? Yi Qing nodded and said, Uncle Gong, you know it. Hearing Uncle Gong's name, a trace of coldness flashed in Tiger's eyes, saying, naturally, I know. No one in the underground world of the Eastern Province knows about the Big Brother. Why? Are you going to take action against him? That's really great. I can't wait for a long time. Mr. Yi, as long as you give the order, I will gather my men and declare war on him now. Don't worry, the number of people, my side may not be enough, but the elites, we are not lacking. If we really want to fight with him, we guarantee to make him suffer. Hearing the tone of the Tiger's Teeth, Yi Qing knew that between the Tiger's Teeth and Uncle Gong, I'm afraid that there is some enmity. It's not surprising. After all in the Eastern Province underground world to make a living, the rise of the Tiger's Teeth will certainly affect the vested interests of many people. Then, as the strongest power of the underground world of the Eastern Province, Uncle Gong surely won't stand idly by. Have a grudge? Tiger's Teeth smiled faintly, said, talk about no hatred between each other. There has been some friction. However, Uncle Gong saw that we are not easy to deal with after, and then temporarily stopped the development. So, only to tolerate it. However, he did threaten me more than once, and also sent people to break the legs of a few of my subordinates. This revenge, I have always remembered. Yi Qing smiled, nodded, and said, if there's hatred, then report it. Contact Red Poople. Tell him, it's time to return to the realm. Let him bring his people, and also make a move. This time, since it's moving, let's let the underground world of the Eastern Province clear the air. With a few words, the Tiger's Teeth immediately lost all semblance of sleepiness and became directly excited. East Province underground world clear. This is Uncle Gong have not even had a feat. Once successful to make the East Province underground world clear, bring the terrible influence as well as interests. That is needless to say. However, it's not that simple. Mr. Yi, my subordinate follows the order. Only, if you want to clear the underground world of the Eastern Province, I'm afraid, it's not just as simple as dealing with Uncle Kung, not to mention the other giant bigwigs, or some other big powers. They won't just sit back and do nothing. Yi Qing certainly understood the difficulty of this matter. It was simply not something that could be done in 3 days or 2 days. But, since he had moved, he always had to set a goal. What you said, I naturally know clearly. You do what you need to do is all. At least, First give this Uncle Gong some trouble. Other things, you can think long and slow. As for the other things, it doesn't matter. When the myth group really comes into everyone's sight, they will understand what to choose. What's more, I, too, will personally go out, find some people, and meet them. With Yi Qing's words, Tiger's Teeth instantly had no more half-worries. Clearing the air was the ultimate goal. Before that, it could be done in stages. And the first one they laid hands on was Uncle Kung. Good. Very good. Mr. Yi, then I don't have any doubts. Dealing with Uncle Kung, everyone else will stand by and watch, or even add fuel to the fire. After all, Uncle Kung has been sitting in the Eastern Province for so many years, and there are quite a lot of people he has offended, and there are even more people who want to pull him down. I know what to do. Don't worry, I can do it now. Yi Qing nodded and said, on the red pupil's side, you're responsible for contacting them, and for the rest, you'll see to it. After saying that, Yi Qing hung up the phone. Eyes narrowed slightly as he looked out the window at the neon flashes. The wind is picking up. Chapter 95, Madman's Own Guard. Red Pupil. And at this moment, after hanging up the phone, Tiger's Teeth couldn't help himself at once, and immediately dialed up his own men's phones, and then began to give orders. So what if it goes into the night? Who says you can't do things at night? What's more, it's only right to do things in the underground world at night. Notify down. The first time, give me to sweep the East Continent territory. Uncle Gong management cover the nightclub, KTV, bar, and so on all places. I want this Eastern Continent, overnight, to change the sky, to let everyone know that I, Tiger's Tooth, and Uncle Gong, are at war. Tiger's Teeth's order, the first time to reach everyone's ears, and Tiger's Teeth's men, each and every one of them are elite, more obedient to the order. Dealing with such a big man like Uncle Kung, there is no fear in their hearts. On the contrary, there is only excitement. Who wouldn't want to take their place? Also in the first hour of the Tiger's Teeth to give the order, the territory of the Eastern Continent, as long as belongs to Uncle Kung's property, have been smashed by the Tiger's Teeth men. For a moment, the Eastern Continent, dozens of riots and turmoil. Tiger Tooth, on the other hand, dialed Red Hitomi's number at this time. Listening to the phone, came the impatient voice. Tiger Teeth, this big brother, actually half a bit of dissatisfaction do not dare to have, but instead carefully accompanied the smiling face. Red Pupil, big brother, don't be angry. I'm fine, but I don't dare to disturb you. It's just that, right now, I'm following Mr. Ye's order to call you. Upon hearing Yi Qing's name, Red Pupil's tone immediately turned much better. What did Mr. Yi say? Tigress smiled and spoke. Mr. Yi asked you to return to the realm and help me clean up the underground world of the Eastern Province, so that the underground world of the Eastern Province clears up. Hearing this, the Red Pupil's voice exuded dissatisfaction. Only, it wasn't dissatisfaction with Yi Qing, but rather contempt for Tiger's Teeth. More than a year, you couldn't even manage to clear the underground world of the Eastern Province. Tiger's Teeth, you're really a waste as always. Wasted Mr. Yes, trust in you. You should cut yourself to thank for your sins. This is the Red Pupil. In addition to Yi Qing, no one, and killing indecisive to the point of almost no human feelings. Just as Tiger Tooth wanted to say something, on the other end of the phone, Red Hitomi's men happened to come to give Red Hitomi a report on the situation. Lord Red Pupil, the 367 members of the resistance have all surrendered. What do you think? What should we do with them? Red Pupil heard, directly said lightly, kill, dare to resist, massacre innocent civilians, they deserve to die. All killed, the dead bodies in the wilderness. Feed those wild beasts to go. Yes, subordinates obey. Then, the Red Pupil's side was heard, and the sound of dense gunfire was heard. As for Tiger's Teeth, he gulped at this time, a bitter look on his face. This is the Red Pupil. Kill more than 300 people, just like killing more than 300 ants. Even if these 300 people have done a lot of unconscionable things, death deserves to die. But, after all, it is more than 300 human lives. I am afraid that many other people would not be able to make up their mind, let alone give such an order, because they would be afraid. Not to mention others, let's say Tiger's Teeth. Let him directly order the execution of more than 300 people, and also a violent corpse in the wilderness. Tiger's Teeth thinks that he, himself, is unable to do it. As expected, the Red Pupil is the Red Pupil, and no one can replace it. And when Yi Qing recalled the Red Pupil, one could imagine what kind of monstrous rain of blood it would bring. Big brother Red Pupil, my Tiger's Teeth skills are limited. Naturally I can't compare with you, so that's why Mr. Yi asked me to contact you. hoping that you can come back and help out. Look, do you have time? As soon as Red Hitomi heard this, she went straight into a rage over the phone. Asshole, Tiger Tooth. You dare to provoke my relationship with Mr. Yi? You dare to question my loyalty to Mr. Yi? You seek death. Tiger's Teeth heard, immediately revealed a miserable smile. Said, no, 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 is that I said the wrong thing? This is not to see that you are very busy. So, only thought for you to consider it. After all, Mr. Yi gave the time, or very loose, at least, within a short period of time. Mr. Yi did not intend to make the underground world of the Eastern Province completely clear. He is given ample time. So, just thought, you can get on with yours. There's no rush. Really, there's no rush. Just kidding. If he was really considered by Red Hitomi and provoked the relationship between Red Hitomi and Yi Qing, Red Hitomi could break his legs even if she didn't kill him for Yi Qing's sake. This thing, Red Hitomi could do it. To put it bluntly, among Yi Qing's so many friends or henchmen, the ones who don't fear the red pupil are not unheard of, but they are few and far between. And the most frightening thing is that this so-called few and far between is that each and every one of them is a madman, no worse than the red pupil. And even some of them are madly more ruthless. This was also the reason why, after Yi Qing came out, the first time, he didn't find them, nor did he let them look for Yi Qing. Jokingly, if he really did, it would be a disaster. But now, recalling Red Pupil, Yi Qing's intentions, I'm afraid, were not just for the underground world of the Eastern Province. Of course, it was also possible that Tiger Tooth was overthinking it. After all, at one time, Red Pupil had belonged to Yi Qing's personal guards or something like that, and this time, when he came back, he should also be mainly responsible for Yi Qing's safety. Tiger's Teeth. If you dare to make a fool of yourself and talk nonsense again, I'll pull out all your teeth. All of them. After saying that, Red Hitomi directly hung up the phone. And at this moment, nearly 10,000 miles away from the Dragon Kingdom, a young man in his 20s whose entire body was shrouded in red robes, and whose pupils were even somewhat blood red, was, at this moment, looking at the corpses all over the ground, revealing a sardonic smile. Listen to me, all of you. Next, use the fastest speed to clear out all the remaining evil. Then, follow me back to the realm. This person was none other than Red Hitomi. Looks good looking, harmless, but only those who really know understand that the Red Pupil is an uncompromising madman. East China. Was Red Pupil hung up the phone, Tiger Teeth wiped the forehead sweat, angrily cursed, damn Red Pupil, is not just a little bit more powerful. You cow what cow? Scared the old man to death, but also to pull out all of my teeth. What do you do daydreaming it? After saying that, as if he thought of something, Tiger Tooth hurriedly checked his cell phone again, as if he was afraid that the phone was not hung up, and what he said was heard by Red Hitomi. After seeing that it was actually hung up, Tigress let out a long breath. This night was destined to be an uneventful one, and in the early morning hours of the next day, the news of a chaotic war in the eastern continent, with Tiger's Teeth directly waging war against Uncle Kung, in the first instance, spread throughout the entire eastern province. And at this moment, HD Moon was accompanying Clouded Leopard. Even if Yun Bao was not good looking, and even made HD Moon feel a little nauseous, it could not stop her from accompanying a smiling face. Who made Yun Bao? A member of the Yun family. What's more, the current Clouded Leopard still had value to be utilized. Young Yun, how was your rest last night? Coming to me so early in the morning. This is really treating me as a friend. Qing Yu, I'm glad. Looking at high definition Moon, Yun Bao smiled and spoke. Naturally, I treat Miss Qing Yu as a friend. I, Yun Bao, am true to my word. How can I not be true to my word? Doesn't Miss Qing Yu want to take a stroll around Cloud End City? Don't you want to cooperate with the Cloud End group? I'm not just here to deliver a gift. Once these words came out, HD Moon's eyes instantly brightened up, and when looking at the Clouded Leopard, she also felt that it was extraordinarily smooth. Chapter 96, A Woman's Dinner Party. Young Mr. Yun, is there really a chance that I will be able to work with the Cloud's End group? That would be really great. I just don't know. What kind of cooperation project is it? Can Young Yun divulge a bit? It's good for me, too, to be prepared. Yun Bao looked at HD Moon, smiled faintly and said, No hurry, President Qing Yu. Why be in such a hurry? As you know, after all, I don't hold a position in the Cloud Group, so, I can only introduce you to the situation, and unsurprisingly, there is an opportunity for cooperation. However, the president of the Cloud Group in the Eastern Province has temporarily left. The time is not coincidental. When he comes back, I will arrange for you to meet. and at that time, you will just have a good talk. President Qingyu, I gave you such a big gift. You have to thank me for it. High definition moon heard, the heart suddenly some unpleasant. After all is said and done, there is still no substantial benefit. This is all invisible and touching the promise is just. On this, run to ask for benefits to come? However, HD Moon was still happy to be on the Cloud Group's boat. Young Yun, let me treat you to dinner. Don't worry, I guarantee your satisfaction. After saying that, HD Moon called Lin Ji over and said with a smile, Lin Ji, arrange for lunch. All the things this morning are pushed off. Make sure to make Young Yun happy. Lin Ji sniffed and immediately nodded with a smile and said, Okay, President, I'll go arrange it right away. After saying that, Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and laughed. President, you are not suspecting that the white crystal love is fake. It just so happens that Yun Xiao is here. So let him follow to see. Not everything will be revealed. High definition Moon smiled and shook her head, saying, How can that be? Young Yun is a valued guest. He came here as a guest. Some of our things, it's better for us to just deal with them on our own. It's not good to let Young Yun out of the picture. Yun Bao sniffed, immediately patted his chest and laughed. Where is the matter? It is not difficult at all. Anyway, there is nothing else for me to do when I come here. Accompanying you guys on a trip, just to inspect the Cloud Duan city here. It's only right. So, Miss Qingyu, don't be polite to me? Otherwise, that would be not treating me as a friend. Hearing that Yun Bao had said so, HD Moon then hesitated and nodded her head. Then, it will be troublesome for Yun Xiao. Let's put it this way. We'll go to have our midday meal first later on. And after that, we'll just go to the Cloud Inn city to take a stroll. After saying that, HD Moon looked at Lin Ji and said, Lin Ji, invite Bai Ruoro over as well. It'll be fun to go together then. Lin Ji sniffed and immediately revealed a smile, nodded, and said, Okay, President, I'll go make arrangements. After saying that, HD Moon looked at Yun Bao and laughed. White Ruoro is my good friend. Also being tricked by people saying that it is the one who sent the white crystal love. Yun Xiao, when the time comes, you can properly help my friend out. Moreover, this friend of mine, looks can be beautiful. Not only beautiful, but also choo-choo moving. I see the poor. Yun Xiao, I guarantee that. Although you've seen a lot of beautiful women, but, Ruoruo, is definitely the most heartwarming one you've ever seen. At these words, Yun Bao's eyes almost turned into heart shapes. Looking at high definition Moon, he said with some impatience, Will there be anyone more beautiful than Miss Qingyu? I don't believe in it, but it's good to meet it. It's good to meet it. It's good to meet it. Ha 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 ha. A piggy face had revealed Clouded Leopard's heart. High definition Moon was a bit shameless, however, still accompanied with a smiling face. And at this time, Bai Ruoro and Bai Weiwei had already gotten up, and the two were sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast, but neither one of them was paying attention to anyone. In the end, it was Bai Ruoro who sighed and said, Weiwei, how are you going to spend your birthday? After all, it's also your 18-year-old bar mitzvah, so if you need help, just say so. Mentioning this, Bai Weiwei spoke, How can we get by? Just find a venue and invite some people to attend is all. Sis, bring Yi Qing too. When Bai Ruoro heard this, she said somewhat helplessly, You obviously hate Yi Qing so much. Why did you still invite him? Bai Weiwei exasperatedly said, But even if I hate Yi Qing no matter how much I hate him, sister, don't you like him? If I don't invite him, you'll still be unhappy. Just let him come. Maybe slowly I'll change my mind about him. What he said made Bai Ruoro very happy. After all, one was his sister. One was the man he loved so much. If there was a conflict between them, Bai Ruoro, who stood in the middle, would really be unhappy. However, Bai Ruoro did not see that in Bai Weiwei's eyes. When she mentioned Yi Qing, a hint of intrigue, a hint of smugness flashed through, as if she had already made a decision to do something to Yi Qing, to make Yi Qing, in front of everyone, completely lose face as if, Sis, I'll tell you in advance. You're not allowed to lend money to Yi Qing to buy me a gift. I know he doesn't have much money, and I don't need him to give me a gift of much value, but if you lend him money, it's meaningless, and I'll be unhappy. Bai Weiwei smiled and nodded, saying, Don't worry, I won't lend him any money for your gift. He will definitely prepare it for you sincerely. Just then, Lindsay's call came through. Looking at the number, Bai Ruoro frowned lightly. There was a time when she and HD Moon and Lin Ji were good girlfriends who talked about everything. But now, Lin Ji and HD Moon were the ones who stood together. So what was she trying to do by calling herself at this time? Lindsay, what's the matter? Eventually, Bai Ruoro picked up the phone. Lin Ji smiled and spoke. Ruoro, at noon, Qingyu wants to treat you to dinner. At that time, you must come. Buy yourself dinner? I'm afraid it's a wonder that anything good will come of it. Ruoro directly opened her mouth and refused. I'm sorry, I have something at lunch, so I won't be able to make it, so you guys eat. After saying that, Ruoro was about to hang up the phone. However, Linji spoke with a smile. Ruoro, why reject people? After all, we were once good girlfriends, and now we are considered good friends. What's more, this dinner is about Yi Ching. Don't you want to hear about it? Hearing that it was about Yi Ching, Ruoro couldn't calm down. She knew very well that HD Moon was now extremely disgusted with Yi Ching. Not to say that she hated him to the bone, and she might have to clean up Yi Ching, so there was no way she was going to sit back and do nothing. You guys, are you still not going to let Yi Ching go? Lin Ji, if others don't know, don't you know? We all know very well what kind of good person Yi Ching is, so why are you guys not going to let him go? Lin Ji smiled and said, Ruoro, what are you talking about? I don't understand, but if you have something to say, it's better to say it when you're here. I'll send the address to your cell phone, so be sure to come. After saying that, Lin Ji hung up the phone directly, seemingly certain that Ruoro dare not come. And at this time, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up as she looked at Bai Ruorua and said, Sis, is it Sister Qingyu inviting you to dinner? I want to go too. Bai Ruorua frowned and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, what are you going to do? She's looking for me for something, so don't get involved. Bai Weiwei sniffed, and immediately revealed a dissatisfied look, saying, I've heard it all. It's about Yi Ching. Sis, haven't you been advising me so that I don't misunderstand Yi Ching? Then today, isn't it the best opportunity? I'm going. You have to take me there. If you don't let me, then I'll go to find Sister Qingyue on my own. Hearing this, Bai Ruoro was helpless and could only nod her head. In her heart, however, she had a bad feeling. If you don't have anything to offer, you're a thief. Chapter 97, Demobilization of the Clan. Critical situation. Bai Ruoro would not believe that HD Moon would kindly invite herself to dinner. But now, since people had said it, Bai Ruoro always had to go to the appointment in order to find out what HD Moon really wanted. And at this moment, the Wan family, Wan Xiao hadn't slept all night, and had already been unable to hold back and started plotting to execute Yi Ching. Yi Ching, this time, it's your own fault for seeking death. Even you dare to offend Uncle Kung. Even if I want to spare you, who can spare my Wan family? And at this moment, Wan Xiao's follower cautiously looked at Wan Xiao and said, Young master, this matter of killing Yi Ching, after all, the family head is not allowed to do so, and moreover, I'm afraid that the family head will also send someone to protect Yi Ching. So what do you intend to do? Wan Xiao smiled coldly as he said, Of course I know that this matter can't have anything to do with my Wan family. If Yi Ching dies, everything is fine. If Yi Ching is lucky enough not to die, then, I always have to think about my father's face. So, no matter if Yi Ching dies or not, it has to have nothing to do with my Wan family, at all. I've already found first-class killers to come to Jiangcheng. When the time comes, without our protection, Yi Ching is a lamb to the slaughter, and will surely die. When Wan Zhao's follower heard this, he looked at Wan Xiao with a face of adoration and said, Young master, you are the Wan family's lifesaver. It's just a pity that there's no way to tell the truth to the others. Otherwise, everyone would be grateful to you. Wan Xiao smiled and laughed, saying, there is no need for their gratitude. Anyway, as long as Yi Ching dies, and the Wan family dodges a bullet, the position of the family head, naturally, will be mine. Then, it doesn't matter much. On the contrary, it's Yi Ching who dared to look down on me and didn't have a good face for me. This time, he deserved it. Alright, enough of that. I'm going to stay with my father now to avoid any surprises. After saying that, Wan Xiao went to find the Wan family master, intending to perform well in front of the Wan family master, and likewise preventing others from suspecting him. And at that moment, the Wan family head and ninth uncle were sitting in the living room talking. Ninth uncle is now sitting in front of the master of the Wan family, more or less not too natural. After all, he is the back, agreed to the Wan Young Act, even if, not in the actual sense of support, but, nodded, but is true, no, did not oppose, did not stop, is also true. The Wan family lord looked at ninth uncle and said softly, Ninth uncle, the people you were told to arrange to protect Mr. Yi, have they all been arranged? Now this situation, we and Uncle Kung, has been considered a complete tear. So, Mr. Yi there, must ensure that everything is foolproof. Absolutely cannot let Uncle Kung have the opportunity to take advantage of. Understand? Ninth uncle sniffed and nodded, saying, before and after, a total of more than 30 people have been arranged for open and concealed guards, and all of them are elite. even if Uncle Kung sends another person to assassinate Mr. Yi, these people are enough to withstand for a while, delaying the time and waiting for support. So, the family head, don't worry, there won't be anything. On the contrary, it's on Uncle Kung's side. We sent all the photos over. Logically, Uncle Kung should be thunderstruck and call. But Uncle Kung's place, it's quiet and scary. Something's not right, isn't it? The one family lord sniffed and said in a deep voice. If we project according to the time, Uncle Gong should have just gotten off the plane not long ago. It's hard to travel, even if he doesn't turn on his cell phone. It's not impossible. Wait a little longer. He'll see it, and at that time, he'll inevitably be thunderstruck. After all, he's Uncle Gong. After all these years, there's no one alive who dares to provoke him. Even as he said this, the one family lord revealed a bitter smile. He himself knew how terrible Uncle Gong was, but there was nothing more he could do. At this time, Uncle Nine hesitated and said in a deep voice, Family Master, do we really want to be tied up with Mr. Yi? Right now, there might be a chance to pull out, but if we wait any longer, then there really won't be much of a chance. Once this step is taken wrongly, it will be, for sure, doomed. One family master heard, nodded, gently sighed, said, What you said, and how can I not understand? But our one family now has also reached the time when we must make changes. Seemingly boundless scenery, but in fact, the crisis is heavy. Mr. Yi, it is our opportunity. Seize the opportunity this time. The Wan family may change Hair Newborn and go further, but if I miss this opportunity, I have a feeling that it won't come again in this life or the next. Ninth uncle, don't hesitate. I know what you're thinking, but right now, don't think so much, just do what I say. By the way, is the arrangement for the third generation of the Wan family to start leaving Jiangcheng ready? Let them go. Use all sorts of names. Leave the Wan family. Leave Jiangcheng, so that even if the Wan family really took the wrong path and made the wrong choice, at least, they're still alive. Still the fire. The Wan family, it won't be considered extinguished. When he said this, the Wan family lord himself had actually taken the risk of certain death, but he, not wanting so many people to accompany him to their deaths, would have to share the risk and send the clansmen away. The hopelessness of the hopelessness, yet, it is also the last retreat and choice. Ninth uncle nodded and said, It's all been arranged. Tomorrow at the latest, everyone will leave Jiangcheng. It's just that, Major, he doesn't want to leave. When he said this, Wan Xiao had already reached the living room and looked at Uncle Nine and the Wan family head, saying, I'm not leaving, I'm going to live and die with the Wan family. Together. Father, ninth uncle, I was born in the Wan family since I was a child, enjoying glory, wealth, and the envy of countless people, and since I have all of this, I should take on the responsibilities that I must take on. If I flee when the Wan family is in danger, am I, then, still considered a person? Please also promise, Father, to allow me to stay so that I can face the future dangers with you. It had to be said that this expression of heart from Wan Xiao was very touching. The Wan family lord was silent for a moment, looked at Wan Xiao, and said, I know your heart, but, this time, it is about the safety and security of my Wan family. I can't let you follow along and risk your life. Listen to the words, go away. Only by going away, I can rest assured that the Wan family will be able to reappear in another day. Don't say another word. Now go pack up and get out of here. That's an order. Orders? Wan Xiao smiled a bitter smile as he said, Father, let me stay. Otherwise, even if I live on in the world, I will be worse than dead. The master of the Wan family moved at his words. Looking at Wan Xiao, he sighed and said, Child, I'll be satisfied if you don't blame me, but this matter is something that I have to do, and you will, in the future, understand. This is, perhaps, an opportunity that my wannabe family will rarely encounter in 100 years. If the bet is won, in the future, what I hand over to you is a wannabe family that is 10 or even 100 times more powerful than the present. If it is lost, don't blame me. That's it. But it can't stay. Now. Right away. And at this time, ninth uncle walked to Wan Xiao's front, his eyes staring deathly at Wan Xiao, and said, Go, listen to your father's words. At this time, it's the best choice for you to go. Moreover, you must go. Only then, all of it, will have nothing to do with you. There were hints in the words. The Wan family lord didn't understand, but Wan Xiao, at the first moment, understood. He had to go. Only if he went, then the assassination of Yi Qing's hook could be set aside from him with a high probability, and in the future, even if he was pursued, he would have something to say. When Wan Xiao heard this, he bowed to the Wan family master and ninth uncle and said, "Father, ninth uncle, you guys, take care." Chapter 98, I love you so much. Young master, still going? Wan Xiao's beloved, who had been waiting for Wan Xiao, watched as Wan Xiao returned from the living room and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Wan Xiao sniffed, looked at his beloved, and said in a cold voice, "Go now. But before you go, come with me to the Bai family. I want to see Bai Ruo." The moment these words came out, Wan Xiao's beloved followers froze. What time is it? What's the point of going to find Bai Ruo? Moreover, is it appropriate to go now? However, Wan Xiao had an order, and he didn't dare disobey it. Soon, Wan Xiao traveled lightly and arrived outside the White House, letting the follower personally board the door to invite Bai Ruo. Soon, Bai Ruo came out from the room, although it didn't have that day's radiance and charm. But now this homie in ordinary clothes still couldn't hide Bai Ruo's appearance. Is this Wan Xiao's first heart attack? He didn't know, but he was very clear that he was afraid that he was really moved towards Bai Ruo. Otherwise, he would never have been so nostalgic. After getting out of the car and looking at Bai Ruo, Wan Xiao was courteous. "Miss Ruo, I hope I'm not disturbing you by taking the liberty of interrupting." Bai Ruo knew that the person in front of her was the young master of the Wan family, and she also knew that there was a friendship between the Wan family and Yi Qing, and that they were even protecting Yi Qing, and just based on that, Bai Ruo couldn't be cross-eyed towards Wan Xiao. "Wan Xiao, what do you want to see me about?" Wan Xiao sniffed, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Miss Ruo, I would like to ask, between you and Yi Qing, is it really a couple's relationship? I'm sorry, my words are a bit presumptuous, but this is important. I need to know, are you, like, a couple?" With these words, Bai Ruo froze, yet she didn't know how to reply. She really wanted to say that she and Yi Qing were a couple, and that she was Yi Qing's girlfriend, but on the contrary, she couldn't say this because it seemed like Yi Qing hadn't said this to her. "I suppose, not really, but I like Yi Qing, that is a fact. As for whether Yi Qing likes me, actually, I don't know," Bai Ruo answered, honestly and without hiding anything, and Wan Xiao was relieved to hear that it wasn't a couple, just unrequited love. It didn't seem right because Yi Qing seemed to treat Bai Ruo very well. "Wan Xiao, you asked me this, is there something wrong?" Wan Xiao sniffed, looked at Bai Ruo, and said softly, "Miss Ruo, every word I say next is sincere, and even more so for your own good, so if you have any unhappiness or dissatisfaction, please don't spread it out, okay?" Bai Ruo nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." Only then did Wan Xiao look at Bai Ruo and said, "I like you. From the moment I first saw you, I liked you. Bai Ruo, I want to pursue you. Is that okay? I know, you'll think that I'm playing around and not serious, but, I swear, I'm serious, and, like never before, you're the first girl who's ever made my heart flutter, and I want to be with you, and give you happiness, so, please, think about thinking about me, okay?" Bai Ruo froze. She was not dreaming that Wan Xiao actually confessed to her. Over the years, it wasn't that no one liked her, nor was it that no one confessed their love. It was just that this sudden scene still made Bai Ruo feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at Wan Xiao's sincere and incomparable appearance, Bai Ruo instantly laughed bitterly. "Wan Xiao, you think too much of me, and, I'm sorry, I can't accept your confession. I like Yi Qing, I already told you all." Wan Xiao sniffed, directly shook his head and said, "I know that you like Yi Qing, but I, too, want to tell you my feelings, and, aren't you and Yi Qing not coming together? Maybe he doesn't like you? If he likes it, he should have confirmed his relationship with you. I know, in your heart, I can't compare to him, but, Ruo, my heart for you, it's true. I'm even willing to do everything for you. You believe me, give me a chance, try it, okay? I promise, I won't let you down. Can we try this kind of thing?" Bai Ruo firmly shook her head, directly refusing. "I'm sorry, Wan Xiao, even if Yi Qing doesn't like me, I still like him. Moreover, I've liked him for a long time, and I won't change in this life, so don't waste your time on me. You're the Wan family's youngest, and you have a good reputation. What kind of woman do you want to look for? You'll be able to find it. You go look for someone else. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." After saying that, Bai Ruo was about to leave, and right at this moment, Wan Xiao clenched his teeth and couldn't help but speak. "Then what if Yi Qing dies? Are you still going to be a widow for him? If there was no Yi Qing, would you give me a chance?" "Bai Ruo, I'm serious and not joking with you anymore." And these words did attract Bai Ruo. causing her to stop in her tracks, and in an instant, her face changed drastically. In Bai Ruoro's opinion, the Wan family is Yi Qing's backer, the reason why Yi Qing cannot be a problem, and turn misfortune into good fortune. Everything is the Wan family out of the cause. However, if the Wan family not only didn't help Yi Qing, but even chose to turn against him, then Yi Qing would really be in danger. And it just so happened that Wan Xiao was the heir of the next generation of the Wan family, and this identity of his was more important than anything else. Wan Xiao, what are you doing? Yi Qing has a friendship with your Wan family. You, what do you want? Bai Ruoro looked at Wan Xiao with an eager face, and her entire body was a bit disoriented. Wan Xiao's reputation is good, but these worldly young men, when they really want to do something, what can't be done? The Wan family has come to today, but there is also a big man like Uncle Nine who sits in the underground world, to say that they are clean and their hands are not stained with blood. Bai Ruoro, even if she is no longer simple, will not do this kind of daydreaming. As soon as Wan Xiao took a look at Bai Ruoro's face, he knew that Bai Ruoro had misunderstood. No, it wasn't really a misunderstanding. After all, Wan Xiao was really going to do something, but now it seems, perhaps, to be a 1-2 punch. What for? Naturally, I don't want to do anything. But, Ruo, I've never liked someone so much in my life, so much that I'm going crazy. But this one doesn't like me, so what do you think I should do? Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruo. A pair of eyes flashed a hint of madness. Gritting his teeth, he said, you probably don't know yet, right? Just yesterday, someone sent someone to assassinate Yi Qing. Do you know? Who was it? Bai Ruoro shook her head with a pale face. Wan Xiao said in a cold voice, Uncle Kung. Have you heard of it? It was Uncle Gong who did it. Sent 3 assassins to assassinate Yi Qing. Ruo. You, don't tell me that you don't know who Uncle Gong is. Bai Ruoro was, at the moment, in a state of despair. And the look of despair had proved that she, of course, knew who Uncle Gong was. It is precisely because of this knowledge that one feels despair and devastation. Chapter 99, Love Me, and He Won't Die. You lied to me. How could Uncle Gong target Yi Qing? There's no grudge between them at all. Wan Xiao smiled at his words and said, yes, how could there be any grudges between Uncle Kung and Yi Qing? After all, what kind of character is Uncle Kung? Compared to him, Yi Qing is nothing more than a mole cricket on the ground, casually stomping on it without even giving it a second glance. But, I'm telling the truth, the 3 assassins, they did come, and it has to do with you. At these words, Bai Ruoro froze. Related to herself? What do you mean? Wan Xiao laughed and said, have you forgotten who you had an engagement with? And who did Yi Qing offend for your sake? Have you forgotten about the Tan family so soon? The moment these words came out, Bai Ruoro's face became more and more ugly. She didn't know about other things, but how could she not know about the Tan family's affairs? Yi Qing, for her to Tan Xiao were tortured crazy, and even the Tan family head was humiliated by Yi Qing to the extreme. This is almost immortal hatred. Well, but, hasn't it been resolved? And, the Vanguard family stepped in. At this moment, looking at Wan Xiao, Bai Ruoro knew that things were true. The Tan family, how did they get involved with Uncle Kung? So, it was the Tan family, who found Uncle Kung, and Uncle Kung, who sent someone to kill Yi Qing? Wan Xiao nodded and said, you guessed right. That's what happened. The master of the Tan family has some friendship with Uncle Kung for some reason. So, in order to avenge the Tan family, Uncle Kung personally sent someone, and this time, the reason why Yi Qing survived was because of us, the Wan family, who stepped in. Speaking here, Wan Xiao sighed, looked at Bai Ruo, said, but, that's Uncle Gong the most powerful man in the underground world of the eastern province. Bai Ruo, you don't really think that our Wan family can be an enemy of Uncle Gong, right? We can protect Yi Qing once, but can we protect him a second time? Even if we are able to protect, then tell me, what makes us, on what grounds, enemies of Uncle Gong for the sake of Yi Qing? It's just not worth it to take such a big risk. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's face was pale as she understood what Wan Xiao meant, and even more clearly, the ferocity of it. The Wan family is not a rival of Uncle Gong. Of course, in this place of Jiangcheng, if the Wan family dies to protect Yi Qing, perhaps, there will be a ray of hope. But, as Wan Xiao said, the Wan family, by what right? Yi Qing, almost in a desperate situation of 9 deaths. Wan Xiao, save Yi Qing, even if I beg you, save Yi Qing, okay? Yi Qing saved your family's old man's life. His medical skills are amazing. As long as you can save him, for you guys, there's no harm. Bai Bai Ruoruo couldn't hold back any longer and directly opened her mouth to beg to Wan Xiao. It seemed that right now, indeed, no one could protect Yi Qing except for the Wan family, and Wan Xiao. What he wanted was this effect. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Wan Xiao softly said, Yi Qing is indeed a miraculous healer. However, if the Wan family is no longer in existence, then what's the point of asking for his medical skills? Bai Ruoruo, this reason, even I can't convince, let alone convince the entire Wan family, unless there's some heavenly happy event, and it concerns myself. Perhaps it's still possible to find an excuse to help Yi Qing, but this reason, it's not easy to find. Ruo, if you can be with me, then, for your sake, even if I go out of my way, I will fight to the death to protect Yi Qing's horse. But, are you willing to do that? Wan Xiao, at last, voiced the darkest expectations hidden deep within himself. A pair of eyes, fiery and incomparable, looked at Bai Ruoruo, seemingly just waiting for Bai Ruoruo to nod her head. It's okay, you can take your time and think about it, but time, it waits for no one. Bai Ruoruo at this moment, with tears in her eyes, looked at Wan Xiao, wanting to reject him. However, what would be the result after rejecting him? That would be, Yi Qing would be sent by Uncle Gong to kill him off. She couldn't watch Yi Qing die. Absolutely not. As long as Yi Qing was alive, she was willing to give anything. If I promise you, will you really protect Yi Qing? The Wan family, will they go all out? A bright light flashed in Wan Xiao's eyes as he nodded heavily and said, as long as you're willing to promise me, then, I promise that the Wan family will definitely go all out to protect Yi Qing, but I can only make this guarantee. After all, you're also clear that we, the Wan family, aren't a match for Uncle Gong either. It was enough, at least, to be able to give Yi Qing a little more security. Bai Ruoruo took a deep breath, looked at Wan Xiao, and choked. Okay, I promise you, as long as your Wan family goes all out to protect Yi Qing, I, Bai Ruoruo, will be with you. Wan Xiao sniffed, and at this moment, his face immediately burst out in joy, and his entire body was extremely excited. Ha ha ha, good, Ruo, trust me, being my girlfriend, you will never be disappointed. You will be the happiest girl. I know you don't love me right now, but that's okay, sooner or later, you're going to fall deeply in love with me because, well, I do love you. Bai Ruoruo looked at Wan Xiao, unwilling to listen to his sweet words. Wan Xiao, is there anything else? If there's nothing, I'll leave first. Wan Xiao sniffed, nodded, said, but, Ruoruo, remember what you said. You now, already is my girlfriend, then have to do what girlfriend should do things. Hold fast to the bottom line. I do not want my girlfriend and other men involved. Of course, I won't force you. After all, you also have your own feelings, so I'll give you time, and also give you the chance to meet with Yi Qing one more time, to go and make things clear, and then, from then on, be my woman. I hope that the feelings between us are voluntary and pure, not forced. I think you wouldn't want Yi Qing to misunderstand and think that I forced you. That would be, for him, no good. These words were a threat, but this threat, Bai Ruoruo, could only be swallowed. I know what to do. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo directly turned around and left, and Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruoruo's back. This moment of excitement. Back in the car, Wan Xiao still couldn't hide his excitement, and the beloved follower, at this moment, hurriedly inquired, young master, why are you so happy? It's hard to believe that Bai Ruoruo has agreed to your pursuit. Wan Xiao nodded heavily and said, that's right, promise me, from now on, she is my girlfriend. Ha ha ha, I've never been so heartbroken in my entire life, but I never thought that I would fall in love with this woman, and on the other hand, in her heart, there are other men, but, so what? As long as I'm willing to make a move, there's nothing I can't handle. The beloved follower hurriedly was a flurry of horse's ass, only, then curiously said, then, what about Yi Qing's side? She won't tell Yi Qing about your threats to force her, right? Hearing this, a trace of ice coldness flashed through Wan Zhao's eyes. Chapter 100 The Desperate and Sad Bai Ruoruo. That, and it's a really good question. Wan Xiao sneered, so what if I tell Yi Qing? Don't forget, Yi Qing would not have been able to live, offended Uncle Gong. If he can live, then I might as well just headbutt him to death. However, you have a point. We have to give Bai Ruoruo some time, so that she can follow me willingly. It can't be. This side has just become my girlfriend. The next second, Yi Qing is dead. So what should she think in her heart? No, we must let Yi Qing live for a few more days. Notify the people we've arranged for. Don't do anything for now. just wait for my order. When the beloved follower heard this, he immediately nodded heavily and said, understood, young master, I will order the next time. Only, even if we don't do anything, I'm afraid, on Uncle Gong's side, he won't let go of Yi Qing. Yi Qing is still going to die. Hearing this, Wan Shao let out a cold smile and said, Yi Qing won't die for the time being, since father is going to die to protect him. Then Yi Qing will still be able to live for a few more days. My Wan family, if I can't even do this, then I really don't have the qualifications to gain a foothold in Zhangcheng. A few days won't hurt, I can afford to wait, and in the end, the outcome won't change. Let's go. Temporarily leave Jiangqing for 2 days. Just in time, I have to do something else. When I come back again, Bai Ruo is my woman. Ha 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 ha. Yi Qing should be alive. He is not looking down on me. Then I'll let him have a good look at his woman. How she moved to my arms. Ha 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 ha. When Wan Shao said this, there was a pain in his eyes, but Yi Qing had no grudges with him at all, and even saved his grandfather. And at this moment, Bai Ruo returned home and could no longer hold back as she flopped down on the bed and let out a loud cry. Despair, sadness. This moment filled Bai Ruo. It was so hard to have the opportunity to be able to be with Yi Qing. For this reason, she had waited for too long, and she saw that there was hope. But what was the result? She would like to accompany Yi Qing to live and die together. But she, more than anything, wanted to keep Yi Qing alive. At this time, Bai Weiwei hadn't left yet. And when she saw Bai Ruo crying so desperately right after she came back, she froze at that time. This was fine when I went out. How come I came back, and I'm like this? She was more convinced of HD Moon's words. It was not true, but she was more not wanting Bai Ruo to be with Yi Qing, because she felt that Yi Qing was a liar. It didn't mean that. She didn't feel sorry for Bai Ruo. This was her cousin, but the kind that was closer than her own sister. Sis, what's wrong? Speak up. What's wrong with you? You were fine when you just went out. Why are you crying like this now that you're back? Who bullied you? Tell me. I won't spare him. However, no matter how much Bai Weiwei asked, at this moment, Bai Ruo only broke down and cried. Not answering. Crying. The pillows were wet, and more than a little winded. Bai Weiwei had never seen Bai Ruo so desperate. Even when she let Bai Ruo marry Tan Xiao, she had never been like this. This was wrong. Too wrong. Sis, don't do that. You're scaring me. Tell me what's going on. What's going on? Is it Yi Qing? That's right. It must be Yi Qing. Besides him, who else can make you break down like this? Damn Yi Qing. It must be him who bullied you. No. I'm going to go look for him right now. I have to beat him to death. Bai Weiwei directly locked this person who had caused Bai Ruo to cry onto Yi Qing. It wasn't unreasonable. In fact, Bai Ruo was in such pain. In the end, there was still a reason for Yi Qing. Hearing that Bai Weiwei was going to go find Yi Qing to settle the score, Bai Ruo finally couldn't help herself and lifted her head from the pillow, looking at Bai Weiwei with teary eyes. Don't go find Yi Qing. It's none of his business. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruo with an exasperated look and said, still saying it's not about him. Besides him, who can make you cry like this? Sis, it's fine if you want to keep me from going to Yi Qing, then you can tell me what's going on. Can you tell? Obviously. This cannot be said. Bai Ruo looked at Bai Weiwei and choked. Weiwei, I can't be with Yi Qing. Now, are you satisfied? I won't even be with Yi Qing in the future. Oh, I love him so much. I really love him so much. But I don't have a chance anymore. Oh. When Bai Weiwei heard this, she was immediately happy, although she didn't know what had happened. But being able to make Bai Ruo and Yi Qing break off once and for all would definitely not be a bad thing for her. Of course, this is obviously not right. Moreover, she can't show too much glee. That really is hurt Bai Ruo's heart. Not to mention, this moment, looking at Bai Ruo so sad. Her heart, in fact, is not good. Why? Sis? Although I've always disagreed with you and Yi Qing being together. But this is too sudden and you're crying so sadly. Could it be that Yi Qing abandoned you? This ing asshole. I knew he wasn't a good person. He's a liar. A big liar. Sis, tell me how he bullied you. Tell me. Looking at Bai Weiwei, Bai Ruo slowly stopped crying and choked. He didn't bully me. It's none of his business. It's me. I figured it out. He and I aren't fit to be together. Weiwei, don't go looking for him anymore. Okay? Haven't you always been against us being together? Now this result is what you want to see. So don't look for Yi Qing's trouble anymore. Even if sister begs you. Is that okay? Bai Weiwei sniffed and nodded, saying, okay, sis, I promise you. I won't look for Yi Qing's trouble anymore, but you shouldn't feel bad anymore. There are plenty of good men in this world. What does Yi Qing count as? He's a man at best. No, he doesn't even deserve to be a man. At all. A man has to be responsible and accountable. But him, he's just a big liar. Enough. Stop it. Before Bai Weiwei could finish speaking, Bai Ruo spoke angrily. Yi Qing and I can't be together. But the person I love is still him. Bai Weiwei. Don't say bad things about him anymore. Okay. At this moment, Bai Weiwei didn't dare to provoke Bai Ruo too much, and hurriedly said, okay, sister. I know. I won't say anything is all. But, what's going on? Can you tell me? Everything was fine just now. One trip out the door and you're like this. It's not right. I'm worried about you. Bai Ruo shook her head and said, it's nothing. It's all in the past. As long as the outcome is good, it's fine. Vivi, stop asking questions and pretend nothing happened. Bai Weiwei sniffed. Also no longer ask more questions. Looked at the time, laughed, sister, that's just the right time. Let's go to Qingyu's sister's appointment. Before I was worried that you guys didn't have a way to reconcile. After all, there is this villain of Yi Qing intervening in the middle. But now, you've already decided not to be with Yi Qing. You good girlfriends can finally be reconciled, which is really great. Chapter 101, Several Women Make a Drama. Make up? Is that possible? However, these words, Bai Ruo didn't say to Bai Weiwei. Moreover, she also felt that perhaps, it would be better, in case Yi Qing also liked herself, perhaps, it would be the best choice to make him die. Otherwise, in case Yi Qing really liked himself as well, Wan Xiaoben was already unhappy with Yi Qing, and at that time, targeting Yi Qing, what should he do? What Bai Ruo could do now was to avoid all the things that would disadvantage Yi Qing, even if, for that reason, she hurt Yi Qing, that was all she could do. Soon, Bai Ruo drove Bai Weiwei to the hotel where the appointment was made. The restaurant is small, only able to host 3 tables of guests, but it has a beautiful setting and is well known as a private kitchen. By the time Bai Ruo and Bai Weiwei arrived, High-Definition Moon and Lin Ji, as well as Cloud Leopard, were already sitting in the middle of the ancient and elegant room. When Bai Weiwei saw HD Moon, it was as if she saw her own sister. She directly ran up and said happily, Sister Qingyu, I'm here. Wow. I really didn't expect that you'd booked this restaurant, but I've never been here before. HD Moon smiled faintly, revealing a hint of pride, and said, it is indeed very difficult to book the Guya little kitchen. Even the current rooms have long been lined up for half a year later. However, I have some friendship with the owner of this place, so I'm considered to be an exception to the rule, I guess, and as long as I want to come, I can come anytime, anywhere. That being said, it was indeed something that HD Moon should be proud of, because Koya's kitchen was more than just a restaurant. HD Moon, even, has been helped quite a bit by this boss, Sister Qingyu. It is said that the boss is very mysterious. No one has ever seen him before, and he is so powerful that there is nothing he can't do. And you were able to be friends with him, so it's true. Sister Qingyu is the most powerful. HD Moon smiled and opened her mouth. Boss Fong is indeed very powerful. Moreover, he is very affectionate. I haven't been helped by him a lot, and I'm very grateful to him. It's just that it's very unfortunate that he's not here today, or else, he'll be able to introduce you guys to know each other. Well, enough of that. Come on, have a seat. It was only then that Bai Weiwei seemed to have seen Lin Ji, and although there was a smile on her face, it was obvious that there was not the enthusiasm that she had when facing HD Moon. Sister Lin Ji is here too. She's getting prettier and prettier. Lin Ji glanced at Bai Weiwei and laughed. Where can I compare to Weiwei's youthful beauty? Ha, sit down. It was just a polite perfunctory. Obviously, Lin Ji was not much interested in Bai Weiwei. Not much. This couldn't be blamed on Lin Ji. Ming Ming and Bai Ruo were both good girlfriends, and once when Bai Weiwei saw them, their attitudes wouldn't be too different even if there was a difference. Even, once when Bai Weiwei saw Lin Ji, she was much more cordial than when she saw HD Moon. But, now, because HD Moon had become the accomplished, towering president of Clear Moon, while she, Lin Ji, had become HD Moon's assistant, the status of identity and wealth status was pulled apart at once. Which, who could be blamed? Vivian White, is a girl who looks at people? That's how Lin Ji sees it. But, it made Lin Ji's heart very unhappy, wanting to make all the people who looked down on her pay the price they deserved. Ruo, why do you look a bit unhappy? It's okay, I'll introduce you to a nobleman and you'll be happy. After saying that, HD Moon pointed at Yun Bao and laughed. This is Yun Bao, Mr. Yun, the young master of the Yun family, but the cloud groups you know. Ruo, Wei, get it? Bai Ruoro didn't care about this at all, right now. For Bai Ruoro, her heart, still silent in sadness, what is the young master of the Yun family? Even if the master of the Yun family came, so what? But Bai Weiwei is different. The Yun family of the Yun Duan group, that's a real giant in the business world. Wow. So it's the young master of the Yun family. First time meeting, more guidance. Bai Weiwei took the initiative to extend her hand. Yun Bao smiled and shook Bai Weiwei's hand, saying, the little girl is really pretty and cute. If there's something you need your brother's help for, just open your mouth. Bai Ruoro looked at HD Moon and spoke faintly. You asked me to come. What do you want to do? Just say it, no need to get into all this. HD Moon looked at the straightforward Bai Ruoro, smiled, and said, Ruoro, look at you. Why are you still so impatient? We are also old friends and good girlfriends for many years. What's wrong with sitting down for a meal together? Of course, if you have to say that there is something to find you, then, there is indeed something. Just now I introduced you to Yun Xiao, and I specifically invited Yun Xiao to come here, just for fear that you will be fooled. Yun Xiao, but Yun Duan City's young proprietor. Other people's words can't be trusted, but Yun Xiao's words can always be trusted. Right, especially what goes out from Yun Duan City. Yun Xiao is the one who has the most right to speak. Ruo, all of this is for your own good, fearing that you will be cheated. You don't misunderstand my peace of mind. And at this time, Lin Ji also smiled and spoke. That's right, Ruo, you don't know. For your sake, Qing, you can be said to be unable to sleep at night, just for fear that you will be deceived by Yi Qing. You are among us, the most simple and kind, but also the best to cheat. Yi Qing stared at you, cheated you. We will also be unhappy. Not to mention, do you really think that, on Yi Qing's financial strength, can afford to buy, valued at nearly $100 million of white crystal love? And at this moment, Yun Bao's eyes, slightly bright, picked up the teacup, sipped a mouthful of tea, said nothing. Yi Qing, this name, he wasn't familiar with it before, he didn't recognize it, but now, he simply shouldn't be too familiar with it. He was still cynical, and there was undeniably something of that in his habits over the years, but, aside from that, he now had a greater sense of ambition within him. It was Yi Qing who woke him up, and now, the Yi Qing that these women were talking about, was it the Yi Qing that he knew? Chapter 102, I'll break up with him. Clouded Leopard just listened silently, but if, before, he was not attentive, and, even, had some crooked thoughts, then now, he would really not dare. He had seen Yi Qing's methods before. Bai Ruoro looked at Lin Ji and HD Moon, frowned slightly, and said, did you guys find me here to say this? If so, then you guys don't need to waste your efforts. As I said before, I don't care if the jewelry is real or not. Bai Ruoro really didn't care about the authenticity of the jewelry, because, what she cared about was the person who gave it to her, who it really was. It was from Yi Qing. Even if it was a wildflower on the side of the road, it was still more precious than any valuable treasure. But her thoughts, Lin Ji or HD Moon, really didn't understand. Fine, you don't care, we get it, but, there's always a way to tell if something's real or fake. Bai Ruoro, Yi Qing, has actually been lying to you? He doesn't love you at all. High Definition Moon looked at Lin Ji, still opening her mouth, and directly waved her hand, saying, alright, Lin Ji, stop talking, I'll do the talking. Ruoro, I know that you are now hostile to us. These are derived from the past, these years, the misunderstandings that have arisen between us. But, there is one thing that you can't deny, right? And that is, we used to be good friends, good girlfriends without a word. The feelings between us, even now, still want to make each other live a good life. That's right. Bai Ruoro sniffed, nodded, and said, at least, I've never thought of spoiling things for you guys, and I've never thought of harming you. HD Moon immediately smiled and nodded her head. See, I was right? You will always be the kindest, most innocent Bai Ruoro, and because of that, we don't want you to get hurt. Ruoro, to tell you the truth, Yi Qing is really do not love you. He is just an I divorced, want to find a self still exists proof and comfort just. You really think he is what a good person? Speaking here, HD Moon's face, then some ugly up, very angry spoke, if he is a good person, do you think he will really go to jail? Everyone says that Yi Qing went to prison for me, but what's the truth? Only we ourselves know. He, not if he really gave everything for me, let me ask you this, would he, for example, have put my brother in the hospital, or even slapped my mother? HD Moon's anger was understandable. After all, it was her mother and brother. However, how could HD Moon not know the truth? Not to mention deserving a beating, even a half-death beating would be deserved. But all of this, she didn't say a word about. And at this time, the Cloud Panther seems to be very stunned as if, said, no way. Even if it is divorced, there is always the love of the year in the, hit the brother-in-law. If I can still understand, how can even the mother-in-law's slapping it? How much resentment it must be to be like this. At this moment, Yunbao was almost certain that the Yi Qing that these women were talking about was the very same Yi Qing that he had seen. After all, everything matched up. If it was really that Yi Qing, then it would be really interesting. High-definition Moon looked at Yunbao, exasperated. Yun Xiao, you also think it's too much, right? Even if it's no more, you can't beat up the old man. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You all don't know, when I first learned about this news, just how angry I was. But right now, Yi Qing is still alive and well, and that's all because I'm putting up with it. If high-definition Moon, don't hold back, then Yi Qing, what will happen to him now? I think you all will be clear. After all, high-definition Moon, have been mixing in the business world of Jiangqing for so many years, and I am also considered to be a little successful. Packing up a Yi Qing, isn't it simple? As he spoke, HD Moon was arrogant. Bai Ruoruo was silent and kept listening to them. As for Bai Weiwei at this time, she also could not hold back. Originally there were many disagreements with Yi Qing. Now she heard that her most appreciated sister Qingyue had suffered so much. It was still a big deal. Simply a damn asshole. This Yi Qing, I've long said that he's not a good thing, but I never thought that he's even less of a person than I thought. Dog thing, still wants to be with my sister. He's dreaming. He's a bastard. As long as Bai Weiwei, am alive, there's no way I'll let him have his way. However, fortunately, my sister has come to her senses and decided to make a clean break with Yi Qing. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let them be together. Bai Weiwei seemed to be even angrier than HD Moon, as if the ones who were beaten and bullied were not HD Moon's family, but her Bai Weiwei's parents. And with these words, she made both HD Moon and Lin Ji freeze. What do you mean? Come to your senses? You've decided to make a clean break with Yi Qing? Is it Bai Ruoruo who's talking? Why is it so unbelievable? Weiwei, what did you just say? Your sister has decided to make a clean break with Yi Qing? That can't be right. After saying that, HD Moon looked at Bai Ruoruo and said, Ruoruo, do you really think so? Bai Ruoruo nodded. Since the decision had been made, then, it was good to let them know. Perhaps, it would also allow them to target Yi Qing less. It was also considered the last thing that he could do for Yi Qing. Yes, I've decided to make a clean break with Yi Qing. I also hope that you guys will stop targeting Yi Qing, no matter if he's a good guy or a bad guy in your eyes. But, it's undeniable that he's all been helpful to us before, right? High-definition Moon sniffed and frowned slightly, still somewhat not quite daring to believe it. After all, Bai Ruoruo's feelings for Yi Qing were well known to her, so how could it be so sudden? Wakey, what happened? Why did you suddenly make this decision? Bai Ruoruo shook her head and said, nothing happened, it's just that she suddenly figured it out and thought it through. Besides, I've already made the decision you want to see, so there's no point in asking so many more questions, is there? HD Moon at this moment, her mood was also unable to say whether she was happy or unhappy, but she knew that she was furious that Bai Ruoruo was with Yi Qing, and even felt that it was Bai Ruoruo who had snatched away the things that belonged to her. Good, but Ruoruo, do you think that a simple separation like this is enough? I think that since you have made such a decision, it means that you have also seen through Yi Qing's true colors, so whether it's to make him die or to prove your determination to separate, it should be a bit more decisive and leave no way back, right? Chapter 103, The Clouded Leopard Who Informed. Bai Ruoruo looked at HD Moon and said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? HD Moon let out a light laugh and said, it's not what I want to do, it's you, Bai Ruoruo, what you want to do. Although I don't know why you made this choice, but since you did it, be decisive, don't leave him any hope, or even, let him despair for good. Is it possible that such a man, whom you have abandoned, is still in your heart? And this white crystal love, I think, using this as an excuse, it's quite good. A person who can even give away fake things, directly in front of everyone's face, ruthlessly despising him, letting everyone know that you, Bai Ruoruo, are not that good at cheating, and Yi Qing is a big liar, not worthy of anyone's pity, that's only enough. After saying all this, HD Moon stared deathly into Bai Ruoruo's eyes and said in a cold voice, or are you lying to us? You actually don't want to be separated from Yi Qing at all, and everything you've done is a fake, and it's all for the sake of, well, Stalling for time? Bai Ruoro's brows furrowed. If even HD Moon would think this way, then, what about the Wan family's Wan Xiao? What would he think? Perhaps, he should make something to prove himself. Otherwise, if Wan Xiao did not protect Yi Qing, then even if Yi Qing did not die, I'm afraid that he would be crippled. No, this kind of thing should never happen. As long as she could keep Yi Qing safe, anything else, she, Bai Ruoro, could do. And at this time, Clouded Leopard looked at the crowd, smiled, and said, "Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom." After saying that, Yun Bao left, then quickly dialed Yi Qing's number. Kidding aside, such an exciting matter, even directly related to Yi Qing, it was impossible for him not to report it. Yi Qing's joke, he didn't dare to look at it. If Yi Qing knew that he was among the people who were here today and he didn't say anything, then what would happen? He didn't dare to think about it. He didn't know exactly how these women viewed Yi Qing, but he at least recognized one thing, and that was, Yi Qing was not a good person, much less a good person. This person was ruthless and scared to death. Mr. Yi, hello, sorry to bother you. I'm Yun Bao. After dialing the phone, Yun Bao immediately revealed a smiling face, even if Yi Qing was not around. This expression was done very well. Yi Qing was, at the moment, staying at his home, packing his bags. Said this place cannot live, then really intend not to live here. One is this house as some Yi Qing do not want to face the memories. The other is that, as Yi Qing identity more and more public, the future in and out of the people will be a lot. Of course, also includes some enemies, which will always give the surrounding neighbors, bring some trouble. Yi Qing didn't want to disturb the people. It was as simple as that. What do you want with me? Sitting on the sofa, Yi Qing also did not expect. So soon Yun Bao called himself, for this cloud old man cannot forget the grandson, Yi Qing, or report to the goodwill. After all, by nature, Yun Bao is not bad. Yun Bao hurriedly told Yi Qing all the news he had just heard, which also included who these women present were. This time, it directly confused Yi Qing, although he didn't know how Cloud Panther had gotten mixed up with the HD Moon girls. But this matter of Bai Ruoro wanting to leave himself was what puzzled Yi Qing the most. Before still good, now suddenly have to when their own cut off. How does this sound? So strange it? Did you just say that Bai Ruoro is going to break up with me? Yun Bao, you didn't hear it wrong. Yun Bao quickly pointed to the sky and swore, saying, Mr. Yi, I don't dare to lie to you even if I lie to anyone. And, as soon as I heard that it's about you, I listened especially attentively for a while before I came out to report to you. Bai Ruoro did say so, and HD Moon and the girls are all very happy. However, it seems that they still don't think it's too much, and they intend to be unfavorable to you. As for Bai Ruoro, I have a feeling that she has some unspeakable reasons, and doesn't seem like she really wants to leave you, but what exactly is the reason? I don't know for the time being. However, if you need it, I can help you inquire about it. Yi Qing heard this, and after a moment of silence, he said, there's no need. Since Ruo is doing this, there must be a reason for her to do it. If it's not voluntary, then someone is forcing it. Yun Bao, you don't have to do anything. I know about this matter. You've done well. Keep it up and don't let Elder Yun down. After saying that, Yi Qing hung up the phone. As for Yun Bao, after receiving Yi Qing's compliments, his entire body became a little red-faced, and at this moment, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. Who in the world? And what in the world is the reason? Have to force Bai Ruo to leave me. If it's not because of HD Moon and the girls, then it's another reason that I don't know. And being able to convince Bai Ruo to leave me was a threat to her family? Or, alternatively, threatening her with my life? Interesting. Then, who the hell is it? Shaking his head, Yi Qing did not consider this for the time being. The truth would always surface, and at this moment, after Yun Bao returned to his seat, he looked at the gleeful HD Moon and the girls, and immediately felt that they were really pathetic. One by one, they even regarded Yi Qing as a liar, as a penniless commoner. It was simply ridiculous. There's a best time to do something to Yi Qing and make him suffer, and that's Wei Wei's birthday banquet. Ruo, don't you want to separate from Yi Qing? Don't talk about it now. Wait until Wei Wei's birthday banquet. Directly in front of everyone, completely abandon him. It's only interesting. Obviously the one who did everything wrong was HD Moon, but on the contrary, HD Moon was ruthless to the extreme towards Yi Qing, as if she was not satisfied until Yi Qing was driven to death. That's Vivi's birthday feast. This would be bad and mess up Vivi's bar mitzvah. I think, forget it. What's more, there's no need for that. Good riddance, isn't it? Bai Ruoro gently shook her head, wanting to reject the offer. And at this time, Bai Weiwei spoke excitedly. Sister, I think this should be the best birthday gift for me. Not only can I punish the liars, the bad guys, but it can also bring you and Sister Qingyue back together to share the same enemy. In my opinion, it's just too good to be true. I agree. It's decided. And I'll go find Yi Qing later. I'll personally give him an invitation. I don't believe it. He won't come. Ha ha ha. Chapter 104, Embracing You in Front of Him. Now that everyone was in agreement, even if Bai Ruoro was against it, it wouldn't do much good. What's more, she also felt that perhaps this, too, was a good opportunity for Yi Qing to give up and for Wan Xiao to see. Well, then, since you've already thought about it, well, that's that. Looking at Bai Ruoro and nodding her head in agreement, HD Moon and Lin Ji were instantly happy. Now, really everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Just waiting for Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet to begin. Yi Qing will face the fate of being abandoned once again in his life, and also be reduced to a clown. Good. Really great. Bai Ruoro slowly got up, looked at the crowd, and said, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. High Definition Moon sniffed and looked at Bai Ruoro and said, Ruoro, I hope you can distinguish clearly between what you should do and what you shouldn't do. It's not a bad thing for you to leave Yi Qing. It's not a bad thing for you to be harder on Yi Qing. When Weiwei's birthday banquet is coming up, I want you to wear the set of jewelry that Yi Qing gave you as well. Since you want to be ruthless, then be more ruthless. That white crystal love is the best lead. Bai Ruoro sniffed and nodded, then looked at Bai Weiwei and said, Weiwei, are you leaving? Bai Weiwei sniffed and reluctantly said, I'm not leaving. I want to have a good talk with Sister Chengyu, and besides, I have to go deliver the invitation later. Bai Ruoro didn't say anything more and nodded, directly leaving. Turning around, out of the corner of his eye, there was still a hint of a tear, and HD Moon looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled. Weiwei, you're a big contributor to being able to free your sister. Eat well. After you're done eating, go find Yi Qing. Remember, no matter what, you have to get him to attend your birthday banquet. Got it? Bai Weiwei sniffed and patted her chest in assurance, saying, don't worry Sister Qingyue, I know what to do. In short, I will definitely not let you down. To Yi Qing, this big liar, I have long been looking at him in a bad light. To be able to clean him up, I can't be too happy about it. And at this time, Yun Bao looked at the crowd and smiled. Sorry, I have something to do later, so I won't accompany you guys for dinner. Let's wait for me to have time to talk about other things. If it was not known that these women and Yi Qing had a relationship before, then Yun Bao did not mind chatting with them more. But now, listening to them discussing Yi Qing, and even abusing Yi Qing, Yun Bao was really hard to sit still. Anyway, what should be reported has already been reported. It's better to hurry to leave this place of wrongdoing. And HD Moon didn't expect Clouded Leopard to leave when he said he would. Young Mr. Yun, don't you want to eat before you leave? The food here, it's really good. Yun Bao smiled and waved his hand. There's an emergency. Let's eat another day. High Definition Moon smiled and covered her mouth. Good. Since young Master Yun has something to do, I won't stay much longer. Let's meet again when we have the chance. After saying that, High Definition Moon personally got up and sent Clouded Leopard out the door. After coming back, HD Moon looked at Lin Ji and said, Lin Ji, later on, you go with Weiwei, send Weiwei off. And by the way, protect Weiwei for a bit. Yi Qing is not a good thing. If he bullies our Weiwei, that would not be good. Lin Ji smiled and nodded her head. Good. Don't worry Qingyu. I won't let Weiwei get hurt. And Bai Weiwei looked at HD Moon and said with a smile, Sister Qingyu, you're so good to me. I'm really happy today. I must drink more later. After solving this trouble of Yi Qing, you and my sister will definitely be able to get back together. It's great. It's really great. HD Moon smiled faintly and didn't say anything. But, getting back together with Bai Ruoro? Is it possible? And after Bai Ruoro left the door, she sat in the car and started to cry loudly. Not only did she want to abandon Yi Qing, she even wanted to hurt Yi Qing, but she had no choice, except for this to be able to save Yi Qing. She really had no other way. And at that moment, Wan Xiao's phone called Bai Ruoro's cell phone. Bai Ruoro stopped joking and said in a cold voice, Wan Xiao, I've already started doing what you asked me to do. What more do you want? Wan Xiao smiled as he said, Ruo, is this the way you should treat your boyfriend? I guess not. Boyfriend? Yeah, really. Abandoning Yi Qing is just the first step. The next step, isn't it to be with Wan Xiao? Thinking about this, Bai Ruoro felt aggrieved and wanted to cry. She didn't like Wan Xiao. Not at all. Wan Xiao, I promised you before. But, you also promised me to protect Yi Qing, and now that Yi Qing's life is still not properly guaranteed, I have no way to fulfill my promise. Wait until Yi Qing is safe before I can be your girlfriend, and before that, all I can do is to make a clean break with Yi Qing. Wan Xiao smiled at his words and said, that's enough. Do you know where I am right now? Just on my way to find Uncle Gong. So, don't worry. This matter, since I said it, I will definitely do it. Likewise, Ruo, I hope you won't let me down. And always let me see what I should see. Right. Otherwise, how can I trust you? After all, that's Uncle Gong. My one family can't even deal with it. But now I have to personally go to the tiger's den to plead for Yi Qing and even risk my life. Ruo, shouldn't you give me some hope? Hearing that Wan Xiao had actually gone to find Uncle Gong, Ruo couldn't say anything. In 2 days, it will be my cousin's birthday banquet. At that time, I will directly break up with Yi Qing in front of a lot of people. If Wan Xiao doesn't believe me, he can send someone to watch. That's, sincere enough. Wan Xiao smiled and said, good, Ruo, I really didn't misjudge you. And don't worry, I won't let you down either. I'll find a way to help you save Yi Qing's life. I hope that when I go back, you'll take the initiative to hug me, kiss me, and show me, in a tangible way, that you'll love me. Hugs, kisses? Hearing this, Ruo instinctively felt nauseous, but right now, she didn't dare to say anything. If it's okay, I'll hang up. The phone then hung up, and Wan Xiao's face showed a look of excitement. Looking at his beloved follower, said, by Ruo, she will be cut off from Yi Qing. However, this is not enough. I want to witness it with my own eyes. And I should, in front of Yi Qing's face, directly hold by Ruo in her arms. This is only enjoyable. Yi Qing, this little brat, how dare he look down on me? When the time comes, I'll see him cry in despair. Ha ha ha. Chapter 105, Please be my righteous father. Looking at Wan Zhao's excited expression, the follower hurriedly accompanied him with a smile and said, yes, that's the way it should be. To dare to steal a woman from you, young master, he's simply living out of his mind. Young master, if you ask me, we shouldn't have bailed him out. We should have let him die. You're still too kind. Wan Xiao sniffed and said with great acceptance, there is no way. After all, he saved the old man is a fact. Then let him live a few more days. Now let him die. By Ruo sighed, I cannot explain. However, he's definitely going to die. And my Wan family, I will never go against Uncle Gong for him. Alright, no more. We've already arrived at the place. I'm going to see Uncle Gong now. My father and ninth uncle. They're old after all. The future of the Wan family still depends on me. After saying that, as if he was a savior, Wan Xiao got out of the car, arriving at the main entrance of the manor. Looking at the bodyguards guarding the entrance, Wan Xiao directly accompanied with a smiling face and said, please inform, just say that Wan Hai, the youngest master of the Wan family, has come to pay a visit to Uncle Gong. The bodyguard glanced at Wan Xiao and nodded, then went to inform. Soon enough, Wan Xiao was ushered in, entering alone and not letting a single one of his men with him. After entering the door, the bodyguard conducted a strict body search on Wan Xiao, almost directly letting Wan Xiao take off all of his clothes. To be honest, this was very humiliating for Wan Xiao, but he didn't look unhappy at all. After all, it was Uncle Kung who was to be met, and he felt it was only right. The bodyguard led Wan Xiao to a fish pond, where a man with some gray hair was sitting by the fish pond, fishing. This person is the mighty East Province underground world of Uncle Gong. If you do not know its identity, I am afraid we'll only take him as an ordinary old man. Wan Xiao took a deep breath, carefully next to Uncle Gong, and said, latecomer Jiangcheng Wan family, Wan Hai, meet Uncle Gong. Uncle Gong sniffed, did not say a word, just sat quietly, staring at the fishing rod, as if fishing, far more important than 10,000 less. Wan Xiao didn't dare to have any complaints, so he honestly stood by the side, not daring to breathe, until, after 10 minutes had passed, and Wan Xiao was sweating a little, Uncle Gong's fishing rod was finally lifted. A big fish, hooked. Seeing this scene, Wan Xiao hurriedly helped to copy the net, and his mouth was even flattering. Uncle Kung, you are really great. Such a big fish. Many professional anglers may not be able to catch it. Uncle Kung had heard this kind of horse's ass with no technical level so many times that he didn't even have a half expression on his face. You're Wan family. You're very bold. Are you here to die? The moment Wan Xiao heard this, he was directly scared and his legs became a bit weak, and he hurriedly said, Uncle Gong, how could our Wan family dare to make an enemy out of you? So I personally came to explain to your old man, and I hope that you, old man, will be able to forgive our Wan family. Uncle Gong sniffed, looked at the henchman next to him and smiled. Forgive? The so-called forgiveness is to send me all the photos of the corpses of the Tan family master and the men I sent to provoke me? Such forgiveness. This is the first time I've seen it. The Wan family, it's awesome. Wan Xiao at this moment only felt his scalp tingling, although Uncle Gong's face had been wearing a smile. But in reality, this smile is a knife at any time, anywhere, can take a person's life. No longer caring about any face, Wan Xiao actually knelt directly in front of Uncle Gong. Uncle Kung, everything is because father was under the spell of a villain. Please don't blame Uncle Kung. It's all because of this bastard Yi Qing's doing. Please don't worry. I will definitely take Yi Qing's life to give you an explanation. Uncle Gong, please give me a chance. Uncle Gong looked at Wan Xiao, who directly knelt down to himself, laughed and said, Young Master Wan, there is gold under a man's knees, kneeling down to me. What's going on? If your father knew about it, wouldn't he hate me even more to hurry up and die? Get up. You're not my righteous son. You don't need to kneel. At this moment, Wan Xiao was like seeing hope, swallowed his saliva, looked at Uncle Gong, and respectfully said, If I can become your righteous son of Uncle Gong, and be able to call you my righteous father, Mr. Wan, I have no regrets in dying. Righteous father, please also accept my child. I swear that I will honor you in the future. The matter of recognizing his righteous father was a temporary idea that Wan Xiao had, but he instantly felt that it was the best choice. This is Uncle Gong the most powerful man in the underground world of the Eastern Province. With such a righteous father, not only is his own identity as the heir of the Wan family secure, even in the future, I am afraid that in the entire Eastern Province can walk horizontally. This is a great good thing. Uncle Gong looked at Wan Xiao and laughed. Wan Xiao, it's better not to joke with the old man like this. You are the grand young master of the Wan family. What's the point of recognizing me as your righteous father? What's more, your father is, right now, still determined to be an enemy of me. It's not appropriate. After all, if you recognize me, how are you supposed to choose in front of me and your father? Wan Xiao at this moment, from Uncle Gong's mouth, he didn't hear any words of direct rejection, which meant there was hope. And as long as you can recognize Uncle Gong, anything, it's all good. Besides, he was, right now, clearly saving the Wan family and his father. Righteous father, please also accept me. I promise, I will stand by my righteous father. My father is old, and now he is under the spell of a villain. He, perhaps, should really step aside. Righteous father, please give me time. I promise, I won't let you down. Just, please forgive my father for being old and foolish, and leave him alive. Other than that, I swear, the whole of my Wan family, from now on, the only thing that will be done is that you, righteous father, are the head of the horse. If the master of the Wan family saw that Wan Xiao was so unashamedly, kneeling down to his enemy, addressing him with a mouthful of righteous father, I'm afraid, he would have to vomit blood in anger. Uncle Gong looked at Wan Xiao, smiled faintly, and said, Wan Haixin is also considered to be a dragon and phoenix among men, but I didn't expect that he would be able to give birth to a son like you. Ha, it's also an interesting story. Do you really want to recognize me as your righteous father? Even, for me, to turn against even his own father? Wan Xiao smiled, and immediately nodded heavily, saying, Yes, my child would like to recognize you as my righteous father. My father is already old and confused. He did wrong and chose wrongly, but I believe that I am not wrong. Righteous father, I implore your old man to accept me. My child promises that he will not let you down. After saying that, Wan Xiao directly knocked his head heavily on the ground, and when he lifted it up again, his forehead was already red. Chapter 106 Everything. For the sake of the righteous father, Uncle Gong looked at Wan Xiao and said, Get up. It's not impossible to be my righteous son. It's just that, you have to prove that you are worthy. The sins of the Wan family are not unforgivable to me. But, do you understand what you have to do? Wan Xiao sniffed, respectfully looked at Uncle Gong, and said, Don't worry, righteous father. My child knows what to do. Yi Qing will definitely die. Just please also give my child a little bit of time, and let my child personally deal with this matter. Uncle Gong nodded and said, A Yi Qing? I don't know who it is, and I don't care to count. But, if the Wan family can be the sincerity of your gift to me, then, this child of yours, I'll take it. Therefore, the position of the Lord of the 10,000 families, I think, it is very necessary to change the person. Are you willing to be this lord of the 10,000 families? As soon as Wan Xiao heard this, his entire body became excited, nodding his head heavily as he said, Righteous father, my child has dreamed of becoming the head of the Wan family. Only, I'm afraid that I will have to wait for a while for the time being. Uncle Gong shook his head and said, I don't want to wait either. Since you're going to be my righteous son, you should show the status and vigor that you should have. The position of the head of the Wan family. I want you to get it as soon as possible. Your father is already old and confused. Is there any need for a person like that to continue to stay in the position of the head of the family? I think it's better to let him abdicate earlier, so that he can still live with dignity. Otherwise, it's really too late to wait until death comes to an end and he wants to abdicate. Speaking here, Uncle Gong looked deeply at Wan Shao and said, you have to understand that there are times when filial piety, there are many different ways, and the filial piety that makes people misunderstand is, in fact, also a kind of filial piety. See what I mean? The words had been said so bluntly. If Wan Shao still didn't understand, then he, truly, had no brain. However, at this moment, Wan Shao's mind, now, had begun to be a messy mess. He had come to intercede for the Wan family, and of course, to express his loyalty to Uncle Gong. But I did not expect, finally even recognized Uncle Gong as a righteous father. This is not to say, but also to go to steal the class to seize power, forcing their own father to abdicate in favor of the wise. This progress is fast so that the Wan less now cannot react to it. But, it's not a bad thing. O Lord of the 10,000 families, he, who has long been impatient, righteous father, I understand what to do, only, with my own strength, I'm afraid, I can't do it. You old man, will you help me? Uncle Kung smiled and nodded, then clapped his hands and said, Iron Head. Immediately, a middle-aged strong man in his 40s walked over and respectfully said, Master, you command. Uncle Gong pointed to Iron Head and laughed. This is Iron Head. Strength-wise, it's top-notch. You need nothing more than a strong force to keep you safe and, at the same time, force that father of yours to abdicate. So let Iron Head lead his men to help you out. Wan Shao sniffed and immediately became excited. Just by himself, want to seize power? That would be a dream. But now, with Uncle Gong's help, when the time comes, in trying to convince Ninth Uncle's words, it's a done deal. Although, it would make the Wan family lord very unhappy. But, as long as the result was good, other than that, it didn't matter. Thank you, righteous father. With Mr. Ironhead's help, I will not let you down. After saying that, Wan Shao looked at Ironhead and spoke respectfully. Mr. Ironhead, next, I'll ask for your help. Ironhead glanced at Wan Shao, snorted coldly and ignored him. Obviously, even if Wan Shao now had this identity of Uncle Gong's righteous son, people still looked down on him. Ironhead looked at Uncle Kung, frowned, and said, Uncle Kung, it's not a problem to help this kid, but, can you send someone else? I still have to protect your safety. If it were usual, it would be just a matter of time. But right now, Tiger's Tooth even dared to take the initiative to provoke, picking quite a lot of turf in the eastern continent. He's targeting you. It's not reassuring for me to leave right now. It was a sure thing that Tiger's Tooth had gotten Yi Qing's order and directly opened the first battle of the Eastern Province underground world clear. When Uncle Kung first found out, he was also furious. However, after getting angry, Uncle Kung actually calmed down, and even retaliation. He didn't plan to do it for the time being. Iron Head, Tiger Teeth, this wolf cub. From the beginning of the debut of the wolf, don't pay attention to him. Now the underground world of the Eastern Province seems to be calm. In fact, everyone exists in a different mind. Want to deal with my people, but also countless. Good they want to deal with me. I want to clean up there. Then take advantage of the Tiger Teeth this matter. First look at the situation before saying it. Whether, on the contrary, they sweep me off my feet, or I clear them all away, depends on whose means are powerful. Just do what I ask you to do, and on my end, nothing will happen for a while. Hearing Uncle Gong say this, Ironhead didn't dare to say anything more and directly nodded, accepting the order. However, even so, Ironhead still looked at Wan Shao and said in a cold voice, Kid, I hope you won't procrastinate. After I finish the job for you, I still have to rush back to protect Uncle Kung. Is that clear? When Wan Shao heard this, he immediately accompanied him with a smiling face and said, Understood, understood. To think that someone would dare to target righteous father is simply outrageous. When I become the master of the Wan family, at that time, the Wan family, too, will go all out for the sake of righteous father. Uncle Gong looked at Wan Shao, smiled faintly and said, All right, you can leave now. I'll wait and hear your good news. Wan Shao quickly spoke, Don't worry, righteous father, my son will definitely go all out. After saying that, Wan Shao didn't dare to interrupt and hurriedly retreated. As for Iron Head, at this time, he looked at Wan Shao and said, On the Jiangcheng side, I'll bring someone there myself. You go first. How dare Wan Shao ask for Uncle Kong's beloved? And hastily nodded his head. And after Wan Shao left, Ironhead looked at Uncle Gong and said, wouldn't it be a bit too cheap for this kid? In my opinion, directly cleaning up the Wan family is the best way to do so, and it will also deter others who are foolish enough to make a move, so that they will understand what exactly will happen if they want to go against you. Uncle Gong sniffed, looked at the lake, and said softly, iron-blooded means, naturally, can deter the enemy, but now, we should also appropriately use some other means. Tiger's teeth, it's really a good opponent. Just, suddenly turning on me. This kid, is he crazy? Ironhead, arrange for the others to try to control it, to give the tiger teeth a kind of we do not defeat, at least, can not steadily win his feeling? To the other people also look at, as if it is a fishing, the bait is spread out, always have to put the fishing on the hook. It is my regret that the Eastern Province has not been able to clear the air so far, perhaps this is a good opportunity. After saying that, Uncle Gong sighed, but in his eyes, a hint of ambition flashed. East Province underground world clear, which Big Brother do not want to do it. That, on behalf of not only strength, but also identity and status. Chapter 107, Father, Old and Foolish. After leaving Uncle Gong's manor, Wan Shao could no longer hide his excitement. After the follower saw Wan Shao, he immediately greeted him and said, young master, what did Uncle Gong's side say? Did he give you a chance? Wan Shao smiled, laughed loudly and said, more than giving me a chance, simply, pie in the sky. Boy, do you know, now Uncle Gong, is what I am? This was said in such a way that the follower was directly confused. What kind of person? Who else could it be? Wan Shao directly smacked this follower's head and laughed loudly. Uncle Gong, now it's my righteous father. Ha ha ha, with my righteous father as a backer. From now on, not only Jiangchang, but also the entire Eastern Province, I'll be able to make a smooth trip. Ha ha ha, righteous father? Follower froze, which went in for a short while, came, but also worried that Uncle Gong does not give face. When the time comes, the little life are afraid to keep it. As a result, within a short period of time, it became Uncle Gong's righteous son? The difference between this before and after is a bit too great, but it is indeed heavenly. As Wan Shao's follower, naturally, the better Wan Shao lived, the higher his status, the better his days, too. Congratulations young master, congratulations young master. If the master knew about this, he would be very happy. At that time, he would definitely listen to you and slaughter Yi Qing. Hearing this, Wan Shao stopped in his tracks, and in his eyes, there was some annoyance. Obviously, the mention of Yi Qing still made him uncomfortable, especially, the fact that the wannabe family lord was willing to risk the entire wannabe family for Yi Qing. What was this? Those who didn't know, would have thought that Yi Qing was the real son of the Wan family lord. Humph, I don't think so. Father has been mesmerized by Yi Qing right now. Otherwise, how could he do something so irrational as to risk the entire Wan family to support Yi Qing? It's simply confusing. Righteous father is right. With such a head of the family sitting in the Wan family, the Wan family, sooner or later, will be finished, so I should listen to righteous father's words. When the time comes, I'll directly become the head of the Wan family. This is good for the Wan family, and also good for my father. Otherwise, my father will be the one who is really in trouble with his little life. Yes, that's it. Everything I've done for the Vanguard family. I've done for my father. Yes. What Wan Shao was going to do next was, to put it mildly, bullying and treasonous. But right now, he was constantly convincing himself, he was doing it for the good of the Wan family, and even more so for the good of the Wan family lord. He was right. And one day, everyone would understand him. Looking at his follower, Wan Shao gritted his teeth and said, tell me if I'm right. The follower was dumbfounded at this moment. He was just casually flattering a few sentences. How could he not expect to hear such shocking words from Wan Shao's mouth? This is clearly an attempt to seize power. But now, Wan Zhao's eyes, staring at him like knives, asked him to say right or wrong. What could he say? He must say right. Yes, of course you're right, young master. I don't know if the old master is senile or not, but for a Yi Qing that he just met not long ago, he even went as far as sacrificing the entire Wan family and offending Uncle Gong. It's just not right to choose like that. Young master, you are right. By doing so, you are rescuing the Wan family, rescuing the head of the family. Even if they don't understand now, sooner or later, they will sympathize with you. Young master, you're doing this for everyone. You really make me not know what to say. You're just too selfless, too good, the follower said, and even wiped up his tears, as if, for the sake of Wan Zhao's impending sacrifice of honor, he felt aggrieved. Wan Shao sighed, patted his follower's shoulder, and said, "Don't cry. It's good that you can understand. They, sooner or later, will understand as well. For the sake of my father, for the sake of the Wan family, to suffer a little, I will suffer a little. Let's go back to Jiangcheng. Before that, I'm going to try to convince ninth uncle to stand by my side. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the matter of taking over the power will, I'm afraid, be quite difficult." Ninth uncle, as a big shot in the underground world of Jiangcheng, the power he controls in his hands cannot be underestimated. If there was Uncle Nine blocking the way, then, I'm afraid that Wan Zhao's idea would be very difficult to realize. But now, Wan Zhao was actually very confident. After all, before, for the sake of the Wan family, ninth uncle had promised himself secrecy and let himself arrange for people to kill Yi Qing. So, ninth uncle was sensible. With this, perhaps, it would be able to convince Uncle Nine. After all, Uncle Kong had named that the power of the Wan family was to be held by him, young Master Wan. And at this moment, Uncle Nine didn't know that he had been the first to be targeted by Wan Zhao. One family mansion, now not to say is empty, but most of the people also have been demobilized away. Can say, this is so many years since. One family mansion, the least people, the cleanest time. Cleanliness, however, is not a joy to behold. Sitting in the gazebo, looking at the empty mansion compound with only guards, the Wan family lord sighed and said, "Ninth uncle, you can understand my choice like this, right?" Ninth uncle was silent for a moment, revealing a bitter smile, saying, "Any decision you make has your reasons, but I don't dare to say anything against my will. After all, this time, the matter is too big." Family master, really, no more thinking about it? As soon as these words were spoken, they had actually represented ninth uncle's mind. But, as one family lord had made up his mind, he was able to follow it. The one family lord sighed and said, "It seems that you don't understand either, but I am able to understand your thoughts. Still need to consider?" When those photos were sent directly to Uncle Gong's cell phone, there is no way back. Until now, Uncle Gong did not call a phone, and even half a bit of news, which, in fact, already represents the attitude of Uncle Gong, is not it? Uncle Nine sniffed, nodded, and said, "A dog that bites does not bark." If Uncle Kong is angry, even if he is in a thunderous rage, there might be room for moderation. Only now, this means that Uncle Kong is very angry and has moved to kill. Family head, there's no need to blame yourself or worry too much. Since it's already come to this, let's just move forward. At least, in Jiangcheng, if Uncle Gong wants to deal with us, it won't be that simple. Moreover, I've heard of something that will, perhaps, give us a ray of hope. Upon hearing this, the Wan family lord immediately became interested and looked at ninth uncle, saying, "What news?" Uncle Nine said softly, "Eastern continent, there seems to be a big mess happening. The newly rising upstart in the last few years, Tiger's Teeth. You should have heard of it." The Wan family lord nodded his head and said, "Ruthless and ruthless, rising extremely fast, known as the most promising giant in the underground world of the eastern province." What? This matter, is it related to him? Ninth uncle nodded and said, "Not only is it related to him, but it's also related to Uncle Kong. Tiger's Tooth's men attacked almost half of Uncle Kong's territory in the eastern continent. This is going to start a war with Uncle Kong." Chapter 108, I want to seize power. The Wan family lord froze for a moment, not expecting that things would be so explosive. Although Tiger's Tooth was brave enough to be a newly risen giant in the underground world of the eastern province, but to make an enemy of an old giant like Uncle Gong, wasn't it a little too rash? The news is right. This Tiger's Teeth, did it really do it? Is it a small fight, or a large-scale war? Ninth uncle nodded and said, "It's not a small fight. It's a full-scale attack, directly sweeping away most of Uncle Gong's territory in the eastern continent." However, there are some puzzling things, such as the fact that Uncle Kong surprisingly doesn't seem to have made a strong counterattack until now, which is puzzling. However, with Uncle Kong's tactics, he definitely won't be as simple as sitting and getting beaten up. His revenge is definitely still to come. But, no matter what, these two giants going to war will do us no harm. At the very least, Uncle Gong shouldn't be able to spare his hands to clean us up for the time being. This was the hope that Uncle Nine was holding onto right now. After all, Tiger's Tooth was the big enemy, and their side, in comparison, was nothing. The Wan family lord was slightly relieved and said, "If that's the case, then we might indeed be safe for the time being. I'm afraid that Uncle Gong will take us on before dealing with Tiger's Teeth. It's not impossible." Hearing this, Uncle Nine was silent for a moment, his brows furrowed, because the possibility It's not unheard of. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In short, it's none of our business what he does, as long as we do what we need to do to get ready. In addition to the Wan clan side for defense, the safety of Mr. Ye's side must be guaranteed. And that, absolutely, cannot go wrong. Also, arrange for people to keep an eye on the news from the East Continent side at all times. Once Uncle Gong has the intention of massively mobilizing his manpower to come to Jiangchang, then we, for one, must be ready to meet the battle. Don't take any chances, even if this time, Uncle Kong is held back by Tiger's Tooth. But, as long as the battle on his side is over, he won't let us go, unless Tiger's Tooth can wipe him out completely. But, how is that possible? After the Wan family lord finished speaking, he shook his own head, clearly not believing that Tiger's Teeth would achieve a total victory. Not to underestimate the Tiger's Teeth. Really, Uncle Gong sat in the town of the Eastern Province underground world for too long, and the rise of the Tiger's Teeth, too short, strength, the difference, or some big. It's not true that you can arm wrestle, but, perhaps, you can just arm wrestle. Ninth Uncle said softly. Don't worry, family master, I definitely don't have any luck. Uncle Gong is our archenemy, I know what to do. And right at this moment, Uncle Kong's cell phone, a message appeared. After seeing the message, Uncle Kong's face changed slightly, and he said softly, Family master, I have some things that I may have to go out for a trip. Do you see that there is anything else that I have to explain? The Wan family lord shook his head and said, It's nothing, when there's nothing else to do, I'll go pay Mr. Yi a visit. After all, things have already gone wrong, and we always have to talk to him about our thoughts. By the way, next, no matter whether you go out, or I go out, the power of the guards must be arranged properly. Now the special period. Any bit of carelessness? Don't have. Ninth Uncle sniffed and nodded heavily, saying, I understand, family master, then I'll go first. Afterward, Uncle Nine immediately turned around, led the people, and drove the car directly to a hotel. After arriving at the hotel room, the person who opened the door was no one else but young Master Wan, who had already rushed back from Eastern Continent. Looking at Wan Shao, Ninth Uncle's face changed. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why haven't you left yet? Wan Shao looked at Ninth Uncle, accompanied with a smile, pulled Ninth Uncle into the room and laughed. Gone. Just back again. Ninth Uncle. This time I came back because I have good news to tell you. What good news? The best news for me in this situation right now is that Uncle Kung's side has taken the blame. But is that possible? Wan Shao sniffed, looked at Ninth Uncle, clapped his hands, and laughed. Ninth Uncle is Ninth Uncle. You guessed what I was going to say even before I said anything. Worthy of being you. Wisdom. When Uncle Nine heard this, he directly froze. What do you mean? You guessed it before you even spoke? What did he just say? Didn't he just say that unless Uncle Kung's side would forget about it and not look for trouble from the Wan family? Thinking of this, Ninth Uncle's face immediately changed. Looking at Wan Shao, frowning, Wan Hai, this kind of thing, it's not a joke. What exactly are you going to say? Hurry up and say it. The news of your return, you told me to keep it to myself. What exactly did you want from me? Make it clear. Wan Shao helped Ninth Uncle to sit in front of the sofa, then respectfully brewed a cup of tea, handed it to Ninth Uncle, and laughed. Ninth Uncle, look, do I look like I'm joking? And, still, to make fun of such a thing, I don't have the guts for that. What I said, is the truth. Uncle Gong's side, has promised to be able to forget about the matter of the Wan family. This is what I personally went to talk about. The result is not bad. You old should feel satisfied. Ninth Uncle sniffed and looked at Wan Shao's face. His heart already believed a few points. After all, even if Wan Shao was more reckless, he indeed wouldn't dare to joke about such things. But to go to Uncle Kong in person? Is Wan Shao crazy? You really dare to go too? Aren't you afraid that after you go, you won't be able to come back? It's good that Uncle Kong's side has promised to take no blame. But, I'm afraid there should be other conditions. So just say it. Wan Shao smiled and nodded, saying, Ninth Uncle, Uncle Kong now, can be more than just Uncle Kong. His old man, has already promised to accept me as his righteous son and be my righteous father. Isn't it only natural for a righteous father to help his righteous son? If the words just now, just let the Ninth Uncle some vibration words, then this sentence, really let the Ninth Uncle do not know what to say good. Looking at a face of pride of Wan Shao, I do not know why, the Ninth Uncle's heart, there is always a kind of not so good premonition. So, you're now Uncle Gong's righteous son, and because of this incident, he promised, he won't come after our Wan family? Is that so? No other requests? Wan Shao smiled at his words and said, the request is naturally there. After all, those pictures my father sent out made Uncle Kong thunderously angry. His old man has been overseeing the eastern province for so many years, but no one has dared to be so provocative yet. So, the condition of the righteous father, his old man, is that the Wan family will be taken over by me, and then everything will be left aside. At these words, Ninth Uncle's eyes immediately glared and he heavily slapped the table. Unbridled. Chapter 109 Uncle Nine's Compromise. It's more than reckless, it's just lawless and bold. Wan Hai, how dare you want to seize power and force your father to abdicate? Have you lost your mind? This is the result of your going to talk to Uncle Kung? Recognizing a thief and betraying your own father. Is that it? It's an abomination. I'll pretend I didn't hear about this, and you don't have to say anything else to me. Ninth Uncle finished speaking and was about to leave. Violent anger. It should be. He and the Wan family lord. That is the storm to this day. As a result, the Wan family lord's son is to take his place. It is simply unfaithful and unfilial. And Wan Shao seems to have long thought of this situation will happen. Quickly pulled the Nine Uncle smiled. Nine Uncle, you old don't be angry. I'm this. Is not also no way out of the way. You don't want to see Uncle Gong go on a killing spree and wipe out the wannabe family. All I've done is to endure humiliation and humiliation for the good of the wannabe family. Moreover, it's not all bad. As long as I become the head of the family, and I'm Uncle Gong's righteous son, then the Wan family will surely flourish in my hands, and most importantly, I've saved the Wan family, and more importantly, I've saved my father's life. Wan Shao said is not unreasonable, but Nine Uncle just cannot get over this hurdle in the heart. Why are you in such a hurry? That's your father after all. As long as you wait peacefully, the position of the head of the Wan family will be yours sooner or later. But if you do it now, you'll break your father's heart completely. Wan Hai, you can't do it. Uncle Nine was, for a moment, a little pale, and the scene that he was most unwilling to see, it seemed, was finally going to happen. Father and son? I'm afraid, the final result can only be this, because the master of the Wan family is absolutely will not compromise, and Wan Hai has been deeply involved. I'm afraid, it is difficult to pull out. At that time, really is a big joke. Wan Shao was silent for a moment, looked at Ninth Uncle with a heavy face, and said, Ninth Uncle, do you think that our Wan family is a match for Uncle Gong? You are silent, is the default? Then, you should be clear. My father is the one who did the wrong thing, otherwise, you before would not have promised me to kill Yi Qing, is not it? Now, there's only one way to get Uncle Gong to extinguish his anger and forgive the Wan family, and that is, I'll be his righteous son and become the lord of the Wan family, and only then will Uncle Gong not make a move against the Wan family. Ninth Uncle, for the sake of the Wan family, for father, for everyone, please support me. Only if you support me, the Wan family can be intact as before. My father and I will not really fight each other. He will be relieved to abdicate and enjoy his days. This is the best result, the best possible outcome. Uncle Nine fell silent because what Wan Shao said was not without reason. Compared to the destruction of the Wan family, it seemed this was indeed the best way. It may cause the master of the house of wannabe pain and a sense of betrayal, but at least it's alive, isn't it? However, betrayal, that's what it is. Ninth Uncle sat down disheveled on the sofa, looked at Wan Shao, sighed, and said, but then, the Wan family will become Uncle Gong's vassal. Wan Shao sniffed and said softly, even if it's a vassal, it's still better than being overthrown, right? What's more, righteous father has already promised me that he won't interfere with the freedom of the Wan family, and we can still utilize righteous father's east wind to make the Wan family even more brilliant. Ninth Uncle, believe me, I won't harm the Wan family. I have to say that at this moment, Uncle Nine's heart was moved, or he, rather, had nothing else to offer. However, he was still unwilling. Looking at Wan Shao, he said, haven't you ever thought that Uncle Gong will lose? If my information is good, right now, on the East Continent side, Uncle Kung is facing a great crisis. Perhaps he can't care about our side at all? Hearing this answer, Wan Shao directly laughed out loud. Ninth Uncle, if you know the news, can I not know it when I'm at my righteous father's place? To tell you the truth, the reason why righteous father isn't making any moves right now is that he's fishing. He feels that over the years, there have been a lot of people who have wanted to target him. So this time, since someone else has risen to the top, he's going to show the enemy that he's weak so that he can see how many people will come out of the woodwork. And then he plans to catch them all in one fell swoop. This is what righteous father really thinks, because what righteous father wants now is to take advantage of this opportunity, as much as possible, to make the underground world of the Eastern Province clear. A sentence of the underground world of the eastern province is clear. Put the face of the ninth uncle. Gave a completely pale. If Uncle Gong even dared to think of such things and had the strength to do them, then the Wan family, indeed, seemed to have nothing better to do. Looking at Wan Xiao, ninth uncle said dismally, I can support you, but try to be persuasive. Your father's side. I'll go and talk. You go and talk too. He might come around. Getting the promise from Uncle Gong's own mouth. At this moment, Wan Xiao was excited. Because, in the whole Wan family, ninth uncle can do half of the main. As long as he nodded, plus the help sent by Uncle Gong, Wan family almost can already be the nail in the coffin to become their own bag. Okay, Uncle Nine, I promise you that we'll focus on persuasion. And even, I can go home with you right now, and talk to my father face to face right away. If I could, I would be the one who would least want my father to be upset. But right now, for the sake of the Wan family, for the sake of everyone, I can only do this. This scolding, I'll take it. What a great picture of righteousness. Looking at the heart of the ninth uncle, mixed flavors. So, what about Yi Qing? Still need to die? Yip Qing? Wan Xiao sniffed, and after a moment of silence, he sneered. Yi Qing, of course he's going to die. Ninth uncle, we can't take all the benefits. After all, on the side of the righteous father, he also wants to save face. Of course, I can stall for time, so that Yi Qing will die later, or even, be able to try to beg a way for him to live. But, even if he lives, it won't be a painful life anymore. This is the limit of what I can do. Ninth uncle, I hope you can understand. Uncle Gong's face. Naturally, it's impossible not to give. Ninth uncle nodded and said, I understand. Everything, do it according to your idea. Only, today, don't go to talk to your father. Your father right now, should be on Yi Qing's side, accompanying Yi Qing for dinner. Just let him tonight. Spend it peacefully. Tomorrow, contact me when you get home. I'll accompany you. Wan Xiao sniffed, immediately cupped his fists and smiled. Ninth uncle, I'm counting on you for everything. Don't worry. Father, will forgive you, and even more so, will understand you. Ninth uncle sniffed and sighed dismally, then simply left. Chapter 110, The Cloud and Mist Residence. And at this moment, the master of the Wan family was in Yi Qing's house, drinking with him. The master of the Wan family laughed. Mr. Yi, I actually wanted to suggest that you move out of here before. Do you think it would be a good idea to move to our Wan family residence? Of course, if you find it inconvenient. My Wan family still has some villas in Jiangcheng that can be offered for you to live in. And most importantly, living there will enable you to better arrange manpower to protect you. Yi Qing sniffed, poured a glass of wine, drank it all in one go, and laughed. Master Wan has a heart. I can, myself, take care of myself. The wannabe family lord had already more or less understood some of Yi Qing's methods. Only, this time the enemy, after all, was Uncle Gong, and the wannabe family lord didn't dare to take it lightly. Mr. Yi, I'm still a bit uneasy. After all, the enemy this time, is Uncle Kung. Those three assassins are just casually sent for Uncle Kung. If he really wants to go all out, I'm afraid, it's really not easy to deal with. There was a sentence that the master of the Wan family didn't say, but Yi Qing spoke for him. Wannabe master, you should actually say that after the wannabe family stepped in to bail me out, Uncle Gong, even if he didn't want to go all out, he wouldn't be able to, right? In fact, it's really unnecessary. The friendship between us, there is, but not much, not so much as to let the entire Wan family follow along in danger for my sake. Wan family master, your decision this time is unwise. I suggest you think it over. After all, this time, it's about the safety of the entire Wan family. Yi Qing also didn't expect that the Wan family lord would go out of his way to offend Uncle Gong to death for him, which was a bit out of Yi Qing's expectation. But, with things having come to this, Yi Qing couldn't say anything. The wannabe family lord looked at Yi Qing and softly said, the wannabe family has come this far, undeniably, offended many people, but, it has also done a lot of good things, and more importantly, the wannabe family emphasizes love and righteousness, and you have saved my wannabe family's life, and just based on that, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Uncle Gong is not easy to deal with, and it is dangerous for the Wan family to be enemies with him. It is true, but, in life, there is something to do and something not to do. I, Wan, am willing to take risks for the sake of the faithfulness in my heart, and I believe that the rest of the Wan family will also support me and understand me. Yi Qing heard this and looked deeply at the Wan family lord and said, you are a good person, who values love and justice, so rest assured, the Wan family will be in your hands for a long time to come. Come, Master 1. Drink. The wannabe family lord smiled at his words and clinked glasses with Yi Qing, saying, then, thank you for your kind words, Mr. Yi. But Mr. Yi, about the house, isn't that something to consider? Yi Qing smiled and shook his head as he said, no need, I already have a place to stay. Hearing this, the Wan family lord quickly spoke, since that's the case, then I won't say anything more. It's just that, I don't know what kind of place it is. When the time comes, I'll send someone to help out, as well as the security aspect. I know that you might not need all of this, but, it's better to have, than not to have. Moreover, you are living alone now. You always need someone to take care of you. I can arrange for some cooks, odd jobs and whatnot, to go over and help you with some small things. You see, okay. It had to be said that the Wan family lord had arranged everything and thought of everything. However, Yi Qing directly shook his head and said, Family Master Wan has a good intention. However, everything has already been arranged. Cloud Mist Villa. Family Master Wan should have heard of it. The moment these words came out, the Wan family lord immediately flinched, a hint of shock flashing through his eyes. Cloud and Mist Courtyard? Mr. Yi, what you're talking about? Won't it be the Yunwu Beiwan in the suburbs, leaning against the mountains and water, which has long been enclosed and built for 2 years? Mysterious and incomparable? So big a piece of land, even the mountains and small lakes are wrapped up. The construction, even more idle people are exempted from entering, so that people can't figure out. This mysterious cloud and mist other courtyard, is it yours? Yi Qing nodded and laughed. It's not that mysterious, but it's just a matter of wrapping up the mountains close by, and diverting the living water to carve out an artificial lake that's not too small, and when there's time, the master of the Wan family can come to the door to be a guest, although I haven't been there yet, but, as long as the construction is done in accordance with my planning, then the scenery is absolutely not wrong. That said, it's real simple. However, how can it be simple? Let's say that such a large piece of land, to be able to buy it, it is already not a question of how much money. To put it mildly, the Wan family master wants to own such a large piece of land, even if the financial strength is enough. I'm afraid, but also can't take such a large piece of land. Even if the land was taken, it would be really difficult in figuring out how to take even the hills together. It had been known that Yi Qing was not simple, but the Wan family lord did not expect that Yi Qing was not simple to such an extent. Mr. Yi, you are really deep. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, it's nothing, take these and pay enough. Mr. Yi, if it's not too much trouble, then I really have to go and nag and visit to see your masterpiece. And, still, you personally planned and built it, so I have to study and learn even more. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, any time, now, Family Master Wan can rest assured. Right, there is no need for you to arrange for manpower. My people will arrive soon. Speaking of this, Yi Qing's eyes flashed a bright light. What he was talking about was not someone else, nor the manpower arranged by Tiger's Teeth, but, rather, Red Hitomi, the one who Tiger's Teeth were scared to death of, the somewhat insane Red Hitomi. Chapter 111, Will You Forgive Me? Red Poople, demon-like existence, 6 relatives, killing and decisive character. Most importantly, its character is really a little crazy. Actions that simply don't follow common sense. Other than Yi Qing's orders, anyone's face, Red Poople, would not be given. The master of the Wan family didn't know about these things, but since Yi Qing was able to own a mansion like the Cloud Mist Villa, it was normal to have some of his own guarding force. Mr. Yi, then I won't show off my skills, but still, as long as you need it, anytime, anywhere, Mr. Wan will absolutely do his best. After the Wan family lord finished speaking, he directly poured a large glass of wine and drank it all in one go. Yi Qing looked at the Wan family lord and nodded, saying, Wan family lord has the heart. If Wan family lord can risk the destruction of the Wan family to stand by me, I, for one, must be obliged. However, Family Master Wan actually doesn't need to be overly worried. Hearing Yi Qing say this, although he didn't know what Yi Qing had prepared, the heart of the Wan family lord did feel much lighter. Mr. Yi, I don't know why, but after talking to you, the anxiety in my heart is really much less. Tonight, finally, I'll be able to have a good night's sleep. Mr. Yi, thank you very much. After the Wan family lord finished speaking, he clasped his fists and arched his hands, giving Yi Qing his thanks. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, it's getting late, and the wine is almost gone. Family Master Wan, go back to rest earlier. The wannabe family lord sniffed and looked at the time. It was already almost 10 o'clock in the evening, so he immediately got up and laughed. Chatting with you, I only feel that time passes by too quickly, and I can't get enough of it. Mr. Yi, have a good rest, then I'll leave first. After saying that, the Wan family lord left Yi Qing's home, and the moment he stepped out of Yi Qing's door, the Wan family master only felt that his whole body was relaxed. After arriving downstairs, the Wan family master saw ninth uncle waiting for him and laughed. Ninth uncle, you should have joined me in accompanying Mr. Yi for a drink. Chatting with him makes my entire being much more relaxed and happy. Nine uncle looked at the happy Wan family master. Some cannot bear, because today, perhaps is the last day of Wan family master happy. Wait until tomorrow. Wan Young began to carry out the moment to force the palace to seize power. Wan family master, I'm afraid that cannot laugh out. Uncle Nine looked at family head Wan and laughed. Family head, you've had too much to drink. The Wan family lord smiled and shook his head. Ninth uncle, you know how much I can drink. On weekdays, although it's not exactly a sea of liquor, but half a caddy of white wine, it's still not a big problem. But I won't contradict you if you say I'm drunk tonight. Have fun. Wine doesn't make you drunk. Ninth uncle, I am truly happy. I made the right choice. Ninth uncle, do you believe me? The Wan family head's choice was to completely tear his face off with Uncle Gong and then stand on Yi Qing's side, and for that reason, he did not hesitate to use the entire Wan family as a bet. Now, the third generation of the Wan family are all demobilized. Each left, the entire Wan family. The wind is very quiet. All the people are heavily guarded. This choice, really, is it right? If Uncle Nine thought it was right, at the very beginning, he wouldn't have promised Wan Xiao and let him deal with Yi Qing. If it was correct, then, Ninth uncle wouldn't have just been convinced by Wan Xiao and was ready to persuade the Wan family head to tomorrow. Step aside. But these words, Ninth uncle didn't want to say right now. Since Master Wan was happy, then, let him have a good night. Family master, your choice is naturally correct. Mr. Yi is not immortal. He will definitely be lucky. After saying that, Uncle Nine was about to assist the Wan family master to the car. Sitting in the car, Ninth uncle looked at the somewhat dazed Wan family head and said softly, Family head, if one day, I do something wrong to you, will you forgive me? In the end, Uncle Nine still couldn't hold back, wanting to hear an answer that would allow him to have peace of mind. And the Wan family lord looked at the ninth uncle, and laughed lightly. Ninth uncle, what are you talking about? How could you do something to apologize to me? We have, over the years, shared the same pains and sorrows, through thick and thin, and have gone through all kinds of great storms and waves together. We are more than brothers. We are definitely not going to do anything to apologize to each other. What's more, even if you did do it, I'm sure that you must have something difficult to say, and I, for one, don't see how I could blame you. These words almost made Uncle Nine want to cry. The trust that the wannabe family lord had placed in him was unreserved, something that could be entrusted with his life. But this time, he was afraid that he would really have to let the wannabe family lord down. Obviously, once, it was possible to suffer and die together. Why has it become like this now? Uncle Nine's heart, trembling. If he could, he really wanted to backtrack. But, no. Family master, really won't blame me? Perhaps at that time, you will hate me as well, but what I want to tell you is that for the sake of the Wan family, for your sake, everything, I have the bitterness of not being able to help myself and having to do it. When the time comes, you can hate me or blame me. Just, don't ignore me, okay? Uncle Nine looked at the Wan family master and spoke these words in a low voice. As for the master of the Wan family, at this moment, he seemed to come to his senses, sitting up straight and looking at Uncle Nine. Chapter 112, Are you hiding someone? Uncle Nine, are you going to do something? The Wan family lord spoke softly, and in his eyes, a trace of doubt flashed. Ninth uncle sighed in his heart and shook his head, with a hint of a smile on his face, saying, No, I just, suddenly have some feelings, probably because I'm getting older. So I'm saying some sad words. The wannabe family lord sniffed, patted ninth uncle's shoulder, and said softly, Yes, you're getting old, and I'm getting old too. There are times when it is not possible to defy old age. If I can, I really want to sue for old age so that I can live some free and happy days. Ninth uncle, if that day really comes, join me. I know you're relieved, but there's always a need to let go in order for them to grow up, isn't there? When these words came out, Uncle Nine's eyes immediately lit up. Such a thought from the Wan family lord made him, in his heart, very happy and even feel a lot more relaxed. Family master, do you really want to step aside and give way? You're not really too big. A lot of people, to the point of death, refuse to hand over their power. Don't you think about it? The wannabe family lord smiled and laughed loudly. I certainly understand what you're saying, but in my heart, in fact, I've long wanted to live a life of freedom. What's the point of having a firm grip on power when you're clearly losing energy? Especially with the old man's body being the way it is. I'm seeing things like that in a much better light. Let's wait and see. Now that the family is facing a crisis, it's always better to wait for the crisis to pass and leave the children with a peaceful family. As the Wan family lord spoke, his eyes released a glimmer of light, as if that was what he was thinking. And Uncle Nine, looking at the master of the Wan family, spoke softly, perhaps, this time, I really didn't choose wrongly. After all, you're too tired, too tired. Upon hearing this, Master Wan flinched, looked at Ninth Uncle, and said, what did you say? Uncle Nine shook his head and smiled. It's nothing, family head, have a good rest. The wannabe family lord smiled and nodded his head. Today, I'm much more relaxed, but you're right, tomorrow, it will be a brand new day, and everything, perhaps, will be a new beginning. Ninth Uncle, let's talk about it tomorrow. Believe me, Mr. Yi is definitely not going to let us down, and my choice this time, perhaps, is the most correct choice made in this life. This big gamble, I seem to have seen the light of victory. As the words became weaker and weaker, the Wan family master, who said he wasn't drunk, had already tilted his head and fell asleep. And Uncle Nine, looking at the sleeping face of the Wan family lord, sighed softly, and in his eyes, a trace of pain flashed. And at this time, when the people were almost gone, Yi Qing's neighborhood, Bai Weiwei arrived again. Looking at Cat and Throw who were sitting in the car, Bai Weiwei huffed, it's all your fault for wasting my time for so long. Cat and Throw were sitting in the car, looking at Bai Weiwei, and said helplessly, you were the one who was happy, dragging us to drink all afternoon, and you're only waking up now. Can you blame us for that too? Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, alright, I won't talk to you guys. I have to hurry to find Yi Qing. Qing Yu's sister's side is still waiting for my reply. Cat sighed and said, stop whining and get going. We'll talk when we get back. Only then did Bai Weiwei get out of the car with a huff. Then, directly knocked on Yi Qing's door. Yi Qing, open the door. It's me, Bai Weiwei. Yi Qing sat on the sofa and was helpless. Let's just say that we have to move. This day by day. It's strange that it doesn't disturb the neighbors around. After opening the door to his room, Yi Qing sighed and said, do you know what time it is? Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, straightened up and barged straight into the room, saying, what's wrong with the time? Aren't you not sleeping? What? Are you afraid that I will come to check on you? Are you hiding someone in the house? Saying that, Bai Weiwei actually did start looking around. Moreover, there was also a face of excitement, as if, by finding out, she would be able to make her sister dead set on leaving Yi Qing even more. Yi Qing looked at the irrational Bai Weiwei and lazily ignored her. Directly sitting on the sofa, drinking wine. Yi Qing, you still dare to say that you're not hiding anyone. Did you know that I'm coming and hurriedly let people leave? Otherwise, who were you just eating with? Not finding the hidden woman, Bai Weiwei was still a little disappointed. However, taking a look at the wine and food on Yi Qing's table, including the wine cups and cutlery, which were clearly two sets, she immediately became interested and directly questioned. Yi Qing pointed to the opposite seat and spoke indifferently. Just now, it was the Wan family lord who was here to chat and drink with me. Why? Otherwise, why don't you go ask Family Master Wan? Chapter 113, My Birthday. You must come. Ask Master Wan? Vivian White doesn't have the guts to do that. Just you? Are you worthy? Let me ask you, what's going on with this house? Why do I see several suitcases and put everything away? Are you planning to run away? Yi Qing sniffed and spoke indifferently. I think the house is too small, so I want to change to a bigger place to live. Bai Weiwei sniffed and laughed outright, saying, a big house? What do you think? You're still with my sister Qingyu, being able to live in her big villa? Yi Qing shrugged and said, her house is also too small for my liking. Disliking HD Moon House is too small. This, too, is Yi Qing qualified to dislike? Yi Qing, I really have some immunity to your mouth now. In prison, is there still a lesson in exercising thick skin? Why don't you just say that you live in the mountains and go live on the water? It's a big place with a great view. Once Yi Qing heard this, he nodded lightly and looked at Bai Weiwei and laughed. How did you know that I'm going to live in the mountains and in the water? Mockery. This is absolute mockery. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth in anger at this moment. Shut up, Yi Qing, don't be playful with me. Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed, and said, I'm not going to bother anything with you on the face that you're Bai Ruoro's sister. But have you forgotten that my temper, in fact, isn't too good? Speaking here, in Yi Qing's eyes, a trace of ice coldness flashed. Bai Weiwei's heart trembled as she watched. She seemed to have, literally, forgotten a bit. This Yi Ching is not a good person with a soft heart at all. That tiger's legs were almost ruined. If not for her Bai Weiwei's plea in the end, I'm afraid the tiger could not escape the end of breaking an arm and a leg. This is all Yi Ching's doing. Thinking about all this, Bai Weiwei was only a little bit intimidated, but, then, summoned up the courage to look at Yi Ching angrily and said, Yi Ching, you're less likely to scare me. You bullied my friend like that. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Just wait. This revenge, sooner or later, I'll avenge it. I'm here today on business. After saying that, Bai Weiwei took out an invitation from her bag and placed it on the table, saying, the day after tomorrow will be my birthday. Yi Ching, when the time comes, you remember to attend on time. Yi Ching picked up the invitation and looked at it, then thought for a moment and said, so kind as to personally send me an invitation? Seeing Yi Ching's skeptical look, Bai Weiwei became anxious. Yi Ching does not go, then everything is not all finished. A little drama cannot see it. How can that be? Qing Yu's sister will definitely be unhappy. And Rua's sister how to abandon Yi Ching at that time. There are other things against Yi Ching. Not all in vain. You claim to be nice to my sister. You wouldn't even skip my bar mitzvah. Yi Ching shook his head, sighed, and said, Bai Weiwei, if it's alright, I'm going to rest. Looking at Yi Ching, Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, then tell me, are you going or not? Yi Ching looked at Bai Weiwei, sighed softly, and said, Bai Weiwei, I can go, but, I want to ask you, why, do you have such deep prejudice and hostility towards me? You, Bai Weiwei, aren't some brainless fool. Why did you choose to be stupid now? As he spoke, Yi Ching looked at Bai Weiwei and shook his head, as if, he was very emotional and sighed a little. It was close to just calling Vivian White stupid. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and looked at Yi Ching, saying, Yi Ching, I just don't see you as a good person. I just think that you're a big liar. You're only hiding very deeply, and you've lied to my sister. But, you can't lie to me. Humph, there's no need to talk so much in flowery language. I'll just ask you one thing. My birthday banquet, are you going or not? Yi Ching looked at the nearly incorrigible Bai Weiwei, sighed, slowly got up, and said, I'll go to your birthday banquet. If it's okay, let's go. It's so late. It saves people from misunderstanding something. When Bai Weiwei saw that Yi Ching had agreed, she was immediately happy because the plot had succeeded. However, when she heard Yi Ching say something about how others would misunderstand their relationship, she immediately became furious, as if, with just this one sentence, she had been humiliated as if she had been humiliated. Chapter 114, Strange Woman. What do you mean others misunderstand? Misunderstand what? Misunderstanding that between us, we have some kind of secret that we can't tell each other? You're just being an asshole. I told you you weren't a good person. You even had thoughts about me? You're so hateful. As Bai Weiwei spoke, she even stepped back and wrapped her arms around herself, as if she was afraid that Yi Ching would make a move on her. This scene, looking at Yi Ching, was somewhat helpless. Bai Weiwei's good looks, great body, plus youthfulness, it is indeed an excellent existence. But Yi Ching really has no idea. Yi Ching was helpless and said, Okay, you hurry up and go. What do you mean? Who are you chasing like flies? You dare to humiliate me. You're so hateful. Bai Weiwei said, directly picking up her small fist and smashing it into Yi Ching's chest. It doesn't hurt, but it's really quite breathless. Alright, Bai Weiwei, if you make any more trouble, I won't go to the birthday banquet. Bai Weiwei sniffed and looked at Yi Ching with an exasperated look and said, You're just a toad. Don't think about eating swan meat. I'm telling you, Yi Ching, you've already promised to come to my birthday banquet. Just don't go back on your word. After saying that, Bai Weiwei directly opened the door and left. Yi Ching sat on the sofa and sighed helplessly. And after Bai Weiwei left Yi Ching's home, she directly dialed HD Moon's phone and told HD Moon the good news that Yi Ching was going to attend her birthday banquet. Then it was back to the car. Cat and Throw looked at Bai Weiwei and said, What's wrong? Unhappy look. Didn't it work out? Bai Weiwei sniffed and laughed coldly. Can there be anything that can't be done when this girl steps in? Cat smiled and spoke with a smile. That's good. Yi Ching is a big handsome guy. And temperament. Weiwei, how about this? Let me have Yi Ching. How about it? You guys mind that he's a big liar? I don't. Bai Weiwei sniffed and directly glared at Cat, saying, Shut up, Cat. Stay away from him. Do you hear me? Cat sniffed and spat out her tongue, seemingly a little unimpressed. And Throwback. At this point, Weekly spoke up. Vivi, can I be honest? Bai Weiwei frowned and said, What are you swallowing for? Say it. Thrower sighed and said, I actually feel that Yi Ching is quite good. Could you have really misunderstood Yi Ching? Bai Weiwei sniffed, stared into Throwback's eyes, and said, Bai Weiwei, will never look at the wrong person. This Yi Qing is a big bad guy, a big liar. I'm telling you guys, you absolutely can't have anything to do with Yi Qing, otherwise, I'll get angry. After saying that, Bai Weiwei no longer paid any attention to Cat and Throwback and directly drove away. And right after Bai Weiwei drove off, she didn't see that right behind her car, there had been a small car parked, and the person in the car was none other than Lin Ji. After watching Bai Weiwei drive away, Lin Ji's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery and dissatisfaction. Lin Ji had endured this for a long time in HD Moon. Because of a Bai Ruoro relationship, she was still able to tolerate it, but, now that even Bai Weiwei looked down on her, in her heart, she was really not feeling well. Why should she, Lin Ji, have to serve people in a lowly manner? Or even, in some cases, to serve people at dinner when they are not even qualified to sit down? On what grounds? Now, Bai Ruoro or Bai Weiwei, don't they all want to make Yi Qing make a fool of himself? Then she would love to do some damage and make Bai Weiwei and Bai Ruoro lose a big face. Walking up to Yi Qing's door, Lin Ji, too, knocked on the door. At this moment, Yi Qing was really a bit annoyed. In his heart, he decided that he would only wait for the Cloud Mist special courtyard side to be ready and immediately move there. After opening the door and seeing that it was Lin Ji outside, Yi Qing froze. Lins, what are you doing here? Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing, revealing a faint smile and said, aren't you going to invite me in to have a seat? After all, I came here this time, secretly behind everyone's back. It wouldn't be good to be discovered. Yi Qing frowned slightly. The way he said this, it made it seem like he was cheating on his wife. Come in. After entering the room, Lin Ji looked at the layout that was almost no different from what it once was, and sighed softly, saying, I still remember that before. I often came here, but now that I'm here again, it's a feeling that things are different. Yi Qing, you live in this house, don't you feel awkward? Chapter 115. This time, I want to help you. Twisted, to be sure. After all, this small house was once the home of Yi Qing and HD Moon, and here, a lot of good memories were retained. The more things change, the more things fall apart. The more, well, it makes you squirm. It's okay, I'm not the one who did the wrong thing. You didn't come to me this late to just ask me if I'm twisted. Lin Ji smiled and nodded, saying, naturally not. I came here this time because I want to help you. At these words, Yi Qing froze for a moment. From Lin Ji's mouth, to say such words as helping herself was really rare. You help me? If you really want to help me, persuade HD Moon to stay out of my life and get together. Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing, smiled, and said, a good reunion, perhaps, really not. In the beginning, maybe, but what are you bullying her brother for? And even, to her mother. Lindsay had a good sense of gloating. As for Yi Qing, he didn't get angry, but just smiled and said, then, it's my fault. Wrong in that I was too good for her? Lin Ji was silent for a moment, looked at Yi Qing, sighed, and said, you are good, but the fault is, you are too mediocre. One thing tender and deep, and that is your greatest fault. Lin Ji said and sighed a little, saying, admit it, this world, by nature, is not fair. Yes, the world is, not only cruel, but, also, unfair. Looking at Lin Ji, Yi Qing shook his head and said, alright, tell us your reason for coming. Lin Ji sniffed and looked at Yi Qing, saying, my intention is very simple, to advise you not to go to Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet, or else, you will be reduced to a big laughingstock in the sky. This Bai Weiwei, who had only just left from her own place, was crying out for her to attend her birthday banquet, and at that time, Yi Qing knew that there would definitely be a problem. But now, Lin Ji had also come running over and said that she wouldn't be allowed to attend. Interesting. A laughingstock? Lins, you should be happy to see that too. Don't tell me you have a clear conscience. Yi Qing sat on the sofa and laughed lightly, obviously, not feeling that Lin Ji would have any good intentions. As for Lin Ji, she also knew that it was impossible for her to gain Yi Qing's trust with just one sentence. Sitting directly opposite Yi Qing, Lin Ji picked up a wine glass and poured herself a glass of wine, then drank it all in one go, looking at Yi Qing, saying, not bad, I'm happy to see this scene, but I, more than anything, am not willing to see Bai Weiwei's villainous appearance, being able to make her uncomfortable. In my heart, I'm comfortable. Yi Qing, this answer, are you satisfied? Yi Qing nodded, looked at Lin Ji, and said, so, after all is said and done, it's still a war between you women, and I, it seems, have little choice but to be passively involved. Is that right? Lin Ji sniffed, nodded, and said, if you have to interpret it that way, That's fine. Who makes you so mediocre? If you are not used and bullied, who is used and bullied? Speaking of which, Linji didn't know if she was drunk before or if she was a little out of her mind now that she had taken a sip of wine. Even looking at Yi Qing, he said with some emotion, actually, I once also liked you. You do know that, right? Chapter 116, I'm the one who gave her everything. Suddenly coming up with such a sentence, together with Linji's face that was somewhat slightly red at the moment. It was really somewhat ambiguous. Yi Qing nodded and said, I know, after all, you had, at one time, also confessed to me. Are you going to tell me that this resentment you have against me now is in retaliation for my rejection of you? It's a shame to be rejected, especially by a beautiful woman who throws herself at you. Lin Chi hated herself, not necessarily, without that reason. As expected, after Lin Ji heard Yi Qing's words, she seemed to be caught up in the memories she once had, and in her eyes, a hint of anger flashed, saying, Yi Qing, I want to ask you, do you regret it? Out of the three of us, you chose HD Moon, and as a result, you ended up in this situation. Do you, really, have no regrets? If I had been chosen, perhaps, the outcome would have been different? Hearing this, Yi Qing fell silent for a moment before he spoke. Is there any point in talking about this now? Lin Ji fiercely drank a mouthful of wine down, angrily staring at Yi Qing. In her heart, there seemed to exist a lot of resentment. I, Lin Ji, have a good figure, high face value. Since I was a child, I have never lost to HD Moon. But why? From the time you rejected me, everything, all changed? HD Moon got the man I love, started a happy life, and even started a business that was smooth sailing to the point of disbelief. It's as if she has been favored by the heavens and is the darling of fate, while I, Lin Ji, am obliterated and can only be her assistant and look at her face to act. Ha! By what right? Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin Ji, who had a disgruntled and even resentful look on her face, and sighed softly, saying, what if I say that all of this is because of me? It was I who arranged for people behind the scenes to secretly help her, so that her career would be smooth sailing and on the upswing. It was I who, by arranging for her protection, kept her safe from many dangers. Behind this curtain, if there is a big hand that operates everything, then that big hand is, in fact, me. The injustice you complain of is my doing. Lin's, does that make you feel happier? Yi Qing, this time, did not say half a lie. It was all the truth. All of it. He did. He was the one who, with his own hands, brought HD Moon to a position of exaltation. After Lin Ji heard Yi Qing's words, she first froze for a moment, then directly laughed out loud. Yi Qing, I think you've really lost your mind, to say something so brainless. What do you take yourself for? A high and mighty god in charge of destiny? Or, do you think of yourself as hidden? Flipping your hand for the clouds and turning your hand for the rain. Big shot. You casually move your mouth. You can be in prison, manipulate everything, and even, can make the penniless HD Moon, in just 2 or 3 years, become a business legend, with over $100 million in his pocket? Yi Qing, I really have some pity for you now. Lindsay didn't believe it. If Yi Qing really had this kind of ability, how could he, then, be bullied like this? As for Yi Qing, looking at Lin Ji, who had a face of ridicule, he gently sighed and said, whether you believe it or not, these are the facts, and very soon, the truth will come out. After all, if you hurt me, you always have to pay the price. So, I'll give you a suggestion. Think about your retreat as early as possible. The Clear Moon Group will soon cease to exist. At this moment, Lin Ji slowly stopped smiling, looked at Yi Qing, and softly said, the more you say it, the more it seems true, but you are still too simple. Even if what you say is true, Lin Ji sighed and said somewhat helplessly, nowadays, HD Moon is in contact with upper-class people, and quite a few people like her and are willing to pay for her. Otherwise, why do you think HD Moon is so eager to divorce you? I don't want you to delay her future. Yi Qing lightly laughed and said, so what? Perhaps everything you think is powerful. I simply can't see it. At this moment, Yi Qing's voice was flat, but it gave off a kind of strong confidence, and Lin Ji, for some reason, at this moment, staring blankly at Yi Qing, her face getting redder and redder. Yi Qing, if now you were to choose again, would you choose me? If, for once, I don't care if you're mediocre, if you're rich or not, will you, for once, choose me? Chapter 117, Ambiguity. What he said made Yi Qing confused. Is Lindsay drunk? Looking at the silent Yi Qing, Lin Ji shook her head and said, Yi Qing, at this point in time, Are you still unwilling to choose me? Or rather, don't dare to choose me? As she spoke, Lin Ji seemed to have been wronged by the heavens, and in one pair of eyes, she was actually flooded with tears. Yi Qing sighed and said, "Go back and rest. Don't joke about it. It doesn't make sense." When Lin Ji heard this, she directly got up and downed another glass of wine. Then, she directly approached Yi Qing, gently resting her hand on Yi Qing's shoulder, her pair of eyes, as if full of longing. "Yi Qing, you even dare to say such lies as HD Moon was supported by you, but on the other hand, you don't dare to say that you chose me and like me. Why? Is it because, in your mind, you have, in fact, fantasized about me?" Lin Ji was as if she was forcing Yi Qing to choose her. At this moment, the whole person was even closer to Yi Qing. The temperature of the breath was felt by both, even as their bodies slowly began to touch. However, Yi Qing sighed softly and pushed Lin Ji away. "You're drunk." Lin Ji, at this moment, also somewhat sobered up, thinking of the ambiguous appearance just now. Her face reddened a little, and yet, it's very disheartening. "Yi Qing, you don't even dare to flirt with me a little?" Yi Qing sniffed, sighed, and said in a deep voice, "Lin Ji, if I say I don't want to hurt you, do you believe me?" The phrase, "don't want to hurt you," made Lindsay freeze. Then, a sigh rang out as Lin Ji looked at the small house and said softly, "If it was me you chose in the first place, Yi Qing, the mistress of this house, should be me." Yi Qing was silent. Lin Ji, however, laughed softly. High Definition Moon actually didn't even realize herself that she was jealous, especially when you and Bai Ruo walked together. Her jealousy, she can't hide it at all. Would you say that's good news for you? Lin Ji laughed as if she wanted to get Yi Qing's answer. Yi Qing, however, just smiled slightly and said, "Maybe it's just that she doesn't like her own things being taken away from her. It's that kind of mentality. Even if she throws herself in the garbage and doesn't want it, she won't give it to anyone." This point really made Yi Qing right. Lindsay was silent and nodded. "Well, without further ado, you've heard my reminder, so don't go to Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet." However, at this moment, Yi Qing shook his head and said, "This birthday banquet, I've already promised Bai Weiwei, so I will definitely go." At this moment, Lin Ji was a bit angry. She had come to remind Yi Qing with good intentions, but as a result, he didn't appreciate it at all. What was this? "Yi Qing, you have a problem. Haven't I made myself clear enough? This birthday banquet, it looks like it's Bai Weiwei's bar mitzvah, but in reality, as long as you go, it'll be a conspiracy against you." Yi Qing shrugged, looked at Lin Ji, and said, "Even if it's a conspiracy, I want to go and see with my own eyes what, in the end, they can conspire against me. By the way, what I just said is the truth. I'm the invisible hand behind the scenes that helped HD Moon, but now, I won't be helping her, so leave as soon as you can." Lin Ji looked at Yi Qing at this time, still talking about this, and suddenly frowned, then, made a move that made Yi Qing unexpected, only to see Lin Ji directly embracing Yi Qing's neck with both hands, and then, kissing him fiercely. Chapter 118. Do you want to carry me inside? Yi Qing was stunned, forcing back the longing inside. He pushed Lin Ji away. "Lins, what are you doing?" At this moment, Lin Ji also seemed to be on fire, looking at Yi Qing with longing, saying, "Yi Qing, don't you want to get me? I'm telling you, I'm clean, clean. Yi Qing, don't hide your heart. Don't reject me." After saying that, Lin Ji's red eyes once again pounced on Yi Qing, but this time, Yi Qing reacted and directly grabbed Lin Ji's hands and softly said, "You've drunk too much." Slowly, Lin Ji's eyes became sober, yet amidst the sobriety, there was an icy and piercing chill, as if Yi Qing's rejection to her was an absolute humiliation. "Even when I offered to throw myself at you, you wouldn't want me. You are humiliating me." Looking at Lin Ji, Yi Qing spoke faintly. "I didn't humiliate you. I just don't want you to regret it." Lin Ji sniffed and said in annoyance, "Then you can wait to regret it." After saying that, Lin Ji was about to leave, and at this time, after Yi Qing was silent for a moment, he softly said, "Don't go yet." Lin Ji stopped and turned around, revealing a hint of disdain as she said, "What? Regretting it now? Want me? Fine. Beg and plead and I'll give it to you." At this moment, Lin Ji was a little mocking, a little disgusted, but, in favor of gambling, she wanted to give it to Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing, he sighed and shook his head. "You've misunderstood." After saying that, Yi Qing directly walked to the table, took out a pen and paper and wrote down a phone number before handing it to Lin Ji. "Call the number above, and say, I asked you to find him, and ask him to give you the agency in Zhangcheng. Get the agency, and from now on, Lin Chi, you'll be standing on the clouds, high and mighty. This time, I'll give it to you. How could Lin Chi not expect that such words would come out of Yi Qing's mouth? And what? The high and mighty feeling. This time, for her? Looking at the cell phone number on the note, Lin Chi covered her mouth and laughed. Yi Qing, are you drunk and confused? Or are you talking big words and forgetting that this is reality, not your fantasy? Just give me a phone call and that's all it takes to get me high above HD moon? And what agency for me? What's the proxy for something that will make me leap up and go straight to the clouds? It's hard to believe that it's some kind of elixir that can live forever. Ha ha ha. No wonder Lin Ji didn't believe it. Really, Yi Qing's words were too exaggerated, so that people who wanted to believe didn't dare to awe. Yi Qing, on the other hand, looked at Lin Ji seriously and spoke faintly. The chance to change your fate is in your hands. If you don't believe in it, this phone call, you can skip it. Like I said, I can make people go straight to heaven, or make them, from heaven, fall to hell, if I want to. Lin Ji laughed, looked at Yi Qing, and said, consider it true, but, why is it cheaper for me? Yi Qing smiled faintly as he said, perhaps, it's to get back at HD moon. After all, you're stronger than her, and it will make her, well, hard. Lin Ji sniffed, nodded, and smiled. I suddenly like you even more. So, are you really not going to consider it? After all, it's not like I'm going to let you be responsible and indulge a little. Don't you want to? As she spoke, Lin Ji ambiguously looked at Yi Qing, her fingers drawing circles on Yi Qing's chest, and Yi Qing, smiling, said, I can be irresponsible, but I'm afraid you'll make me responsible. Lin Ji snorted coldly, withdrew her hand, and said, when I'm free, I'll make this call, and at that time, I'll directly dismantle your true colors. Of course, if this call is really as useful as you say, Yi Qing, I, Lin Ji, in this life, will haunt you. Don't worry, don't want feelings, don't want a name. Just based on the fact that you have changed my destiny, I will give you everything that I have, from my flesh to my soul. After saying that, Lin Ji directly turned around and left. Yi Qing, on the other hand, just looked faintly at Lin Ji's back as she left. Chapter 119, Conspiracy to Seize Power. Lin Ji covered her mouth and laughed after leaving Yi Qing's house. It's a good idea to put up with it. But, after all, you're just a normal man, so how long can you put up with it? Sooner or later, I'll break down this pretentious look of yours and make you show your true colors. After saying that, Lin Ji looked at the note in her hand and wanted to throw it away. But in the end, she hesitated and put it in her bag. Let me leap up to the clouds in a single bound. You really dare to say that? But, I don't dare to believe it. After saying that, Lin Ji directly drove away from here, and the note that could change her destiny was left in her bag, wondering when, if ever, she would remember it. The long night has finally passed. This night, the wannabe family lord slept sort of sweetly, and it could even be said that it was the best sleep that the wannabe family lord had gotten in this period of time. It wasn't because of the wine, but because he had learned about this matter of the cloud mist special courtyard being Yi Qing's. To be able to create the cloud mist other courtyard, the potential and strength represented behind it was unimaginable. With such a powerful strength, Yi Qing, the reason why he didn't fear Uncle Gong, it seemed, had also been found. The moody one family lord woke up early in the morning, and, with an excellent appetite, had the kitchen make a lot of breakfast, and ate it all. And also getting up early were ninth uncle and Wan Shao. Young Master Wan returned to the Wan family early in the morning, only he didn't go back to his own place, nor did he go to the Wan family master. But, instead, he came to ninth uncle's room. With so much at stake, Wan Shao is having to be careful. Uncle Nine, father is having breakfast in the dining room right now, and will go to the garden for his morning exercise later, so I think we'd better go and wait for him. Wan Shao looked at ninth uncle's somewhat silent appearance, and his heart was a little less than happy. It had been guessed that Uncle Nine and the Wan family lord had a deep bond, so for him to betray the Wan family lord in this situation, even if he could do it, it was inevitable that he wouldn't turn against him, so the sooner the better, and directly cut off Uncle Nine's chance of backtracking. Uncle Nine was silent for a moment, looked at Wan Shao, and said softly, is there really no other way? I'm really a bit intolerant. Last night, I went to Yi Qing's house to fetch the family head back. He drank a lot and was very happy. Perhaps he has a way. Upon hearing this, Wan Shao immediately became anxious. Ninth uncle, you're confused. What else can my father do? Could it be that by going to Yi Qing's home once and having a few sips of wine, we can come up with a good solution? What kind of person is that Yi Qing? Although he is a little bit capable, but he just has a big and scary mouth. After all, He is just an ordinary person who knows a little bit of medical skills. This kind of person is most arrogant and conceited. What he said, can he be believed? Ninth uncle, my father talks drunk. Are you going to talk drunk along with him? This isn't usual. This time, it's about my Wan family's decades of foundation. And more so, it's about my Wan family, the lives of so many people up and down. Ninth uncle, can't be confused. Uncle Nine certainly knew not to be confused. However, when he thought of how much trust the wannabe family lord had placed in him, Uncle Nine's heart was a bit intolerant. If he can, he is really willing to live and die together with the master of the Wan family. But, he feels more. The master of the Wan family will eventually regret, rather than hurt him once, or better than the future day after day with tears. Sighing, Uncle Nine slowly got up and said, young master, I can support you, but I hope you can understand that the head of the family, and even more so your father, how much he favors and values you. Do you understand? Wan Shao sniffed and nodded heavily, saying, don't worry, ninth uncle, I know in my heart, if possible, I wouldn't want to do something that would make my father sad, but right now, it can only be this way, and in the future, I will make it up to my father. When Wan Shao had said so, ninth uncle was no longer in a position to say anything else, and nodded, saying, let's go to the garden, and meet the family head. After saying that, Uncle Nine went out first, and in the garden, the refreshed Wan family master, who had eaten breakfast, was doing some simple exercises. A smile appeared on his face after he saw ninth uncle coming. However, he immediately frowned when he saw Wan Shao also following ninth uncle. Ninth uncle, have you eaten breakfast yet? If you haven't, go eat some first. And, Wan Hai, why are you here? Haven't you left already? Ninth uncle sniffed and directly took over the conversation, smiling, family master, I'm the one who told the eldest young master to come back, so don't be angry. The Wan family lord smiled, nodded, and laughed. There's nothing to be angry about. If it wasn't for the sake of a precaution, I would, in fact, want to let all these brats in the family rush back right now. After all, the situation right now is not as dangerous as it was before. Mentioning this matter, the Wan family master was happy and couldn't stop talking, as if the biggest crisis of the Wan family had been lifted. And seeing this scene, Uncle Nine couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He also felt that the Wan family lord was a bit naive this time. But it's Uncle Gong. Family master, sit down and rest. After saying that, Uncle Nine also sat down on a chair, while Wan Shao made tea for them. This is also when Wan Shao came to discuss with the 9 uncles everything. Let the 9 uncles first say, first persuade, if the effect is good, then, naturally, all happy, really cannot be, and then let Wan Shao to step in. Naturally, Wan Shao had no objection to this. After all, as long as Uncle Nine was willing to stand on his side, he already wouldn't lose. And with the arrival of Ironhead and the others that Uncle Gong had sent to cooperate with him, this time, he was sure to win. Ninth uncle, it feels like you're preoccupied. Is there something that you want to say to me? There's no need to hide what we have between us, so if you have something to say, just say it. Ninth uncle sniffed, looked at Family Master Wan, and said softly, Family Master, do you still remember what you said to me yesterday? You said that you really wanted to retire early and take care of yourself, if possible. Chapter 120 Father, please step aside. The wannabe family lord sniffed and flinched for a moment, then laughed. Although I did drink a lot of wine yesterday, I wasn't really drunk. Words, I still remember. Early retirement is my dream. After working hard for most of my life, to be honest, it's so tiring. With this time, it would be better to enjoy life. It's painful. I even told you to pick someone who can hold up as well, so that we can retire together and enjoy life then. What? Ninth uncle, you're not telling me that you want to live this kind of life now, are you? Ha ha ha. The Wan family lord laughed out loud, and at this moment, hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. And Uncle Nine smiled and said, Family Master, to be honest, I really want to retire and enjoy life with you. After all, as you said, it's been too hard all these years, and now that the children have grown up, it's time for us to take a break. Family Master, what do you think? Young Master Wan is right here, and you've always been satisfied with him, so I'm sure he won't let you down. Will he? When the Wan family lord heard this, he frowned slightly and looked at Ninth Uncle, saying, Ninth Uncle, are you serious? Ninth Uncle sniffed and nodded his head gently, saying, Family Master, don't you want to? After a moment of silence, the Wan family lord gently sighed and said, How could I not want to? It's just that there's some reassurance. After saying that, the Wan family lord looked at Wan Shao and said, All these years, whether it's me or anyone else. I've been cultivating you as the heir apparent, and in fact, there are a lot of things that you really haven't let me down. As soon as Wan Shao heard this, he was immediately moved and bowed. Father, what I've done isn't enough. You're praising me too much. The wannabe family lord sniffed, shook his head, and said, you did do some things fairly well, but, like you said yourself, you actually haven't experienced enough. Whether it's your heart or your means, you're still a lot worse off, and it's my fault for not giving you more opportunities to practice, but I'll take care to let you make up for it in the future. It's just that, Wan Hai, your heart and temperament must be changed. I know in my heart that you're not a generous person, even while wanting to become the head of a great family. A broad-mindedness is something that must be possessed. You, not even close. The Wan family lord hit the nail on the head, directly hitting the essence of Wan Shao. As for Wan Shao, after hearing this, his face became a bit ugly then, seemingly unconvinced and unhappy. And this kind of behavior on his part just proved that what the Wan family lord had said was true. His mind's eye, not big, and his heart, even less broad. Watching Wan Shao's face become a little less favorable, ninth uncle opened his mouth and laughed. Family master, you are loving and blaming. The more you love and care for your child, the less you want your child to go through big storms. But, people always need to grow. I think the eldest young master is very good. In the entire Jiangcheng, that is also reputable. This is something that the family head can't deny. Regarding this, the Wan family lord was actually very relieved. The third generation of the Wan family, not without that kind of dude, but Wan Hai is generally considered good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been groomed as an heir by the Wan family lord. Ninth uncle, don't praise him. He still possesses the shortcomings I mentioned. Wait a little longer. Have some more experience, or else he won't be able to carry this family. Especially now, when the Wan clan is at a crisis point. It's always necessary to wait for this wave of turmoil to pass before considering other things. With a single word, the Wan family lord blocked the matter of abdication. At least, even if it was abdication, it wouldn't be now. But, what Wan Shao wants is not later, but now. Wan Shao could no longer hold back. Looking at the Wan family lord, he said, Father, it is precisely because the Wan family is now in a state of turmoil and crisis that my son can't bear to let you continue to bother with your labor. So why not? Let me give it a try. And perhaps, I can do it quite well. When the Wan family lord heard this, he directly froze. He had just felt like making small talk with Uncle Nine, and hadn't really taken it seriously. But now, as soon as Wan Shao opened his mouth, he directly wanted the right, and then linking it to the conversation with Uncle Nine. It seems that, this matter, is not so simple. The Wan family lord frowned slightly as he looked at Wan Shao and said indifferently, are you, now, already impatient to be this family head? I've said it before, the position of the family head, if there's no accident, it's yours, but, not right now. At the very least, I can't hand over the Wan family until after this matter has passed and the Wan family has stabilized. Wan Hai, I don't want to leave when the Wan family needs me the most, but, to hand you a safe and stable Wan family, only then. This position, you can sit firmly, and for a long time, understand? Okay, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Since you're back, there's no need to leave. It's just the right time to learn how to run a business. If it's okay, I'll go back first. Later, I have to go to Mr. Ye's house. I forgot to ask yesterday. He's moving. Do we need to go help over here? Uncle Nine, do you know why I'm so confident now? The Wan family master just wanted to open his mouth and tell ninth uncle what he knew. Wan Shao just couldn't help but speak up. Father, my child is no longer young. For the sake of your well-being, for the sake of the Wan family's well-being, my child, please step aside and give way. Will you? You can rest assured. This position, the child will be able to sit firmly. Not only so, the child, more able to lead the Wan family, safe through this crisis, will not let the Wan family damage half a point. You have a good old age. Not good? The Wan family lord sniffed, looked deeply at Wan Shao, and suddenly laughed, saying, the child has grown up, and his wings have hardened. Ha! Listening to your tone, this family head, I just can't even give it to you without giving it to you? So, what are you going to do? Take power by force? Wan Shao sniffed, lowered his head, and softly said, child wouldn't dare. But, if, at the end of the day, father, you're obsessed, then, child, would have to, for the sake of everyone in the Wan family, for the sake of your old man, have to. That's, sort of, a straight-up pick-me-up. The position of the head of the family, you give it now, then everything is fine. But, if not, than it is to seize power to get it. The Wan family lord laughed out loud, directly got up, walked to Wan Zhao's face, coldly stared at Wan Zhao's eyes, and said, "Seizing power? What an obedient and kind good boy. How come I didn't see that you actually have such a wolfish ambition? Come on. I'm standing right here. Why don't you grab one and I'll see? Something that doesn't know the sky. Kneel down for me." Chapter 121 You betrayed me too? Looking at the furious Wan family lord, he suddenly laughed softly before obediently kneeling on the ground. Only, even so, there was no half-assed retreat in Wan Zhao's eyes. "Father, it is a son's duty and filial piety to kneel for you. Do you think that the son really wants the position of the head of the family? It's not like that. The reason why my son is like this is entirely for you. Father, all these years, you have worked hard to take care of the Wan family, and all the difficulties of the family have worried you, leaving you with no time for yourself, and the smiles on your face, too, have become fewer and fewer. My son, my heart aches, but my son knows that he is not capable of doing anything but what he can as best he can." As he spoke, Wan Shao had a pained look on his face, as if tiredness was in the body of the Wan family lord, and pain was in his Wan Shao's heart. "Now, the Wan family is now in crisis. Your difficulties and pain are all in the eyes of my son. My son is really unwilling for you to live this kind of life anymore. Since you've already had the will to back out, leave the position to me, and my son assures me that the Wan family will be able to get through this crisis safely in my hands. Father, you, think about it." Wan Shao just knelt on the ground and spoke, and had no intention of getting up, as if, only in this way, could he express his filial piety? But this filial piety was on the premise of forcing the lord of the Wan family. Wan family master looked at Wan Shao, even to this time, or want to seize power. Angry, directly kicked over the Wan Shao. Cold voice, "After all is said and done, not still want this family head of the seat? Well, I have told you, will definitely give you. Why? Must now? You say, what kind of plot do you have? And lead the Wan family out of the crisis. What do you want to do? Don't think I don't know. You've long been looking at Mr. Yi in a bad light. Are you trying to betray Mr. Yi? Say it, aren't you?" Hearing the questioning of the Wan family lord, Wan Shao clenched his teeth and directly got up, angrily saying, "Yes, that's right. I just want to hand Yi Qing over. Even, I want to personally execute Yi Qing. But, is this my fault? It's Yi Qing who didn't know the heights of heaven and offended Uncle Gong. It's your old man who, for the sake of a mere Yi Qing, even went so far as to piggyback on our entire Wan family up and down. But, on what grounds? Why, for the sake of a Yi Qing, all of us have to die for him? This isn't fair. Father, you'd better retire. This matter, I know you're not good at it. So, let me do it. You don't have to be embarrassed. I'll settle it cleanly." When Wan Shao heard the words of the Wan family lord, he no longer pretended, and directly stated his thoughts, completely, and the Wan family head, exasperated by Wan Shao, directly sat down on a chair, gasping for air. "Get out! You get out!" Wan Shao sniffed, stood still, and softly said, "Lord Father, this time, what you said, may not count. Not only will I not roll, I'm going to become the head of the Wan family. The Wan family, I'll be in charge from now on. You, stop fooling around. Nonsense." Going so far as to say that the master of the Wan family was being nonsensical. This time, it directly infuriated the master of the Wan family, almost spitting out blood. "Ninth uncle, tell him to get lost. Tell him to get lost right now. Send him out of Jiangchang. I don't want to see him again for a short time." The master of the Wan family looked at Uncle Nine and was about to ask Uncle Nine to get rid of Wan Shao. This moment, however, the Wan family lord was destined to be disappointed, only to see Uncle Nine slowly got up and looked at the Wan family head, saying, "Family head, between the words of the eldest young master, there are indeed many disrespectful places, but, in the end, it's also for the good of the Wan family. So look at it. Are you not thinking about it?" After saying that, Uncle Nine looked at Wan Shao and said in a cold voice, "Young master, the head of the family is your father. Do you think it's right to talk like this?" Wan Shao sniffed and bowed slightly, saying, "Ninth uncle, I know that I've let father down. It's just that, I'm doing this for the good of the Wan family. And now, before it's too late, I have to get my hands on the great power of the Wan family in order to save the Wan family from the flames of the sea. Father this time, did wrong, I have to point it out. As for that, whether father blames me or not, it's better to wait for me to solve the crisis of the Wan family, then come back to father to ask for forgiveness. At that time, father, even if you punish me for kneeling for a night, I also admit it." Ninth uncle sniffed, sighed, shook his head, and looked at family head Wan and said, family head. In fact, what eldest young master said is not without reason. At these words, the one family head flinched and looked at ninth uncle, saying, "Ninth uncle, do you know what you're talking about? Could it be that you want to stand with this rebellious son?" Speaking here, the one family lord seemed to have thought of something. His eyes flashed with a hint of anger and said, "So, from last night, you asked me what to do after abdicating, and even said something like, you want to accompany me to abdicate and give way to the wise and so on. All that you did was premeditated? You knew about this rebellious son's attempt to seize power from the very beginning. Is that so? Ninth uncle, tell me, did you already know?" At this moment, the one family lord only felt incomparably angry. The feeling of being backstabbed by his own son and his most trusted ninth uncle in a joint effort was simply unspeakably painful. As for Uncle Nine, he sighed softly and said, "Family master, I've been loyal to you all my life. And this time, I just don't want you to do something you regret. And even more so, I don't want to see that. In the end, your life will be gone because of this incident. So, let the first young master do it, and perhaps, he will be able to fix it all properly. Family master, don't blame me. I really don't want to betray you, much less betray you. Please, forgive me." Forgiveness? The wannabe family lord smiled bitterly, looked at ninth uncle, and said, "So, in the end, you're on his side, aren't you? Fine. I'd like to hear how he, in the end, convinced you that he, even after being the head of this family, can do anything. After all, between us and Uncle Kung, it's already an irreconcilable conflict. Could it be that, with a different head of the family, Uncle Kung would let us go?" And right at this moment, Wan Shao softly said, "Father, don't worry, as long as you promise to let me have the position of the family head, everything, leave it to me to deal with, and on the side of Lord Righteous Father, there will not be any more difficulties with the Wan family since." What's going on? Righteous Father? The Wan family lord was completely stunned by this sudden term. Subsequently, after thinking of something, the entire person was on the verge of violent anger. A pair of eyes were about to spit out fire. Chapter 122, Recognizing a Thief as a Father. What godfather? Who is your righteous father? Wan Hai, make it clear to me. Who are you calling your righteous father? The Wan family lord's violent anger was even greater than before. His own son, who recognized a thief as his father, is simply outrageous. Wan Shao, however, said with some pride, "Father, my righteous lord, is none other than Uncle Gong. So, what you're worried about won't happen, and it's only right for the Wan family to be handed over to me, because, as I'm Uncle Kung's righteous son, my righteous father won't be able to do anything to me. I've already made a deal with my righteous father. As long as the scourge of Yi Qing is solved, all the problems will be solved. Of course, I'm afraid that you really can't continue in the position of the head of the Wan family, but, don't worry, with my son here, you can just enjoy your days." When the Wan family lord heard this, he was almost so angry that a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. A rebellious son. A rebellious son. The master of the Wan family pointed at Wan Shao and trembled with anger. "You bastard. You even recognized a thief as your father. You have simply disgraced me." Disgraced the Wan family. Adverse son. Get out of here. Get out of the Wan family immediately. From now on, I'll pretend that I don't have you as my son. Get out. Get out. The Wan family lord was so angry that he directly paralyzed in his chair. But even though his whole body was trembling with anger, he was still glaring at Wan Shao with bloodshot eyes. And at this moment, Wan Shao sighed softly and shook his head. "My lord father, I did all of this for the sake of the Wan family. For your sake. But you, why don't you understand? Even, to drive me out of the Wan family, you are hurting your son's heart like this. But it's okay, son. I know that you were just angry for a moment and your mind was a little turned around. You're old man, just rest in peace. The matters of the Wan family, in the future, I will be the master." At this moment, a look of excitement spread across Wan Shao's face, as if the position of the head of the family had already arrived. And the master of the Wan family fiercely and angrily looked at ninth uncle and said, "Are you sure you want to betray me? Now stop. Immediately drive this rebellious son out of my house, and I'll forgive you for everything you've done before. Otherwise, ninth uncle, you and I will break off our enmity, and from now on, we won't see each other in life or in death." What a nice phrase. To break the bonds of honor, and not to be seen in life or death. How sad and painful it must have been to say that. From this, it could be seen that for ninth uncle's betrayal, in the heart of the Wan family lord, it was truly unforgivable. The last thing Uncle Nine wants to see is this scene. Now, is there a chance? To be honest, the ninth uncle was a little shaken. Although he guessed that the reaction of the master of the Wan family would be very big, but he did not expect that it would be so big. Moreover, life and death do not see the words are said. This should be. How sad. Master of the house. Uncle Nine just said this. And at this moment, Wan Shao hurriedly spoke. Ninth uncle. Things have already come to this point. If you want to regret, it's too late. What's more, you should know clearly that my father is old and confused. But you are not. Everything I do is for my father. It's all for the Wan family. You don't want to see the Wan family being killed by Uncle Gong. Blood flowing into the river. You don't want to, when the time comes, look at my father's corpse, and regret why you didn't stand on my side today. Do you? Then, it's really too late. So, ninth uncle, everything, for the sake of the Wan family, everything, for the sake of father. One day, his old man, will understand. Hearing Wan Zhao's words, Uncle Nine fell silent, and at this moment, the Wan family lord looked at Wan Shao with some anger and said, "What a smooth talker. Why didn't I realize before that you were so articulate? Ninth uncle, what kind of person am I? Wan Mao, you know best. Now, I just have one sentence. I'd rather die standing up than live on my knees. Either, you will accompany me to live and die with me. Either, you can betray me today, and from now on, the two of us, we won't see each other in life and death, and we won't have any more half-friendship. You, decide for yourself." Ninth uncle is now, perhaps, the most entangled time in his life. On one side is Wan Shao. Follow him, one family can be safe and sound. One family master, can also live. But, he would lose the trust and friendship of the wannabe family lord. And from now on, it would be the best outcome if he did not become an enemy. And the result of choosing the master of the Wan family, that was, well, predictable. In the end, Uncle Nine sighed and looked at family master Wan, let out a bitter smile and said, "Family master, when we were young, we went through too much together. No matter what choice you make, I will support you, even if, knowing that you will die, I have no regrets. But now, maybe it's just that when people get old, they have concerns, and I, for one, just want you to live. And even if you end up hating me, I, for one, recognize that. What's more, perhaps, this is the best choice?" When the Wan family lord heard this, he immediately understood what choice ninth uncle had made, and immediately trembled with anger. Ninth uncle wanted to come forward to assist him, but he was directly and strongly rejected by the Wan family master. Looking at ninth uncle and Wan Shao, the Wan family master let out a cold smile and said, "You guys think that, with this look, you can get the position of the family head? Let me tell you, as long as I don't agree, this family head is mine. No one can snatch it away." And at this time, Wan Shao sighed and said, "Father, you are sick and need to rest." After saying that, Wan Shao directly clapped his hands, and immediately, a large number of the men sent by Uncle Gong, led by Iron Head, directly surrounded him. Iron Head even looked at the Wan family lord with a sardonic smile on his face and said indifferently, "It's you. Who wants to go against our Uncle Gong? Family Master Wan, you're really looking for death." And at this moment, Wan Shao's face became ugly. Looking at Iron Head, gritting his teeth, he said, "Mr. Iron Head, this is my father. Please speak and show some respect." Iron Head sniffed, glanced at Wan Shao, and laughed coldly. "Do you think that by calling Uncle Kong your righteous father, you're really his child? Whether or not you can gain Uncle Gong's trust will also depend on what you do next. And, remember this, I came here to cooperate with you no less. But, if you want to order me, it also depends on whether or not you're qualified enough to do so. Do you hear me? This hasn't even crossed the river yet, and the bridge just broke." The Wan family lord laughed with a heartfelt smile. This is what you get for recognizing a thief as your father? People's men, they look down on you. All you want, is this what you want? And you, ninth uncle, is this the result you wanted? My Wan family, from now on, will there be any semblance of a spine? You, who have harmed the Wan family. You, who will destroy the Wan family. Ninth uncle seemed to be angry as well. Looking at the outspoken Iron Head, he said with a furious look on his face, "Iron Head, I don't care what kind of person you are, whether you're Uncle Kung's beloved one or not, but you remember clearly for me. Here, this is Zhangcheng. Here, it's the Wan clan. If you dare to have the slightest bit of outbursts to the family head again, I guarantee that I will make sure that you won't be able to walk out of Zhangcheng." As the words fell, Uncle Nine yelled, "Someone come!" In an instant, the black pressurized manpower, directly surrounded, the number of people, is even more than several times the number of people brought by Iron Head. Here, it's River City. Here, Uncle Nine is the one who calls the shots in the underground world. Chapter 123, You'll ruin everything. The swords are drawn. Wan Xiao's heart got scared when he saw this scene. Originally, everything was going smoothly, and ninth uncle was standing by his side. But now, if he fought with Iron Head, then everything, it would be all over. Ninth uncle, what are you doing? We are all on our own. Mr. Iron Head, there is no malice. Don't be angry. You're old man. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Iron Head again and smiled bitterly. Mr. Iron Head, it's not easy to settle things here. If you mess up like this, I think, on the side of righteous father, you will also be unhappy, right? Iron Head sniffed, snorted coldly, and said, to put it mildly, it's just that Uncle Kung is kind-hearted enough to agree to you. If it's according to me, all those who dare to go against Uncle Kung should be executed. I, today, had a hard time meeting this bone-hard family head lord of the Wan family. What? Even the qualification to say something and explore a bit, is not there anymore? However, for your sake, let's forget about it. I won't say anything else. Let him honestly hand over the position of the family head and atone for his sins. After saying this, Iron Head looked at Ninth Uncle and revealed a light smile, saying, Ninth Uncle, the big man of the underground world in Zhongchang, he really lives up to his name. He's wild enough. But, don't forget, Zhongchang is also part of the Eastern Province. In the Eastern Province, among the underground world, Uncle Gong is the one who says what to do, not you. I advise you, go and recuperate as well. Otherwise, be careful that one day, you'll be killed without even realizing it. That, definitely, is a threat. For Iron Head to become Uncle Kung's confidant, he was not a good person. And now, in front of Uncle Nine, saying these words, what was it if not a threat? And Uncle Nine, looking at Iron Head, said in a cold voice, I naturally admire Uncle Gong for being powerful. But, it's only Uncle Gong that I admire. My life, I will be my own master. Whoever wants to take it away should also see if they have the ability to do so. Mr. Iron Head, to put it mildly, when I was fighting in the underground world with a knife, you, perhaps, were still wearing open pants. I advise you to show some respect to the old man. Otherwise, if you anger the old man, the consequences are unimaginable. Ninth uncle is half not spoiled Uncle Gong. He is proud all his life, naturally have belonged to their own dignity, not to mention, is now. He was in a bad mood originally, betraying the Wan family lord and getting a word of life and death from the Wan family lord. He wanted to die, and in this situation, Iron Head still dared to open his mouth to humiliate the Wan family master, who, even if he had to fight to the death, would defend the Wan family master's last dignity and face. Wan Xiao at this time, that heart is really turning over. Looking at Ninth Uncle, carefully said, Ninth Uncle, you old man just say a few words less. Now it's not easy to have a good result. Don't make anything more. Ninth Uncle sniffed, looked at Wan Xiao, snorted coldly, and said, I support you to be the head of the family because I also feel that it's not worth it to risk the entire Wan family, and the head of the family's life, for Yi Qing. But, I'm not letting people come to humiliate the head of the family. You remember, that's not just the head of the Wan family, it's your father. Even your father is humiliated you can't protect. What face do you have to do this head of the family? Words, I'll give you this, if anyone dares to humiliate the family head again, they will be an enemy of my ninth uncle, and at that time, I'll kill whoever dares. These words were spoken in the manner of a loyal and good man. As for Wan Xiao, he didn't dare to provoke Uncle Nine, and immediately said, Don't worry, Uncle Nine, that's my father, I definitely won't let anyone humiliate him. After saying that, Wan Xiao took a deep breath, glanced at Iron Head, and said in a cold voice, if it's because of some people that this handover doesn't go smoothly, I'll report it to Righteous Father in person, and I think Righteous Father, at this point in time, needs more of a helping hand than trouble. Mr. Iron Head, you say, right? Iron Head smiled coldly as he said, alright, I know, this time, you guys can stop me, but whoever dares to stop me from cleaning up Yi Qing, then don't blame me for not being polite. When Wan Xiao heard this, he immediately said, regarding Yi Qing, feel free to do as you please, even if it's death by 1,000 cuts. I won't say a single word. Iron Head nodded and looked at Wan Xiao, saying, if there's nothing else, then I'll take the people to settle in first, and if there's anything else, contact me again. After saying that, Iron Head didn't leave Wan Xiao with half a face and directly left with his men. This scene, looking at Wan Xiao, was also enraged as anger flared up in his heart. But, yet, dare not much less say something, and the Wan family lord, looking at this scene, said with some mockery, this, is the result you want to see? The Wan family that I worked so hard to create. Now, it has been reduced to a villainous family in the eyes of others, who can be bullied at will, and even recognize thieves as their fathers. It's really sad, pitiful. Good. This family head, if you want to be, you can be, and ninth uncle, if you want to support, then you can support him. I'm waiting to see how you guys regret it. Just when the time comes, no one can save you. Mr. Yi won't let you guys go. You guys did wrong, made a heavenly wrong choice. The master of the Wan family was very sad, and looked up to the sky and sighed, seemingly, somewhat unwillingly, and somewhat helplessly and angrily. As for Wan Shao, hearing that the Wan family lord still believed in Yi Qing up to this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Father, Yi Qing is a scourge. Even if he has heavenly medical skills, this time, he won't be able to save himself. I don't know why you trust him so much, but I'll show you, with my own eyes, how he was captured and, then, made alive. Lord Righteous Father himself gave the order. No one can save Yi Qing. He is dead. When the Wan family lord heard this, it was as if he had heard a joke, as he said indifferently, if it was before yesterday, I might have been worried about Mr. Ye's safety, but, haven't you noticed that since last night, I've been very relaxed and not worried about anything at all? Oh, you guys, just wait to be punished. It's just a pity that my Wan family originally had the perfect opportunity to soar to the heavens and gamble for this victory, but as a result, it's been ruined by all of you. All of you. As he spoke, the master of the Wan family was full of sighs, as if an ordinary person, who had won a huge lottery ticket, as a result, was about to go to redeem the prize, only to realize that the lottery ticket had already disappeared. This feeling of obviously being able to change fate, but ultimately, being crushed by it, is enough to make a person break down and die of despair. At this moment, the master of the Wan family, as it were, was even more hurt, all over, by the betrayal of Wan Shao and ninth uncle. Chapter 124, Successful Seizure of Power. Ninth uncle looked at the Wan family head, and after a moment of silence, he said, Family head, last night your state was a bit off, and now, you've said something like this. In the end, what happened? Can you tell us explicitly? If something really special has happened, and you say so, perhaps, it's not impossible that something else might have happened. And at this moment, Wan Shao sniffed and immediately said in a deep voice, Ninth uncle, what special circumstances can there be? But it's just that my father is trying in vain to turn the tables. At this time, he'll say anything in order to pull you in, but once you have to really change your mind, that would really put the Wan family in a world of trouble. Ninth uncle, Mr. Ironhead has already come. You've also seen how his temper is. If we really make a scene now, then we don't need to wait for another time. We can make the Wan family fall apart now, and all the efforts we made and the grievances we suffered before will all be for nothing. So, ninth uncle, even if there are really any special circumstances, you can't back out. Not to mention, what does he, Yi Qing, count for? Ninth uncle sighed softly at his words and said no more. After all, just as Wan Shao had said, there was nothing more to say when things came to this point, and the Wan family lord let out a cold smile as he said, Since that's the case, then what are you going to do with me next? Imprison me? Wan Shao sniffed and shook his head. Lord Father, how could you be imprisoned? You are my father. I am filial to you. It's not too late. It's just that, it's a special time now, so it requires you to temporarily condescend and not show your face. The family has an empty villa in the suburbs, so I'll trouble you. Live there first. Wait until all the problems on Yi Qing's side are solved. You can rest assured that you will be allowed to come back, and at that time, I'll make amends and apologize to you. After saying that, Wan Shao also stopped talking nonsense and looked at ninth uncle. Ninth uncle, next, I'll trouble you to send someone to send father to the suburban villa, and I also hope that your people can keep an eye on father. Otherwise, if you let Ironhead's people to watch over father, I think that you would not be willing to do so, wouldn't you? It's not just babysitting. It's a form of protection. That, too, is a threat of sorts. Ninth uncle looked at the Wan family master and said softly, Family master, over at the suburban villa, everything has been arranged. Cooks, servants, everything. Don't worry, you won't be aggrieved. Just, you can't come out for the time being. When all the dust settles, don't worry, I will definitely be the first to pick you up. And at that time, if you want to beat or scold, it's all up to you. At this moment, the Wan family lord looked at ninth uncle, sighed softly, and said, Ninth uncle, you have let me down. Still, I hope you will live. Even if we don't meet in life and death, I hope you live. After saying that, the Wan family lord looked at Wan Shao. a trace of ice coldness flashing in his eyes as he said, "As for you, giving birth to a rebellious son like you is my greatest regret. No matter how bright and honorable you talk about it, how much you love it, you can't hide the selfishness that's deep down inside of you. And also, your Ines makes me sick. I wish you were alive, because then I could break your bones myself. And anyway, you wouldn't be able to stand up, so in the future, why stand? But, perhaps, I can't wait for this day. I only hope that Mr. Yi can keep you alive and leave it to me to deal with." After saying that, the one family head did not even look at Wan Shao, turned around and left, while Uncle Nine's people immediately followed behind the Wan family head. Only, this time, it was not to protect, but, rather, to watch over and escort. A generation of Lords Wan Haishin, one family lord, until now did not expect that he would one day actually fall to such a state. And the one who caused all of this was not someone else. It was his own most beloved son, and the most trusted brother. Looking at the back of the Wan family head's departure, Ninth Uncle sighed and looked at Wan Shao, who had a disgruntled look on his face, and said, "He won't forgive us." Wan Shao sniffed, took a deep breath, and gritted his teeth. "But what we're doing is what's right, isn't it, Ninth Uncle? It's useless to think more about it now. The only thing we need to consider is to use the facts to show Father that he is wrong and we are right. In time, he will figure it out." Ninth Uncle nodded and said, "What do you want to do next? This matter of the family head being imprisoned is not a small matter, and if you want to hide it, you won't be able to hide it for a few days." Wan Shao smiled and said, "A few days is enough time, isn't it? During these few days, I will temporarily act as the head of the family. I think that there shouldn't be any difficulty in that. Not to mention, there is also the support of you, Ninth Uncle. That would make it even more unlikely that anyone would question anything." Indeed, Wan Shao had always been cultivated as the heir apparent. In the Wan family, there was a very strong appeal, and when the family head was temporarily absent, temporarily acting as the family head, no one would say anything. What's more, there was also the support of a powerful figure. Uncle Nine, Ninth Uncle nodded and said, "What about Yi Qing's side? When do you plan to make your move?" Mentioning this, Wan Shao laughed and said, "There's no rush, just these 2 days. Let him in happy first, and then there will be time for him to cry. This Yi Qing, isn't his eyes high above the ground? He doesn't put anyone in his eyes. I'd like to see, without the support of my Wan family, what else does he have to be so crazy?" When Yi Qing was mentioned, Wan Shao's eyes were filled with anger and displeasure, which made Uncle Nine a bit puzzled. After all, Wan Shao and Yi Qing hardly ever had much contact, so why did it seem like they had a deep hatred? "You have a problem with each other?" Wan Shao sniffed and shook his head, saying, "It's not much of a conflict, purely just looking at him with displeasure. Just an ordinary person with a little bit of ability, but with no one in sight. This kind of person just owes to be cleaned up. However, this medical skill of his is indeed good. It's just a pity that he can't save himself, that is. Ninth Uncle, if there is a possibility that this Yi Qing is willing to open his mouth and beg for forgiveness, kneel down and bow his head, then perhaps I will consider sparing his life. After all, he still has some medical skills. It's not that I can't talk to my righteous father, his old man, a mouthful of righteous father. What a respect, not to mention that the Wan family lord had already left in anger now. Even if he wasn't angry, he could still be furious when he heard this now. If you can keep Yi Qing's life, it's better to stay, at least, on your father's side. Your heart will feel better. Wan Shao nodded and said, "I'll consider it. However, it also depends on how Yi Qing behaves. Ninth Uncle, you go get some air on the family's affairs. Come back in the afternoon. I'll convene a meeting of the family's senior management. At that time, I hope you'll announce at the meeting that I'll temporarily take over the position of the family's head." Ninth Uncle sniffed, nodded, and said, "I see. So now, do you have something to do?" Wan Shao nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes, and said, "There's something, and it's, well, important." After saying that, Wan Shao directly left. People, in the most scenic time, always need to find someone to share. And Wan Shao now is the time of life's most complacent. He, of course, also equally need to find someone to share. Moreover, he also need, once again, to remind Bai Ruoruo himself, in the end, what kind of person. Chapter 125, Visiting the Bai family. Bai Ruoruo's home. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo was sitting in the living room. Although she was watching TV, there was no light in her eyes, and the Bai family Lord and Mrs. Bai looked at their daughters. Since yesterday, Bai Ruoruo had looked a little off, but asking anything and not saying anything made them a little worried. "Wakey wakey, what's wrong with you? Is something wrong?" Mrs. Bai opened her mouth to inquire with some concern. Bai Ruoro sniffed and squeezed a smile from her face, saying, "Mom, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." When the Bai family master heard this, he quickly spoke. "Is there something uncomfortable? It's all because of that damn Tan Xiao, who beat you so hard before. You must not have recovered yet. Otherwise, go to the hospital again? Or if you don't want to go to the hospital, talk to Mr. Yi. After all, Mr. Ye's medical skills are also amazing. Now Yi Qing's name, in the Bai family, is considered to be well known, and all know that Bai Ruorua and Yi Qing have a good relationship, and even Yi Qing has directly cleaned up the Tan family for Bai Ruorua. Of course, the Bai family lord and the others didn't dare to say anything more about Yi Qing, and even, they were very supportive of Bai Ruorua and Yi Qing's relationship. Only, this time, after mentioning Yi Qing, Bai Ruorua's face immediately became a bit ugly, saying, "Don't tell Yi Qing that my matter has nothing to do with Yi Qing." The Bai family master and Mrs. Bai glanced at each other, and instantly, they heard something out of place in those words. This usual mention of Yi Qing, Bai Ruorua would only be happy, but as a result, today, it was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. This was a quarrel. Ruorua, did you and Yi Qing have some kind of conflict? If so, then, should we say so and we'll analyze it for you? After all, we've all been there. Bai family master and Mrs. Bai did not say anything, for Bai Ruorua out of anger this kind of words, they would like to, but also have to dare to do After all, Yi Qing's means they saw, behind the back of the Wan family support, cannot afford to mess with Bai Ruorua was just about to open her mouth to say something when the doorbell rang. The Bai family master personally went to open the door, and after opening it, he flinched for a moment and hurriedly said, "Wan Xiao, what brings you here?" The person who came was none other than Wan Xiao. After he left Jiangcheng, he couldn't stop thinking about Bai Ruorua. After he came back, he couldn't help himself, and wanted to come to Bai Ruorua at the first time, and now that the dust has settled, if he doesn't come, what are he waiting for? Wan Xiao looked at the Bai family lord, smiled faintly, and said, "Uncle Bai, I came to pay a visit to see Ruorua, can I go in?" The Bai family master hurriedly sidestepped and said, "Of course, please come in, Xiao Wan, please come in," and Wan Xiao nodded and said to the people following behind him, "Put the gifts inside, then wait for me outside." Immediately, there were 2 or 3 people, mentioning gifts of great value, to the Bai family lord's room, and this situation, it looked like, was really not like an ordinary visit. Wan Xiao looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Bai family master and smiled. "Uncle Bai, this is the first time I've paid a visit, so I've prepared a little gift, so I hope I won't mind it." The Bai family, although it is also considered a rich and wealthy family, but over the years, it is indeed not as good as it used to be, coupled with the fact that what Wan Xiao sends are gifts of great value. Dislike. It is certainly not possible to dislike. Wan Xiao is really too polite. "Come, please come in." After saying that, the Bai family master shouted to the living room, "Wifey, quickly make tea. Wan Xiao is here as a guest." As soon as Mrs. Bai heard that it was Wan Xiao, the excitement wasn't much less than that of the Bai family master. She hurriedly got up and looked at Wan Xiao with a smile on her face. "Wan Xiao, you're here, please have a seat. I'll make tea for you," Wan Xiao said smilingly. "Auntie, I'm just here to be a guest and see Ruorua by the way. No need to bother." As soon as the Bai family master and Mrs. Bai heard this, they were immediately flabbergasted. This address to Bai Ruorua was a bit intimate. However, looking at Bai Ruorua, who was still sitting on the sofa with no enthusiasm at all, the Bai family head hurriedly said, "Ruorua, what are you doing? Can't you see that Wan Xiao is here? Get up and entertain the guests." Bai Ruorua sighed softly, slowly got up, looked at Wan Xiao, and said softly, "Please sit down, Wan Xiao." Wan Xiao smiled and said, "Don't be too polite all of you, we are all our own people." The Bai family lord liked the title of one of his own, instantly bringing the relationship closer. The Bai family head looked at Wan Xiao and said with a smile, "Wan Xiao, Ruorua's body is no longer in any serious trouble. All of this is still thanks to the help of Mr. Yi and the Wan family, otherwise, our family really doesn't know what to do." Wan Xiao, thanks a lot, really thanks a lot. Hearing Yi Qing's name, Wan Xiao smiled and said, "Yi Qing's medical skills are indeed good, and he has also saved my family's old man's life before. This is something that the Bai family master should know." The Bai family master quickly nodded his head and laughed. I know, Mr. Ye's medical skills are highly skilled and powerful. I've really never seen it before. However, I still have to thank Wan Xiao and the Wan family more for what happened to my Bai family. If it wasn't for you guys, I'm afraid that my Bai family would be in a really difficult situation. Of course, it's only fair to thank Mr. Yi as well. When there's time, I'll personally invite you and Mr. Yi to dinner to express my gratitude. What do you think? Wan Xiao sniffed, smiled faintly and said, Uncle Bai has an appointment. I naturally have to have time even if I don't have time. Just, Yi Chang, I think it's exempt. Also, Uncle Bai doesn't need to feel that there's anything wrong with Yi Ching. Uncle Bai doesn't need to be pressured. You guys don't have anything to owe him anymore. To say that you owe, it's also him, Yi Chang, who owes you. The Bai family, who owes me, that's right. When these words came out, the Bai family master was immediately staggered. Although he is now not mixed with the white family master is not much good, but is also considered to be a person fine. One less words in the meaning and tone, and how can not hear it? It is clear that is not to see Yi Ching, and Yi Ching to clear the meaning of the relationship well. This made the Bai family master a little unsure of what to do. After all, he couldn't feel the relationship between Yi Ching and the Wan family. However, there was one thing that the Bai family master was certain of, and that was, in his opinion, the reason why Yi Ching dared to do anything to the Tan family was because he had borrowed the Wan family's power to do so. After all, at that time, the ninth uncle and the master of the wannabe family had personally intervened, and the master of the Tan family. That's why they tolerated it. If it wasn't for Uncle Nine and Master Wan, then, if Yi Ching treated the Tan family like this, it would be strange if they could endure it. The relationship between primary and secondary, the White Family Lord, is clearly distinguishable. That's right. Me or Ruoro, we all owe a favor to you and the Wan family. This is something we know. Don't worry, we're not people who don't know how to be thankful. Wan Xiao, in the future, if there's anything you need us to do, you can just open your mouth and I promise, I'll never let you down. Wan Xiao smiled slightly as he said, in fact, I took the liberty of visiting my aunt and uncle this time, but I also came for Ruo. After all, I feel that there's nothing more to hide about my relationship with Ruo. Wakey, what do you think? Chapter 126, Son-in-law at the door? Bai Ruoro's face turned pale. Just keep your head down and be silent. At this moment, the Bai family lord and Mrs. Bai glanced at each other and looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what had happened in the middle of this. But, isn't Bai Ruoro and Yi Ching quite close? However, if the Bai family master was allowed to choose, he naturally wanted to choose Wan Xiao. After all, the person's status and position was here to stay. And the future was almost a nail in the coffin as the head of the Wan family. And Yi Ching? Although his medical skills were very good, but they were only very good. How could they be compared to the Jiangqing soil emperor like Wan family? Ruo is shy? Oh, it's okay. What's going on between us? Sooner or later it's going to be made public. It's only right that we tell our uncles and aunts first, so that they'll worry less. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at the Bai family lord and Mrs. Bai and smiled. Ruoro and I have already established a male-female relationship. Uncle, auntie, I'm Ruoro's boyfriend. You guys, you won't object, right? When the Bai family master and Mrs. Bai heard this, where would they say anything against it? And immediately waved their hands in succession. No, how could they be against it? We can't wait to be happy. It's just that it was a bit too sudden to react for a moment. Wan Xiao, what you said, is it true? Wan Xiao sniffed and nodded gently, saying, 1,000 times true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ruo. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruoro and said softly, Ruoro, aren't you happy? When Bai Ruoro heard this, she took a deep breath and squeezed a smile out of her face, saying, Dad, Mom, Wan Xiao is right. We are, right now, boyfriend and girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the Bai family lord immediately burst out laughing with a face of excitement. Good. This is a good thing. Wan Xiao, I'm very happy that you can fancy Ruo. It's just that, Ruo, this child has been spoiled by us, and although she's well behaved and understanding on weekdays, she's still quite stubborn. So if there's anything in the future that has caused you to be upset, please bear with me more. By the way, does your father know? On his side, what does he think? After all, your Wan Xiao's identity is here. The Wan family lord will definitely ask questions about your personal matters, and if the Wan family lord is not satisfied, then, I'm afraid, it's not very good. This was one of the worries of the Bai family lord. After all, if the Wan family lord did not agree, then, Bai Ruo could not enter the door of the Wan family. However, at this moment, Wan Xiao was smiling and spoke. My father has labored for many years, and now, it's time for him to enjoy his old age in peace, so I can make my own decisions about my affairs. After all, the current head of the Wan family is already me. At these words, the room, at once, became quiet. What a joke! That is the master of the Wan family, leading the Wan family to rise to the top of the lordly figure. The age is not small is true, but it is also more than 50 or 60 years old. In the case of an ordinary person, if he said that he was retiring, it would still be justifiable. But the Wan family lord retiring and enjoying his old age in peace? That's not even the way to talk about it. However, these words came out of Wan Zhao's mouth, and no one would doubt the truth of the matter. The Bai family master looked at Wan Xiao and said with some stuttering, Wan Xiao, you said that the Wan family master stepped aside to give way? Isn't this a little too sudden? Wan Xiao sniffed, a slight smile, said, there is nothing sudden. My father in fact has long had the intention to take care of his days. Years of things, led him physically and mentally exhausted. This time, see my performance is not bad, plus, some other reasons, right, my father abdicated. It is also reasonable. Of course, this matter, for the time being, no one else knows about it. You guys are kind of the first, but soon, the entire Jiangcheng, everyone will know about it. The Bai family master always felt that there was some problem somewhere, but he couldn't tell. But the truth was, now Wan Xiao was the one at the helm of the Wan family, and with that, he was even more unable to be offended. What's more, Mr. Wan also likes Bai Ruoro. Maybe the two families can really become relatives. Then, the Bai family, is not a step to heaven? Thinking of this, the Bai family lord's eyes immediately lit up, happy, simply unable to do so. Wan Xiao, no, family master Wan, but whenever there is any need, just ask. My Bai family, including this old bone of mine, will definitely do my best to serve you as long as you can use it. Wan Xiao sniffed and laughed, saying, Uncle Bai, it's better to call me Wan Xiao. After all, I just took over the position of the family head. You directly call me Wan family head. I'm not comfortable with this, and I'm also afraid that other people will listen to it and feel uncomfortable for the time being, so take your time. Still, we are our own people, and in the future, it's only right to support each other. When the Bai family master heard this, his face blossomed with joy. Nodding heavily, he said, that's natural. Does Wan Xiao have something to do at noon? If it's nothing, see if you can use some casual lunch at home, so I can go prepare it now. Wan Xiao sniffed and gently shook his head, looking at the Bai family head and smiling. Dinner is not necessary. I just took over as the family head and I'm busy with things. But, still, I couldn't help but come to Ruo at the first opportunity to tell her the good news. Talk to Wakey for a minute. I'm leaving, so there's no rush, and anyway, there'll be plenty of opportunities to eat and talk together later. The Bai family master heard this and immediately understood. Looking at Mrs. Bai, he said, Madam I see that your body is still a bit unhealed. Let's go to the hospital to take a look. Just in time, and also leave some space for Wan Xiao and Ruo to whisper a bit. The words had been said so bluntly. Mrs. Bai, where did she not understand? And immediately nodded, and together with the Bai family master, left the room. At once, in the room, only Bai Ruo and Wan Xiao were left. On Wan Xiao's face, an excited look suddenly appeared, looking at Bai Ruo and laughing. Ruo, isn't it for me to be happy that I am now already the head of the Wan family? Ha. This is, also, something I didn't expect. Now, you have even less reason to object to being with me, right? After all, as long as you're with me, you will, in the future, be the main mother of the Wan family. Ha. And at this moment, Bai Ruo looked at Wan Xiao and just spoke softly. Young Wan, congratulations on becoming the head of the family. Then, can we put down the matter of Yi Qing? On Uncle Gong's side, is the deal done? Yi Qing's safety, can it be guaranteed? As soon as these words came out, Wan Xiao's face immediately became gloomy. Chapter 127, Kiss Me, Talk, Naturally. Yi Qing's little life is in his own hands to hold. Let live, let die, then die. What made Wan Xiao unhappy was Bai Ruo's attitude, up to now, full of concern for Yi Qing, which made him very upset. He was Wan Xiao, and now he was the head of the Wan family, and he was also Uncle Gong's righteous son. His future was promising. These, casually take out one can attract countless women to throw themselves in the arms. How on the white Ruoro here? Love to ignore it? Looking at Bai Ruoro, Wan Xiao's face was a bit not so good as he said, Yi Qing's matter, it's not good, but it's not impossible to do it. You have to know that the one he offended is Uncle Gong. Bai Ruoro looked at Wan Xiao and said in a deep voice, of course I know, but this, isn't it what you promised me? I'll be your girlfriend and you'll be able to save Yi Qing. Now that you've become the lord of the 10,000 families, then all of this, for you to not say, is not just a matter of words. What? You want to back out? Wan Shao sniffed, and immediately shook his head. I have no intention of backtracking. Ruo. I'm trying to say that the situation has changed. I went to Uncle Kung's place, and Uncle Kung was furious. Do you understand? It's not impossible. Though, when this matter was mentioned, Wan Shao tilted his head condescendingly. Bai Ruoro, on the other hand, was flabbergasted for a moment, then her face showed joy as she looked at Wan Shao and said, if you have a way, that would be the best. Wan Shao sniffed and sneered. Rua, you're too naive. To tell you the truth, righteous father, his old man to this Yi Ching, can be said to hate to the bone. I'm not mentioning it, but he, iron-heartedly want Yi Ching to die, and die a very, 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 very kind of death. You say, what can I do? As soon as Bai Ruoro heard this, her face turned pale, and she only felt weak, and the world became dark. Wan Shao looked at Bai Ruoro's desperate look and was annoyed. But the more Bai Ruoro cared about Yi Ching's life, then, the more she would listen to herself, and that was enough. Ruo, since I promised you, I will do it. It's just that it's going to make things difficult for me. Wan Shao put on a difficult look, as if he wasn't too happy about it. Bai Ruoro, however, saw hope, and her grip on Wan Shao's arm grew tighter and tighter. Wan Shao, let's say I'm begging you to save him, okay? Wan Shao nodded with difficulty and said, alright, it's just that. Ruo, if I give so much and save his life, then what should I do if you turn against me? Bai Ruoro sniffed, gritted her teeth, looked at Wan Shao, and said, Wan Shao, I swear, if you still don't believe me, then I'll do whatever you say you want me to do. As long as you're willing to save Yi Ching, and don't hurt him, I'm willing to do anything. At this moment, Wan Shao's eyes were on Bai Ruoro's body, roaming around, and the desire in those eyes couldn't be hidden. When Bai Ruoro saw the scene, she was so frightened that she immediately took 2 steps back, clasping her hands to her chest in fear, saying, Wan Shao, what do you want to do? Wan Shao frowned slightly and said, Bai Ruoro, if it was Yi Ching, would you still be so resistant? Resist? Thinking of Yi Ching, Bai Ruoro's face immediately reddened. If Yi Ching was willing to look at himself with such a gaze, or even wanted to go further, Bai Ruoro was afraid that she would be ecstatic and want to pay. But Wan Shao is not Yi Ching. Without the need for Bai Ruoro to answer, Wan Shao had already gotten the answer from Bai Ruoro's eyes. Gritting his teeth, Wan Shao surged forward, his 2 hands directly grabbing Bai Ruoro's shoulders, his eyes filled with anger. You're still thinking about him. You're still thinking about him even now. Damn it, damn him. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him, and only then, from now on, I'll be the only one in your world. Bai Ruoro was even more frightened by the sudden seizure of Wan Shao. But what scared her even more were the words that came out of Wan Shao's mouth, that he was going to kill Yi Ching, that he, taking out all of this resentment, was going to vent it on Yi Ching's body. No, absolutely not. Wan Shao, you promised me that you would spare Yi Ching. You can't go back on your word. You can't keep your word. Bai Ruoro was really anxious at this moment. As for Wan Shao, he looked at Bai Ruoro coldly and gritted his teeth. But I'm even less likely to allow my woman to have someone else's shadow lingering in her heart all the time. Even more so, the woman I like won't let me touch her, but thinks about other men. Bai Ruoro, do you really think I, Wan Hai, am easy to bully? I'm telling you, piss me off, I'll kill Yi Ching right now. Bai Ruoro's body trembled and her tears were like pillars. I'll give it to you. I'll give you anything you want. Is that okay? After saying that, Bai Ruoro closed her eyes, her face full of despair, but yet, no longer resisting, as if she was going to let Wan Shao pick her. But her tears, or her expression, or the body that kept trembling, all spoke of her resistance, her anger, her despair, and even disgust. At this moment, Wan Shao suddenly lost interest, and pushed Bai Ruoro, pushing her down on the sofa, and said coldly, I advise you, it's best to control your expression. What I want is not coercion. Tomorrow, your sister's birthday banquet, I will attend. At that time, I want you to tell Yi Ching, in front of him, in front of everyone, that you are disgusted with him, loathe him, and that you, the person you like the most is me. Bai Ruoro, I'm waiting for you tomorrow, with a smile on your face, to offer me a kiss in front of everyone. Chapter 128, The Wan Family. Something's wrong. Offering a kiss to Wan Shao in front of everyone? This everyone, necessarily included Yi Ching, right? When she thought that tomorrow, she would have to humiliate Yi Qing and break up with him. Bai Ruoruo's heart was bleeding. However, looking at Wan Xiao's icy face, Bai Ruoruo knew she had no choice. Okay, I promise you. Only, you must also save Yi Qing, so that he is safe and sound. When Wan Xiao heard this, he looked at Bai Ruoruo and said in a deep voice, Bai Ruoruo, do you think that you are qualified to bargain with me? Keeping Yi Qing's life is the biggest promise I can give you. As for that, whether Yi Qing will be harmed, missing an arm or a leg or something, it depends on your performance. If you perform well, then the less harm Yi Qing suffers, the lesser it will be. Do you hear me? Bai Ruoruo heard and understood. Now dare not refute anything. Just as Wan Xiao said, Yi Qing's fate, held in Wan Xiao's hands, now can save the life is already not easy. What one can do, is to let Yi Qing as much as possible less hurt, or even, not hurt. I understand. Wan Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. Wan Xiao nodded and said with a bit of a spoiler, alright, I'm not really interested today. I hope you remember what you said. And even more so, I hope that from tomorrow onwards, I'll be able to see a smile on your face, rather than some reluctant expression. Remember, as long as you still want Yi Qing to live, then, in this life, you will obediently be by my side and serve me well. After saying that, Wan Xiao sneered and directly left. After leaving the room, Wan Xiao turned back indifferently and looked at Bai Ruoruo's house, sneering, bitch, give face. When I took the initiative to love you and treat you well, you don't know how to cherish it, and you have to let me force it before you're willing to give in. Really, eh? Okay, I don't mind, but, don't expect me to treat you much better. Tomorrow, I'll let Yi Qing watch how humble and lowly you are with me. Ha 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 ha. Wan Xiao left in triumph and didn't hear Bai Ruoruo's lost cries in the room. Even if, hearing it, they won't turn around. And at this time, Yi Qing had long since gotten up. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the cell phone on the table, Yi Qing fell into deep thought. The master of the Wan family had said that he would come to find himself early this morning. But now, not only did the person not show up, but also called, and no one answered. Which, obviously, was not normal. If it was said that the Wan family lord had drunk too much last night, that would be fine. But Yi Qing knew very well how much the Wan family lord valued himself. Not to mention, last night, hadn't been drunk at all. There was one more thing that, in conjunction with the fact that the master of the Wan family couldn't be contacted, made Yi Qing feel that there was something wrong. That is, the people sent by the Wan family all around. Although they hadn't decreased, Yi Qing was able to sense a completely different aura. And these were the things that Yi Qing had obviously felt when he had just gone out to throw away the garbage. If before, these people were sent to protect themselves, now, it was more like surveillance. Wan family, something's happened. Yi Qing naturally muttered to himself, looked at his cell phone, smiled faintly, and said, Uncle Gong doesn't have this ability to make the Wan family change overnight. After all, the strength of the Wan family in Jiancheng cannot be underestimated. Then, it can only be that there is a problem within the Wan family. No matter what the problem is, it all means one thing, in the current Wan family, the Wan family master no longer counts, and the strategy against me has been completely changed. Yi Qing shook his head, took out his cell phone, and dialed Yun Bao's number. Mr. Yi, you finally remembered me. Is there some important mission you want to give me? Don't worry, as long as it's a mission you've arranged, Yun Bao, will do whatever you want. Cloud Panther's voice was excited, as if he was making some kind of game by plotting something big with Yi Qing. Yi Qing sighed and said, is there really a mission to go through fire that I dare to hand over to you and you dare to do it? Okay, cut the crap, call to ask you to do something. Afterwards, Yi Qing whispered, and said the things that were arranged for Clouded Leopard. The more Yun Bao heard, the more excited he became, and immediately patted his chest to ensure that he would complete the task. Yi Qing then hung up the phone. Not long after hanging up Yun Bao's call, Tiger's Tooth's call, then directly called Yi Qing's cell phone. Mr. Yi, my side has already struck a blow against Uncle Kung's field in East Continent. Only, strangely enough, on Uncle Kung's side, he seems to be pressing on with his troops. I don't know what specific plans he has. Do you need me to speed up the progress? Yi Qing smiled when he heard this and said, an old fox like Uncle Gong has a reason for everything he does. However, any of the thousands of reasons and schemes he has are useless. In the face of absolute strength, crushing is the only proper way. Tigress, this kind of thing, no need to ask me what to do. You know in your heart, just follow your own idea. I only look at the result. Also, don't worry about anything. I'll send Red Hitomi to help you when he arrives. As soon as he heard that Red Hitomi wanted to come back to help himself, Tiger's Teeth was first excited, and then said with some hesitation, Mr. Yi, why don't we forget about it? I think I'm still able to take control of the situation, so I won't bother Red Hitomi's big brother. Afraid, truly afraid, if he had a choice, Tiger's Teeth would even hate to have never seen a red pupil in his life, and there are definitely a lot of people who think like him is all, even if, knowing it was one of their own, they still did. Yi Ching let out a smile and said, it's not impossible, let's see it first. If it's not possible, let Red Pupil and the others make a move. With them, the bottom should be very full. And, I know what you're worried about. You don't need to worry about the thoughts of the bigwigs in the eastern province or even the neighboring areas. On the Four Eyes side, the mythic group will soon step in, and when that time comes, it's up to him to intercede. With these words from Yi Ching, Tiger's Teeth even had a bottom in his heart. After all, right now it looked like two forces of the underground world were fighting each other, as if they just needed to split a winner and a loser. But in reality, it was more than that. Not to say that the Tiger's Teeth this side, let's say that Uncle Kung's side, entrenched in the underground world of the eastern province for so long, the relationship is even more intricate. How many people hate Uncle Kung hurry to die? How many people want Uncle Kung continue to be bigger? It is an inevitable thing. But, now with Yi Ching's assurance, and with the myth group's appearance, everything could be left high and dry. Joking, that is the myth group. That is the original liquid of life. How many people want a youth for hair? Counting on this baby, offended the myth group. They want to buy in the future. Cannot buy. What choice to make? These great giants will weigh themselves. After the phone hung up, the most important thing Yi Ching needed to think about right now was not anything else, but Bai Weiwei's birthday gift. Although, Bai Weiwei to their own more than upset. But, after all, is Bai Ruo's sister? Yi Ching also do not want to go out too stingy. At least it is their own to send out the gift. Always have to take the shot. Chapter 129, 2 refusals in a row. It was just that the key problem now was that Yi Ching was not short of money, but he didn't know what Bai Weiwei liked. It's not impossible to give some random jewelry or something. Thinking of what Yun Bo had said in his previous report, and after looking at Bai Ruoro who had not contacted himself until now, Yi Ching actually, in his heart, had probably made some things clear. Dialed Bai Ruoro's phone. The phone rang for a long time. No one answered, but it was connected at the last second, as if the owner of the phone was hesitating, did not want to answer, but in the end, could not help but miss. Yi Ching, what's the matter? On the phone, Bai Ruoro's voice came. The voice, very soft, seemed like everything was as usual, but Yi Ching was able to hear that today's Bai Ruoro was different from usual. Yi Ching said softly, tomorrow is your sister Bai Weiwei's bat mitzvah. She personally came to the door to invite me, and I also promised to attend, so I need to prepare a gift, yet I don't know what she likes. Wakey, do you want to come and stay with me and go pick out her birthday present? Yi Ching didn't say anything more. He just used this as an excuse to get Bai Ruoro to come out. In the past, he didn't even need to say anything more. Bai Ruoro was afraid that she would immediately run over. But today, he heard the silence, and also heard hesitation and reluctance. Yi Ching, there's no need to be so grand. You can just give her whatever you want. Vivi's favorite thing. I did hear her recite it, but I, too, didn't hear it specifically. Never mind. Just buy whatever you want. When Yi Ching heard this, he immediately smiled and spoke. What is it? Tell me about it. I'm quite interested. Bai Ruoro hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know what it is. I just heard Weiwei come back and say it many times. Saying what? That thing is a treasure. It's some kind of divine water of life or something like that. All of them are not for sale to the outside world. Only those exceptionally big characters have the channel to get so a small point. Moreover, the price is not very high. Weiwei also had the chance to see it by chance, but she didn't use it. Yi Ching sniffed and already guessed what that was. Life divine water? Rather, let's say it's the original liquid of life. The treasure that Myth Group used to broaden the capital and resources for the very beginning of development is, of course, also the treasure that will be rapidly expanded next. Indeed, the average person has never even heard of it, let alone seen it or used it. Bai Weiwei. It is really a coincidence to understand. Otherwise, she this status position. Really, even here the qualification, will not have. Yi Ching smiled. This thing, others as a treasure. Extremely difficult to get, but for Yi Ching, it was simply a breeze. Even, he didn't need to go to any mythological group, much less Four Eyes to send someone to deliver it, because the one who had truly achieved a minor success in the Green Emperor's eternal life technique was him. Yi Ching. The person who refined the original liquid of life was also him. Yi Ching. All of the mythic group's life original liquid all originated from him. And, moreover, it was still diluted an unknown number of times. Yi Cheng is the source. I see. Don't worry. I know what that is and won't let her down. It's just that. Wakey. Do you want to come out? It's almost noon. And have dinner together? This was the second time Yi Cheng, in just a few words, had invited Bai Ruo, but Bai Ruo, however, could still only refuse, and not even to say a proper goodbye to Yi Cheng, because Wan Xiao had threatened him, because this was not the result Wan Xiao wanted to see. Yi Cheng, you go eat by yourself, I have things to do. If there's nothing else, don't call. After saying that, Bai Ruo was about to hang up the phone, and at this time, Yi Cheng gently sighed and said, Ruo, I've always remembered the good you've done for me in my heart, and even though I didn't promise you anything, but I also said that I would definitely protect you. I told you to trust me, remember? When Bai Ruo heard this, tears immediately flowed out uncontrollably, then directly hung up the phone. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself for a moment and would cry out, and at that time, it would only make Yi Cheng even more worried. Of course she wanted to believe Yi Cheng, no matter what, she wanted to believe, but not this time. This time, it was the Wan family that turned against him. It was Wan Xiao who took control of the initiative, and it was Uncle Gong who wanted to deal with Yi Cheng. None of these people, none of them were good to be messed with. She, Bai Ruo, could only do so for Yi Cheng's safety. But, it hurts, it really hurts. Bai Ruo couldn't control it anymore and let out a loud cry. Today, this is already the second time Bai Ruo cried. A pair of eyes have been red and swollen, and at this time, the Bai family master and Mrs. Bai finally returned. Seeing Bai Ruo, who was lying on the sofa and crying in pain, the two men looked at each other and rushed forward. Ruo, what's going on? You were fine just now. Why are you crying so hard? Stop it. Mrs. White spoke with some heartache, and the Bai family master, in a deep voice, said, Ruo, what exactly happened? Tell me, did the Wan family's eldest young man bully you? Or, what's wrong? Don't worry, you're my daughter. I'll definitely stand by you. And if it's the Wan family's great young man who bullied you, I'll definitely give you justice and make him responsible. Talk about doing your fatherly duty. Justice, but in the next sentence, he's being held responsible? What is the responsibility? Married to Bai Ruo? Ultimately, in the end, in the heart of the Bai family lord, he still didn't dare to offend Wan Xiao. And even more so, he wanted to join with Wan Xiao in marriage. Bai Ruo choked and raised her head, looked at her parents and shook her head. No one is bullying me. It's me who is sad in my own heart. The Bai family lord sighed at this time and said, it's because of Yi Cheng, I guess. I know you like Yi Cheng, and now there's another Wan Xiao who likes you. Do you not know what to choose? Or perhaps, you actually prefer to choose, or Yi Cheng, right? The Bai family lord was also considered a person who had been there, and was Bai Ruo's father. And in a flash, he saw the truth of the matter. Bai Ruo sniffed and choked. I like Yi Cheng, but I can't choose him. Otherwise, I'm harming him. Now things were completely clear. The Bai family lord sighed, sat beside Bai Ruo, and said softly, to love someone, there are times when you have to let go. Although I don't know what happened between you two, I can guess that you're doing this for Yi Cheng's sake, because you think it's best for him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Since you've already made a decision, don't regret dwelling on it. Ruo. In fact, Wan Xiao may not be a good match. At least, compared to Yi Cheng, Wan Xiao is more able to give you happiness, and also more capable of giving you everything. You have not always been in high definition of the moon is not against it. When you and Wan Xiao together, high definition of the moon will no longer dare to look down on you. Right, when you think about it, it's also a good thing, isn't it? Is that, like, comforting? Bai Ruo looked at the Bai family lord. Her mood, even worse. Chapter 130, What is Yi Cheng? Dad, the way I see it, it's you who wants to be related to the Vanguard family. It was Yi Cheng who saved me. Have you forgotten? I was always your daughter. Why? Always sacrificing my happiness to fulfill yours. Why? Bai Ruo issued a question. As for the Bai family lord, his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled as he looked at Bai Ruo and said in a cold voice, Ruo, how are you talking to me? Yes, I know that it was Yi Cheng who saved you, but you shouldn't forget that if it wasn't for you going to see Yi Cheng, you wouldn't have been beaten up like that by Tan Xiao. What's more, the person who really saved you was Yi Cheng? It's the Wan family. It's Wan Xiao, that's right. If there's no Wan family, No, ninth uncle. Do you think that the Tan family master would be able to resign himself to his fate? Do you think just one Yi Qing can stop anyone? He's nothing. Speaking of this, the Bai family lord seemed to have come to a temper, and directly said angrily, a doctor with a bit of medical skill is just a doctor. I'll be honest, I didn't take him seriously. Moreover, just this kind of person. He also dared to play with his temper in front of me, and teach me a lesson. Why do you think I endured it at that time? This is not all to look at the face of the Wan family. Otherwise, do not need others to do it. I will clean up his own. A little bit of rules do not know. A little bit of politeness is not there. What kind of thing he is? Also want to be my son-in-law? He's just a fool's dream. The Bai family lord no longer hid his mouth and directly opened his mouth to speak harshly about Yi Qing. It seemed that without the support of the Wan family, Yi Qing, in their eyes, had really been reduced to an unseemly, unmentionable ant. Dad, what are you trying to do? Bai Ruoro's eyes were red with anger, and she looked like she was about to cry out again. And Mrs. Bai sighed at this time and said, my daughter is having a hard time. What are you doing talking about this at this time? Isn't it just making it harder for my daughter? Shut up. The Bai family lord smiled coldly as he said, I would shut up, but Bai Ruo, let me tell you, Yi Qing has never been in the same world as us, and amongst our world, he will never be able to rise to the top. In the past, with the friendship with the Wan family, indeed, one could impress him, but now, Wan Xiao is already the head of the Wan family, and Wan Xiao can't even look at him, and even wants to clean him up. So do you think, can he still have any prospects? I'll be honest with you. Leaving him would be the best thing for you, and for him, understand? Speaking here, the Bai family master gritted his teeth, a trace of ice flashing in his eyes, and said, if you can't make up your mind about this, then I can help you make up your mind about this. In short, this is the best choice for both of you. As soon as Bai Ruo heard that the Bai family lord was going to look for Yi Qing in person, she immediately choked and said, I've already promised Wan Xiao that I'll break off my relationship with Yi Qing at Wei Wei's birthday banquet tomorrow. So don't add to the chaos, okay? Upon hearing this, a satisfied look immediately appeared on the Bai family lord's face as he nodded and said, good, since you can figure it out, that's the best. Tomorrow's matter can be left to you, but I will be watching from the sidelines the whole time, and if he dares to pester me, I will personally talk to him, so that he understands that he, in the end, counts for something. Okay, stop crying, clean up and eat. After saying that, the White family lord hummed a little song and went to the restaurant, as if this moment, the mood, extremely pleasant. As for Bai Ruoro, she couldn't stop crying even more. This time, not only did Uncle Wan Xiaokan want to deal with Yi Qing, even his own father was going to make a move. Bai Ruoro only felt that she should indeed sever her relationship with Yi Qing as soon as possible, so that, for Yi Qing, it would be the best protection. And at this time, Yi Qing looked at the phone that was directly hung up by Bai Ruoro and revealed a bitter smile. This was already too wrong. Bai Ruoro, not only had she refused her 2 invitations, but she also took the initiative to hang up the phone. But Yi Qing wasn't angry because he had already heard from Bai Ruoro's voice that the other party was on the verge of not being able to hold back her tears. Perhaps, after the phone hangs up, there have been tears of pain. Looking at the cell phone, Yi Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of ice. Am I, Yi Qing, really that easy to bully? One by one, instead of coming after me directly, they start with the people around me. Good, good. If you want to play, then I'll just have a good time with you guys. Although Bai Ruoro isn't my wife or my girlfriend, she's been so good to me, yet you guys are pushing her and bullying her. Just you wait, I'll show you the jokes you want to see. With a cold snort, Yi Qing returned to his room and began to operate the Green Emperor's Eternal Life technique for the transformation of the Life Original Liquid. Right now, Yi Qing didn't want to think about so many things. Everything would be revealed tomorrow at Bai Weiwei's bar mitzvah. When more than an hour had passed, Yi Qing came out of the room with a thumb-sized glass bottle in his hand. The bottle looked quite delicate, but it was definitely not expensive to talk about. However, what was truly valuable was the liquid in the glass bottle that glowed with a light green color and was even a bit sparkling. That was the real original life liquid, and it was not diluted in any way. As far as the kind of life original liquid from the myth group was concerned, just this small bottle was enough to dilute and produce more than 100 bottles. To put it mildly, it's worth a lot of money, and this was the gift that Yi Qing was going to give to Bai Weiwei. But, if people knew what they were talking about, they really didn't know. Casually placing the glass bottle on the table, Yi Qing's brows slightly wrinkled. Looking at the things that have been packed, Yi Qing had planned to just move directly to the Cloud Mist courtyard. After all, over there, in fact, it has all been prepared. At any time, anywhere, everything, moreover, everything is available. Nothing is lacking. Looking at this house filled with his memories, Yi Qing gently lowered his head, sighed, and said, what should be left, must eventually be left, and what should be past, must eventually be past. Time, almost, to say goodbye. After saying that, Yi Qing turned around and directly left the room. Things, did not bring, and do not need to bring anything, when he needs, can always come back to get. This house, he is not living, but, always still his. After exiting the building, Yi Qing immediately saw a dozen or so gazes all around him, looking at him in unison. Only, compared to the kind of protection before, at this moment, Yi Qing clearly felt that they were spying on him, which made him, really, upset. Yi Qing waved his hand and said indifferently, I'm going to leave here later, so you guys come over. Chapter 131 Going to the Cloud Mist Residence. Yi Qing's words clearly reached these people's ears. A man leading the group, frowning, walked up to Yi Qing and spoke faintly. Where are you going? Yi Qing looked at this person, smiled faintly, and said, compared to this, I would rather ask, the Wan family, what happened? Where's Uncle Nine? You're Uncle Nine's people, aren't you? Uncle Nine, did something happen too? The leader sniffed, frowned, and said, everything is as usual in the Wan family, and Uncle Nine is even more peaceful. It's impossible for anything to happen. Yi Qing, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you want to be unfavorable to the Wan family? To ninth uncle? And, my question, which you haven't answered. Where are you going? Yi Qing looked at this leader. The corner of his mouth sketched out a cold smile and said, nothing happened to the Wan family? Ninth uncle is also safe and sound. Then it seems that it's the internals that have been resolved peacefully. Or rather, the Wan family head, was cleaned up without even having a chance to resist. Yi Qing shook his head, sighed, and said, the Wan family lord is also considered to be a generation of lords, and as a result, to fall like this is really a bit, catching people off guard. However, the one who is the most upset should be the Wan family lord. After all, being betrayed by one's closest person, this feeling, I'm afraid it's really not good. This kind of being caught off guard and not being able to fight back, it's also justifiable. Say, have your orders? Have they been changed? Tell me what orders you are now receiving. What are they? Hearing Yi Qing say that, the leader frowned. Their orders had indeed changed, but, they had never had a positive contact with Yi Qing. How did Yi Qing know? Moreover, what Yi Qing had just said, made this leader a little shaky. The things of the Wan family, he wasn't even very clear. But, he also knew that there was a big change in the Wan family. But as a result, Yi Qing guessed without going out. This brain, it wasn't an ordinary person. However, there was nothing to hide. As Yi Qing said, the order had changed from protecting Yi Qing to monitoring Yi Qing, and even, if necessary, could use means to control Yi Qing. That, even if it was a tear. Mr. Yi is smart. Not bad. The order we got has changed. Originally we were protecting you, but now, it has become to monitor you, not letting you leave Jiangcheng. Of course, we haven't received any further orders for the time being. So, Mr. Yi, it's better for us to be at peace with each other. Don't make it difficult for us, and it's not difficult for you either, isn't it? Yi Qing nodded and said, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you guys. If you want to follow, just follow. I'm going to go to the countryside later on, and I'll be back in the afternoon or evening. Want to come along? It was said as if it were an invitation. The point is, even if you don't invite along, these people, they wouldn't dare not follow. Mr. Yi is joking. We naturally want to follow along. Yi Qing nodded and said, that's just right. I don't need to take a taxi and I'm too lazy to drive. Bring your car over. I'll go in your car. It's not like that to be a familiar face, is it? The ringleader was a little skeptical that what he had just said wasn't clear enough. They, who were here to spy on Yi Qing, or even control him, were no longer protecting him? So how could Yi Qing be so justified in ordering them and making them? That's a little hard to swallow. Looking at the leader, Yi Qing let out a laugh and said, instead of following behind all the time and risking me escaping, why don't you be more direct? No? The leader sniffed and nodded, stretching out his thumbs and smiling. Mr. Yi, you are the most courageous and, at the same time, the most open-minded person I've ever seen. I admire. Yi Qing shrugged and said, go drive. The leader waved his hand behind him and said, go, bring the car over, and we'll send Mr. Yi to wherever he wants to go. After saying that, the leader looked at Yi Qing and laughed. Mr. Yi, please don't play any tricks. Well, after all, this is Jiangcheng. Even if you escape our surveillance, you won't be able to escape, and moreover, you will be subjected to some pains for no reason. So why bother? Don't you think so? Yi Ching inserted his left hand into his pocket, patted the leader's shoulder with his right hand, smiled faintly, and said, "This is Zhangcheng. I know it very well, so I don't intend to run away, do I? Let's all have a little more trust in each other. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you." Just then, the car had pulled up. Yi Ching directly sat on the back seat, and the leader, who wanted to directly sit with Yi Ching, but for some reason, his feet were beaten, or directly sat on the co-pilot. It was like, these people, really started to protect Yi Ching again, and let Yi Ching drive them. "Mr. Yi, where to?" Yi Ching directly reported an address, and next, the vehicle slowly set off. Half an hour or so, the vehicle has driven out of the city of Zhangcheng. Further, although the scenery is still quite good, but rare people, but also the fact, "Mr. Yi, where are you going?" Further ahead, there's nothing but mountains and woods. Yi Ching smiled as he spoke. "Don't be anxious, we'll be there soon. Besides, who told you that there's no one?" It seemed to be in response to Yi Ching's words. After 5 minutes or so, there were actually black-clothed men in front of them to block the road. And, at a glance, it looked like they were not to be messed with. However, the ringleader was Ninth Uncle's henchman, and this was Zhangcheng's territory after all, so they really weren't afraid of anything. "Mr. Yi, there are people blocking the road here. Do you still want to continue on?" Yi Ching smiled and said, "Stop the car." The vehicle then stopped and Yi Ching got out. The few black-clothed men who had sealed the road walked up to Yi Ching and the others and said in a deep voice, "Ahead is private territory. Please go around." The leader sniffed and frowned. This is clearly a mountain forest. So how did it become private territory? Also, who are you people and what are you doing here? The man in black obviously didn't bother to pay attention to the ringleader, and remained expressionless and ice-cold. And at this time, Yi Ching spoke. "I'm Yi Ching, the person in charge of your place. It's called Skywolf, right? Tell him that I've come to see how my new home is being built." As Yi Ching opened his mouth to speak, the eyes of the man in black immediately became respectful. One by one, they immediately stood up, looked at Yi Ching and bowed. "Mr. Yi, you're here, we'll lead the way for you." Yi Ching nodded, then looked at the dumbfounded leader and the others and laughed. "Come on, let's join together." The leader of this Ninth Uncle's men, to the scene in front of him, obviously is not much psychological preparation. Immediately there is some hesitation. After all, in front of him, these several black-robed people. It looks like it is not good to provoke, and obviously, here, not only these several black-robed people so simple. Is it a conspiracy? Yi Ching specifically tricked them into coming here and wanted to kill them? But, looking at Yi Ching's expression, it clearly didn't look like it. And Nine Uncle's order, they did not dare to disobey. Cannot, watching Yi Ching, just like this to leave their own in place. "Let's go. Follow them. This is Zhangcheng. It's our turf. Could it be? Would we still be afraid of anyone?" Chapter 132, Guards of the Residence. The ringleaders, the men, followed directly, not driving, all on foot. However, the further they went, the more alarmed they became. Although some of them had not been here before, they knew that this was the deserted mountain woods where people were rare. But as a result, what now? After turning in from a fork in the main road, a long boulevard appeared in front of them, 4 lanes in both directions, spacious, and the trees on both sides of the road are like pruning and replanting. Looks not only beautiful, but also gives a person a feeling of relaxation. However, what shocked them even more was the fact that here, every time they walked for a while, there would be the appearance of several black-clothed men. It was somewhat alarming to see at least 30 or so black-clad men on guard for a 10-minute journey. As far as the strength they saw in front of them was concerned, they, already, could not be opponents. And at the end of the road, there was actually a large mansion that made them shocked and exclaimed. After entering the mansion, it was truly a different world, with ancient colors and a view that looked so refreshing that it was as if one was in the world's finest gardens. There are mountains, there is water, and in the middle of the lake, there is actually an artificial island. And on the island, there is a bamboo house, birds and flowers and fresh air. It doesn't take much thought to realize how wonderful it would be to live here. And at that moment, a young man around 30 years old, with a dozen black-clothed men, walked up to Yi Ching with an excited look on his face, then respectfully saluted. "Mr. Yi, you finally arrived." Yi Ching looked at this man with a wolf head tattooed on his neck and smiled faintly. "You're Skywolf, aren't you? I've heard Tiger's Tooth mention you. Ha, all these years, it's a shame to have you guarding this place all this time." When Skywolf heard this, He hastily shook his head and said, "It's not a commission. It's Sky Wolf's honor to be able to look after the house for Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, let me introduce you." Yi Qing nodded and said, "There's no need for such a detailed introduction. After all, this is the drawing and design that I personally drew, so I'm still very clear. It's just that, after it's completed, what kind of picture will be presented? It's the first time I'm seeing it." Skywolf hurriedly spoke. "Mr. Ye's design, it is truly a ghostly, ingenious. The craftsmen who came to design it or others, as long as they came here, all of them were amazed inside. Mr. Yi, the landscape of this other courtyard, there are 36 places, which you know best, and there are 18 places of various ancient buildings, not counting the rooms where the guards and servants live. You are more than enough even if you receive more than 100 VIPs, and, definitely, let them linger on and forget about it. Mr. Yi, I didn't know that you were coming over today, so some of it wasn't ready yet, but now, all the surveillance is already in place, and there are a total of 160 people in the escorts, and a total of 50 people in the cooks, handymen, and so on, and of course, that's not enough, so if you have any needs, you can always add more people." Tian Lang said as if it was exaggerated. Living a Yi Qing, surprisingly, the guards all need 160 people, but in reality, apportioned to this huge special courtyard, 160 people, is not much. Moreover, Yi Qing's status and position was worthy of it. As for the cooks and helpers of all kinds of dishes and the handymen responsible for cleaning and taking care of the environment, it seems that there are a lot of 50 people, but in this reality, Yi Qing is considered frugal. Compared to the ancient times, an imperial kitchen have to more than 300 chefs. Yi Qing this, what is it? Not to mention anything else. In the mansion of the Wan family lord of Jiangchang, there were more than 30 cooks and handymen and whatnot. Yi Qing could be much more powerful than him, and the people who would live here in the future, or the people who would visit, would be even richer and more distinguished. That's enough for now. All of this, I understand. So, what about the cloudy secret realm? Well, when Sky Wolf heard this, his face immediately became serious, and he said solemnly and incomparably, "Mr. Yi, the Cloud Mist Mystic Realm has been constructed in accordance with your requirements, and all the construction personnel, every one of them, have come and gone masked, and will definitely not divulge the slightest bit of information. There are two ways to get to the cloudy secret realm. One is from the middle of the bamboo forest in the lake, underwater as you requested, which can lead straight through, and the other, through the layers of guards, straight from the back of the mountain." Yi Qing nodded and didn't say anything more. The so-called Cloud Mist Mystery Realm was a secret room that Yi Qing had built for himself, obtained by hollowing out almost half of the mountain, the so-called waterway. Others couldn't go there, but Yi Qing's Qing Di eternal life skill was enough for him to avoid the water. As for the so-called mountain road direct, although there were layers of guards, but Yi Qing would also lay down a large formation, and at that time, without an accurate alignment, it would be impossible to enter in any way. This was what Yi Qing wanted in terms of seclusion and safety. After all, this Cloud Mist Mystery Realm would be the most important place for Yi Qing's closed-door cultivation as well as planting cherished medicinal herbs and experimenting with feats and everything else, so not defending against it was not an option, and not attaching importance to it was even more of an option. Alright, these people, you take care of them, I'll go to the Cloud Mist Mystic Realm first to take a look, and the rest, wait for me to come back. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at the leader and smiled. "This is my home. I think that you guys shouldn't be afraid of me running away, right?" By this time, the ringleader had long since been completely dumbfounded. From the moment they entered this cloud mist courtyard, they had been completely dumbfounded. After all, they were just some ordinary people who had seen the biggest mansion. That is, the Wan family's, but, compared to the Wan family's mansion and this place, it was simply not even a hada. This, already, is not something that money can measure. These are even, the point is, these people from Skywolf, one does not look like a good person, but here, surprisingly, there are as many as 160 of them, just looking after the house. Then, how strong should Yi Qing be? Yi Qing, who in the end, was now the biggest doubt in the heads and their hearts. Is this kind of person really easy to deal with? Tian Lang looked at the leader and the others, and carefully asked Yi Qing, saying, "Mr. Yi, these people, are they your friends, or bodyguards?" Yi Qing sniffed, shook his head, and said indifferently, "No, it's just that he was sent to spy on me." As soon as these words came out, all the black-clothed men present, including Skywolf, all erupted with murderous intent, and one by one, their eyes immediately stared at the ringleader and the others, as if At any time, they were ready to rise up and kill. With this look, even if the leader and the others were also mixed in the underground world, they had never seen such a strong killing intent, and at that time, it scared them to the point of sweating. Well, Yi Qing lightly laughed at this time. Don't scare them. I'll have to trouble them to take me back later. That's it. You guys take care of them first. I'll go first. After saying that, Yi Qing directly left. While respectfully looking at the Sky Wolf after Yi Qing's back left, his eyes flashed with icy killing intent as he looked at the leader and his dozen or so people. He suddenly smiled. Only the smile was filled with icy coldness. You guys, you really have good guts. How dare you spy on Mr. Yi? Ha, do you want to die? Chapter 133, The Cave of Heavenly Bliss. Who's Wolf? That was once in the underground world is also a number one character. Dare to fight and kill. Spelled out the reputation. And then followed the tiger's teeth. Loyal to see more. Although he hadn't directly followed Yi Qing, he had worshipped him to the extreme. And the reason for this was not something that could be said in a few words. At a time like this, someone dared to spy on Yi Qing openly and honestly. This is simply lawlessness. And the head of this dozen people, although the heart is weak, afraid. After all, here Tianlang they are the people. But, then again, here, too, after all, is Jiangcheng. They really didn't quite believe that anyone would dare to do anything to them in Jiangcheng. This friend, I advise you not to be too arrogant, although you are now outnumbered. But, don't forget, this is the boundary of Jiangcheng. Do you know who we are? We're from the Wan family. We're following ninth uncle. If you guys want to find trouble, I'm afraid, you'll have to weigh whether or not you can get out of Jiangcheng. The leader gritted his teeth and didn't intend to give in to softness, intending to go straight to hardball, betting on the reputation of the Wan family in Jiangcheng, and on Uncle Nine's means in Jiangcheng. When Tianlang heard this, he directly smacked a big ear scrape on the face of the leader, and said in a cold voice, asterisk 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 asterisk, give face to face, right, and dare to threaten me? What Wan family? What ninth uncle? What the hell? The local snake is great. I can't move them for the time being now, but it's not a big problem if I kill you guys. For that matter, you still dare to clamor. Are you tired of living? Or, are you tired of living? The leader was directly dumbfounded by this slap. A wave of anger rushed straight to his head. However, looking at the surrounding black-clothed men who were several times their number, this anger, which was not extinguished, had to be extinguished for the time being. Okay, I'll remember that slap. Skywolf sniffed and didn't wait for the leader to finish his sentence. He directly backhanded and slapped him again. Remember what? Remember that I smacked you? Then I'm afraid you won't be able to remember. So I'd better slap you a few more times. The head of this moment is not dare to say anything more. This is like a showman meets a soldier. Can't reason, can't fight, can't make a scene, can only pinch the nose, bear this breath. And Sky Wolf, looking at the leader, directly said lightly, not convinced? It's okay, I don't care if I don't serve. Although I'm not in the underground world of Jiangcheng to mix, and there are 2 years have not appeared in front of the crowd, but if I'm not boasting, at one time, in Jiangcheng next door to Water City, I'm also considered to be once a little famous. Right, want to retaliate? Fine, just come to me. My name is Sky Wolf. Just now Mr. Yi shouted, but I think you guys didn't remember. This time, do you remember? My name is Sky Wolf. Hear me? The leader clenched his teeth and was just about to say something harsh. However, he suddenly frowned, as if he felt that the name Skywolf was, somewhat familiar. Coupled with the words Water City, all of a sudden, this leader seemed to have thought of something, and his face became a little less pleasant to look at. You're Skywolf? The Sky Wolf of Water City? The Sky Wolf who once chased and hacked the bigwigs of Water City's underground world all by himself? That's the one. The Sky Wolf who once carried a sword alone and directly slashed against more than 30 people and won? Hearing the leader mention his past deeds, Tianlang sneered and said, at that time, I was young and unintelligent, didn't know the importance of the situation, and couldn't be aggravated. So, I just did something reckless. Ha, I didn't think that there were still people who remembered it, but it's good to remember. It's good to know who I am. That's fine. Now, if you want to take revenge, go straight to me. Got it? The headman sniffed and his face turned a little pale and ugly. How can this be revenge? If it was just a person who was not known, revenge would be fine. But Skywolf, he was really a little afraid. And it was also clear why Skywolf would still be disdainful when he heard about the Wan family and the ninth uncle. This lord once was a ruthless person who chased after the big brother of the underground world in Water City to cut down. People didn't care and weren't afraid back then, let alone now. What's more, you couldn't be aggrieved in the past, but now you can't be aggrieved by directly slapping people at the drop of a hat? The leader took a deep breath and looked at Tian Lang, saying, "So it's brother Tian Lang. I didn't expect that you'd be here, and moreover, you've even become Mr. Yes friend. Disrespect, disrespect." The Sky Wolf sniffed and said in a cold voice, "What friend? Are you trying to harm me, or are you humiliating Mr. Yi? I, Sky Wolf, what virtue can qualify me to be friends with Mr. Yi anymore? Remember, I'm just a caretaker for Mr. Yi, or even, can only be considered as a henchman's henchman, understand?" This statement, the head is more do not know what to say good. This Sky Wolf's name and deeds, even if it is to the nine uncle here, but also must be able to become a guest of honor. As a result, so willing to give people to look after the house. The harm back to think that the honor, simply is, cannot understand. Unless, this Yi Qing's status and position was much, much higher than what they had imagined. But, is it possible? Brother Skywolf, we understand. Skywolf nodded, then pointed to the row of security rooms at the main entrance and spoke faintly. Bring them to the security conference room to sit and not be allowed to wander around, and take charge of the midday meal as well, so as to save people from saying that we are starving the guests who have traveled from afar. After saying his words, Skywolf was ready to leave. However, before leaving, Skywolf looked at the leader and the others, revealing a hint of a smile and said, "I think that without Mr. Ye's order, everything you guys have seen today will not be spoken about indiscriminately, right?" The headman and others sniffed and immediately said that they would not. Kidding aside, if they said they would at this time, they couldn't guarantee what would happen next, and Skywolf nodded and said, "Register their ID cards, names, home addresses, everything, all of it, and once there's a slip-up, directly hunt them down and kill them." After saying that, Skywolf directly left, and the chiefs, one by one, looked at each other with bitterness. It's, being watched, and Skywolf, in their eyes, was a madman who could do anything. But now, people are under the roof, and at this moment, Yi Qing had already walked into the back mountain path. Along the way, the trees were lush and green, the air smelled sweet, and there were even a lot of small animals that walked around, and still looked like they weren't afraid of people. There were even some that actually directly approached Yi Qing, as if Yi Qing's body had a flavor that fascinated them. Yi Qing walked to a large tree. His left hand stroked the trunk of the tree, and said softly, "The Green Emperor's everlasting skill has caused my physique to undergo a radical change, especially the perception and touch of the natural environment. It even allows me to communicate with them. I really don't know. How did the old master get this magical technique? And what kind of heaven-defying existence is the one who created this magical technique?" Gently shaking his head, Yi Qing continued to walk forward and came to a cave entrance. It is only after you walk into the cave that you realize there is something else inside. The huge back of the mountain was nearly half hollowed out, so one could imagine how big the space in this cave should be. Yi Qing's eyes flashed slightly and he directly entered this hole. Chapter 134, Hidden Fierce Beast. After entering the cave, a fresh breeze blew through, not half as uncomfortable as the breath, but, instead, the sweeter and fresher it became. This cave was named Cloudy Mystery by Yi Qing, and it was not just caused by hollowing out the mountain, but it was, in itself, a natural cave that was then transformed. Of course, the transformation was not yet complete. After all, there were some means that could only be used by Yi Qing to make this Cloudy Mystery realm truly become comparable to the existence of an immortal's cave. In the cave, there is natural light naturally sprinkled, as well as turquoise as if the bottomless deep pool. There is even a small stream slowly flowing through, and the cave, but also flowers, plants and trees. The scenery is beautiful. It is simply a fairyland on earth. Only after I've transformed it with the formations in the Green Emperor's everlasting skill, this cloud mist mystic realm will, perhaps, be truly comparable to the legendary cave Heavenly Blessed Land. However, although the spiritual chi is already the most in a 100-mile radius, it's still far from enough. The next step is to collect heavenly materials and then form a spirit gathering array. But these, for the time being, are not urgent. Let's do some simple setups first, and take our time with the rest once I've moved in. The next time, Yi Qing was busy in the Cloudy Mystery realm, until, when he was almost busy, what was spilling out of the cave was no longer sunlight, but, rather, silvery white moonlight. Yi Qing stretched his waist before slowly walking out of the cloudy secret realm. Tian Lang had been guarding the foot of the mountain. After seeing Yi Qing, he hurriedly greeted him and said, "Mr. Yi, you finally came out from inside. You didn't even eat at lunchtime. You must be hungry. I let the kitchen prepare dinner for you. The ingredients are all wild in the mountains, the freshest of the freshest. You try their handiwork?" Yi Qing sniffed, although he wasn't very hungry, but after all, he was still just a mortal with a mortal body, and something like not eating all the time, he still couldn't do it. Moreover, the desire of the mouth and stomach, he didn't resist. Where are those people watching me? Are they in a hurry? Didn't starve them, did you? Skywolf smiled and said, Mr. Yi, you can rest assured that they are honestly staying, but also is not considered very anxious, and absolutely no starving them. The noon meal, I see them eat more than anyone sweet, as if how many days have not eaten like. However, it is also justifiable, not to mention our chef here, are carefully selected. More importantly, we cook here ingredients that are really fresh, original flavor, even including meat, are personally wild free range. This flavor, others, cannot eat. Yi Qing nodded. Compared to Skywolf, he understood a bit more. From the moment the cloud mist courtyard began to remodel. In fact, Yi Qing has already set up the array. Don't look at others in prison, but remote control to manipulate others to do some preparation, in a special orientation, put some special things, this kind of thing, or to do it. That's why Yi Qing said that the spiritual chi of this cloudy mist special courtyard was the most in 100 miles around, and the plants and animals that grew in it could be said to have attracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to grow, and that flavor and texture, since it was incomparable to ordinary ingredients. And this was only just the beginning, when Yi Qing rearranged the array, so that after the aura was raised, this kind of benefit would only increase. Most importantly, when Yi Qing often cultivated here, the aura of the Green Emperor's eternal life technique that he released was the good stuff that truly drove countless plants and animals crazy. Call them together. After all, it's also considered the first guests of this cloud mist villa. Don't neglect them. Hearing this, Skywolf nodded with a smile and said, Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll make the arrangements. Tian Lang then led Yi Qing directly to an elegant and incomparable small building, which was exactly where one of the restaurants of the special courtyard was located. And it was also considered to be a place where small gatherings could be held. By the time Yi Qing arrived, on the table, all kinds of delicious food had already started to be served continuously. There weren't any particularly precious ingredients, but to put it mildly, the ingredients for every dish here, when placed in the outside world, were all goodies that would be hard to buy for a lot of money. The leader and a dozen other people were brought here, and after seeing Yi Qing, each one of them finally sighed in relief. Although no one had continued to target them since the 2 slaps, and even no one was guarding them, that kind of torment was really unbearable. Now that he saw Yi Qing, it meant that he would soon be able to leave this place. It would be strange if he didn't breathe a sigh of relief. After all, here, the pressure given by Tian Lang and the others was too much. Mr. Yi, are you done? The leader was unknowingly much more respectful at this moment when he was talking to Yi Qing, even more so than before. Yi Qing smiled faintly and nodded. After I'm done with my work, it's getting late, and you guys are considered the first guests of this new residence of mine, so I'll treat you guys to a dinner, and then you can send me back. Well, there's no rush, is there? It's an attitude that's so amiable it makes your head hurt. The leader quickly shook his head and said, There's no rush, just follow your timing. Mr. Yi, for everything. Thank you Mr. Yi for inviting us to dinner. Many thanks. Yi Qing smiled and spoke. The ingredients are the best. You can't eat them outside. You guys eat more, right? Tian Lang, those bottles of good wine. Let these brothers drink some as well. It's hard for them to follow me every day in the wind and sun. This was said in such a way that made the ringleader and the others, even more so, a little speechless. If they said that before, they were protecting Yi Qing, that was fine. But now, they were spying on Yi Qing, and this Yi Qing didn't care about the past suspicion, but also so kindly invited them to eat and also invited them to drink. This really made them not know what to say. Thanks a lot, Mr. Yi, thanks a lot. The chief and the others didn't dare to say anything more, much less promise anything, and all they could do was say thank you. After an hour or so, everyone was all drunk and full. Only then did Yi Qing slowly get up, stretched, and said, All right, it's time to go back. Afterwards, Yi Qing refused Skywolf's request to personally escort him, still letting the chief and these people bring him back the way he came. After returning to the neighborhood house, the leader wanted to say something, but Yi Qing just smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter if you tell Wan Shao about today's incident or not. Anyway, tomorrow, I'm moving out. By the way, as a reminder, although I'm not sure what happened to the Wan family, but I don't like the current atmosphere of the Wan family, so the Wan family master will be back. After saying that, Yi Qing directly went upstairs. and the leader and the others looked at each other in dismay. Especially Yi Qing's last sentence, which seemed to be plain, but in reality, it was stating something. Big brother, what should we do? Should we report it truthfully? A junior brother looked at the leader and spoke with some hesitation. The leader gritted his teeth and said, report what? Nothing happened today. Remember, it's for your own good. Now, it's a fight between gods and goddesses. Let's not get involved. Anyway, our order is to monitor Mr. Yi, so that he doesn't leave Jiangchang. He's not coming back to sleep in a good way? Then our mission is accomplished. Don't ask for trouble. Understand? The many minions sniffed and nodded their heads in a hurry. After going to the Cloud Mist special courtyard and seeing Yi Qing's strength, they knew even if they were not smart enough, that Yi Qing was definitely not as simple as what they had seen. This is a truly hidden beast. Chapter 135. She's the one. Time, to 7 o'clock the next morning. Yi Qing woke up early in the morning. Today is Bai Weiwei's 18-year-old birthday banquet. Moreover, it is a bar mitzvah. He promised to attend. He will certainly not go back on his word. This time, Yi Qing wasn't wearing the same suit that he had worn before. Instead, he put on a black casual-style suit that he had brought with him when he came back from the Cloud Mist Villa yesterday. If anyone else says the suit is cheap, they have no eyes. Because this is pure handmade customized models, whether with the material or artificial. All are the top, to say the least. On this set of leisure suit cost up to $1 million, not to mention the ordinary people, that is, the general rich, I'm afraid not to say have seen, have not even heard of. And this, or Yi Qing likes this style only. Otherwise, more expensive than this, he still has. The thumb-sized, transparent colored glass bottle was held in Yi Qing's hand. The bottle was not worth anything, but the life original liquid inside was the real value. Looking at the time, Yi Qing sat in the room and waited. And at this moment, the Bai family, Bai Weiwei changed her clothes early in the morning. A beautiful white princess dress set her off more and more youthful and beautiful. Sister, do I look good today? Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo and let out a happy laugh. Bai Ruoruo was also dressed in a white dress, and with the melancholic look on her face, she became more and more compassionate. Looking good. Today, you're the best looking. Bai Weiwei smiled happily at his words and said, Sister, today is the day I'm happy, and it's also the day you should be happy, so don't make a stern face. Of course, I know that what you're going to do next will make you unhappy, but it's the right thing to do. Sister, don't get upset. Bai Ruoruo sniffed, revealed a bitter smile, nodded, and said, okay, I know. Weiwei, I'll accompany you to the hotel after I eat something later. You're the star of the show today. You can't be late. Bai Weiwei sniffed, nodded heavily, and said, okay sister, I know. Aren't you waiting for Wan to join us? Bai Ruoruo shook her head and said, no, I'll go with you first. He knows. Wan Xiao was going to pick up Bai Ruoruo together, but Bai Ruoruo said that she was Bai Weiwei's sister and had to enter early to help entertain the guests, and for this reason, Wan Xiao didn't say anything even though he knew it was Bai Ruoruo's excuse. Anyway, what matters is the result. And right at that moment, the Bai family master and Mrs. Bai also walked into the room and looked at Bai Weiwei and praised her. Bai Weiwei sniffed and smiled as she spoke. Uncle, Auntie, I have to thank you for taking care of me all these years. Now that Weiwei has grown up, she will definitely be filial to you in the future. The Bai family master smiled and nodded, saying, Weiwei is such a good boy. As long as you are happy today, everything else is fine. Hotel side, everything has been set up, just waiting for us to go over to meet the guests on the line. It is said that today to come a lot of guests, cannot be slow. At this time, Bai Ruoruo suddenly thought of something, looked at the Bai family head and softly said, Dad, Yi Qing will also be attending. I hope that when you get there, you won't make things difficult for him. There are things I want to say to him on my own, not through someone else. When the Bai family lord heard Yi Qing's name again, his expression was already very bland, and even, there was a hint of disdain. Obviously, with Wan Xiao as the multiplying son-in-law, Yi Qing, it seemed, had become a hindrance. Ruoruo, if you can make it clear, that's the best. But, if you can't, I'll have to step in and help you make it clear. Don't worry, if Yi Qing dares to pester you, I'll definitely not let him go. Looking at her father with this cold face, Bai Ruoruo sighed and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. And at this moment, Bai Weiwei even laughed loudly and said, Uncle, Auntie, you guys just don't worry about it. My sister I will make a clean break with Yi Qing in front of everyone today. At that time, you guys just watch. The Bai family master smiled and nodded. That's good. Everyone was laughing and smiling, but only Bai Ruoruo, disappointed, sat on the chair, her heart dripping blood, and at this moment, HD Moon was trying on dresses in her villa. Lin Ji was on the sidelines with a smiling face, but in her heart, she was very upset. Every time, as long as the attendance of this kind of crowded occasions, high-definition Moon always dressed themselves up beautifully, but let her Lin Ji act as a green leaf. Lin Ji heart can be comfortable as strange. Lindsay, do you think I look good in this red gown? Lin Ji sniffed and immediately laughed. Looking good. Qingyu, you look the best in anything you wear. HD Moon smiled and said, where's your gown? Are you ready? It's not going to be just this outfit, is it? It's a little too plain. Lin Ji sniffed and laughed softly. I like plain ones after all. Just this one. HD Moon nodded and said, that's fine. After all, it's also Bai Weiwei's bar mitzvah, so it would be unattractive to dress too nicely and overwhelm others. The way she said this, Lin Ji only felt speechless. If you don't want to overpower Bai Weiwei, then why are you wearing such a grand dress? Qingyu, Yi Cheng, will be there? Lin Ji was silent for a moment, but she still opened her mouth to say these words. She had already gone to persuade Yi Cheng, but apparently, the effect wasn't very good. Moreover, just thinking about that image, Lin Ji felt a bit flushed. She didn't even know how she had the guts to be so bold at that time, even wanting to directly give herself to Yi Cheng. Now that she thought about it, she was still a bit scared, and could only say that it was fortunate that Yi Cheng had rejected her at that time. Otherwise now, she might have regretted it. To what extent? But, on second thought, Lin Ji felt angry again. She was such a big beauty. She took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of others, but as a result, they still don't want it. This is not humiliation. What is it? Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yi Cheng will definitely go. Don't forget, Bai Ruoro still has to break up with him today. I do know why now. Bai Ruoro really isn't a good bird. At these words, Lin Ji immediately revealed a puzzled expression and said, what's wrong? HD Moon said with some disdain, I originally thought that Bai Ruoro was simple and deep in love, and was infatuated, but as a result, she got together with Wan Xiao, and that's why she wants to make a clean break with Yi Cheng. Hopefully, so many years of infatuation are all illusion. She just did not look for the best partner. Now become the girlfriend of Wan Les. That cannot hurry to Yi Cheng to dump it. For this kind of woman who loves vanity and false love, how dare she say that we don't know how to be grateful? I'd like to see what else she, Bai Ruoro, has to say. This was something that Lin Ji didn't expect. Things, to be reversed like this. Yet when you think about it, it makes sense. Indeed, between Yi Cheng and Wan Xiao, if he had to choose one, then he would definitely choose Wan Xiao. But when she thought about it, Lin Ji's heart was burning with jealousy. By what right? HD Moon was sailing smoothly and became the high and mighty female president, and Bai Ruoro, this false woman, was about to have the name of Mrs. 1. What about being the best and brightest version of yourself, but only acting as a little follower? A little transparency? That, by what right? Chapter 136, Hunger Strike, taking over the Wan family. That, she's hiding it real deep. Lin Ji gritted her teeth, her eyes red with anger, and HD Moon looked at Lin Ji and laughed. There's an even more shocking news. You're afraid that you'll die of anger if you know about it. Lin Ji frowned and said, what other news? Could it be that there are other people that she, Bai Ruoro, has hooked up with? High Definition Moon smiled and shook her head. Just one Wan Xiao. But, now it should actually be called the Wan Family Master. Just yesterday, the Wan family held a meeting of the family's senior management. The Wan Family Master was not present, but Wan Xiao was present, and temporarily took over the position of the Family Master. And this matter has also been recognized by the ninth uncle. Now, do you understand? Wan Xiao is already the master of the Wan family. This Bai Ruoro, so anxious, is not without reason. After all, once married, that can be the main mother of the Wan family. Ha ha ha. Lin Ji didn't know what to say now. I can only say that Bai Ruoro acting is excellent. However, such a significant change in the Wan family still left Lin Ji a bit puzzled. It can't be such a big thing as the change of the Wan family's head, but previously there was no news about half of it. Moreover, hasn't the Wan family's head's health always been good? How could he suddenly abdicate? This is really strange. When High Definition Moon heard this, the corners of her mouth sketched out a smile as she said, it's not that strange. After all, the larger the great family, the more vicious the internal power struggle becomes. This matter is finalized. There's nothing more to say. It's just cheap for Bai Weiwei. I'm afraid that the people coming to her bar mitzvah today won't be less. After saying that, HD Moon shook her head and said, regardless of other people's matters. Anyway, the more it is, the more there will be a good show to watch. Lin Ji, get changed and let's hurry up and leave. Today, I really don't want to miss out on any good show at all. Lin she sniffed and nodded. Not only did HD Moon not want to miss out on this good show today, she, too, did the same. And this moment, Vanguard. Young Master Wan was dressed in a tuxedo and looked handsome and upright, especially with the expression on his face, which was really spirited. The title of Family Master made him walk with the wind in his sails now. Young Master Wan, don't forget what you promised me. Yi Qing's little life is to be handed over to me? At that time, if anyone dares to obstruct again, don't blame me for not being polite. Ironhead stood behind Wan Xiao with murderous intent on his face. Wan Xiao sniffed, looked at Ironhead, and spoke faintly, Mr. Ironhead, don't worry, that is the reason I'm stopping you. That's because Yi Qing, today, will be facing a situation that's worse than death. Killing someone straight away. How boring. Letting him live as if he's worse than dead. Isn't that good? Mr. Ironhead is loyal to the righteous lord, and I think you want to see this more than anything else. Ironhead sniffed, nodded, looked at Wan Xiao, and laughed coldly. Wan Xiao, you are much more sinister and venomous than your father. But I hope that your sinister and venomousness is best not to be used on Uncle Kung's body, or else I'll let you know what it means to be too late for regrets. Wan Xiao smiled faintly as he said, Don't worry, Mr. Ironhead, I am loyal to my righteous father, my lord, and I definitely won't have this day arise. And right at this moment, Ninth Uncle knocked on the door and came in. After seeing Ironhead, he let out a cold snort, then looked at Wan Xiao and said in a deep voice, Your father hasn't eaten any water or rice since yesterday. You know about this, don't you? Ninth Uncle was now furious, especially when he saw Wan Xiao with a happy smile on his face. That anger, even more so, that's Wan's own father. Now he's on hunger strike. Wan, taking it seriously? Wan Xiao looked at Ninth Uncle and spoke with a smile. Ninth Uncle, I know about my father's hunger strike. His old man is just in a fit of anger. He'll be fine in a couple days. Don't worry, nothing will happen. With these words, Uncle Nine became even angrier. Nothing will happen? In a couple days? So you've been starving for the last 2 days? What are you talking about? Do you mean, then, that when your father is about as hungry as he can be, it's time for him to eat on his own? You are simply an asshole. Do you even know a little bit about your father? He, of all people, has a personality and temperament that you really don't understand? From nothing to create the vanguard. Your father did not bow his head, did not bend his back. He was a mouthful of spit. Said not to eat? You think it's a joke? No. You will come with me now immediately to your father and apologize. And you will return when he will eat. After saying that, Ninth Uncle was about to drag Wan Xiao to the suburban villa to see the Wan family lord. But, where is Wan Xiao willing to go at this time? Directly shrugged off Ninth Uncle's hand, frowned, and said, Ninth Uncle, I still have important things to do today. Let's do it this way. When I'm done with this side of my work, I'll go over to see him. That's always fine, right? Upon hearing this, Uncle Nine directly pointed at the gown on Wan Xiao and said in a cold voice, Your so-called important thing is to go to the banquet? Wan Hai, do you really think that? Just because you are the head of the family now, no one can control you? I'm telling you, if anything happens to your father, I'll be the first to say no. Do you hear me? Ninth Uncle's threat made Wan Zhao's heart drum. However, at this moment, Ironhead slowly got up, looked at Ninth Uncle, and said in a cold voice, The Wan family, are they so unruly? The head of the hall can be threatened by anyone? Anyone can be bullied? If that's the case, then I see. This Wan family, indeed, should be reported to Uncle Gong, and we should send someone to take over. The moment these words came out, the faces of Wan Xiao and Ninth Uncle all changed drastically. Ninth Uncle even directly shot up and said angrily, How dare you? The Wan family, it's never someone else's turn to tell you what to do. Want to take over our Wan family? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Just kidding. Now that the Wan family is being headed by Wan Xiao, everything is fine, but if it is really taken over by the people sent by Uncle Nine, then, the Wan family, is it still the Wan family? Not to mention other things, I'm afraid that the master of the Wan family, he's going to be pissed off alive, and his ninth uncle, it is inevitable that he will have to fall on the charge of aiding and abetting the enemy. He, never agree. Ironhead sniffed, coldly laughed. What do you think? What do you count? Really take Jiancheng as your own territory. That is, we did not come to clean up your just, but, if it is to provoke me, do not need to report to Uncle Gong, I can now kill you. You believe it or not? When Ninth Uncle was just about to say something, Ironhead directly stepped forward and grabbed Ninth Uncle's neck. With one hand, he lifted it straight up. With these old bones of yours, how dare you fight me? I'll kill you now. After saying that, Ironhead was about to exert force and directly snap Ninth Uncle's neck. And this scene scared Wan Xiao so much that he was on the verge of tears. Mr. Ironhead, don't. If you kill ninth uncle, something will happen. You can't. You can't. As for Uncle Nine at the moment, he was suffocated to the point that his eyes were red, but he had no intention of begging for mercy, only hatred and burning anger. He, after all, was old, and did not win by force of arms, and in the end, in terms of personal strength, he was no match for a beloved general like Ironhead, Uncle Gong's beloved general. But, it's not willing, it's really not willing, and underneath the resignation, there was, well, a strong sense of sadness. Chapter 137, Ninth Uncle's Regret. Ironhead has long looked at Uncle Nine with displeasure. In the Eastern continent, how many people dare to go against Ironhead? But after coming here, Uncle Nine provoked him more than once, which made him angry. Today, even if he didn't kill Uncle Nine, he still had to let Uncle Nine see clearly that he, Ironhead, was not something Uncle Nine could mess with. Looking at the astonished Wan Shao, Ironhead said disdainfully, "Just kill it, it's just an old codger. So what if you kill it? Wan Shao, I advise you to figure out the reason why you're alive today and still the head of the family." By who? At this moment, how could Wan Shao dare to go against Ironhead? He hurriedly accompanied with a smile and said, "Mr. Ironhead, it's the righteous Lord who is relying on him. I know it all. Don't worry, I won't betray the righteous Lord in my life. Just, please also put Ninth Uncle down first, okay? Ninth Uncle, you can't die. You absolutely can't die. Otherwise, all of his men will be furious, and by then, it will be really bad. Mr. Ironhead, this is a critical time for Lord Righteous Father. Nothing can happen. Think about it, is it not the truth? You put down Ninth Uncle. Count me as begging you." Once Uncle Nine died, it was true that there was no one left to check and balance Wan Shao, but all the same, first the disappearance of the master of the Wan family, and then the unnatural death of Uncle Nine, all of this added up. Who could not see that there was something wrong with it? At that time, whether or not Wan Shao's position as the head of the family is secure is not to be said. Just the saliva and backbiting can make him unable to get out of the door. Ironhead looked at Wan Shao, let out a cold smile, and said, "All right, I'll give you this face today and spare his life first, but if you dare to scream at me again, next time, I will never show any mercy." After saying that, Ironhead loosened his hand on Ninth Uncle's neck, and Ninth Uncle instantly sat paralyzed on the ground, covering his own neck, panting heavily, yet a pair of eyes, still staring at Ironhead with incomparable hatred. "Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Ironhead sneered, not giving Ninth Uncle the slightest bit of face. Wan Shao was also afraid of continuing to make a scene, so he quickly squatted down and looked at Ninth Uncle, saying with difficulty, "Ninth Uncle, don't antagonize Mr. Ironhead, just think of it as for my sake, okay?" Ninth Uncle looked at Wan Shao, who didn't have any backbone at all, and at this moment, he actually had a sad face. He remembered the words of the Wan family lord earlier, the backbone of the Vanguard family. It's gone. The bones of the Vanguard family. It's gone. I am, now, so sorry. If I had known, I should have done what your father said, even if, to die standing, I would never live on my knees. At this moment, Uncle Nine regretted it. But, regret, it's too late. Wan Shao looked at Ninth Uncle and said in a deep voice, "Ninth Uncle, I know that you're upset right now and talking nonsense, but, don't say this kind of words a second time. I know you're worried about father. Wait, I'll go see him right after I'm done with my work, make amends to his old man, and make sure he eats. But today, you'll, I'm afraid, have to follow me around and not move an inch." At this moment, looking at Ninth Uncle's state, Wan Shao, worried, really if let the Ninth Uncle now regret, do something, then, it will really be a joke. This family head of the seat, itself has not yet sat firmly. I'm afraid that we'll have to step down. So, Uncle Nine, he has to keep an eye on it. And Ironhead this moment, smiled and said, "Wan Shao, do not need to be so troublesome. He is not the most concerned about your father's life and death. Okay, as long as he dares to make trouble, my people, will be the first time to rush over and kill your father. Just ask him, dare to make trouble? That's one way to go." But, just like that, in front of Wan Shao, he said he would kill his father. Wan Shao's face, did he care? At this moment, Wan Shao's face was incredibly gloomy as he looked at Ninth Uncle, gritted his teeth, and said, "Ninth Uncle, you heard me, so stop messing around, okay?" Uncle Nine slowly got up, looked at Wan Shao, looked at Ironhead, and showed a sad smile. "Okay, I won't make a scene. This one family, you guys take it. I just hope you can keep your father's life. Don't do things that are unfaithful and unfilial, and let people poke your backbone." when what you have to do today is done, I'll live with your father in a villa in the suburbs, and from now on, ask no questions. You guys, are you satisfied? After saying that, Uncle Nine left Wan Zhao's room somewhat disoriented. At this time, Ninth Uncle's back, pale and unimaginable, as if he had lost all his strength. As for Wan Zhao, he sighed and looked at Iron Head, saying, "You shouldn't have done this to Uncle Nine. He controls a powerful force in the underground world of Zhangchang. You can't clean it up if you really push him hard." Iron Head sniffed, sneered, and said, "But he, right now, is like an old dog that has lost its bones, isn't he? Wan Zhao, remember, a soft heart will never achieve great things. Now, you don't need him anymore, and his existence will become a constraint for you. So either die or go. There is no third way. I, for one, am helping you. Understand?" When Wan Zhao heard this, he slowly nodded his head, took a deep breath, and revealed a hint of a smile as he said, "Then, thank you, Mr. Iron Head. After all, if it wasn't for what you did today, I'm afraid that I would really have to be held hostage by Uncle Nine. It's almost time, Mr. Iron Head. Let's get ready to go." Iron Head sniffed, nodded, and said, "Where's Yi Qing? Don't have any accidents. If this kid feels wrong and runs away, it'll be more effort than it's worth. And that's a situation that should never happen." Wan Zhao sniffed, and immediately nodded his head, saying, "I'll call and contact the people who are monitoring him right now, and I'll have these people directly bring him over, so don't worry about it." After saying that, Wan Zhao directly made a call in front of Iron Head. After connecting, Wan Zhao spoke faintly, "I'm the family head Wan Hai. Now, you guys immediately go find Yi Qing and bring him to the scene of Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet. Remember, don't let him run away." Only after receiving an affirmative answer did Wan Zhao hang up the phone. However, this feeling of calling himself a family head made the corners of his mouth uncontrollably rise, and at this moment, the little leader who was responsible for spying on Yi Qing looked at the hung-up phone and revealed a bitter smile. Will people run away from Yi Qing? That would be weird. After seeing Yi Qing's strength, this small leader is really do not want to have half offended Yi Qing, but now, have to for but the good thing is, Yi Qing seems to be very generous, unwilling to make things difficult with them this kind of small people. This is considered to be, unfortunately, a million fortunes. You guys wait here, I'll go find Mr. Yi. After the little leader finished speaking, he directly went to Yi Qing's door, then carefully knocked on the door. "Mr. Yi, it's me. Will this be convenient for you?" Yi Qing opened the door to the room, nodded, and said, "Come in and talk." The leader, San, looked at Yi Qing and hurriedly slapped him on the ass. "Mr. Yi, you're usually already handsome and temperamental. Today, you feel even more handsome and much more temperamental than before. I can guarantee that as soon as you go out, you'll definitely attract countless people's eyes." Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, "Wouldn't that be even more difficult for your little master?" At that time, I'm afraid that he would hate to pickpocket my farts. Ha ha. Chapter 138, The Red Pupil's Arrival. The leader, San, laughed dryly, not daring to agree. This was something that Yi Qing could say, but he wouldn't dare. Yi Qing laughed and said, "All right, no more joking with you. Say it, what is it that you are looking for me for?" The leader, San, hurriedly opened his mouth. "It's Wan Zhao. No, it's the Wan family lord. He just called over and said that he wanted us to take you to Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet, and also asked us to pay attention to not letting you escape." "Ha, I didn't dare to hide it from you, so I quickly came to report it to you." Yi Qing smiled at the words and looked at the leader, San, and laughed. "Is this considered ventilating and eating out?" The words, which were not nice to hear, said the face of the leader, San, which instantly turned red. Eating out of the house is a really bad reputation. But what they're doing now, when you think about it, it does seem to be the case. The leader, San, revealed a bitter smile and said, "Mr. Yi, you are all big shots. We are just small mole crickets that are not worth mentioning. When the immortals fight, the mortals suffer. We really don't dare to offend you. Moreover, to put it bluntly, the change in the Wan family is too big now, but the relationship between Uncle Nine and the Wan family head is obvious. Even if he is now in a moment of hot-headedness and listens to the words of Wan Zhao, there will always be a day when he awakens to the truth. And then, I'm afraid that it's just another situation. And we, too, don't dare to make things too extreme. This is the sadness of the little people. Mr. Yi, you may not understand, but hopefully, you can be an adult and not remember our hatred. We will thank God," said honestly and, well, truthfully, For people like the leader San and the others, they couldn't intervene in the power struggle of the Wan family, and after seeing Yi Qing's strength, they understood that Yi Qing was simply a big shot that they couldn't afford to offend. In this situation, if they still dared to boss Yi Qing around and not take him seriously, then it would be really hard to say what would happen to them. Yi Qing patted the leader San's shoulder and spoke faintly. Quite smart. Don't worry. I won't look for trouble from you guys. Of course, if we have to be enemies in the end, then, let's just be at peace with each other. Can you find the address of the master of the Wan family? For the family of Wan, who was sentimental and righteous and did not hesitate to offend Uncle Gong for his own sake. Yi Qing's heart is to hold a trace of respect and good feelings. Now, people because of him are taken away from the power and now do not know how to live. Yi Qing feels that he has the responsibility to do something about it. The leader, San, sniffed and quickly spoke. I can find it. Since the change of events yesterday, I've already inquired about the situation with my brothers. So now, more or less, I understand it. Family Master Wan is in a villa on the outskirts of the city, with some of our brothers for protection. Yi Qing smiled a playful smile as he said, Are you sure it's protection? The leader, San, laughed dryly and said, Mr. Yi, I dare not hide it from you. It is true that apart from protection, we are also responsible for guarding. But, all of us brothers are actually considered to be under the master of the Wan family, so it is not going to do anything to the master of the Wan family. But now, I heard that a group of manpower has come over from the East Continent, so if the master of the Wan family is being guarded by them, it is not easy to say. Speaking of this, the leader, San, said with some hesitation, I heard that the master of the Wan family has been on a hunger strike since he entered that villa, and although I don't know the specifics of the situation right now, I'm afraid that the master of the Wan family's character, right now, still hasn't eaten any water or rice. Hearing this, Yi Qing was silent for a moment before sighing and said, Master Wan is a good person. This time, it's also because of me that I ended up in this situation. I have a responsibility, so I should save him out and help him solve the problem. Give me the exact address. The leader, San, didn't dare to hide it and immediately gave Yi Qing the detailed address. After giving it, the ringleader, San, swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Yi, are you looking for Big Brother Skywolf to make a move? Can you, please, be a little lighter when he strikes? Those brothers of mine, actually, don't want to be like that. If the family head and ninth uncle's side really reconcile and solve the problem, we are eager to see it. Yi Qing sniffed and looked at the leader, San, and said, You seem a little afraid of the Sky Wolf? The leader, San, smiled bitterly as he nodded his head, and subconsciously touched his face, which had been slapped twice by Tian Lang. To be honest, I am truly afraid of this Tian Lang big brother. After all, I have heard of his deeds at one time, but I just didn't expect to become your henchman and watch over your home. Yi Qing nodded and laughed. You've said that they're caretakers, so it won't be them who strike. Wait, I'll make a call first. After saying that, Yi Qing directly dialed the phone, then smiled faintly and said, Red Pupil, have you arrived yet? A respectful voice came over the phone. Mr. Yi, we'll be arriving at your home soon. We'll be able to greet you face to face later. Just wait a moment. Yi Qing smiled at his words, then hung up the phone, waiting for this brother of mine to come over. You put the address and want to say the words. Tell him on the line. Oh yes. You wait for the best in advance and your side of the good relationship with the brother to say a word, so that they must not rebel, or else, I really cannot guarantee anything. After all, this brother of mine, sometimes, crazy, I actually cannot control. When the leader, San, heard the words, he was a little bit numb, and he was not a little cutie, naturally hearing the truth, especially when mentioning Skywolf. Yi Qing didn't put it on his mind at all, but when mentioning this red pupil, it was taken very seriously, and this status disparity, it had been clarified all of a sudden. The most important thing is that the Sky Wolf is so crazy. Yi Qing does not even take it seriously, but specifically said that the red pupil is crazy. He cannot control it. How crazy it should be. I'm afraid that, at the very least, in Yi Qing's eyes, this red pupil, I'm afraid, was 100 times more terrifying than the heavenly wolf. For a moment, the leader, San, was really curious about the red pupil. Somewhat soon, a cab drove to Yi Qing's downstairs. A young man came down from the car wearing black casual clothes, looking handsome and with a gentle face. However, this is only an illusion. Anyone who really thinks of him as a mild-mannered, handsome regular guy is sadly mistaken, because he, who was no one else, was none other than the red pupil who even Yi Qing felt that it was not easy to control when he went crazy. Walking up the stairs, the door was open, and after seeing Yi Qing, the red pupil's face immediately showed an excited, thrilled expression. Mr. Yi, Brother Yi, I finally see you again. After the red pupil finished speaking, even her eyes were red. This excited expression, anyone who looks at it, it doesn't look like it's fake. And Yi Qing looked at Red Hitomi, stretched out his hands, and directly gave Red Hitomi a hug, and laughed. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I miss you too. Look, a little thinner, but stronger. Good, very good. Come, it's been a hard journey. Sit down and rest first. The red pupil sniffed, and without being polite, she directly sat beside Yi Qing, picked up a cup of tea, and directly drank it all in one go. Mr. Yi, just now you called me. Is there something you want me to do? You can just order me. I came back this time. I am your personal guard. Anytime, anywhere, at your command. You name it. Who to kill? Chapter 139, The Crushed Sand. Good line. Who to kill? Talking about human lives like ants. The leader San originally saw the red pupil after, but also feel strange. After all, the red pupil's looks to give people the feeling also, are not like what crazy bad contact people. In particular, the affection it showed for Yi Qing gave people a good feeling of affection and righteousness. But that was before the head San had even finalized this impression. A sentence about who to kill made the head San freeze, and his mind didn't know what to think. The contrast, it's a little too big. Yi Qing looked at the red pupil and shook his head with a smile, saying, your killing aura, as I said long ago, is too heavy. It was heavy before, and it's even heavier now. From a million miles away, you kill people, a lot of them, right? Red Hitomi sniffed, full of concern and said, they are all drug dealers and criminals. They are all my enemies anyway. If these people are not killed, are they kept for the new year to be killed as pigs? I don't have that much food to feed them. It would be easier to just slaughter them. I'm not hiding it from you. I've been eating, fasting and praying to Buddha for the past 2 months, and I've already seldom moved to kill. That is, I've fought 2 major battles and a dozen minor battles, and I've slaughtered a few hundred ungrateful enemies, I guess. Looking at the red pupil in front of him, a picture of his own very kind appearance, the head of San's legs, unconsciously suddenly trembled a little. This, if what is said is true, then, this is a murderous killing star without a doubt. 2 months of fasting and reciting Buddha's teachings without moving to kill, and still killed hundreds of people. So what if you move to kill and don't fast and recite Buddha's teachings? The head honcho, San, was already a little afraid to imagine it. Fake, right? How is it that such a ruthless person, if he really exists, has, well, never been heard of? And just as the leader, San, was rambling, the red pupil suddenly looked at him. Mr. Yi, is this your friend? Yi Qing sniffed, shook his head, and laughed. That's not true. He was sent here to protect me. Protection? Red Hitomi sniffed and nodded, then looked at the leader, San, and said indifferently, you're here to protect Mr. Yi? The leader, San, sniffed and wanted to nod his head, but looking at Red Hitomi's eyes, for some reason, a sudden aura of danger made him almost afraid to open his mouth. Also, sort of, when these words came out, the red pupil slowly got up, walked to the front of the leader, San, and faintly spoke. That's kind of it, isn't it? Then it's not. It's not protection, but staring at Mr. Yi. Then it's surveillance? The leader, San, just wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Red Hitomi already had one hand, choked his neck, and lifted the leader, San, up with one hand. This skinny-looking body was hiding a huge strength, something that the leader, San, didn't expect. Right now, however, what he feared the most was the red pupil's eyes. In that pair of eyes, there was actually a red glow, full of madness and killing, as if the depths of hell could be seen in them. Will die, will definitely die. As long as the red pupil slightly move his finger, he will be immediately pinched off his neck to die through and through. It seems that I was right to come back. Otherwise, any cat or dog would have dared to find trouble with Mr. Yi. Oh, really? Remarkable. Remarkable. Mr. Yi is kind-hearted and unwilling to kill more. But I, red pupil, don't care. This life of mine originally came out of hell. Big deal. Just go back to hell again. But before I go, I must let many people accompany me to hell. You damn things. You dare to offend Mr. Yi. You, damn you. It was at this moment that Yi Qing spoke. Well, Red Hitomi, he was forced to, and besides, we get along fine, and he didn't give me a hard time. The way he said it, if he really dared to make things difficult for Yi Qing. As far as Yi Qing's methods were concerned, it wouldn't be worse than Red Hitomi's. It would only be more ruthless. After all, just by being able to subdue the red pupil, it is not the 4 words that can be done by virtue. That is, absolute strength and absolute madness. The red pupil didn't dare to disobey Yi Qing's order, revealing a sardonic smile as he looked at the leader, San, and laughed. Mr. Yi is magnanimous and told me to let you go, so I have to accept this order. But I, for one, am very upset. As he spoke, Red Hitomi let go of his hand. The leader, San, instantly sat on the ground, covering his neck in agony. At this moment, the leader San only felt that he had really had bad luck for 8 lifetimes. People Yi Qing hadn't even said anything yet. But what happened? Yesterday, when he arrived at the Cloud Mist Special Courtyard, he was taught a lesson by Sky Wolf, who slapped him twice. And today, he was almost killed by Red Hitomi. He was, now, really feeling like he wanted to cry. Why don't you hurry up and give Mr. Yi thanks for saving your life? Red Hitomi had her hands behind her back and looked at the leader San indifferently. At this moment, the leader, San, how could he dare to say more than half a word? He hurriedly looked at Yi Qing and choked. Oh, Mr. Yi, thanks for saving your life. Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Crying. The leader, San, is also considered a man. But at this moment, he was actually aggrieved and heartbroken and directly cried out. Yi Qing sighed and said, get up. You have a lot of tolerance for Red Hitomi's temper. But don't worry, he won't bully you anymore. The leader, San, sniffed and nodded, saying, Mr. Yi, I, San, swear that we will never make an enemy of you, ever. It was sworn hair, more like a proof of something in front of the red pupil. Yi Qing looked at Red Hitomi and laughed softly, saying, this temper of yours, change it slowly. Let San give you an address. Then go and free the Wan family master. And, when the time comes, I'll let San speak to those brothers of his. If no one resists you, then ignore them. If someone resists, you can do it yourself. A sentence of watch and see made the red pupil's eyes flash through a hint of essence, but it made the leader, San, instantly cold as hell. With Red Hitomi's murderous demeanor, if you let him watch, will he not go on a killing spree? Yi Qing clearly knew all this, but still said so. It was obvious that the truly ruthless person, in fact, had always been the seemingly tolerant and generous Yi Qing. Ah, horrible, horrible. These people are devils. No, he had to do everything he could to keep the brothers who were close to him away from the place of right and wrong, and save his life. As for the others, he couldn't care less. Okay, Mr. Yi, then where can I find you after I rescue the people? Also, I came back this time and brought back 120 brothers. Each one is an elite killed out of hell. If there is any order, you can just command it. I guarantee that I won't let you down. At these words, the head of the leader, San, lowered even further. Just kidding. Red Hitomi had said that the elites killed out of hell. To make this killing star say such words, it was evident that the hands of these more than 100 people had definitely not seen a lot of blood. Horrible, truly horrible to think about. Yi Qing thought about it and said, let's wait until the people are rescued. The arrangements have been made over at the Cloud Mist Villa. Skywolf and the others are responsible for looking after the house. So you'll be my personal guards. Have you made up the personnel yet? The red pupil nodded and said, it has already been compiled long ago. Heaven, Earth, Xianhuang, for squads of 30 people each, ready to follow your orders. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, looked at the time and said, go on, do your work first, wait for tonight. When we arrive at the Cloud Mist Villa, then we'll have a good chat. Chapter 140, Arrival at the Hotel. With Yi Qing's order, the red pupil came and went in a hurry. However, this Jiangcheng, and even this eastern province, from the moment Red Hitomi arrived, it was already destined not to be peaceful. San, we can set off. After all, we can't let you make a mistake in front of Wan Xiao. Yi Qing looked at the somewhat dumbfounded leader San and spoke with a smile. When the leader, San, heard this, he immediately smiled bitterly and looked at Yi Qing pleadingly. Mr. Yi, I beg you, please spare me. I'm really scared to death. Yi Qing smiled and said, all right, you can go. The leader, San, hurriedly escorted Yi Qing to the downstairs as if he was escorting a grandpa. Then a dozen or so people, driving 3 cars, escorted Yi Qing to the hotel in this way. Those who didn't know, thought that this was Yi Qing's platoon. But now, not to mention the others, even the leader, San, they didn't know whether this was surveillance or protection anymore. But at least they knew one thing, to beat them to death. They didn't dare to offend Yi Qing. At this moment, the small banquet hall of the Cloud Hotel. It has long been set up, full of youthfulness, but also looks grand. In short, absolutely no disgrace is. The Bai family lord looked at the banquet hall with great satisfaction and laughed. It's not easy to book a banquet hall in the Cloud Hotel. This time, it's still thanks to Wan Xiao. It's really thoughtful. Bai Weiwei stood aside, very satisfied with today's scene. Girls, who will not have a dream of being a princess? She Bai Weiwei, naturally also have. Looking at the Bai family lord, Bai Weiwei was somewhat moved and said, Uncle, all these years, thanks to you guys taking care of me for my parents. I think that when my parents see this day, they will surely be very thankful to you. The Bai family lord sighed as he heard this and said, Weiwei, today is a happy day. Let's not mention these things. In short, it's good that you're happy, but if you want to give thanks today, it's better to thank Wan Xiao. If it weren't for Wan Xiao, your bar mitzvah couldn't have been planned so perfectly. Bai Weiwei sniffed and nodded with a smile on her face, saying, Don't worry uncle, when my brother-in-law arrives, I'll be sure to thank him properly. However, it's more important for me to thank my sister. If it wasn't for my sister, my brother-in-law wouldn't have gone through so much effort to help me. After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruorua and smiled. Sister, brother-in-law can be really good to you. You must cherish don't make brother-in-law unhappy, and don't break everyone's heart for the sake of someone who doesn't know what they are talking about. Bai Weiwei's words clearly meant something. I know what to do. I don't need you to worry about it, but isn't it a bit much for you to call me brother-in-law in one breath? Even if Wan Xiao and I have confirmed our relationship, we haven't reached the step of getting a license to get married. The title of brother-in-law. You'd better not shout it. Bai Weiwei sniffed, laughed lightly, although there is no license to marry. But, sooner or later, after all, Wan's girlfriend, the whole of Jiangchang, who dares to rob? Also, sister, although this set of jewelry of yours is fake, it looks just like the real thing, sparkling and beautiful. Why don't you ask Yi Qing where he bought it after you've humiliated him with this later? It's a nice handmade. I also want to find this artisan to make some. Speaking here, Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, Forget it, you'd better not ask. You're now with Yi Qing. That's in addition to clearing the relationship. A clean break. Don't have one more second of communication, or I'll wait for him to come and ask him myself. After all, this is not considered to be humiliating to him. It's an honor for him. Bai Ruorua looked at the arrogant Bai Weiwei, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and said, Weiwei, you are now a little too arrogant. Right, this is not good. I advise you, or change. At this time, the Bai family lord was laughing. What's wrong with being arrogant? As the daughter of the Bai family, and being so beautiful and smart, is it possible to be humble without being arrogant? Wouldn't that be a casual way to get ripped off by some poor kid? That's what would never be allowed. Vivi, just be arrogant. We have this condition. Uncle supports you. Bai Weiwei smiled and nodded her head. Thank you uncle. Don't worry. I will never be cheated by any poor boy. Ordinary people. Bai Weiwei. In the future to marry is also to marry a top of the big man. Not to say anything else. Even if it can't compare to the Wan Xiao, it can't be too much worse kind of. Like Yi Qing, who is only a little bit capable, is arrogant, and also likes to cheat people and eat soft rice. That's something I can't even look at even if I'm beaten to death. Bai Weiwei's disrespect for Yi Qing was down to her bones, and at this moment, Bai Ruorua angrily said, Bai Weiwei, can you learn to respect people? What exactly did Yi Qing do to you that made you have such a big grudge against him? I'm telling you, even if Yi Qing and I really broke off and have nothing to do with each other, you are definitely not allowed to humiliate people just like this. Do you hear me? Just then, Wan Xiao walked into the banquet hall surrounded by a group of people. Ruorua, what are you doing? Throwing such a big tantrum. What's wrong with Weiwei? I see. She didn't say anything wrong. Yi Qing is not just a liar. Why can't we talk about it? Seeing Wan Xiao walk in with a proud face, Bai Ruorua's face, instantly pale, did not dare to say anything more. He was afraid that, because he spoke for Yi Qing, he would invite trouble for Yi Qing. At this moment, the Bai family master and the others hurriedly caught up to the front and smiled at Wan Xiao. Family Master 1, you're here. You should have said so in advance so that we could go out to greet you. When Wan Xiao heard the title of Wan family lord, he smiled and said, Uncle Bai, it's better to call me Wan Xiao. It sounds better. It's better to call me by my name directly. After all, you're the elder. Elders are elders. But, how to look at Wan Zhao's temper does not seem to be too good. This is if you really shout the name of Tua De, then it is unintelligent. Good, then I'll still shout Wan Xiao. You've worked hard all the way. We were just talking about you and thanking you. If it wasn't for you, Weiwei's bar mitzvah wouldn't have been so grand and good. You're making Wei Wei have a bar mitzvah that she'll never forget. Bai Weiwei also smiled at this time and walked to Wan Xiao, saying sweetly, brother-in-law, thank you, you're so kind. Wan Xiao laughed out loud and shook his head. It's all what should be done. There's nothing to be thankful for. Still, we're our own people. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruo, who was standing in place, her face pale, and spoke faintly, Ruo, your temper should be changed. How can you lose your temper with your own sister? Wei Wei, it's also for your own good. Don't you think so? Bai Ruo sighed in her heart and looked at Wan Xiao, nodding her head gently, saying, I was a bit anxious just now. I apologize. Only then did Wan Xiao nod his head in satisfaction and said, knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at the Bai family lord and lightly smiled. Uncle Bai, I'll introduce you to two people, and in addition, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Chapter 141, Fearful Threats. This is Uncle 9. Uncle Bai must have recognized him, so we can have more contact in the future. Wan Xiao pointed at ninth uncle who was standing beside him and opened his mouth smilingly. The Bai family master quickly extended his hand and laughed. How could I not recognize Uncle 9? There is no one in Jiangcheng who doesn't recognize Uncle 9, especially since Uncle 9 helped us so much. It's too late to thank him. After saying that, the Bai family had hurriedly pulled Bai Ruo and Bai Weiwei together to meet Uncle 9, and Uncle 9, facing the greetings from the crowd, was indifferent, just squeezing a smile from his face, which looked, well, perfunctory. Wan Xiao then pointed at Ironhead and laughed. I'm going to make a grand introduction. Uncle Bai, Ruo, this is Mr. Ironhead, is the #1 beloved general under Uncle Gong. You guys, maybe you haven't heard of his name, but his identity status, in the entire eastern province, that's also counted. Ironhead sniffed and spoke proudly, which has no status. I'm just one of Uncle Gong's dogs, there's no need to take me seriously. The way he said this, saying that he was a dog, but this tone, as if others were the dogs, this arrogance, already proved that Ironhead was not ordinary. Moreover, Uncle Gong's #1 beloved general just this one name, is enough to let the vast majority of people in the eastern province give three thin face. The Bai family master even hastily stretched out his hands and smiled. So it's Mr. Ironhead. Your great presence really makes my Bai family's presence shine. Today, you must eat well, drink well, and if there's any hospitality that's not good enough, you must bear with me more. Ironhead fatally extended his hand to shake the Bai family master's hand, then looked at the pale Bai Ruo and let out a light laugh, saying, You're Bai Ruo? Bai Ruo nodded her head, and in her heart at the moment, she was already apprehensive. The one who wanted to kill Yi Qing was Uncle Gong, and the fact that Ironhead had come to Jiangcheng and was still standing with Wan Xiao proved that Wan Xiao's words were definitely not a lie to her. It is true that he has become Uncle Gong's righteous son, and it is also true that it is not the same as it used to be. Yes, Mr. Ironhead, I'm Bai Ruo. Ironhead sniffed and spoke faintly. Your guts, they're not small. When these words came out, Bai Ruo's face turned even paler, and the Bai family lord and the others were also flabbergasted for a moment, and then they only felt a chill going up their heads. After all, to have Ironhead say these words, it was obvious, it was not good. Mr. Ironhead, what do you mean? When Ironhead heard this, his expression was cold, and he spoke faintly. The person that Uncle Gong wants to kill, in the eastern province, no one has dared to protect him, but you want to protect Yi Qing. But you say that, aren't you working against Uncle Gong? Even Uncle Kong's order, you dare to disobey and even defy it. You say, don't you have a lot of guts? Bai Ruoro's face was like white paper as she stood aside, not daring to speak. When the Bai family master heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smiling face, Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Mr. Ironhead, Ruo is just too simple and too kind to be deceived, but she would never and would not dare to go against Uncle Gong. After saying that, the Bai family master looked at Wan Xiao and said, Wan Xiao, you know Ruo best, so say a few words for Ruo. Wan Xiao sniffed, then sighed and said, I've already explained for Ruo many times, but Mr. Ironhead just isn't happy about it. His loyalty to Uncle Kong, that's really the sun and the moon can be seen. Anything and anyone that makes Uncle Kong unhappy, Mr. Ironhead hates to kill directly. Uncle Bai, you can understand it, right? The Bai family master nodded his head hurriedly and said, Understood, understood. Mr. Ironhead is sincere and loyal to Uncle Gong. This is a model for us. It's just that Mr. Ironhead, please also see to it that your daughter is still young and uninformed. Wan Xiao also smiled and opened his mouth. Mr. Iron Head, Ruo's matter, I have already explained. Moreover, Ruo has already lost her way. She today is to be in front of all the people, to humiliate Yi Qing, and Yi Qing a clean break. This is already enough to prove the sincerity. Mr. Iron Head, you don't have to be general with her. As to give me a face, okay. When Iron Head heard this, he snorted coldly with some dissatisfaction and said, this face, I can give, but I would like to see if what you guys are saying is true. If it is, then I'll be lenient. If it's not, then don't blame me for being merciless. After all, the majesty of Uncle Kong is not to be infringed upon by anyone. Ironhead specialized in looking at Bai Ruo, coldly smiled and said, little girl, see people, or to brighten the eyes, not what people are worth to love, worth to protect, and, even if you want to do so, also have to consider whether you have the ability, and will therefore, to themselves and their families, what kind of disaster. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Bai family lord, and when he looked at Bai Ruo, his voice was a bit stern. Ruo, do you understand now? That Yi Qing is a scourge. If you continue to be stubborn, don't say that Mr. Ironhead won't spare you. I'll be the first to spare you. After saying that, the Bai family master came over to Bai Ruo's body, his voice low and full of anger. If you want to get our whole family killed, if you want to, you'll be obsessed. Otherwise, you know what you have to do. Wan Xiao's side is okay, but Mr. Ironhead's meaning, you've already seen it. That's Uncle Gong's beloved general, killing people on his hands. You don't want to see our Bai family's blood flow into a river. At this moment, Bai Ruo's eyes were teary and she choked and nodded her head. I know what to do. I know. Don't worry. When Yi Qing comes, I will let you see what you want to see. Hearing Bai Ruo's words, the Bai family master was relieved, looked at Wan Xiao, and smiled. Wan Xiao, but also to thank you for your magnanimity. Ruo, this child is still small, still do not know how to do things. You in the future, more discipline on it, and will certainly not let you down. By the way, you just said you had something to say. What was it? Wan Xiao lightly laughed, said, it's not a big deal. Is that this Weiwei's bar mitzvah? Specifications are not small, should come to a lot of VIPs, since it came, always have to ensure their safety. Be careful for the sake of it, so I've arranged for some manpower in the surroundings of the defense. Security. This hotel, also have to arrange for some of them. Uncle Bai won't mind it. Upon hearing that it was this matter, the Bai family master immediately shook his head in a hurry and said, no, how could I mind? This is a good thing. Speaking of this, the Bai family master hesitated and said, I'm fine with that. It's just that, this is the Cloud Hotel, and I heard that their rules are quite big. Will they agree? The Cloud Hotel, a subordinate enterprise of the Cloud Group, has strong assets and strength, and the rules, naturally, will not be less, especially in the Eastern Province. The Cloud Group has much investment, strength, and is very strong. When Wan Xiao heard this, he laughed and said, Uncle Bai is overthinking it. Mr. Han won't mind. I'm on good terms with him. This little thing, it won't affect anything. Speaking here, Wan Xiao saw a silhouette and hurriedly laughed. People just can't help chanting. This is not. Mr. Han has already come. Chapter 142 Cloud Group's legal team. Following Wan Xiao's gaze, he saw a handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, being accompanied by a few of his men, walking into the banquet hall. Wan Xiao looked at the Bai family lord and they laughed. This one you guys probably haven't seen much. After all, Mr. Han has also just come to Jiangcheng to serve for not long, and now he is the general manager of Jiangcheng Yunwan Group. However, don't underestimate this Mr. Han. He, however, is coming down to platinum plating, and it won't be long until he should be promoted to the vice president of the Eastern Province Yunwan Group. The Cloud Group, not to say how big the investment in the Eastern Province is. The investment in Jiangcheng, that has been very not small. A cloud city, a cloud hotel, just these two, is more than $10 billion of investment. Therefore, the position of the head of the Cloud Group in Jiangcheng was definitely not lower than any of the bigwigs of the lineage, even, it will only be higher. Wan Xiao, you didn't inform me when you came, so I could personally come to greet you. Ha ha ha. Mr. Han stepped forward, as if he was familiar with Wan Xiao, and directly extended his hand with a smile. Wan Xiao didn't dare to be arrogant, shook Mr. Han's hand and smiled. Mr. Han is busy with his affairs. I wouldn't dare to let you come to greet him, but this time, I've caused you trouble. Mr. Han laughed and shook his head, saying, Give me a shout out. I can't wait to be happy. Wan Xiao. As for me, I've brought a few supervisors from the hotel. If there's anything you need, just talk to them, and I guarantee to give you the right service. As Han Xiao's words fell, the several supervisors beside him all smiled at Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao immediately gave a shout of what he had just thought. Han Xiao heard this, and after a moment of silence, he laughed. Wan Xiao is not trusting our Cloud Group's security team. However, in Jiangcheng, it's still you, Wan Xiao, who is more powerful. Okay, then I'll make an exception and allow you to enter. Who let us be friends? Ha ha ha. After saying that, Han Xiao looked towards Ironhead, extended his hand and smiled. This is Mr. Ironhead. Right, Uncle Kun's beloved general. How are you? I'm the general manager of the Cloud Hotel Jiangcheng, but it won't be too long before we should be able to meet up in the Eastern Continent. When that time comes, get in touch more often. Ironhead from the time he came here, give a person's character is untamed, wild, as if, the sky is not afraid of the earth, who do not give face. However, at this moment, when facing Mr. Han, it was with a smile on his face, not wanting to offend at all. Mr. Han is polite. You are about to become the vice president of Cloud Group's Eastern Province. That's an absolute big shot. When the time comes, I still hope that Mr. Han will be more helpful. And, if Mr. Han has any need for me to help, just open your mouth, and Ironhead will definitely do his best is all. Mr. Han smiled and nodded, exchanging pleasantries without saying much. But, from the attitude of the Ironhead can be seen, the vice president of the Cloud Group in the Eastern Province, I'm afraid, is Uncle Gong, are not willing to easily offend the big man. There is no way. Who let the Cloud Group's strength is strong assets it. The investment in the entire Eastern Province had exceeded $100 billion, and such a giant was an absolute VIP wherever he went. What's more, Han Xiao is so young and is about to become the vice president of the Eastern Province. To say that he doesn't have a background of strength, then who would believe it? At this time, Wan Xiao laughed. Mr. Han, take your seat first. When Mr. Han heard this, he smiled and shook his head. No, I still have some things to do. When I'm done, I'll definitely come over to support the show. After saying that, Mr. Han was about to leave. And at this time, Bai Weiwei's eyes lit up as she looked at Mr. Han and smiled. Mr. Han, it really makes me happy that you can attend my bar mitzvah. Thank you very much. However, there is something I would like to ask for your help. Would you see? Mr. Han sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei, nodded, and smiled. Miss Bai is really pretty and cute. Tell me, what is it that I can help you with? Bai Weiwei immediately pulled Bai Ruo in front of her and laughed. This is my sister. Han is the general manager of the Yunwan Hotel. That should be familiar with Yunwan City as well. I just want to ask General Manager Han to help me to take a look at my sister's set of jewelry, the white crystal love, to see if it's real or fake. When these words came out, Bai Ruo immediately changed her face and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, Mr. Han is busy with his affairs. What are you doing bothering Mr. Han with this small matter? After saying that, Bai Ruo smiled at Mr. Han and said, Mr. Han, my sister doesn't know how to do things. Please bear with me. If you have something to do, go about your business, so I won't trouble you. Mr. Han smiled and nodded, saying, it's not troublesome. However, I'm not the person in charge of Yunwan City. Moreover, I don't actually know too much about jewelry. Of course, if needed, I can let the person in charge of jewelry over in Yunwan City come over to personally verify. Speaking here, General Manager Han looked at the white crystal love that Bai Ruo was wearing, smiled, and said, it's really beautiful and sparkling. This set of jewelry, white crystal love, I've heard of it as well. It's the town's treasure of the Eastern Province's Yunwan City, priced at a whopping $99,999,999. And moreover, it's only this one set. Ms. Ruo. If this is the real white crystal love, then, the person who gave it to you, must love you very much. This was said in such a way that at this moment, Bai Ruo's heart was a little sweet, but yet, she didn't know what to say, and although Wan Xiao's face was unchanged, the twitching corners of his mouth already indicated that he was, inwardly, somewhat unhappy, and Bai Weiwei hurriedly spoke up at this time. Sending the real one is naturally loving my sister. So what about sending the fake one? That would be cheating my sister. An ordinary person, how can afford to buy nearly $100 million worth of white crystal love? This is simply a fool's errand. Well, cannot afford to send, cannot send, but send a fake to deceive people, is a character problem. Mr. Han, for this kind of crook who dares to counterfeit the Yunduan jewelry's town treasure, Yun Duan Group will not just sit back and ignore it, right, Mr. Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Bai Weiwei and Wan Xiao's performance, he instantly knew that, in this, there was no small entanglement of right and wrong involved. At the very least, the person who had sent Bai Ruorua this set of jewelry was, obviously, not liked by these people, or, even, was loathed. Right away, Mr. Han understood what to do. Oh, that's natural. My cloud group has a specialized legal team. If someone dares to counterfeit our cloud jewelry's town treasure, not to mention anything else, it's still easy to let him squat in jail for 10 or 8 years. What's more, my cloud group can not only have a legal team, for this kind of thing, is abhorrent, so the formation of a specialized team, catch one, pack one, guarantee than squatting in prison to suffer. Speaking here, Mr. Han looked at the somewhat excited Bai Weiwei and laughed. MS. Weiwei seems to have a clue to provide me with. That's good. As long as the matter is true, I guarantee that this liar won't have a good result. At these words, Bai Weiwei instantly became excited. As for Bai Ruorua's face, it became even paler. Wan Xiao wanted to deal with Yi Cheng, Uncle Gong wanted to deal with Yi Cheng, and now, even the powerful cloud group wanted to deal with Yi Cheng? This Yi Cheng, is there any way to live? No, absolutely not. Bai Weiwei, what do you want to do? Today is your bar mitzvah, it's a happy day. You, just don't add to the chaos, okay? Bai Ruorua looked at Bai Weiwei. Her tone was filled with anger, but her eyes, however, carried a hint of pleading. Chapter 143, I'm going to stop him. Looking at Bai Ruorua's pleading eyes, Bai Weiwei's heart softened a bit. I thought, anyway, we'll wait for the truth to come out, then this bad guy, she temporarily do not do, is not no good. After all, Yi Cheng, not yet arrived well, the good game has not yet seen it. Thinking of this, Bai Weiwei looked at Mr. Han and smiled. Mr. Han, I'm just talking off the top of my head. Moreover, I don't know about this aspect, so when you come here later, you can see for yourself. Mr. Han nodded and smiled. Okay, then we'll talk about it later. I'll go and get busy first. Afterwards, Mr. Han said goodbye to Wan Xiao and the others and left directly. Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruoruo and laughed softly. Fake is fake, unless it can become real. Otherwise, even if you can help Yi Cheng now, later on, you still won't be able to help him. Counterfeits from the cloud group are few and far between on the market. Do you know why? As Mr. Han said, in addition to their strong legal team, they also have a department that specializes in counterfeiting. This department, the means is quite ruthless. Bai Ruoruo gritted her teeth and placed her hand on the white crystal love, trying to rip the set of jewelry off right then and there. Yet Wan Xiao laughed. Pulling it off will only make things worse. You say, right? Bai Ruoruo took a deep breath, looked at Wan Xiao, and said, you promised me. Wan Xiao nodded and laughed. That's right, I did promise you, but your performance today made me feel somewhat disappointed. So, next, will you still disappoint me? Bai Ruoruo sniffed, silent for a moment, gently walked to the side of Wan Xiao, and then obediently took Wan Xiao's arm. At this moment, like a girlfriend snuggling up to her boyfriend's side, Wan Xiao burst out laughing and said, that's right. After saying that, Wan Xiao took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and laughed. I've come to see where Yi Cheng has gotten to, and to be honest, I can't wait. After the call was connected, Wan Xiao directly turned on the speakerphone. People, where are they? The one who answered the phone was none other than the leader San. Hearing Wan Xiao's voice, he immediately replied, already on the way. There's some traffic jams, but we'll be there soon. Wan Xiao nodded and hung up the phone directly. Well, the fun will start later. And speaking of which, I forgot that there's a gift yet to be given. After saying that, Wan Xiao took a gift box from his men's hands and handed it to Bai Weiwei. Also do not know what you like. So, picked a diamond necklace. Of course, certainly is not comparable to the price of the white crystal love. But, $1 million or so, still, do not mind. Oh. Bai Weiwei smiled, her eyes lit up, and she immediately happily took the gift, smiling sweetly. Thanks brother-in-law, I'll surely enjoy it. Moreover, this is the real thing. That white crystal love is fake. Fake? How can it be compared to the real thing? Wan Xiao laughed, nodded, and said, I saw quite a few acquaintances greeting me. I'll take your sister over for a chat first. You guys get busy. We'll talk later. After saying that, Wan Xiao walked towards the others in the banquet hall, a face full of pride and excitement, while Bai Ruoruo sat on Wan Xiao's shoulder, and involuntarily followed Wan Xiao. The Bai family lord looked at Wan Xiao's back and smiled with great satisfaction. Wan Xiao today, very happy. That's true. for the first time attending this kind of occasion as the Lord of the 10,000 families, which is also considered to be publicizing one's identity. It would be strange if one could not be happy. Ruoruo, really found a good family. Just hope that Ruoruo knows something, otherwise, really let Wan Xiao angry. Our whole family will not be good. As he said this, a trace of worry flashed across the White family lord's face. After all was said and done, it was still because of Yi Qing. The Bai family lord gritted his teeth, and in his heart, made a decision. You guys meet the guests here now, and I'll meet them at the front door of the hotel. Mrs. Bai sniffed and immediately said, wouldn't it be fine here? Why do you still have to run to the front door of the hotel? The Bai family head whispered. I can't let Yi Qing ruin Ruo and Wan Xiao's relationship. I have to snatch the words out of his mouth before he comes in. In short, in a word, today, even if someone am a villain, I will absolutely not allow anyone to threaten Ruo's and Wan Xiao's relationship. Mrs. Bai nodded gently, hesitated, and said, try to be as gentle as possible. After all, he is considered to have saved Ruo. The White family lord nodded, then went directly to the hotel lobby. Today, the happiest person would be Bai Weiwei, especially the envious eyes of Cat and Throwback, which made Bai Weiwei excited. Weiwei, you're too good. The scene that we both dare not even dream of was realized by you. This scene is too big. This gift, it's too much. So many big names. It's great. It's awesome. Bai Weiwei raised her proud head and said excitedly, that's right. You guys don't think about it. What kind of person is my sister Qingyue? Not to mention, my brother-in-law, but Wan Xiao, and now it's already the head of the Wan family. This scene, it's a piece of cake. Cat looked at the gifts piled up on the stage with envious eyes. Weiwei, today you're receiving gifts all over the place. Right. Wan Xiao out of the blue is $1 million necklace. Simply envious. You don't blame us for the lightness of our gift. We don't have that kind of money, but our friendship, you understand. Cat and Throwback's family history was there, and even if they were better than average, they were only better. Trying to get them to come up with pricey gifts would be really difficult for them, but Bai Weiwei didn't care about this matter. To her, the envious eyes of Cat and Throwback were the best gift of all. What do you two think? I'm not someone who values money. What's more, I've already received a lot of expensive gifts today. Later, when you leave, you can each pick 2 pieces to take away. It's not a waste of our sisterhood. How about it? I'm interesting enough. Cat's eyes instantly lit up when she heard that. It's not good. After all, the gifts here are all very expensive. If we take them away, we're not taking advantage of you. Bai Weiwei sniffed and laughed. It's okay, take it away. Just, my favorite gift. I'm afraid I can't receive it. After all, that thing, it's really too rare. The average person can't buy it at all. When mentioning this, Bai Weiwei's eyes were filled with longing, and then loss, as if, that thing, if she couldn't get it, was her greatest regret. Cat and Throwback sniffed and spoke. What you're talking about? Is that what you mentioned before? The divine water of life? Weiwei, is this thing really that magical? Yeah, it can't be. It can improve the physique, whiten the skin, slow down aging, and even refresh the mind. Weiwei, what you are talking about? I'm afraid it's not some kind of panacea. This world, how can there be such a good thing? It was no wonder that Cat and Throw didn't believe it. If she hadn't seen the effects of the Life Original liquid with her own eyes, Bai Weiwei would almost not be able to believe it either. However, the truth is the truth. And the original liquid of life is that it has this kind of effect that is so powerful that it is outrageous. It's true. I'm not going to lie to you. Moreover, that's not called Life Divine Water. It's called the original liquid of life. It's normal that you guys haven't heard of it. And it's me, I've only heard of it by chance. Can something that Bai Weiwei, personally made a guarantee be fake? Moreover, the effect will only be better than what I said. Let's put it this way. You guys haven't heard of this stuff, but, Mythic Group, you've always heard of it, right? Chapter 144, The Terror of the Life Original Liquid. The Mythos Group? Cat and Throwback's faces first flashed with a hint of doubt, followed by a look of realization. Of course I've heard of the Myth Group. Now the entire Eastern Province should be known by almost everyone. The rise of this group. That's just like the name. It's become a myth. In just over 2 years, it seems like the assets have reached tens of billions of dollars. But offhand, no one knows what this group's main business is, and that's what's so strange. It's no wonder that Cat and Throw don't know about it. In fact, those who do, are few and far between. The Myth Group clearly seems to have little business, but is recognized as having tens of billions of dollars in assets. And, it seems, that's just the beginning. That's the strangest part. The strangest thing is that the myth of the group's funds or human connections is simply a constant flow, cannot find the upper limit of the kind. This is not a myth. What is a myth? Wei, you mentioned the mythic group at this time. You can't be saying that this what's-his-name Life Original Liquid that you're talking about is a product of the mythic group, right? Vivian White nodded, proud that she knew the mythic group better than they did. Otherwise, why do you think the mythic group has so much money? As if it can't spend it all, constantly expanding other business territories. And why do you think there are so many big names endorsing the mythic group? That's all because of the Life Original Liquid. I know you guys must be very curious. Why haven't you heard of the Life Original Liquid? To tell you the truth, that's because this good thing is specialized for the big shots. It's not even sold to the public. How could it be known? Now, you understand. Why is the mythic group so rich? That's because there's a steady stream of big shots who are paying for it. You don't believe me. Always won't. Also don't believe that one for the Life Original Liquid crazy big people. But are all long time, clever incomparable big brother. Life Original Liquid if really have no effect. They will willingly buy it? At this moment, Cat and Throw are completely believed by Wei. Indeed, so many bigwigs endorsed the myth group. It couldn't be fake. If it was said to be a fraudulent company, it was too bullish to be able to fool so many bigwigs. It was simply unimaginable. And just then, Cat seemed to think of something. Her eyes lit up and she looked at Bai Weiwei. Weiwei, do you remember Shirlin? It's that senior that we met during the school festival. At that time, also added your contact information. Quite like you that. Bai Weiwei sniffed, nodded, and said, I remember. This Shirlin is quite talented, and he's not bad looking, but he seems to be a bit arrogant. What's wrong? Cat hurriedly spoke up. If my information is correct, it seems like he's working for the myth group, and moreover, it's the headquarters. At these words, Bai Weiwei's eyes instantly lit up, grasping Cat's hand. She said, Cat, is the information accurate? Is Shirlin really working at the myth group's headquarters? This would be great if it's true. Those of us who want to buy the Life Original Liquid don't have a doorway at all. We can't even see it. But if we have the help of someone from the mythic group's headquarters, perhaps we'll have a chance. Speaking as if the matter had been talked over, Bai Weiwei began to calculate. A small bottle of Life Original Liquid is worth like $1 million. The money I have saved in my hand over the years is almost enough. Even if it's not enough, I can still borrow it. And then again, if not, there are many more expensive gifts today. So as long as I sell some of them, I can make up for it. Money-wise, there won't be a problem. As long as Shirlin can really help me, I'll have the chance to buy the Life Original Liquid. Great. Just great. Bai Weiwei was thrilled at this moment. Her entire body was excited. As if the original liquid of life had already fallen into her hands. And Cat and Throw, who heard her muttering to herself, glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. Cat swallowed her saliva, looked at Bai Weiwei, and said, Weiwei, you just said, how much did the Life Original Liquid cost? $1 million a bottle? Geez, this is too much. Even if it's a big bucket, it's a bit expensive. In the Cat's cognition, $1 million, that is the ordinary people cannot earn big money, even if her family conditions are quite good. But if you come up with $1 million, that is also hurt. And now, just one Life Original Liquid is worth 1 million. Simply a joke. However, what surprised her more was yet to come. Bai Weiwei sneered and said arrogantly, a big bucket? You guys are really whimsical. $1 million can only buy just a small bottle? Moreover, it's still a thumb-sized vial. Just kidding. Whoever has a big barrel, that's simply astronomical wealth. Cat and Throw were no longer skeptical of Bai Weiwei's words, but what they were skeptical of now was that the world they were living in was, really, the same world as everyone else? Crazy. Such a horrible price for only a thumb-sized vial of Life Original Liquid. It's just crazy. This stuff, really is a panacea? Bai Weiwei shook her head, revealing a mesmerized expression and said, you guys, you really don't understand. I've just told you about the effects of the original liquid of life. Could it be that it's still not a panacea? This is simply more than a panacea. Okay, this is, truly, divine water. $1 million a vial is expensive? Stop fooling around. In the situation I know, in the black market, the value of the original life liquid has been speculated to the price of 10 million vials. But, for that matter, no one is willing to sell it. Do you guys understand now? How horrible it is. Cannot understand. At least, for the Cat and Throw. Really, if you have this small bottle of Life Original Liquid, that, certainly do not want to use their own, directly still in the black market to sell, all of a sudden can realize the freedom of wealth. Why not do it? However, for this idea of theirs, Bai Weiwei scoffed because, as she knew best. No one could resist the Life Original Liquid, and anyone, as long as they got the Life Original Liquid, would definitely not be willing to sell it. It was truly, mesmerizingly divine water. Forget it, I'm not talking to you guys. I'll call Shirlin right now and invite him to my birthday party. Speaking here, Bai Weiwei looked at Cat and Thrower with some anger. Why didn't you guys say it earlier? It's this time of the year. I hope he can come. Even if he doesn't come, I'm definitely going to go look for him and be this friend with him. After saying that, Bai Weiwei couldn't wait to find Shirlin's new phone number and dialed it directly. Chapter 145. Neither of them is soft. The call was quickly answered. Vivi, what made you think to call me? Shirlin's surprised voice reached Bai Weiwei's ears, and it was obvious that Shirlin was very happy about Bai Weiwei's sudden call to him. The corners of Bai Weiwei's mouth lifted slightly, satisfied with her own charm. Senior, look at what you said. I am not afraid that you are busy, so I have not dared to disturb you. Today is my birthday. I am specially here to invite you to attend my birthday banquet. I do not know if Senior has the time. Willing to give this face? Appreciate a face? Shirlin News said. Immediately laughed. Weiwei, your invitation. How could I refuse it? Tell me the address. I'll rush over. How to say happy birthday to our birthday girl in person. Bai Weiwei sniffed and immediately told Shirlin the address. Okay, Viv, I'll be there in half an hour at the most. Upon hearing that she could arrive in half an hour, Bai Weiwei flinched and said, Senior is in Jiangcheng, not in East Continent? Shirlin laughed. These 2 days happen to be in Jiangcheng business trip. So, it is also a coincidence, is not it? Otherwise, this birthday banquet, I'm afraid I really cannot rush over it. Bai Weiwei sniffed, smiled and nodded, and after exchanging pleasantries, she hung up the phone. Looking at Cat and Throw, he said excitedly, it's done. In half an hour, Shirlin will be here. At that time, I must find a way to get him to buy a bottle of Life Original Liquid for me. The same look of excitement flowed from Cat and Throwback, looking at Bai Weiwei with a longing face, saying nothing, but yet, seemingly saying everything. Bai Weiwei hesitated and said, don't say I'm stingy. It's really too hard to get this thing called the Original Life Liquid. We'll see when the time comes. If we can buy more, I'll let you guys use it, and at worst, I can let you guys look at the effect so that you can find a chance to buy it again later. Hearing this, Cat and Thrower then broke into smiles. At this time, HD Moon and Lin Ji, also escorted by several bodyguards, arrived at the hotel's main entrance. Bai Weiwei, this is a good row. There are quite a lot of people here today, and the specifications are not low. Ha, Lin Ji, do you think that this is because of Wan Xiao's relationship? Lin Ji sniffed and nodded her head gently, a hint of dissatisfaction showing in her eyes as she said, the Bai family doesn't have such a big face, not to mention Bai Weiwei being a niece. Even if it's by Ruo over the bat mitzvah, it's just like that. He, now it's good. Hitching a ride on the Wan family's thighs. It's really a sight to behold. Bai Ruo has been pretending for so many years. Later on, I'd like to see if she's still pretending. Looking at Lin Ji, whose tone was displeased, the corner of HD Moon's mouth revealed a hint of a smile as she said, Lin Ji, to be honest, not to mention that you're displeased, I'm actually displeased in my heart as well. The three of us were good girlfriends growing up. You Lin Ji has always been the best, at the very least, not worse than Bai Ruo. And what happened? Now that Bai Ruo has instead found the man of her dreams, and you're still in a single state, it's a bit of a stretch. This is obviously provoking words. Lin Ji heard, directly sneered, no one else will pretend well, since childhood, pretending to be kind and simple, deep love. The result? Still not the original form. Sooner or later, her true colors will be revealed, and maybe, it will be today. HD Moon smiled, pushed open the door, and got out of the car, looking at the Bai family master who stood at the main entrance with a happy face, ushering him in. High definition Moon and Lin Ji smiled and walked over. Uncle Bai, seeing as your complexion is getting better, you're happy today. The Bai family master looked at HD Moon and Lin Ji and laughed loudly. Happy? How could I not be happy? Ruo is definitely the happiest that you guys are able to come. President Qingyu, you and Ruo are good friends from childhood to adulthood. I remember. Ruo when I was a child, also did not help you a lot. Now developed. Do not forget us. There are opportunities for cooperation. When we can cooperation. This was said in such a way that made HD Moon instantly become upset in her heart. People, sometimes after rising to power, the most taboo thing is to bring up the unpleasant past. In order to get rid of that unpleasant past, HD Moon even abandoned Yi Qing, showing how much she hated that former self. As a result, now, with one sentence, the Bai family lord said as if HD Moon had lived until now, all because of their charity, which made HD Moon very upset. Oh, White uncle jokes. I heard that now Ruoruo and Wan less together, with the Wan family thighs. We're still look at my little Chinue group well. To say care, is also to rely on the white uncle in the future to take care of me more. Saying this, the Bai family master was happy. But the next sentence caused the Bai family master's face to become extremely ugly. Just, Uncle Bai, is this thing true? Then, what about Yi Qing? I still remember I advised Ruo before. Don't be with Yi Qing. Yi Qing is not a good person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have divorced Yi Qing but she didn't listen to me. She preferred Yi Qing. Obsessed. Now, what is the truth in the end? The way this was said made the white family lord angry. It was as if it was something that HD Moon didn't want and Bai Ruoruo was crying and begging for it. But, trying to refute it, there is no way to do so because, well, it's all true. Good thing. Now there's Wan Xiao. Bai family master laughed. Qingyu, people. Inevitably there are times of confusion. Just like you. Not also made a mistake. Confusion is not terrible. Make mistakes is not terrible. Know the wrong can change is good. My family Ruoruo is not no one wants. How will rush to beg Yi Qing? She is too kind. After all, is a friend for many years. Looking at Yi Qing out of prison and then abandoned. The heart cannot bear it. So only to go to care about a little bit. To do a friend's job. This matter, I am supportive of it. After all, the importance of love and righteousness is a good thing to do. But, there is absolutely no other relationship. If it makes both you and Yi Qing misunderstand, then, I'll just clarify it here. But, you can't misunderstand it in the future. If Ruo is now with Wan Xiao, and there are any rumors, I think, Wan Xiao won't be happy either. Kiatsuki, you say, it's that. HD Moon smiled and said, Uncle, you are right. If Ruo is my good friend, I naturally want her to be happy. And, to be able to see clearly the nature of Yi Qing, that is the best thing. Is also deceived and fooled well. Good in time to wake up. On the contrary, Uncle, Yi Qing, this person, is now considered to be desperate. Don't be entangled by him, then when the time comes, it won't look good if he invites trouble for Ruo. High Definition Moon didn't want to continue to tangle with the white family lord. Otherwise, it would be a lose-lose situation. But, being united, it was still possible. The Bai family lord smiled faintly and nodded, saying, a child's matter. A parent can never let go of it. This is not it. I'm not here, specifically waiting for Yi Qing. There are some words that are not easy to say if you are kind-hearted. But I, for one, still have to make it clear to him. And if he still persists, then I, as a father, will not agree to it. Chapter 146. Are you talking about the Life Original Liquid? There's a lot more to being clear than just having a chat. What's more, there are a lot of things that can be said. But, this was not a bad thing for HD Moon. In her opinion, Yi Qing should see the world thoroughly and completely. The more people teach him a lesson, the more effective, the better. Uncle Bai, then I won't bother you. We'll go in first. HD Moon was about to leave as she spoke. The Bai family lord laughed. President Qingyu, after all, you and Yi Qing are also old acquaintances. Won't you stay for a while and talk? High Definition Moon sniffed and laughed lightly. There will be plenty of opportunities to talk later. Uncle, by these private words, I think, the less people know the better. After saying that, HD Moon turned around and left. When she was almost at the banquet hall, Lin Ji whispered, this Bai family master, he's even more out of sight than before. He's really forgotten the expression on his face when the Bai family was almost in trouble before. High Definition Moon laughed unconcernedly. That's how people are. They don't remember what they've eaten, but how he is. It's none of my business. It's good to have a joke to watch. What's more, who let people climb up the ladder now? Lin Ji, if you and Wan Xiao get along, I'm afraid that he, the Bai family lord, now, can't wait to flatter you. So, work hard. The future, who can say? Hearing this, Lin Ji shut up and stopped talking. However, in his heart, he was turned upside down and extremely irritated. One is madder than the other. One is more arrogant than the other. She, Lin Ji, where is the difference? Right at that moment, HD Moon happened to hear Bai Weiwei and Cat Thrower talking about something about the Life Original Liquid. What is so valuable that can make Weiwei not even bother to share it with her best friend? This is not our Weiwei's character. Seeing High Definition Moon and Lin Ji walking towards her, a smile instantly appeared on Bai Weiwei's face. Sister Qingyu, you're here. I was just about to call you. If you don't come to my birthday banquet, then I should be sad. Bai Weiwei walked directly to HD Moon's side and took HD Moon's arm. It was really as close as it could get, and those who didn't know, thought that HD Moon was her real sister. And Lin Ji, just like that, was ignored again, as if she hadn't come. Dog-eyed thing, Sooner or later. One day, I'll make you cry without knowing how. Although she thought this in her heart, Lin Ji's face still kept a smile on her face and did not show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Our Weiwei's birthday banquet. I have to attend it even if I have heavenly matters. Not to mention that today, it's still Weiwei's bar mitzvah. After today, it can be grown up to adulthood. This day, I won't miss it. In the face of Bai Weiwei's enthusiasm, HD Moon's response was also passionate and fiery, giving Bai Weiwei enough face. After saying that, HD Moon took out the gift and smiled. A gift for you. A piece of the latest women's watch. You don't mind it. Bai Weiwei took the watch and immediately smiled. A gift from Sister Chengyu. How could I dislike it? Not to mention, it's something I've always wanted, but thought it was expensive and didn't even bother to buy it. HD Moon out. The natural price will not be cheap. More than 100,000 yuan of new women's watches. Said to send. For her, nothing. The key is, Bai Weiwei worth. And Lin Ji also took out her gift at this time and smiled. I wouldn't be as expensive as your sister Chenyu's gift. After all, I'm poor, but it's kind of a token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Bai Weiwei smiled at Lin Ji and said, thank you, Sister Lin Ji. Then, Bai Weiwei said thank you on her lips, but the gift didn't even look at it, so she directly handed it to the cat. This attitude is clear. It's almost like she's not even bothering to pretend a little bit. Lin Ji's eyes narrowed slightly and didn't say anything more, but in her heart, towards Bai Weiwei, she was considered to have made another mark. And at this time, HD Moon smiled and spoke. Right. What did you guys talk about just now? It's so hot. Tell me. Bai Weiwei smiled and opened her mouth. It's nothing. It's just about the original life liquid and the mythic company. Cat and Throw have never heard of the original life liquid. But Sister Chenyu, you should have known something about it. Moreover, you're so beautiful. With such a good figure and such white skin, have you already used the life original liquid? As soon as HD Moon heard that it was about the original life liquid, she immediately became interested. Only, shaking her head with some disappointment, she said, so it's the original life liquid. It's a good thing, but it's a pity. I'd always wanted to look for a channel to buy it, but I've never had the chance. That kind of treasure. To be honest, I don't know how it was produced to be so magical, but it's safe to say that the production must be very small, so without special channels and relationships, and not enough powerful connections, it's as hard as heaven to buy it. I wanted to purchase a small bottle from the black market before. As a result, the price was speculated to $10 million. Just this is still speculating upwards. Can't afford it. Really can't afford it. HD Moon shook her head and spoke regretfully. And the fire and desire in her eyes already proved that her interest in the life original liquid was strong to the extreme. Lin Ji also sighed at this time. Her eyes filled with envy. Life original liquid, the function of the magical unbelievable. If this life can have a bottle, simply not in vain, only a pity. I'm afraid that this life, even if the money saved enough money, have a few million tens of millions, I'm afraid, cannot get. After saying that, Lin Ji shook her head, her face full of regret. Indeed, even if the money is enough, but the conditions are not enough, and still cannot be sought. That is not at all money can buy things. And as Bai Weiwei looked at Cat and Thrower, she said with an excited expression, Cat, Thrower, now you know how precious this life primordial liquid is, and you should always believe in Sister Chenyu's words. Cat and Throw nodded and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying excitedly, then Weiwei, you might have a chance to be able to get a bottle. It's really great, fantastic. When the time comes, even if you can't give us a use for it, it's always okay to let us take a look, right? Before Bai Weiwei could say anything, the eyes of HD Moon and Lin Ji immediately lit up. What? Vivi could possibly get a bottle? How is this possible? Vivi, is this true? Without waiting for Bai Weiwei to open her mouth, HD Moon said to herself, that's right, now that your sister is with Wan Xiao, and Wan Xiao is now the head of the Wan family, with the strength of the Wan family, even if they don't have the qualifications to go and buy the original life liquid, however, it's not out of the question to think of a way to buy a bottle on the black market. These money, Wan Xiao, take out, depends on the black market. Will someone release the original liquid of life? To know, even a few months. I'm afraid it is rare to release a bottle. Chapter 147, Money Can't Buy You Anything. When Lin Ji heard HD Moon's words, she shook her head and said, difficult, too difficult. Chenyu, when you entrusted someone last time, do you still remember what they said? Life original liquid from the launch to now have 2 years of time. But the result? The black market, only appeared a small bottle. Want to see from the black market life original liquid? Not to mention the price will be speculated on the sky. is that this is also do not know as the monkey years and months of things? After all, anyone who can qualify to buy the original liquid of life, who, I'm afraid, won't lack that kind of money. That's the essential truth. Bai Weiwei and Kat and the girls were staggered when they heard this, knowing that the original liquid of life was rare and not easy to purchase. But I didn't expect that it would be this difficult. Even the Wan family, surprisingly, isn't qualified enough to buy a bottle? Simply mind-boggling. And at this time, Bai Weiwei laughed. Sister Qingyu, it's not that I'm asking my brother-in-law to help, it's that I've just learned that I have a senior who works at the Mythic Group, so I think there's always a chance that someone within their group could have the chance to get it internally. No matter what, it's still better than us having the chance, isn't it? So, when he gets here, I want to ask him and see if it's possible. Hearing this, HD Moon's eyes immediately lit up, directly releasing light. Vivi, is this true? You have a senior working in Myth Group? Is the position high? Is it powerful? If this is possible, can you purchase a bottle for me as well? A small bottle is enough. Money is not a problem. $10 million. I'll offer $10 million. As long as I can get the Life Original Liquid. In addition to the $10 million. Wei, I'll privately give you another $5 million in favor fees, including that senior of yours. I'll definitely not let him suffer. How's that? At this moment, HD Moon saw something more important than just the original life liquid. If Bai Weiwei's classmates really have the channels to buy the life essence, then what's $10 million? If you just let it out, you can double your sales. The most important thing is that sometimes, channels, is the network. Others cannot buy things, she HD month to buy, which, does not mean that she can have better bargaining chips. People negotiation well, and it's the favors, that are priceless. Bai Weiwei, however, hadn't thought about it that much, but, the $5 million in favors made her eyes flame up. But fortunately, Bai Weiwei's brain wasn't too confused to make a promise. Sister Qingyu, I also want to help you, but, the specifics are still unknown. How about this? When my senior arrives, I'll introduce you guys to each other, and at that time, you'll communicate well. Is that okay? High Definition Moon sniffed and nodded heavily, taking Bai Weiwei's hand. This moment was much more enthusiastic than ever before. Weiwei, you are truly my good sister. Don't worry, Sister Qingyu will never treat you badly. Just as they were chatting away, Yi Cheng, who was missed by many people present, had already arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Hotel under the escort of the leader San and a dozen other people. It looked like a big row, a dozen people, escorting Yi Cheng alone. If it was before, when the Bai family master saw this scene, he would have been the first to welcome him and properly exchange pleasantries with Yi Cheng. But right now, the Bai family lord only felt ridiculous. Other people thought it was the guards, but he knew very well that these people, clearly, were sent by Wan Shao to spy on Yi Cheng. To put it mildly, Yi Cheng, that was the lamb to be slaughtered, couldn't bounce. The Bai family lord stood proudly on the steps like this, without the slightest intention of taking half a step downward. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, was escorted by the leader San and the others to the steps. Even more, took the initiative to extend his hand, and spoke with a smile on his face. Uncle Bai, congratulations, congratulations. Weiwei has also reached adulthood. Uncle Bai is going to have one less thing on his mind again, and the happiness in the future is still behind. At this moment, the Bai family master had a smile on his face, looking at Yi Cheng's hand reaching out. He didn't have the slightest intention of reaching out and shaking hands, but instead stuck his hands in his pockets and faintly laughed. Uncle Bai? Yi Cheng, Mr. Yi, as I see it, the title of uncle is unnecessary. Those who don't know would think that we have a good relationship with each other. It's better to call me Master Bai, or Chief Bai. At these words, Yi Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep look at the Bai family lord and nodded, saying, is that so? Then, it's rather me, Yi Cheng, who is a bit self-centered. Good, Bai family master. Is that title okay? The Bai family lord nodded and said, yes, the relationship between us is limited to this. It's best this way to save others from misunderstanding. Is Mr. Yi here specifically to celebrate my niece's bat mitzvah? Sure, there's nothing else? Yi Cheng sniffed and looked at the Bai family lord and laughed lightly. Today is Bai Weiwei's birthday banquet. It was she who specifically invited me to attend. My purpose here is naturally to send a gift of congratulations. What is this? Something else that Bai family master is talking about? Please forgive Mr. Ye's stupidity and inability to guess, but I would also like to ask family master Bai to speak clearly. When the Bai family master heard this and looked at Yi Cheng, who even dared to play dumb, he immediately became a bit angry. Pointing at the leader San and a dozen others beside Yi Cheng, he sneered, Yi Cheng, what are you pretending in front of me? You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Do you think that by bringing a dozen or so people with you, you can show how awesome you are? Get a clue, will you? And really treat us all as little cuties? Do you really think we're all cuties? Are these people your bodyguards? Are they protecting you? Don't be too funny, okay? The leader, San, at this moment, was a bit sweaty. He also did not expect. People have arrived at the hotel. The mission is to be completed, and can be relieved immediately. As a result, the White Family Lord came back to such a thing. What an ignoramus. Not afraid to die. Not afraid to die. The corner of Yi Qing's mouth traced an arc, and he laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. So, they're here to spy on me. But, so what? Could it be that if they spy on me, I, Yi Qing, am no longer Yi Qing? By Family Master, you seem somewhat forgetful. When the Bai Family Master heard this, he thought that Yi Qing was talking to him about saving Bai Ruoruo and taking out Bai Ruoruo's anger. So he immediately became angry. Yi Qing, less pretending in front of me. Moreover, don't take my daughter's matter. Do you really think that I'm not clear and don't understand? How did Wakefield get hurt? And dare you say, it wasn't because of you? Ruoruo saw you go to jail and then abandoned after you got out. She went to see you because she felt sorry for you. She's kind. She's innocent, but that's no reason for you to just take advantage of her. Let me tell you, I, Mr. Bai, am still alive. And if you want to bully my Ruoruo and take advantage of my Ruoruo, there's no way. Also, this matter is off the table. But are you sure it was you who saved Ruoruo? What are you pretending for? It was the one family that did it. It has nothing to do with you. Shame on you. Chapter 148, The White Family Master Who Turned His Face. Nice line. Shameless. Directly, Yi Qing was at a loss as to what to say. Human nature, indeed, still cannot stand the test. Finished? Yi Qing's face grew cold as he looked at the Bai Family Lord with a hint of coldness in his gaze. As for the Bai Family Master, he hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the matter and was still spouting insults at Yi Qing. What? Speaks to your heart. Speaks to your pain, does it? Yi Qing, young man, what's wrong with eating soft food? What's wrong with cheating? Cheating your feelings? You are simply shameless to the extreme. I'm telling you, in the future, stay away from Ruoruo. It's good for you to come here today. I'll make it clear to you in advance. If you dare to continue to pester Ruoruo, and Ruoruo coupling and harassing her, beware of me being nonchalant with you. Yi Qing gently sighed, shook his head, and said, soft rice or cheating on your feelings. And you, does it have anything to do with you? By Family Master, when I say you're forgetful, it's you who seems to have forgotten that I had, at one point, reminded you in the hospital, right? People who can even sell their own daughter's happiness don't deserve anyone's respect. And, if Wacko is my friend, I have reason to take a stand for her. But now, you seem to have, forgotten all about it. And, I'd like to know, how do you, plan to be unkind to me? Beat me up? Curse me? Or are you planning to kill me? When the Bai Family Lord saw that Yi Qing even dared to bring up the matter of threatening himself in the hospital, then he was furious right then and there. How dare you mention the hospital when I don't even mention it? Yi Qing, what kind of thing are you giving face to face, is it? In the beginning, weren't you relying on the Wan family's power? If not, with someone like you, how dare you lecture me? I'll directly have someone break your legs, believe it or not. Want to know what the consequences are? Right, line. I tell you, if you dare to pester Ruoruo again, no need for others to make a move. By someone, can make your life worse than death. At that time, even if you kill you and so on, it's not impossible. After all, in this world, human life, there are times when it is really worthless. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, I can still afford to spend it. Understand? The Bai Family Lord's sentence that human life was worthless directly exposed the dark side of his heart. This was threatening Yi Qing. Moreover, it was threatening with killing Yi Qing. Yi Qing glanced deeply at the Bai Family Master, gently smiled, and said, understood. Don't worry, I also hope that, Bai Family Master, you can firmly remember what you said today, and never, ever regret it. Remember how high and mighty you are now, and how you have a backbone today, and I hope that, as you go on being hard forever, you never go weak in the knees. So, can I come in? Or is this a birthday party that I can skip? Then I can leave and it's okay. Go. It is impossible to let Yi Qing go. Today is the day that Bai Ruoruo want to make things clear with Yi Qing. If Yi Qing goes, then who else to talk to? Wan Xiao won't be happy either. As for that, Yi Qing now also dare to use this way, to say what backbone and so on words, said as if it is Yi Qing must be very powerful. They will regret it. Simply, funny, words, they've been made clear to you, and since you're invited here today, go ahead, but my words, I want you to keep them in mind, or else, you know the consequences. As for what you said about regret or something, Yi Chang, young man, still don't be daydreaming about anything. 10 years east of the river, 10 years west of the river, this kind of thing, don't deny it, it does exist, but, just with you? Let me tell you, even if there is a day when you, Yi Chang, really becomes a big shot that people can't afford to climb up to, someone will definitely not regret what I did today, or else, the heavens will strike me with thunder and I won't be allowed to die. Now, is that clear? What a poisonous oath. Heaven forbid that you should die all the way out. This was how much he didn't believe Yi Ching could become a big shot. Yi Ching smiled and nodded, saying, good, by family master. I hope that you won't be struck by the heavens and not be allowed to die. I'll see you later. After saying that, Yi Ching looked at the leader San and the others, and said with a cold expression, we've all arrived at the hotel. You guys, do you still need to follow me in? Otherwise, isn't it not considered completing the mission? The White Family Lord treated the leader San and the others as people who were spying on Yi Ching, and felt that they didn't need to give Yi Ching any face. But the leader, San, they now knew better than anyone else that Yi Ching was terrifyingly scary. Moreover, according to Yi Ching's meaning, things haven't come to the end yet. It's impossible to say that there is any change. This is not it. The red pupil has already gone to rescue the master of the Wan family. Don't dare, Mr. Yi, everything is at your command. If you need us to follow you in, we'll follow you in. If you don't, we'll just wait outside. This attitude made the Bai family master froze for a moment. Shouldn't this be towing the line? At the very least, there was no need to consider Yi Ching's thoughts. But now, what was this? Yi Chang, on the other hand, only spoke indifferently. Then you guys can wait outside. And when the Wan family master arrives, send him in. When the leader, San, heard this, he hastily nodded his head and said with a smiling face, yes, don't worry, I'll listen to you in everything. Yi Ching nodded, then without even looking at the Bai family master, he directly walked into the hotel lobby, and at this moment, the White Family Lord only felt confused and looked at the leader, San, and the others and said, are you sure you know who you're talking to? The ringleader, San, sniffed and looked at the Bai family master and sneered, Bai family master, we have no problem with our eyes, and it is naturally clear who we are talking to. To say that the one who can't figure out who we are talking to, I think it's you. That's an attitude that's halfway friendly. Where was the respect and deference that he had just faced Yi Ching? Simply, half a face was not left for the Bai family lord, almost directly saying that the Bai family lord had no eyes. The Bai family lord was furious and looked at the leader, San, and said, what's your situation? How do you talk? Could it be that Yi Ching isn't the one you're spying on? You guys just listen to him. What are you trying to do? Also, do you know who I am? Just dare to treat me with this kind of attitude. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell your family head and tell ninth uncle? The leader, San, was now half afraid of the Bai family head, jokingly, having offended Yi Ching, or the kind to the death. Did they need to worry? Aren't you the White family master? What's the matter? Are we still wrong for speaking? The Bai family master gritted his teeth and said, yes, I'm the Bai family master, but I'm even more of Bai Ruoro's father. Do you know who my daughter is in love with right now? That's with your Wan family's youngest master, the current family head. You guys dare to treat me with this kind of attitude. Aren't you afraid that I will sue you? Moreover, Wan Xiao is extremely antipathetic towards Yi Ching. You guys are so respectful. You're derelict in your duties. If Wan Xiao knew about this, he definitely wouldn't be able to spare you. The leader, San, sniffed, sneered, and said, finished? When we're done, we'll leave and stand with you for fear of heaven's thunder. After saying that, the leader, San, directly led his men back to his car, not even looking at the Bai family lord who was furious and blue in the face. And this sentence, heaven strikes thunder, in fact, had already made the point. But, alas, the White family lord didn't hear it. Chapter 149, a doctor, can cure everything. Inside the hotel lobby, people were coming and going. However, Yi Ching saw ninth uncle's figure at a glance, standing in front of the banquet hall. On his face, annoyance was written all over him, and his originally upright figure had become a bit stooped. Yi Ching's eyes narrowed slightly as he walked up to ninth uncle and laughed softly, saying, ninth uncle, I see that you don't look too good. Did you not have a good rest? Or is there something bothering you? Ninth uncle looked at Yi Ching, frowned slightly and said, I'm sorry that Mr. Yi is concerned. I'm nothing. The birthday banquet is about to start. You go in. birthday banquet, indeed, is about to start. The people who should come are arriving one after another. In the small banquet hall, 3 to 5 groups are chatting. However, today's rightful owner was not this person who was celebrating his birthday, but him, Yi Cheng. As soon as he stepped into the banquet hall, a wild storm, I'm afraid, was about to ensue. Ninth uncle, is there nothing you want to say? After all, I am also a doctor of sorts, so perhaps I can solve Uncle Nine's troubles. Ninth uncle sniffed and let out an open-mouthed laugh, shaking his head. Thanks for your kindness, Mr. Yi, only, I'm not physically ill, so I don't need to trouble Mr. Yi. Yi Ching shook his head and said softly, heart disease is also a disease. I am a doctor who is not quite the same as other doctors. Other doctors can only heal physical illnesses, but I, however, may be able to heal heart disease. Moreover, Uncle Nine seems to have forgotten one thing, and that is, I don't go out of my way easily. When Elder One wanted to be cured, it took a lot of effort to get me to come out, right? Now that I've taken the initiative to mention it, Ninth uncle, it's better not to spoil my good intentions. After all, if you don't cure a disease, I'm afraid it'll be too late when you want to do so again. Yi Cheng, words have meaning. Ninth uncle is old enough to know how not to hear it. However, looking at Yi Ching, Ninth uncle finally shook his head and said, thanks for your kind words. It seems that Mr. Yi already knows a lot of things. Sorry, I'll say sorry to you first. It's our fault, but it's already too late. Mr. Yi, I hope you can understand that there are times when we can't help ourselves. A body is not a good idea. And Uncle Nine said it with bitterness. But it was too late for regrets. Yi Ching sighed and said, Ninth uncle, if it wasn't for the fact that I thought Master One was nice and didn't want to upset him. In fact, I could have avoided having to say this to you today. But you old brothers all the way to support to today. The storm has come. Too old, but too old death? Or even turn against each other. Really, is that the result you want? Ninth uncle, the master of the Wan family is in a suburban villa, not taking in any water or rice, and declaring his inner despair and grief by going on hunger strike. Is this the result you want? After a few words, Ninth uncle's eyes immediately reddened. No, this is not the result I want. I just don't want the Wan family to be destroyed. I just don't want the family head to die. All I'm doing is for the Wan family. It's all for the family head. But if I had known that the family head would go on a hunger strike, if I had known that Wan Hai would turn out like this, and if I had known that Ironhead was up to no good, I would have preferred to fight to the death and would definitely not have compromised with them. But now, it's too late to say anything. Everything, it's too late. Ninth uncle spoke. A line of tears flowed out, that full of pain. In this moment, show leakage undoubtedly. Look at the Nine uncle of this more than 100 years of people, but also in the underground world fight. Ironbone strongman, now, out of tears, which is more than any time, any language, come to the moving. Sighing softly, Yi Ching slowly spoke, Ninth uncle, as I said, I'm a doctor, specializing in treating illnesses and saving people, and since I'm in charge of the Wan family's affairs, well, I'll be in charge to the end. This birthday feast would have been inappropriate for you to come, so in that case, why not be outside, resting and waiting? Go on, go and wait for the master of the Wan clan to come, then come in together. At that time, the internal problems of the Wan clan will still have to be left to you. At these words, Uncle Nine immediately stopped his tears and flinched. It was only at this time that he remembered that just now Yi Ching had accurately stated the address where the Wan family head was located. And even more so, he knew that the Wan family head hadn't eaten any rice or water and had begun to go on a hunger strike. Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? The family head, how come he's here? Yi Ching smiled and spoke, Ninth uncle, if you believe me, just wait for him. Master Wan will come. Don't worry. All the obstacles are not a problem. What I say, you just believe. I don't know why. At this moment, the Ninth uncle is actually from the heart. Want to believe Yi Ching? Think Yi Ching really can solve all the problems. But, no, he couldn't take the risk. And he didn't dare to take the risk. It was about the life of the Wan family lord. Mr. Yi, I don't know if you have any methods or means, but if you're going to send someone to save Master Wan, you mustn't go. The people who are now guarding the Wan family head are no longer my men. They have all been replaced with Ironhead's men. They will not be merciful. And the situation is not right. They will definitely be unfavorable to the family head. So, you can't go. If you go, the family head's life will be in danger. This, perhaps, is the root cause of the despair that Uncle Nine feels. Obviously already see everything clearly. obviously already so regretful, but do not dare to do anything, for fear that, if he does a little bit wrong, the master of the Wan family will be killed. However, he might not have overestimated Iron Head, but he, for sure, underestimated Yi Qing. Looking at the anxious and incomparable ninth uncle, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, "Ninth uncle, as long as you are truly repentant, everything will not be too late. Trust me, just go wait outside. The Wan family lord will soon come to you safe and sound. But he hasn't eaten for several meals. Wait, he'll come here, but he's waiting for something to eat. Don't let him down again. Go on." After saying that, Yi Qing was about to step into the banquet hall, and at this time, Uncle Nine pulled Yi Qing's arm and said softly, "Don't go, it's very dangerous. It's not just unfavorable to you. I'm afraid that there might even be people who will directly take action against you. Iron Head, he is Uncle Gong's hardcore believer. His methods are even more ferocious. About your matter, he has always been very tough. So, don't go. At the very least, if what you say is true, then wait for my side to make preparations, and then go in. Also, there is a guarantee. As long as the family head can really come back. Today, ninth uncle, will give up everything and fight to the death to protect you." In response to Uncle Nine's warning, Yi Qing just smiled faintly and said, "Then, thanks to Uncle Nine's forceful protection, but I still have to go in, or else, for this drama, they can't sing, can they? Don't worry, I'll be safe and sound before you guys get here. So Uncle Nine, you can make preparations now." After saying that, Yi Qing pushed away ninth uncle's hand and took a big step towards the banquet hall. As for Uncle Nine, looking at Yi Qing's back, at this moment, for some reason, he only felt confident. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Nine dialed the phone directly. "From now on, pass on my order. Immediately arrange for all the manpower to take control of the Wan family mansion and the Wan group, and at the same time, everyone else, immediately rush to the Cloud Hotel and be at my disposal at all times. Remember, it's to arrange down and do something immediately. Who dares to delay and perfunctory? Don't blame my ninth uncle for being unforgiving." The phone, with it, hung up. As for the underground world of Jiangchang, all the people who followed Uncle Nine began to gather quickly and acted according to Uncle Nine's orders. At this moment, the originally sunny sky was gradually overcast, as if black clouds were pressing down on the city, making the pressure heavy. Chapter 150, he said he could get me into heaven. At this moment, Yi Qing had a faint smile on his face, and his footsteps did not stop for a moment as he walked towards the banquet hall. And inside the banquet hall, HD Moon and Bai Weiwei, who were gathering together, at the first time, saw Yi Qing. It had to be said that today's Yi Qing was dressed very handsomely and could even be said to be charming. Decent hand-tailored leisure suits, combined with a tall figure, handsome looks, charming smile. At this moment, I don't know how many girls' eyes placed on Yi Qing's body. Even high-definition Moon was in a trance at this moment, somewhat lost in thought. Cat and Throwback, who were by Bai Weiwei's side, couldn't help but let out cries of how handsome they were, and it was this shout that seemed to bring Bai Weiwei to reality. This Yi Qing finally came, but, even dressed so fancy, humph, gold and jade, a clothes horse at first glance. Cat, Throwback, I told you guys that you are absolutely not allowed to have any thoughts about this bad guy. So remember that, or I'm not your friend anymore. Cat and Throw sniffed and spat out their tongues, but their eyes, however, kept on Yi Qing's body, refusing to leave in any way. And at this moment, high-definition Moon narrowed her eyes and laughed lightly. This Yi Qing, he's really something. If you don't know, you'd think he's getting married today, but at least he didn't wear the suit he married me in before all over again, or else I'd have lost this face of mine. Weiwei, the main man is here, but your sister is not here, but it doesn't matter, let's just play with him first. After saying that, HD Moon took 2 steps forward and looked at Yi Qing, saying, "Yi Qing, I didn't see that you're still in the mood to dress up. But even if you dress up anymore, you'll only be able to fool other people. You'll never be able to get on stage with me." Looking at HD Moon, who came up and turned on himself, Yi Qing just smiled faintly and said, "HD Moon, it seems like we've already divorced. Why, do you have to chase after me? Could it be that you still have something in mind for me? But, I'm sorry, Yi Qing, don't like to eat back grass, and even more so, forgive people who shouldn't be forgiven. Do you understand?" As soon as these words came out, HD Moon's face immediately turned ugly, pointing at Yi Qing. "Yi Qing, didn't you look in the mirror when you went out today? Do you really think that just because you have a good-looking skin, you think that all the women in the world love you? It's simply ridiculous. Don't forget, you're the one I don't want in." HD Moon the trash I throw away. You better get this straight or else it'll just be a joke. And at this time, Bai Weiwei took a step forward and looked at Yi Qing in a very unhappy manner, saying, Yi Qing, did I ask you to come to my birthday banquet so that you could come and provoke my sister Qingyu to be angry? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to sister Qingyu, a big man with no belly at all? If you don't blush, I'm blushing for you. Yi Qing didn't get angry. He had already prepared himself by coming here today. If you get yourself angry because of the cynicism of a few women, it's not a matter of belly size, but, rather, there's no need for it. I don't need you guys to blush for me. Bai Weiwei, if I remember correctly, it was you who specifically ran to my house and invited me to your birthday banquet, even lifting your sister out. What? Are you not welcoming me? If so, then I, for one, can leave now. As soon as she heard that Yi Qing wanted to leave, Bai Weiwei immediately became anxious. Jokingly, it was so hard to trick Yi Qing over. Now if he left, then not to mention other things, Wan Xiao's side would be unhappy. High Definition Moon was also someone who definitely didn't want Yi Qing to leave, and directly sneered, Yi Qing, such a big man, still bothering with a little girl, you really have a big heart. By the way, did you run into Uncle Bai outside? People, but specifically at the hotel gate waiting for you. How come I didn't see him come over? Yi Qing sniffed, and spoke faintly, I've met the Bai family master, and I've heard what he had to say. HD Moon, there's no need to beat around the bush. I'm well aware of what you want to see, but, I'm sorry, I'm afraid, I'm going to have to let you down. After all, there's no loss, no pain, no remorse, no irritation on my face. You, upset. Hearing this, HD Moon directly covered her mouth and laughed. You're so confident, who wouldn't be able to pretend to be strong? But, after all, a fake is a fake. Yi Qing, these expressions you just mentioned, don't be in a hurry. Later, they will all be there. You, now it's impossible to deceive anyone. Ha, wait a while and you'll know that you've been completely reduced to the trash that no one wants. Oh, I'm sorry, the sound of trash is not a curse, so don't be offended. Oh, it's just an adjective. After saying that, HD Moon laughed out loud, and Lin Ji and the girls, they all laughed in agreement. Garbage, adjective? That's a good word? It's still saying Yi Qing is trash. Yi Qing smiled and did not open his mouth, but, instead, looked at Lin Ji. Lindsay, the phone, you didn't call, did you? Lin Ji sniffed and frowned slightly. After all, when she went to see Yi Qing, it was a sneaky trip, so this would be Yi Qing mentioning this matter. Wasn't it clear that she was telling HD Moon that they had met? Damn Yi Qing, this was on purpose. Couldn't bully HD Moon in Bai Weiwei, taking it out on himself, not letting himself feel better? As expected, HD Moon immediately looked at Lin Ji and frowned. What phone call? Lin Ji, between you two, is there a secret I don't know about? Lin Ji was very much wanting to turn around and be a head taller than HD Moon. This kind of parasitic and lowly life was something she had really had enough of. But, that's only if it's really possible. Looking at HD Moon's somewhat unkind gaze, Lin Ji hurriedly spoke. No, it's not. It's Yi Qing. He's the one who called me, saying things like, do you want to surpass you, stand taller than you, and so on and so forth, compelling me. What else did you say? Everything you have, Qingyu, was given to you by him, Yi Qing, and finally gave me a phone number, telling me that after making this phone call, from now on, I, Lin Ji, would be able to rise up to the sky, high up in the clouds, so that you wouldn't be able to climb up to the top of the ladder. This is simply hilarious. It's crazy talk. So, I didn't take it seriously. He, Yi Qing, is out of his mind. Half-truths and half-falsehoods were sometimes the hardest to distinguish. At least, at this time, when HD Moon heard this, she laughed, mockingly. As for Bai Weiwei and the girls, they likewise looked like they had heard a great joke, each one of them laughing their heads off. Yi Qing, ah Yi Qing, I know that you're going crazy, but I didn't expect that. You're crazy so much. Everything I have is from you? Ha ha ha. This kind of words, just how many daydreams did you have to come up with that? Ah. High Definition Moon covered her stomach and laughed out loud. What else to say? Just one phone call can make Lin Ji surpass me and reach a point where I can look up to her. My god. Yi Qing, I kind of pity you. Why don't you go to a mental hospital? Chapter 151, then try flying one. That's right. At this moment, no matter if it was HD Moon or Bai Weiwei and the girls, they all treated Yi Qing as a demented mental patient. Too much excitement. It's a fantasy in your head. Take it seriously. High Definition Moon slowly stopped her smile, shook her head, and sighed. Seeing you become like this, all of a sudden, I can't bear to do it. Yi Qing, You said you. How did you go crazy for a good reason? And at this time, Bai Weiwei laughed and said, he's long gone crazy. This is a madman. I even suspect that he's using this madness to gain sympathy. Sister Qingyu, don't fall for it. I know, you're the most soft-hearted, but if you're soft-hearted, you're just being tricked by him. HD Moon smiled and nodded, saying, don't worry, Weiwei, he can't cheat me. What's more, if there's a disease, you have to see it. The money for the psychiatric hospital visit, for the sake of the former love, I can still give him out. After saying that, HD Moon looked at Lin Ji and smiled. Lin Ji, the phone call, did you make it? In case, what he said is true, this phone call, you are not a fish leap dragon door, a flight to heaven, then, maybe I HD month also beg you, flatter you. With these words, how could Lin Ji dare to pick it up, and immediately shook her head firmly and said, are you kidding? How could I make this call? He Yiqing is crazy. I'm not crazy. What's more, I think it's quite good right now. Qingyu, you don't want to listen to his nonsense. Lin Ji has a few kilograms of his own is still clear. If not for all these years you are not thin on me. I am now. I'm afraid that the house can't afford to buy. The car can't afford it. I'm very thankful to you. Qingyu, you won't not believe me, right? Faith? HD Moon smiled faintly and did not reply. She was not a little cutie. How can't you see? Lin Ji actually has long had a feeling of unfairness. But, people do not say, she is also lazy to count just. After all, the feeling of having her best friend, following her orders every day, was something she really felt good about too. And at this time, Yiqing looked at a few women who were wantonly mocking him, shrugged his shoulders, and said, crazy or not, so what? On the contrary, it's you, Lin Ji. One phone call, a few cents on the phone bill, might change your fate, yet you don't even have the courage to try. Such as you, even if a mountain of gold is placed in front of you, you can't move it. Perhaps, this is your fate, and no one else is to blame. Lin Ji was already upset beyond belief, and when she heard that Yiqing even dared to taunt herself at this time, and even said that this was her life, she was instantly enraged. Yiqing, even if Lin Ji is poor, it's not like I can't afford to spend money on phone calls, but why should I listen to you? You're crazy. I'll accompany you to be crazy, then won't I become a crazy person as well? It's simply hilarious. And HD Moon smiled and spoke. Lin Ji, it's okay to fight one. Since he wants to see it, let's do it in front of him. I'm also very curious about him. How exactly did he make you soar to the sky? The phone number, which was in Lin's bag, she didn't throw away. However, at this moment, a phone call was out of the question, and it would be strange for HD Moon to be happy if she did call on her side. Qingyu, I didn't even memorize the phone number. How can I fight it? You won't believe the words of this lunatic of his, right? And at this time, Wan Xiao, who was exchanging pleasantries with the crowd in the banquet hall, had also seen that Yiqing had arrived and was talking and laughing with HD Moon and the girls. Of course, with Wan Xiao's eyesight, he could naturally see that this so-called talk and laughter was completely treating Yiqing as a joke. Wakey wakey, I'm happy today. You know why? Bai Ruoruo gently shook her head and said, I don't know. Wan Xiao sniffed, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and laughed softly. You cannot laugh now, but, later on, if you still don't laugh, then I, probably, will have to make your parents, as well as Yiqing, not be able to laugh. I'm not going to say this kind of thing a second time. You, understand? When Bai Ruoruo heard this, she squeezed out a smile on her face, nodded her head gently, and said, I understand. I'll smile. Only then did Wan Xiao nod his head and say, that's right, that's good. Standing by my side, how can you not be happy? After all, you're my girlfriend, and even more so, the future main mother of the Wan family. You should feel honored. I'm having a good time today. So, wakey wakey, you'd better not upset me? You know, I'm not happy, and the consequences, they're serious. See, Yiqing has come, standing in the middle of HD Moon Bai Weiwei and the others, smiling, all so forced, can only accompany the smiling face, but do not know, these women are mocking him, treating him as a joke. No, he may know, but he can't help it. Such a wimpy man, when really, is he worth your liking? Yiqing, was he forced to grin begrudgingly? At least, in Wan Zhao's eyes, it was. In his opinion, Yiqing was nothing more than a joke, constantly belittling Yiqing to increase his own presence. Wan Xiao, although he also found it uninteresting, but, in front of Bai Ruoruo, it was funny. It's time for old lovers to meet, and it's time, too, for us to go out and talk to him. What's more, today, don't you actually have a lot to say? To him? Bai Ruoro sniffed and sighed in her heart, nodded her head gently and said, I understand. I can clear things up with him anytime. Want to go now? At this moment, Bai Ruoro acted as if there wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance, as if, somewhat impatiently, she wanted to cut herself off from Yi Qing. Go now of course, but, not now to make it clear. I prefer, you act a bit more naturally, then I want to see, what he, Yi Qing, will actually do. Oh, yes, perhaps, you could also make it clear, and then, when I'm not looking, tell him that you were reluctant and forced, and see if he, for his part, is willing to risk his life to do something for you. Speaking of this, Wan Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. All along, didn't you think that he was kind to you and saved you? Then, without the help of my one family, will he still save you and dare to go against my one family? Perhaps it would be good for you to see him directly for what he is, don't you think? Bai Ruoro's face turned pale. The more demands Wan Xiao made, the clearer it became to her that Wan Xiao, this was his intention to humiliate Yi Qing even more. But she didn't even have the courage to refuse, because to refuse was the same as protecting, and to protect was the same as harming Yi Qing. What's more, before she could say anything, Wan Xiao had already pulled her and walked towards where Yi Qing and the others were. Ha ha ha, a few beauties. What are you chatting about? So happy. Do you want to also add us together? Isn't this Mr. Yi Qing Yi? You've arrived. Why didn't you say so in advance, so that I could go with Ruo Ruo to greet you? After saying that, Wan Xiao gently pulled by Ruo Ruo's hand in front of Yi Qing's face, as if declaring his sovereignty. Chapter 152, Get Lost. Get Lost. When High Definition Moon and the girls saw this scene, each of their eyes revealed a look of interest, while their eyes just flowed back and forth between Yi Qing and Bai Ruo Ruo. Wan Xiao, the topic we're talking about. Of course you can participate. Moreover, you also have the right to speak it. If I remember correctly, the Wan family has quite a deep relationship in the medical field. I don't know if it's a good relationship with our Jiangqing psychiatric hospitals. There's really something I'm afraid I need Wan Xiao's help. Wan Xiao sniffed, narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's all a small matter. President Qing, you just ask. What's the matter? Is there someone who needs to go to a mental hospital to receive treatment? Don't worry. I'll make sure to have it taken care of. HD Moon pointed at Yi Qing and laughed. Who else could it be? Naturally it's Yi Qing. I don't know what's wrong with him. Lately it's like he's got insanity. There are times when he dreams as if it's reality. And the reality, he thinks it's the same as in his dreams. You say, this is scary or not? As soon as he heard these words, Wan Xiao knew that HD Moon and the girls had already started to make trouble, and immediately laughed. Oh, is that so? This can't be right. I see Mr. Yi Qing, this is not a good end, and does not look like he has a mental illness. How could he be so stimulated? Him, did he do something? Bai Weiwei grabbed the lead at this time and said, Brother-in-law, I know, this Yi Qing is just out of his mind. If you knew what he just said, you would definitely laugh your ass off too. A brother-in-law, called really cleanly, and proudly incomparable, as if wanting to announce to the whole world. She, Bai Weiwei, is Wan Xiao's sister seems like. As for Bai Ruoro, from the time Wan Xiao intentionally took her hand, her face was already pale, and by the time this brother-in-law shouted out, her body were already trembling slightly. She thought that she was ready, but when faced with Yi Qing, she, after all, still wanted to escape. Wan Xiao smiled slightly and looked at Bai Weiwei. Oh, what did you say? Tell me. See, you all are so happy. It must be quite fun. Let me also follow along and have fun. Bai Weiwei immediately took the words she had just said, and repeated them. Then, once again, she laughed out loud, as if this was one of the best jokes to listen to, and to be able to laugh once. All of them laughed, except for Yi Qing and Bai Ruo Ruo. Wan Xiao pointed at Yi Qing and laughed out loud. Yi Qing, you, how come you have such a talent for being funny? Why didn't I realize it before? All along, I thought that you were quite high and cold. After all, when I took the initiative to show my affection to you, you ignored me. I didn't realize that you were cold on the outside and hot on the inside. When he said this, the corner of Wan Zhao's mouth outlined a trace of a mocking arc. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge regarding the previous incident to this day. Everything that President Saijetsu has is from you? You casually give out a phone call, and you can make Linji skyrocket to the point where President Qingyu has to go and curry favor with her. Yi Qing, are you still going to say that even my Wan family, which can't reach that height, has to bow down to Linji? Linji stood still, although she accompanied the smile. But she felt that it wasn't funny at all. It was awkward. After all, these people, word for word is her Linji's name, all said that she fished jumped the Dragon Gate. But, the joke is Yi Ching is not false. Is it? The joke is not the same as also her Linji? This, wasn't it mocking her, Linji, that it was impossible to reach such a point in her life? At this moment, Linji's heart had long been filled with anger, but this anger, not daring to vent it on others, was towards Yi Ching, intensifying it. After all of this was instigated by Yi Ching. As for Yi Ching, he looked at Wan Xiao with an indifferent expression, nodded his head indifferently and said, yes, as long as the phone call her Linji hit, then, even you, Wan family, will have to look at her Linji's face to act in the future. That's the truth. Is it funny? This serious look, so that the people present, once again, all issued a laughter. The more serious Yi Ching is, this joke, the more ridiculous it is. Surpassing High Definition Moon and impressing High Definition Moon was already a big joke, and now, Yi Ching had the audacity to say something like, the Wan family, too, had to look at Linji's face. This is, like, hilarious. Wan Xiao laughed himself and looked at Yi Ching and shook his head. Just now, when President Ching you said that you have a mental illness and that you need to be sent for treatment, I thought it was a joke, but now it seems like, Yi Ching, you're not very sick, but as I recall, aren't you a doctor yourself? Is this, as the legend goes, the healer who does not heal himself? Yi Ching sniffed, looked at Wan Xiao, smiled faintly, and said, I've never said that I'm a doctor, but, if you guys have to think of me as a doctor, it's not impossible. Only, the doctor in me, I don't just heal the sick, I can heal everything. So, Wan Xiao, what are you laughing at? Only the ignorant are fearless, and you, on the other hand, are ignorant. Hearing that Yi Ching had dared to lecture himself when he was dying, Wan Xiao's temper couldn't help but flare up. Yi Ching, I'm giving you a good talk. Giving you face? Don't be shameless. Do you really think that, because you saved my family's old man, I'm going to give in to you? Let me tell you, I've long since looked at you in a bad light, and what's more, my Wan family also has to look at Linji's face. Just by you? Are you also worthy? Do you know how many assets my Wan family has? Do you know how strong my Wan family is? You don't know. All you know is that my father is grateful to you. But you are very wrong. Not my father. I am not happy with you at all. Understand? After saying that, Wan Xiao, directly pulled by Ruo Ruo, coldly laughed. Of course, there is the most important point. That is, don't rely on my Wan family's power anymore. Thinking that you have taken the heat for Ruo Ruo, solved the trouble. You? What kind of thing? Relying on my Wan family's tiger skin, draping the credit on your own body, thinking that by virtue of this kind of thing, can make Ruo Ruo grateful to you, and thus, succumbing to you. Simply, shameless. But the good thing is, the matter has been resolved, and Ruo Ruo has also understood the truth of the matter and repented. Yi Ching, be an honest person. If you continue like this, no one can save you, including Ruo Ruo. When these words came out, Bai Ruo's body immediately shook. She knew that Yi Ching, once again, had angered Wan Xiao, and Wan Xiao, if he was angered, not to mention that he wouldn't save Yi Ching, it would be good enough if he didn't deal with Yi Ching himself. What's more, there's Ironhead on the side, always watching. Thinking of this, before Ironhead lost his temper, Bai Ruo clenched her teeth and directly pointed at Yi Ching and said angrily, Yi Ching, your ghostly trick has already been dismantled, and you're still obsessed with it now. Don't you have any face? I don't want you to apologize. You're not qualified to give me an apology, but I don't want to see you again. You go, you leave right away. From now on, you and I are severed. Broken. Get out. Hurry up and get out. Bai Ruo pointed at the hall and growled for Yi Ching to roll. But, in reality, this, clearly, was saving Yi Ching. At least, that's what Bai Ruo thought. Chapter 153, I heard that you recognized a thief as your father? No, Ruo Ruo, what you said, how can you let Yi Ching go? After all, he is also a savior who once saved your life. That's all the more reason why you can't roll. Or, Ruo Ruo, is this something you're saying? Wanting Yi Ching to leave this place? Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruo Ruo, slightly small, but this smile was full of danger. Bai Ruo Ruo squeezed a smile from her face and shook her head. I have no intention of trying to save him. I just feel that he's too infuriating. Instead of continuing to stay here and pissing everyone off, it would be better to, instead, drive away. And, what life-saving benefactor? At first the one who bullied me was Tan Xiao is not false. But, if it was not because of him, Tan Xiao would not have bullied me. It was Tan Xiao who misunderstood the relationship between us. And this is in exchange for a beating from me. And he helped me, ultimately is not still because of the Wan family. So, I distinguish clearly. Wan Xiao sniffed and nodded with satisfaction, grasping by Ruoro's hand and smiling. It's good to be able to distinguish clearly. I'm afraid you can't and end up being fooled. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Yi Ching and laughed lightly. Yi Ching Ruo's attitude just now. Don't mind her. It's not on purpose. What's more, you're here. How can I let you go? This is not the way of hospitality. However, Yi Ching, there is someone who has been wanting to get to know you. If you don't mind, let me introduce you. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Iron Head, who was standing next to him and had long been eager and unsuspecting, and laughed. Mr. Iron Head, haven't you always wanted to get to know Yi Ching? Now that he's right here, you guys can get to know each other. When Iron Head heard this, a hideous smile appeared on his face as he took a step forward and walked directly in front of Yi Ching, laughing coldly. You are Yi Ching, the one who dared to lay hands on the assassin we sent. I've heard that you're pretty wild, even saying the kind of things that even Uncle Kung looks down on. Is that so? Yi Ching glanced at Iron Head and spoke faintly. Who is Uncle Gong? Never heard of it. What? Is it great? If we're talking about the one who sent the assassin, then I do know who it is. After all, the dogs that were sent are so weak, and in themselves, can't be much of a character. You're so eager to take the heat for him. Could it be that you, too, are this so-called Uncle Gong's dog? What was meant by the words? At this moment, Yi Ching's performance made everyone swallow their mouths wildly, especially Wan Xiao. Even if he wanted to see Yi Ching's jokes, at this moment, he felt his sweat explode. Crazy, too crazy. Is Yi Ching so dead that he doesn't care? Otherwise, how dare he say that? And HD Moon and the girls took a deep breath. If some of them hadn't heard of who Uncle Kung was before, well, they had already heard about it from others today. That was a heavenly figure that they couldn't even come into contact with. And as a result, Yi Ching just opened his mouth and humiliated it? Crazy, must be crazy. Otherwise, how dare he? Ironhead's face at this moment. Difficult to see the extreme. He to Uncle Gong, that is loyal. Anyone who dares Uncle Gong, will die. Not to mention, this time, Yi Ching not only insulted Uncle Gong, but also insulted him at. Looking at Wan Xiao, Ironhead sneered. Wan Xiao, I don't want to continue participating in your game, because I can't help it anymore. I'm going to cut this guy's tongue out. Dare to scold me and humiliate Uncle Kung. He is dead. No one can save him. I say. At these words, Bai Ruoro's face instantly turned white, and she tightly grabbed Wan Xiao's arm, fearing that Wan Xiao wouldn't be able to save Yi Ching. Gritting her teeth, Bai Ruoro angrily stared at Yi Ching and said, Yi Ching, you really are crazy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking so crazy. Send them to a mental hospital. I think it's better to just send them to a mental hospital, not just to be cured, but to be tortured. Wan Xiao, you say, right, mental hospitals, places where normal people could turn crazy if they went in. But at this moment, for the sake of Yi Ching's life, Bai Ruoro took the initiative to send Yi Ching inside the mental hospital. Wan Xiao knew what Bai Ruoro was thinking, and just when he wanted to open his mouth, Ironhead directly said angrily, even if we were to send him to a mental hospital, I'd still have to cut out his tongue before sending him there. And what's more, is there any need to waste medical resources on a dead man? After saying that, Ironhead couldn't help but strike. And Wan Xiao at this moment, gritted his teeth, pulled Ironhead and whispered, Mr. Ironhead, it's not that I'm blocking you, but here, after all, is the Cloudside Hotel. It's Mr. Han's turf, and you, if you directly strike here, if Mr. Han knows about it, he'll be unhappy, right? I saw that you were just looking at Mr. Han quite favorably, so I had to speak out to remind you. Hearing Wan Xiao mention the name of Mr. Han, only then did a glimmer of light flash through Ironhead's eyes. He could care less about Wan Xiao, but shall not care less about Mr. Han. After all, the weight of the Cloud Group in the Eastern Province was not light, and even Uncle Kung was not willing to mess with it. And if he could gain the friendship of the top management of the Cloud Group, it would be beneficial to Uncle Kung as well as to him. So, this face, he had to give. Wan Xiao, but you also heard what he all said. If this is something I can tolerate, then, it's not just my own face that will be lost. Do you understand? Wan Xiao quickly spoke up. Mr. Ironhead, I understand. It's not about enduring. It's just, change the place. Wait a little bit. Don't worry. This Yi Ching can't run away. Ironhead was silent for a moment, gritted his teeth, and nodded in recognition. And at this time, although Yi Qing didn't hear what they said, but he also saw a little something and immediately sneered. Have you discussed the results? It's just a timely and simple shot at me. Do you need to hesitate for so long? Or have you really let me down? You're all a bunch of softies who can't do anything but move your mouths, aren't you? Yi Qing actually intensified and mocked recklessly. This is really looking for death. Wan Xiao couldn't help but say angrily. Shut up, Yi Qing. Do you think we can't do anything to you? You even dared to humiliate Mr. Iron Head. You even dared to offend Uncle Gong. Yi Qing, do you think you can still live? The reason why I don't make a move for the time being, that's entirely because it's above Wei Wei's birthday banquet today. Otherwise, I can kill you right now, believe it or not. But don't be in a hurry. When Wei Wei's birthday banquet is over, you can't even run away if you want to. At that time, I'd like to see how you can still talk tough. Good line about Viv's birthday party, don't want to see blood. The others obviously saw that it couldn't be taken seriously. But Bai Weiwei was moved to tears. Brother-in-law, you're so kind. You're just so good. I'm so touched. As for Yi Qing at this time, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Wan Xiao and sighed softly, saying, Wan Xiao, I heard that you have recognized a thief as your father? Not only did he kneel down as a son to his enemy, but he betrayed his own father and gave the Wan family, all of them, away? The backbone of the Wan family, just like this, was broken alive by you? You unfaithful, ungrateful, unkind thing. I'm getting a little sick of you. So you're really damned. Chapter 154, kneel on the ground and crawl twice, recognizing a thief as a father. Unfaithful and unfilial, unkind and unrighteous. This random word out are absolutely derogatory words, used in any person's body, as long as this hat buckle down, that person's popularity, even if it is all ruined. But now, Yi Qing, in front of so many people, directly used all these three harsh words on Wan Xiao's body, which made Wan Xiao's face instantly hard to see. More than that, there was the disgust of being stripped naked and shown off to everyone. Yi Qing, you asshole, what do you know? What does it mean to recognize a thief as your father? What does it mean to be disloyal, unfilial, and unkind? Where did you hear something from? And you dare to slander me at will? You are simply looking for death. At this moment, Wan Xiao was a bit annoyed and pointed at Yi Qing, no longer able to control his temper. Even more so, he couldn't help but slap on Yi Qing's face, while Yi Qing, with his left hand slightly raised, had already blocked Wan Xiao's drawn palm. What? Talked about your pain. So, it made you dogged? Want to make a move? With you? You don't deserve it. After saying that, Yi Qing directly pushed with force and loosened his grip on Wan Xiao's hand, instantly causing Wan Xiao to stagger back a few steps, almost falling over. But at this moment, compared to making a move, Wan Xiao wanted to explain clearly to everyone that he, Wan Xiao, was not such a person. Looking at Yi Qing, Wan Xiao gritted his teeth and said, Yi Qing, since you dare to say that I'm such a villain, then I'll let all the people judge and see if I, 1, am a hateful villain or not, or if you, Yi Qing, are the villain who exits to falsely accuse me? After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at HD Moon by Ruoro and the others, and said angrily, maybe you all don't know, right? His so-called recognizing a thief as his father is that I recognized Uncle Gong as my righteous father. This is recognizing a thief as my father? Uncle Gong once sent someone to kill Yi Qing, by a fluke, relying on my family's ninth uncle. Yi Qing survived. In order to save Yi Qing, in order not to provoke the Wan family, I took the initiative to go to the eastern continent, to talk to Uncle Gong, and in the middle of the conversation, so I recognized my rightful father. I'll ask you guys, was I wrong? Not only did I find a backer for the Wan family, I did all this to save Yi Qing's life, but as a result, Yi Qing scolded me for recognizing a thief as my father. This kind of person who is enmity, do you guys think that he is a good person? Once these words were said, many people present all nodded their heads. After all, there was nothing wrong with what Wan Xiao said. If you really looked at it according to his words, then it was completely Yi Qing who was being gracious. Moreover, recognized Uncle Gong as a father. This is to find a big backer. How many people want this opportunity did not? Not to mention scolding Wan Xiao. Envy Wan Xiao cannot wait. Wan Xiao, you're good. This Yi Qing is simply a bastard. He's beneficent. This is intentional vilification. For that matter, you're still protecting him. It's simply too merciful. That's right. What kind of character is Uncle Gong? How many people want to get on the line can't get on the line? To be able to recognize Wan Xiao as a righteous son, this in itself is a proof of Wan Xiao's character. And even more so to give the Wan family a bigger backing. It's a good thing. This Yi Qing, it can't be envy and jealousy, and so he would say such a thing. Remarks like this abounded, and in an instant, Yi Qing instead became a street rat, everyone shouting at him. This made Wan Xiao's heart extraordinarily painful. In itself, he wanted to publicize this relationship. Now, instead, he borrowed Yi Qing's words and went with the flow. Moreover, he also got more good reputation. Let him. Wan Xiao has become a righteous man. A great thing. Looking at Yi Qing, at this moment, Wan Xiao said arrogantly, as for words like being disloyal and unfilial, unkind and unrighteous, that's even more nonsense. How our family treats Yi Qing, everyone can check anytime, anywhere, that can be said to be courteous and affectionate, but as a result, what about Yi Qing? Simply unaware and arrogant. My father is clear to everyone. He stepped aside to give way. It's just hard work, nothing else, and Uncle Nine supports me? My position is head of the family. That's recognized by everyone. No one can pick a fault. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have spared me, and neither would Uncle Nine, which, I think everyone, recognizes. But now, Yi Qing, this conspiracy theorist, wants to falsely accuse us of father-son bonding. It's simply outrageous and intolerable. Ninth uncle. Where is ninth uncle? If you all don't believe in this matter, I can let ninth uncle prove it. I think, ninth uncle's words. You all won't not believe it. Wan Xiao spoke harshly, describing himself as a victim who had been vilified by Yi Qing, and even brought out the master of the Wan family and the ninth uncle, wanting to make the ninth uncle to prove himself that the position had come brightly and without any conspiracy. It was also true that as long as Uncle Nine opened his mouth, no one would suspect Wan Xiao, not to mention that even if they suspected, they couldn't do anything. Let's just say that the good relationship between Uncle Nine and the Wan family lord was well known. Anyone could betray the Wan family lord, only Uncle Nine wouldn't. Just, admittedly, Yi Qing looked at the sophomoric Wan Xiao and laughed softly. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what the truth is. Of course, it's easy if you have to find out. Just have the Wan family master come out and explain it. Won't that be enough? He only needs to say that the position of family head of your Wan Xiao is something he willingly gave to you. And all of this, isn't it clear? So, can Wan Xiao, the Wan family lord, come? For his own son's innocence, I think, he must care a lot. This time, it is considered to be the army of Wan Xiao, because the master of the Wan family, it is absolutely impossible to come forward to testify to him, even if, can negotiate, but also not now. Wan Xiao said with a cold face, this kind of thing, there's no need for my father to come out. Besides, my father has been laboring for many years, and after the position was handed over to me, he has already gone on vacation, so I, as a son, can't use this kind of small matter to trouble his old man to come on a special trip. Yi Qing smiled and nodded his head as he said, oh, is that so? Then, what about ninth uncle? It's not impossible for ninth uncle to step in. After all, ninth uncle's words, in a sense, represent the Wan family lord. As soon as he heard Yi Qing actually take the initiative to mention ninth uncle, Wan Xiao burst out laughing. What was lifting a stone and stoning one's own feet? Now Wan Xiao could kind of see it clearly. Yi Qing, isn't that right? After all, on ninth uncle's side, he had already taken it himself. Yes, I can ask ninth uncle to prove it, but if ninth uncle says that my position was passed down to me by my father himself, then, Yi Qing, how do you count the fact that you framed me? Yi Qing sniffed, shrugged his shoulders, stretched out his hand and smiled. That's natural. Let Wan Xiao be happy. As long as you're happy, count it however you want. When Wan Xiao heard this, his eyes lit up and he laughed loudly, saying, good, in that case, I'll be polite. Yi Qing, as long as ninth uncle proves that I'm the head of the Wan clan is recognized by my father himself, I won't hurt you either. But I'm going to make you strip naked in front of everyone and crawl around this banquet hall twice. How's that for reasonable? After all, you said I recognized a thief as my father, was disloyal, unfaithful, unkind, and so slandered me that crawling twice and learning to bark like a dog wasn't. Well, a no-no, was it? Chapter 155, last question. Do you trust me? Wan Xiao thinks he's going to win, so to make such an exaggerated request was, in his mind, more exciting than anything else. Stripped naked, in public, in this not-so-small ballroom, crawling and barking while learning to bark, could there be anything more humiliating? As long as it was done, even if Yi Qing was still alive, I'm afraid, it would be worse than death. What? Silent? Afraid to? It's fine if you don't dare, just say it straight. Apologize to me on your knees right now. Say, it's you, Yi Qing, who framed me. You have eyes but no eyes, you're jealous, and then slap yourself 10 times, and this matter will be considered over. How about that? I'm, well, merciful, I guess. Yi Qing sniffed and laughed, looking at Wan Xiao and shaking his head. I was just thinking, would it be too cheap to just let you crawl around twice and learn how to bark? Wan Xiao, whether it's a bet or a deal, it needs to be fair, and since this is the kind of thing you're asking of me, then if Uncle Nine proves that what you're saying is a lie, and that you're the one who confessed to being a thief and is unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unrighteous, then you, too, won't you have to take off your clothes and crawl around twice? Wan Xiao directly laughed out loud and looked at Yi Cheng, shaking his head. You really don't see the coffin. Well, I promise, but you're bound to lose. So why do you try to be brave? Yi Cheng, do you have to push yourself to the brink before you realize that you regret it? But if you want to play tricks, I'm afraid it won't work. At that time, even if you are forced to be punished, you won't be able to escape. Understand? Speaking here, Iron Head directly sneered. Interesting, it's really more painful than directly slaughtering him. This matter, I approve of it. I'll be this witness. If Yi Cheng really dares to violate the agreement and run away, I guarantee that I'll break his limbs and have someone drag him crawling in this banquet hall. Wan Xiao laughed out loud, then directly shouted to all of them. Gentlemen, you've all heard our agreement, so let's ask everyone present to be a witness. As long as the ninth uncle personally admitted that I want someone is not a bad person, then, please this Mr. Yi Cheng, in front of all of us, to everyone climb A. This is also considered my birthday gift to Bai Weiwei it. More is considered to send everyone a change of fun. Everyone said, okay. Wan Xiao is afraid that things are not big. Directly to all the people shouted up. That posture, that look, as if it is a sure win. And in fact, almost all the people present do not think that Wan Xiao will lose. After all, that is the ninth uncle. Grew up watching Wan Xiao. And Wan Xiao, since he dared to bet like this, 100%, will not be wrong. On the contrary, everyone thought that Yi Cheng had a brain problem. Otherwise, how could he agree to this matter? Only Yi Cheng, with a bemused face, completely ignored the taunts of the crowd and just looked at Wan Xiao playfully, as if he had already seen Wan Xiao's end. HD Moon sighed at this time, looking at Yi Cheng sadly, saying, Yi Cheng, you say, what are you trying to do? To die for face and live to suffer. In the end, your end can only be worse. It would be better to just send you to a mental hospital. While Bai Weiwei laughed, Sister Qingyu, this crook just deserves it. This kind of bet that is bound to be lost dares to be played. This is clearly wanting to renege on the debt. But alas, he thought wrong. Today here is not a place where he can renege on the debt. After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Wan Xiao with a sweet smile on her face. Brother-in-law, thank you so much. My birthday party today was unforgettable and especially fun. I had a great time. And later, I'll be waiting to see him learn how to crawl like a dog. If there was anyone present who still cared about Yi Cheng, then it was only Bai Ruoruo. However, Bai Ruoruo at this moment, but want to persuade, cannot persuade, but she is not willing to look at Yi Cheng as bullied like this. Otherwise, really is worse than death. Yi Cheng, kneel down and apologize. That way, perhaps Wan Xiao can still forgive you. Yes, that's right. That's what Bai Ruoruo said. She told Yi Cheng to kneel on the ground and apologize to Wan Xiao. In her opinion, she, doing all of this, was all for Yi Cheng's good, in order for Yi Cheng to be less humiliated, and even more so, for the safety of Yi Cheng's life. However, at this moment, without waiting for Wan Xiao to open his mouth and say anything, Yi Cheng's eyes already looked towards Bai Ruoruo. Only, this time, the eyes that looked towards Bai Ruoruo were somewhat indifferent, and somewhat sighed. Bai Ruoruo, remember what I once told you? Yi Cheng shook his head and sighed. You've been very good to me, back then, and now, when everyone turned their backs on me, it was you who stayed by my side, encouraging me and comforting me. Your affection, I can feel, even, I have also faltered, but, perhaps, it is really the timing is not right. There is always some creation, there is always something. Love is not necessary. Never mind, not so much, just a simple sentence. I have said more than once, for you, to trust me, do you remember? For some reason, at this moment, Bai Ruoruo's eyes had long been red beyond measure, and even in her heart, the pain was unbearable. She felt a hint of something wrong, as if Yi Cheng was getting farther and farther away from her. Looking at Yi Cheng, she opened her mouth, but always, nothing came out. Of course she believed in Yi Cheng, and she wanted to believe in Yi Cheng, but, no, now Yi Cheng was offending Uncle Gong, offending Wan Xiao. This was something that would kill people. She was doing it for Yi Cheng's own good. Only then could she protect him, even if it made Yi Cheng misunderstand. she would admit it. Looking at Bai Ruoro, who didn't open her mouth, Yi Qing gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "So, you don't believe me, do you? At the very least, in your mind, I'm not 100% worthy of your trust. Or maybe, you're thinking that you're doing me a favor, that you're protecting me, that you're compromising yourself for the safety of my life, even if it makes me misunderstand. That's what you're thinking. It's very touching. But, I'm upset." At this moment, no one disturbed Yi Cheng, because everyone sensed Yi Qing's mood was not right. It came out even more wrong, as if, in a final farewell, to keep me alive, even going so far as to make me apologize to him on my knees. That, too, is considered believing in me, for my own good? Bai Ruoro, perhaps, we can really only be friends, and don't worry, I'll always think of you as a good friend, but also, that's about it. So, are you, now, going to trust me for once? Come stand by my side, and if you do, we, perhaps, have a future. One last thing, to trust me or not, as long as you're willing to trust me, what the Wan family, what Uncle Kung, is nothing, no one can hurt me, at least, they, can't do it. This is the last time I'm going to ask you if you want to trust me, and it's the last time I'm going to ask you if you want to stand over here. You, decide for yourself. Chapter 156, so, we're still good friends. Right at this moment, Bai Ruoro's tears, uncontrollable, flowed out instantly. She knew that this was the last chance Yi Qing would give himself. If she didn't choose to believe in Yi Qing and didn't stand by his side, then she would lose him forever and never have any more chances. However, looking at the cold-faced Wan Xiao and the murderous iron head beside her, she really didn't dare to stand over. She wanted to believe Yi Qing, but she really didn't dare. And at that moment, Wan Xiao laughed. "What a big mouth. Who's touching themselves here? Still believe you. And what do you want to stand over? Why do you want to stand over there? To suffer and die with you? Have you ever thought that she, Bai Ruoro, still has a family? What's more, you, Yi Qing, knowingly know your own situation, and you're still forcing Bai Ruoro like this. You're adding to your own drama and going crazy. Fine, then I'll make it happen and see if she stands over." After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled coldly. "If you want to stand over there, it's fine. You can go, but he's definitely dead. Didn't he ask you to trust him? He doesn't even put my Wan family in his eyes. Not even Uncle Gong. It's fine for you to go over there. But, you know the result." And Ironhead was also full of killing intent at this time. This guy really deserves to die. He has to bring along Uncle Kung for his own acting. He dares to use Uncle Kung as a stepping stone. I'm really sorry for him if I don't get him killed. And HD Moon laughed. Ruo, you don't really think that he can be more powerful than the Wan family than Uncle Gong, do you? Oh, unless he really is the kind of being that, with a single word, can make Lin Ji's fish leap over the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a laughing matter? Speaking here, HD Moon looked at Lin Ji and laughed. Lin Ji, you can also choose to believe him. After all, he has already given you the opportunity to give you his phone number. After you beat it, won't it be a fish jumping over the dragon door? HD Moon, will be begging you and browbeating you, or else you'll be better off to beat one. Lin Ji didn't expect that it could even involve herself, and immediately laughed coldly. I'm not a little cutie. Why would I listen to his nonsense here and believe him? Believe him, and then accompany him into the mental hospital together. Really funny. At this time, Bai Weiwei also became a little excited. Yet she was afraid that Bai Ruoro really stood by Yi Qing's side and then made Wan Xiao unhappy. Sis, don't do anything stupid. You know how much Aunt and Uncle hate this liar. If you do something stupid, I will disown you in the future. Everyone kept laughing at Yi Qing's insouciance. All of them were laughing at the fact that he had a mental problem, was moving himself, adding to his own drama, and even more so, was constantly swaying by Ruoro's thoughts. As for Bai Ruoro, she exhaled softly, then looked at Wan Xiao and said softly, "What you promised me, do it." When Wan Xiao heard this, a hint of smugness appeared on his face as he said, "Naturally, but it also depends on your performance. You understand." Bai Ruoro nodded, then looked at Yi Qing. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's expression was bitter, yet firm. "Yi Qing, I want to believe in you, but this time, you won't be able to pass this hurdle. I'm going to protect you in my own way. I'm sorry, I won't be able to stand over there. Even if you hate me and blame me for this, I, too, have no regrets." In the end, Bai Ruoro still didn't choose to believe Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing's face, at this moment, there was no sadness or grief, only a hint of loss. Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoro, nodded, and said, we will always be good friends. This simple and plain sentence was like a rift in the sky, severing any possible future relationship between the two of them, and henceforth, positioning them only as good friends. And as these words were uttered, by Rua's pair of eyes, instantly, shed a line of clear tears. It hurt, but, for the sake of Yi Qing, she would rather hurt. Wan Xiao laughed out loud and looked at Yi Qing, saying, wanting to be good friends with my girlfriend, it also depends on whether you, Yi Qing, have the qualifications to do so. Alright, the jokes that should be made, have been made for fun as well. Seeing this joke now, it's time to carry on with it. After all, compared to the others, I think what everyone wants to see more is you, Yi Qing, stripping naked and learning to crawl like a dog on the ground. Ah, ha 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 ha, ninth uncle. Where is ninth uncle? Come on people, bring ninth uncle back to me. As for Yi Qing, looking at Wan Xiao constantly calling out for Uncle Nine, he lightly laughed and said, Wan Xiao, don't be anxious, Uncle Nine hasn't left, he just, for the time being, doesn't want to see you. Wait a little longer. You don't need to call out for it. Uncle Nine will come. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Wan Xiao instinctively felt that something was wrong. Looking at Yi Qing, he coldly said, what do you mean? What did you do to ninth uncle? Did you take ninth uncle away? When Yi Qing heard this, he laughed and shook his head. Wan Xiao, this joke of yours, it's a little less funny. Ninth uncle is such a big living person, and is even a big brother in the underground world of Zhangchang. Yi Qing, in your eyes, is just a mole cricket that you can pinch at will? Where can I catch ninth uncle? All told you, ninth uncle now, just want to clear the air a little. So, for the time being, do not want to appear just, but, later, he will definitely have to appear. Don't worry. When Wan Xiao heard this, he clenched his teeth and looked at Yi Qing, saying, it seems that you, Yi Qing, have come prepared. Is this an attempt to stall for time? Fine, I'll give you the chance to stall for time, but, so what? Do you think you can still turn the tables? Here today, you climb or you don't. I'd like to see what the hell you can get up to. Men, go and find Uncle Nine for me. And Yi Qing just looked faintly, not the slightest bit anxious. However, Wan Xiao, looking at Yi Qing's expression, this heart, but more and more some chaos. Not knowing what came to mind, Wan Xiao hurriedly looked at Ironhead and said, Mr. Ironhead, on my father's side, there won't be any problems, right? I always feel that there's something wrong with this Yi Qing today. I'm afraid that he's going to pull something out of the bag. Ironhead sniffed and looked at Wan Xiao with disdain, saying, Wan Xiao, what are you afraid of? Now that you are the head of the Wan family, everything is under our control. It's all like this. Do you still need to be afraid? This Yi Qing is only pretending for a bit, and it scares you like this. You are simply ridiculous. Don't worry. I personally brought the elites from the eastern continent and sent a full 30 of them to keep an eye on your father. There won't be any accidents. Those are the absolute elites under me. Even if more than 100 of them attacked at the same time, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Understand? When mentioning his own men, Ironhead's face was full of confidence and arrogance. Obviously, for these 30 or so of his men, he had full trust. Wan Xiao immediately revealed a relieved expression when he heard this. However, they didn't know that right there in the suburban villa where the Wan family lord was being held, Ironhead's so-called elites were more than unbeatable under the strikes of Red Pupil's henchmen. They were simply falling apart, like ants, being harvested for their lives. Chapter 157, Me, No Captive. More than 30 of Ironhead's men brought from the eastern continent. All of them were elite, and they were even more loyal men who had been following Ironhead for a long time. And to put it mildly, losing one of them would make Ironhead's heart ache. This time, however, it was destined to make Ironhead's heart not only ache, but drip blood. Inside the villa, many corpses had fallen at the moment, and everyone who was still alive was kneeling on the ground, trembling. According to reason, they shouldn't be so fearful, but, after seeing the means and ruthlessness of Red Pupil's men, they had to be fearful and didn't dare not to be afraid. 30 men in black robes had quickly taken control of the entire villa, from start to finish, and not even a minute, had been used up, and at this moment, the master of the Wan family stood in the courtyard, dumbfounded, watching all of this, and the entire person was lost in thought. The scene that had just happened had taken him by surprise, but, upon seeing these people, not harming him at all, the Wan family lord knew that perhaps things had taken a turn for the worse. As expected, when Red Hitomi, with a relaxed pace, stepped into the courtyard, everything was over. Reporting to your holiness, the Xianward squad of 30 personal guards has successfully completed its mission. killing 18 of the enemy and capturing 15 of them, and the master of the Wan family has been successfully rescued. Please show your holiness. A black-robed man, standing respectfully in front of Red Hitomi, reported the results of the battle. As for the Wan family lord's eyes at this moment, they had long since lit up. Rescue. These two words, he naturally heard them. These people are here to rescue him? But these people, what exactly are they? He knew very well that Ninth Uncle's men simply did not have such a strong fighting force. So, who is it? For some reason, at this moment, the Wan family lord suddenly thought of Yi Qing. The red pupil looked at the black-robed man and spoke faintly. Xian Yi, do I need a captive? When the black-robed man heard this, he immediately nodded his head and said, Yes, your holiness, my subordinate understands. As the words fell, the black-robed man raised his hand, and immediately, the other black-robed men were on standby, ready to harvest the lives of these enemies in front of them. And the words they spoke were all in the Dragon Kingdom language, which these Iron Heads men naturally understood. Originally, each and every one of them did not dare to open their mouths for fear of offending these terrifying black-robed people and then losing their lives. But now, they couldn't do it without opening their mouths. And if they didn't open their mouths, they would have to die. No, let us go. Who the hell are you guys? We're Iron Heads men. We're Uncle Kung's men. If you kill us, Uncle Kung will definitely avenge us. That's right. Uncle Kung is the strongest giant in the underground world of the Eastern Province. You guys are provoking Uncle Kung by doing this. You guys will be retaliated against. However, if threats were useful to Red Hitomi, then Red Hitomi wouldn't be killing rivers of blood and mountains of bones outside the borders. He is, by nature, crazy. Looking at the enemy who opened his mouth, the corner of the red pupil's mouth grinned a smile. His own white teeth, at this moment, as if they had become a murderous weapon. Uncle Kung? I'm so scared. It really scared me. All these years, the people who threatened my red pupil, there were not 1,000, but 800, but in the end, they all shut up. Do you know why? Without waiting for these people to reply, Red Hitomi suddenly covered her face and laughed madly. Because they're all dead. Ha 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 ha. Since then, no one has dared to threaten me, even if, when I want to kill them, they have to stick out their necks for me to kill them. And this time, do you know why? Red Hitomi laughed even more crazily. Because, if you don't kill them, they'll be worse than dead. Ha 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 ha. Therefore, you should feel honored because you are the first batch of enemies that I, Red Pupil, have killed since my return to the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, you are happy. Oh, by the way, the Uncle Gong or Iron Head in your mouths. Don't worry, soon, I'll let them go down to accompany you. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of his mad laughter, Red Hitomi casually waved his arm. In the next second, all of the black-robed men, at the same time, struck out, and the scene, once again, had 15 more corpses. At this point, all of the 30 or so people sent by Iron Head to escort the Wan family lord were dead, and none of them were spared. And it was at this time that the red pupil, only then, looked at the Wan family master who had become somewhat stagnant. There was no way not to be dumbfounded. Originally it was already extremely shocking, but, after seeing the red pupil, the Wan family master instinctively felt a chill coming on, as if he was facing an evil spirit that survived in hell. Especially the madness and killing intent that flashed out from the red pupil's eyes, as if it could kill all the world. This was something that the master of the Wan family had never seen before in all these years. Terrible, terrible to the core. At this moment, the fear of the wannabe clan master was completely out of instinct. Even if, knowing that the red pupil had come to save him, he still couldn't control his trembling. Master Wan? The red pupil walked up to the Wan family lord and revealed what he thought was a kind smile. However, this smile caused the already frightened Wan family lord to be shocked once again. That's right, I'm Wan Haishin. May I ask who you are? Red Hitomi nodded and smiled. My name is Red Hitomi. I'm just a small person. It's not worth mentioning. I wasn't hurt just now, right, little people? On the red pupil such an existence, where are absolutely terrific big shot even, is let people are afraid to mention the name of the taboo existence, is not too much. But, with Red Hitomi saying this, the Wan family master didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, no injuries, no injuries. Thank you Lord Red Hitomi for your concern. Red Hitomi smiled and said, that's good. Otherwise, if you were injured, I wouldn't know how to explain to Mr. Yi. Then, if it's not too late, let's get going. Mr. Yip? The Wan family lord's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it was Yi Qing. Mr. Yes man? When he had seen the cloud mist special courtyard before, He had known that Yi Qing was definitely not a small person, more like a terrific big shot. And now, the appearance of the Red Pupil had verified his thoughts. Lord Red Pupil, the Mr. Yi you spoke of, is that Mr. Yi Qing Yi? And are we going somewhere? The Red Pupil smiled faintly and said, that's right, naturally it's Mr. Yi Qing, otherwise, would anyone else come to save you? To what birthday banquet? Ah, your son seems to be there. Mr. Yi instructed me to bring you there after saving you. Oh yeah, you seem to have been taken over right. It doesn't matter. Mr. Yi said that you're his friend, so he's here to help you with your matters. One family master, let's get going. Red Hitomi's words were simple, and in a few words, she made everything clear. Yi Qing, to help him take back what he lost. What a simple sentence. At this moment, the master of the Wan family was moved to cry. After all, before, he had been so desperate that he wanted to commit suicide. However, thinking of this, the Wan family head said with some hesitation, Lord Red Pupil, you may need to remind Mr. Yi that the enemy this time, I'm afraid that there are not only people from Uncle Gong's side, but also, Uncle Nine, probably, need to be careful. When the Red Pupil heard this, a displeased expression immediately appeared on her face as she looked at the Wan family master and said in a not-so-satisfied manner, Wan family master, why are you looking down on me? Even if you look down on me, you still look down on my family's Mr. Yi. When these words came out, the Wan family lord immediately wanted to cry. He didn't look down. No, Mr. Red Hitomi, you misunderstand. I'm just saying, trying to warn. Before the Wan family master could finish, Red Hitomi waved her hand and spoke indifferently. Remind of what? Reminding. With these dirtbags, could they possibly hurt Mr. Yi? Family Master 1. If you're not underestimating my Red Pupil, what is it? I, Red Pupil, as Mr. Yi's personal guard, can't handle this little matter well. What qualifications do I have to be this personal guard? The next one will not be Master 1. After all, it's a bit insulting to compare me with all this garbage. As he spoke, the Red Pupil waved his hand and spoke faintly. Burn all these mole crickets. One family master, the car is already prepared. There's no time to lose. Let's set off. The next moment, sitting in the car, looking at the villa behind him that was ablaze with fire, the Wan family head gulped, especially when he looked at the Red Pupil sitting on the passenger side, leisurely holding a cigarette. He felt that he might be involved in a world that he once dared not imagine. Chapter 158, throwing hundreds of millions of dollars of things in the trash can. Inside the banquet hall, because Uncle Nine had not been found for the time being, the bet between Wan Xiao and Yi Qing had also been put on hold for the time being. The result, though, is the same for all. No one felt that Yi Qing would win, and not being able to find ninth uncle for the time being was just giving Yi Qing a little more time to live on. But, even at this time, no one wanted Yi Qing to be idle. Wan Xiao was sitting next to him, with Bai Ruoro snuggled up next to him. High-definition Moon and the girls looked at Yi Qing with a mocking face, just waiting for a heavenly joke to fall on Yi Qing's body. Not knowing what came to mind, HD Moon looked at Wan Xiao and laughed. Wan Xiao, since Ruo Ruo has become your girlfriend, wearing a fake would disgrace you, right? Especially, this fake, which is still a gift from Yi Qing. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? White crystal love was worn on by Ruo Ruo's body. The beautiful jewelry, set off by Ruo Ruo's beauty, is unbelievable. However, the jewelry that had moved by Ruo Ruo had become a tool to attack Yi Qing more than once. Counterfeit? Even if it's a fake, Bai Ruo can't let go of it, and wants to guard it with her life. Because, Yi Qing himself said that it's called Bai Ruo's love, not some white crystal love. When Wan Xiao heard this, he revealed a hint of a smile and nodded, saying, President Qing Yu was right to remind me. If you didn't say it, I almost forgot that our family Ruo Ruo's body is still wearing a fake sent by a crook. Ruo Ruo, why don't you take down these fakes and give them back? Bai Ruo was very reluctant to give up, but, still, in front of everyone, little by little, the set of jewelry was all taken down, and the moment it was taken down, Bai Ruo's mood is not yet known, but, the original absolute beauty, but because of the lack of jewelry, instantly, less than a third. When HD Moon saw this scene, she was the one who was the happiest. She didn't know what mood she was in, but, she just couldn't accept Bai Ruo wearing this set of white crystal love which was even a fake. In her opinion, everything of Yi Qing should belong to her. Even if it is fake, she should be the one to throw it in the garbage can, instead of giving it to another woman to wear on her body. Bai Ruo took the jewelry and gently walked to Yi Qing, saying, Yi Qing, this set of jewelry is returned to you. Yi Qing looked deeply at Bai Ruo and did not say anything. but just stretched out his hand and took the set of jewelry. This set of jewelry, indeed, is not called white ruoro love? This name, I took it, and the real name of this set of jewelry, indeed, as they say, is called white crystal love. The reason I changed the name of this jewelry set when I first gave it to you is for you. But now, it's no longer necessary. Yi Chang, do not speak, okay? This opening, by Ruoro cannot help but red eyes. She knows, Yi Chang, this is to blame their own do not believe in him, did not choose him, so, retracted some of the feelings that perhaps once sprouted up. There's no chance, perhaps, really, never again. And at that moment, HD Moon, who heard all this, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, this is the white crystal love, isn't it? Yi Ching, ah Yi Ching, you're broken now. Finally you can't hide it and tell the truth about what happened. This set of white crystal love is clearly a fake that you can't afford to buy the real thing and imitate it. You thought that no one would recognize it if you changed the name, but you, after all, lifted a stone and smashed your own foot. Wan Shao sniffed, and even laughed softly. A white crystal love worth nearly $100 million. Even if my Wan family wants to take it, I would have to hesitate for a moment. Yi Chang, next time if you want to coax a girl, remember, pick something reasonable, so that at least you won't be suspected so much. Speaking here, Wan Shao shook his head somewhat mockingly and said, being a liar, please also be a bit more truthful. What's the point of being poked and prodded by this kind of liar? And HD Moon laughed lightly at this time. Wan Shao, maybe, he just thought that no one can afford it. Many people don't recognize it. That's why he picked the white crystal love. As a result, he didn't think that so many people, don't believe him. Ha ha ha. Cognitive gap is just, he has always been an ordinary person, and was locked up in prison for 3 years. So, the brain cannot turn around, but also normal. After all, the small people, where there is such common sense. The two men recklessly mocked Yi Ching, and Wan Shao, when he was about to say something, his eyes lit up and saw Mr. Han. Immediately, he laughed. Yi Chang, the main man is here. Your imitation of white crystal love, we don't care, but, if Han is always the one to care, we don't know. Oh. After saying that, Wan Shao forward 2 steps, stretched out his hand and smiled. Mr. Han, busy, you came just in time, just in you said things, have landed. This is not, you see, the jewelry in his hand, is not your cloud jewelry's white crystal love. With the appearance of Mr. Han, the attention of these people, all focused on Mr. Han. After all, at such a young age, he was already on the verge of becoming the vice president of the Cloud Group's Eastern Province Company. Such a person had a great future ahead of him. Mr. Han looked at Wan Shao and smiled. I've just been busy for a while, please don't mind. I see you guys are chatting quite lively here. What's wrong? Is it because of white crystal love? Wan Shao smiled and nodded, saying, not bad, the person who imitated the white crystal love has already come. Mr. Han, it's him, Yi Chang. He's holding the evidence in his hand right now. Take a look at it. After all, it's a matter of the reputation of the Cloud Group. It's better for you to deal with it personally. Mr. Han sniffed and nodded, then walked over to Yi Ching and smiled lightly. Do you mind if I take a look? Yi Ching sniffed and indifferently glanced at Mr. Han, saying, my things, you can look at them whenever you want? Yi Ching's words directly caused Mr. Han to freeze. These years, he could be said to be smooth. Wherever he went, he was treated as a VIP. Such an attitude was really rare for him. Without waiting for Mr. Han to speak, Wan Shao had already sneered. Yi Chang, you really don't know the heights of heaven. Do you know who you're talking to? Simply stupid. HD Moon also laughed coldly and said, Yi Chang, you are weak-minded, so you don't dare to let Mr. Han look at it. What are you afraid of? You've given it away. You don't even dare to be looked at. Ha, thought you had a lot of guts. Seeing that so many people stood up for him, Mr. Han immediately behaved in a gentle manner and spoke with a smile. It's okay, there's no need to be like this. I don't mind. After saying that, General Manager Han looked at Yi Ching and smiled. This friend, as for me, I'm the general manager of the Yunwan Hotel. Since you have my Yunwan Group's jewelry in your hands, it shouldn't be a problem for me to take a look at it. After all, if this is true, I can return your innocence. Of course, if it is false, I may not be unable to deal with it at my discretion. After all, seeing as how you also came to the birthday banquet, we should all be friends, and it may not, necessarily, be necessary to go to the point of legal proceedings or use special departments to step in. What do you think? That's the threat. Yi Ching's eyes narrowed slightly before he looked at the white crystal love in his hand and laughed softly. If something I gave to someone is returned, then it's still mine. And what is mine, I can do with it as I wish, and others have no right to interfere. Want to see it, do you? Then go to the trash can and rummage around for yourself. After saying that, Yi Ching walked to the side of the trash can, and in front of everyone, he directly threw this white crystal love, which was worth nearly $100 million, into the trash can. And during this process, from beginning to end, there was no glance at Bai Ruoro, because she is no longer the owner of white crystal love. She no longer is worthy of being the owner of this white crystal love. Chapter 159, The Truth in Words? Yi Ching's behavior of throwing this valuable white crystal love directly into the trash did not make the people present feel distressed. After all, in their eyes, this was just a fake. It's worthless stuff. Yi Ching's behavior of throwing things could be completely taken as Yi Ching's behavior of being weak-minded and not wanting to be checked, of escaping, of being afraid of being uncovered. If there was another person present who felt painfully uncomfortable, then it would have to be Bai Ruoro. Looking at Yi Ching's cold eyes, looking at his determination when he threw things, Bai Ruoro knew that her behavior hurt Yi Ching, and Yi Ching was not willing to forgive herself anymore. At this moment, Bai Ruoro, it hurt. She couldn't even wait to run to the trash can, pick up the stuff, and tell Yi Ching how much she treasured it. It's just a shame she can't do it. Yi Ching, what are you doing? Having a weak heart? You don't want to be checked, so you just throw away the stuff. But do you think that you can escape punishment just like that? You're too naive. High Definition Moon looked at Yi Ching and directly sneered, uttering a sneer. And Wan Xiao even laughed and spoke. Yi Ching, I originally thought that you were still somewhat capable, but now it seems that you are really naive. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Mr. Han and laughed. Mr. Han, it seems that there is no need to verify the truth anymore. His behavior has proved everything. Mr. Han sniffed, nodded, and looked at Yi Ching and laughed. This, Mr. Yi, what you did, is really surprising, but the stuff is right here, and there is surveillance everywhere. If I really want to trace it, I'm afraid you won't be able to get away with it either. Yi Ching sniffed, pointed at the trash can, and spoke faintly. I told you, the stuff is right there. It can be checked at any time. If you want to see it, fine, just go and pick it back up. At this moment, Chief Han's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yi Ching and said softly, Mr. Yi, you seem to be very hostile towards me. Over the years, I haven't come across anyone so rampant. You are the first. Yi Ching sniffed, looked at Mr. Han, laughed softly, and said, Mr. Han, right, indeed, young and promising, looks like a great person. But, if you haven't encountered someone who didn't give you face before, well, now you have. You, who are going to stand with them and find fault with me? Looking at Yi Ching, for some reason, at this moment, Mr. Han smiled and shook his head, saying, Mr. Yi has misunderstood. I have no grudges against you, so naturally I won't look for your trouble. The reason why I have to open my mouth to verify the authenticity of something today is also because I'm the person in charge of the Cloudside Hotel. Although I'm not in charge of the Cloudside City or the Cloudside Jewelry, but, as a Cloudside person, this is also my duty. I'll stay out of your feud. After saying that, Mr. Han took 2 steps back, signaling this matter. He doesn't care. But, this kind of compromise made the people present surprised. Yi Ching had provoked like this. Mr. Han was too magnanimous. And at this time, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Chang and sneered. Yi Chang, don't think that you can get away with throwing the fake goods. Mr. Han is generous, but everyone present is not blind. What you did, everyone can see it clearly. Yi Chang, you are now being broken up. Broken, right? Okay, no problem. Mr. Han doesn't care. Wan Xiao wants to wait for ninth uncle. Then, let's all wait together. Anyway, in the end, the one who will be reduced to a laughingstock will only be you, not others. Today, it's my birthday feast, a bar mitzvah, and I have you to thank for all the fun you found to keep me entertained. Go and sit down and eat something. Drink some wine. After all, you came, as a guest, when you will be humiliated. You also need to eat and drink enough, so that you have the strength to crawl on the ground. After Bai Weiwei finished speaking, she laughed out loud, as if she had already seen Yi Ching learning to crawl like a dog on the ground. And at this time, HD Moon pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Weiwei, it's true that it's still you who are simple and kind. And like your sister, you're all good people. You guys, you're just too soft-hearted. Everyone came to attend the birthday banquet. All sent a gift. Yi Ching Seems to be more you personally went out to invite. Will not really come here to eat and drink for nothing. A little gift is not prepared. If so, then, can really is too humiliating. Speaking here, HD Moon sighed and looked at Yi Ching, saying, I know you don't have much money, but the gift still needs to be given. Is it that you can't take what you've prepared? Or did you not prepare it at all? By Ruoro you have sent fake goods. This time Wei Wei's birthday banquet. You don't want to send any more fake things to disgrace people. Oh yes, you won't want to be here to write a picture of the word. My God, I forgot. Your word are worth 100 million it, ha ha ha. When Yi Ching was at the Wan family's charity dinner, instead of being hurt by HD Moon, Yi Ching was allowed to put on a big show. This matter, in HD Moon's heart, has never passed. It can be said that it is a nagging memory that cannot be forgotten. Now, it was so hard to find an opportunity. She was absolutely unwilling to not humiliate Yi Ching to death. She wanted to peel away all of Yi Ching's toughness little by little, so that Yi Ching completely show his original form, and have no ground to stand on. Yi Ching in the beginning, a simple picture of words, auctioned 100 million sky price. This matter, the people present, know actually quite a lot. However, not many people really knew the details, but, just looking at the surface, Yi Ching was truly a cow. When by Wei Wei and Mr. Han heard this, they were also astonished and looked at Yi Ching with some incredulity. How could they not expect that Yi Ching actually had such a feat? Especially, by Wei Wei. Her eyes went wide. What $100 million? What kind of joke is this? Sister Qingyu, this is a fake, right? High definition Moon sniffed. The corner of her mouth outlined a hint of mockery, saying, what about the real deal? It's $100 million, and many people present know that. And at this time, Mr. Han suddenly laughed and said, if that's the case, then, this Mr. Ye's purchase of white crystal love, I think, is not considered to be any difficulty. After all, writing a few words can be worth $100 million. So, writing more is nothing, right? Hearing Mr. Han say this, HD Moon laughed and looked at Wan Xiao, saying, Wan Xiao, won't you explain the truth? Wan Xiao actually didn't know what the master of the Wan family was thinking in the first place, but he had his own ideas. What's more, he's the master of the House of Wannabe today, and the final interpretation, it's up to him. It's not much, but it's just that at first, my father felt that the charity funds were still a little too small, so he took the opportunity to donate a sum of money. After all, the money from the auction won't fall into the hands of an individual. It will all go directly into the charity account, plus some other reasons, that is, coincidence, and Yi Ching itself, nothing to do with. After all, I believe that the people present, there are calligraphy and painting connoisseurs. I'll look at it. Yi Ching's words, at most, just can look at it. $100 million? That's really a big joke. Say again simpler. Then change others, casually write something, also can to 100 million. Things, is so simple, all understand? Hearing Wan Xiao explain in this way, all of them revealed a look of sudden realization. Yeah, that makes sense. While HD Moon and the others laughed and said, the truth is indeed like that. But, people still think that they are rich and powerful, and are able to have endless money to spend, and they have all become big shots. He, how ridiculous. While Yi Ching was expressionless, he just looked at Wan Xiao, smiled faintly, and said, my words, indeed, aren't worth much, but, that request, it's quite valuable. So, Wan Xiao, you'd better smile more, because, it's the same character that you look down on that will, soon, make you laugh no more. Chapter 160, I'll give you, the Life Original Liquid. Big talk, it's still big talk. At this moment, Wan Xiao already didn't want to bother about anything more with Yi Ching. Looking at Yi Ching, Wan Xiao smiled and spoke. Actually, I quite admire you. Just by your thick skin that doesn't change its color. That's how many people want it but can't have it. It's okay, it's nice to live in your own world. It's just that, I'm sorry to say, when Uncle Nine arrives, soon, you'll have to come to your senses and be a good dog. After saying that, Wan Xiao no longer paid attention to Yi Ching and sat on the chair, looking at Yi Ching blandly, like, watching a clown who was about to perform. And at this time, Bai Weiwei said in a cold voice, Yi Ching, I invited you to my birthday banquet. Not for you to pretend here. Fine, you don't want to give me a gift. I want to see what kind of gift you can actually give me. After saying that, Bai Weiwei pointed at the crowd present and laughed. You liar who already has a history of delivering fake goods. Today, wanting to fool me in the crowd present is just a fool's dream. Come on, I'll see what you can come up with. Yi Ching looked at Bai Weiwei and sighed softly, saying, this gift I'm going to give you. To be honest, you are, in fact, really quite unworthy of it. But, this is what I promised Ruo before, to give you, your favorite birthday gift. She said, you like this the most, so, I gave it. It's not worthy, but, it's the only way. This said, let Bai Weiwei angry face iron blue incomparable. Things have not yet seen it. Said she is not worthy. This is to her Bai Weiwei is what? Yi Cheng, you dare to humiliate me. Fine. Then I'll have to see what you're giving away that you dare to say that I'm not worthy anymore. After saying that, Bai Weiwei stretched out her hand and smiled coldly. Come on, take it out. Let's see. What exactly is it that I, Bai Weiwei, would be unworthy of? Yi Cheng put his hand into his pants pocket, then slowly pulled out a thumb-sized glass bottle. The bottle looked like it was okay workmanship, but also knew at a glance that it wasn't something rare. But, the liquid in the bottle, which was glittering with starry light, looked so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off it. The green-colored liquid, as if it had a life, though bound by the bottle, still, emitted a dazzling light. What's this? It looks, well, really pretty. The bottle looks pretty cheap, so I don't think it's anything good, but it's quite pretty really. What's this about giving away a bottle of water that I don't know what it's for? Is it good? Many people saw this scene and voiced questions from their instincts. And Bai Weiwei was even more inquisitive, looking at Yi Cheng and speaking with disdain. Yi Cheng, don't tell me that this is the gift you're going to give me? And, still, it's something that, in your words, I, Bai Weiwei, don't deserve? Just one bottle of water colored by you? You can't find a lot of this pretty looking water on the street, and you can buy a ton of it online. And you're just going to fool me with this? And HD Moon laughed at this time. At least, it's not something fake, right? This is no way to attack him with a fake. After all, a bottle of water is just a bottle of water. What can it be? This Yi Cheng is learning to be smart, afraid that we will intentionally find him in trouble. Specially picked one of these contraptions but this, it's also too out of hand. At this moment, all the people present, all laughed, seemingly, mocking Yi Cheng's self-importance and cleverness. As for Yi Cheng, he just smiled faintly and spoke indifferently. Is it funny? But, this is what you want the most. Bai Weiwei. This is the original life liquid that you've been longing for? I think, this gift, you won't think that it's still fake, right? The moment these words came out, the smiling faces of everyone, including HD Moon, instantly froze in their own faces. Life original liquid. These 4 words seemed to have magic power, directly making those present who understood the value of this thing, all froze. But then came the roaring laughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was a joke. A joke that was even more of a joke than Yi Cheng's imitation of white crystal love. Ha 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 ha. Yi Cheng, you're really crazy and irredeemable. What do you think this is? Life original liquid? HD Moon had a face that was a little twisted with laughter. Original life liquid. That is the original life liquid. How many people spend a lot of money cannot buy the treasure? Yi Cheng, just like this to bring it? Yi Cheng, you have, perhaps, only heard of the name of the original liquid of life, but you don't know just how rare this treasure is. Do you know that? Even if we could admit that the white crystal love that you threw into the trash can was real, it's impossible to think that you could come up with the original liquid of life. This is simply a treasure that can't be bought with money. High definition Moon shook her head, looked at Yi Cheng, and said with some pity, you are really doing everything to save face. In order to fight for a breath of air. I now can't tell whether you are for Bai Ruo, or in order to, in front of us, wanting to prove yourself impatiently. But you are so wrong. High definition Moon sighed, and at this moment, was too lazy to even mock, even to taunt. And without waiting for Yi Cheng to open his mouth in defense, Wan Xiao lightly laughed and said, I'm afraid that Mr. Yi doesn't know the efficacy of the life original liquid. Extremely magical, can be called the world's rare treasure. But, not to mention whether its price is expensive or not. The key is, money can't even be bought. Mr. Yi, if I tell you that my father once tried his best to ask someone to purchase a small bottle of life original liquid in order to cure the old man, and as a result, none of them were able to buy it, will you, then, regret your words today? I can't even buy something that my Tang Tang Wan clan entrusted to someone, so you're just so easily able to take it out? It's so good. What Wan Xiao said was the truth, and that was why he was incomparably certain that this life original liquid was a fake. Anyway, in their opinion, as long as something was taken out of Yi Cheng's hand, it couldn't be real, right? Especially, this kind of treasure. Bai Weiwei clenched her teeth and looked at Yi Cheng, very angry at this moment. the life original liquid. That was a treasure that Bai Weiwei could only dream of. As a result, Yi Cheng actually used this way to cheat her. Simply unforgivable. As soon as she snatched the life original liquid from Yi Cheng's hands, Bai Weiwei raised it up and said angrily, Yi Cheng, you're too hateful. You know that what I want to get the most is the life original liquid. But you even cheated me with a fake. You're simply unforgivable. After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo, and on her face, besides being aggrieved, surprisingly, there were also tears hanging on her face. Sister, you saw it, that's how he bullies people. It's just abominable. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo also seemed to be a bit disappointed in Yi Cheng, and gently shook her head, saying, Yi Cheng, when you asked me in the first place, I told you the truth. But why did you have to fake it? After all, today is Weiwei's birthday feast, a bar mitzvah. You are going a bit overboard. In the face of unquestioning accusations from the crowd, especially Bai Ruoruo's disappointed expression, Yi Cheng gently sighed and said, but you guys, on what grounds do you say that the life primordial liquid I sent out is fake? You, all of you, have never seen the real original liquid of life. On what basis do you decide that this is a fake? Chapter 161, this isn't the original life liquid at all. A sentence that left those present suddenly somewhat dumbfounded. Yeah, who is to say that other people's life original liquid is fake? So many people present, no one has seen what the real life original liquid is like. All of them, including the Wan family, are just hearsay. However, none of them had a guilty expression. In their opinion, the treasure that they couldn't get, Yi Cheng, was even more impossible to get. High Definition Moon looked at Yi Cheng and sneered. Yi Cheng, I guessed that you would say that. You just determined that all of us have never seen the original liquid of life. That's why you took out the fake one as a gift. Whether it has any effect or not, at the very least, at first, pass this hurdle, right? Because none of us can argue against you. Is that what you're saying? As if a wise man, HD Moon saw through Yi Cheng's essence and scoffed. But you have overlooked the most basic fact. That is, even all of us can't buy a treasure. You, an ordinary person just released from prison. What makes you buy it? You, too, conceited. So much so that you made such a lowly mistake. Simply no brains at all. Yi Cheng seemed to have long gotten used to the mockery of the crowd. Anyway, he had already prepared himself by coming here today. Gently shaking his head, Yi Cheng sighed. Real or fake, it's not a gift to you, and you, too, are not qualified to say that what I'm giving away is fake. I advise you guys to keep your mouths shut, so that you don't, in the end, hit your own faces, which would be really unattractive. What was said really made the people present unable to argue anything. After all, none of them had ever seen the real-life original liquid, and they simply couldn't come up with evidence to prove that what Yi Cheng said was false. But right at this moment, Ironhead laughed and said, Yi Cheng, I originally wanted to kill you, but now, it's the more and more I think you're quite interesting. One person, able to offend so many people, make so many people hate you and blame you. Why do you think that is? Yi Cheng shrugged his shoulders and laughed lightly. Perhaps it's because they have too low self-esteem, are jealous of me, and keep denying some facts. Otherwise, but if they can look at some issues with a calm mind, then, they think, they won't be like this. This was said as if the people present were all brainless. As long as it was directed at Yi Cheng, it was jealousy, it was irrationality, it was stupidity. This cursing, without dirty words. Ironhead laughed softly and said, good eloquence, but it's useless. You, thinking that you are so seamless that no one can dismantle you, you are reckless and say whatever you want. But you, thinking of one thing wrongly, ignored my existence. It's true that I, Ironhead, am not qualified to purchase such a treasure as the original liquid of life. But haven't you forgotten that behind me, the person standing, is Uncle Gong? When these words came out, the eyes of all the people present all lit up. That's right, Ironhead represents more than just Ironhead himself. He is also Uncle Gong's beloved general. And Uncle Gong, as the strongest giant in the underground world of the Eastern Province, is qualified to go to the purchase of the life essence. And the reason why Ironhead said that, definitely, was not a no-brainer. It must have been seen. Mr. Ironhead, could it be that Uncle Gong has gotten his hands on the life original liquid? And you, with your own eyes, have seen it? Yes, Mr. Ironhead, with Uncle Gong's status and position, he must be qualified to get this kind of treasure. You must have seen it before. Ironhead sniffed and spoke proudly. That's right, I have indeed seen it, and Uncle Gong, too, has indeed snatched that small bottle of original life liquid. almost 2 years. Ah, even Uncle Gong can only snatch a small bottle, so you can imagine how rare this kind of treasure is. In fact, just with this, it's already enough to prove that Yi Qing is lying, and even, there is no need to discern the truth or falsehood of this thing. The reason, it's simple. After saying that, Ironhead looked at Yi Qing and sneered. Yi Qing, let me ask you, do you remember what you just said? You said that you asked by Ruoro and realized that what Bai Weiwei likes is the Life Original Liquid. So you, today, gave away the Life Original Liquid. Is that right? Yi Qing looked at Ironhead, who was a picture of great intelligence, and gently nodded, saying, not bad. Ironhead laughed out loud and directly waved his hand. With this one sentence, you can prove that this is false, because, if I'm not wrong, the time you asked by Ruoro about this is no more than 3 days, and even if you asked 10 days ago, you don't have the ability to get the original life liquid, because, every time the original liquid of life is sold, how long in advance is someone booked? More than one, will not be sold. You say you get it, you can get it? Who do you think you are? So, just from that, it proves that you are lying. The analysis, it really makes sense. Yi Qing couldn't help but want to give Ironhead a round of applause and congratulations. Really big, smart and quite brainy. Wan Xiao directly patted his ass at this time. Mr. Ironhead, you are really powerful. This shot directly pointed out the essence of the problem. This Yi Qing, not to mention not being qualified, even if he is really qualified and has money, he doesn't have the chance to get the Life Original Liquid at this time. This is simply impossible. So fake, no doubt. Ironhead laughed and said, just now, I was just clarifying the process of purchasing the original life liquid. You know, the Mythic Group has not made any exceptions up to now. Yi Qing, where is the qualification for that? Next, maybe he's still unconvinced, but I, for one, will convince him. Ironhead looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled. Can you lend this to me? Bai Weiwei immediately disliked it and handed it directly to Ironhead. This fake, I can't wait to drop it directly. Mr. Ironhead, just take it away. Ironhead took the glass bottle in Bai Weiwei's hand and directly laughed very disdainfully. Yi Qing, you may have heard of the original liquid of life by hearsay and had a half understanding of it, but, you know too little. Let's just say the bottle. It's a fake at first glance. The biggest loophole of all. What kind of treasure is the original liquid of life? Would it be contained in this glass bottle that can be found everywhere? It's simply ridiculous. Ironhead shook his head and picked up the bottle, then shook it at the people present, so that everyone could see it, then laughed and said, the bottle used to package the real original liquid of life is made of natural crystals in a beautiful shape, with a big tree carved in the sky on it to describe the vibrancy of life. To put it mildly, every bottle that holds the original liquid of life is a valuable work of art. Do you guys think, this broken bottle, is it worth anything? At this statement, the crowd nodded their heads in support of Ironhead's point of view. That's right, what a treasure the original liquid of life is. How could it be packed in such a cheap glass bottle? Fake can't be more fake. This Yi Qing, I guess he doesn't have much money to buy a crystal vase of almost the same style, so that's why he ignored this matter. Maybe, or think we're ignorant and gullible, and no one has ever seen the original liquid of life. It's just so hateful and insulting to our intelligence. The crowd blamed Yi Qing, feeling that his behavior was simply bad to the extreme. Yi Qing, on the other hand, just looked at Ironhead indifferently and laughed softly. Can a bottle prove that this original life liquid of mine is fake? Can't we just, change the bottle? Chapter 162, Discerning Truth from Falsehood. Good line. Change the bottle. Speaking with good sense. However, the people present, whether or not they knew about the original liquid of life, all laughed out loud. It was as if Yi Qing had told a big joke. Ironhead even laughed and looked at Yi Qing, mocking. Yi Qing, Yi Qing, now that things have come to this point, knowing that things have been exposed, yet you still have a dead duck's mouth. Changing bottles? It's a shame you had to think of that. I won't even ask you. I'll just ask all of you present. If you had gotten something as valuable as the original liquid of life, would you use it carefully for fear of spilling a single drop? The crowd spoke up. That's natural. It's so valuable. 1 drop is worth more than 1,000 gold. Surely we can't waste a single bit of it. Not bad. A treasure that is hard to find in $10,000 is naturally used to the extreme. Ironhead laughed and said, Yi Qing, do you understand? You don't understand because you don't even know how valuable the original liquid of life is. You've even, perhaps, only just heard of the original liquid of life. That's why you have the audacity to say things like switching bottles. False, after all, is false. What else is there to sophistry? Who would be idle enough to change a bottle for a treasure that doesn't even care to waste a single drop? What's more, you're still giving a gift. You don't use a crystal bottle like a work of art of other people's life essence, but you change it for a worthless glass bottle. Is it that you have a brain problem? Or do you think that everyone here has a brain problem? Ironhead laughed uncontrollably because, well, it was just ridiculous. Yi Chang, on the other hand, just sighed. Life Original Liquid Baby? Indeed, it was a treasure. A dream treasure for everyone. However, this treasure was just a handful for Yi Ching. So what if I use a crystal bottle? Cognitive differences prevent dialogue. Yi Ching looked at the crowd and laughed lightly, saying, whatever you guys say, it's all just your perception. In my eyes, it's just an item. It doesn't matter what bottle it's in. Right. What's important is that this Life Original Liquid is true or false. Ironhead, it's not true that you've seen the original liquid of life, but have you, used it? After saying that, Yi Ching looked at everyone present again and laughed softly. You guys are a mouthful of fakes. So you guys, do you know what the real thing looks like and what effect it will have after taking it? None of you have ever used it. So on what basis do you say that my Life Original Liquid is fake? It's just your dog-eyed speculation. But, I'm, like, for real. So what can you, like, do? That's really hard for people to tell if it's true or not. Ironhead looked at Yi Ching and laughed coldly. This is a dog jumping over the wall, isn't it? One glance at something fake and you still need us to prove something? Yi Chang, you, at the end of your rope, you only use this kind of sophistry, right? Yi Ching ignored Ironhead and instead looked at Bai Weiwei, speaking faintly, whether it's true or not, there's actually the simplest way to find out, and that is, after taking it. The original liquid of life is different from anything else. As long as it has been taken, the taker will immediately feel a difference in their body. So one try and you'll know. Bai Weiwei, this Life Original Liquid is the thing you want the most. You, if you don't believe me, can take it now. True or false? Know for yourself. What Yi Ching said was the simplest method. It is also the most effective method. However, precisely because it was something Yi Chang, had sent, no one dared to take it. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Chang and laughed coldly. Yi Chang, you are thinking quite beautifully. A fake, who knows what you used to make it? In case, what about poison? I'm not going to take it. A fake is a fake. If I take it, that means, I believe you that it's real. What's wrong with me? At this time, HD Moon also laughed softly and said, Yi Chang, you are still so stubborn. So, disruptive. Indeed, such an obvious fake thing has been proved by Mr. Ironhead. You can't refute it, so you let people take it. Ha, you are really shameless to the extreme. Knowing that no one dares to take this stuff and saying it specifically like that. It's shameful. Yi Ching sniffed and laughed lightly, looking at the crowd and said, the simplest way to test the truth. Yet you all don't use it. Okay, don't dare do it. Then I'll do it. It's not impossible. Saying that, Yi Ching put his hand out and said, Ironhead, give me back my stuff. I'll take it, but do you believe it? Ironhead sneered and said, naturally, I don't believe it, so you don't have to waste your efforts. Moreover, it's impossible to return this to you. Yi Chang, do you want to destroy it? I'm telling you, it's impossible. You know, perhaps, only about counterfeiting, but you don't know the dangers of counterfeiting. Counterfeiting the Cloud Group's jewelry can land you in jail for a decade or 8. So why do you think that no one dares to counterfeit such a valuable Life Original Liquid? It's not just that it can't be built, it's because, well, no one dares. Myth Group seems to rise very quickly. The volume does not seem to be very large, but only those who know the terror of the Myth Group. This is mysterious and powerful. Let a person feel fear of the forces. Yi Chang, you this time, stalled on a big deal. And right at this moment, Bai Weiwei seemed to have thought of something and said with both eyes glowing, I have a way to prove the authenticity of this thing, and moreover, I guarantee that everyone will be convinced. The moment these words were uttered, the gazes of everyone present were placed on Bai Weiwei's body. Ironhead even spoke up and asked, what solution? Bai Weiwei spoke excitedly, my senior will be arriving soon, and he is the person from the Mythic Group's headquarters? I think that the Life Original Liquid produced by the Mythic Group, it's their Mythic Group's people who have the most say in it. As long as my senior opens his mouth and proves that it's false, who would dare not believe it? Hearing that Bai Weiwei Senior was actually someone from the Myth Group's headquarters, immediately, the eyes of all the people present all showed light, and Ironhead was even more surprised with surprise in the midst of astonishment. Weiwei, what you said is true. Your senior, is it really someone from the Myth Group? Moreover, it's still someone from the headquarters? this is no joke. Are you sure? And at this time, has not opened the mouth of Mr. Han. Also as the eyes put out light said, Myth Group, mysterious and incomparable. Inside the staff, in addition to the open surface of the public some people, the headquarters of the people, the treatment is more than good, simply too good. And, if it is to enter the core departments, that the level of confidentiality is more unimaginable. If your senior is really someone from the Myth Group's headquarters, and, moreover, someone from the core department, then, it's really a good time to make friends. Treatment or not, mysterious or not, the point is, many people want to buy the Life Original liquid and begging for it. If, perhaps, someone within the Mythic Group helped to speak up, perhaps, there would be a chance, or perhaps, an employee within the Mythic Group would have had the opportunity to get it internally? Of course, there are all sorts of possibilities. Even if none of these can work, it's definitely not a bad thing to get to know the employees of the Mythic Group's headquarters, just in case, one day, it'll be useful. So at this moment, everyone, the thing that they were most concerned about, was no longer on the authenticity of Yi Qing's original life liquid, but rather, when this senior of Bai Weiwei's would be able to arrive. Chapter 163, My senior is a member of the Myth Group. Bai Weiwei was happy at this moment. She was supposed to be a proud girl who wanted to be watched by everyone. Today was supposed to be her birthday banquet, a bar mitzvah, but as a result, everyone's gazes seemed to have been stolen by Yi Qing. Even if these gazes were unintentional and bullying, she felt that her limelight had been somewhat stolen. But now, all the attention is back on her. That's right, don't worry guys, my senior will be here later. I specifically called and asked. When he comes, I will definitely introduce him to you guys. Bai Weiwei opened her mouth proudly. Then looking at the silent and speechless Yi Qing, he raised his chin and laughed softly. Yi Qing, you can deny everyone, but this senior of mine is the person from the Mythic Group headquarters. So if he comes to say that the things you sent are fake, I guess, you won't be able to deny it. When Yi Qing heard this, he nodded and said, logically speaking, the people at the Mythic Group's headquarters, even if they haven't taken or seen the original liquid of life, are, nevertheless, capable of distinguishing between the real and the fake. Unless, of course, he's lying on purpose, and then there's nothing to be done about it. Yi Qing only uttered a possibility. However, these words made all the people present feel that Yi Qing was being sophomoric. All the people, looking at Yi Qing, only felt that Yi Qing had reached the end of his rope, which was still making excuses for himself. Bai Weiwei even laughed coldly. Lying? My senior entered the Myth Group headquarters to work at a young age. His future is even more unlimited. What qualifications do you have to make him lie? Yi Qing, you're really doing everything you can to fulfill your lie and deny it. But do you know what? With you like this, it's even more disgusting. Wan Xiao even shook his head and laughed lightly, at the expense of Bai Ruoro still being quite fond of you, but as a result, you're just this kind of person. Hey, Yi Qing, if you really can't hold out, just admit that you sent a fake right now, and then get down on your knees and apologize to Bai Ruoro, and it may not be impossible for you to be forgiven. Otherwise, if you really wait until Bai Weiwei Sr. comes over to reveal your true colors, then, it'll be ugly, and at that time, if we don't clean you up, their Mythic Group won't let go of a bold person like you. Ironhead was smiling smugly at this point, as if he was looking at a dead man. Originally, I thought that I would have to give Wan Xiao 3 more points and not take your life for the time being, but I didn't expect that you would seek your own death. So it's no one's fault. Yi Qing, you haven't heard of the Myth Group's tactics, but I can tell you directly, if you dare to make a fake of the original life liquid, no one will be able to save you. And at this moment, as Bai Ruoro listened to the horrors that the crowd was saying, a face that had turned pale white, looking at Wan Xiao, Bai Ruoro trembled and said, Wan Xiao, you promised me. Wan Xiao smiled coldly, I've already done what I promised you, but he sought his own death. What can I do? Even Mr. Ironhead can't do anything. You think, who else can save him? When Bai Ruoro sniffed, her body trembled more and more, as if she had already seen Yi Qing being cleaned up worse than death. At this moment, Bai Ruoro gritted her teeth, took a step forward, looked at Yi Qing, and angrily said, Yi Qing, what time is it? You still don't bow your head and admit your mistake to everyone. A fake is a fake, and it can never change to the real thing. It's useless even if you try to weasel out of it. I'm the one who told you what the original liquid of life is. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even know what it looks like. Now, don't be sophomoric. Admit your mistake. In that case, there's still a chance. Or else, you're just really looking for death. Bai Ruoro thought to herself that she was now rescuing Yi Qing. Otherwise, Yi Qing would definitely die. However, she didn't know that her distrust, once again, made Yi Qing feel disappointed. Yi Qing didn't look at anyone, but instead looked at Bai Ruoruo, sighed softly, and said, Bai Ruoruo, I've already asked you for the last time before whether or not you trust me, and you didn't choose to believe. Now, I don't want to ask you anymore because what you've done doesn't matter to me anymore. But I'm still disappointed. Fake? Just because everyone says it's fake. You're assuming that what I brought out is fake? Just because I, Yi Qing, am mediocre and incompetent in your eyes. Therefore, I don't deserve to have good things. I don't deserve to have changed my fate? Are you guys, like, gods? If not, you guys, who are you to decide and sway my fate? Just on the basis of you guys, with your mouths agape, I, Yi Qing, have to compromise with you guys and let you bully me? Then I'm sorry, I won't accept it. Yi Qing, with these words, responded generously to Bai Ruoruo, as well as to everyone present, letting them storm in. I, Yi Qing, also loomed large. Bai Ruoruo at this moment, looking at Yi Qing, her eyes were slightly red, her heart was actually constantly touched. It was difficult to the extreme. She, too, hated herself for not believing in Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing, it was as if he saw a stubborn and determined back, standing above the sea, facing the raging storms, thunder and lightning, and 10,000 huge waves, still unyielding. Failure or not, at the very least, it deserves respect. However, no one respected Yi Qing. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing and laughed coldly. Great righteousness, but I don't know that it's just a moral appearance. And in front of the truth, you still dare to be sophomoric. What do you think you are? Fine, then wait for my senior to come. Let him tell you in person that it's a fake. And then, having crushed your lies with his own hands, I'll see you. What else you have to say? HD Moon also laughed coldly at this time, saying, that's right, since this Yi Qing is stubborn, we don't need to say anything more. He's a dead duck, but in front of the facts, he can only resign himself to his fate. Wei, just wait for your senior to come. As a result, it didn't take long to wait, 2 or 3 minutes or so. Bai Weiwei's cell phone rang. As soon as she looked at the cell phone number, Bai Weiwei got excited and hurriedly connected. Senpai, are you there yet? Yes, it's in the small ballroom. You'll see it as soon as you enter the hotel doors. I'll be waiting for you. Bai Weiwei then hung up the phone, then looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, in order to prove that I didn't collude with everyone, including the senior, to cajole you, so I didn't even pick him up, and you heard the phone call, so are you admitting that I didn't lie to you? Yi Qing nodded and said, it doesn't matter. Bai Weiwei sneered, what doesn't matter? My senior is already here. Yi Qing, when the time comes, let him see it with his own eyes, then, I'll see what else you have to say. As she spoke, Bai Weiwei stood in the banquet hall and couldn't wait to look out. Soon, a young figure appeared in everyone's eyes. This person, with light steps and a smile on his face, but, at a glance, one could feel the pride in his bones. It's true, who wouldn't be proud to work at the headquarters of the Mythic Group? Chapter 164. Senpai, here. Bai Weiwei happily took 2 steps directly forward. That expression, as if old lovers were meeting. And Lin looked at Bai Weiwei and smiled. Weiwei, it's really getting prettier and prettier. Happy birthday. Ah, a gift for you. Don't mind. After saying that, Lin handed the gift in his hand to Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei looked at the gift, her eyes glowing with light, and said, Senior, what kind of gift is this? It can't be your group's treasure, the Life Original Liquid. When these words came out, not only did Lin freeze, but all these people present also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Bai Weiwei's eating was a bit too ugly. Maybe it was said in jest, but, is it appropriate? He was an employee working for the Mythic Group, not a senior member of the Mythic Group. And what's more, even if he really had the chance to get the Life Original Liquid, how could he give such an expensive thing to a friend who was just a schoolmate? As expected, Lin smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry Weiwei, this isn't the original Life Liquid. It's some other gift. The original Life Liquid's production and share is fixed every month. Even if I want to have a bottle, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. It's hard and difficult, but not impossible. This point made all the people present, all of them, light up. HD Moon smiled at this time and stepped forward, saying, you are Weiwei's senior, aren't you? I'm HD Moon, the president of the Jiangcheng Qingyue Group. How are you? I'm very happy to meet you, and I hope to have the opportunity to communicate more in the future. Bai Weiwei sniffed and hurriedly opened her mouth to introduce herself. Senior, this is Sister Qingyue, my sister's best friend who also takes care of me. Shirlin looked at HD Moon and was also impressed by HD Moon's beauty, and laughed softly. President Qing Yu is so capable at such a young age. It's really admirable. If you have the chance, you must communicate more often. For sure. After that, the two exchanged business cards with each other. And at this time, Wan Shao also walked forward and smiled. Hello, I'm the head of the Wan family in Jiangcheng, and also Wei Wei's brother-in-law. So I think it's only right that we must have a good chat later on. Shirlin News said, looked at Wan Shao and smiled. Jiangcheng Wan family? I didn't realize that the Wan family master is so young. Well, we can talk later. Not humble, although he was shocked by Wan Shao's youth. However, there was no trace of bashfulness in his eyes. Based on this alone, one could tell that Shirlin, I'm afraid, was someone who had seen many big names. It is also true that the myth group what kind of existence, life original liquid what kind of treasure, anyhow big your character, want to have, then, can only be honest, rules and regulations to buy, is a big shot who can't buy a baby, a big shot? Ironhead at this time, smiled and walked up, handed over his business card, said, hello, my name is Ironhead, is the East Continent Uncle Kong's men? Uncle Kong has used your group's life original liquid, can only say, God, if you do not mind, we will wait for a private, have a good chat, and also, to the East Continent, no, in the whole East Province, what do you have things, just open your mouth, can be solved, that definitely help you out. Upon hearing Uncle Gong's name, Shirlin's expression, then, changed slightly, receiving the business card handed over by Ironhead, Shirlin smiled, I have heard of Uncle Gong's name, not to mention, being a client of our group, Mr. Ironhead, I have to thank you for taking care of the group's business. At this time, Bai Weiwei was a bit impatient, one after another. They came up to greet and brag to Shirlin, which was making her a bit proud no doubt, but it was also taking up time that belonged to her. Looking at a group of people to surround the warmth, Bai Weiwei quickly opened her mouth, my senior just arrived. Everyone has something to say after the talk, let my senior drink water first. Rest, not to mention, don't forget, there is still business to do. After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Chang and sneered. Yi Chang, my senior has arrived. It's not too late to beg for forgiveness. Shirlin staggered for a moment, looking at the scene and said with some confusion, Weiwei, what's going on here? Is there still something wrong with me? Bai Weiwei immediately opened her mouth. Senior, it's like this liar, just released from prison a few days ago. It's my sister who cares about him and takes care of him. As a result, he sent my sister a set of fake jewelry, and I kindly invited him to my birthday banquet, and he, again, repeated the same trick, and sent me the fake goods. You say, this person is abominable or not? Especially, all the people present, have proved that his stuff is fake, yet he is still a dead duck, and has to say that his is real, and that it is us who have eyes but no eyes. You've come just in time. Senior, this is something that, if you distinguish it, I think, he won't be able to say anything. Shirlin News said, nodded and said, indeed, it is somewhat abominable. I wonder what it is, and I have to come and distinguish it myself? At this time, Ironhead held up the original life liquid in his hand and sneered. It is this bottle of something that I don't know what it is, but he is saying that it is some kind of original life liquid. Simply outrageous. How valuable is the original life liquid? Who would put the Mythic Group's valuable special bottle not to use, but instead use an ordinary glass bottle to load it? Moreover, the color of the liquid. In fact, it is also wrong. This liar is afraid that he only knows that the original life liquid is cyan, but does not know that the original life liquid is only a light cyan color. There are a lot more, I'm not going to talk about it. You're the Mythic Group's people. You know best. Hearing that the fake was actually the original life liquid, Shirlin was immediately stumped for a moment, and then, revealing a hint of an intriguing smile, he said, do you really mean it's the original life liquid? A year ago, there would be no more dares to imitate the fake goods, because it wouldn't even require the Mythic Group to make a move. The bigwigs from all sides would collectively strangle it. Now, the fakes have appeared again? That's really uninformed. Shirlin smiled and opened his mouth. In fact, to identify the authenticity of the original liquid of life, I don't even need to see, just need a phone call. It's enough, after all, to be able to buy my Mythic Group of the original liquid of life of the people. Each and every one of them is the identity of the noble people, and in my Mythic Group, automatically left the purchase list and credentials. All I had to do was call to see if there was this guy, and it wasn't clear. At this remark, all those present burst out laughing. Indeed, they still needed to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and verify all kinds of speculations. But, for sure Linxin, all they needed to do was to get the list, verify the list, and everything, and no one would suspect. His name is Yi Qing, Senior, check and see if there is a name for him. And HD Moon smiled at his words and said, it's better not to check Yi Qing directly, ask Yi Qing what the name is that he purchased the Life Original Liquid by, so as to save him from checking it in the end, and him saying that he bought it under someone else's name, and when the time comes, it'll cause trouble for Mr. Sure. Bai Weiwei sniffed, nodded, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, tell me, what name did you use to purchase the Life Original Liquid? When the time comes, if you can't find out, let's see what you have to say. Yi Qing sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei, and spoke faintly, he can't find out. At these words, Shi Lingxin smiled, stepped forward and said, Mr. Yi, right? Don't worry, as long as you purchase the Life Original Liquid from the Mythic Group, I'll be able to find out your name. When the time comes, you can naturally confirm the truth. As for Yi Qing, he looked at Shi Lingxin and spoke indifferently. The list of Mythic Group's clients is absolutely confidential. Are you sure you can find out? And it can still be published? At these words, Shi Lingxin flinched for a moment, and then, with his brows furrowed, he looked at Yi Qing, and in his eyes, there was a hint of suspicion. Chapter 165. Is this immortal spirit Qi? The Mythic Group's client list is, indeed, confidential. It can even be said that not only the client list, but everything about the Mythic Group is kept secret. Shi Lingxin also just wanted to make a splash in front of Bai Weiwei. That's why he said that he could check it. Of course, in reality, Shi Lingxin could indeed check it. In his opinion, it's just a matter of checking a fake, not involving leaking a list. But now, Yi Qing was so certain. But instead, Shi Lingxin was a bit uncertain. Who are you? How did you know about our group's confidentiality rules? Yi Qing sniffed, sighed, and said, is it hard to know? This any regular big company? It seems, there are all sorts of secrecy regulations, and the Myth Group, not to mention, a Life Original Liquid is enough to make countless people red in the eyes. It seems only wrong if they don't have strict secrecy regulations, right? What's more, is it possible that every Mythic Group kosher is non-rich and not secretive? This kind of stupid question. You even asked it. I am now very skeptical if you are an employee of the Mythic Group or not, and if you really are, then I have to be curious. How in the world did you get into the Mythic Group? With these words, Shi Lingxin's face became ugly to the extreme, as if his secret had been demolished. I, Shi Lingxin, am an employee of the Myth Group's headquarters. This is something you can check if you don't believe me. Yi Qing, is there any point in talking directly to me here? To provoke me like this? Is it to make me disorganize myself? And then, to be lenient to you? Then you're overthinking it. The list, indeed, can't be leaked. But, finding out whether you purchased the Life Original Liquid or not, this doesn't count as a leak. What? Scared? And at this time, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing with great anger and said angrily, Yi Qing, isn't it enough to woo and humiliate people here? Now directly admit that it's fake. You can still save some face. Otherwise, later on, you'll really have no face at all. Not just no face. In front of the seniors, taking fake goods. You're waiting to be cleaned up by the Myth Group. Right, senpai? At this moment, Shi Lingxin revealed a cold smile and said, that's right, as long as it's determined that it's a fake, we won't let him off. The best that can happen is a jail cell, jail time, or the best possible outcome. What would this be if it wasn't? And at this time, Yi Qing sneered, I just said, the name, there's no need to look it up, because, this Life Original Liquid, it wasn't bought from your Mythic Group. At these words, all those present burst into laughter. Yi Qing, now don't talk tough. It's still not bought in Myth Group. That's not fake. On the black market, if there really is an original Life Liquid out there, it wouldn't be your turn at all. So you're doing this on your own cuz? Shi Lingxin also revealed a cold smile and said, then, this gentleman, I'm going to have a good talk with you. Making fake products of our Life Original Liquid. You are really not afraid of death. Yi Qing sneered and looked at Shi Lingxin, saying, I said I didn't purchase it from Mythic Group. But, does that mean that my original Life Liquid is a fake? Since you're an employee of the Myth Group's headquarters, no matter if you have real skills or not, and no matter what way you entered, in any case, you've seen the original Liquid of Life, and you also know the effects of the original Liquid of Life, right? Bring it to look at it. Won't that make it all clear? Not seeing a coffin without shedding a tear. This was what everyone thought of Yi Qing right now. Shi Lingxin laughed even more coldly. Fine, Then I'll see how real this fake you've created is. After saying that, Shirlinchen stretched out his hand. An iron head immediately sent the life primordial liquid to Shirlinchen's hand, and just by looking at it, Shirlinchen revealed a disdainful expression. A glance at the fake stuff, just the broken bottle, is enough to make one not have to look at it. But, to convince you, I'll tell you just how fake it is. Shirlinchen then shook the glass bottle, looked at the crystal clear dark green liquid in the bottle, laughed softly, and said, "The color is too dark. Our original liquid of life is a light green color. Of course, apart from the color, it's quite true. It even put me in a trance for a moment. Even this starry, crystalline glow was made. Nice, great craftsmanship. But, a fake, after all, is a fake. You know, the original liquid of life. There is a strange fragrance. Let a person smell. It will be relaxed and happy. Feel all the body's disease and fatigue are gone. The whole person is much more relaxed. Fake, would there be?" After saying that, Shirlinchen slowly unscrewed the lid of the glass bottle. However, the moment he opened the bottle cap, Shirlinchen's face became frozen, and then, staring to the extreme, kept checking the liquid in the glass bottle. It's as if, himself, he can't even hold it anymore. And at this moment, a strange and incomparable fragrance, through the bottle, to the noses of all present, so that people cannot help but tremble. And then, it will feel, the whole person, as if ascending to heaven, actually, cannot stop. This, what kind of fragrance is this? It's fresh and incomparable, as if one is in the midst of nature, enjoying its embrace. I feel like my body is all light and airy, and my back pain, which has been there for years, is, after all, somewhat painless. This is simply a miracle. Is this the real original liquid of life? Is the original liquid of life really this miraculous? Heavens, no wonder countless powerful and wealthy people want to get the life original liquid even if they want to do everything they can. It's actually so magical. Just open the bottle cap, so that the aroma of the original liquid of life scattered out. The result, actually already let everyone feel the benefits. At this moment, actually all no longer doubt. High definition Moon's face, in disbelief, looked at Yi Ching, her brows getting tighter and tighter. Wan Xiao and the others did likewise, with complex expressions, including Bai Weiwei. At this moment, actually wanted to hurry to put the cap on the bottle, as if, fearing that this exudes too much aroma, affecting the effect of this life original liquid. This is true? Bai Weiwei looked at Shirlinchen and inquired in shock. As for Shirlinchen, at this moment, he was already a bit dumbfounded. This is clearly not the appearance of the original liquid of life. But, yet, it gives the feeling that it even exceeds the original liquid of life by many times, which makes Shirlinchen, how not to be stagnant. No, it can't be true. Shirlinchen gritted his teeth, looked at Yi Ching, and said, "The real original life liquid is not like this. What do you think it is? Tell me immediately, or else the myth group will never let you go. You, in the end, what did you use to imitate such a resemblance of the original liquid of life? But, even if it's no more resemblance, fake, it's always still fake." Yi Ching looked at Shirlinchen and just smiled lightly, saying, "Are you sure this is fake? This scent, isn't it enough?" Looking at Yi Ching's smile as if he was mocking, Shirlinchen gritted his teeth and said, "No, this is poison. This must be poison." After saying that, Shirlinchen directly covered the lid, then looked at the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, all cover your noses. Stop sniffing. This is poison. This is poison." Chapter 166, No, it's poisonous gas. One voice, "This is poison." It brought all those who were immersed in it, all the way back to reality. Because Shirlinchen was an employee of the myth group's headquarters, all the people present believed in him. What? It's poison? How can this be poison? This feels so strange. My back pain, it's even gotten a lot less. It can't really be poison, can it? A lot of people raised questions, because it felt right in their own bodies that this, clearly, was good. And Shirlinchen gritted his teeth and said, "This is poison. This is a liquid laced with poison. The extent of the damage to the body, I'm not sure yet, but it will surely make people hallucinate. And you, all of you, who have just felt a hallucination, are, well, poisoned." I've long heard that some people have gone to great lengths to use the properties of drugs in order to imitate the original liquid of life. I didn't expect that today I'd actually see it. Yi Ching, how dare you not admit that you used poison? Yi Ching was really speechless at this moment, directly clapping his hands and laughing. Really, wonderful. My knowledge of human nature has gone one step further. All sorts of rumors for the sake of sophistry and ignoring the facts in front of you. Brilliant, just brilliant. Is this poison? All the people present, all of them smelled the fragrance, and the changes in their bodies can't be fooled. This, too, is an illusion? Ridiculous, just ridiculous. And Shirlin-chen's face was blue at the moment. Looking at Yi Ching, he said angrily, Yi Ching, don't be sophomoric. You don't have any real original life liquid at all, even if it's manufactured to look like it. Fake is always fake. But I didn't think that you'd even resort to using poison for the sake of emulation, and as long as it's poisonous it's surely harmful to the body. You are simply not a human being. What kind of enmity do you have with the people present? With Bai Weiwei, that you would lay such a cruel hand on them. You are too abominable. No wonder. You can go to jail. You are really a ruthless person. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was pale, and Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Ching with even more disappointment. It was as if they had already decided that what Shirlin-chen said was the truth. And, at this moment, Wan Xiao seemed to have thought of something and spoke directly. I've thought of it. This Yi Ching is a doctor, and also a doctor with very good medical skills, proficient in pharmacology. It's not difficult at all for him to create poison. Yes, that's right. And Yi Ching seems to have said that he is not just a doctor, and what he is best at is not just saving people, but killing them. Oh my god. So it's true. As Wan Xiao spoke on, Yi Ching, at this moment, in the eyes of the crowd, became an expert in using poison, and even more so, the murderer who was going to kill everyone present. At this moment, Bai Weiwei was even more fearful in her eyes as she looked at Yi Ching and gritted her teeth. Yi Ching, I'm just treating you a little bit worse. You're not going to poison me, are you? Today, if the senior hadn't dismantled your plot, would I, Bai Weiwei, have already died in your hands? You are simply heartless, so hateful. My sister is so good to you. I didn't do anything to you. How can you be like this? You are simply not a person. HD Moon sneered at this time. He, who is originally a person who can even beat up his own brother-in-law and mother-in-law, will be any good person? As Bai Weiwei and HD Moon opened their mouths, all the people, again, had a feeling of having survived a robbery. All of them pointed accusing fingers at Yi Ching, as if Yi Ching had done something that the heavens and the earth were angry with. As for Yi Ching, he sighed softly and his eyes became colder and colder. I do, indeed, regret not using poison. But, if I want you all to die, I'll do it anytime, anywhere. I've been cultivating good fruits lately, and I don't want to cause much killing, but I've realized that there are some people who really don't deserve to live well. This was the first time Yi Ching had said something so vicious today, or even, since he came back, and those who knew Yi Ching, who knew Yi Ching's true colors these past few years, were sadly not here, or else they would have known that Yi Ching was moved to anger, and it was unimaginable what the consequences would be if Yi Ching got angry. Yi Ching walked slowly to Shirlin-chen's face and stretched out his hand. Bring it. Shirlin-chen had wanted to refuse. However, seeing Yi Ching's icy cold eyes, he actually, unconsciously, handed the bottle to Yi Ching's hand. Yi Ching raised the glass bottle in his hand and laughed softly. All of you present, this is the closest you'll ever get to the original liquid of life in your entire life. And from now on, you will be completely unrelated to the original liquid of life. After saying that, Yi Ching looked at Bai Weiwei and said indifferently, I'm asking you for the last time, are you sure you don't want it? Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, just your kind of fake goods, or poisonous goods. I'm sick in the head to want this kind of stuff. Hurry up and throw it away. It's an eyesore to look at. Yi Ching nodded, then looked at the doorway of the banquet hall, at the middle-aged woman who was cleaning up the garbage and had some difficulty with her legs. Mr. Han, this is your employee? It looks as if the family conditions and health aren't too good. Mr. Han nodded and said, Yunduan Group is a caring group. This Auntie Zhang, who has no one to depend on and is physically challenged, yet she has also adopted 7 or 8 children. Although we at Yunduan Group have made a subsidy, however, we have also given her a job in order for her to have something lightweight to do, and be able to make money to subsidize her family. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Yi Ching smiled and nodded, saying, I'm clear about the good deeds of the Cloud Group. After saying that, Yi Ching walked to Auntie Zhang's front and said softly, Auntie Zhang, I have a general understanding of your situation. You're a good person, so a good person will have a good reward. See that trash can? There's a set of jewelry inside. You can pick it up and take it to sell it. And from then on, your life, you'll be clothed and fed. Your adopted children will be able to study in peace. And of course, you'll have more money to do good deeds. This scene was really unexpected to those present. Yi Ching, You still haven't explained the matter of the poison. Why are you pretending to be a good person here? And what about picking up the fakes you threw away and selling them for a big price to clothe, feed, and enrich the rest of your life? Do you think that white crystal love is real? Simply ridiculous to the core. Yeah, who do you think you are? Let alone whether it's true or not. Is this the way you want to tell us that you're good? Yi Qing sniffed and looked at Auntie Zhang, who was a little shivering with fear, and softly said, Auntie Zhang, don't be afraid. After saying that, Yi Qing slowly turned around, looked at the crowd, and faintly spoke. It doesn't matter if I'm a good person or not. What matters is what I am. And you guys, what are you in my eyes? I, Yi Qing, once said that I have the ability to make a person leap the Dragon Gate anytime, anywhere, high above the world. And it seems, many people don't believe me. So, since everyone is so interested today, I'm going to show you guys the easiest way. You, all of you, watch carefully how I make a man, from now on, rich for the rest of his life, clothed and fed. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Auntie Zhang and laughed softly. Auntie Zhang, they all don't believe me. They all say that I'm a bad person. They all say that what I'm giving out is fake. It's not good. I'd like to ask you one thing, just based on the first impression that you have of me. Do you believe me? Chapter 167, Giving You a Riches. Believe it? First impressions, when you don't know someone, actually matter. But first impressions may not be the truth. But at this moment, Auntie Zhang looked at Yi Qing and nodded her head directly without hesitation. This gentleman, I believe you. You are a good person. With these words, Auntie Zhang sort of stirred up the anger of everyone present. A group of them are here to denounce Yi Qing. As a result, an old woman who cleans up the garbage. But against them, this is simply outrageous. Who are you? Why do you believe him? Do you know him and you say you believe him? It's unbelievable. Yeah, you're a janitor. Do you know what's going on here? Just believe in the letter. What gives you the right? Mr. Han, how dare you Cloud Group use such a person? I think it's better to just fire them. Maybe they're just acting together to fool everyone. It's collusion. Facing so many people's accusations, and all of them were big shots. Auntie Zhang had never seen this kind of scene, and was instantly scared and trembled a little, not knowing what to do. Han, Mr. Han, I really didn't collude. I really don't know this gentleman's. You don't fire me. I still need this job to earn money to support my family and children. Please, for Auntie Zhang. Mr. Han is the biggest official in this hotel, and the only one she knows is Mr. Han, so the only one who can ask for help is Mr. Han. And at this time, Mr. Han was a little upset in his heart. Looking at so many people making things difficult for a kind and miserable old man, he was actually quite angry. Gentlemen, please also be at ease. After all, this is my Yunwan hotel, and Auntie Zhang, again, is an employee of my Yunwan hotel, so let me ask, how about it? When Mr. Han opened his mouth, the people present didn't dare to be too unrestrained, and slowly, no one said anything, and Mr. Han looked at Auntie Zhang and revealed a kind smile, saying, Auntie Zhang, before we speak, let me tell you, you can rest assured, this is my Cloud Hotel. Here, I have the final say. No one can harm you. Understand? Auntie Zhang nodded heavily and looked at Mr. Han. Mr. Han, you are a good person. I believe you. Good people. Ah, to be called good people by a good person. That's a weight that is, in fact, really not light. Mr. Han smiled and spoke. The reason people have some doubts is that you obviously met Yi Qing for the first time. So why would you say that you believe in him? And why do you say that he is a good person? After all, everyone present today said that he is a liar, and there are even worse words, although you don't know what's happening. But it's always obvious that Yi Qing is facing a group of people, and in this case, shouldn't people, in general, be questioning? Why do you believe him? When Mr. Han finished speaking, those present nodded their heads. That's right, if you saw Yi Qing for the first time, what makes you believe him? Auntie Zhang carefully glanced at the crowd, then looked at Mr. Han and smiled bitterly. I really don't know what's going on. I just think that this Mr. Yi is a good person. If you ask me why I have this idea, it is because just before entering the banquet hall, my mop was knocked over by someone and fell on the ground. But people came and went, but no one helped me to pick it up. Only this Mr. Yi, he helped me to pick it up. I don't know any great reasoning. I just know that even this kind of small thing is willing to help the person, is a good person. It's as simple as that. Auntie Zhang didn't have to explain, but once she did, the people present all exploded. What is this? Holding a mop is considered nice? It's just nonsense. Are you kidding me? Everyone present is rich and noble. Only Yi Ching is an ordinary person and a liar. Isn't it normal for him to help you in this way? That's right. If this is considered a good person, then there are too many good people in this world. And on top of that, you can trust him by helping you with the mop? And has it never occurred to you that he deliberately deceived you in this way? No wonder you can only work here as a janitor. It's just ignorant and stupid. The crowd's spearheads were pointed at Auntie Zhang, talking her, scared, wanting to defend herself, but not daring to, and at that moment, Mr. Han said in a deep voice, Auntie Zhang has explained herself clearly. I hope you guys don't target her. After all, this is an employee of my cloud group, and a good one at that. For the sake of Mr. Han's face, the people present, only then slowly stopped judging Auntie Zhang, but, one by one, their eyes, were still unkind. And Yi Ching looked at the crowd at this time and slowly spoke. I want to thank Auntie Zhang for saying that I'm a good person. Which, I don't deny. But, I'm actually not much of a good person. And in the eyes of a lot of people, I'm, perhaps, comparable to a demon. Just as, in the eyes of you people, I, Yi Ching, am just a liar. Why? Because, in your eyes, I possess something that shouldn't belong to me. And even, something that you guys are not qualified to possess. So what is it if it's not a liar? But you guys, what are you? To put it bluntly, you guys, in my eyes, are not even mole crickets. After saying that, Yi Ching ignored the shouting of the crowd and looked at Auntie Zhang and smiled. White Crystal loved this set of jewelry. I'm giving it to you. If you don't want to bother to find someone to sell it, you can also sell it directly to the people of Cloud Jewelry. They have the rule of recycling the jewelry produced by themselves there, and when the time comes, you can just take the money. As she spoke, Auntie Zhang had already retrieved the white crystal love from the trash can. Even someone like Auntie Zhang, who didn't know anything about anything, was so shocked that she almost couldn't hold the jewelry set the moment she saw the white crystal love. Anyone, who doesn't bring in a preconceived kind of feeling, at first impression, will think that white crystal love is beautiful and expensive. And Auntie Chang, that's what it feels like. Even, I don't know why. At this moment, when the white crystal love was taken out from the trash can and was brought to Auntie Zhang's hand, quite a few of the people present were actually attracted to it, thinking that if it was a fake, then, it was also a little too real. And in this, the person who suffered the most upset, was none other than Bai Ruoruo. This set of white crystal love, she actually didn't care if it was real or fake. What she cared about, was that Yi Ching had given it to her and personally named it white Ruoruo love. But what happened? Today, she personally returned this set of jewelry to Yi Ching. Also, it's not just jewelry. It's not just affection that's broken, either. Right now, watching the jewelry being picked up from the trash and handed to a janitor. Her heart, like a knife. What? Is it hard? Is it painful? But it's just a set of fake jewelry. If you like it, I'll give you 10 or 8 sets and it's nothing. Wan Xiao looked at Bai Ruoruo and spoke indifferently. Bai Ruoruo squeezed out a smile from her face, shook her head and said, I'm not sad. I'm just, some for this janitor is not worth it. After all, just fake. He can't cheat us, but cheating a janitor, for no reason to give people hope, but in the end, letting people disappointed. This practice, some too much. Wan Xiao sniffed and laughed out loud. Looking at Yi Ching, he laughed out loud. Yi Ching, did you hear that? Ruoruo said that you, it's too much. Chapter 168 Mr. Yi, I believe you. Yi Ching, you are indeed going too far. Giving a set of fake goods to this poorly born cleaner, and saying that it will make her rich and prosperous in the future. You are cheating a poor person like this. Your conscience, where is it? Even Ruoruo, who helped you so much, looks down on you and despises you. Yi Ching, are you still a human being? This cleaning lady, return his fake goods to him and I'll personally contribute $500,000 to help you get out of poverty and alleviate your difficulties. How about that? I'll pay this money, right now, if you still this fake on his body and curse him a little bit. Hearing Wan Xiao say this, many of the people present all had their eyes light up, as if they had seen some fun game. Wan Xiao is right. This lady, as long as you throw the fake back and scold him for not being a good person or a thing, I'll also offer $100,000. I'll give you $200,000, as long as you do it, immediately. Since they're all out, I'll have some fun. I'll add $100,000 as well. And I'll give cash anytime. The people present, there are not a few lack of money. 1,800,000 directly thrown to a cleaner. Perhaps some of them cannot afford to, but, take out 100,000 200,000 to play. See Yi Ching's jokes, they, are very happy to participate in. What's more, all involved, that's a trend, and those who aren't, as if it's petty. And Auntie Zhang was a little stunned by the scene. However, without waiting for Auntie Zhang to open her mouth to speak, Yi Qing laughed and said, "Look at these people. They're all quite generous. Adding up, it's almost a small 2 million. However, the money, it's still too little. Auntie Zhang, do you believe me? Take this set of jewelry. I guarantee, it's definitely much more than 2 million. But if you believe then you can also, 2 million, it's not a bad deal. So the choice is yours. Don't worry, no matter what choices you make, I won't blame you. If, by scolding me a few times, I can improve the lives of you and your adopted children, I, Yi Qing, am willing to do so." What a great line. Willingly, combined with Yi Qing's kind eyes and smile. At this moment, Auntie Zhang's eyes were on the verge of tears. "Mr. Yi, you're a good person. I won't scold you. But, this set of jewelry, I really don't dare to ask for it either. It's too expensive. It's just too expensive. I don't dare to and can't accept it." Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. "Auntie Zhang, just take it. Just take it. Just by the fact that you believe in me. You are worthy of this set of jewels. Just by the fact that you are kind-hearted and have adopted so many children. You deserve this riches. Take it. Don't let me talk you out of it. Consider it, for the sake of the children. As long as you continue to do good deeds in the future, it won't be in vain. And of course, you can consider it. It's me doing good deeds. Take it." With Yi Qing having to give this set of jewelry, Auntie Zhang finally accepted. And at this time, Yi Qing took out the original liquid of life, and laughed softly. "And this bottle of original liquid of life, they, too, all say it's fake. And even more so, saying that the liquid and the scent in this bottle are poisonous. Auntie Zhang, if I give this original liquid of life to you, would you dare to take it?" Everyone didn't expect that Yi Qing not only gave the white crystal love, but also took out the original life liquid as well. "You're really not afraid of poisoning people?" At this time, Auntie Zhang sniffed, but shook her head and said, "Mr. Yi, although I don't know what this is and whether it's expensive or not, but, looking at the performance of all the people present, I also know that I'm afraid that this, too, is not an ordinary item. You have already given me this set of jewelry, and you still want to give this to me? I, really, don't dare to accept it anymore, but I absolutely trust you, and what you've given me is definitely not poisonous." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, "Auntie Zhang, take it. If you really believe in me, drink the original life liquid now. Trust me, all the hidden illnesses that you have had in your body for many years will slowly recover. Only by having a healthy body can we take better care of our children and do good things. Can we not? Just think of this bottle of life original liquid as a nutrient. Just trust me and drink it." After saying that, Yi Qing directly unscrewed the cap of the bottle and then handed it to Auntie Zhang. And at this moment, that'll let all people smell trembling fragrance once again swept the entire banquet hall. And at this moment, the presence of all the people's faces changed greatly. One by one, while cursing, hurriedly cover the nose, as if, afraid of really poison seem. "Yi Qing, how dare you open this poison bottle? Are you trying to get us killed? Damn it, you're giving away poison. You really have an evil heart. Fine, drink, let her drink to death. I'll see how you account for it." All of them, except for Yi Qing and Auntie Zhang, only Mr. Han frowned slightly, and in the end, he still didn't cover his nose. The feeling that comes from the different scents is pleasant, relaxing and soothing. Auntie Zhang looked at the life original liquid obsessively and sighed. "It smells so good. It feels like the discomfort in my body has disappeared a lot. This is too valuable." Yi Qing smiled and spoke. "Auntie Zhang, drink it. Not only will it slowly restore your body, it will also make you rejuvenate and much younger. Don't refuse anymore, or else I'll just pour out all of this life original liquid, and that would be a real waste." Hearing Yi Qing say that he would pour it all out if he didn't drink it, Auntie Zhang was instantly anxious, and hurriedly took the original life liquid, and in one gulp, she drank it. At this moment, everyone looked at Auntie Zhang, expecting that she would cover her stomach and fall to the ground convulsing in pain. However, the picture they wanted to see didn't appear. And of course, nothing miraculous happened. Auntie Zhang was still Auntie Zhang, just standing here, as if she had taken a sip of water. Nothing had changed. Yi Qing watched Auntie Zhang drink it down and then smiled softly. "If it's alright, just sit here and rest for a while. Later on, your body may produce some changes. Don't be surprised. This is a normal reaction. By the way, maybe it will be slightly painful, but it's not very hard to tolerate. After all, it's healing your body. Do you understand?" Auntie Zhang sniffed and nodded, then hugged the white crystal love and sat on the chair in the corner, not daring to move. To this moment position, Yi Cheng has already given the white crystal love to Aunt Zhang, which originally belonged to Bai Ruoro's things. The original life liquid, too, had been drunk by Auntie Zhang, which had been a birthday gift for Bai Weiwei. Auntie Zhang, undoubtedly, became the biggest winner among all the people present, just because of one sentence. She believed in Yi Cheng, and even more so, because of her kindness and goodness. This was the blessing that Yi Cheng gave to her. Of course, up until now, the people present all felt that Auntie Zhang had been teased, but soon they would realize that the real cutie, it wasn't Auntie Zhang, but them. Wan Xiao sneered at this time. Yi Cheng, enough of pretending. You're good at denying it, but sorry, it doesn't work. No matter what you do, later, you're going to end up learning to crawl like a dog on the ground. And that's something that no one can save you from, because Uncle Nine has come. Speaking of this, Wan Xiao's face became more and more arrogant and excited, because he had already seen Ninth Uncle, who was slowly striding towards him. Chapter 169, The Adversary. I'm still alive. Looking at Ninth Uncle, Wan Xiao couldn't wait and even spoke with some dissatisfaction. Ninth Uncle, where did you just go? I searched for you for half a day but couldn't find you. Ninth Uncle came over by himself, and after seeing Yi Cheng, he smiled slightly and nodded, then looked at Wan Xiao and said, it's a bit stuffy here, so I went out for some air. What's wrong? Wan Xiao sniffed, did not pursue anything too much. He also understood that the Ninth Uncle is now suffocating in his heart, so he does not want to pay too much attention to himself. But, again, he cannot not listen to himself. It's nothing, it's just that you've missed so many great episodes, Uncle Nine, but that's okay, the best hasn't even started yet. Yi Cheng, you saw how humiliating he was just now, how forceful and unreasonable he was. I won't talk about it, but right now, there's one thing that you'll be very interested in. This Yi Cheng even made a bet with me that the loser would have to strip naked on the ground and learn how to crawl like a dog. Ha, you're here, so that means this thing is going to start. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Yi Cheng and smiled coldly. Yi Cheng, Ninth Uncle is here. You won't disavow the bet that you just made, right? The people present, they all heard it, and if you want to go back on your words, it's impossible. Of course, it's not uncommon for a scoundrel liar like you to back out of a deal, even if you do. But you'd be well advised not to, because if you make me unhappy, you're going to end up in a very bad way. Yi Cheng put his hands behind his back and looked at Wan Xiao, smiling coldly. The bet, I naturally remember. Only, the same words will be returned to you the way they were. And backtracking, in my case, is equally unforgivable. Wan Xiao laughed out loud and said, backtracking? Wan Hai, how could I possibly back out? Come on, now that Uncle Nine is here, let's, start now. After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Ninth Uncle and said in a very conceited manner, Ninth Uncle, let me ask you, my position as the head of the Wan family, is it something that I got openly and honestly? Is it something that my father personally nodded his head in approval? Is it something that all of you recognize? You, personally tell Yi Cheng, is it? Everyone, at this moment, looked at this Ninth Uncle, who was a big name in the underground world of Zhangcheng. Of course, no one would think that Wan Xiao would lose, because it was simply impossible to lose. Uncle Nine looked at Wan Xiao and laughed lightly, saying, young master, what do you mean by that? Do you have to come and ask me about something that everyone knows by heart? Wan Xiao laughed out loud and said, we all do know it by heart, but someone, on the other hand, wants to find me in trouble. Ninth Uncle, just tell Yi Cheng directly, yes, or no. Uncle Nine sniffed, nodded and spoke with a smile. No. The moment these words came out, Wan Xiao's face instantly turned ironic. However, without waiting for him to speak, Ninth Uncle's next words brought a smile to Wan Xiao's face. Everyone present should know very well that our family, young Master Wan, is the recognized heir of the Wan family. This is something that I don't think anyone would have any doubts about. Of course, also including me, including the Wan family master. All of them think that Wan Xiao is able to inherit the Wan family. But now, is there anyone in opposition? That's really surprising. However, this kind of thing, I think, shouldn't ask me, right? After all, I'm not the master of the Wan family. How can I answer it? What I answer, other people may still have doubts. It would be better to let the family head answer this matter personally, wouldn't it? Ninth Uncle's words caused Wan Zhao's face to turn a little less than favorable. Ninth Uncle, you can just say it. No need for father to personally prove anything. After all, father has now abdicated and rested to enjoy himself. I can't trouble his old man to step in again. On the contrary, you, ninth uncle, I think, also do not want to trouble father's right. After all, father's health is not too good. The boat, it is inevitable that any accident. Ninth uncle, you say? Threats? However, at this moment, Wan Shao no longer wanted to threaten Uncle Nine. Looking at Wan Shao, ninth uncle smiled faintly and said, "Young master, don't be in a hurry. I know that you are heartbroken about your father, and your filial piety is commendable. However, you don't need to bother about your father's affairs. His old man has already come." At these words, Wan Zhao's face immediately collapsed, while Ironhead's eyes, even more so, narrowed slightly, filled with a dangerous light. "Uncle Nine, you're kidding. My father is here?" Ninth uncle reached out and pointed to the entrance of the banquet hall, and laughed softly. "Look, there, isn't that the head of the family?" Wan Shao looked in the direction of ninth uncle's finger, and sure enough, he saw the master of the Wan family, walking with a dragon's footsteps and a serious face, and the look on that face was indifferent. At that very moment, Wan Zhao's body involuntarily trembled. How can you not be afraid of ghosts when you've done a lot of wrongdoing? No, it can't be. How could my father come? Ninth uncle, what the hell is going on? What's going on here? Mr. Ironhead, didn't you promise that my father wouldn't come out? But now, what's going on here? At this moment, Wan Shao no longer had the previous cloudiness, not to mention the arrogance and haughtiness, only fear and trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. And this display of panic by Wan Shao made everyone who was now watching clearly sense that something was wrong. If the master of the Wan family is sincerely willing to pass the throne to Wan Shao, then Wan Shao should be grateful to the right. This now panic, what is the strength? And, what do you mean? Ironhead promised that his father wouldn't come out? The scene, immediately, was somewhat murmured, and at this moment, the Wan family lord had already walked into the banquet hall. Looking at the flustered Wan Shao, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wan Shao couldn't care about anything else at this time. Looking at the Wan family lord, he spoke with some trembling. "Father, why are you here?" The wannabe family lord sniffed without any nonsense and directly slapped a heavy slap on wannabe Yun's face. This scene, watched by everyone, was dumbfounded. "Adverse son, you are wishing for me not to come, and for me to hurry up and die. But, to your disappointment, not only am I not dead, but I'm here." Looking at the killing intent within the eyes of the Wan family lord, Wan Shao, at this moment, shivered and could only look at Ironhead like he was begging for help. And at this moment, Ironhead's eyes were ice cold as he took 2 steps forward and walked in front of the Wan family master, saying in a cold voice, "Wan family master, how did you come out? And where are my men?" Not waiting for the Wan family lord to open his mouth to reply, a somewhat light and slow voice then reached everyone's ears. "Are you talking about those 30-odd losers who imprisoned the Wan family lord? Oh, I'm sorry, I was careless and slaughtered them all. You won't be angry." As he spoke, a young man, biting into an apple, dangled in front of Ironhead, slutty looking, but saying the cruelest, coldest things. And who could this person be, if not the red pupil? Chapter 170, The Sharp Turn. 30-something, punk, killed them all by accident? Killing people, is there such a thing as carelessness? And, still, accidentally killing over 30 people? Ironhead looked at Red Hitomi, his eyes covered with killing intent, and said angrily, "What kind of person are you, and how dare you speak so loudly in front of me? My elites, are they also something you can kill? You seek death." Ironhead was furious, and directly at Red Hitomi, he then opened his mouth coldly, and Red Hitomi, her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Ironhead and said softly, "I don't like it when someone points at me. Do you hear me?" Ironhead saw that Red Hitomi not only didn't fear himself, but even dared to threaten himself, and immediately became furious, and his finger even pointed at Red Hitomi's head. "I'm pointing at you. What can you do? What do you dare? A dog that came out of nowhere. Also dare to run to me and threaten me? Who do you think you are?" A sigh softly sounded. Then, a scene that made everyone fearful appeared, only to see Ironhead's outstretched fingers, unexpectedly rooted and broken. Blood flowed all over the ground in an instant, and after Ironhead realized, the whole person covered his fingers and let out a miserable scream. No one could see how Ironhead broke his finger, but everyone knew that it had to be Red Hitomi who had struck. "Told you not to point at me. You didn't believe me. Now, regret it." After saying that, the red pupil didn't even look at Ironhead, but walked over to Yi Qing and respectfully bent down. "Sir, it's fortunate that the mission was completed successfully." This scene, once again, stunned the crowd. This actually had something to do with Yi Qing? What mission? The red pupil had come with the Wan family master. Could it be that all this had something to do with the Wan family master? And at this moment, the master of the Wan family didn't bother to look at Wan Xiao and similarly walked over to Yi Qing, saying with gratitude amidst respect, "For everything, thank you Mr. Yi." Yi Qing smiled, nodded lightly and said, "I said, you are a good person. So, it's only right to help you. What's more, you also bought my pair of characters. At that time, I said, whoever buys it, I will promise whoever has a request, although you didn't have the chance to say it to me, but I think, this request, has already counted as a repayment, right?" How could the Wan family lord dare to say anything more? He quickly spoke, "Thank you Mr. Yi, Mr. Wan, there is no other request to speak of. If Mr. Yi is not in a hurry, please wait for a few moments and let me deal with family matters." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Wannabe master, go ahead, only, wannabe master might want to understand that your family, wannabe young and I have a bet. Whoever loses, will have to take off their clothes and learn how to crawl on the ground 2 times, before this bet is completed. I think, wannabe master, it's better if you don't lay your hands on him. To have someone's son strip naked and learn how to crawl like a dog in front of their father would be humiliating if it were normal. But for today's master of the Wan family, this, in the first place, was the punishment that Wan Xiao deserved. This kind of pig and dog should not be treated as human beings." The Wan family master looked at Yi Qing and nodded heavily. "This pig and dog is also worthy of making a bet with you, Mr. Yi. It's simply outrageous. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I'll make sure he fulfills it as agreed." Afterwards, the Wan family lord directly slapped a heavy slap on Wan Xiao's face and angrily said, "Say, what kind of bet did you make with Mr. Yi? Why don't you quickly admit your loss and repent? Then go take off your clothes and crawl on the ground twice. Need you ask? Everything, by now, is unmistakably clear." The Wan family master's mouth is a pig-dog inferior thing. A sentence, as if he has an irreconcilable deep hatred for Wan Xiao. In this situation, who still dares to say that the position of the family head of Wan Xiao is passed down by the Wan family master himself? Everyone present, all of them could see and understand that the master of the Wan family now hated Wan Xiao to the bone. As for what Wan Xiao had done, it seemed, it was already self-evident. Only, how dare he? That is the Wan family master who has been running across Jiangcheng. Moreover, he is still the heir of the Wan family. As long as he does a good job, sooner or later, the position of the family master will be his. There are many more things that boggle the mind. And when Wan Xiao reached this point, there was no way out, much less back. Looking at the angry Iron Head, who had his fingers chopped off, Wan Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Iron Head, now that it's come to this, there's nothing more to say. Hurry up and call your people, all of them, in. Get them, make sure you get them all." After saying that, Wan Xiao looked at Ninth Uncle and said angrily, "Ninth Uncle, you dared to betray me, you two-faced thing. Have you forgotten the consequences? It's not too late to back out now, or else I'll leave you no place to cry later." At this time, Wan Xiao still dares to threaten Ninth Uncle? Uncle Nine's eyes were ice cold, staring dead at Wan Xiao, saying, "Young master, before, I just made a momentary mistake, and even believed the stupid words you said, and even thought of using betrayal to protect the family head. But what's the result? The head of the family would rather go on a hunger strike than live on, and your true colors have been revealed. So if I were to believe your bull again, I would truly be damned to the core. Today, with the opportunity given by Mr. Yi, I can finally make up for my regrets, not letting myself regret, not letting the most tragic scene happen. Ninth Uncle, even if I die, I'll stand and die with the family head, never compromising." These words had proved how Uncle Nine was feeling right now. And Wan Xiao, more and more, was as if his heart was dead. And it was at this moment that Iron Head raised his head tremblingly, looked in the direction of Red Pupil and let out a mournful hiss, then looked at Uncle Nine and the Wan family lord and said angrily, "You guys, dare to offend Uncle Gong. You guys, looking for death. I was going to give you a chance to live, but now, I'm going to let you die. Men, give me men. Arrest these men, all of them." After Iron Head let out a roar, in an instant, 70 to 80 people flooded into this banquet hall, surrounding the Wan family lord and the others. These people were fierce and vicious, and looked as if they were not in existence to be messed with. And Uncle Nine, now, was definitely not used to Iron Head, and let out an equally furious roar. "Somebody, get in here!" With Ninth Uncle's roar, the small banquet hall instantly flooded with hundreds of people. Perhaps these people, not as ferocious and elite as Iron Head's henchmen, but, after all, it was also hundreds of people. and it looked oppressive. At this time, no matter if it was HD Moon or Bai Weiwei, they all froze in place, not daring to breathe. The situation of the Wan family's father and son fighting each other, with Uncle Gong involved in the middle, was not something they could stir into at all, including the other people present. All stood still for fear of being involved. Uncle Nine looked at Family Master Wan, gritted his teeth, and said, "Family Master, please still give the order." The Wan family lord smiled a cold smile as he said, "Today, I'll clean up my house and declare war on Uncle Gong." After saying that, when the Wan family lord raised his hand and was about to wave it down, a voice that reached everyone's ears, "Gentlemen, have I been somewhat overlooked? Here, after all, this is the Cloud's End Hotel, the territory of my Cloud's End group. You guys don't even ask me. You just fight and make such a big scene. Like this. Is it really good?" Chapter 171, The Gambit. Time to fulfill it. In this situation, with swords drawn and bloodshed at any moment, how dare anyone open their mouths? But the fact is, it was someone who spoke up, and a picture of half-assed fear. The person who opened his mouth was no one else but the general manager of the Cloud Hotel, Mr. Han, who was about to be promoted to the vice president of the Cloud Group in the Eastern Province. Mr. Han almost didn't have much of a presence before. It seemed like he didn't want to offend anyone, but now, so many people were gathered here, and it looked like a conflict was about to break out. Ironhead looked at Mr. Han and gritted his teeth. "Mr. Han, as you can see, this time, it's not that Ironhead, don't give you face, it's really that the Wan family is too bullying and aggressive, and I was forced to resist. As Uncle Kung's subordinate, if I am just going to be cleaned up by them and tied up like this, then I might as well be dead." And the master of the Wan family looked at Mr. Han, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Han, I'm sorry, today is an internal family matter of the Wan family, but, indeed, I need to make use of your precious land for a while. You can rest assured that no matter how many things are broken or soiled, the Wan family, will compensate for all of them." The master of the Wan family was still a reasonable person. That's why he opened his mouth like this. As for Mr. Han, when he was about to say something else, a somewhat frivolous voice reached everyone's ears. "I say, Mr. Han, if they want to fight, let them fight. Anyway, they have already said that they will pay for whatever the damage is, so what are you afraid of? What's more, the Cloud Group generally cannot be involved in other people's family things. You always not want to break the gift, right?" As the voice came out, everyone saw that a somewhat dangling and somewhat less handsome-looking young man was slowly walking. At this moment, HD Moon and the girl's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had come to the backbone. The person who came was no other than Yun Bao of the Yun family. High-definition Moon did look at Yun Bao somewhat before. After all, Yun Bao seemed to have little presence in the Yun family. When a friend to take advantage of can be, but want to take advantage of, she high-definition Moon did not want to. At least, in her opinion, this clouded leopard could be far inferior to the young master of the Nangong family. But at the moment, under this kind of big drama, HD Moon himself has been a little out of control of the situation. Yun Bao came just in time. The status of the position is enough. There he is, really able to mediate one or two. Mr. Han looked at Yun Bao, frowned, and said, "Who are you? Are you qualified to speak on the matters of my Cloud Group?" Without waiting for Yun Bao to open his mouth, HD Moon had already hurriedly taken 2 steps forward and walked to Yun Bao's side, smiling. "Mr. Han, don't you recognize this one? This is Mr. Yun Bao, the Yun family's Yun Bao. Others don't know him. You must know him." After saying that, high-definition Moon looked at Clouded Leopard and smiled. "Mr. Clouded Leopard, you're late. I thought you weren't coming." Yun Bao sniffed, smiled faintly, said, "Come late? I think I came just in time. This kind of critical moment to appear, only in line with my style, right?" After saying that, Yun Bao looked at Mr. Han and said, "Not bad. I'm Yun Bao." Mr. Han, right. When I speak, do I carry no weight at all? Mr. Han sniffed, eyes slightly narrowed, looking at Yun Bao, lightly laughed, said, "So it is, Yun Bao young master. Ha, I did not expect to come to Jiangchang. How not early to say it. I also good. A good reception ah." Yun Bao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Han is busy with his official duties. I'm just here to have fun. How can I trouble Mr. Han? However, this is quite entertaining today, so it's better if Han doesn't get in the way." When Chief Han heard this, he looked at Yun Bao and gave a light laugh, saying, "Young Master Yun Bao, since you like it, I should have given you this face. But, sorry, young Master Yinbao, you don't hold any position in the Cloud End group, and you may not understand the rules of this Cloud End group very well. So I'm sorry, I can't give this green light. When these words came out, Yunbao's face immediately became a bit ugly. Mr. Han, is this not going to give me this face? Clouded Leopard's face was a bit untenable at this moment. After all, he was the young master of the Yun family, and as a result, even a general manager of the Yun Duan Hotel was able to not give him face, which made him feel a bit humiliated. Mr. Han shook his head and laughed. I'm sorry, young Master Yunbao. If I've made you unhappy, I'll make amends to you in person later. But, this is my turf, and I definitely won't allow anyone to cause trouble. After saying that, Mr. Han looked at the Wan family master as well as Iron Head, and spoke faintly. Wan family master, Mr. Iron Head, if you have any grudges, please come out of this door to settle them as well. And today, here, I'll allow any fighting and killing to take place. Otherwise, you are an enemy of my Cloud group. Please, excuse me. What a big hat right off the bat. Whoever dares to make a move is an enemy of the Cloud group. Today, I'm afraid that all of the people present here, combined, are no match for the volume of the Cloud group, so who would idly mess with the Cloud group? Ironhead was the first to state his position, gritting his teeth. Don't worry, Mr. Han, I or Uncle Gong, all want to befriend Mr. Han, and definitely won't have the intention of making things difficult for Mr. Han, so if Mr. Han asks me to stop, I will definitely give this face. But, on the side of the Wan family lord, I'm afraid it's not easy to say. And after a moment of silence, the Wan family master and ninth uncle looked at Mr. Han and said, Mr. Han, this matter, do you really want to manage it? Mr. Han sniffed, his eyes narrowed slightly and said, Wan family master, you're wrong. I don't care about this. Just please, if you want to fight and kill, just go out of my hotel's door. This is not considered meddling. When ninth uncle wanted to say something, the Wan family master shook his head, then looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, if you're not in a hurry, could you wait? This was asked as if the matter of the Wan family, the question of whether to fight or not, was all up to Yi Qing alone. The two of them, the father and son of the Wan family, treated Yi Qing in a way that was simply worlds apart. And at this moment, all the people present also all saw one thing clearly, that is, if they wanted to humiliate Yi Qing again with impunity, I'm afraid it would be impossible. Yi Qing looked at the Wan family lord and laughed softly. People can't run away anyway, so there's no rush when it comes to doing things. What's more, I also think that today is someone's birthday banquet, a day of celebration, and fighting and killing is indeed a bit not very nice. So, wait, it's not impossible. Hearing this, the Wan family lord spoke respectfully. Everything will be done according to Mr. Ye's wishes. After saying that, the Wan family head nodded to ninth uncle. Uncle Nine waved his hand and said, Everyone, exit the hotel. Come fast, go fast. Hundreds of ninth uncle's men instantly retreated. As if not the slightest fear of Ironhead, they ran away like an Ironhead, with a sneer, said, Then, we'll see. Everyone, exit the hotel. These people, they come and go. The ballroom, once again, returned to its previous tranquility. However, the banquet hall at this moment was no longer the same as before. Yi Qing took a step forward, indifferently looked at Wan Shao, and lightly laughed. Wan Shao, the bet just now can be fulfilled. After all, everyone can be witnesses. I don't think you're going to cheat.